This young man was originally a swordsman who had cultivated to the highest realm of a sword sovereign. However, just as he was about to become a god king, he was ambushed and surrounded by countless powerful experts at the summit of Cloud-Parting Peak. In the end, he died exhausted and filled with regret. But fortunately, heaven doesn't completely abandon the righteous, and as proof, Wu Fu was reborn. When he woke up, he found himself in a dorm room at Yunhai University. He had truly been reincarnated, but now the spiritual energy in his body had completely vanished. Wu Fu's 30,000 years of cultivation had turned to dust. Those people were truly vicious. But since heaven has given him a chance to be reborn, then it will be their misfortune. Wu Fu swore that in this life, when he sets foot on Cloud-Parting Peak once more, that will be the day those people pay for their mistakes. Just as he was thinking this, the dorm room door suddenly opened, and a beautiful, fashionable, and seemingly arrogant girl walked in. "Oh, Wu Fu, you're awake," she asked, looking at him without a hint of emotion. That face, that voice, Wu Fu immediately recognized her as Li Mengjiao, his ex-girlfriend from college. He also realized he had returned to the time when he was injured and recovering in the dorm. So why was Li Mengjiao here? It seems he had already figured it out. Just as he expected, Li Mengjiao rudely threw a few things onto his sickbed. A handbag, a phone, all gifts he had given her when they were together. Then she declared arrogantly, "We're broken up. I'm returning all this junk to you now." The reason Wu Fu was injured in the first place was because he wanted to find out why Li Mengjiao wanted to break up with him. She left him for a rich young master from the Xia family. Wu Fu remembered clearly how he was humiliated in front of everyone for daring to offend Xia Tianhao. Afterward, his father was also fired from his job by Xia Tianhao's father. The more he remembered, the angrier he got. Li Mengjiao still hadn't left, and seeing her face made Wu Fu extremely uncomfortable. "Is there anything else?" he asked coldly. Li Mengjiao frowned, then began to criticize Wu Fu without holding back at all. "Wu Fu, who do you think you are? With your abilities, you dare to offend Tianhao. Now that you're awake, you should take a good look at yourself in the mirror." She also came to relay a message from her new boyfriend, as long as Wu Fu and his father knelt and apologized. Xia Tianhao's father would let his dad keep his job at the company. "You should remember your whole family lives. Off the salary of your father," the janitor Li Mengjiao said bluntly. Wu Fu felt his heart turn to cold ash. In his past life, it was true that he really loved this woman. Wu Fu still remembered that feeling very clearly, but he had already lived an entire lifetime. So in his eyes, Li Mengjiao was no longer worth mentioning. Besides, a man's knees are worth gold. How could he casually kneel before others? "Go back and tell Xia Tianhao that whatever he wants to do, I'll be happy to play along." Wu Fu replied directly. His attitude drove Li Mengjiao insane with anger. "I came here to warn you out of respect for our past, but if you're tired of living, then I don't care." She threw that sentence at him before slamming the door and leaving. Wu Fu had no regrets about a vain woman like Li Mengjiao. The most important thing for him to do now was to increase his strength before his enemies found him. Luckily, he still remembered the secret techniques from his past life. So now was the perfect time to practice the 9 Nether Qi refining art. Entering the Qi refining realm was probably just a matter of time. Besides that, there was another important matter. Wu Fu also had to heal his injuries. However, just as he sat down and focused his mind, a sword aura formed above his head. Wu Fu's eyes widened in shock. He thought his spiritual sword had been stolen by someone else, but he never expected to see it here again. In this life, Wu Fu had manifested a dazzling divine weapon form even before entering the Qi refining realm. If other cultivators discovered this, it would attract unnecessary trouble. Wu Fu was trying to find a way to hide the sword aura, but as soon as he touched it, the blade shattered. It seemed things weren't going so smoothly after all. The sword aura must have been heavily damaged, which was why only the hilt remained. Wu Fu absorbed the essence emanating from the broken sword, and before long, his injuries had completely healed. Next, he needed to test his current strength. Wu Fu stood up, walked over to the wall, and threw a palm strike. A large crack immediately appeared on the sturdy wall. This act of public vandalism is strictly prohibited for young children to imitate. Wu Fu was quite satisfied. Just a normal fist and kick technique had created this much damage. It seems the road ahead is something to look forward to. Next, Wu Fu left the dorm and went to the park right next to the school to begin cultivating. He sat on the highest branch of a tree, attracting the attention of others. But there was a very difficult problem. The spiritual energy on Earth was too thin. If he only wanted to cultivate to the Qi refining realm, it wouldn't be a serious issue, but if he wanted to progress further, this concentration of spiritual energy was not enough. While he was racking his brain for a solution, Wu Fu suddenly heard his roommate calling him. Since he was sitting up high, he could clearly see what was happening below. His roommate was leading a few fierce-looking thugs who were searching for Wu Fu. That's strange, he usually likes to hang out here, but just so happens he's not around today. "How about you guys come back tomorrow and I'll help you find him," the roommate said nervously. "I think you're messing with us," the thugs replied, their tone extremely annoyed. Of course, Wu Fu remembered this friend. He was Wang Mengmeng, both his college roommate and his only good friend on Earth. It seemed like the thugs under Xia Tianhao had come looking for him to beat him up. But Wang Mengmeng didn't dare lead them to the dorm, so he deliberately brought them here instead. Big bro Wu Fu just recovered from his injuries. I'll go beg Brother Hao on your behalf to let him off. Wang Mengmeng pleaded again, but the thugs had no intention of letting it go. They said that their brother Hao, seeing Wang Mengmeng's sincerity last time, had deliberately decided not to break Wu Fu's legs. But this time he had been arrogant in front of Li Mengjiao and even had to relay a message, so Xia Tianhao was determined not to forgive him. That's why he sent his underlings here to find him. No matter who pleaded for Wu Fu, this time it would be useless. After that, they even beat up Wang Mengmeng, thinking he had deliberately lured them here to protect Wu Fu. Wang Mengmeng had no ability to fight back and was punched to the ground. The little husky they were raising was also targeted by these thugs. Wang Mengmeng quickly used his own body to shield it. Don't hurt him, he's just a small animal, you don't have to do this. Besides, Wu Fu was unconscious for several days. If you attack him again, it could be life-threatening. Poor Wang Mengmeng, because he lied to lure the thugs here, he became their punching bag. But this time, just as they were about to attack, Wu Fu appeared. He used his still bandaged right hand to block the opponent's fist. Not only that, Wu Fu bent the guy's wrist backward, making the bastard scream in pain. Finally, Wu Fu finished it off with a powerful kick, causing the thug to bleed profusely. His large body was sent flying several meters away to everyone's astonishment. Before I get really mad, you all better scram. Wu Fu threatened them with an icy expression. Seeing him out of bed and even threatening people, Wang Mengmeng was extremely worried. He quickly yelled for Wu Fu to run, thinking there was no way he could fight off these thugs. However, those idiots didn't realize that something was different about Wu Fu today. All they knew was that he had dared to show his face and injure one of their brothers, so they had to take his life to make up for it. Run! Wu Fu Wang Mengmeng yelled anxiously again, but Wu Fu remained completely calm, saying that today the ones who needed to run were the thugs, not him. They were ruthless, not just using clubs but even pulling out knives. A guy with silver-dyed hair aggressively lunged at Wu Fu with a dagger. In a flash, he arched backward, successfully dodging the attack. The other guy missed and lost his balance, stumbling forward, which gave Wu Fu the perfect opportunity to land a punch right in his face. His punch was incredibly powerful, and as a result, another thug was taken down. At this point, the chubby Wang Mengmeng got up looking very excited. Brother Fu, you're amazing. How did you do that? Wu Fu didn't have time to explain to him why he had suddenly gotten so strong, because the remaining two thugs were already charging at him. They wanted to use their 2-on-1 advantage to avenge their brother. But Wu Fu wasn't about to give them that chance. He swung his arm and sent the guy on the right flying with a single punch. The remaining red-haired guy saw this and started getting nervous. He didn't dare to charge forward, just kept gulping audibly. No way, he muttered. Just a few days ago, you were a total loser. Oh, so you do realize that was a few days ago, huh? Wu Fu retorted. But guess what? Times have changed. Both his tone and the expression on his face were so cold it sent a shiver down his opponent's spine. Then Wu Fu used his spiritual energy to launch an attack, but he intentionally missed, instead using it to slice off the guy's poofy lion's mane-like hair. This act was both a threat and a humiliation, and Wang Mengmeng couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. I told you guys to scram earlier, you still haven't left. Wu Fu didn't want to waste any more time on them. This time, the red-haired guy didn't stubbornly stay to fight because he knew he couldn't win, so they quickly helped each other up and left. But just as they had taken a few steps, Wang Mengmeng's little dog started barking incessantly towards a few large trees. Wu Fu noticed this, and the moment he turned his head, a leaf shot towards him like a hidden weapon. Wu Fu leaned back to dodge it, and the leaf embedded itself deep into the tree trunk behind him. The technique of turning a leaf into a projectile was executed with incredible precision, proving that the attacker was no ordinary person. Then, the person behind the attack appeared. It was a middle-aged man who started cracking his knuckles the moment he saw Wu Fu. He criticized Wu Fu for using his strength to bully the weak, saying there was nothing skillful about it. Feeling it was an injustice to the three thugs, he wanted to teach him a lesson. Now get out of here, he said to the young punks who had just lost to Wu Fu. Even though they didn't know him, the three of them didn't need to be told twice and quickly left on their own. Seeing how aggressive this man was, Wang Mengmeng started to get scared again. He whispered to Wu Fu that it seemed they had just provoked a true master. Wu Fu knew the next fight wouldn't be as simple as the last one, so he said, Wang Mengmeng, take the dog and run first. If you can't win, you run. Isn't that a simple truth? Wang Mengmeng was very worried, but when he saw his friend's confident smile, he decided not to stay and be a burden. Wang Mengmeng took the little dog and ran silently, cheering for Wu Fu to hang in there. With all the uninvolved parties gone now, it was just him and the middle-aged man facing each other. Young man, you're a cultivator. Isn't it a disgrace to attack ordinary people like that? The man recognized Wu Fu's extraordinary identity with a single glance. Wu Fu politely explained that those guys had come looking for trouble with him first, which is why he fought back. Even though Wu Fu was telling the truth, the man thought he was just making excuses. A cultivator at the qi refining stage, getting picked on by a few ordinary people. That sounds ridiculous. As he spoke, he clenched his right fist, which filled with spiritual power, then leaped into the air, lunging straight for Wu Fu. As expected of a fellow practitioner, the punch was thrown with extreme precision, but it was stopped dead by Wu Fu. Moreover, Wu Fu looked completely at ease. He then quickly counterattacked. The moment he was knocked back by Wu Fu, the man was a little stunned. This is definitely not the power of a cultivator in the chi refining stage. I completely underestimated him. After being knocked back, the man suddenly felt an intense pain spreading from within his body. Seeing the man drop to his knees, clearly not from the impact of his last blow, Wu Fu temporarily held back and didn't continue the attack. Seeing his reaction, the man thought to himself, he's not taking advantage of my vulnerability. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Wu Fu observed him carefully, sensing that this senior's cultivation was clearly 2 realms higher than his own, but his spiritual energy was very weak. It seemed he had a pre-existing internal injury. His eyes seemed to see through everything. Then in a flash, Wu Fu approached the man from behind and struck out with his palm, not to attack but to probe. Just as he had predicted, the man's meridians were already damaged, which was why he couldn't use his full power. At first, the man was terrified, thinking Wu Fu was launching a sneak attack, but then he suddenly realized that his damaged meridians had already recovered by more than half. He was just healing me. Someone in the chi refining stage couldn't possibly have this kind of ability. There must be something more to Wu Fu's identity. Boss. At that moment, several other men in suits and sunglasses ran over shouting loudly. They appeared to be the bodyguards of the senior who had just fought Wu Fu. When they saw the blood at the corner of the old man's mouth, they panicked even more immediately, assuming Wu Fu was the one who did it. So without waiting for their boss's order, the whole group surrounded him. When they saw him gathering chi in his right hand, they weren't surprised at all. They knew immediately that Wu Fu was a cultivator. But even for a cultivator, they had ways to deal with him. And so the group of bodyguards pulled out their guns. The first bullet was fired, yet Wu Fu still managed to dodge it. His speed was actually faster than a bullet, which completely stunned his opponents. Wu Fu then used that same speed to close in on the man who had just shot at him. But before he could even counterattack, the old senior suddenly yelled, "All of you get the hell away from me." The bodyguards turned around, stunned. The guy who had just fired the gun even got a merciless slap across the face from him. Then the man turned to Wu Fu and respectfully clasped his hands. "Thank you, little brother, for your help. It seems this old man truly misunderstood you earlier. My deepest apologies." The bodyguards behind him couldn't understand why their boss was suddenly being so respectful to such a young man. Wu Fu, for his part, didn't hold a grudge over what had just happened. He had only stepped in because he saw the man had no ill intentions and was just someone who couldn't stand by and watch an injustice. If the old man had actually been on the same side as those thugs, things would have been very different. Seeing that Wu Fu was so young yet so powerful, calm and composed, the senior felt that he could rely on him. So he boldly made a request. At home, he had a daughter whose meridians were also blocked just like his, and he hoped Wu Fu could help her in the same way he had just helped him. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards beside him reacted. "Boss, the young Mrs. Meridians have been blocked for a long time. Even Taoist Master Xuan Yuan couldn't find a cure. How could this guy possibly do it? I think he's just some con artist. Boss, you should really think this through." Wu Fu coughed a few times. These people didn't even know how to lower their voices when bad-mouthing someone. Were they doing this on purpose so he could hear them, or what? But it was the same guy who shot at him earlier who had the strongest reaction. He pointed right in Wu Fu's face rudely, saying that even a half-step Grandmaster was helpless against the young Mrs. condition. So who did a mere chi refining stage cultivator like him think he was fooling? And for that he got another slap from the senior. "You rotten punk. Are you the boss or am I? He's an expert, you think he needs your approval." Wu Fu had no interest in watching their internal drama play out in front of him, so he coughed a few more times to signal the senior to stop. Seeing this, the man looked a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. "I'm so sorry for the rude display, little brother. Please don't take it to heart." "Gentlemen, I don't recall ever promising to help you, did I?" Wu Fu replied coolly. His attitude was a bit insolent, which made the bodyguard want to curse him out again. But just as he opened his mouth, his boss shot him a death glare that shut him right up. After that, the old man began to persuade Wu Fu, saying he could see that he was exceptionally talented, but the spiritual energy in this park wasn't enough for cultivation. However, he owned a villa in Tianfu Gardens where the spiritual energy was dense, and Wu Fu could go there to cultivate any time he wanted. The more the bodyguard listened, the angrier he got. That villa was the young Mrs.'s favorite place. Yet the boss was willing to open it up for a young chi refining stage cultivator to use for free. Still, he was afraid of getting slapped again, so he didn't dare make a peep. When Wu Fu heard about the dense spiritual energy, he began to waver. The senior noticed this and pressed his advantage with even more gusto. He said the villa was also very quiet, free from any disturbances, and if Wu Fu could just heal his daughter, forget the villa, he would do everything in his power for him. In the end, Wu Fu agreed. After all, blocked meridians weren't a big deal for him, so he left his phone number with the senior. The old man was overjoyed as if he'd struck gold, while his bodyguard muttered that if Wu Fu didn't completely cure the young miss, he would definitely take his life. Wu Fu was leisurely walking back to his dorm when he received a phone call. The caller ID was blocked. He picked up and asked who it was. A shrill, ear-piercing voice came from the other end. Well done, Wu Fu. Not only did you not come to apologize, you even dared to hit someone. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't show up, I can't say what'll happen to your dog and your friend. Wu Fu recognized the voice as Li Mengjiao's. It seemed she had really turned on him. He could also hear the yelps of that dumb husky in the background. It looked like Wang Mengmeng and Ha had been kidnapped by Xia Tianhao's group. Fine by him. He was just worried about not being able to find them, and now they had come to him on their own. At that moment, Li Mengjiao and Xia Tianhao were cuddling and drinking together in a private room at a karaoke bar. Beside them stood two large bodyguards. And that wasn't all. Hiding right next to the door were two thugs armed with iron rods ready to ambush Wu Fu. They figured that even if Wu Fu was built like a tank, these rods would be enough to break his bones. Brother Hao, you should sit a bit further back. You don't want to get splattered with blood. The scumbag laughed gleefully, imagining the scene of Wu Fu getting beaten up by him. Meanwhile, Wang Mengmeng and Ha were tied up, gagged, and thrown into a corner of the room. A moment later, just as they had hoped, Wu Fu walked into the private room. But what happened next was not what they had imagined, because he simply raised a hand and easily blocked the solid iron rod that was swinging down on him. This was not something a normal person could do. Before the thugs could even process their shock, Wu Fu swung his fist and punched the guy who had just tried to hit him. The punch, delivered with no mercy, broke the man's nose and knocked out 3 of his teeth, and that was getting off easy. Because of this, he made Li Mengjiao and Xia Tianhao, who were sitting there, almost choke on their drinks. No way, Li Mengjiao cried out involuntarily. Last night you were still lying in a hospital bed. That was last night, Wu Fu replied. He really didn't want to see this woman's face ever again. The bodyguard next to Xia Tianhao whispered into his master's ear that he suspected Wu Fu had hidden iron plates under his clothes. Otherwise, there was no way he could have blocked that blow, nor could he have attacked with such a powerful strike. Hearing this, Li Mengjiao let out a sigh of relief and muttered, I told you he was just a useless piece of trash. How could he suddenly become so strong? So it turns out he came prepared. Wu Fu paid them no mind and walked straight to his friend. Wang Mengmeng was still gagged and could only make muffled sounds. But in reality, he was deeply moved that Wu Fu had dared to brave the danger to come and save him. However, as Wu Fu knelt down, he only untied the dog named Ha, then gently picked him up and asked, Ha, are you okay? Ha woofed a few times while Wang Mengmeng was just about ready to throw a fit. He'd only been touched for less than 5 seconds. This Wu Fu. What a great friend he was. Only after untying the dog did Wu Fu finally get around to his buddy. But as he was busy untying Wang Mengmeng, one of Xia Tianhao's bodyguards launched a sneak attack from behind. Wang Mengmeng didn't even have time to shout a warning before Wu Fu spun around and casually kicked the scoundrel away. The man flew straight into the wall, blood soaking through his suit jacket. Xia Tianhao saw this, but he wasn't the least bit scared, simply because he had more men, and he figured Wu Fu wasn't skilled enough to fight him. Xia Tianhao snapped his fingers and several more bodyguards appeared, deciding this time to attack all at once. However, in Wu Fu's eyes, these guys were nothing more than ants. Even with more of them, they were just a swarm of ants that posed no threat whatsoever. If they were in such a hurry to get reincarnated, then he was more than willing to send them on their way. Wu Fu unleashed a punch filled with his spirit energy, almost tearing through the space in front of him. The 3 bodyguards were simultaneously taken down right before their horrified master's eyes. Then, Wu Fu raised an eyebrow at Xia Tianhao and asked anyone else, just bring them all out at once. This time, Xia Tianhao was genuinely scared. Both he and Li Mengjiao frantically shook their heads. Calling for more bodyguards now probably wouldn't help anyway. It was better to just admit defeat. Wu Fu let out an "oh" and slowly advanced. In that case, I guess it's time we settled the score between us. Wang Mengmeng watched Wu Fu's imposing back, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. This was no longer the roommate he once knew. Wang Mengmeng glanced over at Ha and saw the dog looking up at the sky with a very smug expression. That's right, this change in Wu Fu was a good thing. He wouldn't be bullied anymore. Even his dog had to be proud. By now he had reached the scummy couple. While Xia Tianhao was still racking his brain for a way to beg for mercy, Li Mengjiao, with the audacity of a tiger, screamed, Wu Fu is fighting all you're good for. Let me tell you, trash will always be trash. Shut your mouth, Xia Tianhao roared, stunning Li Mengjiao. It had to be said, ever since she cheated on Wu Fu to be with Xia Tianhao, this was the first time he'd ever yelled at her like this. And what's more, it was because of her ex-boyfriend. Li Mengjiao's eyes filled with bitter resentment. At that moment, only one thought filled her mind. Why doesn't Wu Fu just drop dead? However, that thought was cut short when Li Mengjiao suddenly felt something warm trickling down her leg. She looked down to see Ha peeing on her. This dog really knew how to humiliate someone. But before Wu Fu could settle the score with his scummy couple, the door to the private room was kicked open. A stylishly dressed girl with her hair in ninja buns stormed in aggressively. "Who dares to cause trouble on my turf?" the girl shouted. Wu Fu saw that she was just a young lady who hadn't even fully matured yet, and the divine weapon manifested above her head was a pair of iron maces, which he found a bit amusing, as they didn't suit her at all. In turn, she observed him closely as Wu Fu was the only cultivator in the room. She saw that he had only just manifested his sword intent, meaning his strength was still very weak, and felt extreme contempt that he would dare cause a commotion on her turf. "Hey, you're just a nobody. You dare to cause trouble on my turf," she provoked. "Yes, it's him. He's the one who beat up my bodyguards." Seeing someone he could rely on, Xia Tianhao immediately pointed the finger at Wu Fu. But Wu Fu just kept smiling, and it turned out it wasn't because of his opponent, but because Erhao was now clinging to the girl's leg, looking like he was about to do his business again. It seemed Wang Mengmeng had given him a lot of water earlier. Feeling disrespected by both him and his dog, the girl didn't want to waste any more words and attacked directly. Compared to Xia Tianhao's useless underlings, a cultivator like her was naturally much harder to deal with. Not to mention, her speed was incredible. Wu Fu instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, forming a solid defensive stance. Even so, he was still pushed back into a corner. Her attack was incredibly powerful. As expected, it was difficult to face an opponent who was a whole realm above him. It was only then that Xia Tianhao and Li Mengjiao realized Wu Fu had become a cultivator. No wonder he had become so formidable overnight. They silently prayed that the girl could take him down, otherwise they'd be done for. After her first strike, seeing that Wu Fu didn't fight back, the girl continued to attack with other vicious moves. Her strikes were fast and her movements were agile, but unfortunately, it seemed she lacked real combat experience, revealing quite a few openings. When she threw a kick, Wu Fu seized the opportunity to counter. The problem was the way he countered left the entire room silent. Because Wu Fu had slapped his opponent right on the butt, the girl gritted her teeth and called him a pervert. Fueled by this rage, she struck even more viciously. Her fist flew straight at Wu Fu's chest, aiming to shatter his heart. However, when it made contact with Wu Fu's body, it became a powerless fist and he remained completely unfazed. The girl then realized she could no longer use her spirit energy. At the same time, she also understood that Wu Fu's slap earlier wasn't a perverted act, but his way of neutralizing her spirit energy. Then Wu Fu threw another punch filled with spirit energy. This time, it was the girl's turn to defend herself helplessly. She screamed, "You scoundrel, if you have any guts, give me back my spirit energy and I'll let you live." But just as she thought she was about to be crushed by Wu Fu's fist, the spirit energy in his hand vanished and the fist turned into a gentle pat on her head. At that moment, Wu Fu was like a senior who wouldn't bully a junior. He replied, "All right, I'll give you back your spirit energy, but not right now." Then Wu Fu walked towards that scummy couple. Xia Tianhao was now sweating profusely in fear. He practically screamed, "What do you want?" Just then, the girl stepped in front of Wu Fu again, saying she didn't care what grudges the three of them had, but the rule was no troublemaking here. Wu Fu pointed to the bodyguards he had beaten up, whose clothes were now torn, cowering in the corner of the room, and said, "Who was the one who started trouble here? Just ask them and you'll get your answer." The young girl looked towards the men and feeling an invisible pressure, they had no choice but to confess that Xia Tianhao had started it. He was the one who hired them to come here and teach Wu Fu a lesson. After hearing this, the girl shot Xia Tianhao a hateful glare. "You dared to lie to me again." Then Wu Fu pushed the girl aside and walked up to Xia Tianhao, demanding a proper apology. But this guy was a spoiled rich kid used to getting his way. So of course he didn't want to apologize to someone like Wu Fu, whom he'd always looked down on and bullied. "Apologize." In your dreams, he yelled, but the words had barely left his mouth when Wu Fu slapped him across the face. Xia Tianhao was stunned. He clutched his numbing face and asked, "You dare hit me?" In response, Wu Fu slapped his other cheek for good measure. Xia Tianhao's anger instantly exploded. He declared that if he didn't kill Wu Fu, he wouldn't be a man, but he didn't have the guts for that. "If you want revenge, come and find me. But first you apologize," Wu Fu insisted. At this point, the girl also chimed in, "You were the one who started trouble on my turf, and I haven't even settled the score with you for that. Just say you're sorry." What's so hard about it? Pressured by both of them, and after a fierce internal struggle, Xia Tianhao had to grit his teeth and say the two words, "I'm sorry." Having heard what he wanted, Wu Fu told him to get lost. Not that Xia Tianhao wanted to stay there a second longer. As he left in a huff, Li Mengjiao quickly chased after him. She grabbed Xia Tianhao's sleeve and asked if he was okay, but there was no way he could be. Xia Tianhao violently shook her hand off and yelled, "Don't bother me, get lost." Getting yelled at again, Li Mengjiao was furious. She stood rooted to the spot, thinking about how hard she worked to latch onto a rich, handsome guy, and now Wu Fu had ruined everything. That bastard Wu Fu. Li Mengjiao cursed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, back in the private room, Wu Fu let out a loud sneeze. Afterwards, he and Wang Mengmeng said goodbye to the feisty young lady because they still had class at school. The girl hurriedly chased after them, remembering that Wu Fu still hadn't lifted the spiritual energy restriction on her. But as soon as the door to the private room closed, she felt she could control her spiritual energy again. Wu Fu's ability made her begin to doubt if he was really just a cultivator at the chi refining stage, but that wasn't as important as the fact that he'd slapped her butt earlier, which made her furious. After leaving the karaoke bar, Xia Tianhao went to a pizza parlor. The place was filled with thugs. When they saw Xia Tianhao's swollen face, they couldn't help but cause a stir. "Brother Hao, who hit you? Let me go vent your anger for you." Xia Tianhao ignored the other small fries. He walked straight up to a tall tattooed man and said through gritted teeth, "Brother Biao, help me teach someone a lesson." The man called Brother Biao laughed and asked, "Who's this fearless punk who dares to even mess with the second young master Xia? Doesn't he know who your older brother Xia Tiancheng is? He's just a piece of trash with no backing, how would he know?" Xia Tianhao pleaded with the man to help him teach Wu Fu a lesson, but insisted that they leave him barely alive because he wanted to personally show him the miserable fate of anyone who dared to offend Xia Tianhao. The next morning, Wu Fu went to class as usual, not paying any attention to the strange looks his classmates were giving him. Right now, his mind was only on the grudges from his past life. His enemy was a venerable master who had lived for tens of thousands of years with unfathomable strength. Wu Fu was currently in the chi refining stage and needed to solidify his foundation. He couldn't be hasty. Only then could his cultivation progress later, allowing him to successfully get revenge. As he was thinking this, the classroom door was suddenly shoved open. "Kid Wu Fu, you still dare to show your face at school, huh?" The voice was full of mockery. Only then did Wu Fu realize that strangers had entered the classroom and they were there for him. But he wasn't scared at all. He even replied casually, "We're all students. Why can't I come to class? Cocky little brat." The guys laughed, then gave him a thumbs down. "Brother Hao is on our basketball team. You offended him. Did you really think there wouldn't be consequences?" Although Wu Fu's classmates didn't show it, they were all secretly straining to hear every word. A few couldn't help but whisper that since he'd offended Xia Tianhao, they shouldn't associate with him anymore. But these intimidation tactics had no effect on Wu Fu. In his eyes, Xia Tianhao was just a loser he had already defeated. What kind of consequences could there possibly be? But the thugs weren't finished. They said the consequence for Wu Fu daring to hit Xia Tianhao was that he and everyone in this class would be targeted by the basketball team. Everyone knew how violent the guys on the basketball team could be when they got mad. At this, a few students in the class couldn't help but jump to their feet and protest. "What does Wu Fu offending someone have to do with us? You want it to have nothing to do with you, fine. Just play a game of basketball against us. If you can win, we'll let all of you off," the thugs replied. This demand was completely unreasonable. Wu Fu had never played basketball before. His friends advised him not to accept the challenge, but the other group started taunting him. "What's the matter, scared? Challenge accepted," Wu Fu replied. They probably didn't think Wu Fu would actually agree. Following the usual rules, they declared that if Wu Fu's team lost, he would have to call them Dad every time he saw them from now on. Wu Fu then asked what would happen if they lost. His question was met with roaring laughter. "Us lose to you? That's never gonna happen. But if you want to keep dreaming, fine. If we lose, we'll do the same. We'll call you Dad from now on." With the bet made, Wu Fu and the group headed to the basketball court. After hearing that he had offended Xia Tianhao and was now settling it with a basketball game, many students excitedly ran over to watch. But when they got there, they couldn't help but be disappointed. Just from looking at them, it was clear that the gap between Wu Fu's team and the official basketball team was massive. Besides him and one other guy who looked decent, his team consisted of Wang Mengmeng, a chubby guy, and two other students who were quite short and skinny. Meanwhile, the players on the basketball team were all tall, big, and muscular like true athletes. The female students who came to watch started cheering for Zhou Tan. He was the captain of the basketball team, handsome, smart, and a great athlete, a total heartthrob. His father was also the school's CEO. He was also the one who had led the group to Wu Fu's class to intimidate him earlier. But to Wu Fu, he was nothing more than a peacock, showing off its tail, not the least bit threatening. "You're going to lose miserably. Remember my name, Zhou Tan," he declared in front of everyone. This Zhou Tan was a good friend of Xia Tianhao's and also came from a powerful background. All the onlookers thought that Wu Fu had a death wish. Because winning or losing didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that by provoking either Zhou Tan or Xia Tianhao, he would have a hard time at school from now on. Wu Fu heard the whispers behind his back, but he didn't care, and just focused on the game. The referee signaled for both sides to get into position, having already announced that the match would last for 30 minutes and the team with more points would win. As soon as the starting whistle blew, Zhou Tan got the ball. He then skillfully dribbled it close to the basket and prepared to make a three-point shot. As the captain of the basketball team, there was no way Zhou Tan would miss this shot. In just the first 10 seconds, the score was already 3-0 in favor of the basketball team. The entire spectator stand immediately erupted. All the female students were chanting Zhou Tan's name. Wang Mengmeng was in complete despair, feeling like he was truly screwed this time. Because not only were those guys great at basketball, but even the referee was on their side. But contrary to expectations, Wu Fu didn't seem to lose his cool at all. After all, the game had only just begun. His eyes were locked on Zhou Tan because as the team's main attacker, he was responsible for most of the dribbling. The other members would be in charge of blocking Wu Fu's teammates. And this time, when Zhou Tan brought the ball near the basket, the result was different because Wu Fu successfully stole the ball from him. Wu Fu's speed just now was so fast that Zhou Tan didn't even have time to react. He quickly signaled for his teammates to block Wu Fu's path. But this was when the skills of a true cultivator came into play. Wu Fu, as fast as lightning, broke through every defensive circle, then jumped high and successfully dunked the ball. The people watching from the sidelines had their jaws dropped in amazement. They had never thought that Wu Fu could be this strong, not only stealing the ball from Zhou Tan, but also weaving through all the other members of the basketball team so smoothly. After a few more plays like that, he had closed the gap between Zhou Tan's team and his own amateur basketball team. Zhou Tan, being put in a weaker position than the person he wanted to dominate, grew more and more impatient. And the more impatient he got, the more mistakes he made. Wu Fu also knew how to play mind games with him, evidenced by how he would intentionally block the ball every time Zhou Tan was about to score. The audience was now dead silent, especially those who came to cheer for Zhou Tan. No one expected that the school's basketball team would be getting completely thrashed by Wu Fu. As for Zhou Tan, he was now panting heavily. Even he couldn't have imagined that Wu Fu was hiding his true strength. So Zhou Tan changed his strategy. Since apart from Wu Fu, the other members of his team were insignificant, all of his teammates switched to swarming Wu Fu, preventing him from dribbling and even from passing the ball. After switching to these dirty tactics, they actually gained the upper hand and started to widen the score gap again. 2 against 8. It looks like Wu Fu is out of hope. Does he think everyone is blind to such tricks? Some people in the crowd were outraged, but Zhou Tan's group felt no shame at all and even taunted Wu Fu. Aren't you supposed to be so great? If you've got any other tricks, you better bring them out now. Amidst this tense situation, the husky suddenly barked twice, woof woof, as if cheering Wu Fu on. And his classmates also started cheering for him, probably because most of them didn't want to be bullied by this group either. Wang Mangmang looked nervous, so Wu Fu patted him on the shoulder a few times to reassure him. Don't worry, there are still 10 minutes until the game ends. The slaughter is just getting started. The bright sun shone down on the basketball court where a rather unbalanced match was taking place. Someone passed the ball to Zhou Tan while his underlings blocked Wu Fu. Zhou Tan quickly dribbled past him, not forgetting to taunt "Dream on if you think you can play against me." With that said, he successfully got the ball past Wu Fu. Wu Fu glanced to the side as if calculating his next move. Immediately after, he swiftly turned to dodge the person blocking him. As Zhou Tan was crouching to set up his shot, Wu Fu had already slipped behind him. Like a shadow, Wu Fu ran in front of Zhou Tan, who was still completely unaware. He aimed for the basket and jumped up for a powerful shot. But surprisingly, at that very moment, Wu Fu's long, slender hand reached out and caught the ball. Wu Fu snatched the ball and landed on the ground, crouching low. Zhou Tan had already fallen for the trap. He jumped up to block, thinking Wu Fu would shoot immediately. Realizing he'd been tricked, he froze for a moment, wondering when he got there. The moment he landed, Wu Fu crouched and leaped up. The basketball was thrown an incredible distance from one end of the court to the other, and then with unbelievable precision, the ball went into the basket. Zhou Tan's team stood there like statues. Unbelievable, a shot from that far out. Am I seeing things? Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers went wild. Even Zhou Tan couldn't believe his eyes. This was impossible. The current score was 35-23. Meng Meng couldn't help but exclaim, "He's too strong." Zhou Tan didn't want to lose. He ordered 3 of his lackeys to block Wu Fu completely. You and you lock him down for me." The lackeys desperately followed his orders and surrounded him. Wu Fu didn't pay them any mind. "You think these guys can stop me, like a gust of wind?" He swiftly dodged past a lackey in a blue shirt standing right in front of him, his body moving like a phantom on the wind as he continued to spin. Wu Fu bypassed 2 more lackeys in red shirts. On the sidelines, the spectators cheered relentlessly for both teams. "Block him, go Wu Fu." But at this moment, Zhou Tan was already close to Wu Fu's basket, and the distance between the two was quite large. He noticed the situation behind him, gritted his teeth, and thought, he can't defend against this. Zhou Tan jumped up to shoot, thinking, there's no way he'll make it in time. But who would have thought a foot suddenly launched off the ground and Wu Fu's silhouette appeared right beside him, swatting the ball away just as it left Zhou Tan's hand. He was stunned as if struck by lightning on the spot. What? The crowd outside cheered endlessly. Go, go. Amidst the cheers of go on, Wu Fu crouched to gather his strength. Swish, standing under his own basket. He threw the ball hard towards the opponent's basket on the other side. A shot from that far, and it still went in. The score was now 42-37. The group of friends watching from the sidelines was incredibly excited. People were buzzing. He won a 2-on-8. Isn't Wu Fu supposed to be useless trash? How is he so amazing? Zhou Tan's face darkened and he gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. This damn bastard had made him lose all his face. He would settle the score later. A lackey came to remind him. Boss Tan, let's go. Meng Meng stopped them. Losing and then leaving. Did you guys forget something? Zhou's lackey retorted unhappily. Get lost. Tell Boss Tan to call you Dad. You think you can handle that Wu Fu holding the husky, replied coldly. Accepting an unfilial son. What's so hard to handle about that? The husky timely barked twice in agreement. Woof woof. Xiao Zhoutan angrily charged forward. You're asking for it. He confidently threw a punch at Wu Fu, but he nimbly dodged it. Wu Fu spun around, landing a powerful kick behind him. The forceful blow struck Xiao Zhoutan squarely in the chest, making him keel over in pain. He was sent flying backward, crashing into several of Zhoutan's other lackeys. The onlookers were absolutely stunned. Are they fighting? No way. Zhoutan was finally starting to feel scared. He gritted his teeth and tried to bolt, but he hadn't taken more than a few steps before Wu Fu holding his husky blocked his path. Startled, he lost his footing and stumbled backward. Just then, a hand shot out and grabbed Zhoutan's wrist. Wu Fu's grip was incredibly tight. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. He looked at Zhoutan, coldly losing and then running away. You're not backing out of our bet, are you? Helpless to free his hand, Zhoutan thought to himself, how is this guy so strong? Impatiently, Wu Fu said, call me, now. But Zhoutan, wincing in pain, still tried to stall. The crowd of onlookers were all witnesses, and they eagerly egged him on. Call him Dad. You made the bet, so you have to own up to it. Zhoutan was sweating bullets from the pain, but still tried to act tough. Wu Fu, you'll regret this. Unfazed by his threat, Wu Fu just tightened his grip. Zhoutan cried out in agony. Wu Fu glared at him with a final warning. So are you ready to call me now? Zhoutan gritted his teeth and squeezed out a single word. Dad. Hearing this, Wu Fu let go of his wrist and turned to leave. I don't have a useless son like you. Get lost. Zhoutan knelt on the ground, clutching his aching wrist, too humiliated to say a word. Wang Mengmeng followed behind, warning anxiously, Brother Fu Sha, Tian Hao, and Zhoutan are not ordinary people. You need to watch out for their revenge. The scene shifts to Wu Fu's quiet dorm room. On his bed, he was cultivating silently, while his husky curiously watched what its owner was doing. Spiritual energy and sparks of lightning fluctuated in the air, flashing brightly. Wu Fu threw a punch forward, and the sound of crackling lightning filled the air. He retracted his power and muttered, the 9 Nether Chi refining art is divided into 3 forms corresponding to the initial, middle, and high stages of the Chi refining realm. Wu Fu figured he needed to find a place with dense spiritual energy to break through to the initial stage. Just then, Wang Mengmeng opened the door and announced, Brother Fu, they're organizing an outdoor camping trip. Do you want to go? He explained. The location is near Tianfu Grand Garden. It has mountains and lakes. The scenery is beautiful. Wang Mengmeng was clearly excited, stressing that the most important part was that there would be lots of beautiful girls. But of everything he just said, Wu Fu was only interested in one thing. Tianfu Grand Garden. Wang Mengmeng nodded. That's the one. Tianfu Grand Garden is where all the rich people in Yunhai City gather. He repeated, and most importantly, it has the most beautiful girls. Wu Fu thoughtfully stroked his husky's head. I'm about to have a breakthrough. That place is perfect. So after a moment of thought, he nodded in agreement. All right. Wang Mengmeng thought he had misheard. Wu Fu nodded again. I happen to have some business there anyway, so this works out. With his roommate coming along, Wang Mengmeng was happier than ever. Awesome. The campsite wasn't in the city, but near a forested mountainous area. The school bus had to take a winding mountain road. The vehicle sped along its route. On the bus, it was clear that Wu Fu wasn't very welcome. A male student grumbled, why is he even here? What a buzzkill. Li Mengjiao's friend sneered. Li Mengjiao, your ex-boyfriend is really something. It's one thing to offend Jia Tianhao, but he also publicly humiliated Zhoutan. Li Mengjiao snorted coldly. I was just toying with him from the start. How could he ever be worthy of me? He won't be able to keep up this act for long. Wang Mengmeng heard their words and couldn't stand it. Brother Fu. Wu Fu, however, casually ignored them. Li Mengjiao's face darkened as she thought to herself. This time, Tianhao will make sure you spend the rest of your life in a hospital bed. Green mountains, white clouds, and golden sunshine made it the perfect place for resort villas. At that moment, the bus was passing a complex of villas in the mountains. Gasps of amazement echoed through the bus. Wang Mengmeng stared in awe. Those really are the most luxurious villas in Yunhai City. Just look at them. Meanwhile, Wu Fu got up from his seat. He said to the driver, Sir, please stop the bus. Wang Mengmeng was confused. Brother Fu, we're not there yet. Wu Fu nodded. A friend invited me to their house. Wang Mengmeng was puzzled. In Tianfu Grand Garden, Wu Fu instructed, you go on ahead. I'll find my way there later. Seeing him get off the bus in the middle of the road, everyone started laughing, assuming he was just putting on a show. The arrogant Li Mengjiao snorted, I can't stand watching him act. How could a poor loser like him ever be worthy of me? A few boys from the class went over to mock Wang Mengmeng. Hey fatty, your big brother is a pretty good actor. One of them even shouted after Wu Fu's retreating figure. Tianfu Grand Garden is still a long way from the campsite. Stop the act and get back on the bus. The bus only stopped for a moment before continuing on, leaving Wang Mengmeng frowning at his classmates' bullying. They're blind to not see a person's worth. Tianfu Grand Garden was nestled in the quiet, cool mountains. Wu Fu took out his phone and called Zhu Yingxian. He spoke coldly and concisely, "I've arrived." On the other end, Yingxian immediately replied, "Young master, I've been waiting for you. I'm on my way." A moment later, someone emerged from a luxurious villa and respectfully invited him in. "This way, please." Wu Fu let his husky play outside while he surveyed the area. The spiritual energy here is quite dense. He pushed the door open, calculating to himself, this should be enough to break through to the initial stage of the qi refining realm. Inside the house, a girl with her hair in two round buns spoke up. "Senior." Yingxian also made an introduction. "Senior Wu, this is my daughter." But when Wu Fu and Qing Qing's eyes met, they both froze, recognizing each other. The girl shouted accusingly, "You pervert, why is it you?" Wu Fu looked at her and thought, the person Shu Yingxian mentioned. It couldn't be her. Could it? Qing Qing was also sizing him up. Could the reclusive master my dad was talking about be his teacher? Thinking this, she peeked behind him, looking to see if anyone else had come. Wu Fu saw right through her and said, "No need to look, I came alone." Shu Qing Qing jumped back defensively. "What do you want?" she warned. "Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you know a few tricks." Wu Fu found this amusing and shrugged. "I'm here to treat your illness," she scoffed. "You expect me to believe someone in the qi refining realm is going to cure me?" Yingxian scolded his daughter. "Qing Qing, don't be rude. What does the qi refining realm matter? This little brother's skills are extraordinary." Qing Qing pouted, unconvinced. "Extraordinary? He's just a perv." A bodyguard brought a box to Yingxian. "Sir, the medicinal ingredients are ready." He took the brocade box and offered it to Wu Fu. "Little brother, the herbs you requested are all here. Please see if they are sufficient." He turned to look at the brocade box. He was inwardly shocked. This must have cost a fortune. Opening it, he saw high-quality herbs inside and was relieved. These are all top-tier cultivation materials. Qing Qing, however, was convinced he was a fraud. She was incredibly annoyed. Not only is he a pervert, he's a con artist too. "We'll just see how you're going to cure me." Wu Fu then spoke to Yingxian. "The senior's daughter has a serious problem. These medicinal ingredients are useless." Hearing this, Su Qingqing grew even more certain of her own thoughts. "Even the Grand Master my father invited couldn't cure me. A mere qi refining realm practitioner is spouting such nonsense." Shu Yingxian's bodyguard's brow furrowed tightly. He spoke up with a warning, "Boss, I think this brat is a con artist. Don't fall for it." Shu Yingxian fell into deep thought, recalling his experiences. Could it just be a coincidence? But before he could do anything, Wu Fu had already gathered spirit energy in his hand, assessing Shu Qingqing's condition. The senior's daughter's meridians have been stagnant for many years. Forget a nascent soul grandmaster. Even a void returning expert would be helpless. With that, he made his move. His hand brimming with spirit energy pressed onto an acupoint on Shu Qingqing's chest. The spirit energy quickly entered her body. Wu Fu thought to himself that he was a tribulation transcendence venerable. Su Qingqing, caught by the sudden attack, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Wu Fu smirked inwardly. How could a mere nascent soul realm cultivator compare? But Shu Yingxian wasn't so calm. His daughter had been suddenly attacked and he didn't know if she was dead or alive. He screamed, "Shu Qingqing." The bodyguard pointed his gun at Wu Fu. "You're looking to die." Shu Yingxian was burning with rage, spirit energy swirling around him as he said, "Who exactly are you?" Seeing this, Shu Yingxian's eyes widened in shock and he immediately ordered his bodyguard to lower the gun. He then clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to Wu Fu. "I was so rude, little brother. May I ask who your master is?" Shu Qingqing spat out another mouthful of blood and felt her body become much lighter. She circulated the spirit energy within her and no longer felt any pain. Feeling this miraculous change, Shu Qingqing sighed in amazement. "This feels so good. I'm really cured." Just then, Urha ran over and barked, catching her attention. Wu Fu, however, was lost in thought. "Master," he thought to himself, "in my past life, if Master hadn't saved me, I'd probably be a pile of dried bones by now." So he replied, "My master is not from Earth." Shu Yingxian found this strange. Not from Earth. He assumed the boy was saying this because he didn't want to reveal his master's identity. Urha was picked up by Shu Qingqing. "You must be joking," she said sarcastically, not holding back. "From the way you talk, your master must be an alien." Shu Yingxian handed Wu Fu a key. "As we agreed, this villa is yours," he instructed. "From now on, if you need anything from this old brother, I will absolutely not refuse." Shu Qingqing disagreed and pleaded, "But Dad, I really like this villa." Shu Yingxian was stern. "Shu Qingqing, don't be rude." Fortunately, Wu Fu had no intention of taking it all for himself. "I'm only staying here to cultivate. If you don't want to leave, then you can stay." Seeing this, she stuck out her tongue and made a playful cat face. Su Yingxian could only sigh at his mischievous daughter. At the same time, at the national park where Wu Fu's class was having their field trip, everyone was free to do as they pleased. The girls were chatting and laughing lively, as beautiful as 100 flowers in bloom. Not far away, a figure sat on a bench mesmerized by the sight. It was obviously the girl-crazy Wang Mengmeng. He looked at the female classmates and practically drooled. What a feast for the eyes. Xiao Hong's friend saw Wang Mengmeng's lecherous stare and got goosebumps. That fatso keeps staring at us. So Xiao Hong took her friend's arm and left. Let's go quickly. After waiting for Wu Fu for so long, even the girls had left. Wang Mengmeng sighed, "Big bro, you're taking too long. Did you get lost?" Just then he heard a dog barking woof. Not far away, a goofy-looking dog was wagging its tail, rummaging through something. It was even licking the calf of someone wearing black leggings. Hearing the bark, Wang Mengmeng immediately thought of Wu Fu's dog. Erha. It was indeed Erha. It was being chased for its life by a girl with platinum blonde hair. "You stupid dog, stop." It ran while barking woof woof as if calling for help. Finally, it ran back to its owner. Wu Fu held Erha in his arms and apologized politely. "I'm very sorry, I'll take responsibility." Nana was boiling with anger, holding up her handbag as she scolded. "Do you have any idea how much this costs? Can you even afford it?" Her friend who was with her laughed and told Nana, "His friend lives in a luxury villa. I'm sure he won't care about this little bit of money." A few classmates nearby began to jeer. "Yeah, he's so rich. A rich guy living in the slums, that's hilarious." Someone even covered their mouth to snicker. "He really knows how to put on an act." Wu Fu didn't pay them much mind. He turned to grab a skewer of food from the table. Wang Mengmeng ran over at that moment, scratching his head to defuse the situation. "I'm so sorry, the dog is mine." Just then, Erha was happily munching on the skewer from the table. As for Wu Fu, he pulled a thick wad of cash from his pocket. "I said I'd take responsibility." The stack of money was quite thick. It must have been a lot. He asked Nana coldly, "Is this enough?" The surrounding classmates started mocking him again. "He has money. Is he really rich? He must be a loan shark." Li Mengjiao saw it too and curled her lip into a cold sneer. "How ridiculous. I'm eager to see what you'll do next." The poor boy is still trying to pretend. After dealing with the conflict with Nana, Wu Fu shot Li Mengjiao a sharp, cold glare. He shoved both hands in his pockets and walked coldly towards her. Li Mengjiao was frightened by his cold demeanor. "Whoa, what do you want to do?" Wu Fu got close to her and said in a low voice, "Don't bother me if you still want to live." He warned her coldly, "Watch your mouth." Li Mengjiao had never been so humiliated in her life. She gritted her teeth. "I'll let you be arrogant for a few more days. I'll make you regret this." At that moment, dark clouds rolled in and the sky turned gloomy. Someone said worriedly, "Oh no, it looks like it's going to rain. If it rains during a picnic, all the fun will be ruined." Someone cursed, "Damn, the weather forecast." Someone else worried, "What'll we do if it rains and the bus doesn't get here in time?" Right then everyone heard Li Mengjiao on the phone. "Honey, it's about to rain. Can you come pick us up?" After telling him the pickup location, she hung up. Li Mengjiao turned to everyone and announced a car will be here to pick us up shortly. Wu Fu couldn't care less about a ride. He suddenly made an offer. "I happen to have a villa nearby. You can all go there to wait out the rain." Li Mengjiao sneered again. "A villa in Yunhai. You'd probably die if you couldn't show off." Hearing that, the classmates burst out laughing again. Wang Mengmeng asked with some concern, "Big bro, is this okay?" Wu Fu shrugged. "It's their choice. I'm not forcing them." Li Mengjiao really wanted to see Wu Fu humiliated, so she suggested, "Well, it's about to rain anyway, why don't we go check it out? Maybe it's true." A short while later, everyone had gathered at the entrance to the Tianfu Grand Garden. There were security guards standing at the gate. Wu Fu led Wang Mengmeng and the others forward. Li Mengjiao sneered, "Let's see how he gets in." A few other students spoke up, "I don't get why he has to pretend. This is so embarrassing, we should just go back and wait for the car." Wang Mengmeng advised, "Big bro, maybe we should go." Wu Fu gave him a reassuring look. "We're already here, where would we go?" The guard at the gate saw him and gave a warm welcome. "Mr. Wu, are you bringing friends over to visit?" The classmates were stunned. "Mr. Wu, no way." Li Mengjiao was horrified. How is this possible?" The security guard respectfully said, "Please come in." The classmates got all excited. "Let's go." Wang Mengmeng gave a thumbs up in praise. "Boss, this is amazing." Wu Fu invited everyone inside. "Come on in. It's about to rain." As they walked in, a classmate exclaimed, "This is incredible. I thought he was just bragging." Only Li Mengjiao clenched her fists, unwilling to accept it. Back when she was his girlfriend, she thought he was just some poor loser. Who knew he was hiding something like this? Her face darkened, her brows furrowed so tightly they nearly touched. "Wu Fu, you bastard." As he went inside, he didn't forget to give instructions to the guard. The guard said respectfully, "Mr. Wu, what can I do for you?" Wu Fu pointed at Li Mengjiao. "They're all my friends, except for her." Doing his duty, the guard blocked Li Mengjiao at the door. "I'm sorry, miss, you can't enter without permission." She furiously cursed out loud, "You bastard." Just then the sky opened up and a heavy rain lashed down on Li Mengjiao. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. "Wu Fu, you will regret this." A moment later, a black car pulled up to the gate of the Tianfu Hao Yuan villa. Li Mengjiao got into the car and slammed the door shut. She told the driver, "You have to kill him." Xia Tianhao nodded. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. How dare he hit me? Just wait and see what happens." Stepping inside the villa, the classmates couldn't stop marveling. It's so luxurious. Someone quietly wondered how could he own a villa like this. Was he trying to hide it or something? This was Xiao Hong's thought. She didn't seem very enthusiastic. Just then, someone shouted, "Isn't that Shu Qingqing up there?" Hearing this, Xiao Hong immediately turned her head and looked up. A classmate asked in surprise, "Is it really her?" Wang Mengmeng looked up at Shu Qingqing. "Isn't that the big boss from the hotel?" Xiao Hong muttered. Shu Yunhai's family. Could this be Shu Qingqing's villa? Rich people really are on another level. Wang Mengmeng patted Wu Fu's shoulder, giving him a knowing look. "Boss, you sure know how to keep a secret." He ignored her comment. "It's getting late. Let's pick our rooms and get some rest." Wu Fu then spoke up to explain. "That's right, this villa used to belong to Qingqing's family." Wang Mengmeng was curious. "Brother Fu, what's the real story here?" Wu Fu spun the key in his hand. "But now it's mine." He didn't want to waste words on these clueless and jealous girls. "If you don't want to stay, you can get out right now." Wang Mengmeng took the hint and immediately pointed towards the door. "This way, please." Xiao Hong sneered. "You think you're in charge here?" Sister Qingqing hasn't said a word. "What do you think you're doing?" Another girl chimed in sarcastically. "He can lie without even blinking." From above, Shu Qingqing looked down. "Hey, what are you all doing?" She crossed her arms and glared at everyone below. Xiao Hong was startled, looking up and forcing an innocent smile. Qingqing looked at her fake expression but didn't say anything. Xiao Hong's group thought they had backing, so they started laughing and talking without restraint. But to their surprise, Qingqing spoke up to kick them out. "All of you get out for me. Right now." Xiao Hong froze. "But sister, it was Wu Fu who invited us in." Her blonde friend chimed in. "Yeah, that's right." But Qingqing said coldly, "Didn't he just tell you all to leave?" She then clarified a fact. "This villa belongs to Wu Fu. He can kick out whoever he wants." The blonde girl was stunned. It's really his." A male classmate was so shocked, he started to stutter. The villa is really his." Qingqing's voice turned stern. "Are you not leaving, or do you need me to personally see you out?" Wu Fu gestured towards the door. "Please." Xiao Hong's face darkened with anger. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I'm leaving." With that, she opened the door herself, walked out, and slammed it shut. Xiao Hong heard this and sneered. "Get some rest. You might just get kicked out in your sleep." No one else wanted to think about how a penniless bum could possibly own such a luxurious villa. "I think this villa belongs to Shu Qingqing's family." Qingqing stood on the second floor, arms crossed, watching her spout nonsense. But Xiao Hong just wouldn't let it go. "Just because you say it's yours, that makes it yours. The real owner of the villa is standing right up there. Since we're spending the night here, shouldn't we greet the actual owner?" Her friend finally understood. "Oh, so this is the big boss's house." Xiao Hong snorted coldly. "It was our senior who let us in to take shelter from the rain." "What are you pretending for?" Wu Fu felt like his good deed was being punished. "I was kind enough to let you in from the rain, not so you could stand here and mock me." Night fell, and outside the rain poured down. Faint streams of spiritual energy swirled around the villa and seeped into a room. Their destination was the body of Wu Fu, who was cultivating. After kicking out the ungrateful Xiao Hong, Wu Fu looked up at Qingqing. "You're not asleep yet," she huffed coldly. "It was too noisy, you woke me up." Wang Mengmeng patted his shoulder with a look of mock pity. "Brother Fu, you animal, when did you start relying on her family to get this rich?" Above his head, a broken sword hovered, consisting of only a hilt. Suddenly, Wu Fu's eyes snapped open, pulling him out of his meditative state. The broken sword above his head vibrated non-stop, emitting a low hum. Immediately after, spiritual energy radiated outwards in a circle, enveloping Wu Fu's body. He was inwardly pleased. Mid-stage Qi refining. In his previous life, it took him 3 years to break through the Qi refining stage. But now he had reached the mid-stage just a few days after being reborn. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed from outside. It was followed by a loud crash and the growling of Erha. Startled, Wu Fu looked over, then walked out onto the balcony and asked, "Erha, what happened?" Of course, it couldn't answer in human language, only barking repeatedly towards a flash of lightning. Seeing its unusual behavior, Wu Fu urged it on. "Let's go." The heavy rain pattered on the leaves of the trees, making a rustling sound. Erha braved the rain, running quickly towards the forest. Wu Fu followed behind him and saw that several trees had been struck down by lightning. The sword hilt above Wu Fu's head vibrated relentlessly. He also noticed something was off. The star sword is reacting so strongly. Wu Fu looked at the dog. "Did you see something?" It responded with 2 barks. He looked around. The trees here were charred black by lightning, their canopies gone. Just then, Wu Fu saw Erha do something strange. It stopped and bent down, digging at something. After digging for a bit, it turned and barked twice as if showing off its achievement. At Erha's feet lay a jet-black broken sword hilt that it had just dug up. Amidst the crashing thunder, Wu Fu was stunned. He bent down and picked up the broken hilt. The layer of black ash covering the sword began to flake off. A shiny hilt was revealed after being washed by the rain. Wu Fu was astonished. The nebulous sword. This hilt looked quite similar to the broken one above his head. "In my past life, I traversed 10,000 stars to forge a single star sword. I never expected that after being reborn I would find another star sword hilt. The hilt above his head hummed as if resonating with the one in Wu Fu's hand. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be sucked in by these two broken hilts. He laughed loudly. I have found the 10,000-year-old star sword. I will make my return. He raised the broken hilt high. Once I have assembled all the star swords, your doomsday will arrive. Even if you were at the highest realm in the heavens, I could still kill you. The next morning, a slender figure appeared at the school gate. Sunlight streamed into the martial arts training room. Seeing the girl walk in, everyone's spirits lifted as they welcomed their president back to school. That person was none other than Shu Qingqing. A few of the girls practicing martial arts swarmed around her to ask how she was. The president is back. Shu Qingqing replied calmly, I've rested for a long time, it's time to come back. Does anyone here know Wu Fu? A pink-haired girl named Xiaoya raised her hand. President, I do. Shu Qingqing asked, where is he now? Xiaoya explained that he was a new student who had already offended Xia Tianhao right after arriving. Now he's being cornered outside the gate, and it looks like he's in for a rough time. She asked curiously, President, do you know him? Hearing such a sensitive question, Shu Qingqing grew flustered, blushing as she turned her head away. I don't know him, she thought silently, cursing that damned hooligan. At the school gate, Wu Fu suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Just then, a black car sped toward him, closely followed by another. Wu Fu squinted, sensing something was wrong. It wasn't just one or two cars, but 4 or 5 closing in and blocking any escape route. One of the thugs yelled at the crowd of students who had gathered to watch. What are you looking at? You want to die? Wu Fu looked on with a cold expression as the thugs got out of the cars, but the husky in his arms wasn't nearly as calm. It let out a few loud barks as a thug approached Wu Fu. The husky in his arms barked even more ferociously. The opponent was a burly guy named Da Biao who glared at him. You're Wu Fu. The lackeys holding baseball bats saw how scrawny Wu Fu was and spoke up. Brother Biao, let me handle this kid. Another one was shocked. Xia Tianhao was humiliated by this piece of trash. Wu Fu put his husky down, getting ready to fight. I'll teach you all a lesson. Da Biao's men swung their bats at him. Damn it, get him. A dangerous swing aimed to send him to the hospital, but Wu Fu dodged it. Another bat grazed his face, and he smoothly leaned back to avoid it. Immediately after, Wu Fu spun, planting his foot on the ground for momentum. His other leg shot out in a high kick, shattering the baseball bat in the goon's hand. His opponent stared in shock at the splintered bat in his hands. Wu Fu let out a small smirk. I thought he might have hired some people who could actually fight. I guess I'm disappointed yet again. Da Biao sneered. Is that so? You beat a few small fries and now you think you're invincible. Wu Fu had no idea that 2 hands were reaching out from behind to grab him. 2 of Da Biao's lackeys held him tightly. Brother Biao, get him. He brandished the baseball bat in his hand and said arrogantly, At Yunhai University, the person who dares to defy me hasn't been born yet. Just as he finished speaking, the husky ran over and bit him on the leg. Da Biao furiously kicked it aside. You damn dog. The husky collapsed, critically injured and its condition unknown, but Da Biao was still fuming. I'll make sure your master is bedridden for the rest of his life. On a balcony above, Shu Qingqing saw this and instructed Xiaoya, quick, call an ambulance. Xiaoya replied, Yes, no matter how bad Wu Fu is, he's still a student at Yunhai University. I'll call right away. With that, Shu Qingqing looked away and turned to leave. No, call it for those hooligans. Xiaoya was completely confused. For the hooligans, President, why for them? Shu Qingqing didn't answer, only offering a faint smile. He's very strong. And sure enough, down below, the 2 thugs were already struggling to hold Wu Fu. We can't hold him much longer. One of them was stunned, thinking to himself, what's going on? His strength just suddenly surged. Da Biao gritted his teeth and yelled at his men, Useless, let me handle him. But Wu Fu's brow furrowed, his eyes turning sharp and cold. What a pity. He swung his arms, throwing the 2 lackeys backward. It's too late. Da Biao swung his bat and charged at Wu Fu. Wu Fu shot forward like a bullet, while Da Biao waited with his bat raised. As Wu Fu got close, the bat came crashing down. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes, making a split-second calculation, and then kicked out, bending the baseball bat in Da Biao's hands. Wu Fu's leg continued its arc with the momentum, and both his leg and the now bent bat smashed into Da Biao's face. He collapsed to the ground, the weapon falling from his hand. His lackeys were scared out of their wits. Brother Biao, are you okay? Brother Biao. Da Biao didn't answer because he had passed out, foaming at the mouth, just waiting to be rushed to the emergency room. But even after defeating their leader, Wu Fu didn't relax because the remaining lackeys charged at him like a pack of madmen. Wu Fu was indifferent, courting death. Before one of the lackeys could even make a move, he was met with a fist to the face. Seeing their buddy get pummeled, the rest of them charged forward. This bastard. Let's get him together. And so the mob rushed him with their bats, like moths drawn to a flame, only to get annihilated. After a few minutes, the red-haired lackey's face was swollen and bruised. He muttered, What kind of monster did Xia Tianhao piss off? The thugs all helped each other up. Wu Fu ordered, Get up, pick him up, and follow me. One of them mustered up the courage to speak. Be big brother, we were wrong today. Please spare. Before he could finish, his friend cut him off. Big brother, we're done for. Wu Fu didn't give them a chance to object, his voice cold. Let's go. The thugs had no choice but to obey. Yes, yes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a girl from the martial arts club ran to report to Shu Qingqing. President Wu Fu is so stupid he went to find Xia Tianhao. Hearing her subordinate's report, she let out a small smirk. Shu Qingqing took a moment of silence for Xia Tianhao. You poor thing. Meanwhile, in the main academic building of the school, sunlight was pouring in, but the only thing disrupting the harmony was the group of battered and bruised thugs being led by Wu Fu. Up on one of the higher floors was Class 3. Zhou Tan opened the classroom door and walked in. Brother Hao, Xia Tianhao, and a few others in the class looked over startled. Zhou Tan was still beaming, announcing that he had hired Da Biao and that this time that brat Wu Fu was done for. Li Mengjiao laughed loudly. This is what he gets for offending us. Xia Tianhao linked his hands behind his head and stared up at the ceiling. From now on, there will be no one named Wu Fu at Yunhai University. Zhou Tan cackled, a fitting end for a piece of trash. At that very moment, the classroom door was pushed open again. Xia Tianhao and Zhou Tan both snapped their heads toward the door. Li Mengjiao saw who it was and let out a horrified gasp. Wu Fu, he was holding someone as he looked at the group in the classroom. Were you looking for me? Wu Fu casually released his grip and the person immediately collapsed to the floor. Because I was looking for you too. The person was none other than Da Biao, still unconscious and occasionally convulsing. Zhou Tan was stunned when he saw the person on the floor. Da Biao Li Mengjiao was so scared she started to stammer. Wu Fu. Xia Tianhao finally realized how bad the situation was for him. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, how is this possible? Wu Fu was no pushover. All by himself and unarmed, he fought them from all sides and not a single thug could even touch him. The sound of pain screams echoed across the school gate. Just then, a few guys from his class stood up and walked toward Wu Fu. He didn't seem to care, just gave them a quick glance and said nothing. The troublemaker in the white shirt spoke arrogantly. Hey kid, don't you know how to knock before entering? Or do you just see us as air? He pointed a finger right in Wu Fu's face. Get the hell out of my sight right now. When he saw that Wu Fu wasn't saying anything and wasn't listening, the guy grabbed him by the collar. Damn it, are you deaf? A second later, the troublemaker found out the hard way what a world of hurt feels like with a single slap that sent his teeth flying. Wu Fu had slapped him as a warning. This is none of your business. Get lost? Qingqing had entered the classroom. Standing nearby, she remarked to herself, he's so arrogant. Someone else wondered aloud, why did he suddenly get so strong? Hearing Qingqing's voice, Wu Fu looked over at her. Qingqing was surprised when he started walking toward her. Wu Fu handed Erha to her. I'm going to get revenge for Erha. Take care of him for me. The dog was thrilled to see Qingqing, but her face darkened. Suddenly turned into a dog sitter, she cursed under her breath. Damn it, that bastard. Seeing Wu Fu acting like nobody else mattered, Zhou Tan scolded him. Wu Fu, this is a school. You got the nerve to cause trouble here. Wu Fu didn't answer, only giving him a razor-sharp glare. Zhou Tan froze. He thought in panic, that's terrifying. Wu Fu warned him coldly, get lost before I get angry. Wu Bai picked up a chair, feigning an invitation. Let's sit down and talk. His words were polite, but his actions were ferocious. He swung the chair at Wu Fu. Wu Fu just glared at him, then activated his spiritual energy and turned. A single punch was all it took. The chair flew from his fist and got embedded in the blackboard. Zhou Tan stared at the spiderweb of cracks on the board and swallowed hard. Wu Fu delivered a final warning. If you don't want to die, get out of here. With that, he turned and left, ignoring the trembling voice calling after him. Wait a minute. Wu Fu walked towards Xia Tianhao, but Li Mengjiao stepped in to block his path. Wu Fu, what do you think you're doing? Hiding behind a girl, Xia Tianhao was still running his mouth. You think knowing a little martial arts means you can be arrogant in front of me? In my eyes, you're nothing but a... Before he could finish, he was hit by one of Wu Fu's lightning-fast kicks. What a load of nonsense. Li Mengjiao was stunned. Luckily, the kick had completely missed her. He walked past Li Mengjiao, don't play with fire, or it will burn down everything that belongs to you. After saying that, Wu Fu left while Li Mengjiao ran to check on her new boyfriend. Are you okay? Out in the hallway, Qingqing left with Wu Fu. She analyzed the situation, saying Xia Tianhao is just a second-generation heir of his clan. With your current strength, you have no chance of defeating Xia Tiankang. You're in big trouble. He remained indifferent, not really caring. We'll see who's really in trouble. Qingqing was speechless and just snorted. What an arrogant guy. The scene changes to a high-end hospital in the city. It had excellent facilities and was a top-tier medical center. The nameplate on the hospital room door read Xia Tianhao. Inside, he was shouting, Dad, you have to help me kill him. The patient in the bed, one arm in a cast, was none other than Xia Tianhao. The man standing by the window, looking out, was Mr. Xia Tianhao's father. He said, I've already contacted your older brother. He'll be back in Yunhai soon. With a cigarette in his mouth, he reassured his son. Don't worry, no one in Yunhai would dare to touch our family. I was thinking of having a talk with him before this. Just then, the door to the hospital room opened and a gloomy aura filled the room. Xia Tianhao turned his head in surprise toward the door. The visitor was a red-haired man with a braid that reached his waist. He spoke up, "Second uncle, don't worry. Wu Fu, if he's only at the qi refining stage." The red-haired man gave a dark smile. "Then I'll make him disappear within a few days." Back at the school dormitory, golden sunlight streamed down the hallway. From one of the dorm rooms, the sound of loud barking could be heard. Erha was making a mess, having knocked over the trash can in the room, but Wu Fu didn't seem to want to do anything about it. Suddenly, Meng Meng burst into the room, shouting frantically, "Brother Fu, this is bad." Wu Fu was lying calmly on his bed, hands behind his head. "What's all the fuss about?" Meng Meng reported. "Zhou Tan and the head teacher are coming to your room." The head teacher is Zhou Tan's uncle. "They're almost here, you need to hide." But it was too late. Zhou Tan and the head teacher were already at the door. He crossed his arms arrogantly. Thinking of running? It's not that easy. Seeing the bad guys arrive, Erha barked loudly. The head teacher glared at the dog, and his hostile gaze made it shrink back. Wu Fu's face darkened, his eyes shooting daggers at the two uninvited guests. The head teacher adjusted his glasses, and with a sly smile, he didn't even bother asking questions before directly accusing him. "How dare you bring thugs into the school to beat up my student and keep a vicious animal in the dormitory?" Meng Meng tried to explain, "Sir, Wu Fu didn't conspire with any thugs. Xia Tianhao was the one who brought those people here." From the side, Zhou Tan threatened him. "Did I say you could speak? Shut your mouth." Wu Fu looked at the uncle and nephew at the door and advised Meng Meng, "Don't say any more." He frowned. "These animals always think money is power. Fine then." Wu Fu activated his internal energy. Spiritual energy swirled around his hand. Meng Meng knew his friend's temper and quickly tried to stop him. "Brother Fu, don't." Before he could finish, Wu Fu's fist was already flying toward Zhou Tan's face. However, the punch never actually landed. Wu Fu's speed was so fast that it created a powerful gust of wind that rushed towards Zhou Tan and the head teacher. Unfortunately for him, the wind was strong enough to blow the toupee right off the head teacher's head. Wu Fu pointed to the door. "Get the hell out." Zhou Tan was scared, but he didn't want to look weak. "Wu Fu, I'm warning you, don't cause trouble here. A real tough guy, aren't you?" Wu Fu grabbed him by the collar. "Do you need me to help you leave?" The head teacher had already run outside in a panic to pick up his toupee and put it back on. He shouted threats. "Wu Fu, I'm going to report this to the school administration. You will be severely punished." With that, he abandoned his nephew and ran for his life. Only then did Zhou Tan slowly react. "Help me, uncle. Don't leave me here alone." The head teacher ran faster than a rabbit, ignoring the screams of his nephew being beaten coming from Wu Fu's room. The next day at Yunhai University, inside a classroom, Meng Meng turned around. "Brother Fu, were we a little too reckless yesterday?" Anyway, before he could finish, the classroom door suddenly burst open. The head teacher led several other teachers into the classroom. The whole class went silent. He stood at the podium, gripped the teacher's desk, and began his announcement. "I have something important to tell everyone." The head teacher twisted the truth, claiming first-year student Wu Fu has disrupted the school's discipline, disrespected teachers, and severely injured student Xia Tianhao, hospitalizing him. Whispers spread through the class. A red-haired student asked, "Did I hear that right?" The girl next to him replied, "It's true. I saw it yesterday morning too." Xia Tianhao had cornered Wu Fu at the school gate but ended up getting taught a lesson by him. The head teacher read out the disciplinary notice, stating that after discussing with the school's leadership, they had decided to expel Wu Fu indefinitely. The red-haired student was confused. Tianhao was the one who started the trouble, so why was Wu Fu being punished? Another girl sighed, saying if you had to blame someone, you should blame Wu Fu. He just had to go and offend all the major players. Zhou Tan stood outside the classroom and sneered, "This is what you get for daring to cross me, you bastard." Inside, the head teacher asked student Wu Fu, "Do you have any last words?" Wu Fu was silent, his face seething with murderous intent, as if he was figuring out how to handle this. Just then, the door opened again and someone called out, "Wait." The head teacher, startled, looked towards the door. Seeing who it was, he snapped coldly, "Su Qingxing class is in session. Get out of here right now." Unfazed, Xu Qingxing replied, "Sir, the martial arts club was established to protect the rights and safety of our students, and that includes Wu Fu." As she said this, she turned and pushed Da Biao into the classroom. Xu Qingxing pointed at him and said, "This guy was hired by someone to attack Wu Fu. We caught him and are investigating." The entire class was stunned to hear this, finding it hard to believe there was another twist to the story. Wu Fu just gave a sarcastic smile, completely unconcerned about his own suspension. He stood up and said to Xu Qingxing, "I appreciate it, but I'll handle this myself." Hearing that, the girl became annoyed and arrogant. "Without me bringing Da Biao here, I'd like to see how you'd handle this." But Wu Fu simply gathered his internal energy. Dealing with these scoundrels was a trivial matter for him. Xu Qingxing's eyes widened in disbelief. This aura. When did he become so powerful? The head teacher angrily pointed towards the door. Wu Fu, you've been expelled. If you dare cause trouble here, I'll call the police immediately. Zhou Tan, who had entered the classroom at some point, spoke smugly. There's no evidence to prove your innocence, so just get the hell out of here. But inwardly, he was worried. Xu Qingqing was the prized jewel of the Xu family. Would she really pressure the school just for this Wu Fu guy? Wu Fu walked nonchalantly towards the podium. As he passed Zhou Tan, the latter whispered with a smirk, "You can only blame yourself for having no background yet acting so tough. Get lost, you idiot." This remark hit a nerve and Wu Fu's face instantly darkened as he turned around. He looked at Zhou Tan with a smile. "No background, you think so?" Wu Fu raised 2 fingers and scoffed. "Your big mouth got you into this." His 2 fingers shot forward with lightning speed. Zhou Tan could only watch frozen with no time to dodge. His eyes bulged, but he didn't feel anything. Suddenly, there was a cold sensation on his forehead and his head snapped back as if he'd been flicked. An excruciating pain suddenly overwhelmed him, causing Zhou Tan to clutch his head and scream. This unexpected turn of events made the head teacher yell out, "What did you do to my nephew?" The students started murmuring amongst themselves. "What's going on? What's wrong with him? Sir, is that spoiled brat right?" The head teacher supported his nephew, shouting, "How dare you hit my nephew?" Zhou Tan pointed at Wu Fu. "You. What did you do to me?" Wu Fu had only raised his hand, not even touching him. He retorted, "Do you have any proof?" Others might not have known, but Xu Qingqing knew it was spiritual power. Suddenly, Zhou Tan knelt on the podium. "Wu Fu, I was wrong." He coldly replied, "My name isn't something you can just throw around." Though reluctant, Zhou Tan immediately changed his tone. "Father, I'm dying, please spare me." Wu Fu's words were like a hypnotic command. "Tell them the whole truth." Clutching his head, Zhou Tan confessed that Xia Tianhao had started the fight with Wu Fu. Wu Fu, everything was set up by Tianhao. The students were dumbfounded. The story had taken such a sharp turn. The head teacher slammed his hand on the desk and roared, "Wu Fu." The boy looked at him calmly. "What is it? Hasn't Zhou Tan made everything clear?" Turning back to his nephew, the teacher saw him panting heavily. It seemed the pain had subsided, but a yellow liquid had soaked the crotch of his pants. Furious, the head teacher temporarily postponed Wu Fu's disciplinary action. "I will investigate this thoroughly. Don't celebrate too soon." Xu Qingqing crossed her arms and smiled, reminding him, "I hope the head teacher will restore justice for Wu Fu, a member of our martial arts club." She tilted her chin up threateningly. "You understand what I mean, right, sir?" The head teacher begrudgingly wondered when this kid had gotten involved with the Xu family, but he couldn't show any weakness. "Rest assured, student Su, our teaching department will enforce the law impartially and will never show favoritism to any party." With that, he opened the door and left, not forgetting to slam it shut behind him. Wu Fu looked at the girl beside him. "Since when did I become a member of your martial arts club?" Xu Qingqing glanced sideways at him. "You little pervert, I did it to prevent them from framing you again." She chuckled. "My Xu family is a one-of-a-kind presence in Yunhai City, but someone behind me reminded me that club president Wu Fu has already left." Xu Qingqing's face flushed with anger. Did he really think he could have handled this on his own? So arrogant. At a dormitory building not far from the academic hall, a hand opened a door and went inside. The moment Wu Fu opened the door, Husky barked a few times and ran out. Seeing the room was a complete mess filled with trash, he gently scolded it. "Erha, what did you do to my room?" Just as he was about to punish him, his phone vibrated. Wu Fu checked it and saw a message from Meng Meng Bro Fu. "I have to go get my shoes repaired." It seemed Erha had chewed up his shoes. Wu Fu picked up Erha. "Let's go too." And so the man and his dog left the dormitory. At the large swimming pool of a luxurious villa, Xu Qingqing and Xiao Ya were lazily sunbathing. A rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Because Wu Fu didn't like to be disturbed, the villa was quite deserted with few servants. This, however, made it convenient for intruders to break in. The red-haired guy from earlier had already jumped over the railing, successfully infiltrating the villa. Hearing the noise, someone shouted, "Who's there?" Erha poked his head out and barked. Seeing the dog, Xu Qingqing lowered her guard. "Oh, it's just Erha." She looked towards a certain room and thought to herself, "Does that mean Wu Fu is here too?" Xu Qingqing suddenly blushed and perked up. "Let's see how I catch you this time, you pervert." At the front entrance, Wu Fu slowly walked in. Then he sensed something was off. Wu Fu walked into the villa searching for his dog. "Erha, Erha." While he was calling out loudly for Erha, 3 sharp throwing darts were launched. Wu Fu had already vaguely sensed it. He turned his head to look in that direction. The moment he looked, he saw 3 darts flying towards him. He was startled, but who was Wu Fu? He stepped back, effortlessly dodging them as the 3 darts embedded themselves deep into the wall. He turned to look at where the darts came from. "Who is it?" The opponent gave an amused smile. "You've got some skill." It was the red-haired man. He had come to assassinate Wu Fu. But what a pity. Now that you've fallen into my hands, you're going to die. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes, sizing up his opponent's strength. The red-haired man carried a heavy aura of bloodlust and killing intent. Unseen by Wu Fu, he had pulled out several more throwing knives. Without another word, the red-haired man flicked his wrist, sending the knives flying toward Wu Fu. Calmly, he watched the blades approach. In the next moment, Wu Fu channeled spiritual energy to coat his hands. He swung his arm in a wide arc, swatting away each of his opponent's throwing knives. Just as he finished, the red-haired man lunged forward. Wielding a long red saber, he tried to ambush Wu Fu. Wu Fu used the spiritual energy, protecting his hands to block the blade. He then twisted his wrist, using his hand like a sword, and knocked the saber from the red-haired man's grip. Under the evening sun, the two figures quickly separated. The red-haired man was ecstatic. It was sword chi. This kid was seriously strong. Wu Fu circulated spiritual energy around his body. Since my rebirth, this is the first time I've faced a decent opponent. I'll humor you for a bit. The red-haired man gripped his saber tightly, his aura of bloodlust and killing intent flaring. I acknowledge your strength, but it's far too early for you to be standing before me. All talk. As he finished speaking, the man's eyes turned sharp and cold, his voice laced with a chill of death. Die. The red-haired man zipped behind Wu Fu. He immediately swung his blade, intending to strike him from behind. But the quick-witted Wu Fu spun around and blocked the attack with his hand. For a moment, he was safe. The next second, the red-haired man swung his saber horizontally at Wu Fu's head, but Wu Fu managed to lean back just in time to dodge. Frustrated, the man yelled, "You think you can keep dodging, you coward?" Wu Fu replied fearlessly. "I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand a single one of my attacks." The red-haired man gathered his momentum and charged, still spouting nonsense even as he was about to die. He rapidly closed the distance. Wu Fu glanced at him and said seriously, "I'm done playing with you." The red-haired man suddenly froze for a few seconds, allowing Wu Fu to use his power to form a sword of pure chi and hurl it at his enemy. Luckily for the red-haired man, he dodged just in time. The chi sword materialized and Wu Fu's attack ended up striking the pillar behind the man. Horrified, he glanced over his shoulder. This couldn't possibly be the power of a kid, not even 20 years old. The red-haired man looked at him and asked, Who in the world are you?" Wu Fu replied bluntly. "You're not worthy of knowing." Nearby, a petite figure had been observing everything. Xu Qingxing thought to herself, he's clearly only at the mid-stage of chi refining, yet he's completely overpowering someone at the peak of chi refining. She stared intently at Wu Fu. This scoundrel is truly something else. Suddenly, the red-haired man noticed Qingqing. She also realized he was now targeting her. But her reaction was a step too slow. The red-haired man pressed the tip of his saber to her neck. Wu Fu was just as surprised to see this. The disgusting red-haired man took Qingqing hostage and threatened him. "Hey kid, if you don't want your girlfriend to die, then you'll obediently come with me." Wu Fu waved his hand dismissively. "Don't misunderstand. This girl isn't my girlfriend." Hearing this, Qingqing's face darkened. She angrily shouted, "You bastard, do you have any humanity? He took me hostage because of you. If you're not going to save me, fine, but why are you explaining things?" The red-haired man sensed that the situation was not looking good. The hostage in his arms suddenly erupted with power, her energy radiating outwards uncontrollably. The red-haired man looked at her with a chill down his spine. Another master. The next second, a massive explosion rocked the building. Two girls standing outside looked at each other in surprise. The pink-haired girl asked, "What was that?" An explosion. The white-haired girl replied quickly, "I think the president is in there." Inside, the red-haired man was on his knees, begging for his life. "Heroine, please spare me." Qingqing stared down at him and said, "Look, I could kill you with a single finger, yet you dared to take me hostage. I think you were just asking to die." The red-haired man had a hidden trick up his sleeve. He stuck out his tongue, revealing a poison needle, and then blew it at her. Qingqing saw it and tried to lean away. Wu Fu immediately realized what was happening. As Qingqing leaned to the side, he readied himself to spring forward. Wu Fu then launched a kick straight into the red-haired man's chest. The man was sent flying into a wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Wu Fu stopped and stared at him for a moment, then began walking toward him. The man was choking and gasping for air. Seeing his life was in danger, he stammered, wait, we can negotiate." He clutched his stomach, struggling to speak. There's no antidote. That girl is going to die for sure." After saying this, he looked at Qingqing and burst out laughing. "How ironic. You couldn't dodge it after all." The poison needle was embedded in the back of her neck. Wu Fu looked at him coldly, then summoned a sword. Instantly, Wu Fu finished the red-haired man off. The man clutched his neck, his face contorted in agony. Then his eyes widened as he groaned, No. Wu Fu ignored him and simply turned to leave. He then stared at Qingqing. She was lying sprawled on the ground weakly, trying to call his name. Wu Fu. Dark bruises appeared around Qingqing's eyes and her face turned purple from the poison. "I can't die yet," she whispered. Wu Fu looked at her and said, "I'm here. Not even the king of hell would dare to take you away." He then knelt and pulled out the needle. The poison needle was still coated with a bit of her blood. Wu Fu looked at it and thought, there's still some poison left. He sighed and a single drop of water fell into a pool, creating ripples. Xu Qingqing closed her eyes and felt a sense of comfort. The spiritual energy was so familiar, so warm, just like... Xu Qingqing pursed her lips, then her face gradually relaxed. Wu Fu was using his mouth to suck the poison from her neck. Shu Qingqing's eyes slowly fluttered open just as a terrified scream echoed from outside. Qingqing's eyes shot open in shock while Wu Fu glanced towards the source of the sound. They both turned to look at the guests who had just barged in. The white-haired girl covered her face, embarrassed by the compromising scene. President, please continue. The pink-haired girl blushed and added, sorry, we'll leave now. And with that, the two of them turned and left together. After he was done, Wu Fu stood up. You're fine now. I've completely removed the poison. Qingqing propped herself up, blushing as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Thank you, she said. He glanced at his phone as he replied, don't mention it. Their target was me. I'd feel a little bad if you died because of it. Wu Fu then pressed the call button on his phone while Qingqing froze on the spot. Did he have to be so blunt? The scene changes to a hospital. Xia Tianhao was leaning against his hospital bed, his arm in a cast. Li Mengjiao held up a phone and said to Mr. Xia, Sir, it's a call from Wu Fu. The old man replied pensively, Did they fail again, mister? Xia looked out the window and told Li Mengjiao, answer it. Put it on speaker. Wu Fu's cold voice came through the phone. In 3 days, Xia Tianhao must come to the school, kneel and apologize to me. This is his last chance. He hung up and the room fell into a dead silence. Back with Wu Fu. Just as he hung up the phone, Qingqing, who was standing beside him, turned and said, Does the Xia family think they can just run wild in Yunhai? Wu Fu's face darkened. The Xia family, they're nothing to me. She pouted and muttered under her breath, such a braggart. The scene shifts back to the hospital. The door to Tianhao's room was slightly ajar and he was gritting his teeth, saying, Who the hell does he think he is making me personally apologize? Mister. Xia lit a cigarette and told Tianhao, Your older brother will be back in 2 days. I'll make sure that kid dies a tragic death. Back at Wu Fu's place, someone rushed in calling for Brother Fu. Wang Mengmeng pushed the door open and said breathlessly, Ha is getting more and more out of control. The other day, he chewed my shoes to pieces, and today he peed on my bed. The Ha he was talking about was a husky. Wang Mengmeng looked at the dog and said, I don't know you. Outside in the hallway, a gang with pink and green hair showed up looking for Wu Fu. Brother Jin, Wu Fu is in this room. Let's go. They all lined up in front of his door. Wang Mengmeng looked at Wu Fu helplessly and said, Brother Fu, don't tell me you picked a fight with the karate club again. He replied coldly, I don't even know who they are. A short-haired guy spoke up. Brother Jin, do you really need to personally teach a freshman a lesson? The man called Brother Jin said scornfully, This kid has some skill, but he's way too arrogant. He dared to lay a hand on the president's younger brother. Wu Fu tilted his head and asked, You're one of Xia Tiankang's lackeys. Brother Jin pointed to himself confidently. That's right. I'm running the karate club for the president. Then his whole crew of followers charged forward at once. You little punk, we're gonna get revenge for Brother Hao. Wu Fu smirked at them contemptuously. More flies to swat. Wu Fu quickly stood up, getting into his stance, and launched a kick right into a goon's face. The kick was so powerful, it sent the guy flying back to the doorway. Hearing this, the other thugs roared to get him. Damn it, this guy's too arrogant. Get him, boys. Wu Fu glanced at the one who had just instigated the attack, and in the next moment, he swung a punch right at his face. This time, Wu Fu was getting serious. He used chi to strengthen his punch, knocking the guy to the ground in one hit. Wu Fu ignored the fallen thug and advanced on the rest. He looked at them and asked, You guys want to cripple me? He said coldly, Bring it. Let's continue. The underlings, showing no fear, all rushed him at once. Wu Fu smirked and said softly, You're courting death. He quickly gathered chi into his fist and sent 2 of them flying. Wu Fu glanced over, then smoothly pivoted on his foot. Then Wu Fu punched another one in the face, sending the last goon flying out the door. The final underling collapsed. The only one left was Brother Jin, who looked at him and said, It's easy for a chi practitioner to deal with normal people, but against me. Brother Jin began to channel his power. You only have one path, death. Wu Fu beckoned him forward with his finger. Immediately, Brother Jin swung his hand in a horizontal chop, but Wu Fu dodged it. Brother Jin quickly gathered power into his hand and chopped towards him again. Wu Fu thought he has some skill, but Brother Jin was determined, thrusting his strengthened hand toward him like a blade. Wu Fu also strengthened his own fist to block the attack, but he was a step faster. He found an opening and landed a punch right in Brother Jin's gut. Caught off guard, his eyes widened in shock. He reflexively slid backward on his feet to keep from falling. A goon hiding behind the door asked him, Brother Jin, are you okay? Are you alright? Brother Jin clicked his tongue. Damn it, you're looking to die. Just then, Qingqing landed a swift kick right on his butt. Wu Fu was also surprised by this. Brother Jin spun around, roaring, Who was that? Clutching his stomach and coughing, he yelled, Everyone attack together. This guy is too strong. Wang Mengmeng got a little worried for Wu Fu. Brother Fu, be careful, he said calmly. These guys, Wu Fu cracked his knuckles, getting ready to give him a beating, are nothing to me. Qingqing, who had appeared out of nowhere to watch the show, chimed in. Since when do you people get to bully one of my guys? One of the goons recognized her and stammered in fear. He's one of her martial arts hall members. Brother Jin frowned at Qingqing. This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want trouble, stay out of it. Unafraid, she shot back loudly, "Trouble. I'm waiting to see what kind of trouble your pathetic little karate club can possibly cause me." Seeing that the situation was not in his favor, he turned to leave. "This isn't over." Ching Ching glared at him. "Is that so?" Brother Jin didn't forget to take a parting shot at Wu Fu. "What kind of man hides behind a woman? How shameful. Do you dare to fight me outside one-on-one?" Wang Meng Meng warned him. "Brother Fu, don't fall for his trap." Wu Fu smirked. "All right." Hearing this, Ching Ching yelled at him, "Are you crazy? Your power and his are on completely different levels." Suddenly, his dog started barking. Brother Jin was speechless, thinking, first the master, now the dog. He pointed his index finger at the ground in a contemptuous gesture. "Wu Fu, we'll meet this afternoon at the stadium." Meanwhile, his lackeys were hyping him up. "Brother Jin, you have to kill him this afternoon." "Yeah, you definitely have to kill him," Wang Meng Meng asked worriedly. "Brother Fu, why did you agree to his challenge?" Wu Fu replied nonchalantly, "Because I find it interesting." A girl following Ching Ching leaned in and whispered to her, "President, isn't this a bit childish?" She replied coolly, "How is it childish? At our martial arts hall, we always let our strength do the talking." Ching Ching then pointed at the dog Wang Meng Meng was holding. "That includes Ha. All of them are members of our martial arts hall." Ching Ching turned away and said, "It's a disgrace. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should at least uphold the honor of the martial arts hall." Hearing this, Wu Fu couldn't help but ask, "Since when did I become a member of your martial arts hall?" Ching Ching said earnestly, "I don't care. I don't care. Anyway, you are a member of our hall." Meanwhile, Wang Meng Meng was crying on the inside. "I'm not even as important as a dog." The scene changes to the gym. Tian Hao's face was dark as he said loudly, "I want to see him die right in front of me." Brother Jin was holding a few poison needles and said confidently, "Don't worry. Even without these, I'm confident I can kill him." The air grew quiet for a moment, but Tian Hao insisted, "Take them." He instructed Brother Jin, "Use the poison needles as your finishing move." One of the underlings checked his watch. Then he said to everyone, "Brother Hao, he's an hour late. You don't think he's too scared to show up, do you?" Tian Hao gritted his teeth, looking furious as the lackeys whispered among themselves. "In the end, a freshman is just a freshman. Ha ha, why did we have to bring so many people? I could have handled him myself." Tian Hao, sitting in his wheelchair, quietly called over the guy who was just joking around. "You get over here." "Brother Hao." The guy leaned down. "What is it?" Tian Hao was radiating pure fury. The next second, he used his good hand to punch the guy right in the face. He screamed, "If you bunch of useless trash could have beaten him, I wouldn't be sitting in this damn wheelchair. Get lost." Suddenly, Tian Hao saw someone approaching and Brother Jin said, "They're here." From the other side, Wu Fu and Ching Ching slowly walked forward. Wu Fu then stopped and called out, "Tian Hao, aren't you here to apologize to me?" He squinted and replied, "Sorry, but I'm afraid you won't get another chance to act so tough." The young man replied coldly, "Is that so?" Tian Hao gritted his teeth and said, "You're dead meat today." But Wu Fu was completely unfazed. "You're very confident." Li Mingjiao stood behind them as Tian Hao raised his hand, ordering his men to kill him. Jin Ka, receiving the order, stepped forward, a powerful demonic aura emanating from him. He looked at Wu Fu and said, "A little chi, refining brat like you, dares to run your mouth here. Are you looking for death?" Seeing this, Shu Qingqing thought to herself, "He's at the transformation realm." She looked at Wu Fu with a hint of fear. "This isn't good. Maybe you should just give up." He turned to her and said, "Help me look after the husky." Jin Ka then threatened him, "I have no intention of letting you walk out of here alive." Wu Fu shot back, "Me neither." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jin Ka rushed forward to attack. The young man easily tilted his head, dodging the blow. Jin Ka focused his gaze, staring intently at Wu Fu. His palm suddenly faced up and Wu Fu immediately noticed something was off. Jin Ka unleashed the poison needles hidden in his hand, then flung them towards the young man. Wu Fu deftly used his short dagger to block the hidden needles. Jin Ka immediately launched another wave. It's not over yet, as Wu Fu stood watching the swarm of needles rush toward him. Xing Xing quickly cried out, "Watch out!" Jin Ka raised his hand, throwing poison needles right at Wu Fu's face. However, he quickly used his dagger to block the incoming poison needles. Li Mengjiao, who had been watching all this time, gaped in astonishment. Is this sorcery?" Jin Ka quickly slipped behind Wu Fu. "I know you can condense ki into a sword." He sneered. "A pity." Jin Ka then reinforced his hand, preparing to thrust it into the young man's body. Wu Fu stomped his foot hard on the ground and used the momentum to leap high into the air, dodging his palm strike. Caught off guard by the miss, Jin Ka frantically looked for Wu Fu. Meanwhile, suspended in the air, the young man shouted, "Spirit sword art." The dagger gradually transformed into a long sword. Wu Fu then landed a devastating blow on Jin Ka. Hit squarely, his eyes widened in disbelief. The result was a fatal wound straight to the heart. "This can't be." Xing Xingling looked on in horror. Li Mengjiao wore a terrified expression and Tian Hao was equally stunned by what had just happened. Jin Ka's underlings panicked and screamed, "He killed someone. Run." Seeing things had gone south, Tian Hao called to Li Mengjiao, "Get me out of here quick." But she was so scared she just collapsed onto the ground. Realizing he couldn't rely on her, Xia Tianhao got out of his wheelchair and began to crawl away from the scene. Damn it, he thought I never expected Wu Fu to be this powerful. But his escape was blocked by the husky. It stared at him and began barking loudly, sending a chill down Xia Tianhao's spine. He turned to see Wu Fu, sword in hand, standing right over him. "And where are you going?" Wu Fu asked. Terrified, Xia Tianhao began to beg. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Wu Fu sneered. "Weren't you feeling pretty confident earlier?" He desperately pleaded. "Big brother, please just let me go. I swear I'll never cause you trouble again." Wu Fu glanced down at him and said, "I gave you plenty of chances. It's too late for that now." Instantly, a poison needle embedded itself in Xia Tianhao's hand, and the poison immediately began to spread through his palm. Xia Tianhao frantically called out to Li Mengjiao, "Give me the antidote, hurry." He held out his hand. "Quick, give it to me." But Li Mengjiao's expression changed and she turned on him. She screamed in his face, "Why are you even still alive, you worthless cripple?" Helplessly, he tried to speak you. And then he coughed up a mouthful of blood. And with that, he collapsed. Seeing this, Li Mengjiao cursed him. Utterly useless. Wu Fu's gaze suddenly shifted to her. Startled, Li Mengjiao pleaded, "Don't kill me." He replied calmly, "You can't die yet. You have to live and feel true despair." Wu Fu's face darkened as he thought, "You will repay every single debt from our past life. 100-fold. The scene shifts to a mountain hidden deep within a green forest. Here a guild hall is bustling with activity. A voice says, "This is one of the 3 great treasures of our sect." Bai looked at the magical artifact in his hand and said, "Do not underestimate this. It can kill you in an instant." Xia Tiankang bowed his head and replied, "Master, if I cannot get my revenge, I fear this disciple will be unable to focus on his cultivation." "Thank you for your help this time, Master," he said. The old master told him to first cleanse his inner demons before returning to his training. He replied curtly, "Yes." The next morning, atop a tall building, Li Mengjiao was standing on the ledge preparing to take her own life. Her hair billowed in the wind. Li Mengjiao said to herself, "It's better to die than to continue living in this humiliation." Even then, she didn't forget to lay a curse. "Wu Fu, even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go." And with that, Li Mengjiao leaped from the ledge. Fortunately, a hand shot out and caught her. The person managed to grab her arm just in time. She turned to her savior and asked, "Who are you?" Xia Tiankang narrowed his eyes and said, "Xia Tianhao has only just died. If you die too, who will be left to witness Wu Fu's miserable fate?" The scene cuts to Wu Fu's bathroom. He had just finished a shower and was drying his hair with a towel. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and glanced down at his hand. Wu Fu channeled some magic and thought, "Am I about to break through the peak of the Qi refining realm?" He looked at himself in the mirror and a memory surfaced. "In my past life, my master refined a spirit pill for me, helping me forge a high-grade magical artifact. In this life, even without that pill, my weapon is as strong as ever." Suddenly, he heard a frustrated voice from outside. "Stop licking me there." Wu Fu immediately yelled, "Who is it?" He then stepped out of the bathroom to investigate. The person in his room was Lu Ling, and she was currently being licked by his husky. "That's too much, stop licking." Seeing Wu Fu, Lu Ling invited him over. "Why don't you come over and sit with me?" Wu Fu pointed at her and stated, "That's my bed." Lu Ling put on a hurt expression and pouted at him. "Your senior sister went out of her way to come to your room and you can't even be a little more welcoming." Wu Fu asked warily, "What do you want from me?" She stood up and said, "Of course, I want something." Lu Ling then took out a small wand and began to twirl it in her hand. Then she fired a spell from the wand to attack him. "I'm here to test your power." Wu Fu stood there calmly as the force from Lu Ling's attack knocked the towel from his shoulder to the floor. She looked at Wu Fu and asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" He answered coolly, "Why would I need to?" Unbeknownst to her, swords had materialized around Lu Ling, ready to retaliate at a moment's notice. Seeing this, she withdrew her hand. The silent sword shadow. "I didn't sense a thing," she thought. Lu Ling winked and asked, "When did you cast that?" Wu Fu replied coldly, "From the very start." Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation in his body. Wu Fu's state drew Lu Ling's attention. His power was rising significantly. "This isn't good," he thought. "It feels like I'm about to have a breakthrough." Seeing this, she spoke up. "The spiritual energy in the dorms is too thin. This isn't the right place for you to have a breakthrough." Wu Fu sat down on the bed. "If you hadn't interfered with my plans, I wouldn't have to break through in my dorm room." Lu Ling replied, "I'm the student council president. You've caused such a major incident. It's my duty to question you," she said. He snapped, "Shut up." She winked and asked, "Have you prepared the pills yet?" Wu Fu, with his eyes closed, said no. Lu Ling helplessly slapped her own forehead. "Tisk, I didn't think you were that stupid," he said softly, "because I don't need it." Lu Ling couldn't help but be surprised. Spiritual energy from all around surged towards him. The Qi was enveloping Wu Fu. Is this something a Qi refining stage cultivator can even do? Wu Fu was deep in meditation when he suddenly opened his eyes. A rich source of spiritual power was flowing into Wu Fu. Lu Ling distractedly wondered, so he's broken through. And then for some reason, her clothes were suddenly torn to shreds. Lu Ling let out a panicked scream. The boys standing outside his room started whispering amongst themselves. Hey, let me see too. Don't push, let me see first. Damn it could. Brother Fu be getting it on with senior Shu Meng curiously peeked through the peephole to see what was inside. And then the whole group burst the door wide open. Meng's eyes widened at the sight. In front of him was Jing Lu Ling with not a stitch of clothing on, blushing with shame as the group of boys stared at her. Wu Fu angrily yelled, "Get out, Meng!" Meng turned back and gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Fu, you're the man." After saying that, he turned and didn't forget to close the door. At that moment, a blushing Lu Ling said to him, "Are you just going to stand there? Hurry up and get me a set of clothes." The scene changes to an incredibly luxurious mansion, where the clock on the wall ticks steadily, and then it struck exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. Xie asked worriedly, "Great uncle, he's still not here at this hour. He's not messing with us, is he? For someone who's just at the qi refining stage, he sure acts arrogant." He gestured with his hands and said, "How powerful can a qi refining cultivator even be?" Shu Qingqing crossed her arms and said, "At least he's stronger than me." Shu Yingxian snapped irritably. "Shut up!" Kang Yao looked out the window and said, "He saved Qingqing's life this time. What's the harm in waiting one more day?" Everyone obeyed, saying, "Yes, sir." The scene shifts to a forest where the weather was perfectly clear and pleasant. Wu Fu and Erha were walking when they suddenly stopped. He sensed something and immediately said, "You're already here. Why don't you show yourselves?" Erha suddenly turned around and looked behind them. Right behind Wu Fu was Xia Tiankang's group of brothers. "With the strength of a qi refining cultivator like you, you're not going to run to a crowded place to call for help, are you?" The guy with the parted hair winked and said, "Luring us to a place like this on purpose. You must have a death wish." Wu Fu replied contemptuously, "No, I'm already at the transformation stage." They yelled back, "With your level of strength, you dare to offend senior brother Xia Tiankang." He retorted, "Did Xia Tiankang send you?" The man with the top knot said softly, "He just told us to investigate you a little." The guy with the parted hair glared at him. "But if we happen to bring your head back with us?" The man with the top knot drew a sword from behind his back, and without another word, he swung his sword, attacking Wu Fu from a distance. Wu Fu focused his gaze on them. The scene cuts back to Qingqing's house, where an impatient Shu Yingxian asked her, "Qingqing, is Wu Fu here yet?" Holding her phone, she was just as worried. "This is strange. He should have been here by now." Suddenly, the sound of a dog barking echoed from outside. Erha came running in out of breath. Seeing this, Shu Yingshen scratched his chin and thought, "Is this his dog? Could it be?" Shu Changyao, looking visibly annoyed, cursed. "Damn it, a mere qi refining brat like him dares to bring a dog here to insult us." Shu Qingqing knelt down and asked the dog, "Erha, where's your master?" It immediately bit her sleeve. Qingqing astutely asked, "You want me to go outside?" Kang Yao said seriously. Looking at the situation, it seems he's run into some trouble. Su Yingshin immediately said, "Let's go back to the forest." At that moment, the top-knotted man's sword was lunging at Wu Fu. He casually tilted his head to dodge it. The man with the top knot used his hand to control the sword, and it immediately spun around. It continued to charge at him from behind. Wu Fu quickly noticed it. He tilted his head again to evade the sword. The man with the parted hair seized the opportunity, drawing his sword and closing in on Wu Fu. He remained calm and focused on dealing with him. The parted hair man raised his sword to strike Wu Fu. He instantly conjured a sword with his magic to block the attack. The man with the parted hair looked at him slightly surprised. The transformation stage. "You little brat, you actually broke through." Wu Fu stared at him intently. "There's still a lot you don't know." Qing and the others arrived just in time. She immediately cried out, "Two cultivators at the transformation stage. Wu Fu is in danger." Kang Yao stopped her. Qing called out to him in confusion, "Grandpa." Kang Yao said, "No, that's not right. Wu Fu has broken through the qi refining stage." At this moment, he was using his sword to parry the slash from the parted hair man. Then he used his strength to shatter his opponent's sword. The man with the top knot was utterly astonished. Xieji's eyes were wide with disbelief. Xu Yingxian was frozen on the spot, while Qingqing's eyes were wide as she stared at the scene before her. Kang Yao calmly thought, a fragmented transformation stage spiritual energy to have such power. Wu Fu's slash was so powerful it sent the parted hair man flying. Shu Kang Yao's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, this isn't right. He could see another sword hovering above Wu Fu's head. Hovering above his head is a real sword. Wu Fu looked at the man he had defeated and said coldly, "It seems I've been underestimated again to have such trash sent after me." The man with the top knot quickly tried to escape. The intel was wrong. This guy isn't at the qi refining stage. He glanced back at him and his transformation stage object looks a bit like a sex technique. Wu Fu glared at him, trying to run. Not so easy. He then raised his sword and Wu Fu unleashed a sweeping slash. The man with the top knot noticed the attack, but it was too late. He was taken out as well. The top-knotted man felt unwilling to accept it. Impossible. And then he collapsed in front of Wu Fu. Erha saw him and happily trotted over. Qingqing looked at Xie Gi and asked, "Third brother, isn't this him taking on two opponents at once?" He scratched his head and laughed. "The moon is so full tonight." Shu Yinshan looked at Xie Gi helplessly. "This idiot is a complete embarrassment. Wu Fu looked at the top-knotted man lying on the ground as Erha pulled a spirit stone from the man's body. Xia Ji exclaimed in amazement, "Ha!" The dog just gulped down the spirit stone. Then it licked its lips as if it was incredibly delicious. The white-haired guy in the group clicked his tongue. What a waste of a heavenly treasure. Xia Ji exclaimed in confusion, such a good spirit stone, and he let a dog eat it. Erha wagged its tail happily, enjoying the tasty treat and looking quite pleased with itself. Wu Fu watched it with an affectionate gaze. The spirit stone was rich with spiritual energy. That's good. You absorbed it all. Not bad. Erha lifted its head and let out a loud bark, its eyes shining as if it had just performed a great deed. Qing rushed over and asked worriedly, "Wu Fu, are you okay?" Xia Ge glanced down at the dog at his feet and exclaimed in alarm, "This dog's teeth have mutated." He and she were startled at the same time, looking down at Erha and exclaiming in unison, "Ha!" At that moment, it grinned widely, revealing a set of sharp, gleaming teeth that looked like blades. Everyone stared intently at Erha, their expressions a mix of surprise and amusement. Meanwhile, in another location, two luxury cars pulled up in a line, slowly stopping in front of a building. Just a few seconds later, the car doors immediately swung open. A man stepped out angrily, stomping his foot on the ground. Sha Tiankang frowned, thinking furiously to himself, "I just told them to investigate that Wu Fu guy. What the hell is taking so long?" He roared, "A life for a life. Wu Fu, get out here." Seeing the people who walked out from inside, Sha Tiankang was stunned. "The old man of the Shu family, what's he doing at the heavenly residence, mister?" Xia spoke up curiously. "Could it be that punk Wu Fu was actually killed?" Xu Tiansang replied coldly, "That depends on whether they have the skill. If he was really killed by my two junior brothers, it just saves us the trouble." Li Mengjiao stood behind him, her eyes glaring as the corner of her lips curled into a sneer. "You're looking to die." Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, startling them both. "Who are you looking for?" she stammered in alarm. "Sha Tiankang, didn't you say Wu Fu was dead?" He replied grimly, "My two junior brothers were both at the form transformation stage. There's no way that Wu Fu, a mere chi refining stage cultivator, could be their opponent. The Shu family must have helped him." Mr. Xia's eyes widened. He pointed and shouted, well, the Shu family. How dare you murder disciples of the Zhongyang sect?" Shage quickly retorted, "Don't you spout nonsense. It was Wu Fu who killed them. It has nothing to do with us, the Shu family." Hearing this, the faces of those around him immediately darkened. They cursed him internally. This guy has no shame. Sha Tiankang's gaze turned icy. He growled, "And what makes you think I'd believe you?" Shu Kang Yao roared in fury. Xia Tiankang, you really put on a show. My Shu family has stood firm in Yunhai for years. Our word is law. You think you can question us so easily?" With that, the old man immediately gave an order. "All members of the Shu family, listen up. Anyone who dares take a step into the Shu residence will be killed without mercy." The members of the Shu family responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Wu Fu tightened his grip on the corpse in his hand as his voice rang out. "Thank you, senior. I appreciate your kind intentions." But then Wu Fu lifted the corpse high, his eyes blazing with killing intent. "But let me handle this myself." The man in his hand was immediately thrown down hard, landing with a thud in front of the crowd. Sha Tiankang's face darkened, his eyes burning with murderous rage as he growled Wu Fu. The young man gave him a provocative look as if to say, "You want revenge. Let's see if you've got what it takes." Then Wu Fu quickly channeled his spiritual energy and streams of sword chi erupted, swirling around his body like sharp ribbons of silk. The members of the Shu family stared in stunned silence before exclaiming, Such powerful sword." Sha Tiankang gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with a violent shock rippling through him. In just half a day, he had actually broken through to the form transformation stage. His companion immediately tried to dissuade him. Shi Tiankang, the Shu family's strength cannot be underestimated, and Shu Chang Yao is a grand master. We should retreat for today. Shi Tiankang angrily turned to leave, but not without glaring back at Wu Fu, his voice laced with hatred. "Wu Fu, you just wait. I will make you wish you were dead." Suddenly, Erha sensed imminent danger and barked loudly. The sword in Wu Fu's hand hummed, radiating a dense spiritual aura. His eyes turned cold as his sharp voice cut through the air. "I feel it." On the other side, Li Mengjiao spoke with a taunting tone. "What's so great about a guy who relies on the Shu family?" Hao Feng added, "Wait until he comes out here. I'll definitely show him." Inside the Shu family villa, Xia Ji was shamelessly fawning over Wu Fu. "Come on, Wu Fu, come sit here. Wu Fu, have some tea." He stuck to him like glue, continuing to suck up. "Brother Fu, your form transformation stage ride is really nice. If you gave it to me, I wouldn't have to worry about finding a girlfriend right witnessing this scene." Shu Qingqing was simply speechless. This guy has absolutely no shame. Shu Chang Yao looked at Wu Fu with a wary gaze, speaking hesitantly, "Little brother, your strength is truly extraordinary. Even this old man couldn't see your connection to Grandmaster Jin Shi." He answered calmly, "He'll be traveling to Yunhai in a while." The old man glanced towards his granddaughter, silently calculating. He had originally thought this kid was just an arrogant nobody, but he never expected his backing to be so profound. For my Su family to take another step forward, we might just have to rely on him. Su Changyao spoke, his voice full of hidden meaning. Wu Fu is not a bad kid. I heard you two go to the same school. She blushed and reacted sharply. Grandpa, what are you thinking? The old man just rubbed his head and laughed it off. At that moment in the dorm, Meng Meng was lounging on his bed when the door suddenly burst open. He shot up in alarm. Who is it? One of them spoke up. Sha Tiankang said that besides Wu Fu and Qing Qing's close relationship, there's also this guy. Meng Meng was stunned, his voice trembling. You're Xia Tiankang. He immediately pointed at him and shouted, I'll make Wu Fu regret killing my brother. Get him. Meng Meng backed away in fear, screaming in terror. No, please don't. Back with the Shu family, Wu Fu was saying his goodbyes. Well, then I have to get back to school now. Xu Yingxian, holding a box, called out after him. Wait a moment. He quickly opened the box. Inside were 2 sparkling emerald green spirit pills. Seeing the contents of the box, Xia Ge was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Spirit God pills, Wu Fu asked in confusion. What are these? Xu Yingxian immediately replied. A gift from my father to thank you for saving her life twice. The pill is nothing to speak of. He asked curiously. Second Master Spirit God pills are only effective for cultivators at the Mystic Connection realm. Isn't it a bit too early to give them to him now? Xu Changyao frowned, his eyes sharp as daggers, his expression furious. Qing Qing is my only granddaughter. Wu Fu saved her twice. Do I need to consult with you to give him a single Spirit God pill? Shige stammered awkwardly. It's just. A Spirit God pill is too precious. Wu Fu gestured towards the valuable item before him and politely declined. Senior, giving me a Spirit God pill would truly be a waste. Qing Qing shot him an annoyed glare. Are you an idiot? No one said you have to use it now. Wu Fu calmly replied, if I want to raise my cultivation, I have my own ways. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Humph, at least you know your place, boy. Wu Fu quickly took out a piece of a broken sword, his eyes full of reverence. I don't need the pills, but could you seniors perhaps help me keep an eye out for this broken sword piece? She frowned in anger, her voice laced with sarcasm. A Spirit God pill is so much more powerful than your broken piece of junk. Are you an idiot? Hearing these words, Wu Fu was completely taken aback. A piece of junk. He immediately waved his hand and a blast of sword chi tore through the air, heading straight for the water tank. The sharp streak of light cut through space with a thunderous boom. The ground then cracked and split in two, forming a massive deep chasm. The old man's mind was reeling with shock. A single piece of a sword could rival a Mystic Connection expert. No wonder he wasn't the least bit afraid when facing Sha Tiankang. Xu Changyao let out a soft sigh, his eyes both thoughtful and worried. He pointed towards the sword, his gaze filled with scrutiny. This divine sword is probably a treasure of Grandmaster Jin Shi. Wu Fu stared intently at the sword piece in his hand, his voice carrying a hidden meaning. It is not of this world. Xu Changyao didn't ask any more questions, saying firmly, I'll keep an eye out. He clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior. Wu Fu added, then I'll be taking my leave. At that moment, in front of the gates of Yunhai University, a luxury car slowly pulled to a stop. The sound of tires screeching heavily against the ground echoed. Jin Lu and his lackeys arrogantly stepped out of the car, their faces full of disdain. Yunhai University. Just a moment later, Zhou Tan rushed over to them, taunting, is Yunhai University always this full of wimps? Jin Lu grabbed the guy's head and laughed mockingly. If we beat you guys again, this time won't you get on your knees and welcome us? The guy didn't dare to argue, just forcing a smile, his eyes full of flattery. Suddenly, Zhou Tan spotted a familiar figure. Sensing danger, he immediately froze. He watched Wu Fu's retreating figure, a scheming glint in his eyes. I've got an idea. Zhou Tan's attitude changed instantly and he angrily shoved Jin Lu's hand away. He pointed behind him, his voice full of defiance. Winning once doesn't mean you'll win this year. Our school has a few tigers this time around. The guy furiously grabbed Zhou Tan's shirt, threatening him. You little brat, you looking for a beating. With your skills, you can talk after you get past me. He pretended to be scared, turning and shouting, Wu Fu, hurry and save me. Jin Lu quickly threw a punch at Zhou Tan's face, shouting, who are you trying to scare? Seeing the guy in front of him stumble unsteadily, he sneered, you useless piece of trash. Why don't you hurry up and bring your pretty girls over to play with us big brothers? Zhou Tan angrily tried to provoke him. Wu Fu, aren't you supposed to be so tough? Aren't you the hope of Yunhai University? Go on, fight them. He looked at him with a surprised and skeptical expression, asking, what did you say? Seeing things weren't going as planned, he grew anxious, thinking, why isn't this kid losing his temper? Jin Lu burst out laughing, his voice dripping with ridicule. Just as I thought, Yunhai University is full of trash. At this cultivators exchange, you guys from Yunhai are guaranteed to lose. Wang Gang quickly ran to block Wu Fu's path. Hey, did I say you could leave? He grabbed his shoulder and growled, go get your seniors, you bastard. Wu Fu's face darkened, his lips tightening slightly as he remained silent. He instantly lifted his leg and kicked Wang Gang straight in the gut. The man buckled at the knees in pain, stumbling backward as he roared in fury, "You stinking brat, you're courting death." Wu Fu dusted off his shoulder, his voice cold. "If you have something to say it. Don't get physical." Wang Gang clutched his aching stomach and growled, "You little punk, you want to die." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flash aimed straight at Wu Fu's face. Spiritual energy swirled violently around him, releasing an overwhelming pressure. Jin Yun said sarcastically, "Our senior's family heirloom, the fierce tiger fist, is incredibly powerful, but try not to kill him." One of his lackeys quickly chimed in, "Don't worry, we're just scaring him." Wang Gang moved swiftly, stomping on the ground to launch himself forward. In the blink of an eye, he shot towards him at the speed of light. Wu Fu furrowed his brow, his eyes sharp and cold, his full attention focused on his opponent's every move. A thunderous impact echoed, making the very air tremble. The surrounding crowd watched with wide, curious eyes, tensely following every development. Jin Yun couldn't believe what he was seeing, his eyes wide with astonishment. How is that possible? His hand had cleanly stopped Wang Gang's punch, making his arm tremble violently. Wu Fu warned him coldly, "You're no match for me. Scram now while you still can." He gritted his teeth, his face tense with anger. "Stop putting on an act in front of me." Xia Li curled her lip into a smirk. "Looks like you've run into a real master, huh?" Jin Yun sneered, "I didn't expect Yunhai University to have a few useless guys with a bit of skill this year." He calmly replied, his gaze darkening. "Are you serious right now?" Wang Gang roared, spiritual energy exploding from the fist he was about to throw. "I'll show you the consequences of acting tough in front of me." Seeing the commotion, a girl rushed over, screeching to a halt right behind them. Lu Ling's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the intense confrontation. She frantically yelled at her companions, "Hurry and save him." At that moment, he remained calm, casually swinging his hand out to meet Wang Gang's powerful fist. In a flash, a blue light flared around Wu Fu's body, his expression calm and confident. Then he immediately spun around, sweeping his leg to gain momentum. In an instant, Wu Fu slammed his knee straight into his opponent's side. Lu Ling and her companions were stunned, looks of sheer disbelief on their faces. He smirked tauntingly, "I already told you. You're no match for me." Xia Li and Jin Yun furiously shouted, pointing straight at Wu Fu. "Aren't you from the student council? We're talking to you." He paused, putting a hand to his chin in mock contemplation. "Sorry, let me think. If you're talking about me, I'm Wu Fu." Before he could finish, a triumphant gleam appeared in her eyes. "So you really are an officer of the Yunhai University Student Council." He also chimed in, "How despicable. Trying to hide your identity to fool us." He suddenly clapped his hands as if he just remembered something, the corner of his mouth curling up. "That's right, I'm from the Martial Arts Club." Xia Li furiously shouted, "Cut the crap. The student council is the strongest representative of your school. What martial arts club? Never heard of it." She pointed a finger straight at Lu Ling, her voice dripping with provocation. "President Lu will be coming to learn from you all this time. I hope this little brat here will be participating." She replied nonchalantly, "Not a problem." Wu Fu frowned, shooting a sharp glare at the person beside him, his voice filled with annoyance. "Did you bother to ask my opinion?" Lu Ling retorted angrily. "I'm the student council president. Do I need your opinion?" She pointed at him and continued, "And another thing." Lu Ling went on, taking credit. "The whole mess with Xia Tiankang was handled thanks to the student council helping you out. So consider this as you paying us back. You don't get to have an opinion." Hearing this, he frowned and thought, "Wu Fu, the people from the school aren't coming to bother me anymore." Wu Fu had no choice but to concede, just this once. She gave a thumbs up in approval. "Okay, go wait for me in the student council conference room." Lu Ling watched him leave, thinking to herself, "I can't believe this Wu Fu guy is so strong." She continued her train of thought. He just had a breakthrough a few days ago, and he can defeat the fierce tiger Wang Gang from the academy who's reached the form transformation realm. A sense of triumph filled Lu Ling's heart. Maybe our school will actually win the exchange competition this time. Later in the student council room, a voice rang out. "Yunhai University. We've never once beaten the academy in any exchange competition. Because the academy's strength is just too great, they even have experts who've reached the profound comprehension realm, so losing isn't a disgrace." Lin San pointed towards Wu Fu and continued speaking. "But to ask a first-year freshman who just enrolled to participate, are you treating this competition like a game?" She slammed her hand angrily on the table. Lu Ling replied helplessly, "The student council is the strongest representative of Yunhai University. If we lose again this time, I won't care if you all decide to quit the student council." Suddenly, he spoke up, shattering the tense atmosphere. "If there's nothing else, can I go now?" She reminded him coldly. Wu Fu Lu Ling instructed in a low voice, "The exchange match is this afternoon, don't be late. Your opponents are even stronger than the fierce tiger Wang Gang, so you can't underestimate them." Wu Fu wasn't the least bit worried, patting his own head cockily. "Just the profound realm. What's there to be afraid of?" The other guy roared in anger. "You brat, don't get so cocky. You only beat Wang Gang, the weakest in the Lion Institute. Don't think you're so great." He completely ignored Lin San, quickly walking to the door and turning the knob. Seeing that he was being disrespected, the man immediately lunged towards Wu Fu. "Hey, the president is talking to you, damn it." Wu Fu frowned, his face clearly showing his annoyance when suddenly a deafening crash echoed throughout the school. He threatened, "I'm warning you, you'd better save your strength." Lin San's face turned pale as he glanced back in terror. The entire wall behind him had shattered into pieces. Wu Fu slammed the door and left without another word. At that moment, the corners of Lu Ling's lips curved into a smug smile. It seemed there was hope this time. The scene shifts to the dormitory where belongings are scattered everywhere. Meng Meng sat on the bed holding his wounds and groaning. It hurt so much. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Wu Fu had returned. Xia Tiankang's power is so immense. If Brother Fu finds out, he'll definitely go to his house to find him. Seeing the mess, he froze his gaze, turning dark. Wu Fu's voice cut through the silence. Was Xia Tiankang here? Meng Meng raised a hand to hide the wound on his face, stammering and trying to lie. "Brother Fu, what are you talking about? I just fell on my own." Wu Fu's face darkened, his eyes glinting with determination. "Stop hiding it, I saw everything. Don't worry, I'll make him apologize to you." At the same time, the atmosphere in the competition hall was electric. Voices chattered everywhere. "The Lion Institute is here to challenge the student council. Look, it's President Liu." "I hope we win this time," a member of the student council asked nervously. "President, the Lion Institute is our rival. Using first and second year cultivators this time." "Isn't that too risky?" Lu Ling answered confidently. "It's not risky at all. This Yunhai University has many powerful fighters." Ling Tong spoke up. "Are we really letting a first-year student fight for our student council?" And Lam replied calmly, "I'm sure the president has her arrangements." The person next to him added excitedly, "If you can beat him, you could be the one to move up." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them. She quickly called out, "He's here." He scoffed coldly, "I have a responsibility to protect the dignity of our student council." And Lan frantically tried to reason with him. "Hey, don't cause any more trouble or the president will yell at you." Ling Tong completely ignored her and immediately stepped forward, his voice full of provocation. "Hey kiddo," he said with a condescending tone. "You want to participate in the exchange match, then you'll have to get through me first." Wu Fu stared silently at the person in front of him who thought he had scared him. Ling Tong scoffed in disdain, and Lan pulled at the hem of his shirt to stop him. "If you don't stop, you're going to get chewed out." Ling Tong pushed her away, snapping irritably, "You're so annoying." While the two of them were struggling, he turned and walked away. "Is that so? Then I won't participate." Lu Ling angrily pointed at Wu Fu, shouting a threat. "Wu Fu, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." Sensing danger, he quickly ducked. From behind, the other guy spun around and threw a kick at Wu Fu. He quickly raised his fist, spiritual energy concentrating powerfully in his hand. He instantly blocked Ling Tong's kick. The guy fell backward, his eyes flashing with fear. In a split second, Ling Tong quickly regained his balance, sliding backward. Beads of sweat dotted his face, his heart pounding with fear. Is he really just a first-year student? Wu Fu raised his fist menacingly. "Want to try again?" Ling Tong shook his head frantically in fear. "No, that's okay." A thought seared into his mind, are all first-year students this ruthless nowadays? Just then, Su Qing also arrived. She asked, in surprise, Has the competition already started?" Ling Tong thought in shock. "The second-year Su Qing," she continued. "I haven't even arrived yet. Why did it start so early?" Seeing Qing's power level, he thought in terror. Late-stage form transformation. Realm. What kind of monster is she? Suddenly, Ling Tong was shoved hard from behind. He spun around and yelled furiously. What kind of freak was that? Tian Kang growled with a murderous aura. Ling Tong's attitude changed in an instant and he mumbled, "My eyes are playing tricks on me. It was nothing." His face was contorted with fear, a new thought dawning on him. The profound realm. Xia Tiankang. As expected, these first and second years are all incredibly talented. Seeing Wu Fu, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be here too." His cold gaze was locked onto the figure in front of him. Suddenly, from behind, Meng Meng came running at full speed, shouting, "Brother Fu." He skidded to a halt, positioning himself between the two of them. Meng Meng tried to keep the peace. "The exchange match is more important. The exchange match is more important." Suddenly, Wu Fu spoke up. "With or without him, the result will be the same." His face darkened as he continued confidently, "I'll win either way." Hearing this, his friend was moved, tears streaming down his face as he whined, "Brother Fu." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed and dust filled the air. Wu Fu couldn't control his anger and had already made his move. "Whoops, my apologies," he said sarcastically. "I couldn't help it, my hands moved on their own." Meng Meng lay flat on the ground, trembling as he called out, "Brother Fu." On the other side, Tian Kang asked coldly, "You want to avenge your brother? Then what about my brother's revenge? Shouldn't it be a life for a life?" Wu Fu replied angrily, "He deserved to die. If you want revenge, I'll be waiting for you anytime. But right now you have to apologize to him. I'm the one who killed your brother, not him." Tian Kang sneered. "A normal, unarmed nobody is worthy of my apology." He turned and feigned remorse. "Hey fatty, I'm sorry. Do you dare to accept it?" Meng Meng immediately shot up, yelling, "Damn right I do." Tian Sang's brow furrowed in silence, then he growled, "Then you're asking to die." He quickly unleashed his power, taking out an item. He stared intently at the object, his eyes filled with vigilance and suspicion. It shook violently. Tian Kang's voice was filled with smugness. I didn't expect the reaction from one of the three great treasures of the Chongyang sect to be so intense. It seems even it wants you dead. Wu Fu replied contemptuously. Is that so? I felt the same way about you the first time we met. He stared blankly at the three great treasures of the Chongyang sect, feeling anxious. What's going on? Why is the reaction getting more and more intense? I feel like I'm about to lose control. His eyes turned sharp and he frowned, focusing on controlling it. A call instantly echoed in his mind. Come here. Obeying the command, the three great treasures of the Chongyang sect immediately shot out of Tian Kang's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, it flew rapidly towards Wu Fu. He was terrified, a single thought flashing through his mind. This is bad. The three great treasures of the Chongyang sect. The ultimate treasure immediately resonated with a sword in his hand. It instantly radiated a dazzling spiritual light, forcing everyone around to shield their eyes as they gasped in awe. Such powerful sword energy, Ling Tong praised. A truly fine treasure. Xie Tian Kang roared in fury. Give me back my ultimate treasure. Facing such a formidable opponent, Wu Fu didn't flinch. He quickly channeled his power, launching a defensive move against the earth-shattering punch. The impact sent Wu Fu flying backward. A dark bruise was already visible on his arm. Someone exclaimed in shock, is this the true power of the profound connection realm? Then Xie Tian Kang rushed forward, shouting as he ran. This is his true power. He launched another attack, his voice turning ice cold. This profound connection realm. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Stop, both of you. The two glared at each other, their eyes sparking with raw hatred. All at once, a shockwave erupted between them. Xie Tian Kang instinctively raised his arm to cover his face, shivering. Such immense power. By now, the two had been pushed far apart from each other. Lu Ling turned away resentfully, her eyes filled with frustration. Her glare made Wu Fu jump. He faked a cough and said, Meng Meng, a gentleman's revenge is best served cold even after 10 years. Meng Meng stared blankly, murmuring in confusion. Huh. At the same time, Xie Tian Kang was deep in thought. It's just a trinket that's reached the transformation realm. Yet it managed to attract the Zhongyang sect's three great treasures. This treasure will be mine. One of his teammates' eyes widened in shock. Peak profound connection, realm strength. The person next to him asked curiously, could he also be a student at Yunhai University? She continued, Xie Tian Kang, a second-year student at Yunhai University. A year ago, he had already achieved the power of the Qi refining realm. The woman looked ahead silently and sighed to herself. Yunhai is going to be tough to deal with this year. Suddenly, Erha started digging at the ground frantically as if searching for something. Meng Meng asked in surprise, Erha, what are you doing? It just kept digging enthusiastically, ignoring everything else. He sat down and lifted Erha off the ground. Beside them, Lu Ling was scolding him furiously. I'm talking to you, you've barely reached the transformation realm, and you already want to fight Xie Tian Kang, who's in the profound connection realm. Are you trying to get yourself killed? And what about the exchange competition? Suddenly, he roared, his face filled with killing intent. Wu Fu and Xie Tian Kang stomped hard the ground, shattering beneath their feet. He hissed, give me back the ultimate treasure. Wu Fu calmly replied, this treasure is simply returning to its true owner. Xie Tian Kang tightened his grip on his sword, roaring in anger. 3 years ago, a fragment of the divine weapon was left with our Zhongyang sect. Don't you dare make excuses. His eyes turned sinister, brimming with killing intent. Now give the treasure back to me. Xie Tian Kang charged aggressively toward him, but just as the words left his mouth, he stepped right into the hole Erha had just dug. Xie Tian Kang fell flat on his face, skidding across the ground. Immediately, laughter erupted all around him like firecrackers. Meng Meng covered her mouth, trying so hard not to laugh that tears streamed down her face. Humiliated, his face darkened as he shouted furiously, shut up. The blade flashed, slashing straight towards the boy with terrifying speed. Meng Meng screamed in terror. This is bad. In a flash, Wu Fu's sword was already up, blocking the attack. Xie Tian Kang's eyes widened, a murderous glint in their depths. Having just narrowly escaped death, the boy looked over with gratitude in his eyes and whispered, Brother Fu. He threatened angrily. You damn fatty, if you want to live, get that wretched dog the hell out of here. Wu Fu quickly said, you should go first. At that moment, Xie Tian Kang thought to himself, it really is a family treasure. A thought echoed in his mind. I wonder how powerful that sword would be if it had all its fragments. If Wu Fu's power grows any stronger, even I won't be a match for him. Suddenly, Lu Ling snapped. Can you two put your personal grudge aside for a moment? She pointed at the crowd of gawkers nearby, her voice filled with indignation. Don't embarrass our academy in front of everyone. Dong-er, however, seemed to be enjoying it, smiling gleefully. It's fine. Xia Li beside him immediately chimed in. Yeah, your internal affairs are clearly more important than the exchange competition. Another person added, their voice dripping with sarcasm. I never knew their internal affairs were so complicated they'd start fighting over them. She continued, from what I can see, this Xie Tian Kang isn't all that special. Dong asked curiously. Then who is he? Xia Li quickly answered. I heard he's a first-year student supposedly on the same level as Xia Tian Kang. He watched the drama unfold with great interest commenting. But why do I get the feeling this guy still isn't using his full strength? Just then, Xia Tian Kang charged forward, determined to settle the score. Wu Fu remained perfectly calm, quietly observing his every move. In the blink of an eye, he swung his sword, perfectly blocking the incoming attack. Wu Fu twisted his sword and immediately countered. A fatal strike shot straight towards his opponent. Xia Tian Kang quickly leaned back to dodge the blow. He hurriedly raised his sword to block the blade pressing down on him. Then Xia Tian Kang swiftly pivoted, stomping on the ground to gain momentum. In an instant, he raised his leg and kicked straight at his hand. The sword in Wu Fu's hand was immediately knocked away. It flew spinning through the air as everyone watched in stunned silence. Then Xia Tian Kang quickly leaped up and growled, "The treasure must be mine." The sword landed perfectly in his hand. Without this divine weapon, you're just useless trash. An explosion of energy erupted from Wu Fu's hand. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked and slabs of earth began to shake violently. Xia Tian Kang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with tension. Wu Fu instantly launched an attack straight at him, leaving no openings. A deafening boom echoed, and the shockwave spread through the area as a blinding light erupted from the attack. Xia Tian Kang was thrown backward, his feet skidding across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After stumbling for a moment, he finally regained his balance. But just then, Xia Tian Kang's shirt was suddenly torn to shreds. He frowned, his eyes filled with tension as he thought to himself, sword energy. Xia Tian Kang looked at the sword in his hand, his heart filled with joy. No matter, at least the treasure is in my hands now. But in the next instant, it flipped in the air and shot back towards Wu Fu. In a moment, the sword was back in his hand. Wu Fu mocked, "It's always been a part of my body. You can't steal it." Seeing this, Dong cursed loudly. Damn it, is he really just a first-year student? Xia Li's voice was low. 2 months ago, he was beaten and hospitalized by Xia Tian Hao over some relationship issue. He then asked curiously, Xia Tian Hao, "Isn't that Xia Tian Kang's younger brother?" "He was just an ordinary person," she continued. "Based on my guess, either he's only been cultivating for 2 months or he's been hiding his true strength all this time." At that moment, Wu Fu's face darkened, his eyes filled with killing intent. He charged at his enemy with the sword, radiating a terrifying pressure. Xia Tian Kang froze, unable to react, his heart filled with dread. "I'm screwed." In the blink of an eye, a powerful invisible wave of sword chi slashed right at him. Lu Ling instinctively raised her hand, shouting in shock, "That sword chi is so powerful. He's only just reached the spirit transformation realm. How could he so easily defeat someone at the profound connection realm?" Seeing the scene before her, she was completely stunned. How could this kid? Right now, his entire body was radiating terrifying power. A violent torrent of spirit energy surged, transforming into a gigantic monster that gave off an incredible pressure. Xia Tian Kang muttered, so he used his secret technique. He turned to leave, not forgetting to make a threat. "Wu Fu, next time, I'll settle all our scores new and old." Wang Mengmeng cheered excitedly. "Holy crap, Brother Fu is so amazing. He was so badass just now." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "That God-given power isn't half bad. But it's a pity," Dong continued. "You rely too much on your divine weapon." Wu Fu spoke coldly. "Are you here to cause trouble at my school?" The other guy calmly replied, "Junior, this exchange competition between cultivators has always been a tradition among the schools. We're not here to cause trouble." Wu Fu pointed towards the group from the opposing academy and said provokingly, "I already beat Xia Tian Kang and sent him running. So this time, I'll take his place. Which one of you is coming up first?" Dong frowned in anger. "Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a divine weapon." Xia Li warned, "His cultivation is only at the early stage of the shape-shifting realm. Even with a divine weapon, if our boss makes a move, you won't last long." Wu Fu waved his hand contemptuously. "I hope all of you come at me at once. It'll save time." Rage flared up. Donger growled with killing intent. "You're too arrogant. I'll definitely make you pay." Donger immediately took out his weapon as a threat. "Kid, it's not too late to regret this." He stared intently, his killing intent surging. "Don't think you can beat me just because you have a divine weapon." Wu Fu raised his sword in defiance, then bring it on. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, a voice hissing through clenched teeth. "Hey," Lu Ling whispered threateningly. "Originally, with Xia Tian Kang, we had at least a 60% chance of winning. If you lose, I swear I'll literally eat you alive." Suddenly, Shu Ching, who was standing behind them, screamed in alarm. "Hey," she pushed the two of them apart. "Isn't this a one-on-one match? Your opponent is right there. If you two are stuck together like that, you'll make him feel awkward. Get it?" Dong quickly waved his hands. "Not at all." Zhu Ching cursed angrily. "A bunch of low-life scum. I'll wipe you all out." He spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Jealous. This kid's luck with the ladies is pretty good." Embarrassed and enraged, she snapped, "Are you trying to die?" Immediately, Shu Ching stomped her foot to gain momentum, her body tensing like a drawn bow, ready to explode. She charged aggressively towards Dong Jealous my ass, he smirked mockingly. But you're still too weak. Then Dong Er's entire body tensed up. His muscles bulged, and instantly a defensive sphere enveloped his body. Shu Qingqing's attack had no effect at all. Her opponent stood perfectly still, not moving an inch. Her eyes widened in shock as she thought to herself, his defense is so strong. Dong Er swung his axe in a counterattack. You want to die, don't you? Well then, don't blame me. Shu Qingqing's face turned pale, her heart filled with terror. I can't dodge in time. The attack was launched with terrifying speed, and billowing dust and smoke covered the entire area. He stared at the scene before him, utterly confused. She's gone. Dong Er had just looked up when he saw Wu Fu holding her in his arms. At that moment, Shu Qingqing was still trembling with her eyes shut tight. Wu Fu quickly drew his sword, ready for battle. Wu Fu said coldly, "Your opponent is me." Hearing the familiar voice, she was startled and opened her eyes softly, calling out Wu Fu. Dong Er tightened his grip on the axe and said mockingly, "So the little kid finally decides to fight." Shu Qingqing worriedly and gently reminded him, "Be careful." Dong Er smirked, his voice full of confidence. "This divine body protection art was passed down by my ancestors. That tattered sword of yours can't do a thing to me." Wu Fu frowned, his gaze dark, his voice filled with contempt. "Is that so?" Dong Er lunged towards Wu Fu. "One hit is all I need to take you down." Kim Van raised her hand and cheered excitedly. "Get him, get him." The two clashed fiercely, their moves swift as lightning, evenly matched with no clear winner. After a period of fighting, both of them retreated, dust kicking up at their feet. Suddenly, Wu Fu withdrew his sword and the blade slowly vanished from sight. Lu Ling's eyes widened in shock as a thought crossed her mind. Could it be? He's giving up. She frowned, her lips pressed tightly together, her displeasure obvious. Are we going to lose again this year? Suddenly, a cracking sound startled all of them. At that moment, Dong Er's defensive barrier had shattered. Lu Ling and Shu Qingqing stared, their eyes wide with shock. Xia Li exclaimed in alarm. Senior brother's divine body protection art was actually broken. Wu Fu tilted his chin arrogantly. Nothing can stop the spirit sword. Next time, don't be so scared you lose your wits. The group from the opposing academy cowered and collapsed to the ground. Wang Gang stammered, admitting defeat. We lost. Wu Fu said nonchalantly, "As long as you know you've lost, hand over the spirit stones." The man was stunned, sweat beading on his face as he asked fearfully, "Spirit stones?" Ha! The dog ran up and barked loudly. Wang Gang cried out in alarm. "What do you want?" Wu Fu replied casually. "My dog seems to really like spirit stones." It opened its mouth, showing off its sharp, gleaming teeth. The man was terrified, and his piercing scream echoed throughout the arena. "Don't you come near me." The scene changes. The wind blew through the trees, their leaves swaying gently. A pinkish-purple sky blended with the light of dusk. At a small house hidden deep in the forest, a wooden door creaked open, the sound echoing in the silent space. At that moment, Li Jiu was kneeling with his hands clasped respectfully. "Master, your disciple sensed the power of the treasure in the Tianfu garden." The man quickly took out a fragment of a divine weapon. Seeing the item before him, his face turned pale and he cried out in shock, "Master, you mean?" The old man coughed, violently exhausted. He spoke in a whisper. "A divine weapon is an extraordinary thing. If it already has a master, then give this sword to him." Li Jiu was stunned, his heart pounding, finding it hard to accept what he had just heard. Although he was unwilling, he could only feign obedience. Your disciple obeys. At that moment, Li Jiu's eyes glinted with dissatisfaction. A thought arose in his heart, such a precious treasure. Only I am worthy of it. The old man continued to cough non-stop. Panic flared up in Li Jiu, and he shot to his feet, his voice full of alarm. Master Jing Song spoke grimly. "It seems I'm reaching my limit. If I cannot achieve the Dao Fusion realm, my lifespan will be cut short." At the same time, at Xia Tiankang's luxurious villa, Li Mingjiao screamed in terror. "Is Wu Fu already that strong? Then, he said he'd make my life a living hell." A sudden slap landed squarely on her face. Xia Tiankang roared in anger. "Damn it, shut your mouth," he continued. "That kid is truly something else. I can't believe he managed to. A divine weapon that could fight me on equal terms. But the day he dies is not far off." On another route, the familiar bus rolled along rhythmically, finally stopping in front of the magnificent, luxurious shopping center. A portly man stood lost in thought in a corner, staring at the item in his hand, confused. "How do I read this thing?" Turns out it was a smart map capable of giving precise directions. Jiang Kui clicked his tongue. "Ah, whatever. I'll just find someone to ask." He quickly asked a nearby employee. "Hey, little buddy." Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind Jiang Kui. "Sir, this is a private venue. To enter, please present your invitation." Wu Fu stood silently without a single movement, and the entire space seemed to freeze with his every breath. Then Wu Fu quickly pulled out a crumpled ticket. "My dog chewed up the invitation. See if this will still work," the guard said coldly. "A torn invitation is not valid for entry." Suddenly, a man appeared, speaking in a mocking tone. "I'm telling you, how can a high-class place like this let someone like him in?" Startled, he whipped his head around to see who the arrogant speaker was. The man had his arm wrapped tightly around a beautiful woman, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And he even used the excuse that his dog chewed it up. Why not come up with a more believable excuse? The guard spoke respectfully. Zhou Tan. Wu Fu asked faintly, all I need is an invitation to get in right. He immediately replied, that's right. He turned his gaze, shifting to the man behind him, a faint smile on his lips. Well then that's easy. A frightened Zhou Tan turned to leave. I suddenly have some business to attend to. I'll be going now. But before he could get away, Wu Fu grabbed him firmly by the shoulder. Zhou Tan stammered in fear. Boss, what do you want? It's not right to be grabbing people in the middle of the street like this. He chuckled, but his smile was chilling as he said, you don't want to go in. Wei Ying spoke disdainfully. And who are you? Tan doesn't associate with broke losers like you. Then she whined coquettishly. Zhou Tan, darling, I saw a necklace I really like. You have to buy it for me today, okay? He hastily pulled the invitation from his pocket, bowed, and said, Brother Wu, this is for you. Wei Ying flared up her voice, screeching. Zhou Tan, what did you just say? Zhou Tan continued meekly. I only came over here to give you the invitation. Wu Fu quickly took the ticket and left. Thanks, he replied as if it were nothing. It's what I should do. Watching his retreating back, Zhou Tan mused, it seems he's gotten stronger. Wu Fu entered the luxurious restaurant. As soon as he walked in, he heard a cheerful call. Wu Fu over here. He respectfully clasped his hands as a greeting. His voice polite, Senior said that a fragment of that sword would be auctioned here. The man immediately replied, that's right. That's why I notified you, young brother, so you could come see for yourself if it really is a fragment of that sword. Su Ying Xian continued, young brother, you did a great service for my Shu family, so we must do everything in our power to help you. Wu Fu replied respectfully, thank you, Senior, for your help. If it truly is a fragment of the sword, I will pass on a cultivation technique to the Shu family. Hearing this, a member of the Shu family sneered contemptuously. Buddy, I don't think you know how much this thing is worth, do you? What kind of cultivation technique? Is it worth 5 million? The old man barked angrily. All of you shut up, Wu Fu continued with determination. I can see that old Master Shu has been stuck in the nascent soul realm for quite some time. This technique can help him break through to the void refinement realm. The old man was stunned, thinking to himself, I can't believe he could see that. Could it be he really has a way? A short while later, the auction officially began. The heavy thud of the gavel signaled the start of the event. The auctioneer's voice echoed throughout the hall. Distinguished guests, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, wealthy bidders, welcome. The auction will now officially begin. He glanced over at him, his voice full of concern. Young brother, if you see anything you like, just let me know. She continued to introduce the first item of the day, the highest grade spirit marrow. The auctioneer continued, the starting bid is 500,000. First come, first served. Seeing the item before him, Erha suddenly barked and a bidding paddle for 5 million was raised high. The auctioneer excitedly shouted, 5 million. Shu Qingqing leaned in and whispered, Dad, our family isn't short on spirit stones. Spirit marrow is precious, but what's the benefit for us? Shu Yingxian replied nonchalantly, Erha likes it. Her expression darkened, her heart filled with jealousy. Even the dog gets spoiled. Besides, what if Wu Fu is just bluffing? Shu Qingxing sadly mumbled, Dad, you've changed. He laughed happily. Young brother, it doesn't matter if it's you or your dog who likes something. Just say the word. One by one, the items were brought out. Dragon Rock Ganoderma sold for 5 million, the Spirit Connection Pill sold for 3 million, and the Pewter Stone went for 2 million. Down in the audience, a man asked, we're almost at the final item. What do you think it's going to be? The person next to him immediately replied, whatever it is, I can't afford it anyway. The auctioneer continued to lead the event. Today's auction is nearing its end. And for the final item, there will be no price limit. The next item was quickly brought out, completely covered by a thick cloth. Her voice continued to ring out. Today's final item is... The cloth was suddenly ripped away, revealing the item beneath. The light reflecting off the treasure drew all eyes forward. The divine weapon fragment instantly radiated a brilliant aura. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent, as if even breathing had stopped. Shu Yingxian immediately asked, young brother, is that it? Wu Fu spoke. Yes, it is. Suddenly, a man in the crowd shot to his feet. He said shamelessly, I lead you have just arrived. Can someone bid on this fragment for me and give it to me as a gift? Someone cursed in contempt. How dare a broke loser like you come to this auction and ask someone to buy something for you? Are you dreaming? Xia Tiankang frowned, thinking to himself, I thought Wu Fu was shameless enough, but I never expected to meet someone even more shameless than him. The person next to him looked at him with disdain. Hey, are you still asleep? Li Ju's face darkened, his expression grim, but he remained silent. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open, his gaze as sharp as if it could tear the very air apart. The man panicked, his voice trembling, this is an immortal's pressure. Another man's eyes widened in shock. Wu Fu frowned slightly, his entire body instantly tensing with vigilance. The entire hall trembled, and people cried out, the pressure is so strong. He asked again. My master said, there is nothing wrong with a gentleman having ambition. So is there anyone here who will help me buy this and gift it to me? As soon as Li Ju finished speaking, Xia Tiankang behind him immediately raised a bidding paddle. I bid 10 million. Li Ju continued. My master also said, when you help someone in need, you must repay them twofold. he went on, so I can grant you one wish. After this is over, you can find me and I will do anything for you. He replied nonchalantly, treasures belong to the strong. It's only natural. At that moment, he wondered curiously, with such a high cultivation level, who on earth is this person? Xu Yingxin spoke cautiously. Little brother, the opponent's strength. Wu Fu quickly reassured him. It's fine. This is no longer something you people from the Xu family can handle. His voice rang out again. He'll hand it over to me willingly. The man asked in surprise, do you know him? Wu Fu immediately replied, no. Just then, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, but I know him. Later, at the Xia family villa, a talisman was slapped onto the table. Xia Tiankang said excitedly, this person promised to grant me one wish. It'll definitely come in handy when the time is right. A smug look appeared on his face. Wu Fu, oh Wu Fu. You think you can fight me just because you have a divine weapon? Suddenly, there was a frantic knock on the door. Li Mengjiao quickly went to open the door and asked softly, who is it? A large heavyset man appeared before her, exuding an overwhelming aura. Xia Tiankang greeted him warmly. Senior brother, you're here. Xiang Kui boomed. Junior brother master said someone's been bullying you. Just point him out and I'll go twist his head off. Xia Tiankang quickly waved his hand. Don't be hasty. Once we get our hands on that divine weapon, we can torment him all we want. At that moment, Li Mengjiao thought smugly, Wu Fu, you're dead meat this time. Meanwhile, at the dormitory, warm sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the room. The happy panting of his husky could be heard. It excitedly wagged its tail, non-stop opening its mouth to show off its sharp teeth. Wu Fu exclaimed happily, this spirit stone is really something I didn't expect, this spiritual essence to be so good for its teeth's evolution. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Lu Ling walked in. Oh, look how big our little friend has gotten. He sat down on the bed and asked nonchalantly, spit it out. What do you want from me? She suddenly moved in close to Wu Fu. I can't possibly be here for no reason. Lu Ling crawled onto the bed, her voice playful. She continued, what do you think I'm here for? A man and a woman all alone in a room. He smirked slightly, his voice full of hidden meaning. Is that so? Wu Fu suddenly grabbed Lu Ling's delicate pale shoulders. A startled, panicked cry rang out. Her face flushed red as a sunset. She averted her gaze, clearly embarrassed. Lu Ling cried out in a fluster. What are you doing? He gripped her hand tightly, his voice low. If you're not prepared, don't play with fire. Because once it starts, Wu Fu leaned in and whispered in Lu Ling's ear. It can be very dangerous. In her embarrassment, she hastily pushed him away, her face burning red. Lu Ling straightened her clothes and said annoyed, I'm here because I want you to represent Manhwa University in the competition. Wu Fu turned away with a long, uninterested sigh. She continued, it's fine if you refuse. The opponents are strong anyway. Our Manhwa University isn't going to get a good ranking regardless. Lu Ling gave a slight wink and said, oh right. In this competition, there are as many as 10 contestants who have reached the Tongshuan realm. She pretended to leave. Looks like I'll just have to find someone else. He immediately grabbed Lu Ling's shoulder. Wait. She smiled smugly. This trick works every single time. Wu Fu quickly proposed. No problem. Sign me up, he added. But first, there's something I need to do. Just then, Wu Fu suddenly took off his shirt. Lu Ling's face turned pink. Peeking through her fingers as she covered her eyes, she yelled, Whoa, what are you doing? Wu Fu calmly took off his black pants. The Tongshuan realm isn't that hard to deal with, but I can't stay in the shaping realm forever. Lu Ling, curse you pervert. Wu Fu's voice echoed in the room again. First, I need to break through to the mid-stage of the shaping realm. After hearing his reason, Lu Ling closed her eyes and shyly covered her mouth. So he just wants to cultivate. She thought to herself, I was overthinking things. Lu Ling opened her eyes, put her hands on her hips and shouted, hey big shot, improving your power isn't like buying radishes. You can't just say you're going to break through and then do it. Wu Fu replied, his eyes still shut tight. Breaking through to the Tongshuan realm isn't that difficult for me. She silently calculated the mid-stage of the shaping realm should be enough to handle the competition. Lu Ling tilted her head, watching shimmering streams of energy float in mid-air and wondered to herself, spiritual chi. Wu Fu's eyes suddenly snapped open, releasing an overwhelming and oppressive aura. As if sensing something was wrong, Lu Ling glanced at him startled. She immediately drew her sword, activated her power, and created a transparent protective barrier around herself. The streams of spiritual chi that Wu Fu released towards Lu Ling were all blocked by the protective barrier. After what felt like an eternity, the assault finally stopped. She gasped, exhausted. Good thing I blocked that in time. Otherwise, at that same moment, Wu Fu sat on the other side with his eyes closed, his entire body emitting a dazzling light. Seeing this, Lu Ling was so stunned she could barely speak, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. He broke through. Wu Fu opened his eyes, looked towards her, and retorted. What else? Lu Ling turned away unhappily, running a hand through her hair. I've been stuck for so long. It took me 5 years just to get past the chi refining realm, and I've wasted 4 years in the shaping realm. But you just break through like it's nothing. At that very moment, Wang Mengmeng was outside, pressing his ear to the door and cursing to himself. Damn, what's all that noise in there? Inside the room, Lu Ling put her hand on the doorknob and forcefully pushed the door open. The door swung open. When she saw the person standing outside, they both froze in a stunned silence. Wang Mengmeng waved his hands frantically, pretending like nothing was wrong. Senior sister, you don't have to say a thing. I get it. You two were just cultivating. Yep, definitely cultivating. He squatted down and petted the husky's furry head. Wu Fu the husky and I will get going. A man and a woman leaving a poor single dog behind. How cruel. The husky seemed to understand what he was saying, and knowing it was about to go out, it got extremely excited and let out a bark. Woof! Just then, Lu Ling stormed out of the room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Wang Mengmeng glanced at the scene and asked curiously, "Did I show up at a bad time?" As if in reply, the husky barked again. He stood up holding the husky in his arms and suggested with a smile, "Wu Fu, it's my birthday today. Let's go for a drink later." "All right," Wu Fu readily agreed. "All right." After getting his answer, Wang Mengmeng happily ran out of the room. "I'll go get ready then. Take your time getting there." On the bustling city streets were skyscrapers and various storefronts. In a certain room, a phone on a table suddenly lit up, chiming with a message notification. Mr. Xia, who was sitting on the sofa with his back to the window, asked, "Who is it calling at this hour?" Xia Tiankang picked up the phone and replied, "It's from the person I planted near Wu Fu. It seems that Fatty invited him to a tavern today." Li Mengjiao repeated the location he just mentioned. A tavern. She came up with an idea. "That's right, today is Wang Mengmeng's birthday. If we offer him a little something." Xia Tiankang seemed to know what she was about to say and continued her thought. "Are you trying to find a way to get someone into the Yunhao bar? Even the Shu family has to show the owner there's some respect. Using a borrowed knife to deal with this person isn't out of the question." Elsewhere, in a simple tiled roof house deep in the secluded mountains, Li Jiu knelt trying to get the attention of the person slumped over in front of him. Master, please take your medicine." Jing Song covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Seeing this, a worried Li Jiu reminded him, "Master, slowly." Jing Song's head was still bowed low, but the corners of his lips twitched as he spoke. "I feel my body growing weaker by the day. I can no longer even sense the aura of the divine artifact. If you meet the fated one, bring him here to see me." Hearing this request, Li Jiu dropped to one knee, clasped his hands together respectfully and replied, "This disciple obeys." Jing Song added, "Perhaps he will have a way to help me achieve Dao integration." Li Jiu looked up his eyes, flashing with determination as he replied, "Yes." A tall, green glass liquor bottle lay rolling on the table. The last few drops of liquor trickled from the bottle, forming a small puddle on the ground. A sharp rebuke rang out in his ear. "You damn fatty, wake up." Wang Mengmeng, his face flushed red, was sprawled across the table, mumbling, "I'm not drunk. Let's have another round." He had just finished his sentence when he was kicked hard in the back by a pair of legs in black stockings and high heels. "Get up, you damn fatty." Seeing that it wasn't working, Lu Ling shifted her position and kicked Wang Mengmeng square in the butt. He shot up his eyes wide, letting out a cry of pain. In his mind's eye, Wang Mengmeng could see a chrysanthemum blooming on his butt. He buried his face in the sofa, clutching his behind and whining, "Ow, ow, ow." Lu Ling stood beside him with her arms crossed, asking angrily, "You damn fatty, why did you call us here?" Wu Fu also spoke up, confused. "Fatty, why'd you come here?" Hearing Wu Fu's voice, Wang Mengmeng finally sat up. "Brother Fu, you're here." A dog's bark came from nearby. He turned his head toward the sound and saw Erha standing there, so he called out to him. The dog barked a few times in response. Then Erha lowered his head and dropped what he was holding in his mouth onto the table. Wang Mengmeng's face darkened as he pointed to himself and asked, "For me?" Erha, extremely excited, nodded vigorously and barked twice to confirm. Wang Mengmeng looked nervously at the item. "Consider this a birthday present." Before he could even put it in his mouth, a blinding golden light suddenly shone from the side. Startled, Lu Ling whipped her head around to find the source. She yelled a warning to the other two. "This is bad. Something's happening." Run Wu Fu turned his head, frowning as he stared at the ground. He saw a hazy curtain of sand appear in the distance, slowly spreading toward them. The curtain of sand stretched from the floor all the way to the ceiling. After some time had passed, the ground around Wu Fu's feet had completely turned to sand. The entire scene had transformed into a desert. Grains of sand were pulled up by some unknown force hovering in midair. Both Lu Ling and Wang Mengmeng stared stunned by the sight before them. In front of them was a gigantic golden snake. Its eyes glowed with a red light, its long tongue flicking out. In the blink of an eye, the snake opened its massive jaws, about to swallow Wu Fu whole. Seeing this from behind, Lu Ling screamed, "Watch out." The three of them quickly retreated to dodge the attack, causing the snake's head to slam into the ground. It raised its massive head once more and lunged toward them. "You've entered my illusion. It won't be that easy to leave." Wang Mengmeng grabbed the arm of the person next to him and screamed in terror. Brother Fu Erha planted its paws on the sandy ground, gritted its teeth, and unleashed a burst of power. Instantly, a giant dog materialized, confronting the snake head-on. Lu Ling, startled, stared in disbelief, wondering what the Erha lunged forward and accurately bit down on the giant snake's neck. The snake let out a pitiful cry and gradually vanished. All the spirit stones that fell from the snake's body were absorbed by Erha. Wang Mengmeng smiled, approached the dog, and praised it. Erha, you're amazing. Wu Fu picked Erha up with both hands. Not bad. No spirit stones went to waste. Down below, in a place unknown to them, Tong Tian, who had been secretly watching through a screen, finally spoke. That's a dog. Li Mengjiao, standing beside him, was also dumbfounded. Even his dog is that powerful. Tong Tian felt a sense of dread, but he lowered his head and silently reassured himself. But it's fine. This is my illusion. As long as he's inside it, I can still destroy him. Lu Ling looked at the dining table, standing alone in the middle of the desert, and asked, What do we do now? Wang Mengmeng gripped his shirt tightly. Brother Fu, where are we? Wu Fu answered him. We're still in the room. He cradled Erha in his arms and slowly walked toward the table as he explained. It's just that this type of illusion is called a ghost wall. As long as we find the object that exists parallel to reality and shatter it, we can break the formation. Wu Fu stopped and glanced at the tabletop, leaving something so obvious right here. Do they really think we're blind? He clenched his hand into a fist and then slammed it down hard on the table. Startled by his action, Lu Ling yelled, Don't. The stone table shattered into countless pieces under the force of the blow. At the same time, glowing cracks appeared on the ceiling of the room where Li Mengjiao and Tong Tian were. Seeing this, he cried out, This is bad. The ceiling exploded and chunks of stone rained down to the floor below. The debris shot out in all directions, shattering the room's windows. Wu Fu jumped directly down into the room below through the hole created by the explosion. Lu Ling coughed twice from the thick cloud of dust. So they were hiding right below us. Wu Fu glanced at the person in front of him. So it was you. He directly questioned her. Looks like you and Xie Tian Kang set all this up, didn't you? Li Mengjiao admitted without fear. So what if it was us? Wu Fu, you're finished this time. Filled with contempt, Wu Fu casually cleaned his ear with his pinky finger. I've heard that line way too many times. Tong Tian gripped the sword at his hip and slowly approached him. Brat, if you want to leave, hand over the divine artifact first. Wu Fu calmly looked up, glancing at him to size him up. Standing behind him, Lu Ling warned loudly, Wu Fu Zhou Tan Tong Tian's influence in Yunhai is significant. Be careful. Wu Fu handed Erha to Wang Mengmeng and instructed him. You hide down here and don't run around. Let Erha look after you for a bit. Erha barked once. Wolf covered in sweat, Wang Mengmeng nodded in response. Tong Tian raised his sword, muttering a threat under his breath. It's useless to run. Now that you've broken my illusion, none of you are getting out of here alive today. Wu Fu pulled out a sword from his side and said contemptuously, What's this? You dare to show off an illusion that anyone can enter in front of me. The eyes behind Tong Tian's dark glasses widened at the sight before him. He had been pulled into an illusion. Surrounding Tong Tian was a desert with barren trees. Wu Fu had at some point leaped into the air and was now levitating. At this moment, Tong Tian felt a tinge of fear, thinking to himself, The power of the shapeshifting realm is this strong. Wu Fu glanced down at him from above, then let out a commanding shout. Instantly, Tong Tian's entire body was forced to its knees by some immense power. He thought to himself, This pressure, it's terrifying. Tong Tian's brows furrowed tightly as he felt the change within his body. Even a peak profound connection real master like me has lost all my power? This is bad. Up ahead, Wu Fu channeled more power into the sword he was holding. He swung his arms, slashing down towards the immobilized Tong Tian on the ground. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed through the space. Young man, what kind of honor is there in bullying the weak? Wu Fu's eyes widened and he froze for a second after hearing that voice. The surrounding scenery cracked and shattered, creating a hole from which an arm reached out. The hand accurately grabbed the collar of Tong Tian and yanked his entire body through the rift. Outside, Li Jiu had used his power to pull Tong Tian out of the illusion and back into the original room. Li Jiu looked into the illusion and spoke in a greeting tone. I've heard much about you, brother. Meeting you today, you truly are a talent. Wu Fu dispelled the illusion in his mind, recalling Li Jiu. In my past life, you poisoned our master just to achieve a breakthrough. In this life, I was destined to stand before you and expose your hypocrisy. Out loud, he asked him, Are you looking for me for something? Li Jiu raised a hand, extending an invitation. I was wondering if you would be willing to take a trip with me, young brother. Lu Ling placed a hand on his shoulder protectively. Wu Fu tilted his head and patted her hand reassuringly. It's nothing. I'll be back soon. Wu Fu then looked up at the person opposite him. Li Jiu bowed his head slightly as he heard him say, He's a spirit origin realm expert. Can you really refuse? Lu Ling's eyes went wide with shock as the words she just heard repeated in her head. Spirit, origin realm. The scene flashed back to the past, to a blood-stained sword dripping onto the ground. Wu Fu called out, Master. He looked at the white-haired old man slumped at the base of a tree and said, Disciple has been searching for you for over 300 million years. Wu Fu's hand lifted the incense cauldron he was holding. How could you pass the cauldron on to an outsider? His brows furrowed and his gaze turned ruthless. If you are heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. Returning to the present, Wu Fu affirmed in his mind, Master, I was reborn. I absolutely will not let that tragedy repeat itself. A voice rang out in front of the tiled roof house in the mountains. Master, look who I brought. Jing Song, sitting inside the house, saw the two people at the door and said, Please, come in. He looked at Wu Fu and smiled in praise. Young brother, you are truly a talent. Wu Fu clasped his hands together and directly asked his question. Senior, may I ask why you summoned this junior here? Jing Song didn't hide his purpose. I've heard that you possess a divine artifact, young friend. This old man can sense it. Our fate is truly not a small one. I hope to find a way to break through from this divine artifact. Wu Fu offered his own speculation. Senior has been stuck at the void-returning realm, unable to break through. This junior believes perhaps the time just isn't right. Hearing this, Jing Song asked eagerly, Could it be that you have a way, young friend? Li Jiu glanced suspiciously at the person standing next to him, his mind racing. Just then, Wu Fu replied to Jing Song. That's right. He walked over to a table in the corner. When this junior entered, I smelled a very strong medicinal scent. Li Jiu angrily cursed, Insolent, watch what you say, or you'll lose your life for your arrogance. Jing Song scolded Li Jiu in return. Rudeness, silencing him. Wu Fu, seemingly unconcerned, opened the lid of the incense cauldron on the table to examine it. This junior believes Senior's body is weak. He raised two fingers and diagnosed with a glance, I fear an old ailment is plaguing you. Jing Song's eyes widened in surprise as he thought to himself, He can see the state of my body just like that. Who is this person, and why does he feel so familiar? Wu Fu turned back, raising one finger. This junior can treat Senior's illness, but I have one condition. Li Jiu couldn't hold back any longer, grinding his teeth and waving his hand dismissively. Do you have any idea what my master's cultivation level is? How dare a mere shapeshifting realm brat like you make such boasts? Wu Fu's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Jiu pursed his lips, thinking this kid. It seems he knows I switched master's medicine. Wu Fu extended his hand, a source of power slowly gathering at his fingertips. With incredible speed, Wu Fu swiped his hand across Jing Song's face. Immediately glowing characters appeared on the old man's skin. Seeing this from the side, Li Jiu was about to charge forward. You dare harm my master. You're looking to end your life. Suddenly, Jing Song shouted, stopping him. Wait, the old man closed his eyes and placed his hands on his legs, explaining, the young man is merely imparting a cultivation technique. Don't overreact. Li Jiu called out resentfully. Master, seeing that Jing Song wouldn't change his mind, he clenched his jaw and schemed internally. It seems I can't let this kid live. I must find a chance to eliminate him, or he'll become a major disaster in the future. After some time, the sky outside the house remained clear and quiet. Inside, Jing Song's entire body emitted a white aura. He closed his eyes and felt it. He had only cultivated for half the session, but his meridians had already cleared up significantly. Young friend, you are truly more than you seem. Wu Fu pointed to the side. I sense you have the fragment of the divine artifact on you. Can we trade it for my efforts this time? Jing Song gestured to him. Li Jiu didn't. I tell you to gift the artifact to someone who has an affinity with it. Although Li Jiu was not happy, he still had to clasp his hands and obey the old man's words. Yes, disciple will give it to him immediately. He took out the sword fragment of the divine artifact from his robes. Finally, Jing Song walked outside to bid Wu Fu farewell. In all my years, I've never seen such a treasure. Young friend, please be careful with it. Li Jiu supported his arm, reminding him worriedly. Master, be careful. Before leaving, Wu Fu also said one last thing. This junior will be careful. The scene returns to the city, a place with towering skyscrapers. Li Jiu placed a white porcelain bottle on a table, demanding Wu Fu be dealt with. This spirit-gathering pill will be yours. Tong Tian nodded furiously. Yes, yes, yes. My lord, I'll gather my men immediately. By tomorrow morning, he'll be wiped from the face of this earth. Li Jiu cursed inwardly. You damn brat, you think just because your master protects you, I can't do anything to you. Anyone who dares take my things must disappear. That night inside a lavishly built 3-story villa, the clock hanging on a column pointed to exactly 9 o'clock. From the bathroom, the sound of running water and clouds of hot steam drifted out into the hallway. Inside, the glass-walled bathroom was completely shrouded in white steam. Behind the glass, the silhouette of a woman's body appeared faintly. The girl tilted her face up, enjoying the feeling of the clear water splashing against her face. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door. Wu Fu, you get out here for me. Startled, Qing whipped her head around her eyes, darting towards the door. She immediately turned off the shower and reached for the towel hanging on the rack. Just as Qing had finished wrapping the towel around herself, 3 men walked in through the door. A sleazy-looking underling spoke up, teasing her. We're here to teach Wu Fu a lesson and maybe have a little fun. Qing calmly asked them, Who are you? I suggest you get lost right now. Tong Tian looked at her and asked directly, Where's Wu Fu? Qing frowned and replied, He's not back yet. The 2 underlings started cracking their knuckles as they slowly approached her. The guy we're looking for isn't here. Well then, little lady, why don't you come play with your big brothers? One of the thugs, a round-faced man, lunged forward with a sleazy grin. Come here, little darling. Qingqing stood perfectly still, but her gaze turned incredibly sharp. With a single flick of her hand, she precisely struck the round-faced thug, sending him flying. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Tong Tian's eyes widened. He now realized she was a transformation stage cultivator. The remaining thug's face was a mask of shock as he glanced to the side. Seeing his buddy go flying past him, his jaw dropped as he wondered how can a little girl be so strong. While he was distracted, he turned his head back just in time to see a woman's knee right next to his cheek. Where are you looking? Qingqing's knee delivered a powerful blow to the side of the thug's face while he wasn't paying attention. His entire body flew straight into the glass panel, shattering it into countless pieces. Tong Tian tilted his head, his eyes glancing at the reflection of his now unconscious underling in the mirror. He turned back to face the woman. With Wu Fu's strength at the transformation stage, he has nothing to worry about. You, on the other hand. Hearing this, Qingqing raised a hand and asked, so you also think I'm stronger than that bastard Wu Fu? Tong Tian replied, I'll deal with you first, then we'll talk. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, Wu Fu appeared behind him. He even spoke up, hey, were you just talking about me? Tong Tian reacted instantly, lunging away with all his might. He ducked behind the bathtub and stammered in panic. When did you get there? Tong Tian's face was covered in a cold sweat as he stared at him. Wu Fu's expression darkened. I've been standing here watching you two fight for a while now. Realizing his own panic, Tong Tian faked a couple of coughs to act normal. He's just an intermediate transformation stage cultivator. If I hadn't been careless last time, you would have been dead long ago. Wu Fu's eyes flashed as he asked. You didn't say why didn't he come? Tong Tian lowered his head, a threatening smirk on his lips. Sending me is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. You're not getting away. Shu Qingqing shouted a warning. Wu Fu, watch your feet. Wu Fu, holding his husky, looked down at his feet in confusion. A puddle, he thought to himself. An illusion. Chains glowing with golden spirit energy began to slowly crawl up Wu Fu's legs from below. One chain wrapped around his arm while another coiled around his torso and behind his back. In just a moment, the chains had completely bound Wu Fu, locking him in place. He recalled Tong Tian's movements. So that's how it is. The moment you jump, you fall into the illusion. Wu Fu decisively raised his hand to summon his sword. The sword appeared, and with a single slash, he shattered the chains and the illusion along with them. Seeing him break free, Qingqing asked worriedly, Wu Fu, are you okay? Wu Fu asked back, where are they? She pointed towards the shattered glass door. They all ran. Outside, Tong Tian escaped and cursed in anger. Damn it, he has a divine weapon. I can't even open the formation. Wu Fu landed on the ground in front of him. Then I won't need my spirit sword. Tong Tian grinned maliciously. Without his divine weapon, he charged forward, throwing a punch. A piece of trash like you is still no match for me. His first punch aimed at Wu Fu's face missed. His second, a hook aimed at his head, also missed. Wu Fu dodged the punch, his body nimbly anticipating Tong Tian's next move. Sure enough, he threw a kick, but it still missed. He cursed in frustration. Is running all you know how to do? Wu Fu didn't answer, simply smiling as he dodged another uppercut from him. Stepping back rhythmically, he accidentally stepped into a mud pit created by Tong Tian. Wu Fu glanced down, finding the thing to be a real nuisance. His feet sank, trapped by the mud pit, unable to move. Tong Tian charged, throwing another punch. Let's see where you run to this time. Wu Fu didn't reply, his sharp gaze fixed on the approaching fist. A massive boom echoed the shockwave so powerful it cracked the wall behind them. But looking again, that wasn't Wu Fu, it was just his outer jacket. Tong Tian realized something was wrong. An afterimage. At that moment, Wu Fu appeared right behind him. Had enough yet? Tong Tian whipped his head around, but it was too late to do anything. Not good. He felt a powerful, overwhelming sword energy. Sword. Qi. You? Who the hell are you? Wu Fu's fist was already right in front of his face. He replied coldly, you don't need to know. His one-punch knockout was incredibly powerful, striking Tong Tian square in the chest. With a loud crash, the wall caved in cracks, spreading out like a spiderweb. The aftershock was so strong that Shu Qingqing had to shield her eyes. He's gotten stronger again. The only thing left behind was Tong Tian's pair of shattered glasses. Wu Fu put his jacket back on and told Qingqing, clean up the yard for me. She frowned and replied, I'll just have someone come and handle it. All right. Qingqing was a bit worried. Wu Fu with Zhou Tan Tong Tian's status for him to be killed in your house without anyone knowing. Before she could finish, the towel she was wearing fell off, sliding down to her feet. Wu Fu froze. Qingqing was petrified for a few seconds. Then she quickly crouched down, covering herself with the towel and yelling, you pervert, are you still looking? The husky barked excitedly. I wasn't looking, Wu Fu denied. On a nearby rooftop, a mysterious masked figure stood watching everything that had just happened. Looks like things are getting more and more interesting. The person smirked mysteriously. Qingqing stormed back to her room. If I catch you peeking, I'll gouge your eyes out. She clutched the towel, walking into her room, fuming with embarrassment and anger. Wu Fu covered one eye from behind, smiling as he said, I'm not looking, I'm not looking. Xu Qingqing went into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. She was about to take off her towel to change, cursing the damn pervert, but then she suddenly realized she wasn't alone in the bathroom. Looking again, she saw Erha excitedly wagging its tail, waiting for her to change. The dog had a dumb look on its face, like some innocent pervert staring at a beautiful girl. Xu Qingqing coldly threw it out, Get out of here, you pervy dog. A moment later, the bathroom door opened. The girl had finished changing her hair neatly tied up. Just then, the spiritual energy around Erha began to fluctuate. Xu Qingqing looked at it in surprise. Erha Wu Fu looked at it with satisfaction. From the looks of it, it's about to have a breakthrough. After eating so many spirit pills, it'd be hard not to transform. Erha barked proudly. Xu Qingqing was speechless. She had never heard of a dog that could cultivate. Erha's breakthrough didn't take long, and its claws became sharper. It gnashed its teeth a bit, its bite force now strong enough to break the wooden floor. Xu Qingqing's face darkened as she thought, It's the teeth and claws again, even better for wrecking the house. Like master, like dog. Just then, two patrolling bodyguards brought in Tong Tian's body and asked, Miss, should we take the body back for the master to handle? Wu Fu stopped them. No need for all that trouble. I know who's really behind this. Xu Qingqing was curious. Who is it? He looked upwards. Hearing that, she quickly opened the door and ran outside to look. Well, Wu Fu slowly walked out. Don't bother looking, he's already gone. Xu Qingqing pointed at the roof. He was always there. He nodded, That's right. Afterwards, Wu Fu gave instructions to take Zhou Tongtian away. He hadn't had a chance to pay the Xie family a visit, and this was a rare opportunity. Xu Qingqing ordered the bodyguard take Zhou Tongtian to the Xie family. The bodyguard hesitated slightly and advised, Miss, I think we should ask the old master for his opinion before making a decision. In response, the girl said confidently, Here in Yunhai, the Xu family wouldn't dare touch a single hair on Xu Qingqing's head. Seeing that he couldn't stop her, the bodyguard had to obey. Yes, ma'am. The black car carrying Xu Qingqing and Wu Fu headed towards the Xie family's villa. The security guard at the gate saw them and immediately gave an order. Quick, go, inform the young master. The Xu family and Wu Fu are here. The guard followed the order. Yes, sir. The car stopped in front of the security gate and someone from inside politely asked, Excuse me, who are you looking for? Erha peeked its head out and barked twice at them. The bodyguard in the passenger seat turned to ask Xu Qingqing for instructions. Miss, what now? Wu Fu spoke up. They don't seem to recognize me. Why are there so many guards? Without thinking too much, he opened the car door and got out with Erha. Wu Fu said nonchalantly, Let's make this quick. We have quite a welcoming party. Several guards rushed out. Recognizing him, they became even more aggressive. You had a path to heaven but refused to take it, and you barge into hell, though it has no gate. Get him. The Xu family's bodyguard couldn't help but prepare his gun. There are so many of them. Should we run and get reinforcements? Xu Qingqing stopped him. Just sit there. She smiled and watched the scene outside. Outside, the group of guards charged at Wu Fu. Seeing this, Erha ferociously leaped out and barked a few times. It even jumped up and bit one of the guard's arms, making him scream in pain. You annoying mutt, capture him and the dog. In the luxurious villa, someone reported loudly, Young Master Wu Fu is at the door. Tianhao was startled. I haven't even gone looking for him and he dares to come looking for me. Li Mengjiao, who was beside him, worried. What do we do now? Tianhao's eyes flashed with anger. I've arranged for more than a dozen skilled bodyguards at the gate. They just need to drain 30% of Wu Fu's energy. He thought to himself, since you've come, don't even think about leaving. But reality is often disappointing. The guards were defeated one by Erha and the sound of barking echoed throughout the villa. One of the guards saw Tianhao and cried for help. Young master, you're finally here. We're being bullied by a dog. He angrily kicked the guard aside. A bunch of useless trash. All of you get lost. Seeing the newcomer, Tianhao became wary. Wu Fu, you and I are sworn enemies. I didn't come for you, yet you dare to come for me. He didn't waste words on him, simply ordering the Xu family's bodyguard, bring it here. Tong Tian's body was thrown in front of Tianhao. Li Mengjiao was stunned. Zhu Tongtian, Tianhao paled. Don't misunderstand, he wasn't sent by me. Wu Fu crossed his arms arrogantly. Don't be scared. I just want you to hand Zhou Tongtian over to someone. Tianhao was curious. Who? He narrowed his eyes and said a name, Li Jiu. As night fell, Li Mengjiao and Tianhao stood silently in front of the villa gate. Watching the car carrying Wu Fu drive away, he clenched his fists tightly. Tianhao said to himself, In the upcoming inter-school tournament, I will definitely make him pay with his life. Li Mengjiao was worried, but he even killed Zhou Tongtian. At that moment, someone stood on a tree, watching him reassure his girlfriend. With Xiong Kui's divine power, Wu Fu is no match. Tianhao sensed something, turned around and shouted, Who's there? Li Jiu appeared from behind the trees wearing a hood. Seeing him, Tianhao was startled by his own disrespectful tone. He and Li Mengjiao immediately bowed in greeting. So it's you, senior. I haven't even used this talisman yet, and you've already arrived. Li Jiu nonchalantly drew his sword. I was already here when Wu Fu was here. Hearing this, Tian Hao grew anxious. Could it be that you know Wu Fu? Li Jiu smiled. Of course. He's the one who detoxified my master's poison. I'm not sure what his intentions are. Tian Hao made his stance clear. Senior Wu Fu and I have an irreconcilable feud. Even if you try to mediate, my Shi family will not agree. Li Jiu's eyes narrowed, glinting dangerously. Is that so? He plunged his sword into the ground, causing it to crack. Immediately after, Li Jiu swung his sword and a deadly shadow spread out. Tian Hao swallowed hard. That dark sword energy had just grazed past him, and the building behind him had been split in two. The guards arrived late, shouting, "Where is he? Quick, protect the young master." But with just one slash, Li Jiu tossed his sword away and mumbled. As black as the night sky, it cuts through iron like mud, a truly fine blade. The sword spun a few times in the air before finally landing and sticking into the ground in front of Tian Hao. Li Jiu suggested, "I'm afraid even those in the profound comprehension realm would want a sword like this." Tian Hao was stunned for a moment. He asked tentatively, "Senior, are you?" Li Jiu turned his head away. "I just need him dead. I was the one who sent Zhou Tongtian." With that, he leaped away, leaving Tian Hao and his people behind. Holding the precious sword in his hand, Tian Hao gloated, "Wu Fu, if you have someone to blame, blame yourself for making too many enemies. With a nascent soul cultivator helping me, you're dead for sure." The next morning at Wu Fu's villa, Zhu Qingqing urged him, "Wu Fu, the selection is about to start. Let's go." He looked up in a certain direction. "Wait a moment, I have something to take care of. I'll be there in a bit. You take Urha and go on ahead." Wu Fu focused his attention on the sky. He could feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the direction of the back mountain. And so Wu Fu stepped into the back mountain, a lush green forest overflowing with spiritual energy. He was puzzled. Why was the spiritual energy behind the mountain suddenly so dense? After walking for a while, Wu Fu arrived at a lake. Looking at the dense spiritual energy, he thought to himself, "This is the place." The water rippled, but he didn't see anyone around. Then Wu Fu noticed wet footprints on the shore. Someone must have been here. Just then, he heard the rustling of leaves behind him. On high alert, Wu Fu detected sword energy. The razor-sharp blue sword energy struck the spot where he had just been standing. Luckily, he was quick enough to dodge it. But Wu Fu didn't relax. Instead, his brow furrowed even more. The sword energy once again struck at his current position and he sidestepped to evade it. However, the attacks grew fiercer and more dangerous. Seeing he was about to be hit, Wu Fu wrapped his hand in spiritual energy and used it like a sword to block his opponent's strike. Immediately after they both retreated some distance, Wu Fu planted his feet heavily on the ground to brace himself. He crouched down, finally steadying his body. On the other side, a white dress fluttered as his opponent landed gracefully on a flat rock. She let out a breath, her thin lips parting. Luo Si looked like a fairy descended to the mortal world. Gripping her sword, she opened her eyes and asked coldly, "Who goes there?" Wu Fu explained calmly, "If I told you this was a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Luo Si pointed her sword at him. "Then let me gouge your eyes out first." Her eyes were ice cold, but her heart was in turmoil. The sword cultivation arts were a top-tier technique, yet this person only at the forming stage was able to evade her. Without another thought, she swung her sword fiercely at Wu Fu. He casually glanced at her technique and dodged to the side. Luo Si lunged forward with a fiery thrust. Wu Fu tilted his head to dodge the blade and said nonchalantly, "You're overthinking it." Luo Zi's sword was both fast and sharp. Wu Fu raised a hand, summoning a protective layer of sword energy. He gently caught the tip of her blade, then casually pushed it aside. "It really is just a misunderstanding." Luo Si was secretly startled when she recognized his sword energy. A sword, made of sword energy. Using the momentum from pushing her blade, Wu Fu glided forward. He turned his head and explained sincerely, "I really didn't see anything." Luo Si didn't seem convinced. She gritted her teeth and cursed despicable. "Don't let me see you again." The scene changes to the school with the afternoon sun slanting westward. In the room, a husky let out a huge yawn. The teacher Chen Hao took attendance. "Is everyone here?" Someone spoke up. "Sir Wu Fu isn't here yet." He looked displeased. "It's him again." Another student sneered. He even dared to fight a student from the year 253. He probably doesn't care about this cultivator gathering. Just then, Wu Fu walked in. The husky barked happily twice. Hearing himself being bad-mouthed, he kicked the guy who spoke. Wu Fu looked at the clock. "It's exactly 3 o'clock. I'm not late." Chen Hao wanted to find fault but couldn't think of a reason, so he turned and yelled at the class. He crossed his arms and looked up at the arena as the event officially began. Only 8 people from the 1st to the 4th year can participate. This means only 2 people will be chosen from you first years. The 8 participants will be the strongest representatives from each grade. Hearing the rules, Wu Fu's eyes narrowed into a smirk. Interesting. He immediately leaped into the arena, taking the high ground. Wu Fu looked down and asked provocatively, "Who's next?" "This guy is way too arrogant," some classmates grumbled. Just then, a loud laugh echoed from behind them, and a figure cloaked in gloomy purple spiritual energy stepped forward. Someone recognized him. It's the top first-year Fang Kun. He's at the peak of the forming stage. Another student added, he's a master of hidden weapons. They say he's never lost. Fang Kun smirked. I heard you're quite ostentatious. Since this is our first meeting, I hope you'll go easy on me. Wu Fu didn't reply. He just beckoned with his finger, signaling his opponent to attack. He gave a wicked laugh as gloomy spiritual energy enveloped his body. Then, like a whirlwind, Fang Kun vanished on the spot. He rushed toward Wu Fu, throwing a punch. However, Wu Fu had already noticed something was off. Bam! Fang Kun's fist slammed into Wu Fu's face, snapping his head to the side. The martial arts classmates stared stunned by the scene. When teacher Chen Hao saw it, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. What Wu Fu had only taken the hit to get proof of Fang Kun's treachery. 2 poison needles had been blocked by his spiritual energy. In fact, the 2 poison needles were now being crushed by his spiritual energy. Fang Kun frowned, thinking impossible. Just then, Wu Fu moved. He snapped the poison needles. Terrified, Fang Kun immediately retreated, trying to get away. But after just one step, his foot was pinned to the ground by Wu Fu. Wu Fu pressed his advantage, not forgetting to taunt him. Why are you trying to run? What chance did Fang Kun have? Wu Fu unleashed a palm strike brimming with spiritual energy. Boom! The blow landed squarely on Fang Kun's stomach. Yellow liquid soaked the arena floor. He now understood what it meant to literally be scared pissless. Wu Fu warned him, since we're classmates, I can spare your life. But if you ever dare use poison again, I will definitely kill you. Fang Kun collapsed, his clothes in tatters. He had survived but was utterly humiliated. Seeing this, Chen Hao felt a surge of resentment. Fang Kun lost, Wu Fu looked down from the arena. Anyone else? The group of first years fell silent. No one dared to go up. He smiled at Chen Hao. Teacher, it looks like I've secured one of the 2 spots for the first years. He gritted his teeth, his thoughts unreadable. Just then, the door to the room was thrown open violently. Seeing the newcomers, Chen Hao shouted, You third years, what are you doing here? Weren't the names on the list already decided? One of them answered confidently, That's right. The long-haired young man was named Huo Feng. His hair was tied back neatly, and he had a rather stylish look. He spoke up. The third years have chosen me to compete alongside President Liu. He sized up Wu Fu in the arena. Now let's see just who managed to crush our senior's spirit. Wu Fu looked at Huo Feng without a trace of fear. Huo Feng was naturally a battle-hungry person, so this only piqued his interest. The students who knew him quickly backed away. Senior Huo Feng was in closed-door training for almost half a year. His strength must have increased immensely since coming out. We should back up so we don't get caught in the crossfire. Although Chen Hao disliked Wu Fu, this was still his class. He didn't want the third years to use their seniority to bully the first years. Hua Feng, what do you think you're doing? He paid no attention to a teacher like Chen Hao, instead calling 2 of his underlings into the arena. Obviously, to teach this little junior a lesson. One of the underlings holding a baseball bat stepped forward with a smirk. While he was still smiling, Wu Fu's figure blurred past him. He frowned, assessing the situation, and decided to take care of the 2 underlings before dealing with their leader. No sooner said than done, Wu Fu moved instantly. He struck the one with the bat hard in the stomach, then punched the other in the shoulder. With that done, Wu Fu moved again, finally stopping behind Huo Feng. He sneered, channeling his Cyan spiritual energy. You dare show off your speed in front of me. He shot Wu Fu a contemptuous look. You're still too green. With that, he moved, leaping from his spot in an instant. And from everyone's perspective, he practically vanished on the spot. Chen Hao couldn't help but be impressed. The Hua family's ancestral movement technique truly lived up to its name. Huo Feng's figure flickered across the fighting ring, his voice sounding both near and far. He thought this kid was supposed to be skilled, but his reaction was pathetic. With a response time like that, Huo Feng zipped all over the ring, but Wu Fu just stood in place completely unfazed as his opponent flaunted his speed right in front of him. In the next moment, Huo Feng's figure flashed behind Wu Fu. That's enough time for me to kill you 10 times over. He said nothing, merely smirking as if he had anticipated this exact move. A punch that tore through the air shot straight forward, only to hit nothing but empty space. Huo Feng couldn't believe his eyes. He glanced around the ring but couldn't see him anymore. To avoid a surprise attack, Huo Feng immediately retreated. He frantically searched for Wu Fu, his heart pounding with panic. What just happened? Where did he go? Just then, he appeared right behind him. Looking for me, Chen Hao's face was a mask of shock. This kid's speed was even greater than Huo Feng's. Huo Feng's eyes darted towards Wu Fu, who was now gliding past his back. What the hell? He bent his knees, intending to move. Huo Feng's movement was fast and decisive, and he managed to dodge Wu Fu's dangerous blow. Through the cloud of white dust, a look of triumph was clear in his eyes. Huo Feng spun around and leaped away. Although his face was a bit panicked, he had dodged the attack. Without giving anyone a moment's rest, Wu Fu charged forward with powerful steps, his voice booming. Senior, since you're already here, Huo Feng was involuntarily startled by what he saw. Wu Fu's mocking voice continued to echo. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Huo Feng's eyes filled with alarm as he witnessed Wu Fu's speed. So fast. The blow from Wu Fu created a massive explosion that sent Huo Feng flying. His arm was injured from blocking that strike. How could his power be so immense? Wu Fu didn't wait for Huo Feng to regain his composure. He rushed at him with incredibly swift steps. Wu Fu's terrifying speed left Huo Feng completely stunned. This kid. He gritted his teeth, looking at Wu Fu's face as a thought crossed his mind. The form transformation stage, Wu Fu unleashed a palm strike, sending him flying out of the arena. Someone's curse rang out. Damn it. Huo Feng was sent flying, slammed into a wall, and then collapsed, kneeling on the ground as dark red blood poured from his mouth. Though injured, Huo Feng forced himself up and asked with a doubtful tone, Are you really only at the form transformation stage? In response to his question, Wu Fu walked to the edge of the stage and spoke. To be precise. He looked down from his high position, his voice carrying a warning. My cultivation is far beyond yours. Elsewhere, sunlight shone down on a building. In a private room, a girl's voice rang out. The 8 names for this competition have been tentatively decided. We have 4th years and representatives from the 1st through 3rd years. The girl slammed the paper in her hand down on the table. 3rd years, Lu Ling and Huo Feng. 2nd years, Jia Tian Kang and Xu Qing Qing. Her voice continued from the 1st years, Wu Fu and Fang Kun. As she spoke, she glanced towards Wu Fu. He had just made an enemy of Huo Feng, and now Xia Tian Kang was in the mix too. You have to be careful, he replied bluntly, without a care in the world. With Xia Tian Kang's skill level, he's not a worthy opponent for me. Lu Ling spoke to Wu Fu with a hint of concern. I heard Xia Tian Kang is about to break through to the Mystic Passage stage, but you're so unnervingly calm, not scared at all. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. What's there to be afraid of? Even so, Lu Ling still reminded him. It doesn't hurt to be careful. The scene shifts to a temple in the woods, a voice calling out from within. Master, it's time for your medicine. Jing Song spoke. After just a few days of cultivation, my body has clearly improved and I've recovered a great deal of my power. Li Jiu brought the bowl of medicine closer and said, It's mainly because you have a strong constitution, Master. Jing Song then gave him an order. Go and call Wu Fu here. I must thank him properly. Li Jiu bowed in obedience. Yes, sir. At a modern-style building inside a bathroom, a stream of red smoke could be seen seeping out from under the door. Inside, the terrifying image of something red appeared. Xia Tiankang sat in a tub filled with some unknown liquid, looking strangely calm. Hearing strange noises from the bathroom, the people outside burst in with loud voices. Tiankang. A murderous glint appeared in Tiankang's eyes. Every word he uttered was laced with deep hatred. I'm only one step away from the primordial spirit realm. When that time comes, Wu Fu, let's see how you'll fight me then. The building's corridor was bathed in the early morning light. In the student council meeting room, Lu Ling placed a piece of paper on the table and announced, Everyone's here, let's begin the meeting. She held up the paper, her eyes scanning everyone seated there. The names for the competition have been decided. Does anyone have any objections? The list of participants was shown: 1st year Fang Kun, 2nd year Xia Tian Kang, 3rd year Hua Feng, and 1st year Wu Fu. Seeing no objections, Lu Ling was about to finalize it. If there are no objections, then we'll proceed. But suddenly, a dissenting voice echoed in from outside the door. The entire meeting room was shaken and everyone turned towards the source of the voice. From the doorway, the figure of Xiao Yao from the 4th year appeared, striding in confidently. Lu Ling's expression changed, a thought crossing her mind. Could he be the only participant from the 4th year this time? The staff member beside her spoke up. 4th year student Xiao Yao will be fully in charge of this competition. Lu Ling walked over and whispered in Wu Fu's ear. To keep you out of the competition, even he showed up. You really have some pull. She provided him with more necessary information. He's the strongest senior at Yunhai, heir to the Xiao family's martial arts, and his cultivation will soon reach the primordial spirit realm. Hearing this, Wu Fu's eyes lit up. Not bad. Lu Ling's concern was genuine. Even he's here. Whether you can even participate in this match is now uncertain. The staff member left, leaving Xiao Yao with a single sentence. This place is all yours. Xiao Yao leaned against the doorframe, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Senior Lu, I was away for an internship for a while. Has Yunhai really run out of people? Hearing his somewhat accusatory tone, Lu Ling could only force a smile. Senior, what do you mean? Xiao Yao walked over and picked up the paper with the list of participants. 1st year Fang Kun is a Mystic Passage stage cultivator, and he's not the only one at that level. After reading, he glanced at Wu Fu and sneered. Why are we letting this guy compete? Fang Kun quickly chimed in to agree with Xiao Yao. Senior is right. This Wu Fu guy has been showing off with that divine weapon this whole time. Without it, I bet he doesn't even have any real strength. Hearing this, Xiao Yao became even more opposed to Wu Fu participating in the tournament. So that's how it is? In that case, I'll remove him from this competition. Xia Tian Kang, who was sitting beside them and heard everything, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. What's this? Xiao Yao's deal. Just how many people has Wu Fu pissed off? From behind, Lu Ling gently tapped Wu Fu on the shoulder. Hey, she pointed at Xiao Yao and said worriedly to him, he's planning to disqualify you from the competition and you're still so calm. Wu Fu wanted to tease Lu Ling a little. President, isn't it obvious? You haven't figured it out yet. Wu Fu got what he wanted, making Lu Ling furious as she yelled at him. You annoying jerk, a voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Senior. Xia Tiankang's gaze and words were meant to support Wu Fu. This Wu Fu guy's own strength is nothing to scoff at. Even I'm not his match at school. This statement from Xia Tiankang made Xiao Yao's expression darken. Lu Ling looked back at Wu Fu in a panic, but he was strangely calm. Even Hua Feng glanced suspiciously at Xia Tiankang. Doesn't Xia Tiankang have a grudge against Wu Fu? Why is he speaking up for him? Lu Ling shot up her gaze, fixed on everyone in the meeting room. She raised her voice about to speak. Wu Fu glanced around the room when suddenly Xiao Yao's voice echoed out. How capable this Wu Fu really is can't be proven just by talking. Wu Fu's eyes sharpened as he looked at him. He swung his arm out to strike, heading straight for him. We'll find out right now. Seeing the danger, Lu Ling shouted a warning. Watch out. A majestic golden lion charged straight towards Wu Fu. As Xiao Yao's fist was about to reach him, his eyes showed a hint of hesitation due to Wu Fu's bizarrely calm demeanor. Even though Xiao Yao talked tough, seeing that calmness made him think he's only at the transformation stage, yet he's at this level. But he had no idea that right above his head, multiple swords were pointed directly at him. After a moment of silence, Wu Fu suddenly stood up. His voice rang out lightly in the air. I left the transformation stage a long time ago. The atmosphere froze as they heard Wu Fu's next words, I'm at the profound insight stage. Before the eyes of everyone in the meeting room, a question rang out clearly. Is he trying to break through right now? Seeing Wu Fu's decision, Lu Ling yelled to warn him. Wu Fu, don't be crazy. Cultivation has to be done step by step. You could easily suffer a backlash doing this. Wu Fu's eyes were cold and terrifyingly dark as he summoned his sword to his hand. I reforged my spirit sword myself. My cultivation level doesn't represent my true strength, but if they want to see it, Lu Ling opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. His voice was filled with anger. Then I'll show them. The entire room suddenly exploded. Glass shattered everywhere and thick black smoke billowed out fiercely. Inside the room, as the smoke rose, the shock of the people inside became apparent. He really broke through. Lu Ling looked towards Wu Fu worriedly. Of course, it would explode. Good thing I dodged in time. He looked at Xiao Yao and spoke. I am now a profound insight stage cultivator. May I ask, Senior, am I qualified to participate in this match now? Hearing this, Xiao Yao had no choice but to say, you are. Xia Tiankang was stunned when he heard this. The profound insight realm. Before anyone could react, Wu Fu turned and waved as he walked out the door. All right, then see you at the arena. Just as he was about to step out the door, a clicking of a tongue and a voice were heard, breaking through to the profound insight realm just like that. Wu Fu looked back towards the source of the voice. Li Jiu stood leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Your future is limitless. Seeing this, Wu Fu retorted sarcastically. Senior must have already broken through to the late-stage primordial spirit realm. Why would you even mention the tiny profound insight stage? Li Jiu's expression darkened at his sarcastic remark. Inside a building, a loud noise was heard. From within the room, a questioning voice rang out. Well, did you get Wu Fu disqualified from the match? Xiao Yao sighed. He has the strength of the profound insight stage. I couldn't stop him. Zhou Tan couldn't believe what he was hearing and raised his voice. Impossible. He just broke through to the mid-level transformation stage not long ago. How could he possibly be at the profound insight stage? Seeing his disbelief, Xiao Yao stated firmly. He broke through in the meeting room. I saw it with my own two eyes. Elsewhere, Li Jiu was deep in thought. Besides Master, no one should be able to know my cultivation level. Suspicion was clear in his eyes. How did he know? Li Jiu couldn't help but have huge doubts about Wu Fu's identity. Wu Fu, who are you exactly? But Wu Fu remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Didn't you come looking for me to meet that old senior? Instantly, Li Jiu decisively swung a knife, slashing past Wu Fu. Li Jiu's eyes looked like he wanted to eat the person opposite him alive. Who are you? Wu Fu dodged his attack. Oh, just Wu Fu. Wu Fu drew the sword he had when he broke through his cultivation level earlier. Li Jiu himself felt a strange sensation. The divine weapon was spontaneously changing. A strange thought appeared in his mind. Could this kid be refining the sword with his own body? As Li Jiu thought, he slowly and quietly sheathed the sword behind his back. I'll let him live a while longer. Wouldn't this damage the divine weapon? Wu Fu, seeing him suddenly stop his attack, decided to ask. What's wrong? You're not attacking. Li Jiu turned his head slightly, his calm voice carrying a warning. I don't care who you are, but I'd still advise you not to get any ideas about the cauldron. Events from the past flashed before his eyes. In his past life, his master was coveted by Li Jiu for trying to refine a supreme elixir, which led to his master's murder. Wu Fu raised his voice to question Li Jiu. So Master was also refining elixirs. But before he could finish, he was cut off by Li Jiu's threatening tone. Stop running your mouth in front of me or I'll kill you right now. Looking up as Li Jiu left a calculating glint appeared in his eyes. At least you can't kill me right now. Looks like I need to speed up my cultivation. The scene shifts to a peaceful mountain range with light shining down everywhere. A sound came from inside a temple where an alchemy cauldron was emitting a mesmerizing blue light. In the quiet space, Jing Song was seriously refining alchemy chi with his abilities. Suddenly, from outside, the voice of his disciple Li Jiu was heard. Master Wu Fu is here. Jing Song was so startled that the alchemy process went haywire and he lost control. A loud explosion erupted with smoke and dust billowing up in the middle of the deep forest. Jing Song's coughing could be heard amidst the wreckage after the explosion. Seeing this, Li Jiu spoke up to check on him. Master, are you all right? Wu Fu also chimed in. Looking at this situation, the furnace definitely exploded. Seeing his two disciples asking about him, Jing Song reassured them, it's nothing, it's nothing. The old man stared at the pill in his hand, wondering which step he'd gotten wrong. Seeing the pill in Jing Song's hand, Wu Fu immediately recognized it as a supreme pill. Jing Song let out a sigh tinged with regret. Another failure. His mind raced, recalling events from his past life and calculating based on that timeline. The Supreme God Pill wasn't supposed to be successfully refined for another 6 months. Li Jiu's comforting voice rang out as he helped Jing Song up. It's all right, Master. Wu Fu's eyes shone with determination. Why not just refine the Supreme God Pill now? If fate just follows the same path as my past life, it'll be so boring. Wu Fu cupped his hands and bowed to Jing Song. Senior. The old man's face lit up when he heard him speak. Ah, young friend, you've arrived. A young man like you with such a kind heart. Jing Song began. This old man doesn't know how to repay you, but I do have quite a few pills. He immediately called out to Li Jiu. He replied, yes, master. With that, Li Jiu brought over several vials of pills. These are some I've refined recently. Jing Song pointed at the vials and said to Wu Fu, young friend, please feel free to choose any you like. Wu Fu didn't hesitate picking one up to examine it. Seeing it wasn't what he needed, he casually tossed it behind him. That act shocked both Jing Song and Li Jiu. The latter furiously shouted, you're asking for death, but was stopped by his master. Jing Song spoke gently to Wu Fu, young friend. What is the meaning of this? If the pills are not to your liking, this old man has other things. Wu Fu held up a red pill. With a look of interest, he said, if this junior isn't mistaken, this is a qi and blood pill, correct? Wu Fu's words reached Jing Song's ears. Just based on that faint trace of spiritual energy, this kid can identify a qi and blood pill. He's certainly not ordinary. It's just a shame he's so headstrong. He calmly stated the reason he knew. A qi and blood pill is a treasure that enhances one's qi and blood, helping to break through cultivation bottlenecks. But then Wu Fu's expression changed dramatically. However, its actual effect is the complete opposite. Jing Song's expression shifted, his face darkening. Seeing Wu Fu's attitude, Li Jiu grew furious. Insolent brat. Jing Song remained calm and spoke up. This old man has been refining pills for over 200 years. Although he kept his composure, he was clearly a bit annoyed. You say this qi and blood pill can't help with breakthroughs, and is instead a poison. Do you have any proof? Li Jiu, on the other hand, had no such restraint. He had been wanting to tear Wu Fu apart for a while now. If you can't explain yourself today, I'll make sure you die right here. Wu Fu showed no fear at all, holding the pill out to Li Jiu. Why don't you try it? Then you'll know, won't you? Jing Song said. Li Jiu, try the pill. Go on. As soon as he swallowed the pill, a terrifying glint appeared in his eyes. You little brat, you're dead meat. But Wu Fu just watched with a slight smile. Jing Song snorted derisively. Li Jiu wasted no time pulling out his dagger, his eyes fixed on Wu Fu. Without hesitation, he lunged toward him. But just before he could reach him, Li Jiu's steps froze. Wu Fu smirked. Li Jiu's face contorted, sweat pouring down as the sword in his hand clattered to the ground. He looked toward Jing Song, clutching his stomach and struggling to speak. Ma, master. At this point, the old man could no longer stay calm. Impossible. Li Jiu immediately bolted toward the back. Master, this disciple bids you farewell. Jing Song watched Li Jiu's retreating figure and sighed helplessly. Wu Fu held up the pill in his hand and spoke. There's a problem with the qi and blood pill. It's not that your refinement method is wrong, senior. It's that the spiritual energy in your body is poisoned. Hearing Wu Fu's words, a thought struck Jing Song. Poisoned spiritual energy. You also understand pill refinement. Wu Fu replied with a faint smile. Although Li Jiu was in the bathroom, his voice still carried out. Master, don't listen to that brat's nonsense. This kid is up to no good. He definitely has an ulterior motive. Jing Song roared, shut up, just focus on taking a dump. Yes, sir. Inside, Li Jiu punched the door in frustration, his face as dark as soot. Scolding me for an outsider. Why haven't you died yet, you old geezer? Wu Fu's voice rang out. Senior, let me see the pill you just refined. As soon as he saw the pill, he immediately noticed something strange. This pill is wondrous beyond comprehension. But I feel like it's still missing something. Hearing this, Jing Song understood what he needed to do. Jing Song chuckled as if he'd had an epiphany. Young friend, your words have truly awakened me. No wonder this old man has experimented for so many years without any progress. Wu Fu spoke up, so what have you figured out, senior? From inside the bathroom, Li Jiu was listening to their conversation. It's nothing, young friend. You and this old man are truly fated to meet. Consider all these pills as a thank you gift. He gritted his teeth in anger. How could he know? It must have been a coincidence. In a modern building, early in the morning, sunlight streamed through the hallway, illuminating the entire path. A door to one of the rooms opened, and someone's footsteps appeared. Upon entering the room, Wu Fu's eyes filled with suspicion. Meng broken furniture was scattered across the floor. Near the bed, there were a few torn pieces of paper. As he got closer, Wu Fu realized someone was there. He reached out and flicked on the lights. It turned out to be Meng, hugging his knees and crying. Brother Fu, you're back. Seeing this, Wu Fu didn't know what the right thing to say was. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Before he could prepare himself, Meng lunged forward, grabbing one of Wu Fu's legs and wailing. If you had come back any later, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be a bone fragment of me left. Wu Fu had no choice but to comfort Meng again. I'm back now, aren't I? He held out a vial of pills to him. This is for you, consider it compensation. Meng was still dazed, not knowing what it was. What is this? He took the vial and noticed the characters on it. Great strength pill. His eyes lit up as if he just found a 1,000-year-old treasure. Could this be a divine artifact for a true man? Wu Fu just said calmly, try it and see. As soon as the vial was opened, a stream of jade green energy flowed out from its mouth. Outside, lightning struck. Somewhere else, Li Jiu seemed to sense something. He stared directly at the pillar of light. A breakthrough. But then he noticed something strange. No, this isn't Sha Tianchan. Discussions echoed from within a building. Old Master Shu has broken through his cultivation. This is cause for celebration. The first half-step Grandmaster of Yunhai City. Congratulations. Xu Yingxian spoke to Qingqing, who was standing near the door. Come in. Xu Qingqing glanced at him and said, that arrogant guy is always late. Let's not wait for him. Xu Yingxian said mockingly, if Wu Fu isn't here, you're not allowed in. She stomped her foot in frustration. Humph. The people waiting in the room added their own comments. Sounds like he's a big shot. The current head of the Su family is a half-step grandmaster. Who could possibly be so important that the Su family would welcome them like this? Although Mr. Xia was silent, his mind was racing. The Zhu family and Wu Fu are that close. What is going on this time? Mr. Xia raised his hand and summoned his man. Mr. Xia reminded his subordinate to cause a scene at the party and to keep an eye on Xu Qingqing. A loyal voice responded in affirmation. Yes, sir. Someone else's voice was also eagerly awaiting Wu Fu. Is he here yet? Qingqing was annoyed that he had only just arrived. You're so late. Everyone's been waiting for you. Voices began to rise throughout the room as people reacted to Wu Fu's appearance. A half-step grandmaster is waiting for some kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. I bet the brat got lost. Qingqing teased him. You arrogant jerk, you're always late. Right now, Wu Fu was pondering the influence of that cultivation technique. Just by passing on a single technique, he could cause such a huge stir. Only Mr. Xia remained calmly seated at his table, but a cold, profound glint flashed in his eyes. It's that punk Wu Fu again. To think the Su family would actually suck up to some kid in the formation stage. Suddenly, the subordinate Mr. Xia had ordered lunged at Wu Fu from behind. Wu Fu time to die. Both his and Qingqing's eyes shot toward the movement behind him while Mr. Xia just smirked. A commanding voice echoed through the grim atmosphere. Insolent. Before the man could even touch Wu Fu, a blow from someone else pierced through his body. A single strike right to the forehead. Blood gushed out as the man collapsed with a heavy thud. Everyone in the room stared, unable to comprehend the scene that had just unfolded before them. The sight left Tianhao's father utterly horrified as he stammered under his breath. This is. After witnessing Xu Kangyao's power, he couldn't help but marvel. So this is the strength of a half-step grandmaster. Moreover, the murderous look on Xu Kangyao's face gave Tianhao's father quite a scare. At that moment, Su Changyao turned and ordered his subordinate, get this piece of trash out of here. Those words enraged Tianhao's father, who shouted, You old geezer, you dare. Of course, the old man paid no mind to his anger and simply cleared his throat. Then in front of everyone, he declared, From this day forward, anyone who dares to touch Wu Fu will be an enemy of my Su family. This declaration made Tianhao's father burn with indignation. He immediately turned to leave with his two subordinates. We're leaving. However, before going, he didn't forget to mock Xu Kangyao. Xu Kangyao, a dignified half-step grandmaster like you, actually fawning over some kid in the formation stage. Even Xu Yingshan looked at Xu Changyao with confusion, silently thinking, Father. He remembered the time he discovered his father had reached a new level. Father, you've had a breakthrough. The first half-step grandmaster of Yunhai City. Back then, Xu Changyao had looked with satisfaction at the cultivation technique Wu Fu gave him, and concluded that this technique didn't belong to this world. That boy probably had another identity. Back in the present, as Tianhao's father stepped out of the building, he announced loudly, "Hear this, everyone in Xifang. From now on, any enemy of Wu Fu is a mortal enemy of my Xia family." Wu Fu answered this declaration with a disdainful laugh. Suddenly, Shu Kang Yao lunged towards the two subordinates from the Xia family, then said, "If that's the case, then you can just stay here." Just as Tianhao's father sensed the killing intent behind him, Shu Chang Yao unleashed his internal energy. A loud boom echoed as blood splattered on the ground. After swiftly dealing with the two Xia family soldiers, Shu Chang Yao bluntly declared war. "Starting today, my Shu family and the Xia family cannot exist under the same sky." Everything happened so fast that everyone was left bewildered, asking each other, "What was that? Did I miss something? I have no idea what's going on." Either. As for Tianhao's father, after a moment of shock, he finally regained his composure and said, "So this is a half-step grandmaster. Don't forget, I am still a direct disciple of the Zongyang sect." Ignoring his smugness, Shu Chang Yao merely glanced at him, then flicked his fingers, sending a wave of internal energy his way. Faced with Shu Chang Yao's power, Tianhao's father could do nothing but stand still and await his death. But unexpectedly, another stream of internal energy flew in. Shockingly, that energy was able to knock away Shu Kang Yao's attack. This left the old man Su Yingxian and Qingxing completely stunned. Just then, Wu Fu's calm voice rang out. "Senior, this junior understands your intentions. The Xia family has tried to kill me time and time again." His voice turned cold as he affirmed, "If I want him dead, then I will be the one to do it." This enraged Tianhao's father. Just as he was about to say something, a dagger suddenly embedded itself in his chest. "Kill me, you dare." Wu Fu walked towards him step by step and said coldly, "From the moment you, the Xia family, decided you wanted me dead, your fate was sealed." At the school, shouts echoed through the air. "Come on, fatty. You were talking big just a second ago." A bottle of medicinal pills was spilled on the ground as Meng Meng was bullied by a group able to do nothing but take the abuse. Just then, a passerby saw the scene and immediately called the police. "Hello, is this the emergency line? Someone took a great strength pill and is about to lose it." At the same time, despite being beaten black and blue, Meng Meng gathered the pills one by one, putting them back into the bottle. As he did, he sighed, "Wu Fu, you're the death of me." One pill rolled to Lu Ling's feet. She reached down, picked it up, and quickly realized what it was. A great strength Vajra pill. She then questioned Meng Meng directly, "Fatty, where did you get this great strength Vajra pills? One of these costs several million. How do you have a whole bottle of something so rare?" Meng Meng didn't bother to answer, too busy crying and whining. "My heart hurts so much right now." Meanwhile, at the Tianhao residence, a sorrowful cry echoed. "Father." He knelt on the ground in agony, looking at his father's corpse. Meng Jiao in a panic said, "We need to go apologize to Wu Fu right now." The moment she finished, Tianhao flew into a rage and smashed the table. He let out a strained guttural laugh while a frantic Meng Jiao kept rambling. "We're no match for him. If this keeps up, I'm scared." But Tianhao had already lost his mind. The killing intent inside him surged, and his voice was a low growl. "First, he killed my little brother. Now he's killed my father." His eyes shot towards Meng Jiao as he questioned her. "And you're telling me to go apologize to him?" Watching him advance on her, she stammered in fear. What are you going to do?" Tianhao grabbed Li Meng Jiao by the hair, his eyes wide with fury. "Aren't you his girlfriend, or are you still holding on to old feelings?" His current state terrified her so much she couldn't form a complete sentence. You wouldn't." Ignoring her terror, he raised a hand that was already glowing with his internal energy. He coldly spat out each word, "I don't just want him dead. I'll make sure his name is cursed for eternity." Realizing what he was about to do to her, Meng Jiao's mind screamed in terror. "Don't go back to the dorm." After Meng Meng used the elixir Wu Fu gave him, he immediately felt internal energy surging through his body. This made him exclaim with joy, "I've become a cultivator too." Outside the door, Lu Ling had been secretly watching everything. She muttered contemptuously, "Such a good elixir, yet its greatest effect is only on chi refining stage cultivators. You're just a useless piece of trash." Then she turned and left, seemingly making a call to someone. "Hello, have you found anything yet?" A voice replied from the other end. "Miss, I've investigated up until now and still haven't found anything unusual." This made Lu Ling pause for a moment, then she ordered the person on the phone. "That right there is the unusual part. Keep investigating." At the Xu residence, several people were chattering as they left. "The Xu family is trying to reach for the sky. That man is a grandmaster. What business is it of yours?" One person even bowed in farewell to Kang Yao. "Grandmaster Xu, we'll be taking our leave then. No need to see us out." Kang Yao didn't even bother to respond, just letting out a cold scoff. Suddenly, Wu Fu approached him and said, "Old master, why must you draw such a clear line in the sand?" He continued nonchalantly, "The Xia family's power in Yunhai is nothing to scoff at." Kang Yao bowed respectfully to him and replied with reverence, "If it weren't for little brother's guidance, this old fool would have had no hope of becoming a half-step grandmaster." Hearing this, Wu Fu humbly said, "Not at all. This junior hasn't even broken through the profound connection stage yet. However, the old man firmly insisted I am absolutely not mistaken. It turned out that in his eyes, Wu Fu carried a divine formidable energy that couldn't be underestimated. Just then, someone suddenly started scattering joss paper everywhere. Wu Fu instantly sensed a malicious intent heading his way. The man in the lead, holding a funeral portrait from the Xia family, roared in anger, "Wu Fu, this is an irreconcilable feud." Faced with this animosity, Wu Fu wasn't afraid at all and even quipped sarcastically, "The Xia family sure is efficient." Unlike his relaxed demeanor, Xu Yingxian and Qing Qing were a bit terrified seeing who the Xia family had sent this time. In contrast to them, Kang Yao was extremely calm. He recognized who had arrived: Xia Tiankang and the Zhongyang sect. Then he said in a low voice, "The Zhongyang sect is a reclusive sect." The atmosphere was now filled with killing intent. Kang Yao's challenging voice rang out, showing up at the Zhu family's door like this: "Are you here for a cup of tea?" Faced with this challenge, a disciple of the Zhongyang sect simply smiled, completely unafraid. Suddenly, a voice came from the black car behind them. Just barely reached the Grandmaster level. The voice was slow, but carried an immense pressure. The man's eyes, filled with murderous intent, locked onto Kang Yao as he growled, "Arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, his powerful aura instantly radiated outwards, warning anyone who dared to oppose him. Xu Yingxian and Qing Qing simultaneously went on high alert. Even Wu Fu had to regard the person in the car with a new level of seriousness. Xu Changyao quickly met that oppressive aura with his own sharp, intimidating gaze. After a moment of silence, Qing Qing's stammering voice broke it. A Grandmaster." The person in the car slowly stated his reason for coming. "I'm here to see who exactly it was that destroyed my disciple's family, and to congratulate Brother Kang Yao on achieving the rank of half-step Grandmaster." Wu Fu immediately realized who was in the car: the Grandmaster of the Zhongyang sect, Xia Tiankang's master. Suddenly, someone shouted a warning to him: "Wu Fu, don't be rash." Seeing Wu Fu actually step forward to confront the Xia family, Xu Yingshan hurriedly reminded him, "Wu Fu, a Grandmaster, can kill you without you even noticing. Be careful." However, he was already engaged in a battle of internal energy with Xia Tiankang, and he was clearly the one with the upper hand. "You're just riding the coattails of the Zhongyang sect to talk to me. You don't have the right." His words of contempt infuriated Xia Tiankang, who wanted to attack him. But before he could make a move, the man in the car called out loudly to him, "Disciple." Hearing his master's call, he quickly turned his head. The man didn't let him clash with Wu Fu's group and simply ordered, "Let's go." After that, the Xia family's group and the disciples of the Zhongyang sect quickly departed. Seeing this, Qing Qing immediately ran over to check on him. "Wu Fu, are you all right?" Although blood was already trickling from his mouth, Wu Fu calmly replied, "I'm fine." Even so, when Qing Qing saw the blood from his mouth, she couldn't help but exclaim in panic, "You're bleeding." He acted as if he didn't care much, wiping away the blood while musing. Things are getting more and more interesting. This act of his made even Kang Yao's assessment of him rise by several levels. To be able to withstand the pressure of a Grandmaster with his strength alone. Next came the voices of everyone telling Wu Fu to rest. "Hurry up and go rest. You were clearly no match for him, you arrogant fool." In a large courtyard, a hand was tightly gripping another. Qing Qing, panting, asked, "Whoa, what are you trying to do?" Wu Fu answered calmly, "If my cultivation can be suppressed, then I can just continue to break through. For that, I need you to do something for me." His words, combined with his handsome face, caused Qing Qing to let out a little ah unconsciously. Ignoring her infatuated expression, he bluntly threw a bucket of cold water on her. "Stop daydreaming. I need you to help me find a fragment of a divine artifact." His way of completely shattering the romantic mood made her furious, but she still had to restrain herself. "It's fine, I can take it. You arrogant jerk." Right then, Wu Fu was concentrating on his cultivation. Xu Yingxian, watching from afar, was shocked to realize what he was doing. He's trying to break through. A powerful vortex of internal energy suddenly appeared where he stood. It grew larger and larger to the point where it looked like it would pierce the heavens. Even though Xia Tiankang had already left and was quite a distance away, he could still see the vortex through his car window. He hurriedly turned and called out twice, "Master." The man he called Master coldly said, "In a short while, the divine artifact will be half-formed." Hanbo wondered to himself. The divine artifact is emerging, causing the heavens and the earth to shift. He immediately gave an order to his subordinate. "Relay my command, the entire Zhongyang sect is to gather the fragments of the divine artifact." On the other side, Kang Yao was also busy giving urgent orders to his men. At any cost, they were to help Wu Fu collect the fragments of the divine artifact. A subordinate hearing this felt it was wrong and replied, "Wu Fu, he's just a profound connection cultivator. Why is our Shu family placing so much importance on him?" However, Kang Yao declared loudly, "If he can lead the Shu family to a much bigger world, then what does it matter if we lose our entire fortune?" Hearing this, Xu Yingxian immediately understood what he was trying to do and asked, "You're gambling everything." The old man just stared intently at the vortex of divine energy and said, calmly, "I'm 90% sure." A while later, the vortex gradually dissipated. In Wu Fu's hand, a sword had now appeared. He suddenly opened his eyes and then a shocking explosion erupted. Despite the dust and debris flying everywhere, Wu Fu calmly exhaled. Xu Qingqing and Hua Yintian sensed the change coming from him and cried out in alarm. He was about to break through to the mid-stage of the mystic profound realm. Xu Qingqing felt a little resentful, thinking, he wasn't even at the chi refining stage at first and now he's already surpassed me. Yintian then saw her suddenly leave and asked, "It's so late." "Where are you going?" she shouted back. "To cultivate." An idea was boiling inside her. "I'm going to show the arrogant jerk what I'm made of." After Wu Fu finished his cultivation, Hua Shu Changyao clapped and praised him, saying he wasn't bad. But Wu Fu humbly replied, "I couldn't let Senior's efforts regarding the divine artifact fragment go to waste." He then generously gave Shu Changyao a few vials of pills. "These 2 bottles of medicinal pills are for you." Although a void refinement cultivator has the support of a half-step grandmaster, he can't neglect his training. Shu Changyao's eyes widened in awe as he accepted the gift. Heart-tempering pills. Priceless and impossible to find, and yet he just gave away 2 bottles at once. Seeing the old man's shock, Wu Fu explained why he was giving him the 2 bottles. "Right now, the physical difference between you senior and a Dao integration grandmaster is your body's endurance. Once you break through that shackle, you will become a grandmaster." His reminder made the old man thoughtful. The body's endurance. Understanding the implication behind Wu Fu's words, Hua Shu Kangyao respectfully replied, "I will respectfully follow Senior's guidance." Seeing his respectful attitude, Wu Fu proposed a condition. "If Senior finds the divine artifact fragment, I have a gift to show my gratitude." The old man knew full well that this was an incredibly good deal. So, he quickly replied, "The Hua family will certainly devote all its efforts." Yintian seemed to realize that Shu Kangyao knew something about the reward Wu Fu was offering, so he asked, "Father, what have you figured out?" Shu Kangyao said slowly, "I only have a theory. Whether it's true or not, I can't be sure yet," but his eyes were now filled with killing intent as he gave his orders. "The Xia family is about to make a move. Our first step is to build relations." His order confused Yintian. "Isn't Hua Shu Qingqing our first step?" The old man said softly, "I'm afraid the gap is too large to bridge." At the same time, somewhere else, someone filled with hatred stabbed a knife into 2 pictures on a table and growled, "First you killed my brother, then you killed my father." The 2 pictures were of Xu Qingqing and Wang Mengmeng. It seemed this person held a great grudge against them as he declared outright, "Then I will kill your best friends." His eyes were filled with hatred as he commanded, "Bring me their heads by morning." His subordinates quickly accepted the order and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Now only 2 people remained in the room. The woman standing beside this man hesitantly asked, "They are only at the chi refining stage. Can they complete the mission you assigned them?" The man explained coldly, "Wang Mengmeng is just a useless weakling with no fighting skills. Sending 3 assassins is more than enough." With a malicious expression, Xia Tiankang sternly reminded her, "Remember your mission." Being singled out by him, Li Mengjiao swallowed nervously while he casually ordered her, "Go quickly and come back quickly." At that moment, in the student council room, Lu Ling handed someone a match bracket and warned them, "Your opponent this time is very strong. Remember not to be careless." This person took the match bracket and replied calmly, "If the opponent is too weak, I won't participate." Wu Fu Xian Kui, not stopping with just a warning. Lu Ling mentioned something else. "There's one more thing. The competition is only 3 short days. A sword master at the school has specifically requested to teach you her sword techniques." Wu Fu was a bit puzzled by this. Specifically requested. Then Lu Ling showed him a picture of Luo Shi and said, "It's her." Of course, the moment he saw the person in the picture, he recognized her immediately. He then asked, "Are you sure she's the one teaching me?" Lu Ling continued to remind him, "Miss Luo Shi's understanding of the way of the sword is far greater than yours. You absolutely cannot slack off." Just as she finished her sentence, the door to the student council room suddenly opened. She respectfully bowed to the person who entered, Miss Luo. Wu Fu, however, just calmly looked at the newcomer. Luo Si coldly ordered him, "Follow me to the back mountain." After saying that, she turned to leave. Wu Fu didn't hurry to get up and follow, but instead asked, "You're the one who's going to teach me sword techniques." Hearing this, she simply replied, "Coldly, not teach. Sharpen." Her words made Lu Ling a bit curious, muttering to herself, "Isn't that just another way of saying teach?" in the small forest behind the school. Lu Ling followed Wu Fu, constantly praising Luo Si in his ear. She has been at the mystic profound realm for many years. Her strength is far beyond anything you can imagine. It seemed Luo Zi heard her as she couldn't help but let out a small smile. At this moment, Lu Ling was still busy whispering instructions to Wu Fu. "In a moment, remember to yield a little, take the loss." Just as she was saying, "After all, she's a teacher." Luo Zi suddenly put on an angry face and turned to challenge her. "You think I'm going to lose?" Startled that she had been overheard, Lu Ling guiltily backed away and said, with a nervous laugh, "Please continue." A little later in a clearing, Luo Si confidently declared, "Below the primordial spirit realm, no one dares to act high and mighty in front of me." Then she quickly drew her sword. Next, she performed a display of powerful sword swings. Wu Fu didn't seem to care in the slightest while Luo Xi loudly yelled, "You've lost." The moment she finished speaking, her internal energy rushed towards Wu Fu. Despite the energy closing in on him, he stood perfectly still, then suddenly opened his mouth and muttered something. Instantly, a wave of internal energy appeared, blowing away Lu Xi's flashy sword strikes. This sight made Lu Ling's eyes widen in amazement. So strong. But Lu Xi still refused to admit defeat and wanted to continue fighting. She said in a cold voice, "When it comes to my sword style, I say it's number 1. As she was about to attack again while shouting, "No one dares to say it's number 2, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. Whoa, what is this? She realized there was something in the air. It was sword chi. Looking toward Wu Fu, Luo Xi seemed to understand the problem. No wonder I couldn't hurt him. In the air, 2 butterflies formed from her internal energy were still flying leisurely. They gently landed on Wu Fu's hand. He coldly pointed out the flaws in Luo Xi's sword technique, a dual cultivation sword art modified into this form. No wonder you've been stuck at the mystic profound realm for so many years. His words made Luo Xi shout in surprise. How? How do you know? He continued coldly. This modified dual cultivation sword art has many openings. To begin with, there are 2 fatal flaws. Hearing this, Luo Xi quickly asked, which 2? Wu Fu smiled faintly and stated his condition before revealing the flaws in her technique. If I help you find the flaws, you'll help me adjust the roster for this upcoming battle a bit. His condition made Luo Xi curious. You want to switch to a weaker opponent? He dismissed the idea in her question and replied nonchalantly, no. I'll handle the strongest ones for you. This confidence made her want to remind him that he had just broken through to the Tongshuan realm. However, he believed that cultivation level never represented true strength. After saying that, he released a bit of his power to show Luo Xi what he was capable of. Seeing the power he demonstrated, Luo Xi immediately accepted his condition. I agree. Once the deal was struck, Wu Fu coldly said, follow me. He and Luo Xi then went off somewhere. At the same time, at the dorms, a rumbling sound echoed from a nearby alley. A man with a panicked look stammered, H. How is this not what we were told? His accomplices all seemed to have been knocked unconscious. The one who beat them up calmly walked over and exclaimed angrily, if it weren't for Fu's medicine, I'm afraid you guys would have actually killed me. Terrified by this person's power, the assassin hastily begged for mercy. I won't do it again. However, Wang Mengmeng wasn't about to let him off so easily. He gave a sinister laugh and said, since you're already here, you should leave something behind. Erha also menacingly rushed toward the assassin. A while later, in the forest behind the school, Wu Fu and the 2 girls were now standing before a cave entrance. Xu Qingqing spoke up, I'll wait outside. And so only Wu Fu and Luo Xi went inside. He asked, so this is where you do your secluded cultivation? Luo Xi simply uttered a sound of confirmation. He then observed the place for a moment, noting it was a bit better than he'd imagined. The spiritual energy here was decent too. Seeing that he still hadn't mentioned the weakness in her sword technique, Luo Xi hurriedly requested, you can tell me the flaw in my sword technique now. Wu Fu unexpectedly suggested, take off your clothes and lie down here. Naturally, his suggestion made Luo Xi furious, and she warned him with a growl. It seems you have a death wish. But suddenly, he materialized something. The sight before her left Luo Xi utterly astonished. She recognized what he had created and exclaimed, the tutu sword technique. Her heart was now filled with doubt. My family's secret. How could he possibly know it? Understanding the question in her mind, Wu Fu didn't answer right away but simply said coldly, to me there are no secrets in this world. Take off your clothes and lie down. Left with no choice, Luo Xi could only snort coldly and say, I'll trust you this one time. Then she quickly removed her outer robe. But to her surprise, she saw Wu Fu taking off his clothes too and defensively asked, aren't you just transferring power? What are you taking your clothes off for? He explained helplessly that taking off their clothes was also necessary for transferring the power. With no other option, Luo Xi could only close her eyes and comply. All right, let's begin. Wu Fu was now concentrating on transferring his power to her, while she had to focus all her energy on feeling the power flowing within her. At the same time, she realized the flaw in her own technique. It turned out to be a complete revision of the tutu sword technique. After contemplating the technique for a while, she finally opened her eyes and asked Wu Fu, who on earth are you? Wu Fu nonchalantly replied, a freshman at Yunhai University. While Luo Xi and Wu Fu were sitting in silence, Luo Xi's hand reached for the white cloak on the ground. Then she suddenly flung it into the air, and from within the cloak she brandished her sword, its tip pointing straight at Wu Fu. Without a trace of fear, he smirked and asked, what's this? Are you going to bite the hand that feeds you? Luo Xi asked bluntly, the tutu sword technique is a secret of my clan, never passed down to outsiders. How could you possibly know it? Wu Fu calmly said, I don't just know the tutu sword technique. He gently pushed her sword aside and said leisurely, I also know your grandfather is about to reach the Fangsu realm. Hearing this, Luo Xi was in disbelief and stammered, why, you? Suddenly, Wu Fu backed her against the wall. He leaned in close to her face and declared coldly, in this world, nothing is a secret from me, including you. Then, as if nothing happened, he turned to leave. But he didn't forget to remind her of the condition they had agreed upon. The list. I'm counting on you. However, Luoxi couldn't help but worry and reminded him many powerful experts will be in the competition this time. I heard the academy has many strong new students. Despite this, Wu Fu remained confident and asserted, just do as I say. I'll take care of them all. Meanwhile, at a villa, Tian Kang presented his sword and pleaded in a harsh tone. Senior brother, you must use your full strength to kill Wu Fu. Although Xiang Kui was eating, his eyes were fixed on the sword in Tian Kang's hand. He recognized it, then picked up another pork leg from the plate and said, This is the purging sword. You usually carry it for self-defense. He confidently reassured Tian Kang, Don't worry, junior brother. Below the Yuan Shen realm, no one is a match for me. Hearing this, Tian Kang thought smugly that Xiang Kui was born with divine strength. Even a mid-stage Yuan Shen expert wouldn't be his match. Now with our master's help as well, Wu Fu is definitely dead this time. A few days later at the tournament hall, the arena was already buzzing with excitement. The ceremonial gong was struck. Han Po, as the representative, loudly opened the tournament. I declare that the third inter-academy tournament. His voice echoed throughout the hall. Officially begins. Just then, 3 figures entered through the door. Qingxing recognized them at a glance and asked with some surprise, Father, why are you here? Xu Yingshan calmly stated his reason. To protect Wu Fu. Where is Wu Fu? Why don't I see him? Xu Qingxing immediately replied, He hasn't arrived yet. Her words left him stunned and speechless that Wu Fu still hadn't shown up at this hour. Suddenly, Qingxing asked Wu Fu's strength is considerable. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of this? Father Xu Yingshan quickly explained. The referee for this tournament is Xia Tian Kang's master, the great elder of Zhang Yang. His gaze shifted towards Han Po, who was standing on the stage, and he said the man's name in a grim tone. Han Po. Furthermore, Xu Yingshan explained in detail to Qingxing Han Po has been a half-step grandmaster for many years. I'm afraid Wu Fu has only a sliver of a chance of surviving this. At the same time, Lu Ling saw him from a distance and thought to herself, the Xu family has mobilized everyone just for Wu Fu. Her eyes suddenly glanced to the side. It turned out she was looking towards Xu Kang Yao. His appearance was enough to startle her. Zhu Shang Yao came as well. A moment later, Zhu Yingxian finally saw the person he was waiting for. Wu Fu arrived. Answering for him was the bark of Erha. Just then, someone who was clearly courting death approached Wu Fu and asked arrogantly, So you're Wu Fu? As soon as this person spoke, Wu Fu glanced over at him. It turned out to be Xiang Kui, and right behind him was Tian Kang. The moment it saw these 2 arrogant punks, Erha let out a few barks as a warning. Xiang Kui suddenly moved in close to Wu Fu and warned him in a low voice, In a little bit, I'm going to cut your head off and use it as a ball. After saying that, he casually walked away, leaving the young man with a face full of murderous rage. Just then, Xu Qingqing noticed the tournament bracket displayed on the screen. The matchup list was out clearly showing who would fight whom. Wu Fu versus Xiang Kui, Wu Fu versus Huang Tianxi, and Wu Fu versus He Haoren. The audience below saw Wu Fu taking on 3 opponents by himself and erupted in confused chatter. We're supposed to have 3 matches today, but it's just Wu Fu fighting all of them. Xia Tiankang sneered, thinking he was just being arrogant. Tell the senior to add more people. I'm afraid he'll lose in the very first match. Without wasting any more time, the sound of the gong signaling the start of the match rang out. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from the fighting stage. Everyone in the stands was startled by the sound. Someone in the stands seemed to recognize the person on the stage. That guy who just stepped up seemed to have a spiritual power that couldn't be underestimated. This caused the audience below to become so shocked they started to stammer. They were terrified by the cultivation level of the fighter in the ring. An original spirit expert. A man wearing glasses in the stands had also easily identified the first fighter's level of spiritual power, an original spirit expert. The person sitting next to him spoke up clearly, impressed. Zhang Yunhai's strength cannot be taken lightly. Looking over, Xu Qingqing was anxiously reminding Wu Fu, that's an original spirit expert. You have to be extremely careful. If you can't beat him, get out of the ring immediately. But he just confidently declared, I have never lost before. After saying that, he leisurely walked into the ring. Everyone was stunned by his actions. Was there some kind of mistake? An original spirit expert. And yet Zhang Yunhai sent a mere profound connection realm kid up to fight. Wasn't that just asking for a death wish? Ignoring the jeers from the stands, Wu Fu just gave a slight confident smirk. The people in the crowd, looking like they were ready for a good show, started talking amongst themselves. How is someone from the profound connection realm supposed to fight an original spirit realm expert? Let's just watch and see. Suddenly, another loud boom rang out. Lu Ling, Luoxi, and Xu Qingqing were all shocked by the scene in the ring. Even Xia Tiankang himself was stunned. It turned out Wu Fu had made the first move. He landed a solid punch right in his opponent's stomach, sending him flying back a considerable distance. At the same time, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Just as the fight was getting intense back at the student dormitories, a room door swung open. A voluptuous woman walked in and muttered resentfully to herself, "Wu Fu, even if you die." It seems she was plotting against him. "I'll make sure your reputation is utterly ruined and that you're scorned by everyone." Meanwhile, at the school, Zhu Tan was urgently trying to persuade the class advisor. "Sir, don't get involved in this. Please just listen to me." However, the man insisted, "But this concerns the school's reputation. Someone wants Wu Fu dead." Just then, a horrifying scream suddenly echoed from the hallway. Zhu Tan and the class advisor quickly burst into the room where the scream came from and saw an undressed girl on the bed. It was none other than Meng Jiao. She was pretending to be a victim, putting all the blame on Wu Fu. Wu Fu drugged me. After she said that, Zhu Tan was completely fooled by her vixen-like act and growled resentfully. The men who followed him were also tricked and immediately began shouting insults. Pulling such a scummy trick in broad daylight, it's shameful, and he even used drugs. Seeing that everyone was on her side, Li Mengjiao leaned into the act even harder. She squeezed out a few pitiful-looking tears. Even so, the class advisor asked in a serious tone, "Student Li, are you certain this is what happened?" His question startled Meng Jiao, who thought to herself, didn't Xia Tian Kang already take care of everything? But since she had already started the performance, she had to see it through to the end. "Every word I said is true. Wu Fu. Last night he..." Before she could finish, a sharp smack echoed through the room as a handprint was stamped right across her face. This left Zhou Tan and his lackeys completely baffled. Meanwhile, the class advisor who had just slapped her angrily snarled nonsense. His action made Meng Jiao panic and blurt out, "Didin, Shai Tiankang. Didn't he already explain everything? He's just a student." The advisor cut her off, raising his voice. "It's not his place to say what happened." Then he revealed why Wu Fu couldn't possibly be the one who had assaulted Meng Jiao. Furthermore, Wu Fu wasn't in the dormitory last night. He was at the Shujia residence. This news left Meng Jiao completely frozen. The class advisor then casually left. "Let's go." Realizing he'd been tricked, Zhou Tan angrily cursed. "You want to die? Fine, but don't drag us down with you." Back at the fighting ring, the fighter who had just been punched by Wu Fu quickly regained his balance. Although Xiong Kui's muscles ached from the hit, the humiliation enraged him even more. "Damn it, to think he made me retreat. I've lost all face." With that, he went berserk and roared, "I'm going to kill you." Seeing him go crazy, the people in the stands started murmuring to each other. The original spirit expert is going all out now. Xu Yingshen calmly thought to himself, "Wu Fu, everyone at the Shu residence is hoping you'll be all right." At that moment, Xiong Kui was preparing to unleash a full-power hammer strike at Wu Fu, but Wu Fu remained completely still, even as the hammer was about to come crashing down on him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which were blazing with killing intent, and uttered a single word, "Vanish." Instantly, a shocking explosion erupted, releasing an extraordinary pressure. This caused a stir of amazement throughout the crowd. Is this guy really just in the profound connection realm? A secret Buddhist sect disciple who has been hidden for years? Could he be a direct disciple of the Buddhist sect? Back on the stage, Wu Fu had casually blocked Xiong Kui's strike with his bare hands. This horrifying sight made his opponent ask in terror, "Why? You're not going to use your sword." Wu Fu smirked contemptuously and replied, "Using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. I was just warming up before." Hearing this, Xiong Kui thought he was just bluffing and arrogantly declared, "How conceited, watch me finish you." But Wu Fu just continued to stare him down with cold, fearless eyes. He created a whirlwind of spiritual power, screaming, "Die." Seeing this from the stands, Xia Tiankang gloated, thinking his senior brother was finally using his full power that could even rival a peak. Original spirit expert. Xiong Kui planned to launch a sneak attack on Wu Fu while he wasn't looking. Seeing this from the stands, Lu Ling frantically shouted, "Watch out." But Wu Fu didn't seem to care, not even bothering to turn around and be on guard. This only made Lu Ling even more worried. Then, when she saw Xu Qingqing still casually eating popcorn, she asked in confusion, "Wu Fu's opponent is a potential original spirit expert. How can you not be worried at all?" Xu Qingqing just smiled and replied, "With that egomaniac's power, even an original spirit realm expert can't take a single hit from him. So there's no need to worry." Just as she said in the ring, Wu Fu had switched into a state ready for a massacre. The moment Xiong Kui's saber rushed toward him, he quickly retreated to gain momentum. Then, without a flicker of emotion in his eyes, he shattered Xiong Kui's saber with a single punch as it came at him. This left Xiong Kui stunned, shouting, what Wu Fu coldly replied, "I told you, your cultivation level doesn't represent your true strength." The audience roared with excitement over this spectacular fight. In the stands, Zhu Chang Yao calmly analyzed the match. Sword chi flows through his entire body. This must be some kind of ultimate technique of a peak-level primordial spirit. "I'm afraid one match is all it will take." Hearing him, Xu Yingshen, who was beside him, asked, "Father, you saw this coming?" The old man replied sternly, "I came here precisely to prevent the Grand Elder of Zhongyang from acting recklessly. He's the main referee for this arena match." His eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked towards Han Po. "If he really makes a move, I'm afraid even I won't be his match." At that same moment in the ring, Wu Fu was preparing to deliver the final blow. "It's over. Knowing he couldn't win, Xiang Kui desperately called for help. Master. Hearing his disciples call, Han Po quickly made his move, but Wu Fu shot him a glare as cold as a blade. In the stands, Xu Kangyao and Xu Yingxian were growing anxious and worried because Han Po had already jumped into the ring, blocking Wu Fu's attack. This is just a sparring match, there's no need to injure him. Facing the old man, Wu Fu showed no signs of weakness, forcing Han Po to see him in a new light. After a tense standoff, Wu Fu finally agreed to let Xiang Kui go. If that's the case, then hurry up and declare the winner. This scene annoyed Lu Ling in the stands. Even Xu Qingqing cursed silently in her head. Damn it. Suddenly, Xia Tiankang walked onto the stage and called out to Xiang Kui, senior brother. He offered up his Azure Annihilation sword and urged him. This is the Mystic Iron Divine weapon gifted by Junior Senior Li Jiu. Now is the time to kill Wu Fu. Sensing these guys were about to play dirty, Wu Fu quickly circulated his internal energy. His divine power shot out like blades towards the Azure Annihilation sword, shattering it into pieces. Next, Wu Fu looked at Han Po with furious eyes and questioned him. Is this the sparring match you were talking about, senior? He then suddenly declared he would give the senior a greeting gift. Realizing what he was about to do, Han Po frantically screamed, Xiang Kui, run. However, there was no way Wu Fu would give Xiang Kui a chance to escape. It's too late. While Xiang Kui was still dazed and confused, Wu Fu's powerful divine energy surged towards him. A loud boom echoed with his shout, Senior, please accept this gift. The scene horrified Han Po, who screamed Xiang Kui's name. Witnessing the scene before him, a panicked Xia Tiankang's eyes flew open. He gritted his teeth and roared, Xiang Kui. With that, he leaped off the ground. In a flash, Xia Tiankang appeared behind Wu Fu and confronted him. How dare you kill someone in the arena? Wu Fu calmly turned his head to look at him, casually replying, if he hadn't tried to kill me, he wouldn't be dead. But Xia Tiankang, seething with killing intent, refused to let it go. But he's dead, and you're not. Hearing this, Wu Fu's power erupted as he declared nonchalantly, I don't need to explain myself to you. If I killed him, I killed him. Xia Tiankang, refusing to back down, immediately gave an order. A life for a life. Get him. Just then, a stern voice echoed from nowhere protecting Wu Fu. Instantly, a group of people appeared out of thin air, jumping into the middle of the fight and surrounding Wu Fu protectively. Seeing them, Xia Tiankang paused for a moment, his brow furrowing tightly. Sensing the tense situation, the people in the crowd below began to whisper and flee. Wu Fu. If I remember correctly, he's just a first-year student. Let's go, he just killed someone. At that moment in the stands, Han Po began to gather his energy to attack when a hand suddenly appeared, placing itself on his shoulder. That hand belonged to Su Changyao, whose own formidable aura flared, stopping him. Old Master Han, your opponent is me. Han Po narrowed his eyes, glancing at the hand on his shoulder. For that little brat, he asked, is the Shu family really going to risk everything? In response, Su Changyao's other arm began to gather power. That is not your concern, big brother. With that, his eyes flew wide and he roared, let's see what you've got. Immediately, a shocking collision occurred in the stands, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Han Po was still standing, arrogant and dismissive. You just had your breakthrough not long ago. You're no match for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Qingqing urgently cried out to the person being protected behind her. Wu Fu, Grandpa, I'll hold Han Po back. You need to get down from there. But do you think it's that easy? Xia Tiankang had no intention of letting him go, sneering. You're at death's door and still hiding behind a woman. Wu Fu, are you even a man? Hearing his taunt, a small dog in the crowd below barked a few times in protest. Fearing the situation would worsen, Xu Qingqing quickly warned him, not noticing his mysterious smile. Wu Fu, Xia Tiankang is trying to provoke you, don't fall for it. The moment she finished her sentence, he shot up from the ground. Wu Fu hovered in mid-air, unleashing the power that swirled around his body as he issued a challenge. All of you come at once. Seeing this, Xu Qingqing slapped her forehead in exasperation and sighed, I knew this would happen. Accepting his challenge, the disciples of the Zhongyang sect immediately rushed forward to attack. Kill him for me. Watching the men charge towards Wu Fu, Xu Yingxian realized the problem and cried out in alarm. This is bad. Xia Tiankang came prepared. Looking at the scene in the air, a confident Han Po spoke to Xu Changyao, who was struggling to stand beside him. It's time to end things over there. We should end things here too. But as the words left his lips, his eyes suddenly shot wide open in surprise. Because at that moment, a small shining circle appeared in front of Wu Fu. His mouth whispered something, and below Xu Qingqing, as if not believing her own eyes, stammered. A sword. Swords. Instantly, flashes of light as fast as lightning appeared out of nowhere, blasting away all the disciples of the Zhongyang sect. This single attack from Wu Fu was incredibly powerful, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and forcing those on the ground to brace themselves to keep from being blown away. When the dust cleared, Xia Tiankang could finally see what was in front of him. He couldn't believe it and immediately screamed, impossible. He's only at the profound connection stage. Before Xia Tiankang could finish, Wu Fu quickly cut him off. Nothing is impossible. He slowly raised his hand, preparing to command the tens of thousands of swords behind him as he announced, "The real show is just beginning." Just then, a familiar figure appeared, shouting loudly to stop him. "You dare!" After this shout, Wu Fu's body jolted and froze. Behind him, Hanpa's face darkened as he threatened, "Just you try it." But Wu Fu had no reason to fear the old man. He clenched his fist without holding back and yelled. Jian Tiankang panicked at that moment, screaming for help. "Master, hurry and help your disciple kill him." But it was too late. Tens of thousands of swords instantly flew and aiming right for his head. Then, without mercy, they rained down on Tiankang, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. A moment later, the dust slowly settled, revealing a dark figure among the swords that stood like sharp stakes. Full of despair, Tiankang weakly called out his final words, "You Wu." This officially enraged Hanpa, who immediately attacked him. "Wu Fu, pay with your life." Just as the old man's hand was about to touch him, it suddenly stopped. Upon closer inspection, some kind of threads were bound tightly around his hand. Hanpa was a bit shaken seeing these threads. He slowly glanced over at the person who had just appeared behind him. The newcomer was none other than Jing Song. He calmly commanded, "Let him go." As soon as he spoke, Li Jiu shouted from the railing above, "The master has given an order. Release Wu Fu." After saying this, his face darkened with frustration as he gritted his teeth, unwilling to comply. Down in the stands, the crowd was startled to hear Li Jiu relay the order. Only Wu Fu remained calm, a faint, steady smirk on his face. Just then, Hanpa erupted with power, his roar cutting through everything. The sound of his shout was like a shockwave spreading out. "You still want to stand in my way?" Under this outburst from Hanpa, Jing Song's thin threads snapped in two. Seeing the threads break, the old man was slightly startled. After breaking free, Hanpa quickly summoned shards of ice and launched them forward. "You brat, Wu Fu, die." Seeing them, Su Qingqing cried out in alarm. "Be careful." Hanpa controlled the ice shards, aiming straight for Wu Fu in the air. "Die." The ice shards shot towards him at the speed of light. At that very moment, Wu Fu's sword instantly unleashed its own stream of power. And then the two forces officially collided, creating a massive explosion. This enormous explosion sent dust flying everywhere, engulfing the nearby spectators. Witnessing this scene, Su Qingqing and Erha cried out in worry. "Wu Fu." Meanwhile, Li Jiu was gloating inwardly, thinking a grandmaster using his full power in one strike. Wu Fu is definitely dead. Down in the stands, Su Qingqing with lifeless eyes muttered a curse. That arrogant bastard." No sooner had she spoken than something emerged from the dust cloud, startling everyone. It was Wu Fu's toned body standing tall without a single injury. His hands instinctively tightened on his sword. A look of angry, contemptuous sarcasm flashed in Wu Fu's eyes. "Is this supposed to be the power of a half-step grandmaster?" Just then, Su Qingqing ran up to him, scolding him angrily. "You jerk, I thought you were dead. You scared me half to death." Following her words, Su Yingxian, who was supporting his master, marveled that he had even blocked a full-power strike from Hanpa. Shang Yue clutched his wound and laughed with delight, praising him. Old Hu's judgment wasn't wrong. But just as they were celebrating, they were interrupted by Hanpa's familiar voice. "Don't celebrate too soon." Wu Fu immediately turned his head, looking warily towards the source of the sound. That's when he saw a giant iceberg that had somehow closed in on his and Qingqing's position. Suddenly, a bright red slash appeared on the iceberg. That slash came from a swift, reflexive strike by Wu Fu. But he didn't stop there. He continued to channel his power, preparing another challenging move. "Even if you are a grandmaster, you'll be leaving something behind today." Not one to back down, Hanpa continuously launched ice at him in response. "We'll see if you have what it takes." Immediately, Wu Fu's eyes widened as he shouted the name of his technique, Spirit Sword Art, and then he leaped onto the ice shards, using them as platforms to dash forward. When Wu Fu jumped off the last ice shard, it shattered into pieces, and from high above he continuously unleashed a chaotic flurry of sword glints into the air. Once he had gathered enough sharp sword light, Wu Fu's voice rang out like steel, "Chaotic spirit," but Hanpa was no pushover either. The old man channeled all his energy, his face becoming gaunt as he cursed, "Arrogant little brat." Immediately after, the two of them rushed at each other, continuously trading blows hand to hand. Watching the scene unfold, the spectators swallowed hard, marveling at how a monster like that could fight on equal footing with one of them. And when the decisive moment came, Wu Fu gathered all his strength for a final blow. Unwilling to lose, Hanpa also gathered his power for a final move. Finally, the two techniques collided, creating an even bigger explosion than before, like a volcanic eruption, threatening to blow away everything around them. When the explosion cleared, it was Hanpa who had been knocked back several feet. One of his arms was now injured and bleeding. Hanpa frowned slightly, unable to believe his eyes, muttering to himself, "What kind of sword technique is this powerful?" Just then, Jing Song leaped behind him and threatened in a low voice, "A mere half-step grandmaster in my eyes dares to harm others." Hearing his voice, Hanpa flinched and broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "A great grandmaster. It seems there's no way I can kill Wu Fu today." With that thought, he quickly used his movement technique to leap away. shouting a warning Wu Fu Zongyang sect. For this I will fight you to the death. Before leaving completely, Han Pa didn't forget to add another threat. The next time we meet, I'll definitely take your dog's life. Hearing this threat, was momentarily startled. It forced an awkward and confused smile because it was Wu Fu's dog and didn't quite understand what the old man meant. Suddenly, Wu Fu felt unwell. He quickly brought a hand to his forehead. Seeing his body sway, Qingxing anxiously and urgently scolded him, "You arrogant fool." Just as she finished speaking, Wu Fu lost his balance and fell. Luckily, someone appeared in time to catch him, and he fell into a firm yet soft embrace. That person was none other than Lu Ling. She asked Wu Fu with gentle concern, "Are you okay?" He tried to regain his composure and move away from Lu Ling, replying, "That measly bit of cultivation he has isn't enough to kill me." Although he said that inwardly, Wu Fu was calculating that he had to recover his original cultivation level as soon as possible. Amidst the pleasant atmosphere between the two, there was one person, Qingqing, who felt extremely sorry for herself as she looked down at her own small frame. While they were preoccupied with their own affairs, someone suddenly stepped forward to praise Wu Fu. "I didn't expect that little brother would not only be proficient. Not only is he skilled in alchemy, but he's also very knowledgeable in the way of the sword." Jing Song was extremely pleased, smiling with great interest. It was only then that Xu Shangrao noticed the old man's presence. Seeing his father's surprised expression, he asked with curiosity, "Father, what's wrong?" Xu Shangrao could hardly believe his eyes, stammering in reply, This is a grandmaster." Over on the other side, Jing Song took out a medicinal pill and offered it, saying, "This is a stamina pill I refined a few days ago. It's very beneficial for your physical strength." Looking at the scene before him, Xu Shangrao sighed with emotion. A grandmaster has appeared in our Yunhai, and he's so close with Wu Fu. Wu Fu politely accepted the pill from Jing Song, saying thank you. After he took the pill, the old man immediately clasped his hands to express his sincerity. This old man has been stagnant in the way of alchemy for many years. A few days ago, thanks to a few pointers from you, I had a great epiphany. If you wouldn't mind, how about you take me as your disciple? Upon hearing this request, Wu Fu suddenly coughed up blood. A panicked Jing Song rushed over to ask, "What's wrong with you?" He quickly waved his hand, replying to the old man, I'm fine. Outwardly, he said he was okay, but in his heart, he was correcting him. "You're supposed to be my master." To avoid a prolonged awkward situation, Jing Song came up with an idea. "If you feel like I'm putting you on the spot, just think it over carefully. We can discuss when you'll accept me as a disciple later." Faced with the old man's persistence, he could only sigh helplessly. A new page had been turned in the Book of Fate, and of course things would now be different. Cut to that very same moment in the main hall of the Zhongyang sect. Han Po sat imposingly on the highest seat, giving an order. "Pass down my command. Wu Fu, the Shu family of Yunhai, and any other secluded cultivators must all die." As soon as he finished speaking, the other disciples in the sect immediately clasped their hands in obedience. Just then the great doors of the hall were suddenly pushed open. From outside, a mysterious young man walked in and spoke. "Elder, you were looking for me." Soon after, the scene changed, returning to the tournament arena. The announcer stepped forward to declare that there was only one person left on the stage. This time, Yunhai University has performed exceptionally well, if there are no more challengers. Just as the announcer was about to declare the winner, someone's voice cut him off. "Hold on." From the main entrance of the arena, a strange group of 3 students appeared, letting a freshman take all the glory. "Have you no shame?" Those 3 were none other than students from the Wuhua Academy. The beautiful girl with the charming smile was Huo Shuang. The young man in the middle pushing up his glasses was Qin, and the one next to him with an annoyed expression was Fu Dui. Seeing them, Lu Ling quickly went too. Wu Fu sighed and warned him, "Those guys are no joke. Be careful." She continued, introducing them to him. They're officers of the Student Council at the South China Martial Arts Academy, one of the organizers of this competition. And those very Student Council officers were now standing before them, overflowing with confidence. A moment later, amidst the barking of Erha, Fu Dui stepped forward and demanded, "You're Wu Fu." Without any fear, he answered straightforwardly, "Yes." Because he sensed the person in front of him had no good intentions, Erha kept barking non-stop. Its barking successfully caught Fu Dui's attention. Without another word, he immediately threw a punch towards Erha, shouting, "So damn noisy, shut the hell up, you mutt." Just as Fu Dui's fist flew out, a familiar hand quickly reached out and blocked it. A second later, he seemed to sense something, and a look of alarm flashed across his face. Wu Fu didn't hold back directly, slamming Fu Dui to the ground with a warning, "Don't you touch my dog." Right after slamming him down, he called out challengingly, "Who else wants some?" After saying this, Wu Fu flashed a confident smile. Meanwhile, Huo Shuang and Qin were completely stunned and bewildered. At that moment, Qin was muttering to himself in disbelief. Fu Dui's strength isn't low at all, and his raw power is on par with mine. And yet he was taken down by some wet behind the ears freshman as easily as flipping a hand. And the person he was talking about was now holding his head in a daze, wondering, What just happened? Where am I? Who am I? By the time Fu Dui got his bearings and sat up, everyone was praising Wu Fu. This freshman really doesn't disappoint, afraid that he had gone too far. Lu Ling once again spoke up to remind him. The South China Martial Arts Academy is the top school in all of Beihai Province. Their esteemed guests invited to this tournament. Offending them is not a good idea. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin turned to the crowd of students on the stage and shouted, "He's just an inexperienced freshman. Is there no one left who can fight him?" Upon hearing his words, they immediately scrambled to find excuses to leave. "I just remembered I haven't finished my homework." "Me too. I just remembered my cat needs to go potty at home. I have to rush back and take him to the park." Seeing them making excuses to back out, Hugh Shuang snorted in disgust. "A bunch of useless trash. Not a single one of you can beat him." With that, she stepped forward to volunteer for the fight, saying, "Qin, step aside and watch me take this brat down." Seeing who was stepping up, Lu Ling immediately became vigilant. "Be careful." As soon as she stepped forward, Huo Shuang arrogantly unleashed her power. "Little brother, I hear you're very strong. Let your big sister here test a few of your moves." Not to be outdone, Wu Fu also unleashed his power, retorting, "If you overestimate yourself, don't blame me for what happens." Hearing him say that, she gave a sarcastic smile. "Oh really? And here I was thinking." Before she could finish her sentence, Huo Shuang took the initiative and lunged forward to attack. "Here I come." She spun around gracefully, gathering power to launch her attack. "Take this." Wu Fu remained unflinching, calmly waiting for Huo Shuang to unleash her technique. And then a giant hammer, just as she called it, appeared and crashed straight down on him. Giant fist. After this single blow, the arrogant Huo Shuang confidently taunted, "Did I make you cry?" But no sooner had the words left her mouth, a crack appeared on her hammer. Immediately after, a powerful force erupted, shattering the giant hammer completely. Huo Shuang couldn't believe her eyes, crying out in astonishment. What emanating an overwhelming killing intent? Wu Fu glared at her with a chilling look. Wu Fu swept past Huo Shuang like a gust of wind. With his killing intent still blazing in his eyes, he said, "It's over." Her blazing red eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, the sound of clapping came from the distance, a first-year male student able to defeat all his upperclassmen. Qin approached from afar, scolding as he walked. "Haven't you all lost enough face?" Wu Fu turned and made a suggestion. "How about the captain himself comes up here to teach me a few moves?" Tin Tin sat next to Lu Ling in the guest seats of the arena, covering her face in exasperation. This blockhead doesn't even know about the South China Martial Arts Academy. Qin adjusted his glasses, not forgetting to add a sarcastic jab. "Your junior brother is pretty strong, but isn't he going a little too far, pretending to push us into a corner like this?" Wu Fu listened, a thought forming in his mind. He hadn't been here long, but he heard of the South China School's reputation. He didn't expect it to be this school in particular. Then he held up 2 fingers and proposed, "If what the class president says is true, then I'll come by another day to ask for your guidance." He understood the hidden meaning in Wu Fu's words. This guy. I'm afraid he's no blockhead. Then Qin turned to leave, but didn't forget to look back. "No need to wait. We'll pay a visit to Yunhai University ourselves." The scene changes to another school where the weather is beautiful. An announcer's voice rings out. "Today's victory goes to Yunhai University." In a forest, someone held out a small white vial. "I've heard that Yunnan University is a rather mysterious sect. Brother Wu Fu, you must be careful. These elixirs are for breaking through your cultivation. Reaching the primordial spirit realm will be very good for you." Wu Fu spoke as he stepped in front of the other 2. "Thank you, senior." When the small vial was opened, countless green bubbles appeared, surprising everyone. Jing Song was stunned by the sight. Does he really intend to drink all of these elixirs in one go? Li Ju's face darkened as he watched and thought. The effect of a dozen of these elixirs. Even if he reaches the primordial spirit realm, he'll just explode and die soon after. This kid must be trying to rush his power advancement. Then Wu Fu clenched his fist. As he did, the green bubbles continued to float in the air. And just like that, a powerful sword appeared behind Wu Fu. From a distance, Jing Song began to cast a spell. "Li Ju, protect your martial uncle." The sword then created enormous gusts of wind that swirled around him. The sword returned to its original position. A drop of blood formed at its tip, and that drop began to fall faster and faster. It landed right on Wu Fu's forehead, startling him. Right where Wu Fu stood in the forest, a pillar of red energy shot up into the sky. Jing Song was astounded by it all. This is the primordial spirit realm. Li Ju grit his teeth. This is bad. If he keeps this up, I'm afraid we'll lose our chance to seize that divine weapon. Supported by Tintin and Shu Yingxian, Shu Chang Yao approached, saying, "Little brother Wu Fu, truly a talent of this generation." Ignoring Shu Chang Yao's words, Wu Fu continued casting his spell with a sword. Then the old man placed a hand on his chest and continued, "This old one will take his leave first, everyone." As Shu Kang Yao and his group were leaving, Wu Fu finally spoke. "Senior, please wait." The old man stopped and had just turned his head back, when suddenly a dangerous beam of light shot towards Shu Kang Yao from a distance. The old man grimaced, looking too shocked to react to what was happening. A guard ran over from afar, shouting, "Wu Fu, the Shu family has treated you well. Why would you harm him?" Shu Yingxian stretched out an arm to stop him. "Wait, Wu Fu is healing the old master." Shu Chang Yao stood rooted to the spot, faint cracks appearing before his eyes. This is. Shu Chang Yao's eyes widened, his pupils contracting, reflecting only the dazzling light of the object before him. And then in front of everyone, Shu Kang Yao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Shu Yingxian screamed, "Father!" Shu Tingting was also shocked by the scene. Grandpa, from the side, Li Jiu quietly said to Jing Song, "Master, Wu Fu's situation is unpredictable." Shu Chang Yao remained motionless, but suddenly a bizarre, dazzling golden energy enveloped him. Back with Li Jiu, Jing Song replied, "Li Jiu, your vision is too narrow." Before their eyes, Jing Song and Li Jiu saw the image of Shu Kang Yao bowing his head to thank Wu Fu. "Thank you, little brother." He waved his hand. "No need to thank me. If not for this junior's help, you would have paid a great price today." From a distance, Jing Song marveled. It's just a type of spiritual energy, but not only did it remove the injury, it even increased his cultivation significantly. Li Jiu's face darkened beside him, and he grit his teeth in fury. "I thought it was a minor injury, but it was that deep. It seems I must accelerate my plans to get rid of him." Wu Fu turned and walked away thinking, "If you must blame someone, blame yourself for being such a treasure." He said to his dog, "Let's go." In the forest, someone's voice spoke up. "Li Jiu should go now." Then the other person replied, "I'm here, master." The scene changes to the gate of Yunhai University. Someone on the bus says goodbye to Lu Ling. "President, I have something to do, so I'll be going first." A young man looked back and waved. "Goodbye, President. Come on, let's go celebrate." Someone praised admiringly, "That freshman is seriously amazing. He controlled the entire audience all by himself. But I heard he used to be a good-for-nothing." The guy next to him replied casually, "Who cares? As long as he brings honor to the school, it's fine." Just as Wu Fu was stretching, Lu Ling walked over. "Finally, I can get some rest." She reminded him lightly, "Don't celebrate too soon. There's one more event later." Wu Fu's happy expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at Lu Ling. What? In front of them, Zhou Tan was holding up a huge banner. "Congratulations, Brother Fu, on your victorious return." He even shouted, "Congratulations, Brother Fu, on your victorious return." Everyone there was stunned by the banner. Zhou Tan came up to the two of them, smiling and clasping his hands. "Congrats, Brother Fu." Lu Ling asked Zhou Tan, "What are you doing here?" He ignored her, and Zhou Tan's mouth kept running. "Brother Fu, while you were competing, Li Mengjiao went to your room." Wu Fu replied lazily, and he continued, "Those girls conspired with Xia Tiankang to slander you. Luckily, my buddy and I found out about it early." Wu Fu looked at him with a smirk. "Xia Tiankang, you say? He's dead." Zhou Tan started to feel uneasy, thinking, "Thank goodness I didn't help them harm Wu Fu." Then he waved his hands. "Brother Fu, I've already helped you lock Li Mengjiao in the dormitory." Before leaving, Wu Fu didn't forget to put a hand on Zhou Tan's shoulder and say tactfully, "You know how to get things done, huh?" He replied obediently. It's what I should do." After Wu Fu had walked a good distance away, he finally called out, "Brother Fu, don't forget to come to the Disciples Association." The scene shifts to a hotel. He walks up to a room and knocks, his voice threatening. "You better open this door right now, or you'll suffer the consequences, you hear me?" As the door creaked open, Li Mengjiao was in the middle of a sentence. "You know." When the door opened further, she was stunned. Wu Fu stepped into the room. Terrified, Li Mengjiao pointed at him. "You. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Where's Xia Tiankang?" As if he heard something ridiculous, Wu Fu laughed out loud. "Xia Tiankang," he merely glanced at her and said, "He's dead. The Xia family no longer exists." Li Mengjiao was stunned as if she couldn't believe her own ears. How? How is this possible? She hadn't even finished getting dressed before she frantically scrambled over to him and started begging. "Wu Fu, I know I was wrong. It was Xia Tiankang who made me do it." Li Mengjiao started putting on her crocodile tears act. "I know I was wrong. You have to let me go." Not only that, but she also tried to seduce Wu Fu. "Spare my life and I'll be your slave. I'll do anything for you, okay?" He was sick to death of her. "You really are." But Li Mengjiao was still shameless. Wu Fu, suddenly Li Mengjiao was slapped so hard she went flying. She couldn't stop herself from collapsing onto the floor. Wu Fu pulled his hand back, but the force behind his blow hadn't completely vanished. The blanket on the bed suddenly flew into the air. While Li Mengjiao was still dazed, the blanket flew out of nowhere and covered her. Wu Fu just said coldly, "Put your clothes on. Get out." Her eyes were wide and a trickle of blood remained at the corner of her mouth. Li Mengjiao sat motionless on the floor. Outside in the dormitory hallway, two figures were lurking. There was a commotion just a minute ago, right? Why is it so quiet now? Zhou Tan signaled for his sidekick to shut up. Just as the two were tiptoeing forward, Li Mengjiao's door opened and she stormed out. He watched Li Mengjiao walk away, completely bewildered. What the hell happened in there? She walked with her body, covered her aura chillingly dark. "Wu Fu, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead." At that point, Zhou Tan's underling started to feel afraid. "Brother Tan, maybe we should just go. We shouldn't mess with Wu Fu." The scene changes to the dorm where Wu Fu was hanging clothes in his closet. Suddenly, someone called his name, making him glance over. Brother Fu standing before Wu Fu was someone in a red cape, And even more ridiculously, he was wearing red underwear on the outside, which was enough to make anyone burst out laughing. Complete with a superhero logo on his chest, Mang Mang winked playfully. Brother Fu, what do you think? Do I look any different today? He was clearly thrilled with his outfit, while Wu Fu was so shocked he did a spit take. The husky who was on the side, looked like he was about to puke his guts out. Wu Fu covered his face, exasperated. What is wrong with you? But Mang Mang just cheerfully flexed his muscles. Brother Fu, I've gotten stronger. Wu Fu threw on a jacket and started to leave, teasing him. With that kind of strength, I doubt you could even beat Erha. He pointed at the dog. No way. Erha let out a bark as if to question him. Mang Mang pointed his finger at the dog, which made it angry. How can you say that? Erha is just a dog. While he was still pointing, Erha had already opened his mouth wide. And just like that, the only sound in the hallway was Mang Mang's scream of pain. Damn it, stop, I give up. He lay flat on the floor with a bruised face while the dog stood triumphantly on his back. I can't even beat a dog. Wu Fu seemed to realize something. He picked up Erha and asked, you had a breakthrough this quickly. Mang Mang slowly got to his feet. Oh right, Brother Fu, a fourth-year senior, was looking for you earlier. Wu Fu was indifferent to the news. If it's not urgent, tell him to wait. The guy chased after Wu Fu, but he's a fourth-year senior. Still, Wu Fu walked away without hesitation. If he wants to see me, he can come himself. Over at the Hao Yuan Tian Fu estate, Lu Ling was probing for information. By the way, Xu Qingqing, do you know Wu Fu's true identity? Qingqing, who was relaxing in a hot bath, looked up at her. Are you investigating him? She leisurely lifted her wine glass. No, just a routine inquiry. After all, my father wants to meet him. Su Qingqing shot up to her feet, completely naked. Don't tell me you're the daughter of the Yunhai Lu family. Lu Ling blushed and smiled. Why don't you take a wilder guess? Before she could finish, the other woman signaled for her to be quiet. On a beautiful morning behind the mountains, a cool breeze was blowing. Inside a cave, Erha was undergoing refinement. After a while, Luo Xi was a bit stunned and stammered. This is. Wu Fu, who was beside her, quickly answered, Erha is about to have a breakthrough. His words surprised her and she asked, dogs can have breakthroughs. He explained in his usual cold tone, being nurtured by such rich spiritual energy, if Erha has a special bloodline, it's possible he could awaken his abilities. Suddenly, Luo Zi shyly inquired, If you have some free time, could you perhaps guide me a little? Hearing this, Wu Fu asked back. The Xiu sword art. Luo Xi blushed and let out a soft mayhem. After getting his answer, Wu Fu continued helping Erha refine while casually stating the Xiu sword art was originally a dual cultivation technique. If you want to fully break through and unlock its power, there's no other way besides dual cultivation. Even though she knew this, Lu Xi was still a bit embarrassed but said with determination, I can't wait any longer. In the end, however, all she got was a rejection from Wu Fu. I'm busy. I have to take care of Erha. This left her a bit disappointed. Then Wu Fu suddenly suggested, but I can use my hand. His suggestion made Luo Zi both angry and flustered, leaving her completely speechless. Wu Fu. But before she could get any angrier, he quickly explained what he meant by using his hand. I can use my handprint to suppress the harmful side effects caused by this sword art, allowing you to unleash its 9 levels of power. Hearing him explain, she finally understood what he really meant. It seemed Wu Fu also realized that Luo Xi had misunderstood him, so he asked, what did you think I was going to do? Knowing she had an improper thought, Luo Xi could only reply shyly, it was just as you thought. A moment later, she quickly entered the state needed to upgrade her sword technique. All right, let's begin. First form, flower butterfly. She executed each move smoothly and gracefully, like flowing water and floating blossoms. Second form, third form, fourth form, fifth form, sixth form, seventh form. By the last form, Luo Xi was surrounded by a powerful vortex of internal energy. Eighth form. After performing the entire sword art, she finally stopped. Then she spoke up, explaining that after performing all 8 forms of the Xiu sword art, she couldn't find a way to cultivate it any further. This is as far as I can go. Hearing this, Wu Fu casually replied, that's a small problem. This time, he would personally instruct Luo Xi. Next, I will enter your divine consciousness and guide you personally. Hearing him say that, Luo Xi immediately relaxed, allowing him to enter her consciousness. Suddenly, her eyes shot wide open. The next moment, she was inside her own divine consciousness. Wu Fu's consciousness was already there, urging her on. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and cultivate the sword art. However, at that moment, seeing him, only one word popped into her mind, naked. The wind rustled through the leaves, creating a soft whispering sound. Luo Xi calmed her mind and began to cultivate. She focused on the inscriptions of the sword art within her consciousness. A moment later, a powerful internal energy exploded from within her. At last, Luo Xi had succeeded in her cultivation. I successfully mastered the Xiu sword art. This made her so happy that she started laughing until the sound of a cough snapped her out of her joyful state. Realizing someone was still with her, she was so embarrassed that she squatted in a corner and mumbled, so embarrassing, I forgot he was still here. After the wave of embarrassment passed, Luo Xi awkwardly brought up that subject. However, Wu Fu coldly told her, "Don't bother me." It was then that Luo Xi finally noticed Erha and asked with curiosity, "From a pupa to a butterfly, does that mean this dog can fly?" Suddenly, the cocoon surrounding Erha began to crack. It finally shattered completely and Erha broke free from the cocoon, shaking its body. For some reason, whatever Luo Xi and Wu Fu saw on its body made both of their faces darken in utter helplessness. It turned out they never expected Erha to actually sprout butterfly wings. Real actual wings. After waiting for Erha to successfully complete its transformation, Luo Xi smiled brightly and expressed her gratitude. "Wu Fu, I owe you a huge favor." Hearing this, Wu Fu casually replied, "It was nothing." Suddenly, his gaze shifted somewhere else as he said that if she really wanted to thank him. It seemed his eyes had landed right on Luo Xi's ample chest. Realizing he was looking at a place he shouldn't be, Luo Xi shyly covered herself and loudly declared, "No way, I'm not selling my body." She even reminded Wu Fu of her status. "I'm your teacher, you know." After saying that, she suddenly turned and ran off. "I'll be leaving first." Luo Xi's actions left Wu Fu completely bewildered, having no idea what just happened as he asked Erha, "All I wanted was to ask her to find me a few opponents. Was that really so heartless?" Erha, not understanding a single thing, simply replied with a couple of barks. At the same time in the park, Zhou Tan was smacked hard across the face by someone. The guy who hit him sneered mockingly, "Aren't you and Wu Fu enemies? Why are you sucking up to him now?" Just then, he heard a rustling from the bushes and saw Erha emerging, which left him a bit confused as he wondered to himself. Despite his cheekbone being bruised from the hit, Zhou Tan just smiled and replied, "What's more important, revenge or my life?" His attitude angered one of the guys in the group, making him want to beat Zhou Tan to a pulp. "I think you're just courting death." Just when it seemed like Zhou Tan was about to get thrashed, a powerful surge of inner energy suddenly flew in from nowhere to save him. The bullies were stunned by this divine force and shouted out loud. "Who is it?" Zhou Tan was also baffled, letting out a confused, "Huh." He recognized Erha and thought in astonishment, "Erha." The bullies also vaguely recognized the dog's identity. "Wait a minute, this dog. It looks like..." At that moment, Wu Fu walked over to Erha and asked, "Erha, what are you doing here?" Erha barked once as if answering him. The moment the bullies saw who had arrived, they felt a bit intimidated, thinking to themselves, "Wu Fu." Wu Fu, however, just looked at the group in front of him and wondered, what are these people doing? One of them, not knowing his own limits, spoke up, "You're Wu Fu." Before Wu Fu could even answer, the guy who just spoke lunged forward to kick him. Of course, Wu Fu easily blocked the attack. Then he asked in an annoyed tone, "Who are you?" The guy didn't bother answering Wu Fu and instead questioned him. "You're the one who destroyed the Xia family and now you want to destroy the Zhongyang sect too." Following that accusation was a series of whirlwind kicks flying towards Wu Fu. Unfazed, he calmly and easily blocked every single one. After being pushed back a certain distance, Wu Fu seemed to realize something and quickly asked, a disciple of the Zhongyang sect, the guy who appeared out of nowhere to attack him, lifted his leg and loudly admitted his identity. That's right. Hearing that, Wu Fu didn't even bother raising a hand and just declared, "Then I'll kill you." He attacked swiftly without a second thought, no longer needing any other reason. The disciple from the Zhongyang sect finally realized the danger he was in and remembered the warnings from the sect elders. The elders said to be extremely careful of Wu Fu's divine weapon, and so he quickly retreated to dodge the blow. He looked at the wave of inner energy Wu Fu had unleashed and felt a bit shaken. He then hurriedly backed away to a safe distance. However, this disciple from the Zhongyang sect wasn't ready to give up yet. He let out a cold humph and launched another attack. 8 trigrams palm. An 8 trigrams symbol quickly appeared behind him as immense inner energy erupted from it. The other bullies with him and even Zhou Tan were all affected by the pressure of this attack. Just as the disciple from the Zhongyang sect was smugly saying, "Your sword energy is no match for my palm. Hand over your divine weapon, and I might let you live," a sudden swoosh was heard. Wu Fu had appeared behind him at some point. He held a blade to the man's throat and ordered, "Don't move." Then he smirked contemptuously and said, "Send a message to your Zhongyang sect. Next time, don't send such trash." His sudden attack left the Zhongyang sect disciple stunned, wondering to himself, When did he get behind me?" Wu Fu paid no mind to his shock and just gave a cold smile, declaring, "And another thing, I, Wu Fu, am ready to welcome anyone anytime." As for Zhou Tan, after witnessing everything, he thought to himself, as expected, Wu Fu is no longer the coward he used to be. At that moment, Erha, who was beside him, suddenly let out a few barks which caught his attention. Erha. To thank the dog for coming to his rescue, he immediately rewarded it with some delicious snacks. "Thank you for saving my life, big bro ha. Come here, this is for you. Eat slowly, don't choke. There's plenty more." While Erha was enjoying its meal, Wu Fu walked over and said, "No wonder Erha has gotten so fat lately. Turns out you've been secretly feeding him." As soon as he saw him, Zhou Tan put on a flattering smile and said, "Honestly, didn't we have some conflicts before? I'm just bribing Erha in advance. Hearing this, Wu Fu replied dismissively, "You should worry about yourself." Suddenly, Zhou Tan shared a piece of intel with him. "A few days ago, officials from the Nankai Martial Arts Academy wanted to come to our school. You should probably figure out how to handle that." Hearing this, Wu Fu coldly replied, "None of your business. Let's go, Erha." Hearing his name called, Erha quickly barked a few times in reply and followed him. Although he acted uninterested in Zhou Tan's words, he was actually taking it to heart, wondering, "So the real strong enemies haven't shown up yet, huh?" At the same time, in another place, a man was so furious, he smashed his teacup and roared. "Just because he's in the primordial spirit realm, he dares to think our Zhongyang sect has no one left." Zhang Nan fumed to himself. Sect forces are not supposed to interfere in worldly grudges, but this Wu Fu has provoked us time and time again. So what if he breaks the rules? And so he immediately called for Han Po. Han Po, standing respectfully by his side, immediately answered, "Yes." He quickly gave the old man his order, "Bring me his head." At Qingye Mountain, inside a small wooden cabin, Jing Song was busy refining pills. The old man inspected the pill he had created and muttered to himself, "I traveled all this way to find a convenient place to refine the chaos spirit pill." Suddenly, he thought of Wu Fu and mused, "When it comes to understanding the way of alchemy, that boy is probably even more skilled than I am." The person sharpening a blade beside him seemed to sense his thoughts and stopped. Li Jiu spoke up, "Master, if your alchemy is second, who would dare claim to be first?" He chuckled, thinking it was probably just a lucky fluke. Just then, the wooden door suddenly opened. Li Jiu quickly turned his head to see who it was. Wu Fu walked in and said, "The spiritual energy is so dense. Senior, are you refining a chaos spirit pill?" The pug in his arms barked twice as if greeting the host. The moment he stepped inside, Jing Song was stunned to discover that Wu Fu's spiritual power had increased to an unbelievable degree. Even Li Jiu eyed him with a wary and scrutinizing gaze. His glare terrified the little pug, which immediately burrowed into Wu Fu's arms. Wu Fu himself noticed the killing intent in Li Jiu's eyes and gave a contemptuous smile. Then, ignoring the dark aura enveloping the other man, he began to taunt him. "Looks like you're all out of hope, huh?" Next, he turned to speak with Jing Song Sr. "The Chaos Spirit Pill requires 35,000 strands of worldly essence to refine. Once successfully crafted, it can establish a supreme foundation." Hearing this, Jing Song replied, "The Chaos Spirit Pill is no trivial thing that any ordinary cultivator in this world would know about." Upon hearing that, Wu Fu frankly admitted, "I am not from this world." His words made the old man realize something, and he asked in astonishment, You are from the ninth heaven." Wu Fu didn't answer immediately, but only thought to himself, "I look down upon all living beings from the absolute peak of the ninth heaven." Then he took something out and said, "My goal is the ninth heaven." The moment Wu Fu said this, a sharp clang echoed as two swords fell to the floor. Li Jiu uttered in a daze, "The ninth heaven." At that moment, anger and jealousy consumed him. It seems the plan to eliminate him must be executed quickly. He quickly made to leave, saying, "Master, I'm going down the mountain for a bit. I'll be back tonight." Wu Fu knew exactly where he was going and just sneered. Then he reminded Jing Song, "I have already reached the primordial spirit realm. Senior, please don't hesitate to advise Li Jiu. Don't let his bottomless greed cast a shadow over him." Hearing this, Jing Song just sighed helplessly and said, "From the moment he poisoned me, I stopped caring." The old man's words made Wu Fu exclaim, "So you already knew." Even though the old man said he didn't care about Li Jiu, he still pleaded for him. "I know this little brother possesses supreme skills. If it truly comes to that, I hope you can understand my intention." Wu Fu immediately shot back, "You want me to spare him?" Knowing full well that Wu Fu would never forgive someone who harmed him. Jing Song sighed again and said, "Forget it. Perhaps this is the fate he deserves." Suddenly, Wu Fu exclaimed, "Master, you haven't changed a bit." He glanced at Jing Song and continued, "Still, so forgiving of your own disciple." This meaningful statement seemed to make Jing Song realize Wu Fu's true identity. "Wait, could you be?" Before the old man could finish, Wu Fu quickly left, but not before leaving behind the words, "We'll meet again." The rustling of leaves echoed through the forest. Wu Fu was walking when he suddenly stopped. He called out loudly to Li Jiu, "Stop hiding. Come on out." Li Jiu emerged from behind a tree trunk and replied, "It seems you're prepared to die." Wu Fu looked at him and chided, "You haven't changed a bit. Truly a lost cause." Of course, Li Jiu paid no mind to his criticism and just told him to save those words for the afterlife. Wu Fu suddenly pointed to the sky and asked, "Like a primordial spirit realm cultivator, do you think you can defeat me? Or are you relying on this?" As soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly appeared in the sky carrying a spiritual power that couldn't be underestimated. Naturally, Wu Fu wasn't afraid in the slightest. In fact, he looked down on such childish tricks. Instantly, those things rushed towards him. A loud bang echoed amidst the dust and smoke, and Wu Fu's voice rang out, "What a shame. It's still too weak." This sent a jolt of panic through Li Jiu. Meanwhile, Wu Fu, completely unharmed by the attack, spoke up. "If I hadn't reached the primordial spirit realm, I might have actually died in that formation just now. Such a pity." Seeing that he was still alive, Li Ju couldn't believe his eyes and roared, How is this possible? Wu Fu just chuckled and calmly said, your technique has been exposed. So now, before finishing his sentence, he shot towards Li Ju. He suddenly appeared behind him and said in a low voice, my turn. A piercing clang rang out as Li Ju managed to block Wu Fu's attack. However, he had struggled greatly just to parry it. The sword is so heavy. Before he had a chance to counter, Wu Fu struck first. Heavenly Body Sword Art. The moment he moved, Li Ju recognized the technique. Before he could even compose himself, Wu Fu's attack was upon him, forcing him to hastily dodge aside. He knew exactly where the technique Wu Fu was using came from. My school's assassin sword style. Just then, Wu Fu attacked again with the Heavenly Body Sword Art. The two engaged in a fierce sword duel. When Wu Fu used flowing water, Li Ju also used flowing water. The two streams of internal energy collided, causing a massive explosion. Piercing clangs echoed as their swords clashed. Li Ju growled. Where did you learn this technique? Who exactly are you? Before he could finish his question, Wu Fu switched to the fourth stance. This move is called Zhang Ming. Another massive explosion erupted. From a distance, Jing Song saw his two disciples fighting to the death. He let out a helpless sigh and thought to himself, I thought you would realize your mistake and turn back, but I never expected you to sink deeper and deeper. In the end, he chose to leave, abandoning his two disciples to their fate. The Chaos Spirit Pill is taking shape. It's time to leave this place. Back at the battle, dust and smoke filled the air. Li Ju, his hand covered in blood, went limp. He used what little strength he had left to ask Wu Fu, who on earth are you? He placed a hand on Wu Fu's shoulder and demanded, how do you know so many of the same techniques as me? Wu Fu supported him as he spoke. If you were exiled to this world, perhaps you should call me this. He shattered the man's sword and uttered 3 words, Wu Fu. In outer space, something was hurtling towards the planet. It glittered in the sky before crashing straight into a cliff, causing a world-shaking explosion. Wu Fu, who was cultivating, sensed the disturbance and his eyes snapped open. The wind howled through the room as he quickly realized. Another fragment has appeared. At a certain academy, the bell rang, signaling the start of classes. Several cars pulled up to the academy's gate, and someone from inside came out to greet the convoy with fawning respect. Welcome, welcome. From inside the car, a girl stepped out. With her very ample chest pushed out, she observed her surroundings and said with contempt, as expected, just a mediocre school. The spiritual energy is thin, and the cultivators are just as pathetic. Then Huo Shang turned and asked, I heard the young lady of the Lu family is the student council president of Yunhai University. Lu Ling replied scornfully, the person who beat you last time was just a freshman at our school. And just like that, sparks began to fly between the two. Just as they were about to get into a full-blown argument, someone suddenly stopped them. We didn't come here to argue. Xin spoke up, stating the reason they were here. Yunhai University was the victor of the last tournament. We're here to transfer the slots. Hearing this, Lu Ling asked for clarification. The prize for winning was the school's pills and spirit stones, which I've already received. These slots, Qin said bluntly, are, of course, the slots for enrolling in the Manhwa Jing Martial Arts Academy. As they were talking, several students from the school had already taken notice. Filled with admiration, the students whispered among themselves, the Manhwa Jing Martial Arts Academy is the top school in all of Yunhai. As for Lu Ling, she was worrying to herself, thinking, getting into the Manhwa Jing Martial Arts Academy means facing so many strong opponents. Wu Fu won't refuse this, will he? Right at that moment, a familiar bark echoed out. She turned her head and saw the very person she had just been thinking about. Wu Fu approached and asked in a serious tone, what are they doing here? Lu Ling didn't answer, instead quickly questioning him back. Wu Fu, what are you doing here? He replied nonchalantly, running some errands. What's wrong? Just then, Qin cleared his throat a few times, drawing Wu Fu's attention and calling his name. He handed Wu Fu an invitation and said, I told you I'd come find you. Wu Fu took the invitation and asked, what is this? Hu Shang appeared from nowhere and whispered into his ear. It's an invitation to the Manhwa Jing Martial Arts Academy, of course. Naturally, he wasn't interested in the slightest and shot her a glare that could kill. Of course, she completely ignored his disgust and continued her sweet talking. With it, you'll have access to incredible learning resources. She even presented a whole platter of fruit to entice Wu Fu. Besides, the Manhwa Jing Martial Arts Academy is full of powerful masters. Her actions were noticed by a certain someone. She angrily yelled, how hateful. She's trying to lure him in with her chest. So what if you have boobs? After saying that, she glanced down at her own. Upon seeing Lu Ling's large platter of fruit, she huffed in frustration. As for Wu Fu, he couldn't care less about the invitation's value and crumpled it up. This act of his clearly displeased Huo Shang, while he just sneered and carelessly tossed the crumpled invitation away. The invitation rolled to a stop at Huo Shang's feet. One of the men in her group said furiously, he dares disrespect the reputation of our Manhwa Jing. Huo Shang's face darkened as she ground her teeth and spat, you ignorant fool. Lu Ling, however, was delighted, thinking to herself, serves you right. An idiot who doesn't know his place actually dared to stop Wu Fu. Stop letting you join. Our Manhwa Jing Academy was the school's decision. Don't be so stubborn. His actions had truly enraged Wu Fu, causing his face to darken as he warned him. I advise you not to make a move here. However, the man arrogantly challenged him. What are you scared? He even dared to forcefully grip Wu Fu's shoulder and say, so what if I do? Daring to provoke a tiger, an enraged Wu Fu stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to crack. The pressure from his internal energy caused the man from the Manhwa Jing Martial Arts Academy to freeze in terror. At that moment, Wu Fu's voice rang out. Really? He glanced at the man, his eyes filled with killing intent, and asked, you must be tired of living, aren't you? The moment the words left his mouth, a loud bam echoed. Wu Fu casually rolled his wrist and said, this is Yunhai University. After beating up the insolent guy, he warned the others in a grim voice that they had to follow the rules here. Obey and live. Resist and die. After speaking, he turned to leave. His actions enraged Qin, who shouted threats at him. Wu Fu, not only have you offended the Zhongyang sect, but now you've made an enemy of Nanhua Jing. Are you looking to die? Of course, Wu Fu wasn't scared at all and replied dismissively, you people aren't qualified to speak to me. Knowing he couldn't beat him, Qin could only swallow his hatred and wait for a chance at revenge. For the humiliation today, I will make all of you at Yunhai University pay. A few days later, in a cave in the forest behind the academy, Wu Fu suddenly sneezed, causing Luo Shi to ask with concern, what's wrong? Even though she was completely naked and soaking in the water with Wu Fu, she still reminded him, when cultivating the sword tempering art, you absolutely cannot have impure thoughts. He didn't seem to care much and replied, if you're cold, you should put on some clothes. Just as he was saying, if you don't. Luo Shi's nose suddenly started bleeding profusely. This made Wu Fu sigh in exasperation. A nosebleed. The sky was already turning to dusk behind the mountain. Outside the cave entrance, Erha's barks could be heard along with someone's call. Wu Fu Luling's voice shouted into the cave. Teacher Lu Zi, Wu Fu, is anyone here? Her calls were accompanied by Erha's barking. Luling said as she walked inside, Wu Fu, I know you're in here. Just as she finished speaking, Erha barked a few more times as if in reply. As she was about to call out again, she suddenly saw something that scared the soul out of her. Whoa! She was stunned when she saw Wu Fu and Luo Shi both naked and currently getting dressed. This shocking situation made Lu Ling flush beet red as she stammered. You two were. Then she let out a loud scream that echoed throughout the cave. Luo Shi, now flustered, tried to explain. No, you've misunderstood. However, Lu Ling was insistent. It's already over and done with. Do you think I'm blind? As she was fuming over the misunderstanding, she suddenly noticed a cultivation manual and a medicine bottle on a nearby rock. A cultivation manual. Was I mistaken? Wu Fu calmly finished getting dressed and turned to ask, what did you need me for? Lu Ling composed herself and explained, it's about what happened last time when the people from Nanhua Jing came to our Yunhai University. Hearing this, Wu Fu asked, is Nanhua Jing really full of powerful masters? Lu Ling quickly replied, the Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy is an entity that not even the Zhongyang sect can compare to. Even their instructors are all... Before she could finish, a huge commotion erupted from outside. The violent shaking left Luo Shi and Lu Ling a bit panicked, while Wu Fu just frowned in annoyance. After a moment, the tremors finally stopped completely. Lu Ling said, it stopped. At this point, Wu Fu also spoke up, I can't believe they've already arrived. Luo Shi, still not understanding what was happening, quickly asked him, what's going on? His face darkened as he replied, just some old friends visiting. I'll go say hello. Outside, the wind howled and leaves rustled. Jing Song politely bowed to the two newcomers. The person he respectfully addressed as senior brother, the one he held in such high regard, was none other than Bai Yuan and his disciple Ziyan. Just then, Jing Song quickly asked, I've been waiting for you for days, senior brother. I was wondering, did you bring the medicinal herbs I needed? Bai Yuan replied in a low voice, of course I did. He gestured to the box in Ziyan's hands. These are the herbs you needed. Thank you, senior brother. Jing Song took the box of herbs and said gratefully, the spiritual energy in this world is so thin, but it's perfect for refining the chaos spirit pill. The ingredients are just so scarce. I'm sorry to have troubled you, senior brother. Hearing this, Bai Yuan remarked that the method for refining the chaos spirit pill was thought to be long lost. Since you can actually refine it, of course, I have to do everything in my power to help. Just then, Ziyan sensed someone approaching and immediately shouted, who's there? No sooner had he spoken than a loud bang echoed out. Jing Song recognized the newcomer and quickly stopped Bai Yuan. Wait, senior brother, that might be a friend I made here on Earth. Hearing this, Ziyan calmly remarked, so it's an old friend of Martial Uncle's. However, he sized up the newcomer and sneered. Well, look at this. I guess not all the low-level creatures on this planet are completely useless, huh? It turned out the one who had just caused such a commotion was Wu Fu. Jing Song quickly asked him, little brother Wu, are you hurt? He casually replied, I'm fine. Knowing he was alright, Jing Song let out a sigh of relief and muttered, good, as long as you're okay. He then introduced Bai Yuan to him. You've come at the right time. This is my senior brother Bai Yuan. The arrogant Bai Yuan didn't even deign to look at him. Junior brother, you've been traveling and refining pills for many years. It's inevitable that you've been tainted by the secular world. As for me, I have no need to introduce myself to some nameless junior. The moment he realized who the man was, Wu Fu growled his name. Bai Yuan. Then he added a very cryptic sentence. I originally thought that if I could refine the Chaos Spirit Pill, sooner Master could have escaped his fatal calamity. But I never expected you'd show up here one day. These words made Bai Yuan ask quizzically, What's this? Do you know me? In that instant, Ziyan sensed that something was wrong. He quickly jumped in front of Bai Yuan and yelled, Master, be careful. He managed to block Wu Fu's sword strike with his own, but Wu Fu's sword easily pierced through his and then shattered it to pieces. This shocked Bai Yuan, who thought to himself, This is bad. I underestimated this brat. Seeing him blocking the way, Wu Fu charged forward and yelled, Get out of my way. He sent him flying with a single kick. This horrified Bai Yuan, who cried out, Ziyan. While Bai Yuan was distracted, Wu Fu quickly lunged at him and declared, Where do you think you're looking? You're next. Seeing him go for a killing blow, Jing Song panicked and shouted, Little brother, Wu, what are you doing? Stop. However, it was too late. Wu Fu had already unleashed his technique, the Heavenly Body Sword Art. He skillfully executed the chaotic Heavenly Body strike filled with killing intent. Bai Yuan wasn't the least bit afraid. Instead, he sneered contemptuously, courting death. After saying that, he took a few steps back, then quickly channeled his internal energy to send Wu Fu flying. The current situation made Wu Fu realize one thing he had miscalculated. With his current cultivation level, it would be incredibly difficult to escape from Bai Yuan, let alone protect his master. Just as Bai Yuan was about to finish him off, he snarled, You pathetic nascent soul realm cultivator, how dare you act so insolently before me? I'll grind you to dust. Jing Song hurriedly stopped Bai Yuan. Senior brother, stop. This action puzzled Bai Yuan. What is the meaning of this? He quickly explained. The reason this Chaos Spirit Pill was able to take form much earlier than expected is all thanks to his contribution. Naturally, these words made Bai Yuan a little suspicious. He blurted out, Jing Song clarified, You may not believe it, senior brother, but I had the same thought as you at first. Hearing this, Bai Yuan hesitated, saying, The method for refining the Chaos Spirit Pill was lost long ago. If you hadn't managed to restore 70% of it, junior brother, we wouldn't even be here today. If what you say is true. It seemed that out of consideration for Wu Fu's knowledge of pill refinement, he decided not to pursue the matter. I will pretend that today's events never happened. At this point, Wu Fu suggested, Why don't I refine one for you to see? A short while later, at Jing Song's wooden hut, he asked to borrow something. Senior, may I borrow your alchemy furnace? Of course, he didn't refuse, but he still asked to be sure. You want to refine a pill yourself? Wu Fu answered decisively, That's right. However, Ziyan scoffed contemptuously. With your meager cultivation level, you dare to attempt pill refinement. Wu Fu paid him no mind and simply said coolly, Pill refinement doesn't necessarily require a high cultivation level. After saying that, he clasped his hands together, then focused his internal energy to begin refining the pill. A moment later, something happened that left Bai Yuan, Ziyan, and Jing Song utterly astonished. Watching Wu Fu refine the pill, Bai Yuan felt a sense of familiarity. Why do these refinement techniques seem so familiar? Just then, Wu Fu shouted, Condense. Immediately, the internal energy rapidly converged inside the alchemy furnace, as streams of energy were drawn in one after another. The pill refinement process seemed to have reached its final stage. This made Bai Yuan exclaim in surprise. He really knows how to refine medicinal pills. A little later, the pills were ready, and he quickly told Jing Song, junior brother, Come take a look. Wu Fu didn't mind and let them inspect his work. Please. Ziyan quickly picked up a pill and wondered to himself. He actually refined it. But does this thing even work? Jing Song also picked one up to examine it. Meanwhile, Ziyan kept staring at the pill, wondering whether or not he should try it. Could this be a fake? Well, I might as well give it a try. So he slowly raised the pill to his mouth, but before he could do anything, he saw Jing Song spit out a mouthful of blood after taking his pill. The sight absolutely terrified him. Ziyan screamed and threw the pill away. Damn it, it's poisoned. Looking at his junior brother and his own foolish disciple, Bai Yuan thought helplessly to himself, these two. At that moment, Ziyan, wiping his mouth with one hand, pointed at Wu Fu with the other and accused him. You are clearly trying to poison us. I'm going to kill you today. Frustrated by his attitude, Wu Fu sighed and said, You really are an idiot who can't tell good from bad. Watch closely. No sooner had he finished speaking than the internal energy inside Jing Song suddenly erupted, making Ziyan exclaim in shock. This is... Even Bai Yuan was astonished to realize that Jing Song's cultivation level had risen after taking the pill, a soul-restoring rebirth pill. Just then, Wu Fu turned to Jing Song and said, Senior, you've been poisoned by your enemies for years, which has kept your cultivation stagnant. This pill will only help circulate the toxins in your body. Bai Yuan didn't say anything at that moment, only thinking to himself. Not only can he refine a soul-restoring recreating pill, but it's also extremely effective. He smirked and uttered two words. Interesting. Wu Fu suddenly spoke up, and although he said that refining pills doesn't require a high cultivation level, his murderous gaze shot towards Bai Yuan as he growled with emphasis. You can never let your guard down around people. His action made Bai Yuan extremely curious. What kind of grudge do you have against me? If I remember correctly, this is definitely the first time we've met. He didn't answer directly, only saying mysteriously that from the moment his killing intent had flared, he hadn't changed at all. Seeing that he was no ordinary person, Bai Yuan quickly made a decision. This kid didn't seem to be as simple as he thought. For now, he would just keep an eye on him. This insignificant nascent soul realm cultivator wouldn't easily get past him. And so, he put on a fake smile and said, "Little brother, I've offended you just now. I hope you won't hold it against me." This act of changing his tune so quickly disgusted Wu Fu, who cursed inwardly. This old fox. He couldn't be bothered with him anymore and turned to remind Jing Song. I hope that these pills can help you achieve a breakthrough soon. Also, pay more attention to the people around you. Just then a phone suddenly chimed, catching his attention. A text message. At this age, why not just call? The content of the message made his heart pound. This was at the Xu family home. Everything had been completely destroyed. Han Po had led the disciples of the Zhongyang sect to the Zhu family home and declared, "Today, my Zhongyang sect will annihilate you, Zhu family." Zhu Changyao held them off alone to create an escape route for the younger generation. Go now, Qingxin was being dragged away but was determined to stay. She looked at Changyao with a pained expression and cried out loudly. Grandpa Xu Yingxian tried his best to pull her away and persuade her. "Qingxian, let's go. As long as we're alive, there's still hope." But she stubbornly said, "I'm not going." She was adamant that he would definitely come. Hearing this, Han Po laughed smugly and declared, "Even if he does come, all he'll see are the corpses of your Xu family." Then he ordered his disciples, "Kill him for me." Faced with the annihilation of his family, Chang Yao decided to risk it all. "Even if I have to sacrifice this old life of mine, you won't touch the Xu family." After speaking, he immediately unleashed his internal energy. He roared, "Get lost." The moment he uttered those last two words was also the moment he attacked the disciples of the Zhongyang sect. "For me." Han Po saw this and said with disdain, "You can barely save your own life and you still have the mind to worry about others." Then without holding back, he unleashed a killing blow. Die. His flames raged, rushing straight towards Xu Changyao. Of course, Xu Changyao was no match for Han Po and was hit by the attack. Xu Changyao was sent flying, causing Qing Tian and Xu Yingxian to cry out in worry. Grandpa Changyao turned to see his family was still, refusing to leave, and asked in a panic, "Why are you all still here?" Xu Xingqing didn't answer him right away, instead crying out worriedly, "Grandpa," and it wasn't over. Han Po attacked again, flames soaring towards Xu Changyao. In this life-or-death situation, Xu Qingqing screamed Wu Fu's name in terror. Instantly, a thunderous explosion shook the heavens and earth. Seeing his attack blocked, Han Po roared in anger. "Anyone who dares to oppose the Zhongyang sect will die." Suddenly, he saw something. What is that? What he saw was a pair of enormous wings. After blocking Han Po's attack, the wings slowly opened to reveal the Xu family safe and sound inside, and the one who had blocked the blow for them was Erha. Seeing it, Han Po was completely stunned, wondering, where did this spirit beast come from? Suddenly, someone attacked the Zhongyang sect disciples. Only then did Han Po notice and quickly look over. He saw that the attacker was the person he feared most. Wu Fu. Wu Fu's eyes burned with rage as he looked at him and the Zhongyang sect disciples, and he roared, "None of you will escape today." Xu Qingqing, her face covered in grime, sat on the ground. Seeing the newcomer, she cried out, "Wu Fu, you're here." Wu Fu, hovering in the sky, gave his orders, "Leave this to me. Erha, protect everyone." Erha barked once as if in reply. Xu Qingqing also turned her head to look at it curiously. "This is Erha." Across from them, Han Po declared with a look of utter contempt, "So what if you're here? You'll just die by my hand anyway." Down below, Xu Yingxian warned worriedly, "Wu Fu Han Po is a void refinement grandmaster. He's only one step away from the Tao fusion realm. You've only just reached the nascent soul realm, don't be reckless." The moment he finished speaking, Han Po raised his hand to attack. "Too late," he yelled. "Your life ends now." But something unknown stopped Han Po in his tracks. The surroundings seemed to turn into a black void and his entire body was frozen in place. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere and landed. Standing behind Han Po, a voice accompanying him, "I thought something serious had happened. You were in such a rush." Han Po was stunned, wondering to himself, This is a Tao fusion realm great grandmaster. Could he be Wu Fu's backup?" Xu Yingxian's eyes widened, his face frozen in terror as he saw the newcomer. Chang Yao looked just as shocked. Two more people appeared. As soon as they arrived, one of them complained, "Senior brother, slow down." Chang Yao looked at them, thinking to himself, Wu Fu's acquaintances. Xu Yingxian had the same thought, saying to himself, so he had backup. Han Po glanced behind him, his mind racing with worry. This isn't good. Forget about killing Wu Fu, the entire Zhongyang sect might be wiped out. Bai Yuan chuckled and explained, "This old man just came here to watch the show. I won't interfere in your affairs." Han Po looked at him, confirming once more. Aren't you on Wu Fu's side? Senior Bai Yuan continued to smile and affirmed, absolutely not. Jing Song, standing beside him, had other ideas and spoke up urgently. Senior brother, little brother Wu was very kind to me. I can't let this debt go unpaid. If you won't help, I will. Bai Yuan placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. This is a matter between the cultivators of this low-level planet. We are outsiders. We shouldn't get involved. Jing Song glanced over and called out senior brother. On his side, Wu Fu reached out and summoned his small sword. No need. I'll handle my own problems. Seeing the situation, Han Po laughed triumphantly. Wu Fu, it looks like even the heavens want you to die today. A reddish-orange flame ignited in Wu Fu's eyes. Who lives and who dies is still undecided. Dealing with you is going to take quite a bit of effort. He thrust the sword in his hand forward, muttering an incantation. Celestial Sword Art Reversal. Han Po frowned slightly, startled by his technique, but he quickly raised his hand to the sky to activate a formation. A sword formation. Countless glittering swords materialized in the air, filling it with the sound of clanging metal. Han Po raised both hands high and shouted an order. Have a taste of my mountain-protecting sword formation. At his command, the swords shot out from all directions. Xu Shangyao, standing on the ground below, saw the vortex created by the countless swords in the sky and screamed, "This is bad. It's the Zhongyang Sect's mountain-protecting formation." Qing Qing could only barely keep her eyes open, and she wordly called his name Wu Fu. At that same moment, in the center of the sword vortex, Wu Fu's figure remained stable, completely unaffected by the formation around him. He closed his eyes and calmly remarked, "A pity. I still haven't gathered enough." Wu Fu brandished the sword in his hand. "Otherwise, I would have liked to try and break this formation today." A brilliant golden light flared, and its power shattered the swords in the air. Countless blade fragments rained down, scattering everywhere. Han Po raised a hand to shield his eyes, crying out in disbelief. Impossible. When he looked up again, he froze a single thought screaming in his mind. That was Wu Fu now returned to the form of his past life. With his eyes closed, he said, "Since you've come, you might as well make this your grave." Wu Fu hovered in the air, his body surrounded by shimmering golden lights. Down below, Qing Qing and Xu Changyao stared with wide eyes, unable to believe the scene before them. Is that? Wu Fu Ziyan tilted his head, looking anxiously at the person in front of him, and stammered, "My master." Bai Yuan glanced over at him, frowning in confusion. He's only in the nascent soul realm, isn't he? Even I can feel a dangerous aura. Wu Fu's eyes were closed, the power swirling around him, constantly in motion. An unknown amount of time passed. Wu Fu exhaled, and the torrent of power shattered, flooding the space around him. His eyes slowly fluttered open, then widened, staring intently ahead. The sheer pressure from Wu Fu's gaze shot straight towards his opponent, stunning Han Po. He clenched his jaws so hard that his teeth ground together, letting out a sharp hiss from the corner of his lips. Han Po cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I was already planning my escape." He raised both hands to cast a spell and shouted, "Today, both of us will perish." On the other side, Wu Fu's sword hand moved, twirling a few times before he cried out, "Kill." A streak of light drew a line across the sky at lightning speed. The streak of light shot forward, slicing through Han Po while he was distracted. Han Po froze as if sensing something strange about his body. To his horror, he discovered a deep gash on his shoulder with blood continuously spurting out. Jing Song, Bai Yuan, Ziyan, and even Shu Kang Yao were all stunned by the current situation. Ziyan looked up and asked, "What just happened? Where'd that kid go?" Bai Yuan, standing beside him, revealed a murderous look on his face and muttered, "Damn, I didn't even notice." Han Po raised a hand to touch the wound on his shoulder, coughing in pain. "What the hell? How could he attack me from all the way over there?" Suddenly, Wu Fu's voice echoed in his ear. "Han Po, for what you did to the Shu family, I will make you pay 1,000 times over." Han Po frantically looked left and right, searching for him. "Where are you? Where the hell are you?" From far away, a shimmering golden light shot towards him. It was followed by countless precise and unexpected attacks raining down on Han Po. His entire body convulsed as he took every single hit, screaming in agony. Han Po's face was filled with fury. "You rotten brat, don't get cocky." He lowered his head and clasped his hands together, creating an immense source of power. Han Po threw his head back and unleashed all the spiritual energy within him. "There's nowhere left for you to run." A series of massive explosions rang out. The three Bai Yuan and his disciples had to create a barrier to protect themselves. The master silently judged, "What an idiot." Using a wide area spiritual energy attack in this situation. Han Po seemed to have completely lost control, screaming, "Who said I was running? This little bit of spiritual energy of yours is nothing compared to me." He stretched out his hands, slowly creating a protective shield. But from out of nowhere, Wu Fu had already rushed in front of Han Po, tearing through his protective barrier. Han Po's eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, "What? He broke through my shield that easily?" Soon after, Wu Fu completely shattered the shield he had created. With a loud crash, both of them plummeted to the ground. Deep within the earth, Han Po laughed smugly as he blocked the sword tip aimed straight at him. "Got you." Wu Fu's face was calm as he raised two fingers and uttered three words. Too late. At that moment, terror began to appear in Han Po's eyes. A gigantic sword created by the formation pierced straight through his body. Han Po sank downwards at an incredible speed. Feeling his body slowly disintegrating, he cried out desperately. Don't A. Massive explosion erupted from underground. The force of the blast filled the air with dust and smoke. Along with it, rock fragments were sent flying everywhere. After the white dust cloud gradually dissipated, a gigantic crater appeared before everyone. Ziyan stared at the crater, thinking to himself, I knew the kid wasn't useless, but this level of destructive power is on par with masters. He looked down, observing the situation in the crater and searching. So where's the kid? When he looked up, Ziyan realized that Wu Fu was now hovering in midair. The sword in his hand was broken in two, and the power around his body had vanished. Cracks had appeared on the golden armor on both of Wu Fu's shoulders. Even the breastplate of his armor had hairline fractures spreading across it, cracking bit by bit. Finally, the golden armor on Wu Fu's body completely shattered into pieces. Seeing this from below, Jing Song shouted worriedly. Little brother Wu Fu began to fall headfirst in a freefall. At that very moment, Ching Ching rushed over from the other side. She wrapped her arms around Wu Fu's waist, catching him. They both fell together, but thankfully Ching Ching managed to brace their landing with her own 2 feet, keeping them both safe. She called out to the person slumped on her shoulder, Hey mister. Arrogant, are you okay? Don't you threaten me. Wu Fu coughed a few times and then spoke. A void reversion grandmaster is nothing special. As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted, completely unresponsive. A panicked Ching Ching cried out, Hey. She kept calling out his name, Wu Fu Yu. Arrogant jerk Jing Song approached them and asked, How is little brother Wu Shu? Ching Ching looked up at the old man and replied, He's unconscious. Bai Yuan stepped forward and offered, Let me take a look. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and stopped him, surprising the old man. Jing Song explained, Senior brother, let me examine him. Ching Ching turned her head and asked worriedly, How's the arrogant jerk? Jing Song took Wu Fu's hand, his expression filled with surprise. He stammered, He. The old man was startled, his eyes widening as he thought to himself, What is this? Tears were already welling up in Ching Ching's eyes as she sobbed and guessed. Is the arrogant jerk seriously injured? Jing Song gave an evasive assessment. After all, Han Po is a void reversion user. Hearing the old man say that, Ching Ching drew her own conclusions and cried even more desperately. Is the arrogant jerk beyond saving? Jing Song remarked with a sigh. The price for unleashing such immense potential is steep. Bai Yuan turned to leave. Ziyan, let's go. Ziyan tilted his head in confusion, looking at the old man. Master, aren't you going to wait for junior uncle? Bai Yuan explained to him. Let's give him some time to say goodbye to his little friend. The two of them transformed into 2 streaks of different colored light and flew into the sky. Just then, Jing Song glanced over at the retreating figures of the master and disciple Bai Yuan and Ziyan. The 2 streaks of light shot into the sky and then split off in different directions. Bai Yuan commented, I thought that brat was some otherworldly powerhouse. Turns out he's just a reckless kid. Ziyan, flying alongside him, asked, Master, why do you say that Bai Yuan's eyes narrowed as he made his judgment? He relied on stimulating his potential by burning his life essence. I'm afraid he'll be bedridden for the rest of his life. Over here, Ching Ching pleaded anxiously, Senior, you must save the arrogant jerk. Xu Changyao, sitting beside her, also chimed in, Senior, isn't there any other way? Jing Song placed Wu Fu's arm back by his side and reassured everyone. Everyone calmed down. Little brother Wu is fine. The old man bowed his head and thoughtfully stroked the beard on his chin. Judging solely from his pulse, there's no lack of power in his body. In fact, he's even showing signs of a breakthrough. Ching Ching was stunned to hear this, and Xu Changyao was also startled with surprise. Jing Song looked at the motionless Wu Fu before him and said, I also thought he had burned his life essence. Who knew he had another way to handle it? He silently wondered to himself, Wu Fu, just how many more secrets are you hiding? Jing Song instructed the others before leaving. I have no more business here. Everyone, please take good care of him. The Xiangyang sect must be very worried right now. Elsewhere, the sky above was filled with countless dazzling bolts of lightning. A stone gate stood beneath the flashes of thunder, and a sign above it read Xiangyang sect. In a grand hall, the person sitting on the central throne ordered a subordinate, bring her in. Immediately, 2 subordinates dragged a woman into the room by her arms. The 2 subordinates let go of the woman, and she collapsed hard onto the ground. The man sitting on the throne gestured. Look up. The disheveled woman with messy hair pushed herself up from the ground. Zhang Nan stretched out his hand, materializing something. If you weren't begging for help to get your revenge, I would never give you these hundreds of sinister and vicious ghost fiends. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes staring intently at the person on the floor. I hope you won't disappoint me. Li Menggao. Hearing her name, she weakly lifted her face to look directly at him. In the darkness, the voices of many people echoed. Lu Ling, look, this is the nourishing chicken soup I made for Wu Fu. Qingxing Wu Fu saved our Zhu family. We can't repay his kindness with malice. Wu Fu, lying in bed with his eyes closed, stirred slightly as the sounds reached his ears. Your chicken is burnt to a crisp. His eyes slowly fluttered open, and the first thing he saw was the small furry head of Daha very close to his own. Wu Fu groggily called its name. Erha. Hearing its name, Daha barked twice in happy response. Wu Fu's nose twitched, trying to catch the scent wafting through the air. He quickly turned his head to the side to find its source. Wu Fu looked at the closed door of his room and thought to himself, "Are they cooking? Perfect timing, I'm starving." Just then a mocking voice came from outside the door. "Are you trying to create a biological weapon? I can't even stand to look at it." Outside the room, Su Qingqing retorted angrily, "If you can't look, then don't. It's just a little charred. And besides, why do I keep running into you even when I'm just buying food? You even tagged along all the way back with me." Lu Ling, with one hand on her hip, shot back at her. "It's a good thing I came along, otherwise you would have poisoned Wu Fu to death." Qingqing stubbornly turned around, holding up the plate of freshly cooked food and declared, "I'll try it. I don't believe I could poison him with this." Lu Ling continued to nitpick. "Couldn't you have been a little more low-key when you went shopping earlier? You brought like a dozen bodyguards with you. You scared all the old ladies at the market to death." The door behind them suddenly swung open. Wu Fu poked his head out and asked, "Are you guys cooking?" Hearing his voice, Lu Ling and Qingqing both jumped and spun around. Qingqing smiled and waved a hand. "Just a minute, it's almost ready to eat." Wu Fu glanced suspiciously at what she was hiding behind her back. On a white porcelain plate sat a chicken that had been roasted until it was completely black. A fly from who knows where landed on the chicken's meat and took a sip. A moment later, the fly's face turned a deathly shade of green. It tumbled onto the table and became completely still. Wu Fu watched the whole thing and his face turned purple with fear. He forced a stiff smile, waving at the two of them as he backed away into the room. "I'm not that hungry yet. Waiting a little longer is fine." Wu Fu hastily slammed the door shut with a click. Lu Ling glanced at the person standing behind her and asked, "You saw that, and you still dare to say it's not poisonous?" The fly freaking croaked. Shu Qingqing could only manage a sheepish laugh in response. Sometime later, Shu Kangyao stood on an upper floor, pointing down below and announcing, "Wu Fu, this is the entire army of the Shu family. From now on, you can command them as you see fit." Wu Fu leaned on the railing with both hands and looked down, replying, "Thank you, senior." Su Changyao asked curiously, "I wonder, Wu Fu, what do you need so many people for?" He didn't hide a thing, answering bluntly, "Of course, to destroy the Zhongyang sect." Hearing the tone in Wu Fu's voice, the old man threw his head back and laughed in praise. Excellent. He had barely gotten 3 words out. The sect still has. When he realized what was said, and his face froze in shock. Shu Changyao looked at the man standing beside him, needing to confirm it again. You want to destroy the Zhongyang sect?" Wu Fu glanced at the old man and said, "That pathetic little Zhongyang sect, destroying it is a trivial matter." He raised his hand, materializing a book. "But before that, your Shu family needs to be able to withstand their attack." A soldier standing below warned nervously, "Old Patriarch, the Zhongyang sect is a major sect. With our current cultivation level, this is no different from suicide." A comrade next to him agreed. "Yeah, that's right." Shu Kangyao slammed his hand down hard on the railing, cursing, "You bastards." The men below were immediately terrified. The old man turned, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head. "I'm so sorry, Wu Fu. Have I been too lax in managing my subordinates?" He didn't mind at all, waving his hand. "It's nothing." Shu Kangyao then continued, "Master the martial technique and the rest will stabilize for now." Shu Yingxian slowly opened the book Wu Fu had given him and a sparkling light shone from within. His eyes widened as he cried out, "A top-grade martial technique?" Shu Changyao also took notice and asked again. What Shu Yingxian hastily handed the book to Shu Changyao. "Father, look." The soldiers standing below were stunned with surprise. Shu Kangyao glanced over at Wu Fu, who was standing in front, and wondered to himself, "It really is top grade. Just how many more secrets is he hiding?" He once again clasped his hands, bowed, and made a promise to Wu Fu. "Following you might be the wisest choice this old man has ever made. The Su family swears we will destroy the Zhongyang sect." Wu Fu looked down at the soldiers and shouted 3 words, "Replace them all." All the soldiers answered in unison, "Sir." He turned back to give Shu Kangyao one more instruction. "You all start training first. I have some business to take care of." The old man replied to him, "Understood." Before leaving, Wu Fu brought up another issue. "Also, all of you stay hidden for now, just in case the Zhongyang sect comes looking." Shu Changyao bowed his head, seeing him off with an extremely respectful posture. "Understood." Elsewhere during the day, the sky was full of clouds and brilliant sunshine was beaming down on the building. In the dormitory hallway, a confused Meng Meng asked Brother Fu, "You already offended the South China Wudao Academy, and now you're coming to Wutong City." Wu Fu answered coldly, "I'm just here to take back what's mine. I never told you to come with me." Meng Meng laughed playfully. "Brother Wu, getting into a fight without a cheerleading squad is so boring." Wu Fu shot down his words, "I'm not here to mess around." Meng Meng still smiled cheerfully and said, "I want to come along and join the fun." Suddenly, Wu Fu stopped in his tracks. Meng Meng stared blankly at his friend's frowning face. In the distance, a figure was approaching them. Wu Fu was slightly startled and shouted, "Who's there?" Wu Fu calmly looked at the woman before him and asked, "So you're here again? Still want revenge?" Behind her, many blurry figures were gathering. Meng Meng shouted loudly, "Who are you?" The woman whose face was shrouded in darkness lifted her head. When Meng Meng saw her features, he was startled with recognition. Li Mengyao. He cracked his knuckles and suggested, "Brother Fu, let me teach that witch a lesson." Suddenly, an arm reached out, stopping Meng Meng's next move. Wu Fu stepped in front of him. "You're no match for her." Meng Meng chuckled twice. He pointed at himself confidently, "Brother Fu, I'm a big shot in the profound connection realm now." Wu Fu glanced at him and explained, "You can't even handle a second-rate punk, let alone her. She now possesses the power of a primordial spirit. Take a good look at what's accompanying her." Meng Meng turned his head to look unconvinced. What could it be? It's not like they're anything more than a bunch of thugs, but when he truly saw what was in front of him, his expression immediately froze. A dark greenish-black aura was enveloping Meng Yao's body, and with her were ghosts with horrifyingly twisted faces. Meng Meng panicked and hugged Wu Fu, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Mommy, there are ghosts." Meng Jiao's eyes became incredibly fierce, and she muttered, "Wu Fu, I will haunt you forever, and watch you die a miserable death before my very eyes." Meng Meng was terrified by her aura, doing nothing but gripping Wu Fu's arm and crying. The greenish-black aura morphed into ferocious faces and lunged toward the two of them. Meng Meng clung even tighter to the person beside him, screaming. Wu Fu just stood there, calmly, completely still. He squinted, staring intently at that greenish-black aura. He let the energy surround him. "It seems you used some kind of forbidden technique to forcibly raise your power level. This stuff is useless against me." In a room far away, Zhou Tan angrily pushed the door open and stormed out, cursing. "Who the hell is making all that noise? It's late as hell. Are you trying to keep people from sleeping?" When he saw the situation in the hallway, he froze completely. The entire hallway was engulfed in a gloomy black aura. Hidden deep within that aura were countless ghosts with terrifying faces. Zhou Tan was so frightened he collapsed onto the ground. Two more people stepped out of the room, calling out worriedly, Boss, are you okay?" As the two underlings tried to pull Zhou Tan back into the room, they sensed something. They turned their heads to look behind them. The ghosts had noticed them too and opened their mouths wide, letting out horrifying laughter. The sounds of fleeing footsteps and chaotic screams echoed from the dormitory hallway. Ghosts. Two black shadows flew around Wu Fu's ears, whispering continuously, "I will haunt you for the rest of your life. I will haunt you for the rest of your life." He slowly opened his eyes to observe what was in front of him. With lightning speed, Wu Fu swung his hands, slashing through the air, and the black aura vanished. The black smoke began to flee. Before it left behind another threat. Today was just a friendly visit. Don't expect to have any peace in the future. Meng Meng, sitting on the ground, asked uncertainly, "Brother Fu, is she gone?" Wu Fu confirmed it. "She's gone." He scowled with extreme annoyance and sighed, "How troublesome." An unknown amount of time passed, and Zhu Tan, who had been unconscious on the floor, finally opened his eyes. Wu Fu took a few steps closer and asked, puzzled, "Zhou Tan, why are you here?" He was startled and glanced at the slash mark that had appeared on the adjacent wall. Zhou Tan explained, "Brother Fu, I came to replace your door with a steel one. The best kind of steel." Meng Meng chimed in with a fawning smile. "Brother Fu, you should accept his kind gesture." Wu Fu was at a loss for words. He raised his hand and materialized a book. "How about this? I don't want to owe you anything. Take this martial technique and go practice." Zhou Tan was incredibly excited, kowtowing to him and calling out "Master." Seeing his actions, Wu Fu's eye twitched slightly, but he remained silent. He finally turned and left, leaving behind some instructions. "I have to leave Yunhai for a while. You must practice this body forging technique diligently." With his face still to the ground, Zhou Tan replied, "Master's command, this disciple will absolutely complete the task ahead of schedule." Only after Wu Fu had left did he look up with a sycophantic grin. "Meng Ge, your method really works." Meng Meng smugly raised a finger. "Of course, Fu Jie has no weaknesses, but his heart is just too soft." Zhou Tan said with great determination. "That's right. Since Master is going out, this disciple must put on a good performance." Meng Meng replied to him with satisfaction. "Good, you said it." Inside the bustling city, the continuous sound of car horns echoed. A sleek black car sped forward, honking to clear the way. Wu Fu frowned, glancing at the back seat, and asked, "Why are you girls following me?" Sitting by the right window with her arms crossed, Ching Ching replied grandly, "This young lady was worried you might run into danger, so I came along to protect you." Lu Ling avoided his gaze and made up an excuse. "The Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy is in Wu Tong City. I'm just coming along for a cultural exchange, all right." Only Luo Shi sat silently without saying a word. Seeing her demeanor, Ching Ching and Lu Ling both turned their heads to ask, "So what about you?" Ching Ching and Lu Ling were still staring at her, waiting for an answer. Luo Shi glanced out the window and hesitantly explained, My home is in Wu Tong City. As their car drove past the sign that read Wutong City, lively chatter erupted from within. The specialty in Wutong City is Xiao Long Bao. I'll treat everyone when we get there. Deal. You should stop eating Xiao Long Bao though and try something more nourishing. As the car passed a high-rise hotel, someone shouted to stop and go inside. Meng Meng suggested, Fu Jie, I'll go check us in first. Okay, Wu Fu tilted his head, gesturing to the others behind him. The rooms are booked. Let's head up and talk. Just then, in the distance, two men were staring at their group, whispering about the three beauties. Both Qingqing's and Lu Ling's faces turned pink and they shyly lowered their heads. Meanwhile, Luo Shi glanced in another direction and announced to Wu Fu, I'm going to head home first. His expression was calm as he replied with a simple acknowledgement, and then Luo Shi left clutching the sword in her arms. Meng Meng also called out to the others, Fu Ge, I've got the room cards. Let's go. Inside the room, Shu Qingqing dove straight onto the bed and exclaimed, this bed is huge, it's so comfy. Lu Ling took out her phone to check it and then said to Wu Fu, the Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy has sent an invitation, asking us to meet them tomorrow. Internally, Wu Fu flatly refused, having no interest. Shu Qingqing looked up and asked curiously, Mr. Arrogant, so what did you come to Wutong City for? Wu Fu looked out the window and replied, to find something that belongs to me. Lu Ling looked at her phone screen reading the information aloud. In the Wutong City region, the Nanhua Jing's influence is extremely powerful if we don't. Wu Fu tilted his head, signaling to her, then just tell them to come here. Meng Meng smiled and gave a thumbs up in praise. That's our Wu Jie. Wu Fu's voice echoed in the hotel room. Pack your things, prepare to head out. After some time had passed, Wu Fu and the other two were standing in front of a villa gate. Meng Meng rang the doorbell a few times and said, Fu Ji, there's no movement at all. Shu Qingqing, standing beside them, asked again, are you sure you're here to find a thing? And not a person. Wu Fu stared intently at the villa before them, materializing a small sword in his outstretched hand as he affirmed, this is the place. Meng Meng, seeming to lose patience, proposed an idea. Fu Jie, why don't we just storm in? Wu Fu suddenly said. He's coming to open the door now. The door in front of them indeed made a clicking sound and slowly swung open. A person peeked out from inside the house and inquired, who are you looking for? Wu Fu clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to him. This junior has come to see senior to discuss a transaction. Hugh Zhang frowned with suspicion and immediately tried to shoo them away. You should just leave. You can't meet the price I'm asking for. Wu Fu didn't leave immediately, but instead began to reveal some information. Everyone knows the Huo family with its Huo family fist is known alongside the Luo family as the two great clans of Nanhua Jing. What they don't know is that the Huo family fist has been lost. Huo Zhang turned to go back inside, but his motion to pull the door suddenly stopped after he heard the young man's words. Qingqing worriedly tried to stop him. Wu Fu, you can't just say things like that. Wu Fu glanced at her and retorted, I'm not speaking carelessly. The deal I'm proposing is this, the Huo family ancestor took the complete Huo family fist with him to his grave. Huo Zhang was startled, freezing on the spot in a state of complete shock. Shu Qingqing was also astonished, thinking to herself, the Huo family ancestor is already dead. Meng Meng was bewildered with a few question marks popping up in his head, not understanding what was happening. Huo Zhang turned his head, casting a probing gaze at Wu Fu. Who are you? Very few people know about this. How do you know? Huo Zhang calculated in his mind. This young man seemed to know something, so hearing him out couldn't hurt. Wu Fu asked once more. So is senior interested in this transaction now? Huo Zhang walked straight into the house, telling Wu Fu's group, follow me. From inside the study, a request was made. Our conversation in here for the time being must not leave this room. Wu Fu assured him. Rest assured, I gain nothing from spreading this around. Hearing this, Meng Meng, who was standing nearby, felt a pang of guilt, because the phone he was holding was continuously scrolling with messages. Shocking. The Huo family ancestor is dead and the Huo family fist is lost. Is it clinical death? Or Meng Meng's face turned pale, and he could only shut his mouth, not daring to utter another word. Huo Zhang raised a hand, clenching it into a fist. I don't know what you want. Don't tell me you're just like the others here for this fragment. When he opened his hand, a brilliantly sparkling crystal fragment appeared within it. The sparkling red light from the crystal illuminated the entire room. Wu Fu shouted one word, materializing a small sword. Sword. Huo Zhang's eyes widened as he stared intently at the sword in the young man's hand. This is. In a flash, the crystal fragment in his hand was pulled by a powerful force toward Wu Fu. The spirit stone fragment flew into Wu Fu's hand. This fragment has always belonged to me. Inside the Huo family's martial arts training grounds, Wu Fu stood before a stele and began to speak. Now I will perform the entire Huo family fist technique just once. Watch closely. He raised a hand, conjuring a brilliant red flame. Wu Fu focused his brow, furrowing slightly as his eyes locked onto the tablet opposite him. He thrust his arm forward, sending a roaring beast made of fire hurtling ahead. The wooden tablet was instantly obliterated into countless splinters. The force of Wu Fu's attack was so great, it even shattered the stone wall behind it, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Hu Zhang was stunned, murmuring to himself, The the Hu family fist. Wu Fu let out 2 sharp breaths. It's been a long time. This fighting style was almost completely forgotten. Qing Qing crossed her arms and sniped sarcastically. Someone should really take a look in the mirror before acting so high and mighty. Beside her, Meng Meng gave a thumbs up in praise. Brother Fu is the best. From outside, the sound of footsteps approached. Hua Shuang smiled as she pushed open the wooden door, calling out, "Grandpa, did your training succeed?" Stepping into the room, she froze when she saw the other people inside. Qing Qing and Meng Meng turned their heads equally stunned. Hua Shuang pointed at them and demanded loudly, "Why are you people in my house?" Hua Zhang asked her in return. "You all know each other." Hua Shuang answered him angrily, "We're more than acquainted. We still have a score to settle." She defensively clenched her hands into fists, her tone accusatory. "What are you doing in our home?" Wu Fu calmly gave a simple explanation. "Just making a deal." Hua Shuang, still hostile, said, "Grandpa, don't you trust him? I've already investigated this guy. He has absolutely no one backing him. Be careful, or you'll get burned." Off to the side, Qing Qing and Meng Meng covered their mouths and snickered. This girl probably has no idea what just happened. Huo Zhen cleared his throat and suggested, "It's not very convenient to talk here. Let's go into the other room, shall we?" Once they were outside, Huo Shuang pointed at Wu Fu, who was walking behind them, and speculated, "Could he be the successor to the Huo family fist that you've been searching for, Grandpa?" Huo Zhang also glanced behind him. "They are the..." He had barely gotten 3 words out before one of his subordinates was sent flying past them. A man strode aggressively through the door, flanked by 2 henchmen and a mysterious cloaked figure. "Where is that old geezer, Huo? It is I, Jin Ka, come to visit again." Wu Fu cast a scrutinizing gaze towards the newly arrived Jin Ka. The man tilted his head, his attention also falling upon Wu Fu as he asked, "And who are you, kid?" Annoyed, Hu Shuang was about to speak first, but Hu Zheng held out a hand to stop her. He asked Jin Ka directly, "What have you come for?" Jin Ka pointed a finger at Wu Fu and asked mockingly, "I thought your old family's Hu fist technique was lost long ago. Why are you teaching it to some new disciple?" Provoked, Huo Shuang tried to step forward. Yu Huo Zheng blocked her again and started shouting, "Who dares say the Huo family fist has been lost? Jin Ka, who the hell do you think you are? Everyone in Wutong City knows that if Shuanger were to marry you, I would roll over in my grave." Jin Ka listened to the insults without a word of rebuttal, instead throwing his head back and letting out a vile laugh. After a long moment, he lowered his head, closed his eyes, and muttered, "All you had to do was agree to my engagement with Huo Shuang, and I would have considered the matter settled. I can't believe you refused to accept the olive branch I extended." Jin Ka's eyes snapped open, a smirk playing on his lips as he ordered his 2 henchmen, "Get them for me." Startled, Huo Shuang and Huo Zheng jumped into a defensive stance. Standing behind Wu Fu Qing, King Qing couldn't take it anymore and cursed through gritted teeth. "He's not even human." She turned and signaled to her 2 companions, "This has nothing to do with us. Let's go." Wu Fu's group had only taken a few steps before they were blocked by the 2 henchmen. Jin Ka stood behind them and asked smugly, "What's this? Are you looking down on me, Jin Ka? Did I say you could leave?" Xu Qing Qing screamed. "What are you trying to do?" Jin Ka once again pointed at Wu Fu, pressing Huo Zheng. "Old man, who is this brat? Is he the one you were looking for?" He didn't even finish his sentence before a powerful fist flew out of nowhere and slammed into the side of his face. Jin Ka's entire body was sent flying several hundred meters, leaving his subordinates staring after him, completely dumbfounded. The mysterious hooded figure was also stunned, turning to look in the direction Jin Ka had been sent flying. Huo Shuang and Huo Zhang were frozen solid, gaping at the scene before them. Wu Fu rolled his fist and warned, "Try that again, and your life is over." The 2 henchmen rushed forward, calling out, "Young master." The mysterious hooded figure flinched under Wu Fu's glare and bowed his head low in terror. His hands slowly moved towards the hem of Wu Fu's tunic, as if about to do something. From a distance, Jin Ka flew into a rage and screamed, "Don't let him escape. Take him down for me." The mysterious hooded man abruptly lowered his hand, making no move at all. Seeing this, Jin Ka erupted, shouting, "Old man, get a move on. What are you doing?" One of the henchmen looked up towards the sky and stammered, "Why, young master." Rubbing his cheek, Jin Ka also looked up. What was that? Hovering right above his head was a sword, its razor-sharp tip aimed directly at him. Beads of sweat poured down Jin Ka's face from sheer terror. Wu Fu walked forward, glancing at him. "Consider yourself lucky. I don't feel like dealing with you today. We're leaving." Seeing his demeanor, Huo Shuang whispered in admiration, unafraid in the face of power. A true man. After Wu Fu left, Jin Ka got to his feet, frowning at Hu Zheng as he demanded, "Who is he?" Hu Shuang planted her hands on her hips and confidently declared, "He's my master's new disciple." Jin Ka ground out through clenched teeth, "New disciple? I don't freaking believe it." Huo Shuang grabbed one of Huo Zheng's arms and asked, "That's right, isn't it, Grandpa?" The old man was so startled he didn't dare agree with her. Jin Ka snorted, his face filled with rage at not getting the answer he wanted. He turned and signaled to his henchmen, "We're going." Before leaving, Jin Ka tilted his head and left them with a threat. If I find out that this guy isn't the true heir of the Hua family fist, then you just wait. It was only then that Hua Shuang began to feel worried, clutching the arm of the person beside her. Grandpa, what do we do now? Huo Zhang's expression darkened. Could it be? No, that's impossible. Hua Shuang had an idea. Grandpa, I'll go chase after that guy and get him to help us keep up the lie. Feeling helpless, Wu Zhang had to agree. For now, it was their only option. At that same moment, somewhere else, Wu Fu was walking down a road when he suddenly let out a sneeze. He rubbed his nose and wondered to himself, is someone talking about me? Beside him, Meng Meng smiled and joked, I never thought I'd see the day Brother Fu caught a cold. He gestured with his finger like a know-it-all and explained, the weather has been changing like crazy recently. You have to take care of your health. Wu Fu's eyes caught a figure hiding around a corner as their group entered an alley. Meng Meng, walking alongside, suggested, let's head back to the tavern now. Hua Shuang crept closer to the three of them, pressing her back against a wall. When she sensed it was quiet outside, she peeked her head out to check, but there was no one in front of her. Hua Shuang wondered to herself, where did they go? It's a dead end. Suddenly, a finger poked her in the back. Hua Shuang let out a startled cry. Wu Fu, who had appeared behind her out of nowhere, asked, are you looking for us? Xing Xing pointed a finger at her, demanding irritably, you homewrecker, why are you following us? She was extremely aggressive, telling her to spit it out. Hua Shuang cowered and made up an excuse, claiming that Jin Shan was going to cause trouble for them. That's right. I'm here to protect you all. As she finished speaking, she lifted her chin and pointed to herself confidently. The innocent have nothing to fear. Xing Xing's face darkened as she stared at the woman's ample chest. From somewhere, she produced a gleaming needle. Hurry up and offer me that chest of yours so I can pop those 2 silicone balls, Xing Xing said with a sinister smile. Why are you following us, or else? Hua Shuang backed away in fear. Her face was slightly flushed as she clutched her chest and answered truthfully, I've come to ask you for a favor. When Hua Shuang saw the three of them ignore her and walk away, she reached out to stop them. Hey, according to the script, you're supposed to ask me what I need, right? Su Qingqing replied bluntly, I have absolutely no interest in your little tricks. Hua Shuang lowered her head, looking helpless. The Jin family is incredibly powerful, and my Hua family has offended them this time. Hearing this, Wu Fu stopped in his tracks. Meng Meng tilted her head to look at him. Brother Fu, why'd you stop walking? Qingqing slapped her forehead and groaned. We're screwed. Wu Fu turned his head to look at the person behind him. How powerful is the Jin family in Wutong City? Hua Shuang explained that although Jin Shan's cultivation level wasn't high, his family was filled with talented experts. It's best if you're careful. Before she could finish, he cut her off. I agree. Hua Shuang was also taken aback, asking, You agree to what? Wu Fu smirked, intrigued as he answered her question. To help you deal with the Jin family. Hua Shuang clutched her chest again and took a step back. Even if you manage to defeat the Jin family, I'm still not going to marry you. Meng Meng and Qingqing, watching from the side, were rendered speechless by her wild imagination. Wu Fu turned to leave again. You're thinking too much. I simply want to challenge a stronger opponent. Hua Shuang's eyes went wide, her mind filled with doubt. Is it really that simple? A black car slowly pulled up to the hotel entrance and the glass doors slid open automatically. Wu Fu walked in from outside. Lu Ling stepped forward to greet him as if she'd been waiting for a long time. Wu Fu, you've come at the perfect time. Meng Meng looked around curiously. Why are there so many people? In the distance, a group of people was staring in their direction with great interest. Lu Ling lowered her voice to inform him, Wu Fu, the people from the Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy are here. This is their home turf, so be careful. The leader, a man in a dress shirt, spoke up first with a look of disdain. Some cultivator from a third-rate university actually dares to make us come all this way to invite him. The guy behind him chimed in, just watch how I'm going to make him spit out his dinner. Wu Fu beckoned at them provocatively. You want to fight, then all of you come at me at once. The man in the dress shirt cursed angrily. You rotten brat. Another one of his lackeys added, we've already come to your doorstep and you're still putting on airs. The man in the dress shirt gestured to the others. Get him for me. A man nearby who looked like a hotel employee saw the scene and pulled out his phone. I better call an ambulance for that kid. At the same time, in the tavern on the second floor, a dark figure was observing the situation in the lobby below. Li Mengjiao, her body hidden under a cloak, gritted her teeth. It's not enough. There's no way you can fight them all. Down below, a mob was surrounding Wu Fu. He stood his ground and looked up, a white light flashing in his wide eyes. With a loud boom, all the men surrounding Wu Fu were sent flying. Only Qin Ping'an was left standing in the distance, completely dumbfounded. With a whoosh, Wu Fu's figure vanished into thin air. He reappeared in a flash, right in front of Qin, stopping and raising his sword to the man's neck. Now you're the only one left. The man dodged in fear. Erha, who had been enjoying the show, barked twice in excitement. Suddenly, a large figure approached it from behind. Gongfeng casually tossed Erha to the side. Where'd this stray mutt come from? Erha was thrown so hard its head slammed right into the wall behind Qingqing and Lu Ling. Wu Fu glanced over and saw the two of them rushing to the wall to pull it out. Jin Shan and his group of lackeys arrived, a sinister smirk on his face. "Little brat, I've finally found you." Meng Jiao, watching from the floor above, was delighted. How did the Jin family find Wu Fu? This looks like a great opportunity. Lu Ling used both hands to pull out of the wall, while Qing Qing checked its condition. Jin Shan pointed a finger at the two of them. "Even your two girlfriends are sighing in despair. If you want to live, then get on your knees and beg for your life." Lu Ling tilted her head and sighed, and Shu Qingqing also let out a breath as if in regret. "I'm just worried for you. After all, you successfully managed to piss him off." Jin Shan looked towards Wu Fu, still acting high and mighty. He tilted his head back and asked him, "Do you have any idea who my father is?" A powerful force pressed down on the stone floor and something shot through the air. Wu Fu held a small sword, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light as he charged at lightning speed towards Jin Shan. Gongfeng raised 2 fingers and took a few steps to block his path. "Young Master Jin, allow me." A man standing outside shouted loudly. "The Jin family's retainer is here. That kid is finished." In front of Wu Fu, a giant spherical shield materialized, enveloping Jin Shan's entire group inside. Standing behind Gongfeng, he laughed smugly. "You dare to offend me with just that pathetic amount of power." Suddenly, Gongfeng was startled, as if he had realized something was wrong. He muttered to himself, "This is not good." 2 parallel slash marks appeared on the shield in front of Jin Shan and the retainer. The shield dissipated, and Wu Fu's sword flew towards the two of them at lightning speed. The sword returned to Wu Fu's hand. At the same time, a long gash appeared across Gongfeng's neck. Jin Shan fell to the ground, waving his hands in a panic. Wait a minute." Wu Fu pointed his sword at him as a warning. Isn't someone just anyone can bully." His eyes radiated an extremely powerful killing intent as he yelled at him. "Get lost." Jin Shan nodded obediently. Yes. I'll get lost right now." He had 2 of his underlings help him out of the hotel. "Let's go, hurry up." Up on a higher floor, Li Meng Jiao gritted her teeth and cursed. "A bunch of useless trash." She raised her hand, conjuring a ball of green light. With a puff of air, she sent the ball of light flying down to the lobby and out the door. The ball of light entered Jin Shan through the back of his neck. As he stepped outside the hotel, Jin Shan's entire body went limp and he collapsed face first onto the ground. His 2 underlings cried out in panic, Young Master, outside the tall hotel. Building the sky had become incredibly gloomy with thunder, roaring, and lightning flashing in bursts. In front of the hotel entrance, a few black cars appeared out of nowhere. Hiding behind a door, Meng Jiao watched the scene outside with a delighted grin. "Wu Fu, let's see if you can get out of this alive." Lu Ling stood behind Wu Fu, her brow furrowed. She recognized the approaching people. They were from the Jin family. Lu Mao, leading the group, strode forward aggressively and demanded of Wu Fu, "Was it you who assassinated Jin Shan?" Wu Fu walked right past him, contemptuously leaving behind 3 words. "He's not worthy." Lu Mao gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. "Trying to leave. It's not that simple." Wu Fu, holding his husky, reached the door only to be surrounded from behind by Lu Mao's men in suits. He scowled and glanced back, asking, "What's this? You want to start something too?" Enraged, Lu Mao threw a punch and lunged at Wu Fu in a surprise attack. "Brat, go to hell." Wu Fu's expression darkened. He tilted his head, his gaze shifting towards him. Out of thin air, a streak of light appeared. The red streak of light shot straight down to the ground, blocking Lu Mao from getting any closer to Wu Fu. Through the thick dust, he sneered and declared, "Damn it. Jin Shan was the only heir of our Jin family, and now he's dead." Lu Mao then continued, pointing at the people standing around them, "And all of you will join him in death." The surrounding crowd, who had been watching the scene, gasped in stunned silence. But a moment later, they erupted into screams and scrambled to get away. Run, but everyone who ran for the door was hit by a bullet in the back. Jin Rong pointed her still-smoking gun toward the ceiling. "Not a single one of you is getting out of here today." A raging red flame began to envelop Wu Fu, ready to erupt at any moment. He moved as fast as a lightning bolt. In a single spin, he had already teleported in front of Lu Mao. The man's face turned pale, covered in beads of cold sweat. So fast. Wu Fu's eyes glinted as he pointed a single finger at the man's forehead. "Listen closely. I wasn't the one who killed him." Lu Mao was still sneering. "You don't even have the guts to admit to killing someone." Before he could finish, Wu Fu fired a straight beam, piercing right through the middle of his forehead. Lu Mao's eyes went white, losing all focus as a stream of crimson liquid shot out from the hole in his forehead. Lu Mao's 2 underlings were stunned by the situation. Jin Rong stared in this direction, the corner of her lip twitching. As for the others around them, they could only stand there frozen, their mouths hanging open in shock. Qin hastily explained, "Big bro, you're so incredible, I wouldn't dare bother you again even if it cost me my life." Meng Jiao, who had been watching from upstairs, laughed in excitement. "Wu Fu, you've really dug your own grave this time." She focused her attention on where Wu Fu was standing. Suddenly, he glanced up, his gaze meeting hers directly. Her eyes widened and she froze, not daring to move. Then Meng Jiao immediately used a spell to escape. Jinrong materialized a golden axe. Brat, I don't care who you are. In Wutong City, I won't let you act so arrogant. Wu Fu shifted his gaze down to the ground where she was standing. Jinrong's large high-heeled foot stomped hard on the ground. Wu Fu closed his eyes, sighing to himself. She's big but surprisingly agile. Jinrong launched herself into the air, aiming for Wu Fu's head. She swung the axe and roared, "Surrender your life." From outside the hotel's glass doors, countless streaks of light accompanied by butterflies flew into the room. The light flashed past Jinrong's face, then shot straight down at her, creating a small explosion. Lu Ling, standing to one side, stared wide-eyed, not understanding what was happening. The others around them were also dazed by the countless situations that had unfolded. Qin was just like them, only able to stand there in silence. Luo Zai entered the hotel, followed by two people in hooded cloaks. The Jin family isn't the only one who can call all the shots in Wutong City. Qin, terrified and drenched in sweat, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, the Luo family of Luoshan Mountain is here." "What kind of deity did I manage to offend?" Luo Si walked over to Wu Fu and asked with concern, "Wu Fu, are you all right?" He simply replied calmly, "They can't hurt me." Jinrong clutched her wound and staggered to her feet, a mocking smile on her face. In a scornful tone, she said, "So you successfully mastered the dual cultivation sword technique. It seems even the old nuns of your Luoshan Mountain couldn't handle the loneliness." Luo Sai's eyes flashed with anger as she shouted, "You." Jinrong's voice was a low warning, "You killed my brother. Don't even think about escaping without paying with your lives." Annoyed, she started to rush forward to attack, but Wu Fu stopped her. She could only glare and say, "Humph." He frowned in annoyance and spoke up, "I wasn't the one who killed him. Let's just see if they dare to make a move." A murderous glint flashed in Wu Fu's eyes as he released his oppressive aura. Dai Shu Qingqing's eyes sparkled as she covered her mouth in adoration and exclaimed, "So badass." The woman shouted angrily, "You rotten brat." His sharp gaze shot toward Jinrong. Wu Fu waved his hand gently and a powerful surge of energy shot out, aimed directly at her. Jinrong's eyes widened in silent shock. The sword key. The sword key shot straight for its target. When the sword key hit, it created a massive boom. Jinrong was knocked back, almost slamming straight into the wall. She started to think nervously. He's clearly just reached the nascent soul realm. Wu Fu raised his hand and began to unleash his spiritual power. He looked at Jinrong and said coldly, "I'm much stronger than you imagine." Crystal sword art. A vortex of spiritual power appeared in the palm of his hand, and an oppressive aura began to spread, covering the entire room. Jinrong instinctively tensed up. Her henchmen in the room also watched Wu Fu's every move with vigilance. Jinrong waited, sweating, but nothing happened. She wondered with suspicion, what's going on? Wasn't he aiming for us? Meng Jiao, who was hiding in the crowd, suddenly realized something was wrong and whispered to herself, "This is bad." She turned her head, intending to run, thinking, "He's aiming for me." In a flash, Wu Fu appeared behind her, blocking her escape route. He gave her a knowing look and said with a slight smirk, "I knew you were here all along." Without any mercy, Wu Fu threw Li Meng Jiao down onto the middle of the floor, to everyone's astonishment. Jinrong, watching his every move, asked suspiciously, "What is the meaning of this?" Wu Fu slammed his foot on Li Meng Jiao's face, making her grit her teeth in pain. He answered calmly, "This is the one you should be looking for." She asked with a scrutinizing gaze, "You mean someone framed you?" He couldn't be bothered to answer, simply holding his husky calmly in his arms as he walked away, saying, "Your Jin family isn't worthy of me wasting my breath." "Explain." "Believe it if you want." Qin, annoyed by Wu Fu's attitude, angrily pointed at him and yelled, "You brat Zigao, do you have any idea who you're talking to?" Luo Si followed him towards the door and said cheerfully, "Wu Fu, come with me to my house. My grandmother wants to meet you." He agreed, "Let's go." Qingqing also trotted after them, calling out, "Wait for me, I want to go too." One of the subordinates turned to ask Jinrong, "Miss, what should we do now?" Her face darkened as she ordered, "Go and find out for me exactly who the hell he is." Jinrong shot a sharp glance behind her as a reminder. "We have to report my brother's death clearly to the family or we're all done for." Suddenly, Meng Jiao started laughing excitedly, drawing her attention. Jinrong shouted suspiciously, "What are you laughing at?" Her eyes filled with hatred as she gritted her teeth and said, "That bastard. I know him." At the Luo family's Mount Luchan, Wu Fu bowed politely, "Greetings, senior." Luo Si happily ran over, took the old woman's hand and called out, "Grandma." Luo Si's grandmother smiled and praised him in a gentle voice. "I've heard my granddaughter speak of you before. You're as handsome and polite as she said." She glanced meaningfully at her granddaughter and whispered, "Not bad, that boy is quite handsome." Luo Si said shyly, Qingqing sensed danger and suddenly grew tense. She tugged on Wu Fu's sleeve. Seeing his confusion, Shu Qingqing pouted, puffed up her cheeks, and turned away, saying, "You idiot, do you expect this young lady to make the first move?" Luo Zi's grandmother waved her hand and ordered the servants, "Someone show our guests inside so they can rest." The group bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, ma'am." She turned to her granddaughter and said, "Luo, or you go with them too?" She answered shyly, "Yes." Her grandmother explained softly, "I want to speak with Wu Fu alone." Luo Xi's grandmother turned and walked away, not forgetting to call out, "Wu Fu, follow me." The two of them slowly walked into a private area. When they reached the study, she said, "Come in with me." They had barely been inside for a moment when Luo Xi's grandmother stated the reason for their meeting. "I won't beat around the bush regarding your matter with the Jin family. I've heard about it. You helped our Luo family improve our sword cultivation art, and for that our family will never forget this kindness." Wu Fu replied modestly, "It was just a small matter." Seizing on his answer, she quickly tried to distance herself. "Now that things have come to this, our Luo family can't just stand by and watch you die over this incident with the Jin family. But we are no match for them, so I advise you to turn back now." Wu Fu just gave a faint smile and thought, so she's afraid of getting caught in the crossfire, huh? Luo Zi's grandmother turned and asked, puzzled, "What are you smiling about?" He leaned back against the wall, calmly crossed his arms, and spoke with a voice full of sarcasm. "Nothing. I'm just laughing at how the Jin family doesn't know its own limits." She frowned and warned him, the Jin family's power is not to be underestimated. And Jin Ka was the direct grandson of the Jin family patriarch. "You've provoked the wrong people. Our Luo family is powerless to help." Wu Fu's gaze was firm as he said, "I think you're mistaken. I wasn't the one who killed him." In a closed room, the scuffle was still going on. Jin Rong shouted impatiently. Meng Zhao stubbornly replied, "I'm not lying. He's the one who killed Jin Ka." Furious, she grabbed Meng Zhao's hair and yanked her head back, warning through gritted teeth, "Don't think you can fool me." Meng Zhao struggled to reply, "I'm really not lying." Her face was bruised as she explained in pain. "Wu Fu isn't just cruel and treacherous. He's also a lecher. I heard that Jin Ka already had a grudge with him at the Huo family's residence. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself." Jin Rong turned suspiciously to her henchman and asked, "Is this true?" He confirmed, "Yes, it is." After hearing the answer, she turned towards the door and ordered, "Bring the 10 grand offerings. We're going to the Luo family right now to find that brat and make him pay his blood debt in blood." A sinister smile spread across her face as she achieved her goal. She thought excitedly, "Wu Fu, you're dead for sure now." The study door burst open and a servant rushed in shouting, "Matriarch, we have a problem." She bowed her head and quickly informed the two of them. Jin Rong has arrived at the halfway point of the mountain with the Jin family's 10 grand offerings. Luo Xi's grandmother kindly reminded Wu Fu, "The Jin family is bent on revenge. You need to be careful." He just scoffed confidently. Since they're already here, they shouldn't even think about going back. At the midpoint of Mount Luchen, Wu Fu calmly walked towards the Jin family's group. Jin Rong sneered mockingly, "Don't think the Luo family can protect you." Luo Xi seriously observed the number of enemies and said to Qing's astonishment, "The Jin family offerings. They're almost all void return experts. And there are 10 of them." She waved her hand and ordered her subordinates, "Bring them out." Old Master Huo and Huo Shuang were being restrained by Jin Rong's subordinates. She asked smugly them, "You know them, don't you?" A flash of surprise appeared in Wu Fu's eyes. Xu Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim worriedly. "Huo Shuang?" Luo Si asked, confused. "You know them," she answered honestly. "Yes, we visited their home not long ago." He asked in a serious tone, "What are you planning to do?" Jin Rong screamed angrily. "A life for a life, go." Two of the Jin family's martial artists charged forward aggressively, saying confidently, "A piece of trash at the nascent soul realm like you dared to ambush our young master. Let me chop him to pieces." The other one added, "Letting him die so quickly would be too easy. How about I torture him first?" Wu Fu frowned, glancing at the two fools before him who didn't know their place and warned, "If you want to kill me, then every single one of you will die here today." Xu Qingqing panicked and said urgently, "No, I have to help him." Luo Zi's grandmother suddenly appeared and stopped her. "Wait." Luo Xi exclaimed in surprise, "Grandma." A profound, unreadable light glinted in her grandmother's eyes. "We don't need to interfere." That boy already anticipated this. From the sky, 3 figures appeared flying towards the crowd as fast as lightning. A series of whooshing sounds echoed in front of Luo Xi and Qingqing as they landed with a powerful impact shaking the entire area. The pressure from their arrival instantly sent the Jin family's men flying. Xu Qingqing was stunned, thinking in awe, "This aura. It's Jing Song and Bai Yuanzi. They've appeared at the same time. What an entrance." Jin Rong thought nervously, "Dao Masters." That brat called for backup. Jing Song held a box in his hand and offered it to Wu Fu, saying, "Little brother Wu, if brother Bai and I hadn't come, I'm afraid things would have gotten ugly for you." He took the box calmly and uttered some arrogant words. "Thank you, senior, for finding this item. On the other hand, killing all of them seems like it might be a bit tricky." The old man asked in astonishment, You want to kill all of them?" Bai Yuan scoffed and challenged, "An arrogant little brat in the nascent soul realm. If you're that confident, I'd like to see what you've got." Wu Fu shot him a sharp glare and said confidently, "Then you better enjoy the show." From the box in his hand, he summoned a sword that radiated a powerful aura. Wu Fu said calmly, "Today, you all get to test my blade." Jin Rong ordered her subordinates, "Seize him for me." 2 guards from the Jin family menacingly closed in on Wu Fu. The two split up, completely surrounding him, but he just casually swung the sword in his hand. When the Jin family guards reached him, all that awaited them was an afterimage in the empty air. The two exchanged a look as if they were telepathic, both exclaiming, "He's too fast." Suddenly, the two Jin family guards noticed something was wrong. Wu Fu was now hovering in midair. He raised his hand and countless sharp blades shimmering with light appeared all around him. They aimed straight for the two men below and rained down. As thousands of swords descended, the sound of constant impacts rang out. Jin Rong stared in astonishment at this move from Wu Fu. Even Bai Yuan had to see him in a new light. Luo Shi couldn't help but praise him silently. He's incredible. He calmly landed on the ground, standing between the two motionless bodies. Wu Fu swung his sword and said seriously, "My turn to attack." Quick as a flash, Wu Fu charged forward, slashing at two of the Jin family's masters with a single strike. They quickly threw up a protective barrier, roaring in anger, "You're asking to die." The two sides clashed with equal force, and both were knocked back by the impact. The Jin family master looked at Wu Fu with contempt, gritting his teeth as he said, "A mere nascent soul realm brat thinks he can take on all of us. You really don't know your place." Qing Qing shouted worriedly, "You egomaniac, will help you." He just frowned slightly and replied, "They're not even a threat to me." Luo Si also chimed in with a warning. "They are all Void Return experts. You absolutely can't beat them on your own." Wu Fu ignored their pleas, still saying confidently, "Everyone just stand back and watch." Right after that, he vanished again. Bai Yuan slowly stepped forward, standing behind Jing Song, and said, "Junior brother, if we were to intervene, I'm afraid there'd be no escaping this. All of our opponents are in the Void Return realm." He glanced at Bai Yuan and asked, "So what are your thoughts?" "Senior brother," the old man replied with a sly tone, "that divine weapon, it's truly a godsend. To think a treasure like this could appear on such a barren planet." Meanwhile, Wu Fu continued to charge fearlessly into the fray. He used his power to transform his sword into a giant blade, aiming it straight at the Jin family's masters. They were on high alert, feeling the immense pressure he was giving off. With an overwhelming aura, Wu Fu declared, "Now die by my sword." A single precise strike effortlessly wiped out that group of powerful masters. Luo Shi's grandmother, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but think in shock. "But he's clearly only in the nascent soul realm." Terrified Jin Rong hastily screamed her orders. "Quick, stop him! Kill him!" One of the Jin family masters was still standing and quickly erected a defensive barrier. Wu Fu's strike failed to break through it. As the dust settled, the protective shield remained intact. He silently watched the group trying to resist. The man cried out in fear. Could that in his hand be a divine weapon? How many people has he killed with that thing? He smiled mockingly and said, "I'm not afraid of death." With that, Wu Fu tossed his sword aside. He confidently held out his empty hands in a taunt. "You're welcome to try me." Bai Yuan was not pleased with Wu Fu's attitude. He criticized. He clearly knows how strong his opponents are, yet he's still so arrogant. He's truly asking to be killed. Jing Song quickly retorted, "I've known little brother Wu for a long time. If he's acting like this, it actually means he's in no danger at all." A Jin family master, seeing him completely unarmed, said smugly, "Let's see how you're going to win now. Without that divine weapon, you're nothing but useless trash." Wu Fu didn't reply. He just clenched his fists and began to chant an incantation. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with a dense, killing intent directed straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, Wu Fu appeared in front of him and drove a fist straight through the master's body. "Get lost." He looked down at the man who now had a hole through his chest and couldn't fight back, his gaze full of mockery. "With your pathetic level of cultivation, you're nowhere near my league." The other masters were terrified after seeing what just happened, and one asked himself in shock, "He killed him with a single punch." They still hadn't given up and continued to attack the Supreme Sword formation. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Wu Fu let out a sound of interest, saying excitedly, "Now this is interesting." The very next second, the ground began to shake and the master's spell was shattered. Wu Fu charged forward, taking down the entire group with a single blow. He commented with disdain, "Still too green." The Jin family masters lay scattered all over the ground. Wu Fu turned to Jin Rong and reminded her, "Now you're the only one left." He stood tall, looking down at her and Li Mengjiao, who were slumped on the ground in fear, and asked who really killed Jin Shan. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he growled out the question. She stammered in reply, I was the one who killed Jin Shan." Jin Rong glared at Li Mengjiao in fury, so choked with rage, she could only repeatedly say, "You." Wu Fu glanced down with contempt and spoke, "It's over." Li Mengjiao was stunned by his words. When she sharply noticed something was wrong, she quickly retreated and yelled, "100 Ghost God Banner." A wave of evil energy surrounded Li Mengjiao, but the black smoke obscuring everyone's vision was suddenly slashed apart. A giant blood-red hand appeared right in front of her. Li Mengjiao cried out in fear, "That hand is huge." Jin Rong stammered in terror. What kind of monster did I cross?" Wu Fu just smirked and slowly clenched his fist. At the same time, the giant red hand began to crush Li Mengjiao. A moment later, there was a loud crushing sound. As she was being squeezed to death, he warned calmly, "This is the price you pay for provoking me." Li Mengjiao crawled out from the rubble, trying to drag her broken body towards him, Battered and weeping, she begged, I don't want to die. Wu Fu coldly kicked her away, saying, get lost. Li Mengjiao fell into despair. It was all over. Qing gloated from the side. You came looking for trouble time and time again. Haven't you had enough yet? The dog she was holding, barked a few times as if to agree. Luo Shi breathed a sigh of relief, but Li Mengjiao struggled to her feet and said with a sinister look, I can still turn this around. She glanced to the side with a wicked smile. A flag suddenly appeared right above Qing's head. Luo Shi urgently shouted, watch out. Dark clouds began to swarm around her. Terrified, Qing struggled and tried to call out Wu Fu. Not long after, she lost consciousness and fainted. Li Mengjiao pulled Qing over to her side and issued a threat. Wu Fu, are you going to let me leave now or not? He just replied coldly with a single word, no. Li Mengjiao's eyes went wide and she gritted her teeth as she stared at Wu Fu. Erhao, who was being held by Qing, sniffed at the black smoke around them and suddenly let out a yelp. Bai Yuan, Luo Shi, and Jin Rong all looked astonished simultaneously, exclaiming to themselves under their breath, model what Li Mengjiao was terrified. Even his dog can transform. She quickly backed away, throwing Qing out of the black smoke. Because of that, she went into a freefall. Wu Fu quickly leaped up and flew towards Qing. He gently caught her in his arms while the husky on her chest barked wildly. It licked her face to wake her up, and the tickling made Qing cry out, hey, stop that. Luo Shi ran towards him worriedly, calling out Wu Fu. Wu Fu frowned, his razor-sharp gaze landing on Li Mengjiao. Nowhere left to run. He decisively swung the sword in his hand. A wave of sword energy cut through the mist. It shot straight for her location and struck down. Hit by the blow, Li Mengjiao plummeted from the sky. Luo Shi's grandmother waved her hand, ordering her subordinates to capture her. Covered in injuries, she crawled out of the crater. 4 members of the Luo family surrounded Meng, Zhao, and Jin Rong, forming a closed array. She hurriedly shouted, wait. Jin Rong's mind felt overloaded. She was thinking so hard that sweat poured down her face. What should I do now? Ziyan stood on the sidelines enjoying the show and couldn't help but speculate. The Jin family is famous for holding grudges. After this, they'll definitely come looking for trouble with Wu Fu. He coughed a few times and said in a conciliatory tone, both sides have cleared up all misunderstandings. Why not just let bygones be bygones? Seeing someone step up to speak for her, Jin Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Ziyan turned to Wu Fu and reminded him with a condescending attitude, you're a friend of my martial uncle. If the Jin family comes to cause trouble, I'll definitely be there. Wouldn't that be better? Wu Fu didn't hold back at all and said, and who the hell are you? An enraged Bai Yuan pointed at Wu Fu and shouted, you arrogant brat. Li Mengjiao was defiant. No, I haven't lost. I still haven't lost. Not only did she refuse to give up, she also glanced at Jin Rong and whispered, this is our chance. We have to team up to kill him. A smug look appeared in her eyes. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for looking down on everyone. Weapon in hand, Jin Rong said to Li Mengjiao, our grudge can wait until after we kill him. She replied succinctly, fine. Seeing this, Shu Qing shouted a warning to Wu Fu. Wu Fu, be careful. But he just stood there calmly as if he had a death wish. A loud boom echoed through the area. 2 streams of power aimed to attack Wu Fu. Li Mengjiao gritted her teeth and commanded, it won't be that easy to kill me. Jin Rong charged forward, striking down with a crash. Go to hell. But he remained unconcerned, standing nearly motionless. It looked like the attack would strike him down, but it passed through empty air. Jin Rong's eyes widened in shock when she realized Wu Fu was gone. Where did he go? As the white smoke slowly cleared, there was only a large crack in the ground. Li Mengjiao's terrified voice screamed out. Behind you, Jin Rong realized and turned around, but all she saw was Wu Fu with his sword pointed right at her. Too slow. Jin Rong's blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Li Mengjiao's face turned grim, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. No, it can't be. Jin Rong is dead. A loud clap of thunder cracked across the sky. Elsewhere, Huo Zheng stood in the rain looking up. Wutong City has been stable for 30 years. I fear the heavens are about to change. His thoughts raced. We only know a fraction of the sword arts. I'm afraid this person possesses heaven-defying abilities. Huo Zheng ordered Luo Shi, who was beside him, relay my command. If the Jin family sends people, protect Wu Fu. Understood. Seeing Wu Fu sheath his sword, Li Mengjiao stammered, you're not going to kill me. He glanced back at her with an indifferent look. Li Mengjiao scoffed, mocking Wu Fu, I knew you didn't have the guts. She crawled closer, speaking in a sickeningly sweet voice, Wu Fu, in the time we've been apart, I've thought about you every single minute, about killing you. Wu Fu let out a scornful laugh. Li Mengjiao's eyes widened as she asked, what are you laughing at? Before she could understand what was happening, a strike flashed across her chest. Wu Fu's contemptuous voice rang out, I sheathed my sword because I was afraid you'd dirty it. Li Mengjiao clutched her chest, her face contorting as she burst out laughing. She screamed, Wu Fu, I curse you to never find peace even in death. Bai Yuan's expression turned cold. Junior brother, you know this person. If I wasn't trying to save face for you, he would have been dead long ago. Jing Song also looked grim. His senior brother couldn't just keep doing whatever he wanted. Everyone was targeting young friend Wu. Bai Yuan seemed to notice Jing Song's difficult position. Jing Song had never asked about worldly affairs before. This reaction, could it be that he already knows something? This won't do. This Wu Fu must be expelled. Outside, even larger bolts of lightning began to appear in the sky. At the Zhongyang sect, a black mist billowed out. In the main hall, a gourd was slowly absorbing the dark energy. Zhang Xing held the gourd and whispered, "Ah, I'm already dead." A girl's voice drifted in from outside the door. Li Mengjiao was just a pawn our master was using for reconnaissance. His sharp eyes narrowed. As for senior, it's only natural to teach a junior a lesson. The scene shifts to a hotel where Qing Qing is soaking in a hot bath. She suddenly yells in the middle of the bathroom, so annoying. The husky's eyes suddenly lit up when it saw something on Qing Qing and started barking. Without another word, she threw it right out of the room. Stupid dog. The husky happily saw a figure appear before it. Qing Qing, completely unaware that Wu Fu was behind her, was still complaining. "You pervy dog, you're just like your master, I swear." Hearing his name mentioned, he spoke up. "Like what?" Flustered and annoyed, Qing Qing tried to shoo Wu Fu away. "Get out, you disgusting pervert." But Wu Fu was puzzled by Qing Qing's strange behavior. She's covering her eyes. Wu Fu turned, picked up the husky and started to leave, but not before adding, "You should be covering something else." The next day at the gates of the South China Martial Arts Academy, Lu Ling's voice rang out. This is the top martial arts school in the province. Su Qing Qing was crying her eyes out in frustration. "Damn it. Of course, my chest is still smaller than that girl's." Wu Fu, still holding the dog, spoke up. "Stop making a scene. Don't forget why we're here." Leaning against a nearby stone pillar with his arms crossed, Hui Zi provoked them. "What you here for a fight?" Wu Fu frowned. "A fight?" He pointed in another direction. "Look over there." He Miao stood with an iron pipe over his shoulder, a smug look on his face. Hey, is this huge school so scared of me that you're all hiding? You four eyes, stop right there." He then pointed towards Hua Bai. "Since no one's stepping up, I won't hold back." Lu Ling, enjoying the drama, glanced at Wu Fu. "What do you think? Should we give him a hand?" He and Qing Qing were each eating a slice of melon while watching the show. "This watermelon is actually really good." Lu Ling was speechless at the sight. How can those three be so calm? With an iron rod in hand, He Miao approached Hua Bai. "You're my first customer of the day." Suddenly, he turned his head as a loud bang echoed. After finishing a slice of melon, Wu Fu glanced over at the two of them. "Looks like I've come to the right place." Hua Bai adjusted his glasses. "You got a problem with me." He Miao's thoughts surfaced. Damn, what terrifying power. Qin spoke up about the guys standing at the main gate of Nanhuajing. Huizi clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. "You don't even know what this place is. Are you looking for death?" He stepped forward and placed a hand on Wu Fu's shoulder, taunting him. "Stinky brat, listen to me. Turn around and let me get a good look at you." Qin's voice rang out. "Same old rules. Make the meal and sing a song." Annoyed by the unwanted touch, he made his displeasure clear. "Is there a problem?" Huizi pointed with a wicked smile, but Qin froze. "So it's that gigolo, Captain." He broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Wu Fu Qin clutched his stomach and said, My hemorrhoids are acting up again. I'll leave this to you two." Wu Fu looked down at the erha in his hands. "Erha, aren't you hungry? I bet those guys have a lot of spirit stones in their pockets." Huizi, still clueless, yelled. "Looks to me like you're the one with a death wish." Huizi gritted his teeth, ready to attack. Qin's just overreacting. "It's only a..." Seeing Erha's true form as it grew larger, the two men stammered in fear. "Just a dog." They stood frozen, cowering and trembling. "Is this the same puppy from a moment ago? This little thing looks so different, all grown up." Erha let out a huge roar, sending saliva flying everywhere. The two guys were caught right in the blast zone. She noticed Erha was trying to show them something. "Brother, what's it trying to do?" Su Qing Qing kindly reminded them. "It's asking for your spirit stones." Hearing this, sweat poured down the two men's faces like rain. Here, it's asking for them now." The two frantically took out their belongings to give to Erha. "We get it. We'll give them to you right now. Here for you." Meanwhile, Wu Fu wore an amused and satisfied expression. Lu Ling had already warned Wu Fu. The Nanhuajing Martial Arts Academy is full of hidden masters, so don't let your guard down. Over with Erha, the two men were in a panic. "Brother dog, we're really all out." "Me too." After eating its fill, Erha happily shrank back to its small size and trotted over to Wu Fu. Erha was that tasty. The two men cried and lamented. "I saved up those spirit stones for 2 years, and mine took 3 whole years. Suddenly, someone else approached. "I heard someone was causing a ruckus in front of the school gate." "Brat, was that you?" Wu Fu frowned, his eyes wary. The commotion from his group had attracted even more people. "You country bumpkin, you want to start something. Believe it or not, I can cripple you with a single kick. Now get on your knees and beg for your life, and maybe our captain will spare you." With our captain at the peak of the primordial spirit realm, it probably won't even take a minute, right? Without a word, Wu Fu landed a resounding slap on one of their faces. "Get lost." Lu Ling smiled contemptuously. "These people must just use their brains for decoration. A look of undisguised shock appeared on everyone's faces. He warned the crowd. If you don't have the strength to back it up, then keep your mouth shut. Shurikens came flying towards Wu Fu. Instantly, everyone saw Wu Fu effortlessly catch them all. Instructor Jiang clapped as he approached Wu Fu. Not bad, not bad. You actually have the skills to show off in front of Nanhua Jing's main gate. Seeing him arrive, the goon stammered, Instructor, when did you get here? If you'd been any later, you'd be collecting our corpses. He then immediately pointed and accused Wu Fu. It was him. He's only in the primordial spirit realm. I could take on 10 guys like him. Instructor Jiang sighed. If you're looking to die, I can't stop you. He wasn't willing to let it go. You'll get what's coming to you soon enough. Instructor Jiang spoke cheerfully. I heard the news from the school. Young friends, since you're guests, please come in. Lu Ling was a bit suspicious. Is everyone at Nanhua Jing this arrogant? Hearing her question, Instructor Jiang grew suspicious himself. Wait, wasn't it you guys? Lu Ling didn't know what to say. The scene shifts to the Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Hall. They were led to the hall where a student said, to proactively come here and declare war. You're the first one to make it this far. However, the person from the academy who challenged Wu Fu would also be the last. I'll fight you, he said, but Wu Fu wasn't the least bit afraid. You're still not worthy. Are there no other experts here? Enraged by that attitude, the man swung a punch at Wu Fu. Brat, I gave you an inch and you're taking a mile. He threw a punch that seemed to hit Wu Fu, but suddenly he vanished. He can't even take one of my punches, yet he dares to show off at Nanhua Jing. Shock was evident on everyone's faces. That was an afterimage. Wu Fu moved like a machine, nimbly dodging his opponent's attack. Just as things were about to get out of control, Instructor Jiang's shout rang out, stop, but it wasn't enough to stop the two from charging at each other. The two fists collided with a deep, dull thud. The academy student was horrified. Such powerful force. Without another word, Wu Fu sent him flying with another blow. Terrifyingly, smoke was even rising from his hand. I already told you you're not worthy. Send up someone who actually knows how to fight. Instructor Jiang went over to check if he was dead or alive. Luckily, he was still breathing. The man still arrogantly declared, this is the place with the highest level of martial arts in the city. Don't think there's no one here who can handle you. Wu Fu replied fearlessly and arrogantly. How many people here do you really think can handle me? Lu Ling crossed her arms, her voice filled with reproach. Instructor Jiang Wu Fu is a member of the student council at Yunhai University. Last time, people from your school came to our Yunhai University to flaunt their strength. This time, she seemed angered by the Martial Arts Academy's disrespectful behavior. So it's our turn to see what exactly gives all of you the right to look down on everyone else. Whispers rippled through the crowd as a boy with a lollipop in his mouth spoke up. On what basis, you ask? Senior Ma stepped in front of Lu Ling. On the basis that every other school is trash. Senior Yunhai University has been showing off for long enough. They've been bullying people since the moment they stepped through the school gates, and those were just ordinary students. Qingqian, who was already annoyed, now shouted, you people really can't say a single decent thing, can you? Those guys deserve to be beaten. Now is it your turn? Are you itching for a beating too? That Senior Ma said disdainfully. Little sister, that's very impolite of you. This requires some punishment. An angry Qingqian pulled on Wu Fu's arm. Wu Fu, go teach him a lesson. Hearing the name, Senior Ma suddenly froze. Wu Fu. He laughed gleefully and ordered his underlings, truly an uninvited guest. Pull out the wanted poster. He shoved the wanted poster right in Wu Fu's face. The entire city of Wutong is looking for you right now. All I have to do is turn you over to the Kim family, and these 10 million will be all mine. Seeing his distorted face on the wanted poster, Wu Fu turned and asked the other two, do I really look that ugly? He was only focused on how they made him look ugly for revenge. Even a wanted poster made me look this bad. It's infuriating. Seeing his flippant attitude as if he didn't take him seriously at all, Senior Ma got annoyed. I'm about to capture you. Can't you be a little more serious? Lu Ling decided she would step in and teach these guys a lesson. This is overkill. I alone am more than enough to handle you. Senior Ma's lackey even tried to provoke him. Hey boss, she just called you a chicken. Hearing a girl talk down to him, he kicked his lackey. I'm not deaf, you idiot. Did you need to repeat it? While he was busy hitting his underling, a whip came flying towards him. Now everyone heard it. He immediately realized what was happening. Without hesitating, he pulled out his weapon to fight Lu Ling. You trash from Yunhai, watch closely. With a single move, he dodged her attack. His lackey chimed in, praising his boss's skills to the high heavens. Senior Ma's spear technique is exceptional. He never leaves an opening. This girl is a goner. That Senior Ma leaped into the air, his eyes sharp, holding the spear in his hand, ready to strike. Taste this. But Lu Ling wasn't intimidated by his power and blocked it completely. Damn it, worried Qingqian intended to step forward. I'll go help her. But Wu Fu stopped her. She can handle it. Qingqian warned Wu Fu. This is the Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy. It's full of hidden masters, don't you dare underestimate them. But he just calmly said, just watch. That Senior Ma sneered. Beg for mercy now, and I'll let you off. But it seemed that wasn't enough for Lu Ling. Let's see if you have what it takes. Seeing how stubborn she was, he decided to teach her a lesson. If that's how you want it, don't blame me for being ruthless. A strike slammed into the ground, sending Lu Ling flying back. She was starting to lose ground. Damn it, I didn't expect him to be this strong. Lu Ling decided to go all out against Senior Ma. Looks like I have to use my full strength. But he was still smug, mocking them. With that little strength, I think you should all just get out of here. I don't fight with trash. To top it off, some of the girls from the martial arts academy were cheering wildly from below. Senior Ma is so cool. Xing held a mace pointed at him and declared boldly, "You get down here and see how I smash you to death with this mace." Senior Ma wasn't fazed at all. "Even if you and your little sister come at me together, it won't be enough." Lu Ling suddenly attacked. "Where are you looking? Your opponent is right here." The whip in Lu Ling's hand created multiple illusions, heading straight for him. "Behold my whip," he muttered the name of his technique. Pathetic little trick. And just like that, he vanished amidst the whooshing sounds of the whip. Only Wu Fu watching from below could see how inexperienced that Senior Ma was. To dare show off such a low-quality spear technique. He really doesn't know his own limits. Then he appeared behind Lu Ling, but she unexpectedly whipped around and a single crack sent him flying. Even after being hit like that, he still didn't know how Lu Ling could have done it. "How is this possible?" she sneered. "Let's see you try to be arrogant now." This Senior Ma wasn't ready to give up yet. Interesting. But he taunted her. "Can't you see me?" Wu Fu also muttered to himself. "What an idiot, walking right into a trap." Lu Ling cursed him outright. "You fool," as she skillfully wielded the whip in her hands. The loud cracks of the whip hitting something in midair echoed clearly. That Senior Ma was getting lashed to pieces. He himself could sense that something was wrong. And finally, he was bound tightly by Lu Ling's whip. She gave a sarcastic smile. "So who's sparing who now? Who's playing with whom?" Wu Fu walked over. "Let's not waste any more time. We have things to do." Realizing his foolishness, the guy begged for his life. "Big sis, I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't do it again." Seeing his companion, Erquay, staring at the guy, Wu Fu became a little curious. "Erquay, you have a keen eye. You instantly spotted where the sword fragment is. So you guys are also looking for the sword fragment." Then he probed further. "Are there others?" Senior Ma was so nervous, sweat poured down like rain. "Besides you guys, there are 2 other people asking me about the sword fragment. The fragment is hidden in our academy's student council room. Please just let me go." Elsewhere, a quiet scene unfolded. In a dimly lit room, the silhouette of someone lying on the floor could be seen with some kind of liquid pooling around them. Senior Ma pushed the door open for everyone. He scratched his head in embarrassment. It's in here. I'll be leaving now." With a serious expression, Lu Ling approached the door. She whispered, "This is the place." As Lu Ling's hand reached out to push it open, it was suddenly grabbed. Instantly, Wu Fu gripped her wrist tightly, speaking with caution. "Wait, something doesn't feel right." Xing waved her hand, trying to clear the air. "It smells metallic." At that same moment, the door in front of them creaked open and a stream of red liquid flowed out from the gap, leaving Lu Ling completely stunned. "Blood." She frowned, unable to hide the fear on her face. "We should go now." But Wu Fu quickly cut her off. "I'm afraid it's too late for that." His eyes glanced behind them, calculating. "There are a lot of people outside. We're surrounded." Elsewhere, a man in a hat pushed a door open and walked in. He announced that he had seen a group of people storming in, and even heard a tragic scream. One of his subordinates also exclaimed, "President, they're still in there. Let's rush in and save him." Huabai calmly pushed up his glasses and replied, "There's no need. You're right that they're in there, but old Li is already dead." Before he could finish, there was a loud bang on the door from the outside. Xing put her hands on her hips, extremely frustrated, and shouted, "What the hell is going on in your school? First, you pick a fight, and now you're framing us for murder." The subordinate growled, "Outsiders have never been allowed in the student council room. Do you think good people just barge in without permission?" His words enraged Xing. She gritted her teeth and punched a nearby sign. "If it weren't for you guys hiding the fragment, we wouldn't have bothered coming here." As soon as she finished speaking, he held his head and laughed mysteriously. "So it's true. You're also here for the mystical fragment, aren't you?" The man's lackeys lost their composure, pointing their sharp blades straight at Xing and growling, "Who sent you here? Who do you work for?" She just scoffed. "And who are you?" Wu Fu slowly stepped forward, his voice calm. "I've come to take back what belongs to me. I don't need anyone's permission." However, I can no longer feel its presence. The crowd gnashed their teeth, snarling. "What do you mean it belongs to you? Who do you think you are?" The other underlings lost their cool and roared in fury. "He already killed someone and now he's trying to run. Get him." A suffocating atmosphere closed in, but the guy in the hat just gave a sinister smile and stepped back. Wu Fu slowly continued. "Right now, the most important thing for you all to do is find out who the real killer is, not suspect us." A big guy, his patience gone, stepped forward menacingly. Still trying to make excuses, he calmly assessed the situation as he spoke. "Wu Fu, I hear you know how to use a sword. Then you better explain why these walls are covered in sword marks like this." Just then, the big guy pointed an accusing finger at the wall. "I think you all just have a guilty conscience. Otherwise, why would you run away in such a hurry?" This made Wu Fu flinch slightly. Xing stared blankly at the long gashes on the wall. These weren't here when we entered the room. Lu Ling also spoke up to defend them. Don't you dare try to frame us. Our being here was a complete coincidence. From the crowd, Hua Bai stepped out and said thoughtfully, to kill one of our student council members, all for a tiny little fragment. As soon as the words were out, Wu Fu's eyes sharpened. He said in a low voice, we didn't kill him. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. They had all quickly gathered to summon the divine dragon. A brilliant light shot out its aura, seeming to suppress everything around it. Qin roared still, denying it. The aura, which felt like it could erase space itself, made even Qingqing and Lu Ling gasp in awe. Such terrifying power. On the rooftop of a tall building not far away, the city was still bathed in a peaceful, pale green light. On the roof, Bai Yuan spoke nonchalantly, we don't know where this brat came from. He's arrogant and conceited. If we don't deal with him soon, it's going to cause big trouble. Ziyan replied politely, Master, the fragment has already been taken by the Zhongyang sect. He mused. The head of the Jin family is also about to come out of seclusion. Everyone in Wutong City already knows about the deaths of Jin Rong and Jin Ka. He won't live for long. Bai Yuan's brows furrowed, but his face showed a hint of satisfaction. Good. In that case, the spirit-gathering pill will be ready soon too. Hua Bai gave a cold command, seize all of them for me. His subordinates immediately prepared to charge, only to be stopped by Qingqing's mace as she swung it down, blocking their path. She slung the heavy mace over her shoulder and said sternly, I'm afraid you can't do that, little boys. Anyone who dares take one step forward, this old lady will smash to bits. Hua Bai said, sounding bored, ignore her. Force them out. As his last word faded, Wu Fu spoke with disdain. I came to the South China King Martial Arts Academy for more than just the fragment. Xu Qingqing also chimed in. Are you all so certain of yourselves? He said, his eyes filled with resolve, his words landing with heavy impact. I also came to challenge all of you. Despite the words that had just left his mouth, the other man immediately shouted, What do you think you're doing? Wu Fu remained perfectly calm. Since we're all here, this saves a lot of trouble. I want to challenge every single one of you. Hua Bai's group burst out laughing. The last guy who said that, his grave is already overgrown. Who gave this idiot the courage? He commanded, take them away. Wu Fu calmly summoned a small sword, its magical blade materializing from his palm. He said in a low voice, in my past life, I achieved the Tao through the sword. This life ought to be a bit more glorious, don't you think? For 10,000 years, I have mastered thousands of combat techniques and cultivation arts. The blade appeared and then immediately vanished from sight. He spoke up. This is a good opportunity for me to test things out. Outside, Miss Q Lei was absorbing the roaring bolts of lightning that were crashing down. As the lightning condensed, Wu Fu's body erupted in a blinding light, causing the entire crowd to stare in wide-eyed astonishment. What the scene before them flared with brilliant light. A girl covered her eyes and cursed in anger. Damn it, he's fucking become a god. Qin gritted his teeth in frustration. It seems they're not as simple as I thought. Densely written talismans flew through the air. I'll use this opportunity to turn complexity into simplicity. He spoke in a low voice, his words seeming to merge with the space around him. Yi Wei heavenly tome, more and more stacks of paper appeared surrounding Wu Fu. He declared smugly heavenly tome form. Qingqing looked at his transformation with utter admiration, praising him nonstop. So this is how cool it is to be a raging egomaniac. Huh. Beside her, Lu Ling was completely stunned, looking at all those combat techniques and cultivation methods. How could he possibly understand them all? Seeing the situation turning against them, Hua Bai's voice trembled as he ordered everyone get behind me. The book swirled around Wu Fu as he beckoned provocatively with his finger. Come at me together. Let's see if any of you have what it takes. The taunt didn't seem to faze Hua Bai. He replied calmly, Wu Fu, the Jin family is scouring every corner of the city for you. We don't want any more trouble. Just then, a green shield enveloped them. Qin tried to mediate, therefore we invite you to leave the South China King Martial Arts Academy immediately. We don't want to get involved with you. Hearing this, a girl asked in shock, Big brother, they killed someone. Are we just going to let them walk away like this? He replied calmly, they weren't the ones who killed him. The girl next to him spoke with excitement, but I can feel a scent from that kid's weapon, just like the fragments. Let's all attack him and get revenge for old Five. The crowd's shouts echoed through the area. Wu Fu looked on with amused curiosity. President, don't you want a taste of my power? Don't worry, President, I won't kill any innocent people. Hua Bai's eyes lit up as he fell into deep thought. Before he could finish, the sound of a blade slicing through the air whizzed towards him. The underlings sneered, snarling, enough of your nonsense, President, are we just going to let him kill us? Wu Fu's composure remained unshaken. He replied coldly, in a challenge if you don't die. Wu Fu continued in the same icy tone. You will be injured. Instantly, the books shot forward, attacking with incredible speed. The entire group charged, unleashing their techniques, but were instantly subdued by the aura of a Buddha statue. Lu Ling exclaimed in shock, isn't he a sword cultivator? How does he know combat techniques too? Qingqing, hugging her pets, also marveled, he took them all down in a single move. That cultivation method is way too strong. Lu Ling nodded. With hundreds of thousands of combat techniques like that, it must have taken at least 10,000 years. She narrowed her eyes. Who on earth is he? The girl with the ponytail from Huabai's group, refusing to accept defeat, scowled and screamed. What are you all standing there for? Get him from me. Witnessing the series of unpredictable moves, his expression darkened as he wondered to himself. How does he know that technique? The subordinates and the ponytail girl were both terrified and confused as they were suddenly suppressed by an immense pressure. Drenched in sweat, the girl asked in a trembling voice, President, why are you suppressing us? Huabai's cold voice rang out. Do you all really take me for a fool? As he spoke, he turned around, unleashing a blazing aura, and interrogated his subordinates, forcing them to confess. Who exactly killed him? He demanded. The group, terrified, frantically denied it. Big Boss isn't the killer Wu Fu. Behind his glasses, Huabai's eyes glinted as he calmly replied. With his strength, he wouldn't need to sneak around to steal the fragment. He calmly analyzed the situation bit by bit, leaving his subordinates behind him dumbfounded. With that kind of power, do you really think he'd sneak into a room to steal a fragment? I'm afraid that even if we went all out against him, our chances are only 50-50. The girl stammered in reply, I was suspicious from the very beginning too. Huabai glanced back, his sharp gaze relentlessly pressing for an answer. Who was it exactly? He demanded. The girl trembled. President. I don't know either. We only heard it from the guy in the hat. He gritted his teeth helplessly, then gave a cold warning, I'll deal with you all later. Huabai pushed up his glasses and continued grimly, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and report back to you. However, you can't leave just yet. I need to ask you some questions. Wu Fu was surprised. Lu Ling, fully confident in the situation, turned to chat with Qing Qing. The matter has been cleared up. Both sides only fought because of the circumstances. They won't think we were the masterminds behind this anymore. Hearing this, she just smiled respectfully and replied, Ever since I've known that arrogant fool, he's never failed at something like this. You don't need to worry. Lu Ling looked up at the two of them and sighed in admiration. The reason why the status of the South Huajing Martial Arts Academy is so distinct, even surpassing that of many large and small sects, is in no small part due to Zhang Xiaoran's contributions. Both Qing Qing and Erha turned to look at her confused. Isn't he just a student? The two men stood opposite each other, calm and composed, while Lu Ling emphatically insisted that he and Wu Fu were the same. They had never known defeat. The bald guy from Huabai's side asked with a grimace, If they're not fighting, how can they determine a winner? The hot-tempered girl snapped back. Are you blind? They are fighting. Two surging auras erupted from the men, coalescing into the form of a giant Buddha behind each of them. The entire space trembled as they clashed. A blinding light flared, and suddenly Huabai's glasses cracked, the fractures spreading out like a spiderweb. A moment later, the lens shattered with a sharp sound. He raised a hand to the broken side of his glasses. The girl panicked, her voice trembling as she quickly called out to her president. Huabai just smiled faintly, his fingers slowly removing the glasses. He muttered to himself, as expected. In that instant, a surging internal energy erupted from his body. I am the sole inheritor of the ancient Buddha fist technique. I want to know. Huabai's hair, which had been hanging down, now stood on end. His pupils turned red, and the aura around him raged violently. Why do you have it too? Wu Fu's gaze was ice cold, his entire being exuding an air of fearless arrogance. His own aura exploded outwards, sending out powerful waves that were in no way inferior, just like the cultivation technique. I know every move you do. The two glared at each other. Huabai swung his arm, unleashing the seal of the ancient Buddha fist technique, and shouted, Take this. The massive seal rushed towards Wu Fu as if to swallow him whole. His expression darkened, but the corner of Wu Fu's mouth curled up in a smirk as he huffed. He waved his hand casually, and the seal instantly shattered into countless pieces that shot into the air. The scattered fragments flew towards Huabai, shocking him. Before he could react, a giant Buddha's palm thundered towards him. The hand seemed to tear through the air, stopping just a few feet away from Huabai. In that moment, his eyes widened in undeniable shock. Huabai's limbs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees in defeat. Seeing this, his subordinates rushed over worriedly to support him. President, are you okay? President, what happened? One of them shouted indignantly. What did you do to our president? Wu Fu frowned slightly, his voice indifferent. We were just determining a winner and a loser. The subordinate retorted. Our president definitely won. You must have suffered severe internal injuries. But just then Qin also got up. Seeing that the situation seemed to have calmed down, Qing Qing holding Erha couldn't help but wonder aloud. Who won? Lu Ling guessed, not daring to be certain, but from the looks of it, Wu Fu won. On the other side, the girl watched Huabai approach Wu Fu and asked in confusion, What is the president doing? Wu Fu also spoke up, curious. Getting ready for round 2. But just as he finished speaking, Huabai knelt before him and said respectfully, Please accept me as your disciple, leaving Wu Fu speechless. The girl was so stunned she couldn't even speak. The president is actually asking some nobody freshman to be his master. Another guy froze, questioning himself. Am I still dreaming? Pinch me. He clasped his hands and pleaded, I beg you, master, please accept me as your disciple. Wu Fu looked at him and couldn't help but exclaim in annoyance, what a pain. Why don't you just get up first? The man looked up at him, his eyes filled with sadness. Does that mean you agree to take me as your disciple? The atmosphere grew heavy. Wu Fu simply turned away in silence. Then he spoke calmly, come with me. I'll consider it as we go. Hua Bai happily agreed. Yes, master. He glanced at his subordinates and ordered you all continue the search for the real culprit. I'm leaving. Hearing this, the group responded in unison. Understood, President. At Yunhai University, it was quiet inside, but a loud sneeze echoed out. A skinny guy asked Fatty what's wrong. Did you catch a cold? The fat guy replied, it's a bad omen. I feel like I'm about to lose my job. The other guy comforted him, don't overthink it. Come on, this little brother will treat you to a meal. Meanwhile, in Wutong Ghost City, darkness had fallen. Inside the merchant guild, Jin Jing Song stood on the upper floor and spoke. You're saying Wu Fu will come here on his own? The old man probed. Are you that confident? Xu Yan sat calmly in his chair gazing at the red gem in his palm and replied casually, based on his arrogant personality, he'll definitely come. After all, outside the guild, the doors burst open to reveal a woman, the hem of her robes fluttering in the air. Jin Jing Song looked at her aghast. Someone from the Luo family of Lu Chenshan dares to come here. The woman from the Luo family of Lu Chenshan stepped inside and said gently, I heard that the esteemed great protector of the Jin family came all this way just to kill a student in the Yuan Shen realm. Hearing this, the old man hissed at her in displeasure. She stepped forward gracefully and spoke, my Luo family simply wants to see if those rumors are true or false. The two men sitting up high looked down. Insolent girl, do you wish to make an enemy of the Jin family? Luo Shi replied with determination. I only want to protect my student. Suddenly, the doors flew wide open again and a voice echoed from outside. And me, Huo Zhang called out, his eyes fixed on the people in the room. We of the Hu family also heard the news and came to see how the Jin family's great elder handles a primordial spirit realm brat. The girl next to the old man from the Hu family had also arrived. The red-haired boy beside her added, who in the world managed to provoke the Jin family's hornet's nest? The girl scoffed. Just for killing Jin Shan, that kid's dead for sure. I can't miss this show for anything. A dog's bark cut through the air and Huo Zhang spoke, Wu Fu has arrived. Jin Jing Song shot to his feet, slamming his hand on the table and glaring down below. Don't tell me the brat you're talking about was so scared he pissed his pants and didn't dare to show up. So he sent a dog to take the blame for him. He gritted his teeth. Are the lives of my Jin family's young master and young miss worth only as much as a dog's? Huo Zhang clenched his fists in anger, the sound of cracking knuckles startling the attendant beside him. You dare to mock us. With a single blow, the old man sent the guy flying, breaking the railing. The attendant in black crashed to the ground, skidding in a long line before stopping in front of the husky standing at the door. The dog's thoughts were filled with confusion, hostility. What kind of joke is this? The man who had been kicked took out all his frustration on the husky. What are you looking at, you damn dog? It's all your fault I got hit. The dog, feeling deeply insulted, swelled in size and slammed the man's head into the ground as punishment. The two people on the upper floor stared wide-eyed at the scene, spitting out their drinks. This dog is actually at the primordial spirit realm. Jin Jing Song narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. Luo Shi blinked in astonishment. So fast. Even the husky beside him has reached the primordial spirit realm. Just then, a voice echoed from the entrance. Of course. All those spirit stones my husky ate weren't for nothing. Luo Shi suddenly blurted out a name, Su Qingqing. Qingqing beamed as she approached to greet her. Long time no see, teacher Luo Shi. Luo Shi was struck speechless. The child traveling with Wu Fu was getting more and more impudent. The two who had just mocked the husky sighed. I'm not even as good as a dog. Not even a single dog. Jin Jing Song shouted from the upper floor, Wu Fu. He raised an eyebrow and looked up. Hua Bai stepped forward without hesitation, shielding him. Wu Fu is a guest of our Nan Hua. Does the Jin family have business with him? Jin Jing Song scoffed and manifested something with a beautiful blue glow. I advise you people from Nan Hua not to meddle in others' business. Otherwise, the Jin family will consider you an enemy. Zi Yan stood up, but not without reminding Jin Jing Song, since Wu Fu has arrived, I'll be on my way. I'll leave this place to you. But before he could leave, Luo Zi slowly descended behind Zi Yan. Hold on. Her voice was ice cold, a sword now in her hand. I seem to recall you know Wu Fu, right? Aren't you going to go down and say hello? Zi Yan couldn't hide the smug smile on his face. Is she asking to die? The moment the words left his lips, a surprise attack flew toward Luo Zi. Thanks to her agility, she managed to dodge the blow. Wu Fu watched the two argue, thinking to himself, looks like quite a few people want me dead, huh? It seems Master's pill is about to be successfully refined. Huo Zhang clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Little brother, you have done my Huo family a great service. We will absolutely protect you with everything we have. You go on ahead, I'll hold them off. Hua Shuang, who was beside him, also chimed in, Wu Fu, you guys need to run. But instead of leaving, Wu Fu's steps drew closer. Arcs of electricity crackled through the air behind him. If I let a woman stand in front of me to protect me, then I might as well give up on this long and arduous path of cultivation. Seeing Wu Fu's fearlessness, Jin Jing Song was thoroughly enraged. You dare even think about confronting me, kid, you have a death wish. A whistling sound tore through the air. The old man roared his voice, carrying a powerful warning. This old man's dragon snake sword has never failed before. This time I will definitely take your miserable life. Hua Bai, standing next to Lu Ling, was beside himself with worry. He's about to be killed, why isn't Master fighting back? In contrast to his worry, Lu Ling was unusually confident. No, he's fine. Jin Jing Song, along with his dragon snake sword, shot straight towards Wu Fu. The old man sneered, then let out a laugh. As expected of a divine weapon, good thing I came prepared. Jin Jing Song looked down on Wu Fu's abilities. To think a wet behind-the-ears kid like you would dare to be so insolent with the Jin family. He roared aggressively, now anyone standing behind you, this old man will kill them all. Wu Fu's eyes turned ice cold. An earth-shattering explosion shattered the silence. The purple-haired guy smirked. The old man from the Jin family is furious. If I stick around any longer, I'll just be asking for trouble. But the girl next to him seemed to have realized something. Oh, I just remembered my mom called me home for dinner. I'm leaving first. Ziyan hid in a corner satisfied as he watched the scene unfold. You can all just stay there and wait to die. Wu Fu's new disciple stepped forward. Master, your disciple wishes to enter the battle. Lu Ling was at a loss for words, still calling him master. At a time like this, what the hell is the point of taking a master? Xu Qingqing and the husky beside her shared the same expression as Lu Ling. You sure know how to pick your moments, don't you? The scene shifts to a highway somewhere. Zhou Tan sat in a car fuming at Meng Meng. Brother Fu was in grave danger in Wutong City. Can't you drive any faster? Meng Meng, who was driving, could only endure it. Safety first. Stop your yapping. Buckle up and watch the road. Their humorous chatter echoed out. Besides, important characters always show up at the most critical moment. That's how I'll make the readers fall head over heels for me. So true, so true. Back in the room where the fight was raging. That Dan guy is still an idiot who doesn't get it. Jin Jing Song put his hands behind his back smugly. Since you all want to die together, then I shall grant your wish. Hua Bai charged forward confidently. Leave these guys to your disciple. You just focus on dealing with him, master. Ancient Buddha fist Art Wu Fu sighed, his voice echoing, I never agreed to you being my disciple. Besides, this bunch isn't going to be easy. Seeing Hua Bai get sent flying almost immediately, he had to take back his words. Well, never mind. The man fumbled and scratched his head awkwardly. Master, can you ask them to give me a hand? There are 8 of them in front of me. Lu Ling and Qingqing didn't know what to say. This guy is so thick-skinned. Wasn't he a guild leader just a moment ago? Right, Jin Jing Song's subordinates rushed forward. The likes of you dare to oppose the Jin family. Seeing this, Wu Fu scoffed and a powerful attack exploded outwards. But perhaps Wu Fu hadn't expected the shield from his attack to be unstable. It cracked. The shattering sound echoed clearly through the space. He looked up, a smile spreading across his face. As expected, with such a huge difference in levels, even a high-grade martial skill can't unleash its true power. Lu Ling was now genuinely starting to worry about Wu Fu. The Kim family's power is nothing to scoff at. Most of us are only at the primordial spirit realm. I'm afraid we're no match for them. Xu Qingqing wore the same expression. Whether they were a match or not would only be known after a fight. Hua Bai spoke up, Master, what do you think we should do? Wu Fu answered seriously, you guys just need to hold them back. Leave the rest to me. Jin Jing Song's murderous voice rang out. Too bad for you, you won't get that chance. Attack with everything you've got. Wu Fu gathered power in his palm. Weren't you using this fragment to lure me here? Coming thousands of miles just to deliver this fragment to me. I'll gladly accept this favor. Even from the outside, Ziyan could sense that something was wrong. A clanging sound echoed with Wu Fu's every move. The sword rose. Ziyan, hiding in a corner, launched a sneak attack. He flicked a fragment towards the back. The other men hurriedly shouted to block the fragment. The commotion caught Jin Jing Song's attention. He looked up in shock and muttered to himself, a fragment. He quickly drew his sword and struck at it. Jin Jing Song said desperately, if we can't have it, then none of you can either. The moment his sharp sword touched the fragment, it was instantly shattered. Jin Jing Song's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, how is this possible? The crowd witnessing the scene broke into an uproar. Jin Jing Song's dragon snake sword was broken. That was a treasure that took more than 10 years to forge. Another man exclaimed in shock, what kind of divine weapon is that? The old man furiously unleashed his spiritual energy, screaming in denial, no, I don't believe it, the divine weapon. And your life. None of you are leaving this place. All of you get out of my way. Jin Jing Song stomped on the ground, launching himself forward and leaving behind a cloud of dust. Hua Bai manifested a protective wall directly facing the old man and warned, if you want to touch my master, you'll have to get through my dead body first. The two powerful energies collided, creating an incredible pressure wave. Facing such a power disparity, he was quickly pushed into a disadvantage. Huabai coughed as he struggled to defend himself. Lu Ling, standing behind him, shouted, "We're here to help you." Su Qingxing also joined the battle, saying, "Everyone, let's go." Jin Jingsong's immense strength continuously pressured the three of them. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Huabai quickly gave an order. "This opponent's cultivation is a whole realm above ours. We're fundamentally no match for him. I'll provide cover while you two get master out of here." But the two of them stubbornly stood their ground to fight. Xu Qingqing said with full confidence, "The braggart has never let me down before. We'll hold him off for as long as we can." The old man looked at their pathetic state and laughed smugly. "Then you can all die with him." Seeing the attack getting closer and closer, he quickly shouted, "This is bad." In the quiet night, a pillar of deep blue energy shot straight into the sky with a massive boom. Lu Ling was injured by Jin Jingsong's attack, collapsing to the ground and coughing. The old man mocked her excitedly, thinking that for all their supposed strength, this was all they amounted to. With her body covered in injuries, she struggled to get up and call out to Wu Fu. Xu Qingqing stared at the scene in front of her, stunned, and exclaimed, "Impossible." The dust settled, revealing an empty space where Wu Fu had been. Huabai said in near despair. Master had only just realized it. How did it end up like this? Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and screamed. Everyone looked up. Jin Jingsong stammered in horror, "No. That can't be. He's still alive." Wu Fu looked down with a contemptuous gaze, revealing his new power, and said, "I just needed to level up my cultivation to deal with you." Ziyan observed the aura around him and exclaimed in shock, "Void refinement stage." Wu Fu glanced at him and replied with a smirk, "You saw through it, huh? Still, I have to thank you for giving me the fragment." Jin Jingsong angrily summoned a swarm of snakes that aimed straight for him and said through gritted teeth, "The divine weapon in your hand and your life, they're both mine." He simply said calmly, "You don't know your own limits." Immediately after, he effortlessly finished the old man off with a single sword strike. Huabai, filled with adoration, said, "Wow, Master is truly amazing." Wu Fu floated in mid-air, a lone figure with his sword, radiating an imposing aura as he spoke. "Now I believe it's time to settle our debt." Ziyan began to feel afraid and quickly warned him. "My honored master Bai Yuan and Jingsong are sworn brothers. For you to say such things." Before he could finish his nonsense, he was cut down with a single slash. Ziyan was defeated in one move. Wu Fu turned away coldly, saying impatiently, "I have no interest in hearing you preach. Tell your honored master to come find me himself." Elsewhere, Bai Yuan sensed the disturbance and thought in shock. His disciple Jingsong saw him leaving and asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Without turning back, Bai Yuan simply replied, "You focus on alchemy. I'm going out for a bit." His face darkened as he said grimly, "Wu Fu killed my disciple. I will definitely tear him to pieces." Before collapsing, Ziyan still managed to shout a defiant warning. "Wu Fu, don't get cocky. My master will definitely avenge me." Jin Jingsong thought in shock. He just killed him. Just like that. The small fry around them started pointing and jeering at Wu Fu. "Kid, I bet you have no idea how terrifyingly strong that guy's master is, do you?" Another one said smugly. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to bring trouble upon yourself. A Dao Fusion Venerable could crush you with a single finger." Suddenly, a figure zipped past. The husky turned its head and barked twice as a warning. Wang Mengmeng appeared with a smile and said, "Brother Fu, I'm here." Zhou Tan also called out respectfully, "Master." Lu Ling turned her head and exclaimed in surprise. Wang Mengmeng Xu Qingqing had the same expression as she called out to Zhou Tan. He flew cheerfully towards Wu Fu, about to hug him, and said, "Brother Fu, I've lost my appetite and couldn't sleep these past few days. Look, I've gotten so thin." A warning cough was heard, and Wang Mengmeng quickly froze. Standing behind him, Zhou Tan thought with secondhand embarrassment. So embarrassing. The two girls also sighed helplessly. Wang Mengmeng awkwardly scratched his head and tried to change the subject with a laugh. "So many people here, huh? Is everything taken care of already?" Jin Jingsong looked at him warily, thinking, "Where did this damn fatty come from? Is he here to be a clown or something?" Wang Mengmeng turned his head and met the old man's scrutinizing gaze, wondering to himself, "The hell is he looking at me for?" He suddenly clasped his hands together. This gesture stunned Jin Jingsong's group. Wang Mengmeng bowed respectfully, confusing the old man as he said, "It's getting late. Brother, thank you for helping Brother Fu. I will etch this kindness into my very bones." Lu Ling roared in frustration, "Fatty Wang, that's the enemy." Hearing this, he quickly turned around to flee, saying calmly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" This enraged Jin Jingsong, who gritted his teeth and demanded, "Did you come here to be a joke? I see you're practically begging to die." Immediately, the old man summoned a gigantic snake head that lunged toward Wang Mengmeng. Seeing Jin Jingsong's surprise attack, he panicked and yelled, "Oh my god." A loud boom echoed, followed by a thick cloud of dust. Zhou Tan pretended to cry, his eyes out mourning dramatically. "Brother man, you died so tragically. It's all my fault for arriving too soon." The dust settled, revealing pieces of cloth covered in talismanic script wrapped around him. Wang Mengmeng was safely protected inside a powerful sphere of energy. Even from inside, he was wailing nonstop. I'm dead. I'm really dead. I still have billions in assets back home waiting for me to inherit. Lu Ling, who had been watching silently, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness for the heavenly scripture's protection. Otherwise, that fat king would have become a pile of bones. Jin Jing Song spoke up to draw their attention, his face darkening as he unleashed his spiritual power and said confidently, don't think you can act so arrogantly just because you have a few divine weapons. She seriously warned Wu Fu Jin Jing Song's power is no small matter. You have to be extremely careful. He smirked and replied, don't worry, he won't even be able to lay a single hair on me. Jin Jing Song waved his hand, firing projectiles at Wu Fu, and roared in anger, die. He quickly used his power to face the attack head-on. Wu Fu casually swung his sword, shattering the bullets the old man had created, then sent a straight sword strike right at Jin Jing Song's position. The old man was momentarily stunned, then roared in disbelief. This is impossible. There's no way this is the power of someone at the peak void refining stage. Wu Fu calmly looked at the hole in the wall he had blasted Jin Jing Song through and said coldly, I never said I was at the peak void refining stage. I am the strongest existence in DTN. The scene shifts to the principal's office where he's being held at sword point threatened, and can only helplessly beg for his life. Please spare me. In the principal's office, she coldly gave her order as the principal trembled before her. Expel Wu Fu from Yunhai University. Or else, terrified, he picked up the phone. When the other end picked up, the principal hurriedly spoke. Hello, Lu Ling. Lu Ling's phone rang, showing the caller was the principal. She answered the phone. Hello, principal. Hello. On the other end, the principal was tense, his breathing ragged as he heard Lu Ling's voice. Hello, principal. What's wrong? Say something. She was so startled by the shouting on the phone that she quickly pulled the receiver away from her ear. He roared, the Xiangyang sect is looking for Wu Fu to cause trouble. Tell him, don't come back. Hearing the commotion, Wu Fu turned his head. Lu Ling asked worriedly, hello, principal, what's happening to you? Tin Tin, holding her corgi, also spoke up in confusion. What's going on? She hurriedly told him. The Xiangyang sect. They've come to the school. The principal is most likely. Wu Fu calmly gave an order. You head back to school first. I have to take care of the Jin family's matter. His face darkened as he said coldly, no one in this world gets to threaten me. With that, Wu Fu quickly flew off. Luo Shi also chimed in, I'm coming with you. Hua Bai shouted, Master, wait for me. The two of them followed after him. The rest of the group stood there completely stunned. Wang Mengmeng scratched his head in confusion and asked, what are we supposed to do? Just go over there like this. Tintin was puzzled. So how do we get there now? Lu Ling ordered, we have to get back to Yunhai immediately. The scene changes to the Jin family's cultivation grounds. Luo Zi spoke up as a reminder. The head of the Jin family is in closed-door cultivation here. Wu Fu smirked and said, perfect timing. We should settle this quickly. Two guards from the Jin family spotted them and called out warily, who are you? What are you doing here? He said contemptuously, the great head of the Jin family, and he leaves people like you on guard duty. Seeing that Wu Fu had hostile intentions, the guard drew her sword and demanded, who in the world are you to dare cause trouble for our Jin family? He continued to feign ignorance. Oh, I forgot. The Jin family already sent all their forces out to kill someone, didn't they? She roared in fury, you're looking to die. Wu Fu calmly released his sword chi and spoke in a grim tone. Patriarch Jin, aren't you going to come out and greet your guests? The released sword chi effortlessly shattered the area's defensive layer, easily sending the guards flying. The sound of clashing metal rang out continuously. From deep within, a gaze filled with killing intent stared out, threatening the insolent brat. The Jin family had appeared, creating a powerful gale, and said, since you've come, you might as well stay here and rest in peace forever. Wu Fu created a defensive barrier to block the attack. Luo Si asked worriedly, Wu Fu, are you all right? The overwhelming attack forced him to exclaim, this old geezer is strong. Wu Fu quickly used his sword chi to destroy the attack. Standing beside him, Luo Si marveled. The oppressive feeling is terrifying, so different from before. From within the cave, the Jin family head stepped out with a powerful aura. He sneered contemptuously. With such meager strength, you dare to seek out my Jin family. You truly overestimate yourselves. He appeared with astonishing power. Jin family head. Before closed-door cultivation, late-stage great void refinement. After cultivation, unknown. Martial soul, unknown. Luo Shi warned him, the Jin family has a unique secret art. If not for that, they wouldn't have been able to secure a foothold in Wutong City just through worship. Be careful. Wu Fu calmly replied. A family secret art. No wonder even the Lian Tian scripture has no record of it. He clenched his fist resolutely and said, however, if the Lian Tian scripture doesn't record it, it certainly can't be a very good technique. But Wu Fu's eyes sharpened as he affirmed, I have a way to deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved like the wind. Quick as a flash, Wu Fu appeared before the Jin family head using the god-shattering steps. The old man cursed with utter disdain, you insect. The Jin family had easily blocked Wu Fu's sword strike, then coldly recited an incantation. Great mighty golden dragon art. Instantly, Wu Fu felt a powerful surge of internal energy heading straight for him, and then a shocking explosion erupted. This made Luoxi realize it seems the Jin family head has mastered the divine art after all those years in seclusion. As soon as the explosion cleared, the Jin family head declared, "That move just now. If you hadn't dodged, you would have been wiped from the face of this earth." Luoxi knew the situation was extremely critical and quickly warned him. Wu Fu, the great mighty golden dragon art, is the Jin family's strongest technique. Absolutely do not fight it head on. Despite hearing this, Wu Fu stubbornly rushed forward. The strongest, is that so? Let me test that. The moment he spoke, he charged toward the Jin family head, causing the old man to scoff and say, "Stinking brat. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Then he rapidly circulated his internal energy. A powerful punch was ready to crash down on Wu Fu's head. "You killed my descendant and you still dare to act so arrogantly." Seeing his chance, the old man struck swiftly and roared. "Go to hell." Without a hint of fear, Wu Fu drew his sword. A punch from the Kim family head rushed toward him like the wind, and two powerful streams of internal energy collided. It seemed Wu Fu was at a disadvantage in this fight. He had to grit his teeth to block the Kim family head's internal energy. Suddenly, the old man appeared before him and exclaimed, "You're still too green." This abrupt appearance made him instantly sense that something was wrong. A deafening explosion erupted and Wu Fu was sent flying back. At that moment, he realized this old man was no simple foe. Seeing Wu Fu still so composed, the Kim family head said with annoyance, "How dare you act so arrogant in the face of absolute power?" Wu Fu, never one to back down immediately, retorted, "You can't handle it either, can you then?" Coughing a few times, he added, "Besides, the more I praise you, the more I discover." He was referring to the incredible ability of the sword in his hand that he had just discovered. The sword spirit could actually absorb the essence of powerful cultivators, which was truly unexpected. It seemed he now wanted to test it on the Kim family head. He wondered just how much stronger the sword spirit would become if he killed the old man. The old head of the Kim family said nothing, merely frowning as he thought to himself, "He's still not dead after that. If I hadn't ended my seclusion early, he'd surely be dead already." In this situation, his only choice was to make a quick final decision, injure him, and then seize the opportunity to take his life. A quick and decisive battle. Instantly, the old man charged forward, roaring, "You rotten brat, hand over your life." Wu Fu didn't hesitate to engage him in one last proper fight. "In that case, you can offer your life to my sword, spirit." The Kim family head waved his hand to attack, and Wu Fu swung his sword in response. The two clashed fiercely, without holding back, their powerful internal energies erupting and blowing everything away. The Kim family head roared furiously, "I want to see what you have that makes you think you can oppose me." Wu Fu's response was a smirk and a cryptic remark. "You want to see? Then let me show you." He then produced a sword brimming with killing intent and spiritual power. The moment the Kim family head saw the sword, he realized something. You are. A sudden spurt of blood erupted as the Kim family head was struck in the stomach by Wu Fu's sword. Knowing he had lost this battle, the old man wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, "The golden lineage has fallen. To a tribulation saint sovereign who can face a saint sovereign. I have no regrets in this life." Luoxi, who was watching from the side, was stunned, thinking to herself, the Kim family, was just annihilated like that. One person wiped out the entire Kim family. Back with Wu Fu, he was about to do something with his sword and the Kim family head. Qin saw this and realized with a shock, is he going to merge with the divine weapons? At that moment, Wu Fu suddenly clenched his fists, and the divine power from the two divine weapons quickly coiled around him. It fused with his body, causing him to gradually transform. Luoxi, who had been watching him intently, was suddenly startled when the sword chi from the two divine swords shredded her skirt, making her scream in alarm. Qin, standing nearby, got a massive nosebleed from the sight. A moment later, Luoxi asked loudly with concern, "Master, what's wrong with your cultivation level? Could it be that you made a mistake in your training?" Wu Fu replied coolly, "My cultivation is just being suppressed by the sword chi, but my strength has increased significantly. There's no need to worry." At that moment, even he was a bit confused, wondering to himself, "In my past life, everything I did was certain. I've never encountered a situation like this before. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse." However, he didn't dwell on it for long and turned to Luoxi, saying, "Now prepare to return to Yunhai." Hearing this, Luoxi said, "I'll go with you." In the current situation, he believed that the Kim family was already in decline. This is the best opportunity for everyone from Luchin Mountain to consolidate their efforts. I can handle the matter at Yunhai University. At the same time, in a certain room in Yunhai, shouts and cries of pain could be heard. "Damn it, I thought we could grab this bastard's parents, but it turns out he's an orphan." Cutting to the front of the Yunhai Sports Palace, a female disciple of the Zhongyang sect cautiously asked, "Sect Master, it's almost time. If Wu Fu doesn't show up, are we really going to kill someone?" The Zhongyang sect master replied casually, "When the clock strikes 6 o'clock, we will kill one person every minute until Wu Fu returns. he added coldly. If there's anyone to blame, blame that Wu Fu. It seemed he was unaware that Qing Qing and Lu Ling were hiding in the bushes observing him. Shu Qingqing now asked worriedly, "What do we do? They're about to start killing people." Lu Ling replied helplessly, "We're no match for them. All we can do is wait." Erha barked once as if in agreement. Wang Mengmeng also popped his head up and wondered, isn't there some kind of rule in the sect? You're not supposed to harm ordinary people. Lu Ling quickly explained. Right now, they haven't actually killed anyone yet, so the sect's rules don't apply to them. Faced with such a critical situation, Wang Mengmeng gritted his teeth and came up with an idea. Damn it, what's the point of talking if you're dead? If Brother Fu doesn't come, I'll go. However, Zhou Tan next to him quickly stopped him. Fatty, don't be impulsive. Suddenly, a disciple from the Zhang Yang sect spotted them. He placed a hand on Wang Mengmeng's shoulder and exclaimed, "Look what I found, a big rat." His voice had just rung out when the three of them, Zhou Tan, Su Qingqing, and Lu Ling, startled, shouted in unison. Oh no! They saw that a whole group of Zhang Yang sect disciples was blocking their way. Lu Ling turned to Qingqing and said, "We're surrounded." At that moment, the Zhang Yang sect master appeared and declared with a triumphant smile, "You've arrived at the perfect time. Killing you will be even more effective." Before he could act, he suddenly sensed danger approaching. Something zipped past him and Qingqing. Lu Ling looked in that direction, and Shu Qingqing was astonished to see that the person they were waiting for had arrived. Wu Fu is here. The Zhang Yang sect master heard this and sneered mockingly. Wu Fu, I thought you were too cowardly to show up. From within a hazy mist, Wu Fu coolly retorted with his own taunt. I never expected the great Zhang Yang sect to be so despicable as to threaten the lives of ordinary people. Is that it? The man was obviously shameless enough to defend himself while also looking down on Wu Fu. The worldly rules only forbid harming the lives of mortals. My Zhang Yang sect would never kill anyone, we're just trying to force you to appear. But I never expected that you'd become a useless cripple with no cultivation. It seemed the sword chi from the two divine weapons had indeed concealed Wu Fu's cultivation, preventing the Zhang Yang sect master from sensing it. This made Wu Fu flash a disdainful smile at him. Hearing the Zhang Yang sect master's words, Wang Mengmeng was so horrified that he stammered, Brother Fu, your cultivation. How could this be? Did the Kim family head injure you that badly? Zhou Tan was so anxious he was scratching his head, mumbling, We're screwed, we're really screwed. Lin San happened to overhear a name in what Mengmeng was saying. The head of the Kim family, Bai Wu Fu, had offended a powerful figure, so the timid Lin San quickly said that this was a grudge between Wu Fu and the Zhang Yang sect anyway. If he dies, won't we be safe? The person next to him also chimed in, that's right, it's all his fault. As for the Zhang Yang sect master mistakenly believing that Wu Fu no longer had any cultivation, he arrogantly commanded, You've lost your power, so hand over the divine weapon. If you do, I might even leave your corpse behind. Wu Fu simply replied coolly, Shouldn't you let them go first? The guy who sided with Lin San, not knowing any better, decided to speak up at that moment. Great, we're saved. This has nothing to do with us anymore. But obviously, the disciple from the Zhang Yang sect wasn't about to let them go so easily. He landed a punch on the guy and shouted, You're in no position to make demands now. Wu Fu, who had been watching everything unfold, said nothing, simply frowning in annoyance. The situation was hanging by a thread. Lu Ling panicked, wondering to herself, Wu Fu has lost his power. The Zhang Yang sect has so many strong people, and what are we, the student council, supposed to do now? Suddenly, Erha aggressively rushed forward, startling her into shouting Erha. Seeing this, the Zhang Yang sect disciple said with contempt, What can a dog do? Just as Erha was about to bite him, he was suddenly struck by a palm blast to the stomach, sending him flying straight into a tree trunk. This sight startled Wu Fu and Lu Ling, who cried out in unison, Erha! At that moment, the Zhang Yang sect disciple boasted smugly, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It really overestimated its own strength. Lu Ling was furious. She pointed at him and screamed, You killed Erha. You're dead. Naturally, he paid no mind to her warning and thought it was laughable that a piece of trash with no cultivation wanted to avenge a dog. He then made an offer to the student council members. Whoever among you kills him, I'll let the rest of you go. Hearing this, they were, of course, ready to do it. They even asked to be sure, Can we trust your word? The Zhang Yang sect disciple affirmed, Of course, but you have to kill him first. With that, the student council members, their blood boiling, charged forward to take down Wu Fu. You're the one who provoked the enemy, why drag us into it? If we kill you, we'll be saved. As a result, one of them took a punch to the face from him and was sent flying into the distance. This terrified the remaining members and they didn't dare advance. Wu Fu, now filled with rage, roared, You ungrateful traitors. All of you can just die. Seeing this, the Zhang Yang sect disciple remarked, And here I thought you'd become useless trash. Turns out you were just a wolf in sheep's clothing. How interesting. Beside him, Lu Ling quickly realized that Wu Fu hadn't lost his cultivation at all. She rejoiced inwardly, so he didn't lose his power. Just then she noticed that Er's body was gone. Returned to Wu Fu. Filled with a murderous aura and rage, Wu Fu confronted the disciple. You killed Erha. The Zhang Yang sect disciple, fearless as ever, dared to challenge him. Why don't I kill you too? Then the master can be reunited with his dog. The moment the words left his mouth, he charged at him. But before he could do anything, his attack was easily blocked. It was only then that he realized in horror, how can he be this fast? How can he keep up with me? With a grim expression, Wu Fu uttered two words, too noisy. Then his fist pierced straight through the man's body. His divine power erupted, fueled by his rage over Erha's death. I will kill every last one of you from the Zhongyang sect and bury you with Erha. The Zhongyang sect master quickly sensed the strange spiritual energy radiating from Wu Fu, and Huang Hun realized this aura. He's merged with the divine weapon. Elsewhere, several spirit pearls suddenly began to spin frantically. A woman standing there witnessed their abnormal behavior. She wondered in confusion, how can someone in such a minor world cause such a heaven-shaking disturbance? This white-haired woman was very curious about the person who could throw these spirit pearls into such chaos. For someone in such a minor world to cause such a disturbance. I want to see who this person is. No sooner had she spoken than she quickly conjured a mirror. Through the divine mirror, she saw that the one causing this strange phenomenon was none other than Wu Fu. It's him. It seemed this girl recognized Wu Fu as she smiled with amusement and said, "And to think I was just being paranoid. Who would have thought I'd find her descendant? I recognized that forehead anywhere, even if it were turned to ash." Then she did something that caused lightning to envelop the spirit pearls. Back on Earth, Wu Fu immediately sensed something was off as a bolt of lightning struck him directly. Seeing this, the Zhongyang sect master shouted, "That lightning is filled with heavenly wrath. Wu Fu, the heavens themselves want you dead." Lu Ling, however, worried for Wu Fu's safety and whispered his name. Wu Fu Meng Meng also cried out in panic, "Brother Fu." A terrified Zhou Tan wondered to himself, is this divine punishment? But clearly, Wu Fu was completely unharmed. In fact, he seemed to have grown even stronger. The Zhongyang sect master finally realized what was happening. That's not right. He's absorbing the purple lightning. Lu Ling was also a bit surprised by this phenomenon. Didn't he lose his cultivation? How is he absorbing heavenly lightning? After absorbing the heavenly lightning, Wu Fu himself became even more confident, saying, "So you found me, have you? Did you really think you could bury me with this lightning?" Seeing the situation turning against them, the Zhongyang sect master quickly made a decision. He can absorb heavenly lightning. There's something very wrong with this guy. I have to act first. Putting his thoughts into action, he immediately attacked Wu Fu, roaring, "Die." With a nonchalant expression, Wu Fu simply stood and watched the attack fly towards him. Just as the attack was about to hit, he effortlessly blocked it with a single hand. This left the Zhongyang sect master in utter disbelief. How could he block my sword chi with one hand? At this, Wu Fu said, in a cold tone, "Killing you only requires a single breath." As soon as he finished speaking, his own move pierced through the sect master's attack. The sight was something he could have never anticipated, and he screamed out his final words. "Impossible. This can't be happening." After that, he was struck down and killed by Wu Fu's heavenly lightning. Seeing this, the other Zhongyang sect disciples stammered in terror. The sect master, he's dead. Having dealt with the leader, Wu Fu turned to warn the remaining lackeys. "Don't any of you dare lay a finger on my people. That goes for my dog too." Thinking he was about to kill them as well, the disciples scrambled to run away. The sect master's dead run. Only after they had all fled did Wu Fu finally reveal his own pained state, causing Lu Ling to call out his name in worry. "Wu Fu." She rushed to support him and asked, "Are you okay?" He replied flatly, "I'm fine, just a little tired. Sorry to make you worry." Just then, Wang Mengmeng suddenly shouted, "Brother Fu, Erha isn't dead yet." Hearing this, Wu Fu and Lu Ling went to take a look. They saw Erha suddenly wrapped inside an eggshell and wondered what it was doing. Suddenly, the egg cracked and Wu Fu immediately felt a surge of spiritual energy radiating from the fissures. Just as Lu Ling turned to look at him, she witnessed another impossible sight. "What is this? Your wounds are healing on their own." Before Wu Fu could answer her, Wang Mengmeng cried out again, "Brother Fu, look, it seems air has broken out of the eggshell." A powerful stream of spiritual energy burst from the shell and moved towards Wu Fu. He realized it was trying to possess him. A moment later, he woke up to the sound of everyone's worried voices. "Wu Fu, what's wrong? Wake up, Brother Fu, why did you pass out?" He slowly opened his eyes and saw Lu Ling and Wang Mengmeng with their backs to him, both exclaiming in unison, "Wu Fu, please wake up." This left him utterly bewildered. What's going on? Just then, Wu Fu fully regained consciousness. Seeing this, Lu Ling quickly called his name. Wu Fu. Wang Mengmeng added, "Brother Fu, you're awake." As Lu Ling was asking Wu Fu, "How are you feeling?" Wu Fu suddenly lunged towards her. He began acting strangely, nuzzling his head, where it shouldn't be, causing her to blush and ask, "Wu Fu, what are you doing? Get off." Seeing how persistent he was, she flew into a rage. "How dare you take advantage of me?" Two loud slaps echoed through the air. Lu Ling knocked Wu Fu unconscious and roared in anger. "Are you insane trying to take advantage of me?" Suddenly, Erha approached and spoke. "This is Erha. I'm over here." This statement left Lu Ling completely baffled and confused, while Wang Mengmeng's eyes went wide as he yelled, "Holy crap, Erha can talk now." Wu Fu and Erha's body glanced at him and snapped, "You damn fatty, shut your mouth." After composing herself, Lu Ling finally asked, "Your Wu Fu Wang Meng Meng," also called out in confusion. Brother Fu Erha in Wu Fu's body let out a bark, while Wu Fu in the dog's body responded to everyone with a whimper. At this point, Lu Ling asked puzzledly, "Why are you in Er's body?" Wu Fu, despite being in Erha's body, explained with his usual cold demeanor. "It's probably because the Heavenly Tao's energy accidentally put my soul into Erha's body when it was separated." This bizarre scene and explanation left Lu Ling and Wang Mengming speechless. Erha, despite being in Wu Fu's body, was still being mischievous, nuzzling up against Wu Fu. Annoyed by this, Wu Fu roared in anger, "Erha, stop rubbing on me. You're ruining my image." As this ridiculous scene unfolded from out of nowhere, another disciple from the Zhongyang sect appeared, laughing scornfully. "Oh, Wu Fu, you may have used your own power to kill the sect master, but you yourself are a real idiot. Now, the most senior person in the Zhongyang sect is me." Seeing another fool dare to show his face, Wu Fu sneered, another one looking to die. This disciple from the Zhongyang sect was obviously unaware of the soul swap between Wu Fu and Erha, so he laughed contemptuously. Even Wu Fu's dog can talk now. Too bad Wu Fu himself has become a drooling idiot. Thinking Wu Fu could no longer fight, Wang Meng quickly moved to protect him. "Brother Fu, you go first. Leave this to me." The Zhongyang sect disciple clearly looked down on Wang Mengming's spiritual energy and rushed forward to deal with him first. "Without Wu Fu, you think you're worthy of being my opponent." However, before he could do anything, a furry foot flew at him out of nowhere. Wu Fu and Erha's body kicked the guy square in the face, sending him flying. This scene scared the daylights out of Wang Mengming, who shrieked, "Brother Fu is this strong even as a dog." After dealing with the loudmouth, Lu Ling turned and asked Wu Fu, "Now that you're like this, what's your plan? Are you just going to live as a dog?" Wu Fu replied helplessly, "I have to get back. If I want to return to my original form quickly, my only option is to find a powerhouse who has broken through to the Tao integration realm." Hearing this, she realized what he wanted to do. "Don't tell me you want to ascend through the heavenly tribulation." He calmly admitted it and asked a small favor of her. "That's right. And I already have someone in mind. Before I go, please help me take good care of Erha and my body. I'm leaving, but I'll be back soon." A short while later at the academy, several Zhongyang sect disciples standing on a high perch saw Wu Fu's group return. They all sneered when they couldn't sense any spiritual energy from Wu Fu. "Hey look, isn't that Wu Fu's cultivation level only at the profound connection realm? It seems he was severely injured in the battle with the sect master and lost his cultivation." The leader of the group boasted, "He's only at the profound connection realm. A few of us will be more than enough to handle him." The others heard this and responded with a resounding yes. Erha in Wu Fu's body kept up his old habits, nuzzling and licking Lu Ling, embarrassing her so much that she tried to push him away while yelling, "Erha, stop licking me." Witnessing this, Wang Mengming thought helplessly, to be this shameless so openly, it can only be Erha. Just then, he sensed something was wrong. When he saw a massive spiritual attack heading straight for them, he screamed in terror. "Lu Ling, watch out." A massive explosion shook the area. From within the smoke, two disciples of the Zhongyang sect emerged. They laughed triumphantly, saying to each other, "Wu Fu is dead. Sect master, you can finally rest in peace." Wang Mengming, despite taking a hit, managed to get back on his feet. Gritting his teeth in anger, he shouted, "You dare sneak attack Lu Ling and Erha." At that moment, Erha in Wu Fu's body wasn't barking anymore. It seemed he had used Wu Fu's body to shield Lu Ling from the blow. Fearing for him, she asked worriedly, Erha, are you okay?" As soon as she finished asking, Erha reverted to his usual dazed and goofy state, causing her to let out a long sigh of relief. "Looks like he's fine." Meanwhile, the two Zhongyang disciples were stunned by this sight, their eyes wide with disbelief. He was hit by that much energy and he's unharmed. How is that possible? Suddenly, Wang Mengming appeared behind them and growled angrily, "They're fine, but you two are about to have a very bad day." After giving the two of them a thorough beating, he cursed casually, "Damn it, pulling a sneak attack. This fatty will beat you to death." At this moment, Lu Ling was worried about Wu Fu in Erha's body. His body's durability was also inherited from Erha. I don't know if this body transformation is a blessing or a curse, but when she looked over at Erha and Wu Fu's body, she could only sigh helplessly. But he really is just like a husky, a total goofball. At that very moment, in another residence of the Shu family, several Zhongyang sect disciples were hunting down the members of the Shu family. They confidently declared, "I bet Wu Fu's head has already been taken by our sect leader." "Is your Shu family still going to stubbornly resist Shu Qingqing not to be outdone?" retorted loudly. "That madman Wu Fu will be using your sect leader's head as a soccer ball." Of course, they paid her no mind and continued their threats. "Since you won't follow the laws of our Zhongyang sect, then we'll wipe you all out." Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard. Wu Fu in the body of a husky calmly appeared, causing the Zhongyang sect members to wonder in confusion. Where did this dog come from? When Shu Qingqing saw the husky, she immediately called out to it. Seeing only the dog and no sign of Wu Fu, she grew concerned. Where's Wu Fu? Just as a Zhongyang sect disciple was cackling, convinced that guy Wu Fu was really dead. Wu Fu suddenly spoke nonchalantly from within the husky's body, who said I was dead. The moment they saw a dog actually open its mouth and speak human language, the Zhongyang sect disciples screamed in terror. Holy crap, it's a demon. A talking dog. Wu Fu, still in the husky's body, retorted calmly. You're the dog, you bastard. Xu Qingxing, of course, recognized Wu Fu's voice and stared in utter confusion, wondering to herself, don't tell me that madman actually turned into this. The disciple Wu Fu had just insulted was now enraged, snarling, I've lived for over 100 years, and this is the first time I've ever been provoked by a dog. He raised his sword to strike Wu Fu. If I don't kill you and make you into soup today, then I'll be lower than a dog. On the side, Xu Yingshan also sensed that something was off and awkwardly asked Xu Qingqing, my girl. That dog isn't Wu Fu, is it? Xu Qingqing helplessly confirmed. Yes. At that moment, the disciple swung at Wu Fu, but he quickly dodged. Seeing this, Xu Qingqing cried out in alarm, be careful. The disciple then reappeared right behind Wu Fu. It seems he couldn't react in time and was struck by a blow, sending him tumbling to the ground with a thud. Despite the fall, it looked like he only got a bump. It seems mooching all those spirit stones wasn't for nothing. The body's endurance had become as tough as an ox's. The Zhongyang sect disciple saw that Wu Fu was completely unharmed and thought in astonishment, how can he be so damn tough? Seeing him prepare to strike again, Wu Fu casually said, how about this? He gave a contemptuous smirk and said, next, I'll make your words about being lower than a dog come true. Wu Fu wasted no more time and leaped forward. He raised his claws and roared, die. The Zhongyang sect disciple swung his sword and shouted back, you're the one who's going to die. And with that, the two clashed violently. Xu Qingxing, afraid that Wu Fu would be harmed in the husky's body, cried out in extreme worry. The disciple slashed repeatedly at Wu Fu, smugly thinking that he was just a dog who had the nerve to call itself a divine beast. Of course, Wu Fu couldn't care less. He prepared to smack the guy. All right, I'll show you just how formidable a dog can be. From now on, the Zhongyang sect will be disbanded. A powerful wave of his spirit energy shot forward. And just like that, he sent the Zhongyang sect disciple on his way before the man could even realize what was happening. When he kicked him high and far into the distance, yelling, die. The man, meanwhile, was screaming in absolute terror. After dealing with that guy, Wu Fu looked down at the husky's fat, furry body and remarked, I'm just not used to this form yet. Otherwise, you would have died much sooner. Just then, Xu Qingqing pointed behind him and warned, your tail is on fire. Hearing this, he yelped in shock. Damn it, why can't I even feel any pain? Seeing that the situation was resolved, Xu Changyao told Xu Qingqing, the Zhongyang sect has been driven into a corner. Xu Qingqing, take the Xu family disciples to the training grounds to watch us eliminate the remnants. Xu Qingqing obeyed, replying, yes. Xu Changyao then turned to ask about Wu Fu. However, little brother Wu, why have you turned into this form? Wu Fu replied nonchalantly, I used all my strength to kill the Zhongyang sect's leader and was severely wounded by heavenly lightning, so I unintentionally swapped bodies with Erha. His answer left Xu Changyao speechless as he thought to himself, he's so far from the Dao integration realm, yet he was able to attract heavenly lightning. But he didn't stop there, making an even more ridiculous request. If you, senior, could break through to the Dao integration realm and attract the heavenly lightning, perhaps I could use that chance to return to my original form. Of course, the old man couldn't do that and could only reply helplessly, but this old man is still a long way from the Dao integration realm. Besides, breaking through to the Dao integration realm requires the perfect alignment of time, place, and people. Realizing no one could help him, Wu Fu decided to handle it himself. It's just heavenly lightning. I'll attract it and deal with it. He then actually summoned the heavenly lightning to strike down. From a distance, a person witnessed this scene and exclaimed in awe, it's heavenly lightning again. Bai Yuan had been seeing the heavenly lightning and was puzzled, attracting heavenly lightning twice in one day. Who on earth is having a breakthrough? Just then, someone appeared beside him. Recognizing the newcomer, he quickly bowed to them. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Tianwei didn't waste time on pleasantries and asked directly, cut the crap. How is the situation progressing? Bai Yuan chuckled and answered cryptically. The elixir Jingsong is refining is just one final step from completion. Once he succeeds, he and his elixir will belong to you. And what's in it for me? Understanding that the old man wanted his share, Tianwei tossed something towards him. He quickly caught it and announced, before long, I will deliver what you desire. Once he had the information he needed, Tianwei quickly departed, but not without a reminder. This is just a down payment. You'll get the rest after you've collected enough spirit elixirs. Bai Yuan bowed and acknowledged his words. Looking at the object in his hand, he thought smugly to himself, with this things will be much easier. A smug laugh then echoed out. At the same time, violent thunder and lightning erupted in the sky outside. This surprised the girl guarding the area, who wondered why things had turned out this way. It seemed she wanted to check Wu Fu's past and future fate, but found she was unable to. I can't see through this person's past and present. A white crystal floating in the air suddenly shattered into pieces. This left the girl feeling a bit helpless as she muttered to herself, the white crystal broke. Looking up at the crashing thunder and lightning, she could only sigh. It seems the times are changing. Back with the Shu family, they faced the heavenly lightning that was about to descend. Shu Yingxian called out worriedly. Father Shu Kangyao pushed him back and replied, "I've made my decision. You stay back." Then he turned to Wu Fu and said, "Little brother, Wu, let it come. Whether we live or die now depends on you." Seeing how tense the old man was, Wu Fu reassured him, "Don't worry, it's just some heavenly lightning. I can slice it in two." After saying that, he took out a treasured sword and uttered 2 words, "It's here." Instantly, the heavenly lightning descended. Facing the divine tribulation, Shu Changyao was clearly starting to panic. But luckily for him, Wu Fu was right there. He effortlessly slashed the lightning away with a single swing of his sword. This scene left Shu Kangyao stunned, asking, Is that it?" But Wu Fu casually replied that this was only the beginning. Seeing the heavenly lightning preparing to strike again, he reminded Shu Kangyao in a cold voice, "The heavenly might has arrived." This time, it seemed the heavenly tribulation wanted to go all out against Wu Fu, sending down an army of elite warriors. From a distance, Tianwei and Bai Yuan could feel the killing intent from this army. This made Tianwei remark with amusement, "Interesting. To think a barren planet like this could provoke the heavens into such a rage." He then suggested they go take a closer look. Back with Wu Fu facing this army, he wasn't the least bit scared. Instead, he casually swung his sword, cutting them down, and said, "Mad now are you? Such poor tolerance. You're not even worthy of carrying my shoes." As if provoked by his disdainful attitude, the army of lightning immediately charged at him. Seeing this, he smirked and exclaimed, "Perfect timing." The heavenly lightning struck Wu Fu directly. He gritted his teeth and endured it alone, even taunting it. "Is that all you've got? Did you forget to eat breakfast?" Far away, Ha in his host's body seemed to sense a change and let out a bark, catching Lu Ling's attention. When she saw the heavenly lightning descending, she immediately recognized Wu Fu. That guy really got himself involved with the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, Ha leaped into the heart of the lightning, scaring her into shouting his name. Ha quickly approached Wu Fu and barked a few times, signaling to him. Seeing it arrive, Wu Fu praised it with satisfaction. "Perfect timing, Ha." But understanding what he wanted to do, Ha quickly opened its mouth to release its soul. At the same time, outside, Bai Yuan had approached the area and exclaimed, "This is the first time I've witnessed someone withstand such a powerful thunder tribulation." Just then, he suddenly realized, no, wait. He's absorbing the heavenly lightning. The power of the one resisting the tribulation made him curious. Who is this person? And so when he saw that the person was Wu Fu, he was utterly terrified. Wu Fu had also noticed Bai Yuan's presence and challenged him. "This lightning isn't enough. Why don't I drag you into this too?" He approached the old man and said, "The power of this tribulation isn't even enough to temper half of my spirit sword." A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "Perfect. Saves me the trouble of looking for you." Knowing he couldn't defeat Wu Fu at this moment, Bai Yuan cursed inwardly in anger. Damn it. Meanwhile, the heavenly lightning continued to descend. Shu Yingxian was horrified by this and exclaimed, "What kind of breakthrough is this? This is clearly a death wish." Hearing this, Shu Kangyao felt a pang of guilt and said, "Well, isn't he the one who's saving me from that fate?" The heavenly tribulation was now planning to go big, creating a massive sphere of lightning. Bai Yuan knew at a glance who was causing this and couldn't help but roar in anger. "Wu Fu, you." Of course, Wu Fu paid him no mind and even said with delight, "This is the power I was waiting for." At this moment, Bai Yuan seemed to realize Wu Fu was planning to drag him into this mess. The divine purple lightning hasn't even dissipated, and you want to drag this old man to his death with you. Down below, Shu Yingxian saw the situation worsening and couldn't help but shout in worry. "What on earth is Wu Fu trying to do?" Shu Changyao beside him quickly replied, "He's fighting the heavenly might alone." These words terrified Shu Yingxian. Fighting the heavenly might, is that something a human can possibly fight against? By now, the sky was filled with thunder as bolts of lightning struck Wu Fu, but he acted as if it were nothing. Bai Yuan, however, hesitated, thinking to himself, "Damn it. Under the pressure of the heavenly might, I don't dare use my full power. Otherwise, he'd have been dead long ago." The time seemed to have come. The sphere of lightning began to unleash terrifying bolts. All of them aimed for Wu Fu, yet he seemed to feel no pain as he took the hits. This sight somewhat frightened Bai Yuan. The heavenly lightning is so powerful. At this rate, I'll be sucked in too. He realized that Wu Fu's power had already reached a new level, and not only that, it was still increasing. Knowing Wu Fu would definitely deal with him after this was over, he quickly made a decision. I can't let him get any stronger. And so Bai Yuan prepared to strike and eliminate Wu Fu. You want to be struck by heavenly lightning? Then let me help you. Down below, Shu Changyao saw this and exclaimed in worry, "This is bad. Bai Yuan is going to act under the heavenly might. This will only make the tribulation even stronger." Shu Yingxian warned in a panic, "The lightning is already terrifying. At this rate, are we going to get struck down and killed too?" Just then, Bai Yuan made his move and shouted, "You rotten brat, go to hell." Wu Fu wasn't flustered by this attack at all. Instead, he spoke with a contemptuous tone. "I thought you would have acted the moment I dragged you in here. Who knew you were such a coward, only daring to make a move now? These words seemed to make Bai Yuan realize something. He gnashed his teeth in fury and said, You were using me. Damn it. By now, Wu Fu was surrounded by divine power. This scene made Bai Yuan understand one thing clearly. Not only did I fail to take this chance to kill you, I actually made you stronger. Suddenly, the streams of spiritual energy around Wu Fu began to change. Xu Yingxian saw that those streams were actually helping Xu Kang Ya break through to the next level. He was therefore utterly astonished and cried out, Whoa! The Dao integration realm. Xu Chang Yao himself was also stunned, remarking in awe, I never thought I could reach the Dao integration realm this way. At this moment, Xu Yingxian could confidently declare, This is great. No other power will be a match for my Xu family anymore. Xu Chang Yao then looked up at Wu Fu and said, Even though I've reached the Dao integration realm, I still can't fathom Wu Fu's cultivation level. Not only that, I can feel an immense pressure coming from his body. His words shocked Xu Yingxian, who asked, Father, does that mean even someone at the Dao integration realm can't see through him? The old man affirmed decisively, Before him, I am still nothing. Back with Wu Fu, he gave Bai Yuan a cold look and said, Bai Yuan, I'm done playing with you now. With that, he flew off. Bai Yuan realized that Wu Fu was flying toward a place he also needed to get to, so he cried out in alarm. Oh no, that direction is. It was as if he understood that Wu Fu had discovered his shady dealings. Could it be? That brat knows everything. At the same time, Wu Fu was still speeding toward his destination. He landed at a house in the forest. Sensing the spiritual power radiating from inside the house, he muttered in satisfaction. It's finally ready. So Jing Song has successfully refined the pill inside. As Wu Fuxing stepped into the house, he was unexpectedly blocked. Tian Wei stared at him and asked in a cold voice, What do you think you're doing? He realized what this guy was here for. Wu Fu secretly calculated his next move. Once the pill was refined, it would also be the moment his master died. With his current abilities, he still couldn't fully control his body. So he put on a fake smile and said, Brother Jing Song and I are very close. This crack in the spirit-gathering pill requires my help. He knew full well that at this moment lying was his only option. Of course, Tian Wei didn't quite believe him and shot him a suspicious glance. Knowing he wouldn't be easily trusted, Wu Fu took out a medicinal pill to prove his point. If you don't believe me, then take a look at this. When Tian Wei saw the pill in his hand, he was finally convinced. He also knew how to refine the spirit-gathering pill. It seemed this man really was the master's disciple. He immediately stepped aside to let him in. Then, please enter. Just then, Bai Yuan caught up and shouted, Don't let him in. Stop him. The old man's shout caught Tian Wei's attention. Wu Fu just grinned wickedly and said, It's too late for that now. Then he struck out with his palm. Tian Wei quickly drew his sword and said contemptuously, Trying to show off in front of me, you're still too inexperienced. With that, he swung his sword, but the blade suddenly stopped, just inches from Wu Fu's face. Somehow, Wu Fu had stopped Tian Wei from being able to attack him. He even challenged him, Go on, make your move. Strangely, Tian Wei didn't dare to strike. It turned out that Wu Fu was holding the very spirit pill he needed. Using it as leverage, he demanded, If you don't want me to crush this spirit-gathering pill, then you'd better back the hell off. Seeing this, Bai Yuan shouted loudly, Don't be afraid. Jing Song is at the most critical moment of refining the spirit-gathering pill. If he's interrupted now, he could be severely injured. With your cultivation level, you're no match for us anyway, the old man said as he approached Wu Fu. Seeing the old man's fearlessness, Wu Fu smirked and said, The primary function of the spirit-gathering pill is to heal injuries. If I crush it, then I guess you'll just have to refine another one. He then crushed the spirit pill in his hand and cursed, A bunch of idiots. His action made Tian Wei and Bai Yuan's faces turn pale, while Jing Song spat out a mouthful of blood. After recovering from the shock, Bai Yuan roared in fury, I'll flay you alive and grind your bones to dust to avenge this. However, before the old man could do anything, Wu Fu's immense pressure suppressed him completely. He just chuckled and said, Looks like there's no escape for you. Suddenly, Jing Song grabbed him and struggled to ask Wu Fu, Why did you destroy my spirit-gathering pill? He calmly replied, If you had succeeded in refining it, your life would have been forfeit. But Jing Song insisted, That spirit-gathering pill represented my life's work in alchemy. If you destroy it, what do I have left? Then to everyone's surprise, Wu Fu produced another pill identical to the last. Isn't this one right here? This left Jing Song completely bewildered. A spirit-gathering pill. Even Bai Yuan was stunned, wondering to himself, It's a spirit-gathering pill and it's already perfectly refined. How is this possible? Before he could fully process it, he was suddenly struck by someone. Tian Wei, furious that he had been deceived, snarled, You dare lie to me. You all succeeded in refining the spirit-gathering pill long ago. Of course, the old man couldn't fight back and could only try to explain himself. I didn't lie to you. It must be that kid's trick. That spirit-gathering pill is probably just a defective piece of trash. Hearing this, Wu Fu just chuckled. Oh really? On Earth, even the smallest sects can refine a pill like this. His words struck Bai Yuan like a bolt of lightning. A spirit-gathering pill. How could that be? The old man roared in outrage. I don't believe it. Tian Wei quickly realized the old man was about to self-destruct. On a beautiful morning in Maple Leaf Village in the Jingnan Stream area, a young lady took out a pill and murmured, "Hopefully, I hope it works this time." Then she placed the spirit pill into the mouth of the man lying on the bed. From outside, an old man walked in and said, "Ling Shi, his chances of survival are slim. Feeding him more pills won't solve anything." Hearing his voice, Ling Shi turned around and called out, "Grandpa." Looking at the man on the bed, she said, "I feel like this brother's will to live is stronger than anyone I've ever met." Suddenly, the young man's body began to change, and Ling Shi's grandfather quickly noticed something was wrong. Seeing the powerful spiritual energy radiating from the man, Ling Shi's grandfather exclaimed in shock, "This is." He knew this young man's identity was anything but ordinary. He hurriedly told Ling Shi, "Such potent spiritual energy, it's so dense. Ling Shi, we don't know where this person came from. We should go inform the Spirit Pill sect." Ling Shi quickly replied, "Yes, Grandpa." A short while later, the Spirit Pill sect Fu Rong seemed to sense something and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Xiao Liang replied, "Could I have been mistaken? I felt a sudden surge of spiritual energy coming from Maple Leaf Village." Fu Rong dismissed it nonchalantly. "Let's go. I heard the mountain sect over there found an old man and asked us to take a look." Xiao Liang didn't hesitate and followed her. "Let's go." Back at the small house, the young man on the bed had woken up. He checked his body and thought to himself joyfully, "I'm alive again. My meridians feel as if they were never injured. It seems I'll just need a few more days of rest to fully recover." That young man was none other than Wu Fu. He recalled what happened with Bai Yuan and mumbled, "I can't believe Bai Yuan actually self-destructed." Without hesitating, he put on his robes and prepared to go outside. "Whatever, I need to find that old man first." As soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw a large group of people gathered there. It seemed Ling Shi's grandfather had brought someone. "Honorable sirs, that's him. He's woken up." Looking at the crowd before him, Wu Fu wondered to himself, "What's going on here? Why are there so many people?" Xiao Hu, a disciple of the Spirit Pill sect, saw Wu Fu and scoffed contemptuously. "He's just some kid with a tiny bit of spiritual energy. Nothing compared to the old man we discovered this afternoon." Beside him, Shaolin said irritably, "What a waste of time coming all the way out here. Let's just go back." Their conversation made Wu Fu pay attention to the mention of an old man. Just as Shaolin was yelling at the crowd, everyone disperse. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Wu Fu had appeared behind him at some point and asked, "Wait a second. Where is this old man you're talking about?" His sudden appearance startled Xiao Hu, who drew his sword and shouted, "You bastard! What do you think you're doing?" Xiao Lan quickly stopped his friend. "Wait, don't attack." He timidly answered Wu Fu's question. He just wanted to ask for directions. "That old man is at Licorice Hall." Hearing this, Wu Fu turned and left, but didn't forget to thank him. "Thanks." Seeing him walk away, Xiao Hu turned and asked, "Why didn't you let me attack just now?" Xiao Lan explained, panicked. "He was able to appear behind me without making a single sound. Do you really think the two of us are a match for him?" Realizing the situation was bad, he hurried back to the mountain gate to report to the elders. A short while later, in a forest somewhere on the mountain of the Spirit Elixir sect, a disciple on patrol was suddenly surprised to see his shapely legs stick out from nowhere. He was so mesmerized by the shapely legs that he pounced, thinking, "A beautiful girl." A loud thud echoed as that Spirit Elixir sect disciple was knocked unconscious by Wu Fu, who then took his clothes and put them on. "What a perverted fatty. If it weren't for my unhealed injuries, I wouldn't have had to resort to this." Then he casually walked up to the so-called Spirit Elixir sect, muttering to himself, "Spirit Elixir sect. I don't think I ever heard of it in my past life. I'll check it out first and see." Just as he stood before the gate, wondering how many spirit elixirs and miracle medicines were inside, someone suddenly cracked a whip as a warning to Wu Fu. That person loudly questioned him. "What are you doing here?" He was a gatekeeper for the Spirit Elixir sect. As soon as he saw Wu Fu approach, he mistook him for an outer disciple and questioned him in a loud, demanding tone. An outer disciple dares to stand before the sect's main gate. Paying him no mind, Wu Fu seemed to notice something. When the Spirit Elixir sect's gatekeeper saw that he was being ignored, he roared in fury. "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Outer disciples belong in the straw huts. The main gate has been defiled by trash like you. Now are you going to lick it clean or not?" When Wu Fu didn't answer, the Spirit Elixir sect's gatekeeper grew angrier and asked, "What's the matter? Don't you know how to lick, or are you pretending to be mute?" He sneered at Wu Fu. "I told you to lick it clean. Do you hear me?" Wu Fu glanced at him, annoyed and warned, "If I weren't injured, you'd already be dead." Humiliated by him, the gatekeeper furiously shouted and swung his whip, intending to strike. "You piece of trash, you don't even have a shred of cultivation and you dare to talk back. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Just as he was about to strike, something suddenly flew towards them. It slammed right into the gatekeeper, sending him crashing to the ground. This infuriated him to the point of exploding, and he screamed, "Damn it, which bastard sneak attacked me? Get the hell out here." Just then, someone approached from a distance and remarked, "Oh my, are you shouting at me?" This person feigned sympathy and said, "An inner disciple bullying an outer one for no reason." And you're being so brazen about it. As soon as the gatekeeper saw the newcomer, he was shocked to recognize the top disciple of Licorice Hall, Lin Mu. Lin Mu smiled and asked, "What do you have a problem with that?" Of course, the gatekeeper didn't dare say a word to Lin Mu, so he immediately switched to flattery. "Senior brother Lin, it's a misunderstanding." Just a misunderstanding. Who would dare shout at the top disciple of Licorice Hall? Standing to the side, Wu Fu heard this and began to scheme silently. Licorice Hall. I see. I should make a move until my injuries have recovered. At that moment, Lin Mu walked past Wu Fu and said, "I've long heard stories about inner disciples bullying outer disciples, but I never thought I'd witness it myself." He postured like a hero in front of the other disciples. "If I hadn't seen this today, I'm afraid he would have died a miserable death at your cruel hands." His chivalrous act was obviously praised and admired by the other disciples. Wow, senior brother Lin truly is a man of honor. The gatekeeper quickly bowed his head, admitting it was all a misunderstanding. Wu Fu, however, saw right through this Lin Mu's nature. So he's a hypocrite. Perfect, I can use you as a shield. Putting his thought into action, he bowed respectfully, pretending to be grateful for Lin Mu's help. Senior brother Lin, if you hadn't appeared in time, this worthless life of mine would have been lost. Lin Mu, completely fooled, replied smugly, "Don't worry. With me here, he won't be able to do anything to you." Nearby, Linger glanced over and immediately recognized Wu Fu. The young girl wondered to herself, "Big brother, why is he at the Spirit Elixir sect?" Just then, Wu Fu suddenly walked up to the gatekeeper and said, "With your assurance, I can finally rest easy." Seeing him approach, the gatekeeper asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" Without a word, he slapped him right across the face. Smack. This action completely stunned Lin Mu and Linger, while the gatekeeper just froze in place. After coming to his senses, he grabbed Wu Fu by the collar and roared furiously, "Are you trying to die? I'll skin you alive." Seeing this, Lin Mu cleared his throat a few times, then glared at the gatekeeper and growled, "What now? You still want to attack him right in front of me?" On the surface, he acted righteous, but inwardly, he was fuming at Wu Fu. How dare this rotten brat use me? Blocked by him, the gatekeeper was furious, but had to grit his teeth and endure it. Damn it, with Lin Mu here, I can't do anything. I'll kill this kid the first chance I get. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fu lifted his leg again. He kicked the gatekeeper right in the groin. His action made even Lin Mu's face pale. Damn, that's way too ruthless. After dealing with the guy, Wu Fu turned and pretended to thank Lin Mu. "Many thanks to senior brother Lin for your help, otherwise I never would have had the chance to get my revenge." He had to commit to the act. Lin Mu could only respond helplessly. Of course. Suddenly, Wu Fu said, "To repay senior brother Lin's kindness, I am willing to do anything for you." These words made Lin Mu grin sinisterly. "Oh, as it happens, I have an opportunity for you." He planned to use him. "I recently refined a bottle of elixirs and just so happened to need a test subject. What do you say? There are no side effects. Well, you might get a little diarrhea, but there's also a chance it could raise your cultivation level." Wu Fu, of course, knew better, but he played along. "I am willing to test the medicine." With just a glance, Wu Fu could tell that this man's murderous aura was incredibly dense. He was definitely not a good person. A little later at the Spirit Elixir Sex Licorice Hall, 2 guards saw Lin Mu and immediately bowed. "Senior brother Lin." He brought Wu Fu before them and instructed, "Get everything ready before I hand this person over to you for the medicine test." The 2 men responded in unison. "Understood," as he was led inside by the 2 guards. Wu Fu feigned timidity and asked, "Senior brothers, is this Licorice Hall?" One of the 2 answered, "What else would it be?" Licorice Hall is responsible for supplying elixirs to the entire Spirit Elixir sect. Its status is very high. Hearing this, he thought, no wonder this whole path smells of medicine. I just wonder if the old man... Where's the old man who was brought here a few days ago? The Spirit Pill sect disciple heard this and said, "I don't know much about that old man, but he's being well taken care of right now." Wu Fu quickly pressed, "So where is he?" However, the disciple lowered his voice and warned him, "Worry about yourself first. It's better to ask less about other things." Hearing this, he just grunted, "Right." He thought to himself, "Looks like he's much more comfortable than I am." A moment later, he was led to an alchemy furnace. The Spirit Pill sect disciple pointed at it and instructed him, "This is it. Before testing the medicine, eat this first." He glanced around and asked, "What is this?" Of course, the guy didn't answer him and instead snapped, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking. Just eat it." After Wu Fu took the spirit pill in his hand, he realized it was a pill that cleansed the body of the effects of other medicines. This way, the medicine test wouldn't be influenced by the effects of other drugs. He then popped the pill right into his mouth. Not a bad taste. I wonder when the medicine test will start. For some reason, I'm actually looking forward to this. After that, he quickly moved to enter a room. "Well, I'm going in." The 2 Spirit Pill sect disciples didn't even bother to stop him. "Go on, senior brother Lin is waiting for you in there. Well then, may you achieve immortality soon." As soon as the alchemy room door closed, the 2 Spirit Pill sect disciples turned to each other. "You think that kid is going to be all right, the guys who came to test a few days ago? Didn't every single one of them go through a near-death experience? But this guy is so cooperative. We thought we'd have to use force, who knew he'd agree to take the medicine so easily." As they walked away, they casually said, "Whatever, let him be. As long as we're not the ones testing the medicine, it's fine. He's probably just an idiot. He's dreaming about some fantasy breakthrough in his cultivation." At this moment, Wu Fu was already inside the alchemy room. The pile of pills here made him extremely satisfied. Truly astonishing. These pills are enough for me to recover to my peak state. In front of him was a cauldron that was currently in use. Lin Mu was also here. He held a pill in his hand and said, "Junior brother, come here. This is a pill that can speed up your cultivation." Wu Fu took the pill and snorted coldly in response. "A low-quality, heart-rending pill, and you dare try to trick someone with it." Seeing that he knew what the pill was, Lin Mu exclaimed in surprise, "You know about the heart-rending pill?" Wu Fu didn't answer him. Instead, while refining the pill, he chuckled and said, "Not only do I know about it, I can also turn a piece of trash like you into a genius." Lin Mu was now horrified as he recognized the flame Wu Fu was using. He stammered, "Heavenly Thunder Flame. Who are you?" Wu Fu held the pill he had just refined and said contemptuously, "You wanted to poison me? Then why don't you have a taste of this pill's poisonous effect?" After saying that, he gave a sinister smile and moved. He appeared in front of Lin Mu, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he still talked tough. "You brat, how dare you act so arrogant in front of me?" He then swung his arm towards Wu Fu, but before he could land a single blow, he was slammed to the ground. He gripped the pill tightly in his hand and shoved it straight into Lin Mu's mouth. "Eat this." The moment he swallowed it, the spiritual energy in Lin Mu's body erupted into chaos. Seeing this, Wu Fu mumbled smugly, "If I weren't seriously injured, you would have died long ago." Finally, Lin Mu was dead. Seeing that he was gone, Wu Fu was pleased and said to himself, "The people who stood in my way are gone. Next, it's time for me to run rampant." Suddenly, the entire place began to shake violently, making the two guards at the door wonder. What's with all that noise coming from the medicine testing room? In the place where he was being held, Jing Song also felt the tremors, which made Xiao Liang wonder. "What's happening?" Jing Song, however, quickly realized who was causing this. "Is it Wu Fu?" The old man kindly warned them, "I suggest you all go back and take a look. Your home might have already been destroyed by someone else." Hearing this, Xiao Liang hurriedly led his subordinates to check. "Let's go to the alchemy room and see what's going on." A moment later, several spirit pill sect disciples had arrived outside the alchemy room door. One of them shouted, "Listen up, whoever's inside, you're surrounded by us." His actions made the others facepalm. And so someone else stepped forward, kicked that guy, and yelled, "Get lost, you useless idiot. Do we really need to tell him to surrender? This is the territory of our Licorice Hall." Seeing their own sect member acting so foolishly, the others were speechless. Then they shouted to each other, "Let's just blow it up directly." As they burst in, a spirit pill sect disciple yelled, "You thief, get out here and face your death." Of course, Wu Fu paid him no mind. He was busy refining a pill. Seeing him causing such a commotion, the spirit pill sect members roared in anger. "Damn it. He's fusing all the pills into one giant pill. Chop him into 100 pieces for me." Before one of them could act, someone suddenly stopped him. Recognizing the person who stopped him, he said respectfully, "Hall Master." Xiao Liang observed the situation and figured there was no need to go over. Fusing so many pills like that is a complete death wish. Just let the brat use up all his final strength and explode into dust. Wu Fu now noticed their presence. He looked a bit bewildered and asked, "What are you all whispering about over there?" Down below, Xiao Liang was about to leave when a disciple called out to him, "Master, isn't this letting that brat off too easy?" Xiao Liang replied nonchalantly, "Let him consume it. Whether he breaks it into pieces or dissolves it to drink, the result is the same. He'll die either way." It was only then that one of them noticed Lin Mu's corpse and shouted, "Hall Master, Lin Mu is dead." This news left Xiao Liang a bit shocked. Dead. The old man looked up at Wu Fu absorbing the pill and angrily wondered, does that mean he killed him? At the same time, he also noticed something else. He's recovering from his injuries. Wu Fu knew they were waiting for him to self-destruct from the pill's power, so he opened his mouth to mock them. "Are you bunch of idiots waiting for me to explode from all these pill effects?" Suddenly, someone spat out blood. It seems Xiao Liang was so angry that he coughed up blood, causing the surrounding disciples to rush over in concern. "Master Hall." Master Xiao Liang clutched his chest and yelled, "He's infuriating me. Get him." He ordered furiously, "Skin him alive for me." However, before his disciples could rush forward, a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly shot out. That stream of spiritual energy easily blasted the door behind the old man off its hinges. This scared the daylights out of Xiao Liang. Damn it, this guy is that powerful. After Wu Fu finished absorbing the pill, he casually reminded them, "The force of this spiritual energy explosion is enough to kill you, little void reversion brats." He glanced at Lin Mu's corpse being carried away and said with satisfaction, "Model, but I still have to thank you two senior brothers. If you hadn't brought me here, it would have taken me at least half a month to fully recover." His words obviously provoked Xiao Liang so much that he coughed up blood. Seeing this, his disciple hurriedly supported him and said, "Hall Master, don't be angry. Quickly take this fast-acting, life-saving pill." Seeing this pitiable sight, Wu Fu decided to offer an exchange. "Forget it, I don't have any grudge against you. And I won't just take so many of your pills for nothing. He wanted to use his knowledge of elixirs to trade for Jing Song Jing Tong. How about this? You release that old man and I'll help you recover some of your losses. His words immediately made Xiao Liang realize his true purpose for coming here, so he snorted coldly and rejected the offer, so it was for him. The other powerful experts have already made a deal with me. Don't even dream about it. Hearing this, Wu Fu let out a sigh. Is that so? Well, can't be helped then. He looked at Xiao Liang with bloodthirsty eyes and said, it seems a calm and gentle negotiation really doesn't suit me. The dense spiritual energy radiating from Wu Fu made Xiao Liang wary. Isn't that spiritual energy a bit too dense? But he still tried to draw his weapon to deal with Wu Fu. I'll blow you away with this fan and see what other tricks you have left. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly swung his fan, creating a massive whirlwind. Obviously, Wu Fu remained calm in the face of these tricks. Xiao Liang was shouting an order to his disciples. Now capture him for me. One of them quickly rushed in front of Wu Fu, intending to kill him and claim the credit. You poisoned senior brother Lin Men, you're dead, kid. Wu Fu looked at him and said scornfully, do you really think I can't kill you all? Then he casually unleashed a bit of sword energy and that charging disciple was instantly cut down. After dealing with him, Wu Fu asked in a low, threatening voice, now are you going to release him? The other disciples obviously recognized his power and exclaimed in panic, that's sword energy. Even Xiao Liang had to be cautious of him. To possess such terrifying power at such a young age. A disciple suddenly whispered a reminder to Xiao Liang. Hallmaster, our licorice hall of the spiritual pill sect focuses on alchemy, so we're at a disadvantage when it comes to cultivation and martial arts. Heeding his words, Xiao Liang quickly ordered his men to retreat for now, planning to return for revenge later. Let's retreat for now. I've already notified the others. This kid. Less than 15 minutes later, another group of troops arrived at the scene. An angry voice roared, there's no escape. From within the crowd of disciples, a man stepped forward. This was the sect master of the Immortal Pill sect. He yelled loudly, you dare cause trouble in my spiritual pill sect. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be? At the same time, Wu Fu was bending over to tie his shoelace. His action was misunderstood by the Immortal Pill sect disciples. As expected of our sect master, the moment he appeared, this kid had to kneel and beg for mercy. He's so young, he probably doesn't know any better. If you kowtow and beg for forgiveness, now you might be able to keep your pathetic life. The Immortal Pill sect's master also asked confidently, just realizing your mistake now. It's too late. The response he got was a shoe flying straight into his face. Holding the shoe in his hand, his face darkened with rage. The disciple next to him, terrified, stammered, sect master. As for Wu Fu, he spat on the ground and said contemptuously, the person who could make me kneel and beg for my life doesn't exist in this world. His action had truly driven the Immortal Pill sect's master insane. He roared, kill him for me. Following his order, the disciples charged towards Wu Fu in unison, shouting kill. Kill. Xiao Liang, watching from the side, said smugly, the disciples of the inner sect's law enforcement hall are all at the Void Realm. Against more than 10 of them, I'm afraid there won't even be a scrap of him left. Wu Fu, however, just chuckled disdainfully and muttered, how reckless. Then he didn't hesitate to teach this bunch a lesson. Then let me grant you your wish. And with that, his sword energy flew towards the Immortal Pill sect, disciples scaring them so badly they screamed in terror. Spirit sword art. Before they could even run, Wu Fu's technique had already sent them to the afterlife. Moreover, his technique attracted the attention of two people in the distance. That person was none other than Tian Wei. He recognized whose spiritual power this was. Wu Fu is here too. We didn't get to finish our fight last time. He said in a low voice, thinking, to be able to casually carry so many spirit-gathering pills, this kid might be even more valuable than Jing Song Jing Tong. Back with the Immortal Pill sect group, Wu Fu's abilities left Xiao Liang horrified. There really isn't even a scrap left. The disciple next to him also chimed in, more than 10 people. Gone in the blink of an eye. Where did this kid come from? Now Wu Fu walked up to the Immortal Pill sect's master, placed a hand on his shoulder and threatened him. If you don't want your entire sect to be annihilated, you'll obediently listen to me now. Release him. Now. Of course, the master remained stubborn and said, bastard. Do you think my spiritual pill sect has run out of people? Seeing how stubborn this guy was, Wu Fu forcefully slammed him down, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Wu Fu, radiating a murderous aura, glared at him and asked, who gave you permission to move? The Immortal Pill sect's master knew he couldn't beat Wu Fu, so he silently resigned himself to his fate. When his disciples saw him being bullied like this, they became a little worried and called out, this is bad, sect master. Xiao Liang knew the situation couldn't get any worse, so he quickly ordered his disciples, don't do anything rash. You bring that old man over here. They obeyed his command and replied, understood. At that moment, Wu Fu asked in a cold voice, now can you release him? The Immortal Pill sect's master replied helplessly. Seeing his obedience, Wu Fu said with satisfaction, now that's the right answer. If you'd just done this from the start, why did it have to come to this? Even at this point, a disciple who didn't know any better blurted out, sect master, he's just one person. Why are you afraid of him? Hearing this, Wu Fu was a little displeased and muttered, So you're still not planning to let him go, are you? Just as he finished speaking, another disciple who wouldn't learn his lesson until it was too late tried to sneak attack him. Kid, I'm not afraid of you. The immortal pill sex master, seeing how stupid his disciple was, quickly tried to stop him. Stop, let the man go, you idiot. However, he was a step too late. The moment that disciple brought his club down, Wu Fu vanished. This terrified the disciple, who thought to himself, he's gone. Suddenly, Wu Fu appeared behind him. He kicked the man straight up into the air as if he were a shuttlecock. And just like that, the disciple was sent flying high into the sky, disappearing from sight. The other disciples were instantly stunned. So strong. He kicked him straight into the sky. But it didn't end there. Wu Fu then moved in front of another disciple. This one's fate was to also get a one-way ticket to fly like a bird. The remaining men, seeing this, backed away in fear and began to beg. Wait a minute, model. However, a few more show-offs were still flying high. After finishing his fight, Wu Fu suddenly tried to remember what he was going to say, but gave up. Oh well. He then set his sights on kicking another guy. Now it's your turn. But the man hurriedly threw his hands up in surrender. The sect master of the Immortal Pill sect, who had witnessed everything, was completely humiliated. What a disgraceful bunch. Seeing that his work was done, Wu Fu decided to leave. If there's no one else, I'm out of here. He then swaggered right through the crowd. As he was walking, Jing Song suddenly appeared and bowed in admiration. Young brother, your power is becoming more and more terrifying. At that same moment, he sensed danger approaching, a powerful killing intent. Without a second thought, Wu Fu shoved Jing Song aside and blocked an attack that came out of nowhere. From the sky, something appeared, crashing down where the Immortal Pill sect was and sending a shockwave that shook everything. The sect master of the Immortal Pill sect asked in bewilderment, what's happening? Where did this giant rock suddenly come from, blocking everyone's exit? The moment Jing Song saw it, he recognized in horror who was responsible. Tian Wei. Wu Fu, however, remained completely unfazed and remarked, so you guys found me after all. He looked at the man on the rock, who was emanating an incredibly dense killing intent, and called him the guy from Yunju Peak. The horrified eyes of the Immortal Pill sex master reflected the image of the one who had just caused that terrifying tremor. That man was Huang Jin, and his power was enough to make the sect master of the Immortal Pill sect tremble in fear. How? How can someone with such horrifying power exist in this world? Huang Jin glanced down coldly. Suddenly, Wu Fu appeared right beside him and asked, are you looking for me? Upon seeing him, Huang Jin said nothing and instead began making calculations with his fingers. Then he chuckled. I see. The disappearance of the treasure is related to you. Who are you? Wu Fu completely ignored his question and retorted nonchalantly, do you think I need to explain myself to a mere wisp of an aura like you? His arrogance seemed to startle Huang Jin for a moment, but strangely he didn't bother to argue, simply stating, you can only afford to be this arrogant for now. Before disappearing, Huang Jin didn't forget to leave a parting shot, I'll be back for you later. His appearance seemed to make Wu Fu come to a certain realization. So the blade of the star sword has already appeared. Given the current situation, he had to level up quickly. My current strength isn't enough to deal with them. I need to get stronger. And so in front of everyone, he loudly declared, I've made my decision. I'm going to break through to the Dao integration realm and become a venerable one so I can prepare properly. His words caused the disciples of the Immortal Pill sect to gasp and murmur in shock. The Dao integration realm? No way. How could a brat like him possibly have the cultivation of the Dao integration realm? You couldn't achieve that even if you started cultivating in your mother's womb. The sect master of the Dao Immortal Pill sect knew he couldn't beat Wu Fu, so all he could do was curse at him to vent his frustration. Damn it, all talk and no power to back it up. At that moment, Jing Song also expressed his admiration for Wu Fu. Young brother, for someone so young to have such achievements, this old man is truly impressed. Wu Fu then asked him, Master, what are your plans now? The old man honestly shared his intentions. The one thing I've pursued my entire life is refining the spirit-gathering pill. But now the spirit-gathering pill doesn't seem to be so rare anymore. Therefore, I will return and come up with a new plan. However, there is one place I need to visit first. Before I leave here, I must make a trip to the Liu family's mountain valley. As soon as Wu Fu heard his destination, he immediately wanted to tag along. Perfect, let's go together. Just then he once again sensed a killing intent. Turning around, he saw some familiar faces and called out a greeting. You guys really are like ghosts that just won't go away. The moment the sect master of the Immortal Pill sect saw Tian Wei, he started whining like a child, much to Tian Wei's exasperation. I thought you weren't coming, my lord. My Immortal Pill sect was about to be wiped out by that brat. He pointed at Wu Fu and continued to tattle. My lord, I had already imprisoned the person you wanted, but it's this brat. He killed my disciples and even ate all of my pills. Seeing Tian Wei, Jing Song sighed and said, Wu Fu, I know your strength is more than enough to fight them. I'll just stand back and let you handle this, all right? Wu Fu replied confidently. While I might not be able to kill every last one of them, I can definitely get you out of here safely, master. These words made the sect master of the Immortal Pill sect burst into laughter. How ridiculous. You want to escape, yet you announce it so loudly. Do you honestly think we're all deaf? Paying them no more mind, Wu Fu quickly tried to leave, but Tian Wei blocked his path. He immediately attacked, shouting, "Stay right where you are." Seeing this, Jing Song yelled out, "Brother Wu." Wu Fu wasn't the least bit scared. In fact, he scoffed, "You think you can stop me with this? Dream on." He then unleashed a blast of sharp sword chi, which easily shattered Tian Wei's attack, forcing him to retreat and become wary. Such powerful sword chi. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fu grabbed Jing Song to leave. "Well, see you around." The sect master of the immortal pill sect's eyes were wide with shock from what he'd just witnessed. He exclaimed, "That brat. He's too strong. Could he really have reached the Dao integration realm?" Tian Wei, standing beside him, added, "He's even stronger than a typical Dao integration realm cultivator." As he said this, a sinister smile spread across his face as he thought to himself, "But we already know exactly where you're headed." He then spoke the name of Wu Fu's destination, the Lu family's mountain valley. At the Lu family's mountain valley in the hot springs area, Lu Ling was soaking in the water, worrying to herself. "The last time we said goodbye. I wonder if Wu Fu has run into any danger." Lu Ling's older sister was enjoying the comfort of the hot springs and chimed in. A few mysterious figures with unfathomable power suddenly appeared in Yunhai. "I'm afraid his chances of survival are slim. To be so concerned about him, do you have a crush on him?" Her sister's question hit a nerve, causing Lu Ling to blush and loudly deny it, which only made her sister laugh in amusement at her reaction. "No, I don't." Just then, a sudden tremor shook the area, making Lu Ling shout in alarm. "What's happening? Someone's causing trouble. We have to go see." The other people there also rushed to see what was going on. Hurry, hurry. They arrived at the source of the tremor and shouted out, "Who goes there? Have you never heard of our Lu family mountain valley? How dare you cause a disturbance here? Are you courting death?" From within the cloud of dust, Jing Song stepped out and said calmly, "So this is the Lu family's mountain valley." Wu Fu looked around and commented, "Seems pretty secure, huh?" The moment the Lu family's subordinates saw him, they rushed forward to capture him. "Get that unknown brat first." However, he quickly threw up a protective barrier and exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Model." One of the guys couldn't stop in time and ended up slamming his face right into the protective barrier. Seeing this, the others got a little spooked and said to each other, He's that strong." Wu Fu then pointed at Jing Tong and with a polite smile explained, "Gentlemen, you've misunderstood. I came here because I want you to meet this person." Of course, the men from the Mountain Valley Lu family didn't believe him for a second. One of them even scoffed, thinking he had just arrived and was already causing a scene. "Who do you think you're fooling?" Just then, the divine sword within Wu Fu suddenly stirred. While he was trying to find the source of the divine sword's reaction, the subordinate from the Mountain Valley was still shouting his mouth off. "Are you kidding me? You really think our Lu family is someone you can just mess with?" Of course, he paid them no mind, focused only on finding what was causing the divine sword to react. The spirit divine sword is reacting so strongly, it seems to have discovered something. Jing Tong, noticing Wu Fu's silence, asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Fu calmly replied, "I've discovered something. I'm going to check it out." With that, he flew off. The men from the Mountain Valley Lu family just stared after him in a daze. One of them shouted to their leader, "Boss, he's running away." Another pointed at Jing Tong and said, "Boss, we've still got one of his accomplices here." Seeing that only an old man was left, the group planned to gang up on him. "He's got to be his partner. Let's grab him." Faced with this, the old man got a little scared and said, If I said I don't know the guy, would you believe me?" Suddenly, someone appeared and asked, "Discovered what?" The moment the men from the Mountain Valley Lu family saw the newcomer, they bowed respectfully. "Second, young miss," they said, then explained, "We caught 2 enemies, but one of them got away." Jing Tong glanced at the person. They called the second young miss and recognized Lu Ling. She also remembered who he was and thought to herself, "That's Wu Fu's senior, why is he here? Could it be that Wu Fu is here too?" She then told her subordinates, "I know this man. You've arrested the wrong person." At that moment, in another courtyard of the Mountain Valley, Lu Ling's older sister was taking a leisurely stroll, thinking to herself, "Lu Ling has already gone over, so it seems it's nothing too serious." Just as she stopped about to head back to her room, she unexpectedly bumped into someone. It turned out she had run into Wu Fu. The moment Wu Fu saw her, he was on guard and asked if she was Lu Ling's sister. It seemed Wu Fu had scared her and she burst into tears. She sobbed uncontrollably, which left him a bit flustered. As he wondered why she was acting like such a child, he suddenly caught sight of her prominent figure. The moment he saw that Wu Fu was stunned and quickly turned his face away, thinking to himself, "Forget it, I need to get back to my main objective and fast." He arrived in front of a cave and exclaimed in amazement, "I can't believe a restriction seal from ancient times has appeared on Earth." Just then, Lu Ling appeared, calling out loudly to her crying sister. Seeing her, the sister quickly replied, "Lu Ling." Then she started tattling like a child. "You scared me to death." A hooligan just showed up. Knowing who she was talking about, Lu Ling gently patted her head to calm her down. "It's just a misunderstanding. I know him. He's not a bad person." Then she asked where he went. Her sister pointed ahead and said, "He was just here a second ago, wasn't he? Don't tell me he went into the cave." The subordinates who were there heard this and angrily questioned Lu Ling. Young miss, and you call this a misunderstanding. The men fumed to each other. How dare you trespass on our ancestors' tomb? The audacity. However, Lu Ling didn't think Wu Fu was there to cause trouble, but she did wonder. Wu Fu isn't a reckless person, so why would he run into our ancestors' tomb if father finds out? Suddenly, she felt a familiar aura approaching. She felt a bit guilty and whispered, "Father." Lu Long's stern voice boomed. "How dare you barge into the Lu family's ancestral tomb? You're looking for death." Seeing her father so furious, Lu Ling quickly spoke up for Wu Fu. Father Wu Fu would never do something like that. But he retorted, "We'll know whether he would or not once we go inside and see." And so the group entered the cave. As soon as they got inside, the scene before them made Lu Ling gasp in astonishment. In front of them was a giant barrier. When Wu Fu saw them arrive, he turned his head. Seeing him, Lu Ling felt a sense of relief and called out, "Wu Fu, it really is you." Lu Long, however, sized him up with a scrutinizing gaze. Looks like this little brat is no good, he thought. Wu Fu knew he was Lu Ling's father, so he didn't act brazenly. Instead, he bowed politely and explained, "I would never disturb the Lu family ancestors. I am simply trying to open the restriction seal inside this cave." His words made the man exclaim in surprise. A restriction seal. Despite his surprise, Lu Long maintained a stern tone, saying, "Even if there is a restriction seal, my Lu family has existed for 100 years. The ancestral tomb is not a place an outsider like you can just enter." His stubbornness made Lu Ling want to argue. Father Wu Fu. However, before she could finish, he cut her off and ordered her to be silent. Wu Fu saw that the man was difficult to talk to and was now in a bind. This is a bit troublesome, he thought. I can't just forcibly occupy this place. This is Lu Ling's home. I can't just use brute force to get my way. Just then, Lu Long's deep voice rang out. The Lu family's ancestral tomb is not a place an outsider like you can freely come and go. However, his next words made both Lu Ling and Wu Fu blush in utter confusion. But if you were to become the son-in-law of the Lu family, you would absolutely have the right to enter this place. Lu Ling's sister and the subordinates never expected Lu Long to say such a thing. Lu Ling then shouted, "Father, don't say such crazy things." But Lu Long calmly replied, "This way, we wouldn't be going against the ancestors' rules." Seeing he wouldn't listen to her, she exclaimed in frustration, "Dad." Suddenly, Lu Long placed a hand on her shoulder and called out gently, "My dear daughter." He used his spiritual sense to communicate with Lu Ling, explaining why he said those things. "This restriction seal has appeared within our Lu family. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. If something were to really happen, at least I could rest a little easier." Hearing this, Lu Ling calmed down and responded with a soft "Father." However, before she could fully compose herself, Lu Long shoved her towards the restriction seal, saying, "So you're going in there for me." And with that, Lu Ling fell straight into the restriction seal. Her sister saw this and cried out in worry. Lu Ling, knowing what his other daughter was about to say, Lu Long immediately threatened her. "What you want to go in too?" Being threatened so shamelessly, Lu Ling's sister immediately backed down and said, "That was a beautiful kick, Dad." Lu Long then turned to warn Wu Fu, "You rotten brat, get in there and protect my precious daughter. If even a single hair on her head is harmed, I'll skin you alive." His actions left Wu Fu feeling helpless, muttering to himself, "Humph." But in the end, he couldn't be bothered to argue and went straight into the restriction, giving up on arguing with the old man any further. "This is my chance, might as well go in." The moment he stepped inside, the restriction activated. A powerful surge of internal energy shot up into the sky. The energy beam pierced straight through the clouds. People in the city saw this phenomenon and started buzzing with chatter. Ching Ching naturally saw it too. She quickly turned and called out to Xu Chang Yao. Mr. Xu Chang Yao frowned and replied, "It's the restriction." At the same time, in a mysterious location, someone had been observing Wu Fu ever since he entered the restriction. To think he possesses such a powerful aura of destiny. He muttered sinisterly, "How about I make things a little more difficult for you?" At that moment, it was pitch black inside the restriction. Wu Fu carefully observed his surroundings and wondered, why is this restriction so dark? Suddenly, a few candles were lit, putting him on high alert again. All of a sudden, a monster appeared behind him. Its sudden appearance startled Wu Fu, who exclaimed inwardly, "What the?" The monster glared at him with bloodthirsty eyes. It threw a powerful punch aiming right where Wu Fu was standing. However, the monster missed him, punching a hole in the ground instead. He had already dodged to the side and said to himself, "I've just arrived and you're already greeting me with such a big gift, but killing me won't be that easy." Suddenly, a hand reached out towards him from nowhere. It slapped him with a loud smack, sending him flying into a corner. After taking that stinging blow, Wu Fu muttered angrily, "Damn it, I wasn't paying attention. To think there's another one." Seeing the monster in front of him about to throw another punch, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura from it. "I can't believe it. It even has the aura of the heavenly Tao." He quickly realized the problem. "It seems someone is intentionally picking a fight with me." Just then, the monster threw a punch at Wu Fu. He didn't hesitate to punch back and roared, "You're underestimating me way too much." His punch caused the monster's hand to crack and then its arm was completely destroyed. At that same moment outside the cave, someone entered the area of the restriction and exclaimed, startling Lu Long, who was standing guard. To think that a peerless treasure would appear on such a desolate, remote planet. His subordinates had been suppressed by the heavenly might. They said helplessly, "Family head, we can't get near them. They're too strong." Tian Wei, however, paid them no mind, thinking only of Wu Fu. Looks like Wu Fu was already inside. We should hurry. Lu Long, seeing that he also intended to enter the restriction, spoke up and asked, "Who are you people? What do you want?" Inwardly, he was a bit wary and wondered, Wu Fu is still so young. How could he have offended such terrifyingly powerful people? Tian Wei didn't want to waste his breath here and warned in a low, threatening voice, "Get lost. We don't have time to deal with you." Behind him, the people from the Immortal Pill sect were also eyeing the restriction greedily. To think a restriction exists in this godforsaken place. Looks like we're about to score some good stuff. Inside the restriction, the monster was being torn to shreds by Wu Fu. He said contemptuously, "Your movements are clumsy. No matter how terrifying your strength is, you're no match for me." Just then, a voice suddenly appeared in his head. "Did you think it was over?" The voice was dripping with malice. "Since I can't find a way to kill you, I'll just burn this restriction down and trap you in here forever." As soon as these words were spoken, somewhere outside the ground suddenly cracked open. Powerful streams of spiritual energy erupted from the fissure. Wu Fu, seeing that someone was trying to mess with him, thought angrily, "Damn you. You want to use the aura of the heavenly Tao to burn the restriction. I will absolutely not let you succeed." At that moment, somewhere else in the restriction, Lu Ling was captivated by the small creature before her. The spiritual energy in this restriction is so much denser than outside, and on top of that, there's a cute little rabbit like this. The rabbit stared at her blankly. Just as she was about to pet it, a stream of spiritual energy flew over. That stream of spiritual energy went straight into the rabbit's body. Lu Ling, sensing something was wrong with the rabbit, timidly called out, "Little rabbit." Suddenly, the rabbit's eyes began to glow bright red. Its body started to grow, causing a stunned Lu Ling to cry out, "Rabbit." The rabbit had now grown huge, scaring her into freezing on the spot. The small rabbit had now transformed into a giant one. This sudden event made Lu Ling's face pale as she thought it transformed. While she was stunned, the rabbit's paw reached for her. It slapped her with a thunderous blow, knocking her back. This made her wonder how. How did it become so terrifyingly strong in an instant? Before Lu Ling could even get her bearings, the rabbit charged at her again. Knowing she couldn't dodge in time, she thought in a panic, "I'm done for." In that life or death situation, Wu Fu appeared, kicked the rabbit away, and yelled, "Get lost." His appearance made Lu Ling call out joyfully, "Wu Fu." He turned to her and asked, "Are you okay?" She managed to reply, "Yeah." Suddenly, a flock of birds flew chaotically in the sky, making her wonder aloud. "What's that?" Something was approaching from the forest. Lu Ling quickly realized, "It seems like a lot of spirit beasts are heading this way." Wu Fu wasn't scared at all and reassured her. "It's no big deal. Follow me," he exclaimed angrily, trying to use the power of the heavenly Tao to control spirit beasts and burn down the restriction. Not a chance. At the same time, on a rocky outcrop, a few people stood there observing the situation below. One of them asked, puzzled, "Why are all the spirit beasts gathered here?" He speculated. Could it be that the spirit beasts have discovered a secret treasure and are heading towards it? Hearing this, Tian Wei immediately gave an order, saying, "That makes sense. Let's go." In the forest, the silhouette of a man carrying a girl in his arms appeared, leaping through the ancient trees at an incredible speed. Lu Ling curled up, held in Wu Fu's arms as he carried them both forward at high speed. He saw a pillar of white smoke shooting up from the ground into the sky in the distance and said, "We're almost there. That must be where the spiritual energy pillar is." Lu Ling's face turned pink as she said shyly, I can run on my own, you know." Wu Fu stared straight ahead and replied calmly to her, "Don't be polite. You're not that heavy, and besides, you're injured." Suddenly, he seemed to notice something unusual and glanced back to see two men from Tian Wei's group chasing them. The man from Tian Wei's group on the left threatened, "Trying to run away as soon as you see us." Lu Ling looked at him and asked quizzically, "Wu Fu, who are they?" Wu Fu didn't answer. He just glanced to the side. "You want to catch me? Let's see if you have what it takes." He poured on the power, accelerating forward, leaving the two men in black behind. The first man from Tian Wei's group stared in astonishment. So fast. In the blink of an eye, that punk managed to get so far ahead of us. The second Tian Wei chimed in again, "No, we have to deal with him. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Meanwhile, Wu Fu and Lu Ling, after flying for some time, finally landed. Wu Fu surveyed the surroundings and surmised, "We're here. It has to be just ahead." Lu Ling directed her gaze toward the large rock in the middle of the four pillars, saying uncertainly, "This is the center of the restriction." Wu Fu confirmed that this was the source of the dense spiritual energy. He was startled when he noticed that the giant rock in the center seemed to have just moved. Wu Fu raised his hand and summoned the spirit sword to test it. The spirit sword and the erased core were resonating with each other. The rock in front of them suddenly shattered, and he silently called out the name Spirit Sword in his mind. Wu Fu smirked excitedly, a realization dawning on him. So the core of this restriction was the final fragment. A massive pillar of spiritual energy shot into the sky, attracting many other cultivators who flew toward the location. Elsewhere, the orb of destiny suddenly developed cracks, letting out two cracking sounds before shattering into countless pieces. Huangjin stared at the object that had vanished without a trace in his hands. He decided internally, his destiny has been fractured. It seems I'll have to eliminate this punk myself. Back on the scene, a disciple from the Immortal Pill sect smugly reached out wanting to grab the spirit sword. It's mine. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a fan came whipping right at his face. The disciple from the Immortal Pill sect reacted instantly, immediately, leaning his head back to dodge. He retreated, looking unhappily at the person before him, and demanded, "Who are you? Get lost." Lu Ling stood protectively in front of Wu Fu, hands on her hips, and declared, "As long as I'm here, don't you dare take a single step closer to him." The disciple from the Immortal Pill sect laughed scornfully. "Hilarious. You think you can stop us?" He spread his arms out to his sides, confidently asking, "Can you alone handle all of us? You're overestimating yourself." Lu Ling gritted her teeth, analyzing the situation in her mind. Wu Fu is currently merging with the spirit sword. Even if I have to die here, I must defend this place. Just then, Wu Fu, who had been silent, spoke up. "You're the ones who don't know your own limits. Did you really think she was alone?" Lu Ling turned her head and called out Wu Fu that was fast. His gaze became incredibly sharp as he stared ahead. "Leave these bullies who rely on others to me." One of the cultivators was already starting to feel afraid and took a few steps back, cursing under his breath. Terrifying. How did he cultivate so fast? Another one standing beside him tried to reassure the group. "There are so many of us, and we have backup from outsiders too. Why should we be afraid of him?" A person from the back stepped forward, signaling for the others. "All of you back off. He's not someone you can handle." Wu Fu turned his gaze to the one who had just spoken and remarked, "So the boss finally shows his face." Tian Wei raised his hands, holding them parallel to each other, and activated his power. "You brat, I won't let you escape this time." Tremors echoed through the space as the four-directional restriction array lit up surrounding the spot where Wu Fu was standing. The two Tian Wei clones hovered outside, looking at the person trapped inside and taunting. "You're surrounded by us. There's nowhere to run." Wu Fu looked up and chuckled twice. He drew the spirit sword and asked them in return, "Who said I wanted to run? This is a good chance to test my sword on you too." The spirit sword in Wu Fu's hand radiated a brilliant light. With a powerful swing, he slashed through the air, creating a direct attack that shot forward, aiming precisely at the first Tian Wei. Lu Ling's eyes widened as she thought to herself, "He's creating sword chi with his bare hands." Wu Fu beside her gave instructions. "Step back a bit. It looks like they're getting serious now." Lu Ling looked at him and reminded him, "Be careful." Tian Wei looked up, his eyes shrouded in darkness, and gave a challenging smile. Wu Fu was completely unfazed, smirking as his gaze met Tian Wei's head-on. Tian Wei launched himself into the air at lightning speed. He shook his head and his hair began to glow, growing to a massive size and whipping back and forth. On the other side, Wu Fu also began to move, taking several steps to launch his attack. His blade clashed directly with Tian Wei's hair. Wu Fu put all his strength into the balls of his feet, pushing off the ground hard and spinning in a full circle. He lowered his body, retracted his sword, and began gathering power around himself. Tian Wei roared, unleashing countless blades. "You trash. I'll leave you powerless to resist." Wu Fu narrowed his eyes and chanted aloud, "Spirit sword, art first flash." In that instant, two intersecting slashes of light flashed through the space, forming a cross. Tian Wei's eyes widened in shock as he looked up at his hat, which had been sliced cleanly in two. Wu Fu's moving feet retreated a short distance before coming to a stop. Tian Wei looked down at his own hand and let out a sound of surprise. "With power like this, you're a true genius." However, he snarled, gritting his teeth in anger, "Running into me is your misfortune." Tian Wei's hand grew to a massive size, his nails sprouting into sharp claws. Even his legs swelled, causing his pant legs to rip apart. Tian Wei's entire face became hairy, and he grew a set of sharp fangs like a wild beast. The disciples of the Zhongyang sect, standing outside, turned pale at the sight, their bodies trembling. "What is that? That energy is terrifying." Lu Ling's face also turned pale with fear as she thought to herself, "He's gone berserk." The other Tian Wei smirked as if he were watching a good show. "He's transformed. Looks like this fight is about to come to an end." The first Tian Wei, now in his bestial form, opened his mouth wide and charged at Wu Fu. Wu Fu looked down and commented, tossing aside reason for immense power, "It seems you're just a fool after all. I'm done playing with you." In a flash, a white slash appeared on the arm of the transformed Tian Wei. As Wu Fu's blade pointed to the side, the beast's forearm was sent flying into the sky. The air filled with the zipping sound of countless slashes overlapping at incredible speeds. Wu Fu held his sword, looking at the giant motionless shadow of the beast form Tian Wei before him. The shadow then completely vanished. He said with contempt, "I thought you'd be stronger, but you're even weaker than before you transformed. What a waste of my time. The remaining Tian Wei was terrified by the scene, his face covered in cold sweat. Taking advantage of Wu Fu's inattention, he hastily turned and flew into the air preparing to flee. Lu Ling, noticing from the side, shouted, "This is bad, he's getting away." Tian Wei looked up and saw a black shadow, and he thought to himself, something's flying over here. Tian Wei's face was filled with shock, not knowing what that black shadow appearing out of nowhere was. But soon after, they both crashed hard onto the ground. A huge boom echoed from below. White dust and smoke filled the air. Lu Ling raised her hand, covering her face as she asked, "What was that?" Inside the thick white dust, a massive black shadow loomed before Wu Fu and Lu Ling. Lu Ling's eyes widened as she stared at it. As the dust settled, the black shadow's form became clear. She cried out, "Xiaoqia!" Ching, sitting on Xiaoqia's back, peeked out and waved at them. "Wu Fu, is everyone all right?" Lu Long also popped his head out from the side, worriedly asking if his beloved daughter was okay. When Lu Ling saw them, she was surprised and called out, "Father Shu Qing." Seeing Qing and Lu Long jumped down from Xiaoqia's back and approached them, she asked curiously, "How did you all end up together?" Lu Long raised his hand to explain. "I was worried about your safety. Before I was about to come in here, I ran into this young lady, so we came together." Shu Qing added. He explained his reasons. "I wanted to come in here to train." Behind them, Xiaoqia shrank back to its normal size. Lu Long turned his head, searching the area. "Oh right, where are the two experts who came in here? Why don't I see them?" Lu Ling pointed. "One of them is right next to you, father." Lu Long followed her finger and looked down at the ground where he saw a pile of brown fur scattered about. He then asked, "So where's the other one?" Lu Ling moved her finger again, pointing at Xiaoqia as she explained. "Just as you guys got here, he was flattened by Xiaoqia." Qing, Lu Long, and Xiaoqia all turned to look at the crater behind them. Qing smiled teasingly. "Xiaoqia, you've put on some weight." Xiaoqia barked in a fluster. Wu Fu looked up speculating, "I'm afraid things won't be this easy from now on." Lu Ling asked him confused, "Why, aren't you really strong?" Wu Fu looked down at the spirit sword in his hand. "I'm only strong in here. It'll be much harder in the outside world." At that, Shu Qing put her hands on her hips, full of energy, and declared, "Don't worry, you still have us. We'll help you." Wu Fu glanced at her and stated the grim reality. "I appreciate your good intentions, but the guys out there might all be at the venerable master level." Both Qing and Lu Ling were stunned into a bewildered silence by his words. Wu Fu turned and walked away. Time to go back and prepare. A big fight is probably coming soon. Meanwhile, in a distant cave, a wooden plank was suspended by chains. The feet of a mysterious person in a black cloak stood before a large rock. Huang Jian reached out, channeling his power into the rock. "The troublemaker has been found. It's time to wake up." He called out a name, Kuang Dao. Immediately, a pair of tightly shut eyes snapped wide open. The daytime sky was clear and blue over a city filled with countless magnificent skyscrapers at the Shu family building. Inside a room, Shu Chang Yao reported the situation to the person before him. "Wu Fu, I prepared all the spirit stones you mentioned yesterday." Wu Fu looked at the items before him, calculating. "With these spirit stones, I should be able to raise my cultivation level in a short amount of time." Qing asked curiously, "Aren't these spirit stones for Xiaoqia to eat? They're for you to raise your cultivation." Xiaoqia in her arms let out a cry as if to express its opinion. Wu Fu explained cryptically, "I have a feeling an old friend I haven't seen in a long time is about to arrive." Shu Qing asked again. "An enemy?" Wu Fu confirmed. "That's right. If the world were endless, I could only let him tear me apart. However, the world is far too small. Who knows, I might even have a chance to fight back." At the same time, in another location, deep within a forest, a pillar of purple light shot up from the ground straight into the sky. In a clearing surrounded by ancient trees, a purple orb of light enveloped something within it. The orb slowly faded, white smoke swirling around it. In the center, the back of a man appeared. "This place is so desolate and the spiritual energy is so dense." Kuang Dao smirked in satisfaction as he observed his surroundings. "Even my cultivation has been suppressed to the mid-tier venerable master realm." Meanwhile, in a certain room, a shirtless Wu Fu sat inside a magic circle with spirit stones placed at the four corners. Qing turned her head away and began to tiptoe out. "Fee, that is, I've finished setting up the spirit stones. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Wu Fu suddenly requested, "Don't go." Qing's face flushed red. She whipped her head around, stammering. Wu Fu, what are you trying to do?" Wu Fu closed his eyes and said calmly, "Cultivate with all your might. It will greatly benefit your strength." Shu Qing realized she had been overthinking and shyly lowered her head, muttering to herself, "Oh, it's just cultivation." On another ordinary day, under a blue sky with white clouds at Yunhai University's basketball court, the sound of an argument broke out. "You guys still dare to show your faces here?" Among the remaining disciples of the Immortal Pill sect, their leader stepped forward aggressively. "Everyone in Yunhai now knows that Wu Fu has offended some big shots, so I doubt he has time to care about a bunch of trash like you. The hatred from our sect's annihilation. I'll make you all experience it again." My man gritted his teeth, cursing as he raised his fist. You bunch of brown-nosing bullies, I'm gonna show you what a real sandbag-sized fist feels like. His eyes turned crimson. He let out a loud roar and threw a punch with all his might. But before his fist could land, another one smashed hard into the side of Meng Meng's face. Get lost. Seeing him knocked to the ground, Zhou Tan cried out in worry. Brother Meng Meng, you can't die. Meng Meng got up and retorted, call me Brother Meng as in mighty man. And another thing, I'm not dead. That was just me being careless. He turned his head and gave a thumbs up, taunting the guy behind him. Kid, a little punch like that just tickles me. Meng Meng lowered his voice to discuss a plan with Zhou Tan. I'll go left, you go right. We'll split up and run. The leader of the Immortal Pill sect disciples seemed to see right through his plan and exposed it immediately. Kid, I know you were signaling to run when you realized you couldn't win. That's why I brought some of Wu Fu's old enemies. My man and Zhou Tan stood in the middle of the basketball court, now completely surrounded with no way out. Meng Meng patted his companion's shoulder and concluded, Zhou Tan. Looks like there's no running this time. With tears streaming down his face, Zhou Tan replied, Bro, do you think I'm blind? Wang Meng Meng, having completely accepted his fate, raised a finger and made one request. I'm telling you now, don't hit the face. The leader of the remaining Immortal Pill sect disciples saw his playful attitude and gritted his teeth in anger. You think this is some kind of joke? Beat them to death for me. The moment he finished speaking, a crowd of people swarmed towards Wang Meng Meng and Zhou Tan. Suddenly, a giant spiked ball shot out from the side, sending two disciples flying. The two of them were sent sailing far away by the spiked ball, ending up splattered flat against a stone wall. The leader of the remaining Immortal Pill sect disciples stared up in a daze. The force of the spiked ball had even cracked the stone wall. Ching Ching appeared out of nowhere and said confidently, Hey fatty, if you're not dead, you should have said something. Ching Ching slung the spiked mace over her shoulder, a contemptuous smirk on her face. It's you guys again. You still dare to come cause trouble in Yunhai? Wang Meng Meng looked up, his face lighting up with excitement when he saw her. Shu Ching Ching. Behind them, another person leaped down from above. I heard you were looking for me. The two remaining disciples of the Immortal Pill sect looked at him and backed away in a panic, their words becoming a stutter. WW Wu Fu Wei, why are you here? Before they could finish, Ching Ching stepped forward. Stammering through a single sentence is so damn annoying. Instantly, a massive explosion echoed through the field and white smoke filled the air. At the same time, outside the gate of Station 20, a Control Zone staff member hurriedly stopped the person in front of him. Sir, you can't bring weapons in here. Kuang Dao asked him, puzzled, what if I hide it? The staff member held up a finger, promising, a thing that freaking huge. If you can hide it, I'll let you on the bus. The blade on Kuang Dao's back began to glow. He tilted his head back, opened his mouth wide, and absorbed the blade into his body. The Control Zone staff member was so shocked by the sight that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his mouth hanging open speechless. Kuang Dao casually walked past him and boarded the bus. I just wanted to see if you guys had anything interesting, but it turns out you're all just a bunch of ordinary people with no cultivation. Let's go, let's go. The staff member looked up at the sign showing the route from S to Wutong and back again, whispering in confusion. Didn't he want to go to Yunhai? Back at the other scene, the leader of the remaining Immortal Pill sect disciples collapsed onto the ground, explaining in terror, if we had known you were here too, we wouldn't have dared to come. Wu Fu crossed his arms and shouted one word, scram. The disciple bowed his head meekly. Thank you for not dealing with us. After they left, Wang Meng Meng suggested, Brother Fu, it's over, let's go back to school. Luo Zi, who had appeared at some point, walked closer to him and called out Wu Fu. Wu Fu turned his head, a questioning look in his eyes. Luo Zi touched her fingertips together and asked why you're planning to leave. Wu Fu looked up at the sky and explained, if I stay in Yunhai, I'm afraid this city will never know peace. Luo Zi bit her lip in silence for a moment, and for some reason her entire face turned bright red. Then a hand reached out and tugged on the sleeve of Wu Fu's black shirt. He glanced curiously at the person who had suddenly pulled his sleeve. Luo Zi bowed her head very low and spoke in a long rush. The Shu Xiu sword art has been a bottleneck in my heart from the very beginning. If I can't break through, I'm afraid I'll be stuck for the rest of my life. Following that, the two of them moved to the deep mountains behind the school. Inside a cave, white robes were taken off, falling in a heap on the ground. Luo Zi used one hand to cover her chest, her back turned to him. That's why. I want to. Wu Fu crossed his arms and calmly refused. You don't need to repay the debt between me and the Luo family like this. Even if the enemies outside are getting stronger, I still have a chance to win. Luo Zi squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head forcefully as if to object. She reached her hand out towards Wu Fu, the man in my dream. It was you. Then with a loud bang, a beam of white light shot straight up into the sky from the mountain behind the school. Outside the mountain, Wang Meng Meng saw the beam of light and hugged a tree, sobbing his heart out. The goddess of my heart is gone. Up ahead, Ching Ching gritted her teeth in anger. That woman is so scheming, daring to beat me to it. Meanwhile, inside the mountain cave, the entire space was filled with a hazy white mist. Elsewhere, a pair of feet stopped in front of a gate with a sign that read Yunhai University. Kuang Dao, carrying his blade on his shoulder, cursed under his breath. Damn it, this whole place reeks of corruption. On the road, 2 pairs of feet were seen moving forward at an incredible speed. Yu Bai looked warily at Kuang Dao standing outside the school gate and said, "Hey, Mr. Yunhai University hasn't been welcoming outsiders lately." Zhou Tan beside him also chimed in, "And you're carrying a weapon. What are you planning to do?" Kuang Dao raised a hand to rub his chin and stated his purpose. "What kind of person is this Wu Fu?" Hearing his reason, Zhou Tan made a demand. "If you want to see Brother Fu, you'll have to get through us first." Kuang Dao simply heard his aggressive words, let out 2 interested chuckles, and didn't respond. After some time, he suddenly swung his hand, slashing forward. Luckily, Yu Bai dodged to the right and avoided it. His strength, it's terrifying. Zhou Tan also dodged to the left, speculating. Could you be the enemy Wu Fu was talking about?" Kuang Dao's eyes grew strange, as if in silent admission as he asked, "You already know, so why hasn't he shown up yet?" The moment he finished speaking, someone shot down from the sky and landed right in front of him. Wu Fu placed a hand on the ground and remarked, "I never expected Kuang Dao, one of the 12 divine venerables, to show up in a tiny place like this." Kuang Dao raised his blade with interest. "Kid, you know me." Zhou Tan's whole body trembled, his face turning purple as he saw the newcomer, and weakly called out, "B bro Fu, is this the power of a venerable Wu?" Fu's eyes narrowed slightly as he explained, "He's far from reaching the power of the venerable realm. It's just that by coming to Earth, his cultivation and power have been suppressed to the venerable realm." Zhou Tan shivered behind him, asking worriedly, "B bro Fu, then why don't you run?" Standing in front, Wu Fu just frowned without a word. Then as he swung his arm, summoning the spirit sword, he answered him, "Run where the 12 divine venerables are my targets. I will kill every single one of them myself. Between us." Wu Fu's eyes blazed with killing intent as he shouted, "Only one will live." Kuang Dao's body swelled to a gigantic size as he stared down at him. "You little brat, you think you can destroy me with this pathetic amount of power," he said with utter contempt. "Even in this desolate wasteland, they heard of my fame." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted behind Kuang Dao, leaving him stunned and wide-eyed. Wu Fu, with lightning speed, leaped up high, flying over Kuang Dao's head, but the man remained perfectly calm. "I'll show you my power." Wu Fu channeled his strength and slashed down at him, but his blade was caught by Kuang Dao, who gripped it tightly. Luo Si, standing to the side, shouted a warning. "This is bad. He's too strong. Be careful." Kuang Dao stood up straight, saying casually, "If my power wasn't suppressed, I could wipe out this entire planet with just a lift of my hand. If I actually make a move, you won't have a chance of survival." Across from him, Wu Fu cursed. "What the hell are you talking about?" Kuang Dao's grip tightened as he let out a mocking smile. "With your strength, you're just wasting this sword's potential." He yanked his arm, and a powerful force sent Wu Fu flying backward. Kuang Dao raised the spirit sword in his hand and declared, "I'm taking this sword. Consider it a welcoming gift from you to me." Wu Fu clutched his chest, coughing. "You won't be able to take that sword." Zhou Tan, watching from outside, screamed in his head. "Damn it!" He snatched the sword with his bare hands. Wu Fu held up 2 fingers, asserting, "The spirit sword is for me and me alone." He then materialized another spirit sword. "This is the divine weapon that I forged." The sharp blade was slammed straight into the ground by an incredibly powerful force. Rumbling sounds echoed around Kuang Dao's feet as the ground slowly cracked apart. The entire space began to shake, and Wu Fu's body felt like it was being crushed by some mysterious force. His brows knitted together tightly, his face frozen in shock as he stared straight ahead. Kuang Dao's eyes flashed with a red light as he asked excitedly, "If I kill you, this sword will belong to me, right?" He swung his arm, sending several slashes forward. "Then let's get to the end of your life." A colossal slash aimed straight for Wu Fu, shaking the heavens and the earth. He retreated, his body, slightly bent feet planted on the ground to stabilize himself. Wu Fu's expression darkened and he curled his lip in contempt, shouting loudly, "You want me dead? It's not that easy." The giant blade slowly descended, and Wu Fu on his side had already launched himself forward to attack with lightning speed. Kuang Dao's mouth opened wide in a crazed, mocking laugh. Trying to fight a mountain with a pebble with that pitiful amount of strength, a massive explosion erupted from behind the tall school buildings. The entire area was shrouded in a thick white cloud of dust and smoke. Inside, a hazy silhouette stood tall. As the smoke gradually cleared, Kuang Dao's figure appeared, but his clothes were now in tatters, his expression frozen, not knowing what had just happened. This is. Zhou Tan cheered with joy. "Brother Fu, that was awesome." Wu Fu had at some point flown into the sky. Looking down from above, he said, "Your strength and your cultivation are both suppressed. Who knows who's going to win or lose now?" Kuang Dao looked up, a confident smirk on his face as he retorted, "Even if this old man is suppressed, I'm still at the revered One Realm. A little brat at the peak of Dao fusion like you thinks you can take me on." Wu Fu swung his sword again, muttering an incantation. "That's right. The Wild Wave 7 swords." Kuang Dao gritted his teeth in disbelief. You You actually know the sword fanatic sword art. Who the hell are you? Wu Fu pointed the tip of his spirit sword to the sky and roared, die. A massive vortex appeared in the air. Wild waves, 7 swords. Inside the vortex, Wu Fu clashed directly with Kuang Dao. Wave character formula. While struggling to fend off Wu Fu, Kuang Dao asked curiously, you even know the final move of the Wild Wave 7 swords. No wonder you're making such a big deal. Do we know each other? Wu Fu gave him his answer with his attitude. I'm your father. Kuang Dao went berserk with rage. You little brat, I'm getting serious now. He clenched his hands into fists, threw his head back, and let out a massive roar. Just then, Luoxi approached Wu Fu and suggested, let's try the combination skill of the sword cultivation art. Wu Fu agreed with her. Let's try it. Kuang Dao stomped on the ground so hard that cracks appeared beneath his feet. He let out a mocking laugh, pulling his saber back into a fighting stance. How ridiculous. The difference in our cultivation and power is immense. Kuang Dao's eyes widened as he uttered 2 words, too close. On their side, Luo Xi and Wu Fu were standing side by side, also preparing to strike. Then they combined their power into one simultaneously, launching 2 intersecting slashes forward. Kuang Dao threw a powerful punch into the air as if creating a monster to attack with. Trying to be all lovey-dovey in front of me. Go to hell. The 2 sources of power collided, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire space. Luo Xi stood frozen, stunned by what was happening before her. This is the power of a revered one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a giant hand shot towards her at high speed. Wu Fu, who was beside her, immediately spotted the strange hand. He reacted with lightning speed, pulling Luo Xi towards him to dodge. Wu Fu pulled her along as they leaped far away and landed on the ground. Staring intently ahead, he instructed the person beside him. You stand to the side and watch. Leave this revered one to me. Luo Xi's face was slightly flushed as she replied, I'll watch. Kuang Dao slung his saber over his shoulder, one hand on his hip, and said thoughtfully, before I came here, a fortune teller told me that you would shatter the balance of the world. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. The wind whipped past Wu Fu's face, and his eyes grew dark and emotionless. He channeled power into his spirit sword. Maybe you should have listened to him more. It might have stopped you from being so overconfident. Kuang Dao watched Wu Fu's movements and sneered. So, you're powering up to fight me, huh? If that's the case, you better just quietly accept your end. After all, in your past life, you only lived for a little over 20 years. An immense power began to radiate from Wu Fu. He spoke with a contemptuous tone, only lived for 20 years. My lifespan can reach 1,000, you know. Kuang Dao raised his saber and commented with a smirk. Such pure sword chi. I didn't expect you to have a move like this. In that case, I'll get serious too. He gripped the saber with both hands, raised it high, and brought it down in a powerful slash. The blade he had just thrown instantly expanded to a colossal size. The blade master flashed a delighted smile. Even if you've gotten stronger, you're still just an insect on this lowly planet, nothing more than a speck of dust to me. His slash came straight down on the ground in front of him, the power from the blade radiating outwards with immense force. Luoxi was hit by a powerful gust of wind, shutting her eyes and crying out, this is bad. When she opened them again, her expression turned to shock. Right at her feet was a crack in the ground, forming a fissure that stretched far from where Kuang Dao was standing. He spoke with a tone of mock regret. I only intended to obliterate you, but who knew there wouldn't even be any dregs left. Suddenly, a voice from behind made Kuang Dao jump. For the past 9 days, my opponent has yet to appear, but it's definitely not you. He couldn't believe it, turning his head back and thinking to himself, impossible. From behind, Wu Fu had already thrust the sword in his hand through the man's body. He told Kuang Dao what his fate would be. Your body will remain here forever. As I am now, I don't have enough power to destroy your primordial spirits. Countless cracks started to appear all over Kuang Dao's body, making crackling sounds. He looked up and uttered a few words, but it will be soon. The blade was pierced through Kuang Dao's heart, but he just smirked and left a parting shot. Wu Fu, the moment you leave this planet, I'll make sure you won't even have a complete corpse left. Suddenly, a giant spatial rift appeared in front of them, and from within a mysterious massive hand with sharp claws reached out. Wu Fu observed it for a moment and realized that the mysterious hand was coming straight for him. He quickly jumped back to dodge. The hand then grabbed Kuang Dao's entire body. Before leaving, he glanced at Wu Fu and laughed a few times. I'll be waiting for you in the world out there. Drained of his strength, Wu Fu staggered and couldn't stand firm. Luckily, Kang Yao appeared right beside him to catch him. He looked at Wu Fu and asked quizzically, "You could have run. Why did you insist on confronting him head-on?" Wu Fu gave his reason. He was once defeated by my hand. Running away would be too humiliating. Meanwhile, somewhere out there, at the location of the spatial rift, a person in a black cloak was already waiting. Huang Jin touched his chest and said, I told you not to get cocky, but you wouldn't listen. Now I have to pay this price just to save a loser like you. Kuang Dao retorted, you also didn't tell me he was a monster who has lived for over 1,000 years. Hearing this, Huang Jin's expression changed slightly. He glanced back and repeated the question. Lived for over 1,000 years, Kuang Dao looked at the person before him and replied. He said so himself. Huang Jin frowned, muttering to himself. Star Spirit Sword. So that's how it was elsewhere. A voice could be heard in the hospital saying that with an injury this severe, there's no telling how long it would take to heal. Xu Qingqing anxiously pleaded with the person beside her. Dad, we have to get revenge for Wu Fu and deal with those bastards. Xu Yingxian explained to her, my dear daughter, it's not that I don't want to get revenge for Wu Fu, it's that we simply lack the strength. Xu Kangyao chimed in, he paid such a heavy price just to crush that person's physical body. The opponent's power is not something we can ever hope to catch up to. With tears welling up in her eyes, Qingxian asked them, but if they come back, does that mean we won't even have the strength to fight back? Xu Changyao turned away, clasping one hand behind his back and stating firmly, there are many things in this world that are beyond our control. If they really do return, I will give up my life to protect him. Then he glanced at her and said, for now I'll leave Wu Fu in your care. The hospital room door closed with a soft click. Now only Qingxian was left in the room, her face blushing slightly. She stood silently beside the bed. Wu Fu lay quietly on the bed, his eyes shut tight, still unconscious. Qingxian blushed with embarrassment and started talking to herself. Let me apply the medicine for you. I wonder what everyone is thinking. On the other side of the bed, a husky seemed to notice Wu Fu's movement, poking its head up and barking twice. Immediately, Wu Fu opened his eyes on the bed, startling Qingxian. He glanced at her and asked curiously, what are you doing? Qingxian, as if caught red-handed, frantically waved her hands in denial. Oh, you're awake. I didn't see anything. Wu Fu looked at her and slowly sat up. This medicine is very effective for my external wounds. As for the internal injuries, I can heal them myself. All right, he clasped his hands together, preparing to cultivate. I must increase my strength as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a hand reached out and patted Wu Fu firmly on the shoulder. Out of concern, Qingxian advised him, maybe you should focus on healing first. Wu Fu continued to cultivate. He reassured her, don't worry, a minor injury like this is nothing to me. Qingxian's cheeks flushed slightly as she slowly withdrew her hand. She didn't say anything more, just gave a soft, Luo Shengxian looked up at the girl soaring through the tall ancient trees and guessed, it seems the sword cultivation art has been a great success. Luo Si skillfully jumped down from a tree, landing safely on the ground. She walked over and reported the current situation. Wu Fu is seriously injured. This time, Luo Shengxian, please come with me to help him. Upon hearing her news, Luo Shengxian exclaimed, even he couldn't handle that person. Doesn't that make them even more terrifying? Somewhere, a pair of legs covered in black leather were emitting crackling sounds and beginning to show signs of shattering. In the dark space, two heavenly outer demon assassins stood motionless as if awaiting an order. Huang Jin flashed a vicious smile and said, Wu Fu, you won't be so lucky this time. Elsewhere in front of the Shu family building, two guards wearing glasses raised their hands to block the way. The family head has given orders, no entry without official business. Meng Meng pointed to the people behind him and introduced them. I'm Wang Meng Meng, and these people are all from the student council. We're here to protect Brother Fu. One of the guards scratched his face, pleading awkwardly. Fatty bro, don't make things difficult for me. If it were just you, I could let you in. But just then a voice from inside gave an order. Let them all in. Immediately, the guards bowed and gestured for them to enter. Everyone please come in. In a long, luxurious hallway, the ceiling was fitted with circular lights. Meng Meng, walking behind, asked curiously, Sis, is Brother Fu inside? Xu Qingqing tilted her head and explained to him. He's increasing his power. Meng Meng was baffled, completely unable to understand, and asked further. I remember Brother Fu just had a breakthrough not long ago. Although I can't judge him by ordinary standards, he's seriously injured and hasn't even recovered yet. And now he wants to increase his power. Just as he finished his sentence, the door in front of them suddenly glowed with a golden light. The power radiating from the room blasted the three of them. Meng Meng clutched her head and cried out, Brother Fu is getting stronger and stronger. Xu Changyao's eyes widened in disbelief. It hadn't even been an hour yet, he had already raised his cultivation to the peak of the Dao integration realm. At the same time, a powerful bolt of white lightning appeared in the sky outside the building. Changyao looked up and outside with a worried expression. This is bad, it's a heavenly tribulation. An unknown amount of time passed, and finally the heavenly tribulation in the sky completely vanished. The tightly shut door made a clicking sound and slowly swung open. Seeing the person walk out of the room, Xu Qingqing's eyes went wide as she called out his name, Wu Fu. Wu Fu took a few steps towards them and sighed. If my cultivation wasn't restricted, I would have already broken through to the final realm. Su Changyao looked at his granddaughter and let out a sigh. You two are not a good match for each other. I originally intended to set you two up, but the gap between you is just too vast now. Hearing her grandfather's assessment, Xu Qingqing was so angry steam practically came out of her ears. She huffed, unwilling to accept it. This young lady is a perfect match for him. If anything, he's the one who's lucky. Elsewhere, a group led by C was flying forward at incredible speed. As she flew at full throttle, she thought to herself, I have to get to him quickly. Back with the others, Chang Yao solemnly cupped his hands and declared, on this earth there are countless experts at the venerable realm. but you have the chance to become the youngest Venerable One. Wu Fu looked down at his own hand. Becoming a Venerable One is just to face the first heavenly tribulation of one's life, but the power of the heavenly tribulation here is insufficient. Chang Yao was startled, his eyes widening as he stammered, did you just give up the chance to become a Venerable One? Wu Fu materialized his shimmering golden spirit sword and asked him in return, if I break through now, wouldn't it be hopeless for me to become a God King? At the Shu family gate, a small straight line appeared hovering high in the sky. A strange purple light emanated from within it. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, causing the guards to panic. What is that? Hurry and report it. Someone is here. From within the crack, a pair of hands gently reached out, pulling the rift open wider. As the spatial rift opened, a strange face appeared. A powerful man burst out of the spatial rift and appeared in the sky. The moment he appeared, Wu Fu, Meng Meng, and Xu Qingqing all sensed the spiritual energy. The guard ran over and hastily reported to Chang Yao, Patriarch, there's an intruder outside causing trouble. Without a second thought, the old man told them to go have a look. When they got outside, someone cried out in shock, this is bad. These people even managed to invite perfected Beishuan. Hearing this, Meng Meng exclaimed in astonishment, it's Chen Beishuan. Chang Yao immediately corrected him. It's Luo Beishuan of Tianya Mountain. Hearing that, Meng Meng's panicked expression vanished as he said, oh Luo Beishuan, then it's no big deal. Seeing that he didn't grasp the severity of the situation, Chang Yao explained it to him. No big deal. He represents the strongest fighting force on Earth. The moment the old man said Venerable Realm, Wu Fu broke into an amused smile, looking at the man in the sky. At that moment, a slightly worried Meng Meng spoke to him. Brother Fu, these guys are real scumbags. They obviously know that off-world experts will have their power suppressed on Earth, so they invited an expert from Earth to help. In contrast to his worried tone, Wu Fu calmly stated, the Book of Heavenly Secrets will stop at nothing to kill me. They even brought assassins from the outer heavens who can kill tribulation transcendence experts. Suddenly, Xu Qingqing noticed something and cried out, wait, there are two more people. Just as she said, two more figures emerged from the rift behind Beishuan. Wu Fu saw them and recognized them, saying, so these are the assassins who can even take out tribulation transcendence experts. Hearing this, a panicked Xu Qingqing urged him, then what are you waiting for? Run. She advised him with extreme concern. Even if their cultivation is suppressed, there are still 3 of them. But Wu Fu paid her no mind, instead, moving to protect Xu Qingqing behind him. The power of these outer heaven assassins is much weaker than Mad Sabers. The difficult part is dealing with their schemes. You stay back. Seeing him do this, she immediately blushed with shyness. He really is most worried about me after all. However, Wu Fu's next words shattered that thought. Don't let them take you hostage again. Hearing that, she instantly flew into a rage and shouted in his ear, I thought you were going to say something nice. Turns out you're just calling me a burden. To be safe, Wu Fu also asked Meng Meng for help. Fatty, you guys protect Xu Qingqing for me. These people are cunning and treacherous. They'll definitely use some trick to pressure me. The guy gave a salute and replied to him, Roger that, bro. And then the most dangerous character present, Beishuan, finally spoke. This old man hasn't come out of seclusion for many years. Are all young people like this nowadays? Planning to use a human wave tactic. It's the 21st century now. This old man only needs to snap his fingers to turn you all to dust. Hearing these words, Meng Meng fearlessly retorted, that still makes you better than a despicable creep like yourself. Seeing himself being looked down upon, Beishuan shot something towards him. You're the only one who dares to speak to this old man like that. Just as the sharp object was about to pierce Meng Meng, a hand reached out and caught it. Seeing this, Beishuan was slightly surprised. This fatty didn't even blink. So that's the source of his confidence, is it? Wu Fu crushed the projectile in his hand and reminded him, did you forget who the main character is today? He then confidently and bluntly declared, you're not qualified to kill someone right in front of me. Beishuan was unfazed, arrogantly reminding him, brat, there are 3 of us, and our cultivation levels are all higher than yours. A weakling like you just broke through to the Dao integration realm dares to speak so arrogantly. Wu Fu's cryptic reply was the only answer he received. Which one of your eyes sees me alone? As soon as he finished speaking, a strange energy appeared in the sky. The energy swirled and spiraled, landing beside Wu Fu. And when the energy dissipated, Wuxia appeared, announcing her arrival from Luoshan Mountain. Following her, her grandmother and Xu Changyao also stepped forward. This old man is here too. Not just them, Meng Meng and the others also came forward. And us. Seeing this, Beishuan sneered contemptuously. A bunch of old, weak, and crippled fools seeking your own deaths. Brat, do you really think this bunch of misfits is worthy of being our opponents? Without another word, Wu Fu immediately drew his sword, ready for battle. Since you dared to come here, I'll make sure you stay forever. He used his power to manifest something like a bear's paw, and declared with complete confidence, to kill you all, I'm all that's needed. With that, Wu Fu charged toward Beishuan, swinging his sword and paw to attack the old man. Beishuan easily dodged his strike and said dismissively, a strike from the integration realm. Is that all you've got? Wu Fu and his bear spirit continue their assault, retorting, "We're just getting started." Suddenly, Bei Xuan froze for an unknown reason, followed by a massive impact as if something had just slammed into him. With a wound on his arm, Bei Xuan tried to compose himself, exclaiming, This is definitely not the power of the integration realm." Wu Fu immediately refuted his words. "Who told you that I'm just a simple integration realm cultivator?" Just as he finished speaking, something suddenly lunged at him. Wu Fu swiftly leaned back, successfully dodging the sneak attack. Seeing this, Luo Xi's grandmother urgently called out, "We're here to help you." Kang Yao noticed something and warned, "Not good, they're setting up a formation." Wu Fu realized it too quickly, glancing to one side. An assassin was summoning a formation array from beneath the ground. The formation erected a wall that encircled Wu Fu. It separated those inside from those outside, continuously rising higher. The barrier formation grew taller and taller until it reached the heavens. In the end, it stood like a massive pillar, shooting straight up into the sky. Witnessing this scene, Meng Meng, his head covered in sweat, whispered, "We've been separated." But the boy didn't want to believe it. As if mesmerized, Meng Meng reached his hand toward the barrier. Fu Ji. Seeing his action, someone yelled in panic, "Don't touch it," but it was too late. The moment Meng Meng touched it, he was instantly thrown back a great distance. The determined fatty, refusing to give up, asked, "Xu Yingshan, father, is there any way for us to break into this formation? I want to help them." His father replied with a sense of helpless regret, "We can't get in. Besides, even if we could, we'd only be a nuisance to them." At the same time, inside the formation, Luo Zi's grandmother assessed the array. The spirit energy of this killing formation is incredibly strong. The number of people who have died in here is unknown. We have to be careful. And because he was distracted for a moment answering her, Kang Yao didn't realize danger was rushing toward him. Right. Just then a voice shouted a warning. "Watch out!" Kang Yao was startled for a moment, his face paling as he realized the imminent danger. He hastily used his scarf, whipping it like a counterforce to repel the strange objects. Luo Xi's grandmother seemed to recognize what they were and became alarmed. "This is bad, it's a blinding illusion spell." The moment she finished speaking, an assassin appeared right behind Kang Yao. Just then, a flash of golden light shot past. Wu Fu appeared in the nick of time, landing a solid punch on the assassin's stomach. The blow sent him sliding back several feet. At the same time, outside the barrier, Bei Xuan took out a gourd flask and said, "The formation's power is increasing enough for me to kill all of you in a single move." Immediately after, he began to channel his spiritual energy, summoning a purple smoke from the gourd. "You can't escape." With that, he aimed the gourd directly at them to suck them in. The mystical smoke swirled forward, enveloping Wu Fu and Kang Yao within it. Once they were completely surrounded, Bei Xuan pulled back the arm, holding the gourd, and clenched his other hand into a fist. As if mirroring his action, Wu Fu and Xu Changyao were officially trapped inside his sphere. After finishing, Bei Xuan turned to leave, saying, "I've completed my assigned mission. The rest is up to you." The moment he finished speaking, the sphere began to shake violently. Then it burst open, releasing a massive surge of power that shot up into the sky. Seeing this, Bei Xuan couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "How? How is this possible?" And then strange streams of light began to erupt from the base of the barrier's power. These streams of light were like flames, incinerating everything around them. Wu Fu emerged from the barrier unscathed and mocked. "You thought that was enough to catch me?" The two assassins weren't about to let him go. They immediately rushed forward to attack, saying, "We were going to use him to get rid of you, but now we'll have to do it ourselves." Wu Fu stood perfectly still, waiting for their attack. Just as they simultaneously slashed at his body, his image suddenly blurred. Seeing this, the two surprised assassins exclaimed in unison, "It's an afterimage." Bei Xuan was also in disbelief, quickly shouting, "Where did he go?" As soon as he spoke, Wu Fu appeared behind him and greeted him. "Hello, are you looking for me?" Just as Bei Xuan raised his hand to strike, something lightly brushed past his arm. He cried out in alarm, clutching his now missing arm as he collapsed to the ground amidst Wu Fu's threat. "You're dead." With that single strike, Wu Fu had completely severed Bei Xuan's arm. Seeing this, the two assassins grew wary. Such powerful sword ki. As they spoke, two familiar figures appeared before them. Kang Yao and Luo Xi's grandmother stood ready for battle, declaring, "We won't let you interfere with Wu Fu." The two assassins were contemptuous, laughing mockingly. "You want to stop us? You're not worthy." At the same time, over with Bei Xuan, he was furious about what Wu Fu had just done. "You dare cut off my arm?" His eye patch slowly fell away, revealing an eye radiating terrifying killing intent. "I'll have your head for this." Then a terrifying demonic aura began to emanate from Bei Xuan's body, enhancing his physical abilities. Looking at the scene before him, Wu Fu muttered to himself, "Looks like losing an arm didn't make much of a difference." Immediately after, Bei Xuan launched a liquid-like stream of killing intent toward him, screaming, "Die!" Wu Fu was fearless, glaring straight ahead. The liquid substance coiled and rose like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf and consume him. Without hesitation, Wu Fu swung his sword, sending a slash towards it. However, the substance easily dodged his attack. It then lunged at him like a monster with its mouth wide open. And then in a flash, Wu Fu was swallowed whole by the liquid. Seeing this, a worried Kang Yao called out his name, Wu Fu. The assassin dueling with him reminded him, don't get distracted by others when you're fighting me. With that, he launched a sneak attack that knocked Su Kang Yao back. The old man was thrown a great distance by the assassin's blow before he could stop. As soon as he got to his feet, Kang Yao clutched his chest and coughed several times. After that, Lu Shi's grandmother rushed over to ask him, are you alright? At that moment, Bei Xuan held Wu Fu tightly in his grasp, confidently shouting, before absolute power, any skill becomes useless. It's just that the old man didn't know that inside the encirclement, he was forming a hand seal to unleash his power of the spiritual sword art. And then a loud explosion rang out, shattering Bei Xuan's confidence. Familiar sounds began to echo through the air, sounds Shang Xiao knew well. Tens of thousands of swords materialized in the sky surrounding the two assassins. Witnessing this scene, a stunned Qing Qing cried out while a panicked Meng Meng stammered, we're screwed. As they spoke, a barrage of swords appeared outside the barrier, relentlessly attacking it. Luo Xi watched the scene unfold with worry, wondering to herself, he's not going to lose this easily, is he? The swords flew around, the barrier getting faster and faster until they formed a vortex continuously crashing into it. After a long moment, the sturdy pillar was finally shattered. The killing formation was broken. A moment later, from within the thick cloud of dust and smoke, a few figures gradually emerged. Meng Meng desperately searched for a familiar silhouette, calling out Brother Fu. Not far away, Wu Fu also stumbled out of the thick dust cloud. That last attack had drained too much of his energy. At the same time, in a distant cave, someone was watching Wu Fu through a spatial rift. The mysterious person's hands clenched unconsciously. He gritted his teeth in anger, this brat. He must be eliminated, or he'll definitely become a major threat in the future. Back with Wu Fu's group, Xu Qing lamented, feeling a little helpless. Every time it comes to this, I can't even lift a finger to help him. Luo Shi, who was beside her, comforted her. He's never let us down before, has he? Xu Qing nodded softly in response. Hearing that, Meng Meng chimed in from the side, shouting, Brother Fu used the giant 10-meter sword and destroy them. At this moment, the two assassins began scheming with greedy fantasies. The old blind man was right. That weapon is a peerless divine weapon. We can only possess it if we kill him. Everyone else seemed fine except for one person from whom blood was steadily dripping onto the ground. Bei Xuan clutched his bleeding arm, staggering as he cursed. Damn it, the old man gritted his teeth in fury. You bastard, I swear I will kill you. As he spoke, Bei Xuan began gathering his power. I'll release the spiritual energy I've stored for 10 years to blast you to pieces. Wu Fu calmly looked down on the old man. Without your killing formation, you're no longer my opponent. But Bei Xuan ignored his words, launching the full force of his gathered power forward. Die. The massive blast shot forward like a rocket aimed straight at him. A panicked Luo Shi quickly cried out, Wu Fu, be careful. Contrary to her worries, he leaped up lightly, dodging the attack just as it was about to hit him. At this point, he still hadn't noticed anything was wrong, remarking such great power. What a waste if it can't even hit its target. Suddenly, Bei Xuan waved his hand as if pulling and controlling the attack. Brat, it's not over yet. Instantly, the blast was yanked back like a lasso. It retreated slightly, then twisted in the air as the head of the beam changed its trajectory, turning back towards Wu Fu. Seeing it getting closer and closer, he hurriedly used his sword to block it. Just then, Bei Xuan's voice suddenly boomed. So what if I don't have my killing formation? Die. Wu Fu broke into a crafty smile and muttered, spiritual sword art. Reverse. The two assassins seemed to have seen something, and they shouted, this is bad. Immediately after, the energy beam was sucked in, merging into Wu Fu's sword. Seeing this, Bei Xuan flinched in astonishment. The absorbed flow of power coursed along the patterns of the blade. It flowed towards the glowing spiritual core at the hilt. As soon as it had absorbed the entire stream of magical energy, the sword instantly emitted a brilliant light as bright as the sun. One of the assassins, seeing this, cried out in shock, that sword. It can absorb other people's attacks. Meng Meng, witnessing something so incredible, was full of praise. Brother Fu, how is that possible? But Bei Xuan couldn't believe it. He kept denying reality. Impossible. That's my 10 years of stored spiritual energy. Is my side character Halo only meant to last for a few moments? Just as the old man finished his words, Wu Fu got into position, ready to swing his sword, and said with a bright smile, your spiritual energy. I'll return it to you now. And with a single brilliant slash, he unleashed a finishing blow. Bei Xuan stomped his foot on the ground, taking a defensive stance. He channeled his spiritual energy, creating a shield in front of him. Let's see you get through this. I know my own spiritual power very well. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his heart. He faltered. Bei Xuan's spiritual shield was shattered by Wu Fu's single slash. The aftershock was so powerful that even a distant mountain was split in two. The spiritual shield disintegrated and blood dripped to the ground. The old man's entire body swayed. His breathing was erratic. He was heavily injured with a sword wound across his torso and a missing arm. I was too careless. After saying that, Bei Xuan collapsed, taking his last breath. Wu Fu planted his sword in the ground, his labored breaths echoing. That last slash had almost completely drained him of his strength. Seeing this, the two demons from outer heaven said to each other, "He's too strong." The power of that sword must have increased tenfold. However, he's completely exhausted. This is our chance to steal the divine weapon. But before they could even act on their plan, someone stepped forward to block them. Shang Xiao stood in front of Wu Fu. "I don't know what grudge you have with Wu Fu, but this is the territory of my Shu family. If you want to kill him, you'll have to get through me first." One of the demons from outer heaven stepped closer and asked coldly, "Are you asking for a death wish, old man?" With a mere flick of its hand, it easily swatted the old man aside. "You don't know your own limits. Scram." Seeing this, Qingxing anxiously shouted in alarm. The demon from outer heaven laughed loudly, raising its hand towards Wu Fu. "I have to commend you, but now it's time to say goodbye." He smirked sarcastically. "Why, thank you. However, isn't it a bit too early for us to be saying our farewells?" As he finished speaking, Wu Fu quickly jumped backwards several steps, increasing the distance between himself and the assassins from outer heaven. This action made Meng Meng, Luo Shi, and Qingqing gasp in astonishment. Meng Meng commented, "Brother Fu's escape speed. I think it's even slower than mine." Luo Shi looked in that direction and realized that Wu Fu was running towards the mountain behind the school. The two demons from outer heaven immediately gave chase. Qingqing grew even more anxious. "Let's follow them." However, she was stopped by Luo Shi. "Wait," she explained. "The reason he's running in that direction is to protect us." Qingqing was worried, but Xu Chang Yao stepped forward. "That's right. Wu Fu has thought this through carefully. We shouldn't let his efforts go to waste." Xu Qingqing looked at her grandfather. The old man advised, "There's nothing any of us can do. If you go, you'll just get in the way." Luo Si turned around. "We all understand Wu Fu's intentions. We'll stay here." Xu Qingqing lowered her head and mumbled reluctantly. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself that she needed to become stronger. She gritted her teeth, refusing to be helpless in situations like this ever again. As for Wu Fu, he wasn't moving too fast, just enough to maintain a certain distance from the two extraterrestrial demons. They chased after him, jeering gleefully. "Hey kid, weren't you acting all high and mighty just a moment ago?" Wu Fu, running ahead, flashed a mysterious smile. The real game is just beginning. On Wang Mengmeng's side, he had a persistent uneasy feeling. This is bad. Wang Mengmeng gritted his teeth. "If you guys want to go, then go. I have to get to Brother Fu." Luo Zi was surprised, unsure of what he planned to do. Fatty Man kept his gaze fixed in the direction Wu Fu had left. "Even if Brother Fu dies, we won't be able to escape either." Wang Mengmeng's face puckered as if about to cry. Besides, Brother Fu only lured those powerful experts away because he didn't want to get us involved. Just as he said that, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, and the sound of an earth-shattering explosion rang in everyone's ears. Luo Si was startled. "What is this tremor?" Wang Mengmeng's face turned pale as he pointed. "Look over there. There's a massive mushroom cloud." Everyone's heart sank as they realized that was the direction Brother Fu had run off to. Elsewhere, watching the scene, Huang Jin gritted his teeth in anger. Another failure. Yunbai, standing behind him, laughed heartily. "Why are you getting so worked up?" He made way for the old man to step forward and look into the monitoring mirror. "See for yourself." Yunbai glanced up, his eyes narrowing. The mirror showed a small, narrow cave. The old man remarked, "This kid is too cunning, setting a trap there." At the same time, Wu Fu led the way into the cave, followed closely by the two assassins from the extraterrestrial demons. The moment they entered the cave, they burst out laughing as if they were the final victors. "It's a dead end up ahead. There's nowhere for you to run. Just lie down and accept your death." Wu Fu was waiting for them. He turned his head and looked back. "You're the ones with nowhere to run." He was now standing in the middle of a formation, shaped like a Taiji yin-yang symbol. The two assassins sneered. "You think this shoddy little formation can kill us? What, have you given up on fighting back?" Ignoring their taunts, Wu Fu shared, "This yin-yang formation can kill even a spirit condensation expert. It's a gift I prepared just for you." The two assassins didn't believe him and charged forward. Enough talk, time to die. Seeing them rush to their deaths, Wu Fu smiled. He gripped his sword hilt and spiritual energy flickered and flowed into the blade. Wu Fu slammed the sword down into the formation, activating the yin-yang array. A terrifying aura surged forth, causing the two assassins' faces to turn pale. The yin-yang formation beneath their feet activated the Taiji symbol, spinning rapidly. Within the formation, a black dragon and a white dragon appeared, roaring fiercely as they charged toward the extraterrestrial demons. Each dragon took one target. The two assassins were trapped, able to do nothing but scream in hopeless despair. No. What followed was a sky-shaking explosion as a giant mushroom cloud of black smoke billowed outwards. Yunbai's eyes widened in disbelief. This is... Huang Jin hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation. "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" The old man replied, "This is the yin-yang formation." Yunbai was utterly bewildered. How could he possibly know it? Only Wu Zuori could create such a peerless formation. Huang Jin deduced, he's an Avenger. The Berserker Blade and the Assassin both failed. The next ones to die could be you. Yunbai laughed loudly. Interesting. If this world is too constricting, then just let him ascend. Huang Jin was shocked, not understanding why the old man would want to let such a powerful enemy develop freely. Yunbai explained, didn't they fail because their powers were suppressed? So why not wait until he ascends and then kill him? The words made sense. Huang Jin pondered for a few seconds. Then he nodded. Perhaps we should do as you say. We'll wait for him to ascend. When Wu Fu regained consciousness, his vision was pitch black and Wang Mengmeng's incessant calls echoed in his ears. Brother Fu, accompanied by the loud barks of Urha. He groggily opened his eyes and saw two blurry figures in front of him. Wang Mengmeng exclaimed with joy, Brother Fu, you're awake. Seeing this, Luoxi also called out to Wu Fu. Urha climbed right onto his chest, barking happily. He tried to sit up, and Luoxi asked with concern, Wu Fu, how are you feeling now? You were unconscious for a very long time. Wang Mengmeng grinned, boasting, Brother Fu, do you have any idea how brave you were? Wu Fu was curious. How so? Wang Mengmeng recounted. That huge explosion from the mountain behind the school. You caused that. When we got there, the mountain was gone. All that was left was a giant crater. He gestured wildly with his hands and feet, using his whole body to describe the scene. And the most important thing is we found you in that crater. Just as he was getting into the story, the door to the room opened. Xu Kangyao walked in. Wu Fu, you're awake, the old man marveled, to only be knocked unconscious by such terrifying power. Remarkable. Xu Changyao stroked his beard and asked with concern, how are you feeling? I've stationed many experts outside. You can rest and recover without worry. Old folks like us might not be of much help, but we can still hold them off for a few rounds. Wu Fu reassured the old man. Don't worry. Their target is me. As long as I'm not here, they won't have any interest in this place. Xu Changyao caught the main point. What do you mean you won't be here? He replied, full of determination. Next, I must prepare to ascend. The old man was astonished. You want to leave Earth, Wu Fu explained. Relying on Earth's spiritual energy, the only way to advance is to ascend and leave. Xu Changyao felt a sense of dread for him. But once you're off Earth, the cultivation of those individuals won't be suppressed. They've probably been waiting for this very moment. Wang Mengmeng nodded. That's right, Brother Fu. Wu Fu understood everyone's concern. He comforted them. Everyone relax. The losers I beat back in the day aren't qualified to make me feel fear. He smiled confidently. Besides, it's a big universe out there. It'll be even harder for them to catch me. Xu Kangyao let out a long sigh. Since my Wu Fu has already thought things through, this old man can rest easy. Luoxi was still worried, trying to dissuade him. Void Realm experts are as common as weeds out there. Other than having abundant spiritual energy like Earth, everything else is completely different. Wu Fu nodded to show he understood, but still replied, You don't need to worry so much. Noticing Qingqing wasn't around, he asked, By the way, where's Zhu Qingqing? Wang Mengmeng informed him. After we brought you back, she said she wanted to increase her strength and headed north. The Su family is looking for her now. Hearing this, Wu Fu fell into thought. Increase her strength. Heading north. What's in the north that could help her do that? At that moment in the far north, a white-haired figure stood on a cliff. He said softly, Experts from beyond are appearing one after another. The storm that has been brewing for 1,000 years is finally about to break. Jing Song clasped his hands behind his back. He muttered, After this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again. Sensing someone approaching, the old man didn't turn around, simply asking, Shouldn't you be taking care of Wu Fu right now? The person behind him was Qingqing. She took a few steps forward, then clasped her hands in a formal bow. Master Jing Song, please take this junior with you to the outside world. The old man questioned her. Why? She answered honestly, Earth is just the beginning for him, so I want to become stronger. To her surprise, Jing Song refused immediately. No. Xu Qingqing was stunned, frozen on the spot. She then resorted to a pity play, immediately kneeling and begging while hugging his leg. Please let me come with you. I want to become stronger to help him. The old man was truly startled and left speechless by the girl's tactics. Jing Song admitted defeat. He let out a long sigh. All right, fine. I'll take you with me. It just so happens I'm in need of an assistant. As if waiting for just those words, Xu Qingqing immediately hoisted up a sack full of luggage. Great then, let's get going. Jing Song broke into a cold sweat, seeing how prepared she was. He raised his hand to open a teleportation gate, not forgetting to set a condition. All right, but Wu Fu and I aren't that close, you know. Once your strength has improved, I'll bring you back. Xu Qingqing thanked him sincerely. Thank you, senior. Before she left, Xu Qingqing vowed to herself, Just you wait. Wait for my return. The sky was clear and blue, untroubled by their departure. A guard from the Xu family rushed in to report to Kang Yao. Family head. We saw the young miss enter a teleportation gate with an old man. The old man was surprised, but from the description, he knew exactly who she had left with. He reassured Kang Yao, Rest assured, sir. Xu Qingqing is very safe right now. The old man smiled with trust. If you say so, then I can rest easy. After waking up, Wu Fu immediately went to the study, standing thoughtfully before a map of the earth. From Earth, there are two places one can ascend from. Unlike cultivators from the outer world, they can connect to teleportation, erase or activate teleportation maps. He marked Tian Shan and Heihai on the map. Kang Yao frowned as he analyzed the situation. The spirit beasts near Heihai are extremely powerful and the sea region is treacherous and unpredictable. Wu Fu made his decision. Then we'll go to Tian Shan. Kang Yao loudly objected, but that's a land of death. Wu Fu smiled mysteriously. That's precisely why we're going. In another location, two men in black knelt and reported, "My lord, everything has been arranged." The hooded man in black gazed into a mirror that was monitoring Wu Fu and gave a low command. Tell the people from the religious sects near the teleportation array that if they find him, they are to kill him without mercy. Huang Jin frowned displeased. That planet seems to have only 2 ascension points. If we knew where he was going to appear, it would be much easier to handle him. Suddenly, a man in a striking wine-red outfit appeared behind him and spoke. Who is this sacred figure that has prompted you to issue a kill order? Huang Jin turned looking at the man in shock. You're awake. Are you the 12th venerable god Yao? He greeted him. Oh, the old charlatan. The scene shifts to the lush green forest behind the Shu family's villa. Kang Yao made a request. Wu Fu, I'll have to trouble you to look after that child Qingqing. The old man clasped his hands. This old dragon is troubled. Based on my cultivation, I wouldn't be of any help even if I went to the heaven beyond heaven. Wu Fu nodded to show he would keep his promise. Don't worry, senior. He looked towards the horizon. This heaven beyond heaven is just another beginning. Meanwhile, in the Tian Shan Snow sect, white snow blanketed everything. A disciple of the Snow sect entered to report sect master Bei Xuan has been killed. The disciple continued. This subordinate has investigated and found that the person's name is Wu Fu. From behind the screen, a hand emerged. Now this is starting to get interesting. The disciple's face flushed in a daze just from the sight of the hand. A moment later, the sect master stepped out. She licked her lips. I wonder what he tastes like. In Tian Shan, a fierce snowstorm was blowing. A few figures were walking through the harsh weather. Meng Meng, despite being dressed warmly, couldn't help but sneeze from the cold, seeing Wu Fu dressed so lightly. He whined. Brother Fu, how much longer? Aren't you cold? Wu Fu replied. We're only halfway there, he explained as he walked forward. The teleportation array leading to the outer world is on the mountain peak. If we want to activate it, we'll need the help of the Snow sect. Luo Xi walked beside them wrapped in a warm cloak. The Snow sect master's name is Xue Li. Her personality is very mysterious. Although I've heard she isn't as easy to deal with as Luo Bei Xuan, she is by no means a good person. As the three were talking, a figure approached them. You must be Wu Fu. 2 female disciples clasped their hands in a salute. The Snow sect master has specially dispatched us to welcome you. Wu Fu said sarcastically. News sure travels fast. If she wants to see me, why didn't she come herself? The female disciple was displeased. Kid, watch your mouth. If the sect master didn't want to spare your life, you'd be dead by now. Meng Meng, seeing this, Injustice stood up for his friend. Haven't you guys heard who my brother Fu is? Do you know Luo Bei Xuan? The strongest expert on Earth, my brother Fu took him down with a single palm strike. The female disciple's gaze turned sharp as ice. Here in Tian Shan, we are the ones who decide what is right and what is wrong. Meng Meng was frightened and hid behind Wu Fu. Brother Fu, protect me. He spoke up. I have no history or grudge with your Snow sect. I've come here only for the ancient formation at the top of the mountain. But then his tone shifted, his eyes turning cold. However, it seems your esteemed sect has no intention of welcoming us. Seeing Wu Fu become so intimidating, the 2 female disciples from the Snow sect cautiously backed away. A moment later, they used their lightness, skill, and vanished as quickly as the wind. They're gone. Meng Meng asked nervously, Brother Fu, they're not going to get reinforcements, are they? He turned to leave. Let them be. We'll continue on our way. The female disciple returned to the sect to report sect master. That man is arrogant and conceited. This subordinate was unable to bring him to see you. Hearing this, Xue Li didn't get angry. On the contrary, she seemed intrigued. So many people call him a once-in-a-millennium genius. If he didn't have the temperament of a genius, I would look down on him. I will go see him myself. On the vast snowy mountain, 3 figures staggered forward. Luo Zi couldn't help but ask how much farther. Wu Fu didn't answer. He suddenly stopped. Meng Meng was confused. Brother Fu, what's wrong? He said calmly. Wait a moment. We've got company. Meng Meng squinted looking ahead. What company? But when he saw what Wu Fu called a little company, his eyes widened in terror. The snowstorm continued to howl as dozens of pairs of glowing red eyes appeared in the forest. They slowly stepped out surrounding Wu Fu's group. The alpha wolf let out a low growl as if it were issuing a command. Shivering, Wang Meng Meng broke out in a sweat despite the snowy blizzard. He screamed in terror instinctively, looking for a sense of safety from the man. Brother Fu, there's a pack of huge wolves on this snowy mountain. What do we do now? Wu Fu reminded him. Are you scared? Your cultivation level isn't as low as it used to be. With the reminder, Meng Meng suddenly remembered. Oh right, By this time, the wolf pack had already charged, their mouths wide open, revealing sharp fangs, but Wu Fu's group was not to be trifled with. They all leaped into action, striking the attacking wolves. With a few thunderous sounds, the first few wolves to charge were sent flying. Wolves are pack animals, with some packs numbering in the hundreds. If one was knocked down, another would rush forward, surrounding them from all sides. Meng Meng realized they couldn't possibly fight them all. Brother Fu, more and more snow wolves are appearing. What do we do now? Wu Fu remained calm and smiled. To defeat an army, you must first capture its king. This is just a welcome gift for arriving at Snow Mountain. It didn't take him long to find the alpha wolf. You must be the pack leader, aren't you? The alpha wolf warily bared its fangs at him. Without another word, Wu Fu charged towards it, sword in hand. However, the alpha wolf was no pushover. Its fur stood on end, making it impossible for him to fight it barehanded. A spirit beast with fur this tough was truly formidable to be able to survive here. Not only was its fur hard, but it could also be shot out like a porcupine's quills. In an instant, a barrage of sharp hairs shot towards Wu Fu. He swung his sword, blocking all the incoming projectiles. The sword whistled through the air as if challenging the alpha wolf. Sensing the provocation, its eyes lit up and it let out a few growls. Immediately after, it opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful stream of spiritual energy. Amidst the blinding snowstorm, Wu Fu's figure flashed, dodging the attack. Just like that, he appeared like a phantom right at the wolf's side. Wu Fu's eyes were ice cold, looking at the wolf as if it were already a corpse. Die. The sword in his hand immediately aimed for the wolf's head. Right at that moment, the sound of a finger snap echoed, and it seemed something flew from a beautiful hand. A stone shot towards Wu Fu at an incredible speed. Just as he was about to take the wolf's life, he saw the stone flying toward him. Without a second thought, Wu Fu leaped back to dodge it, and the wolf seized the opportunity to escape. Lu Si cried out in worry. Wu Fu Meng Meng called out loudly, "Brother Fu." The hem of a striking black dress fluttered in the snowy wind. A graceful figure walked slowly across the cold snow. To come to Heavenly Mountain without paying respects to this master, and you even dare to try and kill my pet. Wu Fu was startled and looked up towards the source of the voice. On a rock ledge, Xue Li looked down on them from on high. "So you must be Wu Fu." He looked back at her, the master of the snow sect. She crossed her arms and arrogantly declared, "I know why you're here, but if you want my help, you must obey my commands." Wu Fu, however, had no intention of submitting, and he reached out to take something. The conditions to activate the Heavenly Mountain formation are 1, a full-powered activation by a venerable realm expert, or 2, activation with a Heavenly Blade Qi. He gave a triumphant smile, dropping a bombshell. "I've already mastered the Heavenly Blade Qi, while you seem to be 1 step short of reaching the venerable realm yourself." Xue Li was genuinely shocked into silence. How could he possibly know that? Then, just as the two were talking, the snow mountain began to rumble violently. Wu Fu frowned, watching the snow rolling down from the mountaintop. An avalanche. Xue Li took this opportunity to issue them a challenge. Perfect timing. If you can survive until you reach the summit, this master will grant you 1 attempt to activate the ancient formation. An avalanche is a terrifying natural disaster. The snow cascaded down from above at great speed, quickly burying Wu Fu's group. The snow swept away all obstacles in its path. Tree roots and small rocks were all carried away by it. On a large tree branch protruding out, unaffected by the avalanche, 2 figures stood discussing. To think they'd underestimate an avalanche on this heavenly mountain. Even a venerable realm expert couldn't withstand it, the female disciple commented flatly. "They'll be buried in a moment." But Xue Li thought otherwise. "If that were true, I would have wasted my time coming all the way here." As soon as she finished speaking, a small vortex formed in the middle of the avalanche. A deafening explosion roared as scorching green flames erupted from the small vortex. The female disciple was stunned. "What's happening? It's on fire." Erha transformed into a giant winged dog and flew up, letting out a massive roar. Xue Li was dumbfounded. Is that his spirit beast? It seems I've underestimated him. Wu Fu's group was now all on Erha's back, and Meng Meng cheered. "Long live Master Ha!" Wu Fu smirked and gave his dog a command. Erha, head for the summit. Ignore them. Erha obediently flew off right past Xue Li. The female disciple panicked. "Sect Master, they're getting away." Xue Li was captivated. So strong. She licked her lips, her face flushing. "I really want to have a taste of him right now." Very quickly, Erha brought the group to the mountain's peak, landing gently. As soon as it touched down, it transformed back into a small, playful dog. Luo Si looked at the strange cave on the summit, curious. Is this the peak? Meng Meng, relieved to have escaped the avalanche, felt fearless and began running around inside. And I thought Heavenly Mountain was supposed to be dangerous. Turns out it was just an avalanche. In that case, Erha, shall we lead the way? And just like that, 1 person and 1 dog ran deep inside despite Wu Fu calling after them, "Fatty, wait." The 2 of them went ahead, even calling back out. "Hurry up, everyone. Stop lagging behind." With her 6th sense, Luo Si felt that something was off about this place. "Brother Fu, I feel like something's not right about this Heavenly Mountain." Wu Fu nodded in agreement. He started walking inside. "Let's follow them just in case something happens." As soon as he said that, Meng Meng's terrified screams echoed from within the mountain range. Wu Fu rushed inside, shouting "Fatty or Ha." Two figures ran inside, then suddenly stopped, because after running into the cave, they found it was completely empty. There was no one there. Luo Si followed closely behind and asked Brother Fu, "Where's Fatty Wu?" Fu studied the footprints on the ground. "Look, they were right here a moment ago." Luo Si continued, "And then they just disappeared." He speculated. "Could there be something in here?" He made a grim vow. "Whatever it is, if it so much as harms a single hair on Urha, I will not forgive it." Luo Si looked around and suggested, "It's so big in here, let's split up and search." Wu Fu pulled her back. "Wait, be on your guard and don't act alone. I have a very strange feeling about this place," he shared. "Besides, my life force connection with Urha has been severed." At that moment, Shui Li also walked in, laughing loudly. "You dare to enter here so unprepared?" Wu Fu turned to look at the snow sex master. She was holding a red string in her hand and taunted them. "This is the Palace of Death. You came right inside without even bringing a lifeline string." Hearing her words, both Luo Si and Wu Fu had the same thought. "What string?" Sui Li explained. "The Heavenly Mountain is a palace of death as infamous as the fearsome sea. Did you really think you could just come and go as you please? You probably noticed that you can't use your spiritual sense in here. If you get trapped inside, all you can do is wait to die." Wu Fu listened and taunted as if she knew this place very well. Shui Li chuckled and said, "How ridiculous. This is the territory of my snow sect. Besides, I'm preparing to ascend and leave this planet. But to do that, I need to find the formation inside. For over 10 years, I've sent countless people in here, but they all got lost, let alone find the formation." Wu Fu smiled confidently. "That's just because you couldn't find it. Don't lump me in with you." "Ha, I scoff at that. I've been searching for over 10 years with no results. You think a 20-year old brat like you can find it." He placed his hand on the wall beside him. "That's right. From what she said, I've figured a few things out," Wu Fu concluded. "First, the formation in here does exist. Second, people who enter don't get hurt, they just get lost inside." Luo Si felt a glimmer of hope. "What about Fatty and Urha?" he reassured her. "Don't worry, I'm sure nothing will happen to them. They're just lost." Shui Li was curious. "The 2 points you just made are correct, but I want to know how you're going to find the formation." He placed his hand on the wall. Leaning his head, he analyzed. "This is the 3rd point. The formation is right in front of you, you're just not strong enough to activate it. Remember the conditions I mentioned for activating the formation?" Wu Fu repeated. "Either reach the venerable realm and use heavenly lightning to forcibly activate it, or..." He used his strength to shatter the wall. Elsewhere, the sound of soft whimpering could be heard. "Where? Where is this?" Meng Meng trembled, hugging herself as she wandered around. "I just looked away for a second and now I'm lost." Urha beside her looked up and barked a few times. Suddenly, the mountain peak began to shake, making Meng Meng feel uneasy. "What's happening?" Sensing the vibrations of the formation, Shui Li was shocked. Could it be that this entire place is the formation? Wu Fu continued to increase the force in his hand. "Correct," he kindly explained. "This entire peak of Heaven Mountain is one giant formation." The formation activated and powerful spiritual energy surged, striking Earth's barrier. The mountain peak rumbled violently. Under the powerful assault, the barrier quickly cracked. Countless fragments fell as the spiritual energy formed a circle. At the Su family's residence, all the spiritual energy was being sucked towards Heaven Mountain. Su Yingshan watched as the spiritual qi in the sky was nearly depleted. "Father, look at the sky." Kang Yao saw it too. The old man said, "It seems Wu Fu has opened the gate of ascension." Then he placed his hopes in Wu Fu. "Wu Fu, my granddaughter, is counting on you." On a high perilous cliff at Six God Mountain, this is the celestial phenomenon of ascension. Luo Shi's grandmother squinted at the formation. Luo Shi and the others are about to ascend. At the Lu family home by a thin rock, Lu Long asked, "Daughter, why aren't you going with Wu Fu?" Lu Ling looked at the now open ascension formation and explained to her father, "He's already shouldering too many responsibilities. There's nothing I can do to help." Furthermore, she added, "Besides, your daughter isn't a fan of men with dozens of wives." In the outer heaven, the light of the ascension formation shone dazzlingly across the monitoring mirror. Huang Jin smirked. "That little brat is about to ascend." He quickly gave an order: "Prepare to eliminate the ascender from the lesser world." At Heaven Mountain, the formation finished activating and a gate of light opened. Sui Li looked up covetously. "This is the gate to ascension." "Humph," she thought to herself, "why don't I just go with them?" Just then, Wu Fu, who had been standing still, took a deep breath. Immediately after, he shouted, "Urha Fatty, the ascension gate is open, let's go ascend." On another side of the mountain peak, Meng Meng heard the news surprised. "Brother Fu." Meng Meng looked at the silly dog with her. "Urha, Brother Fu is telling us to ascend." Over here, Wu Fu smiled and asked, "Luo Shi, are you ready?" She nodded. He led the way, flying high. "Then let's go." Amidst the brilliant light of the formation, 3 people and 1 dog ascended, leaving Earth behind. Luckily, Urha was carrying Meng Meng, flying right behind them. "Brother Fu," he chuckled. "You followed us?" Huh, Wu Fu looked forward. "Good, let's keep moving." Luo Si smiled. Okay. The three of them slowly approached the barrier between worlds, but as soon as they passed through it, Wu Fu knew something was wrong. His consciousness was gradually fading like a phone losing its signal. This is bad. Something's happened. Immediately after the barrier shattered, the three of them were separated from here. In another space, the evening sun dyed the sky red. The wind rustled through the leaves of the trees. Near the base of a tree was a shallow pit, and inside that pit was Wu Fu. He opened his eyes and looked around. Where am I? I remember I was ascending just a moment ago. He slowly sat up the headache, making him clutch his head and groan. Ow, ow, ow. Wu Fu tried to remember what happened, but his memory was a blur. That's right, something must have happened during the ascension, but I can't remember anything after that. He didn't dwell on it and immediately sat down to meditate. I don't know how Luo Shi and the others are doing. I need to regulate my qi to heal and recover first. It'd be bad if something happened before I'm ready. Just then, not far away, two sharp glints of light flew towards Wu Fu. Sensing the danger, he snapped his eyes open. Immediately, Wu Fu dodged to the side, avoiding the two sharp arrows. The arrows embedded themselves deep into the tree trunk right behind him. However, more arrows continued to fly out, whistling through the air as they aimed for him. Wu Fu nimbly dodged by leaning left and right, even having to dash backward a short distance to evade them all. He snorted in contempt. Arrows, is there someone else in this desolate place? Still, they're just measly weapons. Just as he finished speaking, Tuak Wu Fu was hit squarely on the back of the head with a club. He fell face first onto the ground, a large lump already forming on his head. A figure appeared behind him. That should knock him out right. The sun bid farewell to the mountains and slowly set. Night fell, and the flickering light of a campfire warmed a small area. Not far from the fire, a figure could be seen. Wu Fu slowly came to. In a single day, he had been knocked out twice. That was a rare occurrence. At that moment, a small girl from a pink-haired beastman tribe appeared. Oh, you're awake. I didn't even hit you that hard. The little girl walked around Wu Fu, observing him quietly. You woke up pretty fast. He silently sized up the girl before him. A beastman with ears. Out loud, he asked, Who are you, and why have you tied me up? The little girl introduced herself. My name is Ameng. From today on, I am your master. You will obediently participate in the beast fighting tournament tonight, and you will win for me. Those words sounded completely unreasonable. Wu Fu refused to accept it, trying to struggle free. What are you talking about? Let me go now or else. But then he realized with a shock, what's going on? Why can't I break free? Ameng advised, don't waste your energy. This rope is made from the branches of a 1,000-year-old spirit tree specifically designed for cultivators like you. Wu Fu began to gather information about this outer heaven. You're one of the beast folk, aren't you? If I wasn't seriously injured, you really think you could have ambushed me so easily? Meng smiled, her big round eyes looking completely harmless. But her words held a subtle threat for Wu Fu. We beast folk can approach our prey without anyone, not even ghosts or demons, ever knowing. Not even cultivators like you can detect us. So catching you is well within my power. Just then, two figures appeared. Well, if it isn't Meng, who's got you on your guard, little girl? Those two are from the beast folk tribe, He Quan explained. We heard you caught a cultivator. We got curious and came to have a look. Chai Lang looked intrigued, wanting to see just how strong this cultivator from the outside world was. Meng, with her small frame, reflexively slapped Wu Fu in annoyance. But she ended up hitting something she really shouldn't have on a man. What's there to see, she thought. He's going to win tonight anyway. Wu Fu was tied up, and that slap landed right on a sensitive spot, making him wince in pain. Meng realized what she'd done and quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. He Quan looked Wu Fu up and down and burst out laughing. You're pinning your hopes on this scrawny weakling. We don't even know if he's really a cultivator. Chai Lang chimed in with some friendly advice. Didn't I tell you? You lose every single year. Meng. Why do you keep humiliating yourself like this? You'd be better off finding someone strong to mate with. They both started mocking Meng. Besides, we want to mate with a half-breed like her with human blood mixed in. Isn't that just disgusting? The young girl could only grit her teeth and endure it. Wu Fu noticed Meng was getting emotionally unstable. He Quan sneered, let me tell you something. That beast you had last year, my 8 tiger, tore it to shreds. This year will be no different. I suggest you learn your place. Meng didn't say a word, her fists clenched tight, showing how hard she was trying to hold back her anger. Just then, Wu Fu spoke up. Oh really? As amazing as all that? You think he can tear me to shreds? Even though he was tied up, his confidence was practically radiating off him. How about we make a bet? Chai Lang sized him up. This guy might actually be a cultivator after all. Wu Fu taunted them. What's the matter? You scared? He Quan glared at him dismissively. Why would we bet with a slave? Besides, if you're so powerful, how did you let Meng catch you in the first place? The girl shouted, Hey, what are you trying to imply? You want a piece of this? The jerk had gotten what he wanted. He Quan and Chai Lang turned to leave. The beast tournament is tonight. We'll see who's real and who's fake then, Meng yelled furiously. You think I'm afraid of you? They just laughed. Meng, let your little slave enjoy the last few hours of his life. Watching those scumbags walk away, Wu Fu couldn't help but think, why do authors always throw these brainless thugs in just to start a fight? Suddenly, Meng asked quietly, hey, can you really win? She tilted her head looking at him. I mean, you said all that confident stuff back there. The beasts at the tournament tonight are all incredibly strong. What are your actual chances? Wu Fu didn't answer. Instead, he asked her, how strong are they? Strong enough to tear me to shreds. Meng replied sadly, the high-level beasts I've captured in the past, they all died in the tournament. This made him even more curious. Then why did you capture me? I'm not a beast. The girl answered honestly, because you fell from the sky. And when you landed, you scared off countless beasts. I knew you had to be something special. Wu Fu realized it must have been the spiritual energy released by his spirit sword. Meng grinned, boasting about her accomplishment. But I still managed to catch you in the end. He thought to himself helplessly, isn't this supposed to be a beast fight? Sending a human like me in seems a little random, doesn't it? Still, the strength of the beast folk was truly impressive. They could approach him without making a sound, and their physical strength was far greater than a normal person's. Oh well, what's done is done. Wu Fu decided to try and negotiate. If I win, you'll let me go, right? Meng nodded. You could say that. He was thrilled. Then it's a deal. That evening, at the beast fighting arena, torches blazed and the stands were packed with people. In the prep area beneath the stage, Wu Fu spoke up hesitantly. Hey, about this thing. Meng asked innocently. What about it? He felt humiliated just asking. I already promised I wouldn't run away. Why do you still have me in? This Wu Fu said dejectedly, feeling like a prisoner. Meng simply pointed at the others. That's how everyone else brings their beasts here. He followed her gaze, and sure enough, everyone was leading their beasts on neck leashes. But that reason somehow made it even worse for Wu Fu. He closed his eyes, completely exasperated. Does this kid seriously think I'm a dog? Before he could dwell on it, Meng asked worriedly, but can you really defeat beasts that are so big and strong? You look so skinny and frail. Wu Fu reassured her. Size isn't everything. Look at you, you're tiny, but you still managed to knock me out, didn't you? The girl scratched her chin, thinking that made sense. He does look pretty frail, though. Then Meng gave him a warning. To be honest, a lot of them might look weak, but they're incredibly dangerous. Just then, a massive beast's paw slammed onto the ground. The movement was so loud, Wu Fu couldn't ignore it. A wolf with blood-red eyes was staring right at him. Meng saw the beast too and gasped. A black gold wolf. A man stepped out from behind the massive wolf, calling her name. Meng. Li looked at Wu Fu and asked, is this the human you're entering in the competition tonight? Wu Fu warily eyed the creature Ban, which was radiating an immense pressure. He assessed it silently. This thing is at least 1,000 years old. A normal beast wouldn't be able to withstand an aura this terrifying. Meng frowned, annoyed. Li, are you here to make fun of me too? Li retorted. I'm not that petty. It's just that my black gold wolf caught a strange scent and got excited. Ban's eyes flashed with blood-red killing intent. It let out a howl, summoning a whirlwind around its body. Wu Fu just smirked. Are you trying to intimidate me? It answered with a triumphant growl. Li's expression turned serious. This guy is no ordinary person. To face Ban's intimidation without even flinching. Could he actually be a real cultivator? Realizing this wasn't going his way, he turned and said, Ban, let's go. I'll let you play with him later when we have time. Watching the man and his beast depart, Meng couldn't help but praise Wu Fu. Wow, you're really something else. To be able to stand up to Ban like that. He glanced down at the girl and replied, it's the first time I've ever encountered a beast with that much intelligence. Finding a topic she could talk about, Meng began to explain enthusiastically. You see, our beast folk race was originally a combination of humans and beasts. We have human intelligence and the absolute strength of beasts, so of course we're very versatile when dealing with other beasts. Wu Fu asked curiously. So you mean you can fight on your own too? The little girl answered confidently. Of course. A spark of doubt lit up in his mind. Then why do you still need to capture beasts? Meng began to explain the beast fighting tournament is just a battle between the beasts we've tamed, but it's also a demonstration of our beasts' intimidation. This is one of our skills too. Thinking of the darker things, she knew she continued her lecture. An outstanding beastman will possess absolute intimidation. A powerful beastman will have the strength to summon 100 beasts. The beast fighting tournament is our chance to show everyone just how strong of a beast we've managed to tame with our own power. Wu Fu said with great interest. That actually sounds pretty cool. Meng retorted with annoyance. Cool. What's cool about it? My beast gets torn to shreds every single time I'm furious. He bluntly and thoughtlessly replied. Doesn't that just prove you're weak? The little girl exploded in a fit of rage, grabbing Wu Fu's collar and screaming in frustration. What did you just say, you slave? Don't forget you're my captive. How am I weak? His ears were ringing from her yelling, so he could only relent. All right. Meng didn't let him go and ordered, hey, say it again. Wu Fu replied helplessly. I know, just let go of me. A figure in the shadows silently watched the two of them. Unaware the girl was still aggressively threatening him. Are you going to say that again in the future? Ali secretly watched the two of them, and seeing their less than serious demeanor, he just curled his lip in contempt. At that moment, Wu Fu was still struggling with A Meng. He said tiredly, "I won't say it again. I won't." A man named Huo Zi appeared out of nowhere and sneered, "Oh, isn't this Ali here to see A Meng?" Ali's face darkened with impatience as he looked at him and asked, "What is it?" He chuckled mockingly. "A Meng told us today that the weak human she brought back would win," he asked doubtfully. Weak Huo Zi smiled confidently and replied, "You know A Meng's strength. How could he possibly win? He's just a figurehead anyway. Besides that, Slave actually dares to challenge us." A Li just let out a cold laugh. "I think you're the weak ones." A Li lost his patience, turned his head, and ordered, "Ban, let's go." The beast let out a cry in response. Huo Zi asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "Aren't you participating in the beast fighting tournament tonight?" His eyes sharp and serious, he replied. "That weak human is more than enough to deal with you lot. I'm not interested." Huo Zi's face was full of disgust, thinking, "What's so great about you looking down on me like that? One day my Bahu will crush you all." Ban sensed the malicious intent and turned its head, giving him a look filled with killing intent. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine like a coward, thinking, "I'll let you off for now." In the arena, A Meng kept reminding him, "In a little while, all the beasts will be released. Don't get trampled to death. Remember to watch out, the strength of many beasts is not the same." Seeing Wu Fu remain silent, she immediately called out, "Hey, are you even listening?" He just replied coldly, "Yeah." A Meng said helplessly, "Did you hear me clearly or not?" Wu Fu stood calmly in place and answered lightly, "You're such a nag. Isn't it just a matter of defeating all the beasts? Piece of cake." The announcer's voice boomed from the loudspeaker. "Get ready to begin. All beasts please enter the arena." A Meng looked at the still nonchalant Wu Fu and could only remind him, "I'm going up first. Remember to last a while, don't embarrass me." He sat cross-legged on the ground and replied, "Got it." Wu Fu closed his eyes to meditate, thinking, "A Meng fed me that origin spirit fruit. My stamina is incredibly abundant right now. Plus, my cultivation is gradually recovering. When it starts, I can give it a try." In the stands, Huo Zi sneered, "Oh, you really brought that chicken of yours. Did you want to see how he gets trampled to death?" A Meng shot back unhappily, "It's none of your business." He snorted coldly. Huo Zi laughed smugly, "Go ahead and brag. That chicken of yours better not run into my Bahu." The host's voice rang out, "Let the beast fighting tournament begin." Immediately, a beast quickly broke through the barrier and roared. Large beasts grabbed smaller ones and thrashed them around. Two bird-like beasts battled in the air with their own unique techniques. A rhino-like beast used its horn to charge at the other beasts. A chaotic battle erupted on the arena floor amidst the cheers of the audience. From the observation deck, Huo Zi looked down excitedly in stark contrast to the worried A Meng. He said, "All the beasts this time are so strong. I don't think Bahu even needs to show his face. He'll be killed by the other beasts." After a while, Wu Fu also stood up and began to observe the situation on the field. Wu Fu assessed that the number of beasts was about the same as before. Sensing movement from behind, he immediately became alert. Wu Fu looked at the figure in front of him and said, "Oh, not bad. But from the looks of it, you seem to be targeting me. If I'm not mistaken, you must be that foolish wolf's Bahu." Bahu faced him with a ferocious aura. In the stands, the audience began to chatter. "Is that human really a cultivator?" Another chimed in. "He just got in and Bahu already has its eyes on him." A Meng angrily shouted, "Shut your mouths or I'll knock you all down." She was stunned when she heard Huo Zi's words. "Looks like your chicken is out of luck," he shouted loudly, ordering Bahu kill him. Following Huo Zi's command, it swung its arm, aiming for Wu Fu. Wu Fu lightly leaped into the air, easily dodging Bahu's attack. He smiled mockingly and said, "Fool, you can't hit me like that." It stomped hard on the ground, causing a section of the arena floor to crack. Bahu charged forward ferociously and swiped a claw at Wu Fu. He silently blocked the attack, assessing it in his mind. So fast. This guy looks stupid, but his speed is no joke. That one blow knocked him back. Without letting Wu Fu rest, Bahu charged again, roaring as it leaped high into the air. It skillfully executed a move, a barrage of continuous punches raining down on Wu Fu's position. While A Meng was tense with worry, Huo Zi laughed heartily, saying smugly, "Faced with my Bahu, your little chicken will be torn to shreds." The horned beastman next to him also joined in the fun. He's dead meat. Bahu's fists are both fast and terrifying. He's probably been turned into meat paste by now. The person next to him echoed contemptuously, "A human is a human, just a bunch of weaklings." Hearing those taunts, she was filled with worry, clasping her hands together in prayer. "Please, Yuan, don't die." A Meng squeezed her eyes shut, afraid to look, repeating her plea in her mind. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, he's still alive." Huo Zi cried out in astonishment, "How is this possible?" The little girl's eyes flew open, silently stunned. He didn't die. Standing behind Bahu, who had just launched a powerful attack, Wu Fu said, "I didn't expect that for someone with such a massive body, your punches could be so nimble." He hurriedly shouted, "You idiot, hurry up and hit him." It quickly turned and threw a punch at him. Wu Fu calmly assessed, "Although you're very strong, it's a shame you're just an animal." all brawn and no brains. He turned his head sharply, a murderous glint in his eyes. Wu Fu began his attack, throwing a punch that shook the entire arena. Ba Hu took the full force of that punch. He was sent flying straight into a wall, which shattered on impact. Everyone in the stands witnessed this scene with the same shocked expression. Huo Si, in particular, stared wide-eyed in horror and whispered to himself, "What?" The dust cleared to reveal Ba Hu lying motionless amidst the rubble. Wu Fu played dumb, saying, "Wasn't that pretty simple? How did I take him down with just one punch?" The horned beastman exclaimed, "That guy's a human and he beat Ba Hu with a single punch." The one next to him also spoke up. Could he really be a cultivator? Ameng's joy was written all over her face as she thought, "This is great. I knew that guy was something special." While the little girl was still in a daze, Huosi leaped down from the stands. He stood opposite him, roaring in disbelief. "Impossible, impossible, my Ba Hu couldn't have lost." Huosi angrily interrogated Wu Fu, "You there, human? Did you cheat?" Huosi pointed a claw at Wu Fu, saying resentfully, "You're obviously just a weak human. How could you possibly defeat my Ba Hu?" He chuckled mockingly and replied, "What kind of logic is that? If I win, it's cheating, but if I lose, that's just how it's supposed to be." He stubbornly stuck to his own ideas, retorting in a dismissive tone. "What else could it be? You, humans, have always been a weak species. I bet Ameng used some trick to help you win." Speak of the devil, Ameng also jumped down from the stands, spreading her arms protectively in front of Wu Fu. The girl angrily questioned Huosi, "What do you think you're doing? Is it that hard to admit someone else is strong?" He wouldn't listen to anyone. He stubbornly insisted, "You must have cheated. I demand he be tested." Ameng said impatiently, "Test what he won in front of everyone." Everyone saw it. Huosi's eyes, filled with murderous intent, locked onto him as he growled through gritted teeth. "Even so, it couldn't have been this guy. I'll have to test for myself just how strong this guy is." The girl didn't back down directly, releasing her own imposing aura to face him as a warning. "If you want to touch my person, you'll have to get through me first." Wu Fu silently observed, inwardly praising Ameng. This kid's actually pretty responsible. Huosi was slightly intimidated by the girl's fierce aura and backed off a little, but he continued to taunt them. "What's the matter? Weren't you so brave a moment ago? Now you're just a dog hiding behind its master." At that moment, he stepped forward and spoke calmly. "I accept your suspicion, but I have no interest in fighting you," Wu Fu said with a look of utter contempt, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "After all, I never waste my time on small fry who don't know their own limits." Ameng, standing beside him, grew anxious and quickly whispered, "Hey, can't you just say a little less? Why are you provoking him like that?" Hearing his arrogant words, Huosi's eyes turned red with rage. He thought angrily. Small fry Huosi finally snapped under Wu Fu's provocation and immediately charged forward to attack. He roared, "You bastard, you'll pay for what you said." Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Ameng stepped in front to protect him and ordered, "Damn it, get back, I'll hold him off." Suddenly, to the girl's surprise, Wu Fu reached out and patted her head. He smiled confidently and said, "I'm not so weak that I need you to protect me." Huosi's sharp claws flashed through the air, aiming for Wu Fu. He simply leaned back slightly to dodge the attack. A cunning glint flashed in Wu Fu's eyes as he taunted smugly, "You really are weak to be provoked so easily." The next second, he appeared in front of him, grabbing Huosi's mouth with one hand. With just a little bit of force, he effortlessly subdued him. Wu Fu warned him seriously, "One more thing. I don't like arrogant punks." He forcefully slammed Huosi to the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust from the arena floor. Wu Fu shouted, "Get down." He pinned him to the ground with one hand, rendering him completely immobile. Wu Fu asked coldly, "Any more questions now?" As Wu Fu pinned his face to the ground with one hand, Huosi's eyes bulged in disbelief as he thought, "How is this possible? I can't muster any strength at all, and his power is just too overwhelming." From a distance, Eli's voice emerged from behind the thick dust cloud. "That's enough. Why bully someone so weak?" He and his companion faced the two of them and said, as expected of a cultivator, "To possess such great strength, I'm not surprised at all. In fact, I'm very interested in you." Wu Fu asked doubtfully. Interested, Ali began to explain, "We of the Beastman tribe pursue the strongest beings. We possess absolute innate advantages, so we tend to look down on humans. But you're a special case." He scoffed. "So are you challenging me?" The man calmly shook his head and replied, "Not me." Ali said seriously, "It's my companion who is very interested in you. Ever since you appeared, he's been very agitated, especially when you killed Ba Hu." Wu Fu replied with a hint of surprise, "I never thought a demonic beast would take an interest in me." The other man replied with a fierce aura, "To pursue the strong and defeat the strong is the goal of all species, is it not?" He frowned and said, "And you? It seems you don't think much of me either." Ali sized up Wu Fu with a scrutinizing gaze. "That depends on whether you can defeat my companion." "Of course, my companion isn't as stupid and weak as that tiger," he replied with an equally confident look. "And what makes you think I'll agree?" Just then, Ameng shouted, cutting through the tense conversation, "Stop, I don't agree." Her resounding voice caught Wu Fu's attention. The girl stood protectively in front of him, saying irritably to Ali, "Why should he have to fight you? All we need to do is win this competition." If you want to fight, go pick on someone else. He reminded her in a cold voice. Meng, I know what you're planning, which is why I came to stop you. Meng wasn't scared in the slightest, retorting sharply. What gives you the right to stop me? The young girl shot back impatiently. Besides, he represents my victory. There's no longer any doubt this represents my power. Therefore, I can fight on my own now, can I? Ali asked with a serious tone. Are you sure you can leave this place with your current strength? He threatened with a dark expression, or are you saying you're powerful enough to go to the outer heavens? This question made Meng fall into deep thought. Wu Fu, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but ponder quietly. The outer heavens. The girl, as if embarrassed into anger, shouted, What I do has nothing to do with you. Faced with Meng's stubbornness, he could only compromise with a warning. I hope you won't do anything foolish. The girl turned away resentfully and said, I'd never do anything stupid. What do you know? Let's go. Wu Fu glanced at Meng, thinking to himself, so this place isn't the outer heavens. I wonder how Fatty and the others are doing now. With a wary look, Wu Fu thought, perhaps this guy knows how to get to the outer heavens. Meanwhile, Meng from a distance was still cheerfully calling out, Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and let's go. He turned back and replied nonchalantly, Yeah. Ali glared as the two left and thought, I can't let this guy stay here any longer. Wu Fu and Meng walked together through the dark forest. As he walked, he wondered, come to think of it, why does she want to go to the outer heavens? Besides, this girl's cultivation level doesn't seem that high. Can she even make it? The girl walking in front suddenly stopped. Thanks for tonight. Wu Fu just smiled, having already guessed Meng's intention, which made her feel guilty. What are you thanking me for? Didn't you capture me for the tournament? Besides, haven't we already agreed? If I win, you'll let me go. Could it be that you want to? Meng turned back, laughing nervously and vehemently denying it. I know you must be very curious about why I want to participate in the beast fighting tournament, right? He could only think helplessly. What is she playing at? Is she trying to mess with me? Does she want me to be her hired fighter forever? The girl was still very enthusiastic. Participating in the beast fighting tournament is proof of my strength, just like the struggles among your human race, you humans. Wu Fu was at a loss for words. She's really getting into it. What does your competition have to do with me? Meng continued her story. Those who pass the beast fighting tournament must all go to the hopeless forest and endure incredibly brutal training. He repeated with a questioning look, the hopeless forest. And so the girl began to explain. The hopeless forest is a mandatory trial for our Beastman clan. Only by passing this trial can one be recognized by the clan elders, become a warrior of the Beastman clan, and even have a chance to become the chieftain of the Beastman clan. Then Wu Fu spoke up and asked, What's inside? Meng could only scratch her head. I don't know, I've never passed the beast fighting tournament, but I've heard it's terrifying in there. And so he came up with an idea. Terrifying, you say? Well, there's probably a lot of treasure in there then. Want to go check it out? The girl behind him said, We don't need to participate in that trial, you can rest assured. So Wu Fu turned his head and asked why. Meng put on a pouty face. Because we don't, that's why. Don't ask so many questions. However, she glanced over at him and warned, also you should stay away from that Ali guy. Wu Fu could only shrug. Although he was very curious, she probably wouldn't tell him anyway. Well, it's not like I'd go looking for trouble for no reason. Meng stood to the side with her arms crossed and continued the conversation. This much I can tell you, that Ali is the only beastman among our group who has passed the trial. As he imagined it, he grew curious about the only one to pass the trial. Is that guy really that amazing? The girl made a weary face but didn't deny Ali's abilities. He's been a narcissist since he was a kid, always putting on that I am so great expression. But in the end, he actually managed to pass the trial. It's unbelievable. Wu Fu teased. You two obviously grew up together, yet he can pass the trial while you can't even get past the first round. This made Meng bristle with anger. Hey, what are you trying to say? And so their voices echoed through the deep dark forest. Nothing, nothing. Say that again, I dare you. All right. The next morning in the forest, Wu Fu sat by a stream and looked at his reflection in the water. He smiled to himself and thought, although that girl is a bit fierce, at least she didn't leave me outside to freeze to death like the other demonic beasts. The stream gurgled peacefully, but Wu Fu's mind was still calculating everything. But I have to get out of here soon, even though my injuries haven't fully healed. Suddenly, the voice from above caught his attention. Are you leaving today? Wu Fu looked up. It's you. Ali was sitting on a branch not far away. You don't belong here, so leave quickly. He just replied coldly, that's for me to decide. You don't need to concern yourself with it. He looked at Wu Fu with a contemplative expression. Meng's personality is very simple. She doesn't know how terrifying the outside world is, just like you humans. You're no good after all. He chuckled and said to him, You say it as if I have some kind of ulterior motive. I was knocked out and captured by her. That's the only reason I got involved in this mess. Ali, still perched above, ordered, I can set you free. After that, get back to where you belong. Wu Fu looked at him and agreed. All right then. I should at least say something to Meng first. He maintained that same cold expression and commanded no need. You just need to leave quickly. Outwardly, he silently agreed. Fine, no problem for me. So how will you explain it to Meng? But deep down, Wu Fu's thoughts weren't so simple. Come to think of it, for him to come find me alone, he definitely doesn't just want me to leave. 80% of it has to do with what was said yesterday about the outer heavens. Then Ali on the branch turned his back to Wu Fu. It doesn't concern you. Someone will lead you out later. Just follow them. He touched the brown object tied around his neck and looked at him quizzically. So how do I take this off? Ali didn't answer, but simply threw down a small, colorful bead. Wu Fu quickly caught the small bead. He looked at the object in his hand. This is. Wu Fu had barely asked the question before he vanished without a trace. Hey, you at least have to tell me how to use it. Before he could even get his bearings, someone behind him said, follow me. Wu Fu turned his head to look with a cautious gaze. The man was wearing a very mysterious-looking cloak. I'm here to guide you. He didn't hesitate and walked ahead of him. All right, let's go. Then Wu Fu suddenly looked at the colorful bead in his hand. As he examined it, he couldn't help but be curious. How do you use this thing? Wu Fu added. There's no keyhole or anything. He was still innocently curious about the bead while the man bared his teeth in a sinister grin. Model, I refuse to believe I can't kill you. In the forest, he was the guide. Just keep going this way and you'll get out. This is as far as I'll take you. Wu Fu nodded. All right. He was still in the forest near the stream from earlier. Meng's voice echoed in the area. Where did Wu Fu go? Didn't he say he couldn't get far? The girl scanned the area, searching for him. Damn it. When I find him, I'm going to have to teach him a lesson. Ali slowly appeared and said to Meng, stop looking. He's already gone. The girl scowled at him and asked, so it was you, huh? What are you doing here? And why did you take him away? Ali closed his eyes and calmly replied, he's an outsider. I sent him on his way. Meng bristled like a porcupine, shouting angrily, hey, you've gone too far. Don't think you're so great just because you have the clan leader backing you up. He took a step closer, reminding her as he walked. Have you forgotten the rules? For outsiders, Ali frowned at the young girl. It's either exile or sacrifice to the heavens. Meng's face fell at his words. Stop being so childish. Letting him leave was already a huge favor to you. As for TN, forget about it. And just like that, the girl's mood plummeted. Meng lowered her head and asked with a sad expression, why would you do that? You know me, right? Ali continued to answer. I know. But Meng, your mother once said. The girl's eyes seemed to hold a million thoughts. Then suddenly, Meng clenched her hands into fists. That's exactly why the girl bit her lip as if she was about to cry. I have to go to TN. Suddenly, Huozi appeared out of nowhere to report to Ali. Ali, this is bad. Someone broke into the forest of despair. He spun around and asked hurriedly, who? Huozi feigned ignorance. I think it was that human from yesterday. Beneath the forest canopy, Wu Fu's voice asked, full of confusion. Where in the world am I? I've been walking in circles for ages. He looked around anxiously. Am I lost? I'll just head forward and see. Despite how tall the trees were, Wu Fu climbed them with dizzying speed. Standing on a dry branch, Wu Fu looked at what was in front of him and guessed. Could this be the forest of despair? Did that guide lead me here? His face was filled with dread. I remember Meng saying something last night about how it's really hard to get out once you're in here. Then Wu Fu gazed into the distance at the opposite side. That mountain over there. Something about it seemed strange. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted. He watched, unable to hide his astonishment. Wu Fu whipped his head around to see what it was. The creature appeared with long, glossy black fur. Its massive shadow flew over his head and its feathers scattered down to the ground, forcing him to look up. What is that? Before Wu Fu's stunned eyes was the image of a monstrous beast with enormous wings unleashing a powerful attack with an explosion of light. As if it had spotted its target, it began to attack the object on the opposite side with great speed. The beast's eyes flew open, emitting a threatening green light. He felt like he was hallucinating, no longer able to feel reality. Then Wu Fu's eyes went blank. His only thought was, damn it, I can't control my own consciousness anymore. Wu Fu's body lost control, falling straight into a frantic vortex. His eyes slowly closed, his vision fixed on that single beast. What is this thing? With just a glance, a swirling fiery red space appeared like a mysterious energy vortex. His body drifted uncontrollably along with that vortex. Suddenly, Wu Fu stopped. He cried out in pain. Ow, 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 where am I? Didn't I just fall from a tree a minute ago? Wu Fu started to sit up, wondering, why is it so dark in here? He looked into the endless dark void and asked, hey, is anyone there? I'll even take an animal, just answer me. Wu Fu placed his hand on the ground, touching a layer of fiery red energy. He opened his eyes wide, his gaze full of vigilance. Wu Fu's entire body was being wrapped by that energy. He cried out in panic. What is this? He tried to struggle against the energies that were trying to swallow him. Damn it, this thing is trying to devour me. And then it began to spread across Wu Fu's face. He tried to struggle, but there was nothing he could do. Wu Fu was completely engulfed by that energy. Suddenly, a glowing sword appeared in the middle of the fiery red vortex. The vortex swirled with a blinding light, his silhouette faintly visible within. Wu Fu stared intently, amazed and curious at the same time. The spirit sword. Could this be my mindscape? The center of that red energy circle was a glowing orb. Back in reality, someone was calling out in a panicked voice. Wu Fu, wake up. He shot up from the bizarre dream. Then Wu Fu glanced at the person who had called him. He just asked coldly, is that you? Amang gave a strained laugh, her face black with soot as she started cracking her knuckles to launch an attack. Yeah, it's me. Surprised to see me, I can't believe you dared to run off. Wu Fu was choked up and didn't know what else to say. Then suddenly he pretended to be injured. My chest hurts so much. I feel terrible. Seeing this, Amang immediately believed him. She started to fumble around in a panic. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Amang didn't stop her worried questioning. And also, why did you pass out when you got here? He recounted in confusion. I just remember getting lost and looking for a way out. Then I ran into a giant demon beast. After that, before Wu Fu could finish speaking, the girl took out a type of fruit and handed it to him. First, don't circulate your energy. Just relax your body and eat this primal spirit fruit. Then speak slowly. Wu Fu took the fruit and recalled. That's right, the demon beast had 4 pairs of wings. Ameng put a hand on her chin, thinking, 4 pairs of wings. Then you must have met the master of this forest of despair. He ate the fruit and repeated, the master of the forest of despair. The girl began to explain it to Wu Fu. It's the demon beast that rules this place. Furthermore, it possesses an immeasurable amount of power, maybe even infinite. This is what I heard from those who came before. His face became more serious. Its cultivation is probably thousands of years old. Calling it a demon beast is not as accurate as calling it a spirit beast. Ameng asked in return, over 1,000 years. Wu Fu replied, it's probably been a very, very long time. Anyway, by the time my beastman tribe began to appear in civilization, Li Ke was already here. He also put his hand on his chin, thinking, come to think of it, why are you here? The girl got angry and smacked Wu Fu on the head. You still have the nerve to ask that question. Ameng pointed a finger at him and yelled, why did you listen to that Ali guy? If you weren't still wearing the necklace, I would have never found you. Wu Fu rubbed the lump on his head and put on an innocent expression. He told me he wanted me to leave. His face scrunched up, but he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This little girl's strength is nothing to scoff at. The girl was still not done being angry. If he told you to leave, you just left. So if he told you to go rob someone, would you do that too? Wu Fu could only admit his mistake. It was my fault. Okay, I'm sorry. Meng crossed her arms and pouted. You promised you wouldn't leave this place. You've completely destroyed the credibility of the entire human race. He was left speechless. Then the little girl simply ignored him and turned her back. Forget it. I was the one who brought you here in the first place. Wu Fu slowly stood up. Still, thank you for coming to find me. As soon as Ameng heard that, her face immediately flushed bright red. She was too embarrassed, so she quickly made an excuse. I was only here looking for my necklace. It wasn't for you, he replied. Right. Wu Fu thought to himself and smiled. She says one thing but means another. It's kind of cute. He walked up behind Ameng and asked, I'm glad you found me, but how are we supposed to get out of here now? Wu Fu's teasing left her speechless. Don't tell me you don't know. Ameng felt helpless. If she knew this would happen. He then spoke in a half-joking, half-serious tone. If we were able to get in, there's definitely a way out. And if there's no path, we'll just make one ourselves. The two talked as they walked, and Wu Fu became curious. So when you all train here, aren't you afraid that Li Ke will show up? The girl explained. Li Ke hibernates for 2 months out of the year. We come here to practice during that time. He was a bit surprised. Hibernates for 2 months. Ameng glanced back at Wu Fu. The only thing is its hibernation isn't on a regular schedule. We can only judge based on the movements of the other demonic beasts in this boundless forest. He thought for a moment before offering his own opinion. A spirit beast that powerful still has to hibernate. Could it be attempting a breakthrough while it sleeps? In the forest, a loud rumbling sound echoed. Wu Fu assessed the situation and made a guess. What's going on? The demonic beasts are running wild. Ameng also spoke up. It could be him, but it could also be something else. He began to eye his surroundings more cautiously. It's getting dark. It'll be dangerous to keep going. Let's find a place to rest first. The scene shifts to the edge of the boundless forest where A Li asks, you're saying Ameng went in there? Hu Wozi replied, she was too fast. I couldn't catch her. A Li started cursing. Damn it, another beastman warned. Now is not Li Ke's hibernation season. A Li, we can't go in there. He shot Huozi a furious glare. Are you just going to let Ameng die in there with that human? Huozi tried to calm him down. Let's go find the clan chief and discuss this first. The chief will know what to do. As Ali walked away, he prayed to Ameng, you absolutely have to be okay. Back in the dark, smoky forest, Wu Fu and Ameng huddled around a fire for warmth. Are you worried about her? Are you okay? A little cold. Ameng hugged her knees and said, this is my first time in the boundless forest. I'm a little nervous. Wu Fu tended to the fire and said gently, don't worry, we'll definitely get out of here. I'll protect you. Ameng glanced at him and said with a cool expression, a slave is supposed to protect his master. That's only right. The fire continued to crackle, and not wanting to argue, Wu Fu simply replied, yeah, get some sleep. We'll find our way out tomorrow. In the deep, dark, and silent forest, Wu Fu and Ameng slept by the dying fire. As the girl slept, a voice called out to her, Ameng. Ameng! Ameng! The calling didn't stop. Ameng! Ameng! Then Ameng woke up, rubbing her eyes. Who is it? A woman with long hair reached out her hand. Ameng! 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 Come home with mommy. The little girl's eyes flew open and shone brightly. Mom. The woman whose face was obscured continued to coax her. Ameng, hurry and come home with mom. Ameng chased after the woman, calling out, Mom. Wait for Ameng. Just then Wu Fu caught sight of the scene. His expression turned grave. Ameng. The girl kept chasing. Mom, wait for Ameng. The moment Ameng looked up, she froze. Her mother was a soul-guiding monster appearing before her as if ready to eat her alive. The instant she saw it, the girl turned and fled. Wu Fu rushed in from a distance, shouting Ameng. At that moment, the soul-guiding monster charged forward to attack Ameng. The soul-guiding monster's tentacles attacked relentlessly. Wu Fu leaped forward, catching Ameng and slicing away the tentacles. He called out to her worriedly. Ameng, snap out of it. Ameng groggily opened her eyes and asked, What's happening? In front of you is a vicious soul-guiding monster. The girl panicked. What is that thing? Wu Fu replied, Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? He scooped her up and started running. Ameng said, I've read some records about the boundless forest in a book. It mentioned something called a soul-guiding monster. Wu Fu pressed on. What else? Ameng explained. At its core, it's a demonic beast that absorbs countless other demonic beasts to become an incredibly terrifying monster. He replied, No wonder when I slashed it earlier, it was completely unharmed. The girl explained, Its regenerative abilities are extremely powerful. The tentacles lunged again. Ameng screamed, It's coming. Wu Fu tossed her to the side and ordered, Go find a place to hide, leave the rest to me. Ameng was furious. How dare this slave just toss his master aside like that? Wu Fu turned back, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, his eyes wide as he observed the creature. The tentacles Wu Fu had just severed immediately regenerated. It lunged to attack him again. Wu Fu said to himself, Just as I thought. Just slashing at it like this won't be enough to kill it. Looks like I'll have to try attacking another part of its body. Ameng, who was hiding behind a tree, suddenly called out. Oh, that's right. I remember now. I think it's afraid of light. That's why it only appears at night. Wu Fu replied gruffly. It's the middle of the night. Where are we supposed to get light? The girl just laughed. Awkwardly. He raised his sword and declared, If cutting its tentacles doesn't work, then I'll just cut right through its body. Wu Fu charged forward, dodging the soul-guiding monster's relentless attacks. He seized the opportunity and brought his sword into the perfect position. Wu Fu then unleashed a heaven-splitting slash. Panting heavily, Wu Fu said, I refuse to believe it can regenerate after that. This forest is truly bizarre. He continued, Still, that one attack used up half of the spirit power I just recovered. Ameng walked over from a distance and exclaimed, It stinks. Wu Fu teased, You were almost swallowed by it just now. The girl laughed and replied, That was just because I was careless. I'm actually really strong, you know. He gave in. Okay, I get it. Suddenly, dark shadows appeared behind the trees. Wu Fu immediately raised his guard. He wondered, You mean there isn't just one of them? Ameng added, I think we've attracted its entire clan. With this many of them, this might be bad. He calmly stated that soul-guiding monsters normally live in colonies, splitting up to find food, but this particular colony seems unusually united. Wu Fu continued, Anyway, besides their strange hypnotic and regenerative abilities, they're not that strong. Ameng responded, That may be true, but they're still considered weak among the creatures of the boundless forest. Suddenly, Wu Fu swept the girl up into his arms. Ameng cried out in surprise. What do you think you're doing? He replied nonchalantly. Of course, we're getting out of here. I don't have the energy to deal with them. The little girl asked again, Didn't you say you were super strong? Why are you suddenly acting like a coward? Hearing this, he said, A truly great man knows when to advance and when to retreat. Don't you understand? Ameng pouted mockingly. That's just an excuse you weak humans use. We beastmen always charge forward bravely. Wu Fu glanced at the little girl and asked, So why don't you stay here and charge forward bravely? Ameng frowned angrily. You're my slave. How dare you abandon your master here? He retorted, I don't see how you're any different from a little human girl. The horde of soul-guiding monsters charged forward aggressively again. Wu Fu observed them cautiously. The soul-guiding monster unleashed a barrage of huge tentacles. He bit his lip, lightly gathered strength in his legs, and leaped up. Wu Fu ran while dodging the soul-guiding monster's attacks. He held Ameng and vaulted high into the air, landing on a nearby tree. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes to observe. Ameng explained, Their mobility seems to be very poor. We should be fine just running through the trees. After all, they're hopeless. A weaker species that normally relies on its tentacles to move. The girl frowned slightly. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the tentacles suddenly coiled up, wrapping around the soul-guiding monster's body. Wu Fu was surprised. This was the unexpected situation. The soul-guiding monster became larger and more ferocious than ever. He said to himself, This is trouble. The soul-guiding monster lunged forward to snap at Wu Fu and Ameng, but it only managed to bite a tree branch. Because in that instant, Wu Fu had already carried Ameng and fled. he exclaimed, strategic retreat. The little girl looked back at the soul-guiding monster and said, although this type of demonic beast's destructive power isn't as great as other powerful ones, it's very troublesome. It can slowly wear down an enemy's stamina until they can no longer fight. Wu Fu added, so it's a smart one using a war of attrition strategy. Meng spoke again, but it's very strange. It rarely reveals this form and it wouldn't summon so many just because one of its kind died. Did you suddenly realize something? Wu Fu asked. Are you suggesting I'm the problem? The little girl replied, isn't it obvious? Meng, unless you have something powerful on you, Wu Fu thought to himself in silence. Could it be because of the spirit sword? Ever since entering this place, the spirit sword has been restless and uneasy. What in the world is going on? Suddenly, a soul-guiding monster lunged forward and the girl urged him on. What are you spacing out for? They're here. Wu Fu suddenly skidded to a halt. Meng asked in a panic, hey, why did you stop? They're almost here. He replied, I'll lead them away. You be careful on your own. The soul-guiding monster roared aggressively. A sword slash flew towards it, aimed directly at the monster's body. Wu Fu waved his hand, taunting it. Hey, you idiot, look over here. The soul-guiding monster was enraged. It furiously dragged its massive body forward. It let out a roar and aimed its long tentacles at Wu Fu. He glanced at his sword and thought, if I jump down like this, I'll get caught sooner or later. My only choice is to group them together for a one-hit kill or to heavily wound them. Bring it on. Wu Fu unleashed a continuous flurry of sword strikes, effortlessly slicing through the tentacles. One after another, Wu Fu focused and observed carefully. He unleashed powerful slashes to clear a path. The tentacles were sent flying, revealing the body of the soul-guiding monster. He quickly sent a sword strike right into the center of its body. The sharp blade flew swiftly, shattering the soul-guiding monster. Wu Fu was surprised. What's happening? It felt like there was no impact at all. This thing seems to have split on its own. The soul-guiding monster split apart and began to retreat, but suddenly, it shot a purple beam towards him. Wu Fu swung his sword to deflect it. He chuckled and said, looks like you're not some mindless, single-celled organism after all. You even understand flanking tactics. His sword suddenly began to corrode. Wu Fu observed with interest, then exclaimed in shock, not good. This thing can actually corrode spiritual energy. The soul-guiding monster fired another volley of purple beams. Wu Fu froze and turned back frantically, slashing at the purple beams. He leaned back and retreated, looking at his corroded sword. He thought to himself, if this keeps up, my spiritual energy will really be completely drained. The purple beams tore through the air again. Wu Fu thought to himself, it's over. Suddenly, a stream of blue energy shot forward, dispelling all the purple beams for him. Wu Fu was surprised. It was Meng shouting from a distance. You can't use non-elemental spiritual energy against it. Otherwise, the more spiritual energy you use, the more it will be corroded. The soul-guiding monster suddenly noticed the little girl. Only then did Meng belatedly realize the danger. The little girl quickly turned to run, screaming, Wu Fu, hurry up and kill it. Wu Fu asked in confusion. Spiritual energy has elements, the girl replied. You lout, you didn't know. Meng said while running. So how did you defeat all those other demonic beasts? Just by using pure spiritual energy, he said awkwardly. Yeah, that's how I've always done it. The girl cried out, from the formless, create form, from nothingness, create all things. Gather spiritual energy to refine all things and transform spiritual energy to align with the 5 elements. Wu Fu was still dazed. From the formless, create form. From nothingness, create all things. As he was muttering, the soul-guiding monster was already behind him. The soul-guiding monster swallowed Wu Fu whole. Meng saw this and panicked. He was swallowed. No way. The little girl screamed Wu Fu. Inside the monster, Wu Fu was sinking deeper into darkness. He closed his eyes tightly and reflected. So this world is much larger than I imagined. Even a low-level demonic beast can defeat me. If I continue on like this, how will I ever reach the heaven beyond heavens? Suddenly, the sword on his chest began to glow. Wu Fu slowly opened his eyes, wondering to himself, the spirit sword. Wu Fu reached out his hand as if to touch the sword. He thought, are you trying to tell me something? Another hand also reached out towards the spirit sword just like his. He exclaimed in shock, who are you? The shimmering figure of a girl called out Fuer. Wu Fu was stunned. Who are you? The girl spoke. I have been waiting here for you. She smiled gently and her body light as if feathers slowly floated away. Outside, Meng cried out anxiously. Wu Fu, the soul-guiding monster, was still trying to swallow him, but something inside it seemed to be unbearable. Finally, the soul-guiding monster struggled and spat Wu Fu out. He was sent flying far away. Meng ran over, calling his name. Wu Fu. The little girl tried to shake him awake and said, thank goodness you're not dead. Wu Fu, wake up. Meng yelled, wake up. Meanwhile, Wu Fu was slowly opening his eyes. He wondered, who is that? What's that swaying in front of my eyes? He raised his hand to touch Meng's chest and thought, so soft. The little girl's face instantly turned bright red while Wu Fu was still in a daze, murmuring, what's so soft? Suddenly, Meng sent a fist flying straight into his face. The little girl angrily cursed, "You bastard. If I hadn't seen you protect me, I would have definitely chopped off your hand." At that moment, the soul-guiding monster was slowly approaching, roaring ferociously. The soul-guiding monster charged right in front of them. A Meng exclaimed, "Not good, we don't have time to escape." Wu Fu suddenly spoke, "Don't worry, I'm not something it can eat." The little girl was slightly surprised. He held up his sword, which was emitting sparks, and said, "Just in time to test out this new power I've acquired." Wu Fu sensed the soul-guiding monster approaching. He shut his eyes tightly as a flame ignited, engulfing his sword. Wu Fu took a stance, preparing to unleash a magnificent strike. The blade carved a fiery path that sliced through the entire forest. The flames blazed with incredible power. A Meng watched, thinking to herself, "His spiritual energy is so strong." The monster took the full force of Wu Fu's attack. The girl silently wondered, what is his background? How could he possess such power? A section of the forest had been incinerated by that single move. Wu Fu looked at his sword and thought, "So this is the power of the spirit. Sword, I didn't even use 20% of my strength." Suddenly, Ali stepped out and spoke, "So you're not dead after all." Wu Fu turned his head and said, "So it's you." Ameng, however, looked surprised. "Ali, what are you doing here?" He glanced at Ameng. "You're really causing trouble." The girl shot back angrily, "And isn't that your fault? I know you hate outsiders. I brought him here. If you want to kick him out, then you'll have to kick me out too." Wu Fu asked Ali seriously. "If you can get here, that means you can get us outright." He remained silent, his eyes fixed on Wu Fu's sword. Suddenly, he looked stunned. That sword. Ali narrowed his eyes, thinking, who on earth is this kid? Whatever. We can talk about this once we're out of here. He started walking and said, "Follow me." Wu Fu asked, "Are we leaving right now?" Ali turned back with a frown. "The Wuwang forest is extremely dangerous at night. You want to become a demonic beast's dinner." Hearing this, Ameng said resentfully, "Hey, he doesn't know any better. Why are you being so aggressive?" He turned away again, replying with an air of indifference, "He's just a slave. Is there really a need for you to get so angry?" The girl pouted. "Even if you're scolding the dog, you should show some respect to its owner. The way you're talking, I have to step in." Standing beside them, Wu Fu wondered to himself, "A dog, am I the dog?" Ali stated decisively, "I'm the only one who can lead you out of here. After all, I am the strongest warrior acknowledged by my tribe." Ameng rolled her eyes and said, "There he goes again. Just ignore him." "Wu Fu, let's go." He replied, "Okay." Ali turned and shouted in frustration, "Hey, the least you could do is let me finish talking before you walk off." But Wu Fu and Ameng acted as if they hadn't heard him. Wu Fu remarked, "That Ali guy acts all cold and serious, but his actual strength doesn't seem all that impressive." The girl chimed in, "It's all for show." Ameng continued, "He's been like that since he was a kid. He always pretends to be all high and mighty, but really he's just a narcissistic brat. We've been friends since childhood, so I'm used to him. I just can't stand it when he's so grumpy." Hearing the girl's assessment that he was just pretending to be cool, narcissistic, and whiny, Ali was left speechless. Meanwhile, Wu Fu muttered, "I'd really like to see just how strong he is." Suddenly, a noise came from above. The three of them looked up. Ameng spoke up, "What's wrong with him?" Ali suddenly noticed something. A dark shadow was flying towards them from above. It landed on the ground with a sudden crash. The three of them felt the earth tremble as dust and smoke filled the air. They stood on high ground, observing the scene. Wu Fu asked, "Why would a demonic beast suddenly fly over here?" Ali responded, "It's probably two beasts fighting." Wu Fu remarked on how brutal it was. Ameng added, "This is very normal in this forest." Suddenly, Ali shouted, "A black mang beast." A set of sharp claws dug into a tree trunk. The black mang beast slowly emerged. Ali asked with suspicion, "Why would a black mang beast appear here?" Wu Fu turned to Ameng and asked, "Are black mang beasts very strong?" Ali answered for her. "The black mang beast, like my black gold wolf beast, is a high-level demonic beast. And this one in front of us seems to be of an even higher rank." He frowned and continued, "The demonic beasts have been unusually active recently. It might have something to do with Dali Ki. We should leave quickly to avoid any unexpected trouble." The girl agreed. As the black mang beast was chewing on another creature, it suddenly lifted its head. Ali shouted, "Not good. I think it sensed us." Ali could feel the murderous aura coming from the black mang beast. He looked down and thought, this shouldn't be happening. Suddenly, the beast lunged its massive mouth wide open, trying to swallow them whole. But all three of them managed to dodge it just in time. Ameng yelled, "This is probably the longest night I've ever lived through." Wu Fu asked her, "Why is it chasing us?" Ali cut him off, "I'm afraid it's not chasing us. It's chasing you?" Wu Fu was surprised. "Me? Why me? Am I covered in honey or something?" Ali replied helplessly. "I think it's because we beastmen can hide our auras, but you can't. So the problem must be you, right?" Hearing this, Wu Fu leaped away. He nodded and said, "If it's after me, then I'll lead it away. You two find a safe place to hide first." Ameng looked up at him and asked, "Hey, what are you planning to do? Are you crazy?" Wu Fu calmly told her, "Don't worry, I have a plan." The black mang beast ran after him. Wu Fu leaped from branch to branch, and the black mang beast frantically gave chase. Wu Fu thought to himself, "It really came after me. It seems the spirit sword inside me is attracting them. One by one, they're all targeting me. Suddenly, the black mang beast's body began to glow. It knelt and slammed its fist into the ground. Immediately, the earth buckled under the force of the beast's power. Wu Fu tried to dodge the shockwave thinking. An elemental skill. The black mang beast then swiped its claws at his back, but it only hit a boulder as Wu Fu had dodged just before the attack landed. The black mang beast furiously smashed the surroundings, searching for him. Meanwhile, Wu Fu was hiding behind another large rock. He thought, as expected, of a high-level demonic beast. Its strength is no joke. The black mang beast raised its glowing claws high into the air again. Wu Fu observed this and thought, it really does desire the spirit sword. It slammed its claws into the shield he had created. Its claws pierced right through the shield. He assessed. Not enough spiritual energy. I can only try to hold on. The black mang beast's claws were about to reach Wu Fu. It roared as it gathered more power. The black mang beast slammed its claws down on the rock while Wu Fu leaped high into the air. It glanced up at him, then used its power on the shattered rock fragments. Wu Fu was momentarily stunned as the black mang beast hurled the rock fragments toward him. Regaining his composure, Wu Fu said, "Let's end this." He conjured a blazing fire from his spirit sword. Wu Fu swung his sword to meet the incoming rock fragments, and as the blade came down, it created a massive explosion. Dust and smoke filled the area. He spoke casually. "You thought you could beat me with just that." The black mang beast emerged from the cloud of dust. Wu Fu was slightly surprised. Still alive, the beast replied smugly, "That's because you are very weak." Wu Fu was even more astonished. You can talk." The black mang beast responded, "In the Wu Wang forest, all high-level demonic beasts can speak. But tell me, where did you get that thing in your hand?" Wu Fu said coldly. "I'm afraid that's none of your business. I'm more curious why you people are chasing it so relentlessly." It laughed, calling humanity foolish, truly not understanding why it would choose you as its master. He also laughed and replied, "But it still chose me, didn't it?" The dark aura beast pointed at Wu Fu and raised its voice. "But with your current abilities, you're not even worthy of wielding it. Right now, you can only use a tiny fraction of its power." He was surprised and thought, what? The dark aura beast continued, "It has existed for over 10,000 years. A mere kid like you could never control its mysterious and unpredictable power. And with that, it charged towards him roaring, so I'll just have to kill you and make it mine." The dark aura beast leaped forward and smashed into the ground. It raised its hand and was suddenly shocked. The dark aura beast wondered where he went. Ailey's voice rang out, "And here I thought you were so powerful." Wu Fu was surprised. "It's you." Ailey took off his cloak. "Step aside and rest. Let me show you what a true powerhouse looks like." The dark aura beast spoke. "Since when did the Beastman tribe have such a good relationship with the human race?" Ali said with a serious face, "A talking demonic beast. How rare." The dark aura beast raised its claws and said, "Too bad." It slashed towards him and roared. This will be the last time. Ailey frowned. He already had a knife ready behind his back. Ailey unleashed a series of slashes that intersected with the dark aura beast's claws. He leaped towards it. The dark aura beast was momentarily stunned while Ailey coldly unleashed a flurry of sharp slashes against its body. The dark aura beast's body was enveloped in an aura. It said arrogantly, "Don't think you can break my defense." The dark aura beast unleashed its power and Ailey rushed forward. He said, "You might be able to bully some kid who has no grasp of elemental spirit energy, but..." He leaped high into the air and shouted, "Don't get cocky, eh?" Lee gripped his knife tightly and dove down. "Furnace of rebirth for me." It braced itself against his relentless attacks. Lee unleashed two slashes that formed an X. The dark aura beast took the full force of his slash. Dust and smoke filled the air. Wu Fu shielded his face and exclaimed, "Such powerful spirit energy." Ali landed beside him and said, "See that? This is the difference between humans and beastmen." He hesitated this. His ally cut him off. "It's also the difference between you and me." The dark aura beast had been completely defeated by Ali and lay flattened on the ground. Wu Fu asked him, "But why were you kind enough to come back?" Ali replied, "It's because..." But before he could finish, A Meng jumped out and hugged Wu Fu tightly, exclaiming, "That's great. You're okay." Wu Fu turned and asked her, "Why are you here too?" Ailey quickly pulled A Meng off, saying, "Get down from there." "And isn't this your fault? Who told you to run off on your own?" she retorted angrily. "If you had stepped in sooner, I wouldn't have had to run," he said pretentiously. "Strongest always show up last." Wu Fu pressed, "So you were just watching from the sidelines from the very beginning." A Meng grumbled from the side, "You need to get this straight. As a servant, how could you abandon your master and run away?" He stammered in response, I'm not." The girl coldly interrupted, "It's because you have absolutely no grasp of elemental spirit energy. That's why you couldn't defeat it." Ailey added, "I honestly didn't expect you to be this weak." A Meng kicked his leg and grumbled, "Would you shut up for a second? This is your fault too. We need to get out of here now." Wu Fu agreed. A Meng is right. "Lord Warrior Ailey, please lead the way." Ailey turned his back and said, "You've used up too much spirit energy right now. We should wait for you to recover a bit before we set off." He quickly interjected, "It's the long night in the forest of no return. It'll be a long time until dawn." He nodded in response, "That's right. There are a lot of demonic beasts out at this time. We should find a place to rest first." The three of them moved to a cave. Wu Fu closed his eyes and pondered. "Ever since I came to this place, everything has developed in ways I couldn't have predicted, including this so-called elemental spirit energy." Wu Fu remembered the girl who called out to him. Fuer. He wondered to himself, and who is she? Why did she say those things to me? And what is the origin of the spirit sword? A Meng walked over holding some wild fruits in her hands. The girl asked, "There are only wild fruits to eat." "How is your recovery going?" He replied, "Much better, thank you." A Meng said again, "I'm sorry. I thought I'd be able to get you out of here quickly." Wu Fu answered, "It's all right," he continued. "Thanks to you, I've also come to realize some things." While eating the wild fruit, the girl said, "You're from the outside world, so you must know about heaven beyond heaven, right?" Wu Fu raised a question. "Why do you want to go to heaven beyond heaven?" The girl responded, "I want to find someone." He observed Ameng in silence as she continued, "But the clan rules state that without the clan's recognition, you can't leave on your own." Wu Fu replied, "So that's how it is. That's why you keep participating in the beast fighting tournament." Meng continued, "But there are people who don't want me to go. Besides, getting to heaven beyond heaven isn't that easy." The girl suddenly said with determination, "No matter what, I have to go." He patted her head and said with a smile, "If you want to go, how about I take you? I have to go to heaven beyond heaven anyway." Meng flared up and shouted, "You belong to me, so of course you have to take me. Also, don't touch my head." Wu Fu quickly tried to calm her down. All right, I get it." Hearing their conversation annoyed A Li. "If you're mostly recovered, let's go. The sun is about to rise, we need to get moving." Meng and Wu Fu replied timidly, "Okay. Oh, okay." The scene changes to daytime. Wu Fu exclaimed, "I never expected this place to be so beautiful in the daylight." Ali added, "The forest of no return from another perspective is the sacred land of my tribe." He glanced around. "We're not here on a tour. The daytime is very short, we need to get to a safe place quickly." He immediately nodded in response. In the forest, Wu Fu suddenly asked, "Oh right, last night. From the formless create form, from nothing create all things. Gather spirit energy to forge all things. Transform spirit energy into the 5 elements." "What do you mean by that?" Meng hesitated. "So you really..." The girl created a stream of energy in her hand and asked him, "What is this?" Wu Fu blinked and answered, "It's..." Meng clenched her fist and said, "That's right. Qi, which can exist between heaven and earth, and over tens of thousands of years, it gradually formed the 5 types of spirit, energy, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." She continued to explain. "They complement and counteract each other, forming all things. The 5 types of elemental spirit energy also exist within our bodies." Meng said, "In ordinary people, the 5 spirit energies are in a state of balance. Only a few can use these energies." Hearing this, Wu Fu silently pondered that night-form monster and that other demonic beast. They are both demonic beasts with their own elements. "The spirit energy I use has no element at all, which is why it couldn't harm them." The girl spoke again. "However, your constitution is a bit strange. Let's say you have no attribute, but the soul-guiding monster couldn't digest you. In fact, you ended up destroying it," he muttered to himself. "That was thanks to the power of the spirit sword." Just like that, demonic beast said the spirit sword really does possess some kind of mysterious power, Wu Fu said. "Can you teach me how to use these 5 types of elemental spirit energy?" Wei Meng stammered, "With my level, how could I teach you?" Suddenly, Li spoke up, "Why don't I teach you instead?" Both of them turned to look at him in surprise. Li continued, "My skill level should be enough to teach you, right?" Wu Fu and Meng immediately gave him a confused look. He said with a provocative tone, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling or are you just scared?" "Did you really think I'm that kind of petty person?" Wu Fu said worriedly. "I'm just curious why you're suddenly being so nice. I just find it very strange." Li replied with a stern face, "Compared to having you be a liability, it's better if you at least have the ability to protect yourself." Hearing that, Wu Fu thought to himself, "So he just looks down on me. This feeling really sucks." Ali said confidently, "I will protect Meng. You just worry about saving your own skin." The girl pouted and yelled, "Hey, I'm plenty strong. Who needs you to protect them?" He replied coldly, "Are you not aware of your own abilities? In any case, I promised your mother I would protect you. Whether you like it or not, you have to face the current reality." Meng's voice suddenly grew quiet. "You're always like this," Wu Fu said politely. "Then I'll be in your care." Li started to walk away as he spoke. "I'm just trying to make sure you get out of here alive." Wu Fu repeated, "Then I'll be in your care." Li observed his surroundings as he explained. Many demonic beasts will integrate their elemental spirit energy into the environment to hide their presence. Just like us, Wu Fu added. So that's how Meng was able to approach me without a sound. Ali nodded and continued, "The stronger a person's spirit energy, the harder it is for others to detect their hidden presence." Wu Fu exclaimed, "Interesting. So how long will it take me to learn?" Ali held up 2 fingers. Wu Fu guessed, 2 hours, 2 days, or 2 months. Ali replied sternly, 2 years. Wu Fu cried out in surprise, "No way, that long." He said disdainfully, "Your spirit energy is quite pure. Such pure energy is rare in this world. The advantage is that you can destroy anything with pure spirit energy alone, but the disadvantage is that when facing someone with overwhelmingly strong elemental energy, you'll find yourself in a dangerous situation." Ali continued, "The 5 elements create and destroy one another. Your spirit energy doesn't belong to any of them, but ultimately, it will return to them. That's why you must find the spirit energy that corresponds to you." Wu Fu put a hand on his chin, pondering. "The spirit energy that corresponds to me." Ali created spirit energy in his palm and said, "My corresponding element is metal, while A Meng's is currently fire." Hearing that, Wu Fu wondered how he was supposed to find his own corresponding element. Ali answered his unspoken question, sensing. Wu Fu asked again, sensing. Ali nodded and explained, "You must sense which type of spirit energy you're absorbing from the 5 elements in all of creation. That will be your corresponding element." Wu Fu frowned in doubt. "Is that how it works?" A Meng spoke up. "It's not that simple. Normally, it would be difficult to find it in less than 3 or 4 years. A Li added. "And even if you find it, you might not have enough powerful spirit energy to wield it. That's why the vast majority of people can only use simple spirit energy for combat." Wu Fu thought to himself. "Isn't he talking about me?" Ali said seriously. "However, last night when you fought the black-scaled beast, you vaguely revealed a hint of it. That's what caused its armor to shatter. That means you have the potential, you just lack the ability to sense it right now." Wu Fu thought to himself, "That was power I borrowed from the spirit sword. Could it be that the spirit sword holds some kind of spirit energy I don't know about?" Wu Fu spoke up, "So I have to start from the basics now. But it seems like we don't have time." He blinked and continued, "What should I be sensing?" Li closed his eyes and responded, "Sense the 5 types of spirit energy flowing between heaven and earth. Sense them and then wield them." Wu Fu put a hand on his chin and pondered. "Sensing. To be honest, isn't my spirit sword also sensing something? I always feel like it's trying to tell me something." Outside, the sky began to pour rain. Wu Fu stood frozen in place, getting completely soaked. Meanwhile, Li used his spirit energy to create a barrier against the rain. He said, "It seems you really are weak. You don't even know how to deploy a spirit energy barrier. I could sense spirit energy when I was 10 years old, and I found my corresponding element at 11. He continued to brag. "At 14, I passed the trial and became the youngest warrior in my tribe. The tribe leader said my aptitude is the kind you see once in 100 years, that if I had the chance, I could go to Panglei." A man quickly suggested, "We should find a place to get out of the rain." Wu Fu nodded in agreement. "Okay." Ali shouted angrily, "Hey, why aren't you guys letting me finish?" The scene changes to the Forest of Despair at Delic's lair. A sphere of spirit energy was being condensed. Delic in her beast form was absorbing the spirit energy. She briefly coiled up, then unfurled and transformed into her human form. A respectful voice was heard. "You old geezer, so it was you." In another scene, Wu Fu instinctively turned his head. A Meng asked him, "What's wrong?" Wu Fu replied, "Nothing." It got dark as soon as the rain stopped. "It's so strange," he thought to himself. "Why did I feel like I was being watched just now?" Li spoke up to explain. "The survival environments within the Forest of Despair are all different. There's nothing strange about it." Wu Fu asked, "Why are they different?" He continued, "I remember reading about it in a reference book." Li went on, "It's because this Forest of Despair fell from the sky." Wu Fu was confused. "Fell from the sky?" He slowly recounted the story. "I heard it happened tens of thousands of years ago. Our tribesmen witnessed it fall from the sky with their own eyes. Afterwards, this piece of history was carved onto our tribe's sacred stone." Wu Fu raised a question. "From the sky," Li explained. "Logically speaking, how could there be other continents in the sky?" "So the most likely possibility is..." Wu Fu interrupted him. "Are you talking about the realm beyond the heavens?" Ali replied, "That's the only possibility. The realm beyond the heavens has always been a mysterious and unpredictable place." Li looked at his palm as he said, "The spirit energy in this forest is stronger than in other forests. So strong that I can wield it on my own, creating my own cycle and surviving on my own. Such powerful spirit energy could only come from the realm beyond the heavens." Seeing Wu Fu's silence, he said, "Talking about this is useless. Let's rest and recover our strength first. The night is still young. I'll go patrol the area." Wu Fu fell into a contemplative silence. "It seems there's still so much I don't know. Does the spirit sword have other secrets I'm not aware of?" He placed a hand on his heart and wondered, and who was that woman? "I don't feel like she's a stranger at all, as if I've encountered that unsettling power a long, long time ago. What are you trying to tell me?" A Meng stretched and yawned widely, then simply rolled over and fell asleep. Wu Fu looked at her and thought to himself, she really is like a cat. Suddenly, Li grabbed him and said, "Hey, what are you doing? If you can't sleep, come with me." Wu Fu asked in surprise what Ali smiled and said, "Didn't you say you wanted me to teach you how to use spiritual energy?" His voice turned serious. "The night is long, so I can find you the perfect place." Wu Fu asked frantically, "Where are we going?" Ali replied, "Obviously to a place that will terrify you." Wu Fu asked doubtfully, is it okay to leave Ameng here? He replied, I've already used my spiritual energy to conceal her. No one will find her. The two of them walked to another part of the hopeless forest. Wu Fu asked Ali, what is this place? He answered, this is the dead water. Ali explained, the safest place is also the most dangerous place in the hopeless forest. It is a living lake that can manifest the evil within a person's heart and devour any living creature. The bottomless lake will lure you in making you sink and become its food. Wu Fu raised an eyebrow, and just then Ali suddenly shoved him. Wu Fu lost his balance and fell straight into the lake. As Wu Fu struggled in the water, Ali casually said, let's see if you become its food, shall we? The water pressure gradually pulled him under. Ali stood on the shore with a cunning smile and said, there. Now what should I tell Ameng? Wu Fu sank deeper into the lake. Is that bastard trying to kill me? He continued to sink the darkness below, swallowing him whole. But then he suddenly fell out of the water. Wu Fu landed in a different space beneath the surface of the lake. He wondered in surprise, where is this place? Wu Fu was confused. How did I fall from the lake to here? He looked at the water hovering above his head and sighed with relief. I really thought I was going to die. Suddenly he heard the sound of footsteps. Wu Fu called out, who are you? The clone said with a wicked tone, I am you, of course. Wu Fu asked in shock, I'm pretty sure I don't have a twin brother. The clone replied, I am the manifestation of your inner self. Wu Fu said mockingly, so you were born from me, I guess that makes me your father. The clone growled, we've already gotten to this point, and you're still in the mood to joke. Wu Fu, completely unafraid, taunted back. What am I supposed to be so scared? I pissed myself. The clone's evil expression intensified. It's precisely this attitude that causes you to lose again and again. The strongest never lose. That's just talk, wasting your energy on a bunch of weaklings. You really are an idiot. Wu Fu's face instantly darkened. He said coldly, if you say that again, your old man is going to get seriously angry. The clone sneered, that's hilarious. Let me tell you, I've appeared today to take your place. Wu Fu's voice was grim. Take my place. Suddenly, the clone appeared right behind him and said, the dead water can reflect a person's inner self. It was your weakness, your incompetence, and your arrogance that led to my creation. My appearance was only natural. Wu Fu immediately swung his arm back, trying to hit him, his brow furrowed in anger. It seems you're asking for a beating. But his punch missed. The clone laughed triumphantly. That's right. You have to use all your strength to kill me. The clone clenched his fists, his eyes filled with contempt. Today, either you kill me or I kill you. Got it, weakling. Wu Fu's face turned serious. You don't look all that tough to me. If you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to grant your wish. He lifted his leg and kicked the clone straight in the face, shouting angrily, die. The figure born from Wu Fu's inner self was sent flying. He felt that something was wrong and wondered to himself, that's strange. Why did that feel like hitting a sandbag? The fake Wu Fu propped himself up on his knees, getting up from the ground. So you finally noticed, huh? His expression immediately turned dangerous. If you're done with your turn, shouldn't it be mine now? Hearing this, Wu Fu was taken aback. My fists were charged with spiritual energy, but he can still get up. The imposter stood up, a thick killing aura surrounding his body. He sneered, I thought your fists were supposed to be strong. Turns out they're nothing special. You can't even grasp elemental spiritual energy yet you want to defeat me. As he spoke, his eyes widened, his pupils constricting. What a dreaming fool. He rushed towards Wu Fu with blinding speed. Before Wu Fu could even react, he took a direct hit and was sent flying. He had managed to block with his arm, but looking at the spot where he was hit, he couldn't help but think, damn, he's strong. Just then, the imposter appeared above him, preparing to stomp a kick down onto his head. Wu Fu was startled. So fast. The powerful impact kicked up a cloud of dust. The imposter continued to move at an incredible speed. Witnessing his speed, Wu Fu started to worry. I can't see him at all, and I can't keep up with his speed. The imposter flickered in and out of sight, moving from far away to right in front of him, his expression dripping with contempt. Can't see me right. After all, you can't even use spiritual sense. You really are a piece of trash. Wu Fu tensed up at his movements, feeling utterly helpless. Damn it, I can't react. I can't dodge. Another powerful impact sent dust and smoke billowing, obscuring everything. Wu Fu was hit. He struggled to get up from the ground to face the man before him. The imposter stood there, smirking contemptuously, his eyes bloodshot. I don't just know fire spiritual energy. I can use all 5 types of spiritual energy. You're the same as me, it's just a pity you're too stupid to figure it out. Despite his taunts, Wu Fu remained calm. Even without using those things, I can still defeat you. The smirk on the imposter's lips grew more menacing. I see you haven't suffered enough. In that case, I'll use my full power. Wu Fu pushed himself to his feet and held out a hand. Right now, my only hope is the spirit sword. But nothing appeared in his hand. Startled, he pulled his hand back to look at it. The imposter had already closed the distance. He raised his hand to attack. You can't summon the spirit's sword in this place. The imposter's words left Wu Fu utterly stunned, his face frozen in shock. How is that possible? The spirit sword can't be summoned. Just as the imposter struck the ground, dust and smoke exploded everywhere. He laughed triumphantly. The spirit sword has been temporarily sealed by this dead water. The seal was only broken later by the people of the Outer Heaven clan. Wu Fu was knocked flat on the ground. How do you know that? The imposter's face darkened, his sinister smile and gaze turning incredibly ugly. Me, I was activated by the dead water. Naturally, I inherited some of its memories and learned a few things. Unlike you, you don't even know who you really are. Wu Fu pushed himself up from the ground, his expression unreadable. In the end, you're only like this because you're relying on my power. You can wipe that smug look off your face. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately slammed to the ground by a foot from his fake counterpart. The imposter placed one foot on his head, leaning over triumphantly. While it's true I'm relying on you, that doesn't stop me from replacing you. Besides, didn't you cry out to me for help a long time ago? Didn't you beg for this unseen power of mine to make you stronger? His entire face was buried in the dirt and rock. The fake spread his hand using his ability to create something. It seems you've forgotten the painful memories of searching for it. His blood-red eyes looked down on him as he gripped the sharp object he had just created. It doesn't matter. You won't get the chance to remember her anyway. With that, the object plunged straight toward his head. The imposter's last blow left Wu Fu in a daze and he began to lose consciousness. An urgent voice called out, "Hey, hey, hey, wake up." A faint light appeared along with a stream of thought. So noisy. Who's yelling in my ear like that? I'm already dead. Can't you just let me rest in peace? Wu Fu suddenly snapped awake, his eyes wide open. He struggled to sit up, finding himself completely naked and facing a floating sword. You damn brat, you're finally awake. He was confused. You. Seeing his reaction, the sword yelled, "What are you looking at?" The damn brat reached up and pinched his own cheek hard. There was no pain. It must be a dream. After pinching his cheek, he lowered his hand to his chin and let out a sigh. I knew it. How could a spirit sword talk? The sword's voice rang out again, tinged with sarcasm. This isn't a dream. You're inside your own mindscape. You damn brat, did that guy beat you, stupid? Wu Fu was still confused. He scratched his face, looking at the sword with a puzzled expression. So, you can really talk. The sword was exasperated. That's not the point. But Wu Fu was fixated on getting an answer to his question. So why can you talk? He asked calmly. Also, didn't my dark version already kill me? And why am I in my mindscape? The sword showed its annoyance at his barrage of questions. You damn brat, asking so many questions at once. Wu Fu then plopped down on his back. If you're not going to talk, I'll just lie here. His stubborn act left the sword feeling helpless. Don't. I'll tell you everything, it said, looking down at him from above. You damn brat, you really haven't changed a bit. Wu Fu lying below didn't back down and gave an order. Give me the short version. The sword proudly recounted its heroic deed from above. You were about to be killed by that fake. I'm the one who saved you. Shouldn't you be thanking this great one? Down below, Wu Fu had a look of confusion. So, you're a sword with consciousness. He stood there with one hand on his chin, the other on his hip, but the sword immediately answered his question. A spirit sword is just a soul weapon. How could it have consciousness? It's just that. At this point, the sword couldn't hide its exasperation and blurted out the important thing he needed to do right now if he wanted to live. That's not the point. The point is, if you don't break through your limits right now, you're really going to die out there. Hearing this, Wu Fu could only manage a bitter smile. But, I don't think I can beat him. The sword offered him a solution from above. You can borrow my power. However, I'm temporarily sealed by the spiritual energy of the purple water. I need a drop of your blood to break the seal. But contrary to its enthusiasm, Wu Fu was hesitant. This sounds like a trap, no matter how you put it. The sword, noticing his attitude, couldn't help but flare up. Hey, you damn brat, don't be ungrateful. The power of this great one isn't something you can borrow easily. If I didn't think you were so pathetic, I wouldn't even bother. He stood below, explaining his hesitation. But, borrowing your power, wouldn't that just prove what that guy said? Wouldn't I just become a weakling? The sword was at a loss for words. He then mentioned the imposter he had just fought. He was also created by borrowing your spiritual energy and that of the purple water. Your heart once yearned for his power. He wasn't sure, bringing a hand to his face. I think he said that too. And there was also that her he mentioned. He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. How do I get out of here now? The more I think about what he said, the angrier I get. The sword asked a question in place of an answer. Didn't I just tell you how Wu Fu turned to the side, looking at it suspiciously? Really, I have a feeling you have another way. Hearing this, the sword immediately turned away. It seemed his words had hit a nerve, making it feel guilty. I don't know, you damn brat, you're pretty smart. He acted as if he was about to give up on everything. Fine, I'll just wait here to die then. It's not like it matters to me anyway. His attitude infuriated the sword. No. If you die, how will I recover? It seemed the sword had just let something slip, which made Wu Fu even more suspicious. He stared at it, and the sword quickly tried to justify itself. I'm your sole weapon. If you die, I die too. Wu Fu was still skeptical of the sword. He asked distrustfully, is that so? You don't have some other scheme involving me, do you? This annoyed the sword, and its anger flared. It raised its voice. You dare to doubt your own soul weapon. He looked at it dubiously. But you never talked before. I always feel like you're not the same spirit sword anymore. The sword quickly explained. That's because your power was insufficient before. Wu Fu clenched his fist slightly, voicing his own feeling. Why didn't I feel like it was insufficient? Besides, it seems like I've been unaware of a certain problem all this time. The sword was puzzled. What problem? Where did my spirit sword come from? His gaze turned sharp. And I have a feeling your origin is a big deal. All those demonic beasts wanted to get you. The sword avoided his gaze, glancing away in another direction. It's probably because I'm just that amazing. As my user, shouldn't you know that better than anyone? He retorted with certainty. I was clear about it before, but not necessarily now. The sword immediately asked, its tone slightly provocative. Want to know? Wu Fu looked up, the corners of his lips turning up slightly. You be kind enough to tell me, the sword reiterated. Then you won't mind doing as I say. Use your blood to break my seal. The sword floated in the air and repeated its offer. Just one drop of blood and you can get out. You'll also be able to defeat that evil incarnation of yours. How about it? This is the best way, isn't it? Despite the sword's tempting words, Wu Fu couldn't help but be suspicious. So if I listen to you, it sounds like there's also a not-so-good way to do this, right? The sword seemed flustered by his skeptical question. Wu Fu looked up and asked, what is it? The sword turned away, avoiding his gaze. No, it's nothing. This stinking brat. If only he were a little dumber. Not getting the answer he wanted, Wu Fu sat down. If you're not going to talk, we'll just stay here. The sword was startled and immediately turned back. Are you kidding me? This consciousness space won't hold for much longer. If this keeps up, you and I are both finished. He didn't waste any more words and directly stated his condition. Then you better tell me the good way, otherwise we're both done for. The sword roared in anger. You stinking brat, you're clearly the one negotiating with me. Since when did you get to call the shots? Despite the sword's scolding, he remained perfectly calm. Instead of all this talking, you might as well just tell me the better way. I don't think you want to waste away in here with me either. So hurry up and talk. The sooner you say it, the sooner this is over. The sword listened and looked at him, thinking, this stinking brat is the heir to that clan's bloodline after all. I can't let him die. Once we get out of here, I'll slowly guide him. Wu Fu rested one hand down and held the other up in a demanding gesture, a look that couldn't help but infuriate the sword. I'm telling you, I want to get out there right now and give that guy a serious beatdown. He clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening. His self-assured attitude was really grating. The sword kept looking at him, its thoughts slowly turning to helplessness. Even though his bloodline hasn't completely awakened yet, his power is already immense. He just hasn't grasped how to use it yet. Seriously, every single one of you is such a pain. What am I, your damn nanny? Wu Fu said nothing, starting to ponder the sword's words. And what he said. When did I ever ask for that power? And who is she? Why can't I remember anything? Suddenly, the sword turned to him and said, stinking brat, get on your feet. I'm telling you this, but only once. There won't be a second time. Seeing that the sword had finally agreed to talk, Wu Fu couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. So you've decided. The sword immediately shot back. I'm doing this to help myself. I'm in a good mood right now, so you better behave. It began to explain to Wu Fu. You have enough spiritual energy, but you lack regulation, which means you can't convert your spiritual energy into elemental energy. This, of course, is an issue with your own emotions. He agreed with what the sword said. That's right. That Birdman and my incarnation both said the same thing. The sword continued to analyze his current condition. Right now, it's as if all your spiritual energy is gathered in your dantian, while the elemental energy throughout your body is scattered and can't be condensed, let alone be formed into a stronger elemental energy. Finally, it came to a conclusion. So what you need to do now is spread it throughout your entire body. Wu Fu raised a hand to feel his body confused. Spread it throughout my whole body. He stood motionless, feeling the flow within himself. High above the sword, fought helplessly. This damn genius, bloodline. Such powerful spiritual energy is almost impossible to maintain. Then it spoke again. Normally, a person can only master one type of elemental energy because powerful elemental energy requires a constant supply from the entire body's spiritual energy. Wu Fu closed his eyes to feel it more clearly, his ears still listening to the sword's guidance. However, that incarnation of yours was able to master it, which means you can feel it too. You need to listen to use your spiritual energy to probe everything around you. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. I see it, but his current state wasn't enough. The sword continued to instruct, just seeing it isn't enough. You have to condense it, transform the elemental energy you see. His gaze lowered to a giant orb of energy that had appeared right below him. The sword immediately reminded him, use your spiritual energy and devour it for me. Hurry up. Cracks began to appear in the space. The consciousness space was starting to shatter. The power of Zi Shui was about to break in. The cracks multiplied, and Wu Fu noticed it too. The sword warned urgently, Wu Fu, if you don't devour it, you'll die here with me, and you can forget about your position as the God King. The cracks grew more distinct. In another dimension, ripples appeared on the water's surface within Zi Shui's domain. Inside the dimension, the fake Wu Fu stood before his real body, which lay on the ground. From now on, I will replace you. Then I'll kill everyone and become the strongest God King. He looked up his eyes, gazing in a certain direction as the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. Now I just have to see if the power of Zi Shui can invade and consume the spirit sword's power. If it can, I'll be invincible. Suddenly, Wu Fu's body stirred. The sharp object the imposter had plunged into his body also became distorted. But it seemed the imposter didn't notice these changes. He stood there with a completely calm demeanor. Where should I start the massacre? How about the Beastman clan? Wu Fu struggled up from behind him, his voice startling the imposter. That was a close call. He immediately whipped his head around his face, filled with confusion. Wu Fu looked up at him with a mysterious expression. Your old man came back from hell just to deal with a rebellious son like you. The imposter stood opposite Wu Fu. How can you be? Don't tell me you met him. He looked at him calmly and asked back. Who's him? You look pretty scared, don't you? Could it be that the reason you want to kill me is because of this? In contrast to his calm demeanor, the imposter radiated a thick killing intent. His hand tightened around the energy sword. Enough talk. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. There's no one here who can save you now. Wu Fu's eyes turned ice cold. I'm afraid you won't get that chance. As soon as he finished speaking, they both charged at each other with terrifying speed. Their powerful collision made the lake's surface churn even more violently, the ripples growing larger and more frequent. Ali stood on the shore looking down at the water and couldn't help but exclaim, to think they caused such a huge commotion. That guy is really reckless. A commotion this big. I hope it doesn't attract any other entities. Below, streams of power distinguished by the colors blue and red continuously clashed. Wu Fu and the imposter continued to fight, attacking relentlessly while trading taunts. Why don't you fight back? Weren't you the one who said you wanted to kill me? You useless waste, you're just like before, a little crybaby brat. Wu Fu wondered to himself as he fought the imposter. Just like before. Why does it seem like everyone knows about my past? Suddenly, the sword from before appeared, but this time it took the form of a spirit. It immediately warned, you rotten kid, get serious. If you keep getting distracted, you're actually going to die. I don't care if you want to die, but don't you dare drag me down with you. And everything I just taught you, did you forget it all already? Its appearance took him by surprise. Why are you out here? Powerful blades clashed against each other again and again as the sword's voice continued. It's just a phantom created from your own power. Only you can see it. Stop asking so many questions and get a move on. How can a disciple of mine get beaten this badly? Wu Fu's expression suddenly turned dead serious, his face darkening as water, spiritual energy swirled around him. Who's your disciple? The imposter was stunned. How is that possible? His powerful counterattack sent the imposter flying, making him cry out. Knocked back, the imposter was utterly shocked by Wu Fu's current strength. He'd actually mastered such powerful water spiritual energy. This shouldn't be happening. Unless he really met that person. Wu Fu gathered a massive amount of power from the water, spiritual energy, and unleashed it on the imposter. However, the imposter reacted quickly, leaping away to dodge. But it wasn't over yet. Wu Fu's water, spiritual energy continued to assault him relentlessly. Suddenly, the imposter realized something was off. What a surge of power glowing with a blazing fire was rushing straight for him. Only then did the imposter realize the truth. Could it be? While he was attacking him earlier, he was already using his water spiritual energy to lay a trap. The energy morphed into a spear and pierced straight through his body. He gritted his teeth in agony as he recognized the fire's spiritual energy. Wu Fu pressed down on the imposter's body with one hand. You may have inherited my power, but you didn't inherit my mind. The imposter remained defiant. How did you master it so quickly? Impossible. He looked down at him with contempt. Nothing is impossible. If I can create something that defies its own nature, what makes you think I can't defeat you? Before you die, tell me what you know, and I'll grant you a painless end. Suddenly, a dangerous deep purple aura erupted from the imposter's body. He sneered, defeat me. I'm afraid you have no idea what kind of situation you're in right now. A massive surge of power erupted, forcing Wu Fu to leap back to avoid it. The imposter roared, even if I die, I'm dragging you to hell with me. The sword spirit, noticing the situation, spoke up. His power is going berserk. How can a mere phantom like him control the power of the death water? Wu Fu added, so disgusting. The sword spirit immediately warned him, you need to be careful. He's about to expend all of his spiritual energy to take you down with him. Don't die again. The imposter's body had now twisted into a horrifying half-human, half-demon form. Why did you abandon me? Don't you need my power anymore? Didn't I kill all those people for you? I was the one who saved your mother. Hearing the mention of his mother, Wu Fu hesitated. Mother. The sword spirit beside him shouted a warning. Don't listen to his nonsense. Kill him quickly so we can get out of here. But he remained frozen in place as something rushed madly toward him. In an instant, there was a powerful impact. The imposter stood before him, his body now completely deformed. One of his arms had grown monstrously large, ending in razor-sharp claws. He mocked, can't even take a single hit. No wonder your entire clan was wiped out. No wonder you couldn't protect your own mother. A pathetic sight like you. You really think you can inherit the spirit sword? Wu Fu was sent flying, slamming hard into the wall. He slumped down, his face expressionless. Spirit sword. If I make it out of here alive, you have to tell me everything. The sword spirit replied. Tell you what, his eyes grew sharp and cold. Who? Am I really? Wu Fu looked down at his own hand. Right now, I can only transform my spiritual energy into two types, water and fire. That thing was materialized from the power of the death water. So why is its spiritual energy black? And why does it give off such a strange aura? The impostor was wildly swinging its giant arm. Wu Fu remained calm. That black spiritual energy. It doesn't seem to be one of the 5 elemental spiritual energies. The sword spirit beside him immediately explained. The death water has devoured countless types of spiritual energy. Combined with all the resentment in this place, it forms that black spiritual energy. That kind of power is repulsive. Be careful. Suddenly, Wu Fu shot forward, tearing through space and shattering the very ground beneath him. The impostor felt excruciating pain. Unable to fight back, all it could do was scream in agony as Wu Fu's hand summoned another weapon. Wu Fu powerfully hurled the weapon forward. The impact threw the space into chaos once more, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The impostor tried to attack, but Wu Fu had already leaped above it. Too slow. The impostor raged. If my normal spiritual power isn't enough, then I'll just increase it tenfold. But before it could react, Wu Fu was already behind it, throwing 2 more sharp weapons directly at its back. The weapons pierced clean through the impostor, making it cry out in pain. But then it seemed as if the creature's own power was clamping down on the weapons inside its body. Wu Fu looked down, having noticed it too. The moment the weapons were forcefully ejected from the impostor's body, he quickly leaped backward to evade. Although Wu Fu had quickly dodged the impostor's counterattack, he couldn't escape the impact entirely. One side of his body was injured and blood began to flow freely. It hurts. A normal wound has never been this painful. This feels like my very heart is on fire. How vicious. The sword spirit chided him. I told you to be careful. Getting hit by that thing is no joke. You're lucky you dodged most of it, or you would have been corroded. Wu Fu questioned himself. Am I mistaken? Why does it seem weaker? And its black spiritual energy is much more distinct now. Seeing that he didn't understand his own condition, the sword spirit explained. It's because you've grown stronger. Your awakening has made it so the death water can no longer summon the darkness within your heart. Therefore, it has grown weaker. You have me to thank for all of it, you rotten kid. Wu Fu asked, is there no way to get rid of this thing? The sword spirit continued to answer his questions. Where there is light, there will always be shadow. Besides, some things that exist in this world can never be truly eliminated, not unless the world itself is destroyed. The impostor, beaten by him, lay on the ground whimpering. It hurts so much. After explaining, the sword spirit concluded. So in a way, that thing is also a part of you. Wu Fu's reaction was clear after hearing that. How disgusting. He tightened his grip on his sword and advanced as the sword spirit beside him continued to speak. If you want to live, you have to accept the darkness in your heart. Don't waste time thinking about being perfect. Those were the words the fool had just spoken. It floated beside him, urging him to finish it off. And then go out, bury this darkness in his heart, and keep on living. Right after it said those words, the sword spirit had a thought. You are their son, after all. As expected, only you can truly save me in the end. And only then can I be freed from this eternal curse. This deal was a good one. Bubbles started to appear on the water's surface. Ali looked down, a slight smirk on his lips. He's finally coming out. He stood on the shore, watching the bubbles grow larger. Something was rising from below the water's surface. It was Wu Fu. He tiredly crawled out of the water, just now after finishing that guy off. The illusion broke and I got swallowed by the water. I almost drowned. Ali was still standing there motionless. I didn't expect you to have some skill to actually make it back alive. Wu Fu hadn't left the lake yet. He chuckled softly. If I hadn't come back alive, how would you explain it to a Meng? He looked up and asked, hey, did you really want to kill me? Ali, standing on the shore, immediately answered his question. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to use a method like this. Besides, you're the one who asked me for help, aren't you? If you can't even pass a trial like this, then you might as well die. A Meng would probably miss you for 2 years at most, then she'd forget all about you. He placed one hand on the shore, his body still in the water. Well, then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I came back alive. Ali looked at him hesitantly. He noticed his spiritual energy seemed to have grown stronger, and there was something odd about it. What on earth did this guy go through down there? Ali turned and walked away. Wu Fu immediately followed, and the two continued their back and forth. If you're all right, let's head back. Meng must be getting worried. By the way, is Meng's father a human cultivator? Why are you asking so many questions? Is that any of your business? She said she wants to go to TNYTN. Only cultivators can go to TNYTN. I'm going to TNYTN. Maybe I can help her a little. She was kind enough to save me after all. Ali frowned in annoyance as he replied to him. Let me tell you something. After we get out of here, you will leave the Beastman tribe and a Meng will not be going with you. And you better not say another word or I will definitely kill you. Wu Fu reluctantly replied, all right. His expression couldn't help but make Ali suspicious. This guy is so weird. Why is he so against a Meng going to TNYTN? Could there be some hidden reason? His face and expression. His clueless look made A Lee not want to bother. Forget it, it's none of my business. I should find my brothers and regroup, then head back to TNYTN. The sword spirit once again floated in front of him. The TNYTN you want to go to isn't the same TNYTN from before, he asked in surprise. How did you get out? It immediately retorted. It wasn't easy for me to finally see the outside world. Of course I have to come out for a stroll. The sword spirit spoke again. With your master here, I can help you. Wu Fu shot back. You shut up. I never said you were my master. Their exchange was now being watched by Li Qi. She held a hand forward. It really is that old geezer. To think he stooped to this, getting his tail caught by a human. And this human, his spiritual energy is so familiar. Could he be a sacrifice that old geezer raised? Her expression turned incredibly dangerous. A sacrifice, you say? I really want to have a taste. In the middle of the forest, shrouded by trees and shadows, a Meng shouted angrily, "Damn it, how dare they sneak off without me? Could that A Li have killed Wu Fu?" Suddenly, she felt a surge of abundant spiritual energy. No way. Strange. The spiritual energy in the forest of despair is a bit odd. She didn't realize that she was walking into danger. Something was approaching her from behind. Just as it got very close, she turned around. A Li and Wu Fu walking through the forest heard a blood-curdling scream. A Li recognized the voice instantly. A Meng, he and Wu Fu moved quickly. A Meng, they both dashed straight towards the source of the scream. Suddenly, Wu Fu seemed to realize something. When they arrived, A Meng was suspended in the air. He wondered, what is this? A voice came from the figure standing before them. Good evening, my cute little boys. A Li recognized her instantly, his face now covered in a cold sweat. You are. Li Qi, how could this be? Did the incident at the pool earlier alert her? Wu Fu also recognized the woman in front of them. She's Li Qi. Is she the beast I saw before? Her spiritual energy is so strong. I'm a little scared. Li Qi stood beside a Meng whose body was tightly wrapped in tentacles. This adorable little thing is hiding something quite nice, isn't she? Her face suddenly flushed. She licked her lips. I'm dying for a taste. Wu Fu flinched, sweat pouring down his face. A Li bowed his head, holding an arm across his chest, his voice filled with deference. Li Qi, we didn't mean to disturb you. Please spare us this once. A Meng was held tightly by Li Qi, her face pressed against the woman's enormous chest. She struggled as her body was still constricted by the tentacles. Let me go. Your chest is way too big. Li Qi caressed the girl's face. Don't be so scared. It's not like I'm going to kill you. Wu Fu remained silent, thinking deeply. Even though she's a woman, that overwhelming sense of pressure is undeniable. If she lets it out, we might all die. Li Qi lowered her head slightly, her expression darkening. To dare hide inside someone else's body, if you won't come out. Her eyes suddenly became terrifying, her pupils contracting. Then I'll come and see you myself. She stared straight at Wu Fu. It seemed she was using her power to see right through him. A different space with a large vortex suddenly appeared. Wu Fu instinctively knew something was wrong. When did he end up in the middle of this space? Is this a consciousness space? But he immediately realized it wasn't his own. I've been pulled in. A voice came from behind him, a voice that sent a chill down his spine. Long time no see. He spun around in shock. Have we met before? The person behind him was Li Qi. She sneered. Fool. I wasn't calling you. In the dark space, Li Qi smirked. I'm talking to the one that's inside you. Hearing this, Wu Fu seemed to understand and his expression grew more vigilant. The only thing I have on me is the spirit sword. Could she be talking about the spirit sword? How does she know about it? Li Qi answered his unspoken question. Kid who doesn't know about the spirit sword. The person I'm talking about is the original master of this blade. Remember back when the War of the God Kings took place in the outer heavens? That guy used the spirit sword to seize the throne, and after that, no one else dared to challenge him. He listened to her words, and a series of thoughts flashed through his mind. The master of the spirit sword. Does that mean someone else used the spirit sword before me? But a soul weapon like this can only have one master. In the dimensional space, Li Qi stood not far from him, facing him. The fact that the spirit sword has appeared once again proves that the War of the God Kings is about to break out again. A kid like you must have some talent, otherwise why would he protect you like that? Wu Fu's eyes turned sharp as he asked seriously, the War of the God Kings, and also who is he? When did Li Qi get behind him? Her voice sent a shiver down his spine, paralyzing him. Me, of course, my old lover. A disembodied voice cried out. Li Qi, you will not touch him. It seemed some power had sensed her presence, and it immediately unleashed a massive wave of energy. Li Qi's hand was burned by the force and she let her arm fall limp. You really are heartless. She lowered her head, her voice turning cold. You tell me not to touch him. That just makes me want to touch him more. A stream of power surged out and wrapped around Wu Fu's body. For a moment, he had no idea what was happening. The mysterious entity within the energy screamed, what does this have to do with me? Enough night still enveloped the vast space, silent to a terrifying degree. Wu Fu couldn't help but feel helpless, suddenly dragged into something that had nothing to do with him. What rotten luck. He slumped to the ground. Li Ke sat a short distance away staring at him. Even after so many years, his body may be gone, but his power hasn't weakened at all. In fact, he can even use the spirit sword to hide himself. And this boy, to be able to handle this much power, he's clearly not ordinary. I thought he was some kind of sacrificial offering, but now it seems he has other plans for this one. Li Ke sat on a stone platform under a large ancient tree and ordered, "Come here, let's have a little chat." Wu Fu was confused. "You brought me here just for this." She sat with her legs crossed, a posture of superiority as she threatened him. "Of course not. It's just that I find you a bit strange, so I'm curious what's so special about you. Come over here and let me see, or I'll chop your head off." Wu Fu could only force a helpless smile. "Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us, so you won't kill me?" Li Ke beckoned with her finger, telling him to come closer. But before he could even get up, a powerful force yanked him forward. Li Ke used her finger to lift Wu Fu's chin, causing his face to pale. "If I killed you, how would I ever figure out his motives?" Wu Fu's face flushed, his eyes tensed. "This is too dangerous, this position." Li Ke's full chest pressed against him, making him blush, and his body instantly tensed up. She continued, "Besides, I don't want to anger him either." She leaned her face down close and made a proposal. "Little boy, do you want to go to the outer heavens? Then let's make a deal, shall we?" Hearing this, Wu Fu's face fell. "A deal? Why does everyone come to me to make a deal? Do I look that easy to bully?" Li Ke stood before him, smugly stating her terms. "I can let you go, and I can even help you get to the outer heavens, but you'll have to trade your body for it." The moon gradually rose higher, its faint light piercing through the dense canopy of trees. Elsewhere in the forest, Li was carrying a Meng on his back, moving at high speed. "Li, where are we going?" "Aren't we going to save Wu Fu? I'm taking you to the divine temple first, then I'll go find him." Li didn't look back at Meng, his gaze fixed straight ahead. "Don't worry. I'll find him dead or alive." Meng clung tightly to his arm. "It's all my fault he got dragged into this. If he dies here, I'll be tormented by guilt for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Li replied with great determination, "Don't worry, I won't let you be sad." Elsewhere, a desperate cry rang out. My body." Wu Fu shook his head frantically, his face contorted. I'm not that kind of person." His reaction made Li Ke smirk. She exclaimed, "Looking at you. You're still a complete novice, aren't you?" Wu Fu turned away in embarrassment. "That's none of your business." He crossed his arms, his face bright red as he looked away. "I won't agree to it. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't agree to such a one-sided deal." Li Ke pushed her ample chest forward. "Why would I kill you? Besides, I can't kill you. I just want to study you." Wu Fu's eyes filled with suspicion at her words. "Study what?" he asked, pointing to himself. Li Ke continued, "Study you from shallow to deep, from the inside out." Wu Fu threw his hands up to cover his body, a pitiful look on his face. "No way." He shook his head while cursing silently in his mind. "Damn it." Li Ke remained sitting with her legs crossed on the large stone platform, making her proposal while he sat scared on the ground. "You're no fun at all, but I like it. In that case, let's make a bet. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you're mine." But as soon as he heard her offer, he immediately asked, "What's the bet?" He was well aware of his current situation. He no longer had the right to refuse. Li Ke admired her own hand as she laid out her terms. "I'm raising a little toy at the Divine Temple. I just recently woke up from hibernation, and he's a bit mischievous. If you can kill it and bring me its head, I'll let you go." Wu Fu was skeptical after hearing the condition. "Is it that simple?" But Li Ke was extremely confident. "If it were simple, I wouldn't be betting with you, little boy. Arrogance will get you killed very quickly." Wu Fu immediately seized the opportunity to get answers to his own questions. "Can you tell me about the Spirit Sword and about the War of the God Kings?" Li Ke still didn't spare him a glance. "Oh, and a little reminder for you. We'll talk after you bring me its head. Besides, your companions are on their way to the Divine Temple right now. If you don't go, they'll be torn to shreds." He asked seriously, "Where is the Divine Temple?" He quickly moved, dashing through the large trees. Her reminder echoed after him, "Tonight will be very long. It's also a full moon, so that thing will become incredibly powerful. You're so strong. Don't disappoint me." At that moment, the spirit energy of the sword finally appeared. "Let's go. I'll get you out of here." Wu Fu looked at it. "Why didn't you show up earlier?" The spirit sword quickly replied, "She's too much trouble. I don't want her tailing us. Forget it. The most important thing right now is to get out of here." He leaped down from the air. This was bad. His expression turned grim, his gaze sharpening. "And besides, we can't leave here anymore." Deep within the forest, they were surrounded on all sides by ancient trees and dense canopies. A roar echoed from the distance. Wu Fu looked toward the sound. "That's one powerful demonic beast." The spirit sword seethed. "It has to be that hag Li Ke. She's obviously targeting you." But Wu Fu immediately corrected it. "She's not targeting me, she's targeting you." The words had barely left his mouth when a set of sharp fangs shot towards where he and the spirit sword stood. Using his power, Wu Fu manifested a sword and gripped it tightly. In the next moment, he swung it, striking the demonic beast directly. With a single blow, he sliced the beast in two. But it wasn't just one. Immediately after, 3 more demonic beasts appeared and charged at him. The spirit sword spoke up in praise. "You've gotten so proficient at controlling your spiritual energy. Beasts like this would have been impossible for you before." But then its tone turned a bit dejected. However, within a few sword strokes, Wu Fu had diced the demonic beasts into pieces. He let out a sharp breath, and the spirit sword immediately reminded him, "You've been using your spiritual energy all day." It continued to warn him, "The beasts that come after this will definitely be much stronger. Even if you have abundant spiritual energy, consuming it like this is not the way." Wu Fu realized this as well. He got serious. "Looks like our only option is to run." His words took the spirit sword completely by surprise. "Run." As he spoke, a blazing red ring of fire appeared at Wu Fu's feet. The circle rapidly expanded, containing what seemed to be an immense propulsive force. In an instant, the ring of fire erupted violently. The force of the flames successfully launched him and the spirit soared high into the air. "Are you trying to fly there?" "I don't know." A streak of light tore through the silent night. Finally, the streak of light landed in another part of the forest, the powerful impact sending up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Elsewhere, Li Qi was observing through her powers. A smirk played on her lips. "That little brat might just disrupt my territory. Honestly, if I'd known this would happen, I would have kept him here." In a space surrounded by trees, a plume of energy rose into the air. As Wu Fu landed, the powerful impact created a large crater in the ground around him. He lay there with his eyes shut, a faint smile on his lips as sweat poured down his face. Finally, a safe landing. The spirit sword scolded him. "What do you mean a safe landing? If your body wasn't different from a normal person's, you'd be dead by now." Pushing himself up from the ground, he replied to the spirit's nagging. "Hey, we were being chased by a pack of demonic beasts, you know." Okay, although Wu Fu had given it quite a scare, the spirit sword was still diligent in its reminders. "Even so, that commotion you just made was way too loud. What if you attract even more demonic beasts? Get up quickly, find a safe place to rest and recover your strength." Wu Fu stood with his hands on his hips. "I guess we'll have to go to the God Temple." "But where's the God Temple?" His words startled the spirit sword. "You don't know where the God Temple is. You were just going recklessly, weren't you?" He pointed in a random direction and suggested, "Then let's go that way." The spirit sword immediately screamed at him. "Stop wandering around. That's not the way we just came from." The atmosphere grew tense. The spirit sword stood in front of Wu Fu and yelled, "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Suddenly, a growl rumbled from a set of sharp jaws. Wu Fu spun his head around, his gaze instantly hardening. A massive shadow appeared blocking their path. It was clear the creature before them was no ordinary beast. It was huge. The colossal demonic beast's appearance threw the surrounding area into chaos. It looked down at him and questioned, "You little brat, are you the one disturbing me?" Its sharp-fanged maw lunged forward in a fierce attack. Not stopping there, the demonic beast followed up with a powerful punch, a wave of force streaking past like a bolt of lightning. "So strong. If this keeps up, I'm going to be pulp." The beast's eyes suddenly lost focus as it looked around confused. "Where did you go? Where is he?" Wu Fu had at some point nonchalantly perched himself on top of the beast's head, startling it. Hey, I'm up here. How can you be so strong but so slow in the head?" He glanced down, a clear smile on his face. "And you managed to find a mate looking like this. What do you think that makes all the single dogs out there feel?" His words successfully enraged the demonic beast. It roared furiously, "You damn bastard, I'm going to kill you." However, the powerful attack from its massive jaws and sharp fangs missed him, completely sinking deep into a large tree trunk instead. The powerful impact left the demonic beast's head spinning in a daze. At that moment, the spirit sword beside Wu Fu urged him on, "Hurry up and deal with him so we can get to the God Temple." Embarrassed by its missed attack, the demonic beast grew even angrier. It continued to bellow, "You slippery little rat. Come out here if you've got any guts. Face me in a real fight. Stop playing these hiding games." Wu Fu wasn't hiding far away. He was standing right on its shoulder. "I'm right here on your shoulder." Realizing Wu Fu was on its shoulder, it froze and fell silent. Its eyes widened as it stared warily at the boy standing on its body. "When did you get there?" "I get it. You're trying to sneak attack me, aren't you? I'm not falling for that again." Hearing the demonic beast's paranoid monologue, Wu Fu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You really are hilarious." The spirit sword was also amazed by his progress, but it was still worried that this guy could suppress his spiritual energy. Plus, he was able to dodge the black dragon beast's attack and move without making a sound. He's already mastered the application of his spiritual energy. His rate of progress truly astounds me. But, is this really a good thing for me? Wu Fu asked the demonic beast directly. Faced with the boy's blunt question, the beast turned its head away defiantly. "Do you know where the God Temple is?" "I'm not telling you. Not unless you can defeat me." The moment the words left its mouth, Wu Fu slammed a fist into its face, knocking its head to the side and bringing tears to its eyes. A pain cry echoed through the forest. Amidst the dark, overgrown woods, the voice of the one who had just seized control rang out. You can take me there now, right? I don't think you have the right to refuse anymore. Wu Fu sat in front of the demonic beast, which was lying flat on the ground, and urged it. Get up already. I didn't even use my full strength. Don't play dead. The spirit sword was stunned by his power. It didn't show it on the outside, but inwardly it was filled with awe. Is this the bloodline power of some clan? The vast forest, along with its rolling mountains, was still shrouded in darkness, with the only light coming from the full moon hanging high in the sky. Why do you want to go to the Divine Temple? The Divine Temple is very dangerous right now. There's a very powerful guy inside. The demonic beast now let him stand on its head. It wondered, why are you looking for her? To kill her. Wu Fu didn't beat around the bush, determination written all over his face. Of course. The spirit sword was also surprised. Are you really going? He glanced at the spirit sword as a reminder. If I don't go, Meng will be in danger. Besides, you really think Li Ke will let me off the hook? What if she takes her anger out on everyone else? What will happen to the Beastkin tribe then? The spirit sword immediately warned. She's the type to say one thing and do another. She definitely won't spare you now. He looked at it, his gaze cold as ice. I think it's you she won't spare. I got dragged into this because of you. The spirit sword quickly sensed his hostile attitude. Don't be like that. We're one and the same now. My business is your business. We're family. He turned his head away and replied reluctantly, is that so? Then he turned to face it with a barrage of questions. When I was captured by Li Ke earlier, why didn't you come out and help me? Maybe then I wouldn't have had to run all over the place. Wu Fu was still on the demonic beast's head when a brilliant golden light shone from another part of the dark forest. Seeing that light, he immediately recognized it as Li's spiritual energy. Standing on the beast's head, he commanded, go, let's head over there. Elsewhere, a worried Li asked, is a Meng all right? Li glanced around with a contemplative expression. Inside the divine shrine was a divine stone, and no demonic beast dared to approach it. Why are there so many demonic beasts now? This can't be right. Meng was frozen stiff, her terrified face covered in a cold sweat. Let's go quickly. Li was confused. Meng. The girl's face grew more and more panicked, her pupils constricting. Maybe. We can't go there anymore. Inside the entrance of the divine shrine, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared and a threatening voice echoed out, submit. Li's face darkened as he realized what was before him, a dragon. His gaze grew tense, his pupils shrank, and sweat poured down his face. How can there be a dragon in the forest of despair? The creature inside the divine shrine looked terrifying with 4 deep blood-red eyes. A Meng hid fearfully behind Li, her hands tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. Its spiritual energy has already enveloped the entire shrine. The surrounding demonic beasts are being controlled by its spiritual energy too. It's too dangerous, we have to get out of here. Li gritted his teeth helplessly, his eyes still fixed on the shrine. If that's the case, I'm afraid it's too late to leave now. The beast inside the shrine had a form that was part dragon, part serpent, and it radiated an incredibly terrifying power. Another loud roar echoed from the depths of the forest. The demonic beast that Wu Fu had subdued suddenly sensed something was wrong in the woods. It stopped dead in its tracks. I'm not going any further. Wu Fu was confused. What? The beast lowered its head and explained its fear. A very terrifying monster lives there. My brethren went to challenge it to strengthen their power. They were torn to shreds. What's more, any demonic beast without enough spiritual energy will be controlled by it. It's already taken over the divine shrine, probably by gaining power from that divine stone. Wu Fu crossed his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. For a monster to be called a monster by you, demonic beasts. Just how powerful is that thing? Hearing this, the demonic beast yelled, so please let me go. I haven't even found a wife yet. It covered its face with its paws as tears streamed down. I'm obviously this strong, yet I'm destined to be alone. Wu Fu suddenly jumped off the demonic beast's head. All right, you can go. You've brought us here anyway. I won't get in the way of you continuing your bloodline. The moment Wu Fu got off, the beast immediately bolted. Farewell, I'll be cheering for you from the rear. Wu Fu could only watch helplessly. Man, that guy is fast. He stood on a branch of a massive tree, the spirit's sword still hovering close by. This must be an animal's instinct to sense dangers that ordinary people can't foresee. Hearing the spirit sword's words, he immediately refuted it. I'm no ordinary person either. First, I need to see what kind of monster it is. In another corner of the forest, a Li and a Meng were also hiding on a large tree branch. A Li asked with concern if a Meng was feeling better. The girl, exhausted, used both hands to prop herself up and spoke. I'm better now. A moment ago, I felt like my heart was going to explode. That spiritual energy is too powerful. A Li looked towards the divine shrine and wondered how did it even appear here. A Meng followed his gaze. I don't know. Plus, it's completely ignoring the divine stone's power. Could it be that Li Ke released it here? The girl spoke her thoughts as she watched. The divine shrine is supposed to be a safe place because of the divine stone's power, but this thing's power can control all the demonic beasts. This monster can just ignore the power of the divine stone. A Li joined in her analysis. I don't know. The important thing now is figuring out how to escape. What do you think its purpose is calling so many demonic beasts here? Meng sensed a shift in the surrounding space. She closed her eyes. It seems to be using its consciousness to say something to the other beasts. Let me try to listen in. A voice transmitted through the space. My subjects, let me rule this forest of despair. Submit to me. Kill any intruders. But Meng's eavesdropping didn't last long before the beast in the divine shrine detected her. How dare you? Its menacing voice made her jump. Reeling from the mental attack, the girl spat out a mouthful of blood. Ali cried out in worry and Meng, but she didn't have time to explain and urgently urged, "We have to go." Now a large shadow was approaching them from the base of the tree. Just as Meng's warning ended, she cried, "We've been spotted." Ali grabbed Meng tightly and leaped high to evade the massive beast slithering up the tree trunk. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, the beast caught up to them. It stared at the tiny beings before it with glowing eyes and uttered a threat. "Intruders, you won't escape." Ali was startled as he looked back into its deep and dangerous eyes from which a powerful spiritual force surged. That energy felt like it was crushing Ali's heart. He turned pale from the pain, his arms went limp, and he began to freefall. Damn it, I'm losing consciousness. Meng, who he had been holding tightly, slowly slipped from his grasp and his sight. Meng, the girl was still falling through the air when something shot towards her from a distance. A hand reached out and caught Meng's shoulder, just as she lost consciousness completely. Wu Fu caught Meng in his arms, then looked down at Ali with a taunting gaze. "Long time no see. You're not about to die, are you?" Hearing his words, Ali's face darkened. "Who do you think you're calling weak?" His eyes suddenly blazed with determination. "Let's have a match. We'll see who takes that beast's head first." Wu Fu turned and leaned Meng against a tree. "We were both thinking the same thing, but I think you should handle his lackeys first. Leave this one to me." Ali immediately objected. "And why should I leave it to you?" Wu Fu didn't waste words, instead using his actions to prove his point. He unleashed a layer of fire, spiritual energy that enveloped his body. Ali instantly recognized his power. Fire spiritual energy. Incredibly pure fire spiritual energy. This guy can already use spiritual energy at will. Noticing Ali had sensed his power, Wu Fu glanced back slightly. "All right, then, I'll leave this side to you." With that said, he quickly left despite Ali's slight hesitation. Ali then lowered his head, his hair hiding his expression, but the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. "Why is everyone just like Meng?" he muttered to himself. Just then, a demon beast closed in on where Meng and Ali were standing. It opened its massive mouth to attack, but before it could harm anyone, it was struck down by Ali. He was no longer competing with Wu Fu. Instead, he seemed somewhat pleased. "This is fine too. Meng is safest by my side." At this point, Meng had fallen completely unconscious, exhaustion clear on her face. Ali stood there watching her, taking care of the rabble in the meantime. Elsewhere, Wu Fu was confronting the large demon beast at the temple. Compared to it, he was like a tiny grain of sand. The spirit sword was a bit surprised to see the beast, exclaiming, "This demon beast." Wu Fu couldn't help but ask, "What is it? Do you know this thing?" "Just looking at it, I can tell it's incredibly powerful. Unlike the other beasts in the Forest of Despair, its might is no ordinary matter." The spirit sword immediately explained its theory. "I don't recognize it, but the dragon-type demon beasts went extinct long ago. They no longer exist in this world. This beast was likely created by Li Ke, forged from other demon beasts." Wu Fu was confused. "Forged?" The spirit sword continued to explain. "That's right. After the dragon-type beasts were wiped out, coupled with humanity's competitive nature, fused demon beasts began to appear. They would search for the bones of dragon-type beasts and through a process of fusion and regeneration create beasts like this one." Wu Fu asked for confirmation. "So it's a fused monster." The spirit sword didn't deny it, but carefully reminded him of its power. Although it's a fused monster, it still contains remnants of a dragon-type beast, inheriting the dragon clan's ability to command the spiritual energy of all other beasts. Looking at the huge, terrifying monster before it, even the sword couldn't believe what it was seeing. To think Li Ke could create something like this. Wu Fu drew his sword, gripping it tightly in his hand. "How interesting. I've never encountered a beast like this before." Immediately after, he stood tall before the colossal beast and yelled, "Bring it on." The demon beast charged and Wu Fu rushed forward, sword in hand. The two immense powers collided, creating a powerful shockwave. The beast's 4 eyes glowed brighter and brighter. It backed up and concentrated its power into a single point to attack him. The beast's powerful attack shot out as a straight beam of light that tore through space. Wu Fu was sent flying, but he wasn't harmed in the slightest. As he landed, a circle of light surrounded his body. So strong. "If I hadn't used my protective spiritual energy just now, I would have been torn to shreds." The spirit sword exclaimed, surprised by his ability. "You can already use spiritual energy arts," he replied nonchalantly. "Yeah, I know a little. My spirit sword is useless now. Look at that hide. How am I supposed to cut its head off?" Hearing his complaint, the spirit sword quickly suggested, "Use a different method. For example, your soul weapon." "Where is your soul weapon?" After hearing this, Wu Fu glanced at it. "Aren't you it?" Elsewhere in the forest, Meng lost her balance and slumped to the side. The young girl slowly opened her eyes. "Li." Before she could take in her surroundings, she was startled by something huge. Meng's eyes immediately scanned the area. What is that? A creature with a dozen eyes was hovering above her, and she was so terrified that she screamed out loud. Just then, Li jumped down from out of nowhere. Meng, you're awake. The girl heard his voice and turned her head. Ali. The demon beast opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and charged in for a frenzied attack. Despite the demon beast's ferocious attack, Wu Fu remained perfectly calm. If you want to eat me, you'll have to see if you've got what it takes. He spun and unleashed a powerful sword strike. The beast, refusing to back down, continued to retaliate. It slammed its head into the ground, causing the earth to shake. It continued its frenzied assault, but he moved quickly to dodge its powerful blows. His eyes showed no fear. On the contrary, he was perfectly calm, as if he already knew victory was his. The beast lunged again, its mouth wide open as if to swallow him whole. But he managed to jump aside. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he quickly spun and swung his sword with all his might. The beast, unable to defend in time, was hit directly by his attack, but it seemed completely unfazed. Wu Fu seized the opportunity to leap onto its body. He gripped the sword tightly, its tip pointing down, his expression cold. Die. The sword immediately plunged into the demon beast's flesh. It thrashed around in pain. Its long body writhed and shot upwards in agony. The sword remained firmly embedded in the beast's body. Seeing the beast's condition, he became more certain of his theory. It went right through. It seems only a soul weapon can actually hurt this thing. Ali and Meng stood a short distance away, watching the fight between Wu Fu and the demon beast. His skills are incredible. That beast is like a toy in Wu Fu's hands. He can do whatever he wants with it. Although the situation seemed to be in Wu Fu's favor, Meng still felt a sense of unease. Her gaze lowered slightly. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? The demon beast continued to flail in pain. Wu Fu used this to his advantage, leaping off its body. He was completely exhilarated now. So you want to play till the end, huh? The demon beast continued its fierce assault, but he dodged it with ease. The beast's attack missed, slamming into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Wu Fu landed gracefully. He stood to the side and observed. It seems only spiritual energy can truly threaten it. This beast will definitely be wary of my spirit sword from now on. Ali approached from behind, not forgetting to mock his abilities. It's been this long and you still haven't finished. You really are weak. Wu Fu, not angered in the slightest, glanced at him. It's just a slippery eel, that's all. Just stand aside and watch. The spirit sword warned, kid, this demonic beast knows how powerful the spirit sword is. It's just going to keep dodging your attacks. Wu Fu was completely unfazed, his voice tinged with confidence. Don't worry, I've already got a plan. Just as he finished speaking, the demonic beast suddenly charged at him with incredible speed. Wu Fu seemed to have figured out its intentions. So that's it, you're trying to wear out my energy. You think you can. After that, a thick cloud of dust billowed up. The layers of dust grew thicker and thicker, making it impossible to see what was happening. Wu Fu gripped the sword with both hands, raising it high above his head. He then dove down from above, the thick dust acting like a curtain, hiding the battle's progression, revealing only a part of the demonic beast's massive body. From another angle, Meng hurriedly jumped down to where Lu was standing. She shouted, Lu, why aren't you going to help Wu Fu? This demonic beast is very strange. Wu Fu can't handle it on his own. Lu remained motionless. What's so strange about this beast? It's just a slightly larger mutt. If you're so worried, I'll go save him if he gets into any real danger later. Lu's indifference made Meng furious. How can you still be so arrogant? I'm telling you, there's something wrong with that beast. There really is a problem. Let me tell you, if anything happens to Wu Fu, you'll have to answer to me. Lu was still observing the fight, confused by Wu Fu's attacks. What on earth is this guy doing? The beast is obviously going to dodge his attacks, so why is he still attacking so recklessly? We really shouldn't have let him handle this demonic beast. In mid-air, a powerful light erupted, slashing through the demonic beast's body and striking the ground with immense force. Lu froze when he saw the scene. He defeated it. The layers of dust began to dissipate, revealing Wu Fu plunging his sword deep into the ground. The demonic beast suddenly turned its head to look at him, and he met its gaze with a knowing look. You thought my target was you. The sword suddenly glowed, radiating powerful spiritual energy. Instantly, countless large roots erupted from the ground. The gigantic roots quickly tightened around the demonic beast's body. The spirit sword was also astounded. Kid, how did you do that? Wu Fu didn't have time to pay attention to it. He casually replied, once I take this beast's head, I'll tell you. Elsewhere, Li Ke was still observing the battle through her abilities. Wu Fu's fighting style intrigued her greatly. In the end, it's still just a beast born from fusion. Its intelligence is a bit lacking, yet it knows how to exploit the spiritual energy of the hopeless forest. This guy is pretty clever, using such a vast amount of spiritual energy. No wonder that thing is hiding inside him. Who in the world is this guy? Back at the battle, the large roots were still crushing the demonic beast's body. Lu, watching from the side, couldn't believe Wu Fu's abilities. He frowned. First fire and water spiritual energy, and now he can even use wood spiritual energy. It's been such a short time since Sishui, and he's already mastered it to this extent. Maybe this guy can really help A Meng find that person. A Meng standing beside him was also gaping in astonishment. This is great. My chances of getting to TN are even higher now. Wu Fu stood at a distance from the beast and declared, "All right, the game is over." He gripped the sword in his hand, which slowly began to slice a line across the beast's flesh. Wu Fu looked at it confidently. A death struggle. It's useless. But its eyes suddenly flew wide open, and a surge of power from somewhere enveloped its body. A Meng and a Lu looked up to see countless bats flying above their heads. A Lu quickly warned Wu Fu, "Get away from that beast. It's absorbing the spiritual energy of all the beasts here." But Wu Fu only tightened his grip on his sword, determined. "Then I have even more reason not to leave. Break for me." The massive roots could no longer hold the demonic beast after it had absorbed the extra spiritual energy. Dust was kicked up again, spreading all the way to where A Meng and A Lu were standing. Wu Fu landed on the ground near them. He wondered aloud, "Don't tell me there's a round 2. The demonic beast had become even more ferocious, having now grown a pair of wings on its body. A Meng warned anxiously, "Wu Fu, Lu, that beast has become much stronger than before. Be careful." However, in contrast to her worry, the two young men in front of her were extremely dismissive. Wu Fu spoke up, "Stronger than before. Feels to me like it just grew a pair of wings, right?" Lu chimed in, "What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing." Wu Fu immediately made a suggestion. Lu, let's have a contest to see who can take its head." Lu smirked smugly. "You're bound to lose." At that moment, Li Ke was feeling incredibly excited, the amusement clear in her dangerous eyes. "You little brats, how do you plan to fight this?" She thought of the demonic beast she herself had created. She was the one who understood it best. "That is a beast I fused together using countless materials. The first time was one thing, but now it has absorbed the spiritual energy of all the other beasts, and on a full moon night, no less. You think you can kill it so easily? How naive." Wu Fu and A Lu leaped forward together, attacking the furiously rampaging demonic beast. A Lu rushed in with his twin swords, a long streak of light wrapping around the beast's serpentine body. A Lu shouted, "The beast's armor is too tough. I can't break through." The moment he finished speaking, Wu Fu appeared out of nowhere. "Then you just wait here. Leave the rest to me." The demonic beast launched its attack with green spheres of energy. Wu Fu swiftly slashed the spheres away with his sword. He then powerfully unleashed a dazzling streak of golden light. The attack was aimed straight at the beast's wing, but it was immediately shattered by that very wing. Wu Fu propped himself up with one hand on the ground, looking up at it without a hint of surprise. Rapid regeneration. "You demonic beasts all seem to love this kind of power, huh?" A Lu approached from behind. "At this rate, you won't be able to kill it." Hearing this, Wu Fu turned his head. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to wait over there?" A Lu suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, a mocking smile on his face. "Your speed is too slow, so I came to help you." The moment A Lu finished speaking, Wu Fu instantly dashed away, not letting him say another word. He unleashed a powerful slash. The sword stroke aimed straight for the demonic beast, severing a part of its body. It roared in pain. Wu Fu immediately realized the beast's weakness. "So if I sever it completely, it can't regenerate." With that, he sent several more sword strikes straight into the demonic beast. It thrashed in agony before collapsing to the ground. Wu Fu landed gracefully. "Now this looks much better." A Meng was surprised to see A Lu return. "A Lu, why are you back here? Go help Wu Fu." A Lu glanced to the side as he replied, "He's enough on his own." Model. He let out a sharp breath. "You won this time, but only this time." The massive beast was finally defeated by him collapsing right in front of him. At that moment, Wu Fu seemed to radiate the aura of a victor. "If you want to blame someone, blame me for being too strong. Your head is mine now." A flash of his sword immediately followed, accomplishing his goal. Li Ke, who was watching through the power sphere, had already seen the outcome of the battle. "So a fused dragon beast is only this strong, huh?" She rested her chin on one hand and smirked with amusement. "What do you think? Should we tell that little brat a few interesting things?" The sword in Wu Fu's hand trembled slightly. He noticed it at once and raised it, asking, "What's wrong? You're trembling strangely. Why do I have such a dreadful feeling? Could it be because of Li Ke?" A Meng ran up from behind, interrupting his thoughts. "Wu Fu, are you hurt? Let me see." He replied gently. "Don't worry, that beast was all bark and no bite. It couldn't hurt me." He glanced over at A Li, who was standing a few steps away. "Is there something you want to ask?" A Li immediately spoke up. "How were you able to injure that beast? And what was that colossal wood spirit energy?" A Meng was also curious. "That's right, Wu Fu, those vines born from the wood spirit energy. You did that." Wu Fu held out the sword in his hand to explain. "This sword is my sole weapon, which is why it can harm that beast." As for the vines, he looked at the sword in his hand. "Didn't you say the forest of no return is filled with spirit energy?" Ali seemed to realize something. Could it be? He quickly tried to confirm it, but that alone shouldn't be enough to create so many vines. He then held out a speck of light in his hand. "Look!" The tiny speck of light quickly grew larger. Meng exclaimed in shock, Wu Fu, how did you do that? He raised the light in his hand before her face. This is also thanks to you. Do you remember what you told me? Turn the formless into form, turn nothingness into everything. Gather spirit energy to refine all things and transform spirit energy into the 5 elements. Ali stood there immediately thinking, perhaps it's time. Wu Fu stood next to the beast's head he had just severed. How am I supposed to bring a head this big to Li Qi? The spirit sword heard this and immediately yelled, bring it. What are you talking about? You've already finished the rescue, now let's get out of this place. He rested his chin on one hand, looking at the spirit sword with suspicion. Ever since we met Li Qi, why do I get the feeling you've been constantly rushing me to leave? You don't want anything to do with Li Qi. Could it be that you're afraid of her? The spirit sword immediately denied it. What are you talking about? Why would I be afraid of Li Qi? He remained rooted to the spot next to the beast's head. The spirit sword hurriedly explained she's just some lunatic who's lived for tens of thousands of years. What good can come from getting involved with her? I'm just trying to do what's best for you, so stop hesitating and take your teammates with you. Meng and Ali were also standing there with him. Wu Fu glanced at the spirit sword one more time, his determination clear. The more you say that, the more curious I get. I'm definitely going to see her. With that, he turned to the 2 people behind him. Pointing a hand at the beast's head, he said, I have to take this to Li Qi in a bit. What are you 2 going to do? Meng quickly chimed in, is that even a question? Of course we're going with you. Hearing this, he pursed his lips and waved his hand dismissively at her suggestion. What would you go for? You and Ali should go back. Meng heard this and angrily shouted, you're my slave. Are you trying to abandon your master and run away? In your dreams, there was no stopping. Meng. Feeling helpless, he turned to look at Ali. What about you? Are you coming? Or, before he could even finish his sentence, Ali quickly replied, I can't let Meng face danger. He could only give a helpless, forced laugh. I get it. Let's all go together then. The 3 of them moved on, and soon they were right in front of Li Qi. She was still lounging imposingly on the large stone platform. Not bad. I thought it would take you a few days to deal with this little toy. Wu Fu stood in front of the other 2 and replied, what, you didn't expect me to take care of it so quickly? Li Qi waved her hand, blowing out a puff of air, and the giant beast head behind the 3 of them instantly exploded. Wu Fu's eyes widened, his face filled with utter shock at her power. Such terrifying strength. Just a simple gust of wind was enough to destroy a head that big. Ali frowned his gaze, becoming even more vigilant. She's truly worthy of being a beast who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Meng beside them couldn't hide her fear either. So scary. If I knew this would happen, I would have had Ali take me back. Li Qi rested her chin on one hand, leaning back slightly, a faint smile on her lips. All right, if you have any questions, ask away. I'll answer you to the best of my knowledge. Meng hid behind Wu Fu, but he wasn't afraid and directly fired off a series of questions. What exactly is the spirit sword? What was the God King War? And also, who is the being inside the spirit sword? Li Qi's eyes narrowed slightly at his barrage of questions. So many questions, such bottomless greed. But I like it. She held out her hand and began to answer the questions he had just asked. The spirit sword is an incredibly powerful object. It has been passed down in the mortal realm since before I was born. I don't know the specific details. Some have said that the spirit sword contains the power of the universe and that whoever possesses it will become the master of the universe. He asked again seriously. So that's why so many people want to obtain the spirit sword, he thought to himself. But before my rebirth, why didn't I ever realize the power within it? To think the sword in his hand holds such power. Ali stood right behind him and had heard everything Wu Fu asked. He thought, it seems I can finally tell him the truth about Meng. So the God King War was a war that broke out over the spirit sword. He still looked incredibly serious, though the corners of his mouth had turned down slightly. You could say that's only part of it. The God King War was a conflict among a certain group of people. Li Qi continued to explain, cultivators of immense power started a pointless battle just to attain the title of the strongest. The appearance of the spirit sword was just a factor that made the war more exciting. What's wrong? Scared now, you little brat? He glanced at the spirit sword beside him. It quickly tried to find an excuse to change the subject. So hurry up and break the seal. I'll teach you how to become a god king. You guys just keep talking, I'm going to rest now. The spirit sword suddenly flinched as if it had just realized something. It turned around to see Li Qi's furious face. Wu Fu watched it stutter, that is. Before it could finish, the spirit sword had already vanished. Wu Fu continued his questioning. Why is he so afraid of you? Hearing the question, Li Qi's expression immediately turned weary. Because back then, he begged me for my love. Wu Fu was still skeptical after hearing her answer. Model. Still, there's no reason to be this scared of her. Even by the standards of the beast tribes, Lady Li Qi is a breathtaking beauty. Could it be because she's a demon beast? Li Qi tilted her head and smirked. How could it be for such a shallow reason? The real reason is. She then lifted one of her legs high, revealing her lower half, her gaze shifting downwards. I'm just like you. Li Qi's words and actions struck Wu Fu and Ali like a bolt of lightning. Among me, she asked Ali, like what? Ali was helpless. You're still young, don't worry about topics like this, okay? He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed a few times. So that's what that question was about. Li Ke, last question. Where is Tian? Tian Li Ke held out her hand and looked at him, smiling. Aren't you in Tian right now? He asked in confusion. What do you mean by that? Li Ke snapped her fingers and the space around Wu Fu instantly changed, startling him. Li Ke leaned against a massive tree behind her, one arm crossed over her chest while the other held up a globe. It's just a little trick, but explaining it to you all will be useful. The globe floated away from Li Ke, slowly moving toward Wu Fu. When Amang saw the globe, she exclaimed, "That sphere is so beautiful." Li Ke began to explain, "This planet is called Earth. It's a small restricted world with very little spiritual energy." Wu Fu stared at her, lost in thought. He was starting to understand. Li Ke crossed both her arms and continued speaking. This universe is vast. Besides that small world, there are 9 other planets with life and spiritual energy. As I recall, these planets are called the 9 realms beyond the heavens. She looked straight at him. The planet now appearing before you is the one we're on. Its name is Fu Rui. Ameng's eyes widened as she heard Li Ke's explanation. We're inside this sphere right now. That's so interesting. In contrast to the little girl's curiosity and excitement, Wu Fu showed clear exasperation. What's so interesting about it? This is the most basic knowledge. A Li, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. So these other worlds are what's called Tian. Li Ke didn't deny it. Pretty smart. Ameng suddenly blurted out, "So how am I supposed to find that person?" Wu Fu glanced at the little girl. So Ameng's purpose in coming to Tian was to find someone. Li Ke answered her, "Right now, Tian doesn't refer to a single specific place. Finding one person among countless worlds like this is indeed harder than finding a needle in a haystack." Li took a step forward and bowed respectfully. "Lady Li Ke, can you tell me where Lianlai is?" Li Ke pointed toward a nearby planet. "This planet is Lianlai. It can be considered the closest planet to Fu Rui." Ali asked again, "Then how do we get there?" As Lady Li Ke looked at Ali's posture, Ameng immediately shouted in annoyance. "Ow! Hey, Ali, what are you doing?" Wu Fu said nothing. He seemed to have understood everything. "So that's how it is." Li Ke reached out and pointed in a direction within the forest. "Head north in the forest of no return and you'll find a sky-piercing snow-capped mountain. There's a gate there that connects to the outside world, but this gate isn't guaranteed to lead directly to Lianlai." Wu Fu wondered, "Is there something wrong with the gate?" Li Ke replied indifferently, "That I don't know. As I recall, cultivators who pass through this gate are sent to other worlds at random." Wu Fu was startled when he heard the answer. He slowly thought it over. "So that's how it is. No wonder last time Luo Shi, Fatty, and Erha were all with me, but I was the only one sent here. It seems the Ascension Formation is the gate to other worlds." He looked up at the starry sky, worried, wondering which world Luo Shi and the others had been sent to. In another world, Luo Shi swung the sword in her hand fiercely. The head of a demon beast fell to the ground, fresh blood pouring out endlessly. Meng ran up from behind and asked worriedly, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Luo Shi turned her head slightly. "It was just a young demon beast, nothing to worry about." "Is there still no news of Wu Fu?" Meng quickly replied to her question. "None." He gave a thumbs up and offered cheerful encouragement. "But you don't need to worry. Brother Fu has great fortune and is so outstanding. Even if we're not with him, nothing bad will happen." Luo Shi clenched her fist. "You're right. Worrying too much is useless. What I'm worried about now is whether I can even stand by his side." Her words left Meng stunned and speechless. She raised her hand and clenched it tightly. Back on Earth, every time Wu Fu faced danger or a strong enemy, I could only stand and watch, completely unable to help. Now that we've come to another world, I've truly discovered what "there's always a heaven beyond the heavens and a person beyond the person" means. In this world, even nascent soul realm cultivators are more proficient at using spiritual energy than we are. Meng was bewildered. "What you mean is..." Luo Shi looked down at her clenched fist. "This is our chance to stop standing silently behind Wu Fu. Without Wu Fu during this stormy and difficult time, we must become stronger, so strong that when we meet Wu Fu again, we'll be his true allies, not his burdens." Meng also raised a hand, making a gesture of determination. "Sister-in-law is right. From now on, I'll train diligently. When the time comes, I'll make Brother Fu's jaw drop." Wen Feng approached from a distance, carrying a small beast in her arms. "I can't believe that in just a few days, little sister, you've already mastered water attribute spiritual energy. One would never guess you're a cultivator from a minor world." Luo Shi pointed to herself. "It's also thanks to Sister Wen Feng's help. If your family's elders hadn't been so dedicated in their guidance, how could I have improved so quickly?" Wen Feng replied, "Your current achievements are all your own, so there's no need to be modest. The master can only open the door. The rest of the cultivation journey depends on oneself." She gave a polite smile, her eyes filled with curiosity. "You're my sworn sister. Of course, I'd help you. Speaking of which, I noticed a change in both of your mindsets just now. Did you make some kind of resolution?" Luo Shi mumbled, her face flushing red. Wen Feng giggled. Is it related to that young man you've been longing for day and night? Luo Zi's face turned even redder and she fell silent. Wen Feng turned to ask Meng Meng. Oh right, Wang Meng Meng, how has your cultivation been lately? He scratched his head and gave a strained laugh. About that? It seems I haven't made any progress. You'll have to try harder. Wen Feng looked up, her gaze fixed on a distant point. Wu Fue. If I get the chance, I'll definitely have to get to know him. In the middle of the deep, dense forest surrounded by lush trees, even the smallest sounds were amplified. Wu Fu raised his hand and sniffled, frowning as he wondered, can cultivators catch colds too? Wu Fu and a Meng were sitting in front of a campfire. A Meng looked worried. What's wrong? Did you catch a cold? He shook his head repeatedly at her question. A Meng looked at him and asked, is what Lord Li Ke said true? Wu Fu answered her with a look of certainty. After all, she's a demonic beast that's lived for 10,000 years. Her words can be trusted. After speaking, he fell into deep thought. Looking back now from the moment he was reincarnated until today, besides the things that had happened on Earth and in his memories, everything after his ascension has been completely different. Could it be because I didn't follow the usual process, or has it been 30,000 years so long that I've forgotten important information? Or maybe I lost my memory during my ascension. He glanced over at Ali, who was leaning against a tree right behind him. Ali, you have nothing to say to us. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Why did you ask where Lian Lai is? Does it have something to do with A Meng? Hearing this, A Meng immediately turned to ask Ali. Ali, could that person be in Lian Lai? Ali's reply was short. That's right. A Meng screamed when she heard his answer.
You knew. Why didn't you tell me? Wu Fu quickly stepped in to defend him. Don't get angry just yet. Ali must have had his reasons for not telling you.
In the vast dark forest, there were only 3 small figures. Wu Fu spoke up. I want to ask something. The person A Meng is talking about. Is it her father? Ali didn't hide it and told the truth. The person A Meng is looking for is indeed her father. Ali's expression turned more serious as he spoke of him. He's also the master who raised me. Wu Fu was surprised. It seemed he was starting to understand something. He raised a hand to his chin, thoughtfully connecting the dots from past events and coming to a conclusion. No wonder you get so worked up about anything related to a Meng. So, she's your sworn sister. A Meng crossed her arms stubbornly. I'd never acknowledge him as my big brother. She looked away, avoiding the gazes of the other 2. He never helps me when I get bullied, and he even hid my father's whereabouts from me. Wu Fu, understanding the problem, made a suggestion. If you want to clear up this misunderstanding, just tell her the truth. Back in the past, in that same vast forest with its dense trees, the sound of curses rang out endlessly. Hey, you little beggar, watch where you're going. At this time, Ali was just a young boy, his body covered in wounds big and small. Exhausted, he could only lean against a tree trunk and wait for whatever came next, though even he didn't know what that would be. My body feels so heavy, so hungry, and tired. Am I about to die? His heavy eyes set in his scratched-up face welled with a few tears. That's right. Wouldn't it be better to just die then? Everything would be over. Just as he was losing consciousness, 2 figures appeared in the distance. And this child isn't going to make it. We have to help him quickly. Immediately after, darkness washed over him and Ali completely lost consciousness. When he awoke again, the first thing he saw was a pair of ears. Ali jolted awake and realized he wasn't alone. There was another little girl there. A voice called out from a distance. A Meng, don't bother your big brother while he's resting. The woman standing before him was a Meng's mother. She walked closer and asked caringly, You're awake. How are you feeling? Her face radiated a gentle and benevolent warmth. Perhaps because he hadn't eaten in days, his stomach rumbled in protest. The little girl, A Meng, still innocent, asked her mother, Mommy, the little big brother is making a funny noise. The woman replied cheerfully, A Meng, that's the sound of your big brother's tummy rumbling. She held out a hand to welcome Ali. Come on, we were just about to eat. Ali felt such warmth from the woman that he couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. Seeing this, A Meng asked curiously, Mommy, is the little big brother reigning? The woman asked him gently, What's your name, child? Where are your parents? He replied, I'm Ali. As he said this, he looked down. I'm an orphan. I don't know where my parents are. The woman turned and asked, And would you mind if we added another bowl and another pair of chopsticks to our home? The man skillfully cut the food with a knife. No. That man was A Meng's father. He turned around holding the knife in his hand. When we're not here, he can protect A Meng. And just like that, Ali had a real family. That day, cheerful laughter echoed from the simple house in the middle of the forest. A Meng, from now on, you have to listen to your big brother. Okay, go on, call him big brother. This is great, I have a big brother now. Back in the present, Ali was still telling his story. After that, my adoptive father and mother raised me and I no longer had to wander. After hearing the whole story, Wu Fu understood. So that's how it was. Ali continued, but life is unpredictable. A storm was brewing. He recalled the day disaster struck. A Meng's mother suddenly fell gravely ill. To save her, her father went to Lian Lei. But in the end, mother couldn't wait for father to return. At this point, Ali's face filled with determination. I carry Mother's final wish. With the help of the clan leader, we managed to survive. Listening to the story, Wu Fu couldn't help but sympathize. I can't believe you too had to go through something like that. Then Ameng spoke up again. Her face had darkened, her expression unreadable. That's why I've always wanted to go to Tien to find father and ask him. Ask him why he didn't come back in her final moments. Did he just abandon us? Ameng wondered, how did you know Dad was in Lian Lai leaning against the tree? Ali looked at her and explained, it's strange, but it feels like there's some kind of connection between father and me. This connection told me that he was probably in Lian Lai. Ameng was fuming. That old fox, why did he only tell me that father went to Tien? Ali quickly explained. Because with our strength, trying to find father in Lian Lai would be a complete fantasy, a suicide mission. Besides, you're the only family I have left. I can't let anything happen to you. Meng grew curious. So, you two fabricated a non-existent Tien. Ali continued to explain. That's why every time the beast fighting tournament was held, I did everything in my power to stop her, to make her understand the difficulty and give up. Hearing this, Meng tossed her head and turned away stubbornly. You want me to give up? Not a chance. Wu Fu glanced at him. So why the change of heart? Ali remained standing there, but now his gaze was fixed on Wu Fu. Because of you. Wu Fu was confused. Ali then explained the reason. You possess an incredibly special gift. Ever since escaping the death water in just a short time, you've managed to control 4 types of spiritual energy attributes. You might even be able to control all of them. And you have that soul weapon too. If you're by her side, I'm sure nothing will happen to Meng. Wu Fu replied irritably, crossing his arms. So you see me as Meng's shield. Why should I help you? His attitude stoked the flames of Ali's anger. What? You are my servant. Isn't it only natural for you to help your master? Ali stepped closer to him. I am begging you. Meng will find out the truth sooner or later, and the road to Lian Lai is incredibly dangerous. Even a great cultivator like my father was trapped in Lian Lai. I can't protect Meng on my own. He grabbed Wu Fu's shoulders, his posture pleading, but his face was filled with killing intent. So please, Wu Fu, we need your power. His demeanor was so intimidating that Wu Fu broke out in a cold sweat. Is this really how you beg for help? In the end, Wu Fu didn't refuse. He let out a sigh. Fine. Having 2 powerful fighters with me on the way to Lian Lai isn't a bad thing. Meng cheered. I knew Wu Fu cared about his master. He turned his back, a storm of thoughts brewing in his mind. Everything that was happening now was veering off into unforeseen directions. Plus, ever since escaping Zishui, his body had been getting harder and harder to control. Helping them was like helping himself. If something went wrong, that guy Ali probably couldn't help him anyway. Meanwhile, at the Divine Temple, a few members of the Beastman clan had gathered. One of them spoke up. Clan leader, is the Divine Stone all right? The old clan leader, leaning on his staff, replied. The Divine Stone is completely unharmed. Have you found anything? The other demonic beasts began to report their findings. Before them lay the corpse of the giant beast Wu Fu had defeated. The beast's body had been cut perfectly. A single slash had taken its life. The lingering spiritual energy signature was clearly Ali's doing. This beast is very strange. Both its own aura and the aura on the wound were likely left by the intruder, Lang Ren mentioned. The old clan leader gritted his teeth. Where is that cowardly wolf now? Elsewhere in the forest, Wu Fu was napping on the ground. A loud voice called out. Fur! A vortex suddenly appeared on the ground where he was resting. Wu Fu's eyes shot open as he scanned his surroundings. What's going on? That voice again? He immediately realized he was in a space similar to the one back in Zishui. His spiritual energy was flowing, but he couldn't use his spirit sword. Could it be? A figure approached from behind. Don't worry, it's just as you thought. Wu Fu instantly recognized who it was. The imposter from Zishui was now standing right in front of him. We meet again, Wu Fu. He remained calm, facing him. A single thought flashed through his mind. He's still alive. The imposter looked at him menacingly. What's wrong? Not happy to see an old friend. He faced him directly. Let me guess. You must be wondering why I'm still alive. Wu Fu countered with a question of his own. What do you want this time? Are you planning to replace me again? The imposter let out his sinister laugh. Don't forget we have a symbiotic relationship. We help and control each other. Replacing you is only a matter of time, but not now. I've come out this time just to answer some of your questions. Wu Fu was confused. Answer my questions? I don't think I have any questions for you. The imposter smirked, his eyes glowing. Are you sure you don't need my help? Don't you want to know why? Everything up to now is different from your memories of your past life, Wu Fu answered firmly. No. Besides, what if it is like my past life? And what if it's not? My goal will never change. The corner of the imposter's mouth curled up even higher. So ambitious, so ambitious. Too bad you wasted your last life. Wu Fu shot him a sharp glare. What do you mean by that? The imposter stressed. What do I mean? He gritted his teeth in fury, then lunged forward and grabbed Wu Fu by the collar. You were reborn, and the only thing you remember is becoming the God King. That person is still waiting for you to save them. Have you forgotten? Wu Fu felt a surge of annoyance. What are you talking about? I haven't forgotten anything. Becoming the God King and getting my revenge have always been my primary goals. The imposter released his grip on Wu Fu's collar. Is that so? It seems you really have forgotten. He shoved him away. Get lost. The force of the push sent Wu Fu flying backward as the imposter said flatly, "You're not welcome here." Wu Fu was pulled away by the suction, still shouting, "Wait, explain yourself." The dimension closed and the imposter turned his back. Before you go, a friendly reminder, don't trust the words of the one inside your spirit sword. A hand from behind rested on his shoulder. Fuer. The woman behind him wrapped her arm around the imposter's shoulder. He replied with a blank expression. Don't worry, mother. I will definitely save you, and then I will destroy the God King's palace. Wu Fu sat up with a jolt, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. What the hell did that guy mean? Have I really forgotten something? Damn it. The next time I see him, I'll make him tell me everything he knows. He was startled by A Meng's voice. Wu Fu, what are you mumbling about over there? A Li was ready for their next task. He urged him on. Now that you're awake, let's get going. The first step to reaching Lian Lai is to get out of the forest of hopelessness so A Meng can gain the tribe's recognition. The three of them prepared for the journey ahead. Wu Fu asked, wasn't helping a Meng that one time enough? Ali quickly replied, that time was considered cheating, so it'll be hard for a Meng to get the tribe's recognition. He glanced at her, feeling a little helpless. To think that after all this time, she still hadn't become a tribe-recognized beastman. A Meng glared at him, her eyes blazing red. What? You got a problem with that? He immediately spoke up. Fine, let's go. He still couldn't stop thinking about what the imposter had said. Even though he didn't know what the guy meant, he was determined to find out the truth one day. Outside the forest, someone exclaimed, Clan leader, we spotted A Li's group. The old clan leader walked over. They're out, he urged his men on. Let's go. Find out what happened. The trio of Wu Fu, A Meng, and Ali emerged from the forest. A Meng cheered happily. This is great, we're finally out. I, A Meng, have finally passed the trial of the forest of hopelessness through my own efforts. Wu Fu said nothing, but inwardly he was judging her hard. Her effort didn't, A Li and I do everything. A Li glanced at him and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. A Meng really found herself a great assistant. A very good slave. She put her hands on her hips, beaming. I can't wait to find someone to tell them about my heroic deeds. The voice cut through the little girl's cheerful demeanor. Then tell me about that heroic deed of yours. Wu Fu was a little surprised, and it seemed A Meng was even more so. The old chief greeted them. Long time no see, little lioness. A Meng happily spread her arms and ran towards the old man. Chief, but instead of a warm hug, A Meng grabbed the old man's collar in a fury. You old fox, how dare you trick me? Heavens beyond heavens isn't a location. The old man couldn't defend himself in time and could only plead. Easy, easy, it's about to rip. Ali, seeing all of her actions, shouted a reminder. A Meng, don't be disrespectful. The chief was only trying to do what's best for you. A Meng let go of the old chief and reluctantly turned to the side. Fine, I'll just assume you meant well. The moment the old chief was free from A Meng, he immediately began his interrogation. So this is the outsider who barged into the forest of despair. A Meng's sudden shout made him jump. Wu Fu is not in. The old chief then ordered A Li. Ali, take a Meng to the back. I have something to discuss with this young man. Now only he and the old chief remained. Wu Fu stood before him and explained, I don't think we have anything to talk about. I just wasn't paying attention and got lost. I had no intention of trespassing in the forest of despair. The old chief didn't deny it, but he continued to press. Right, but how come I've heard that you're A Meng's slave, that you cheated in the beast fighting tournament, and that you even assaulted someone? The old man slightly opened his eyes. Someone finally led you out of here, but not only were you ungrateful, you even barged into the forest of despair. A Meng worriedly glanced back and A Li immediately reassured her. Don't worry, the chief won't make things difficult for Wu Fu. Over here, Wu Fu didn't object to the old chief's accusations. Let him say what he wants. You're all on the same side anyway. The old man chuckled. You really are a good-natured one. Immediately after, he summoned another beastman. You there, wolf, tell me the truth. Was it this man who helped A Meng cheat in the beast fighting tournament, then beat you up and also barged into the forest of despair? Correct. The beastman smirked smugly. That's right. Huo Zi, standing behind the old chief, presented his case with satisfaction. This is the outsider who cheated at the beast fighting tournament, helping A Meng defeat my Bahu. When I brought up the issue of an inspection, he even attacked me. He deliberately framed Wu Fu. Then even after I escorted him out of here, he ignored my advice and willfully entered the forest of despair, forcing A Meng and A Li to go in there to find him. The old chief spoke up. Do you have anything else to say? Wu Fu remained silent. The old chief chuckled softly. Then don't blame me, young man. He ordered another beastman. Rick. Wu Fu cracked his knuckles. It seemed he was ready for the fight that was about to happen. Looks like I'll have to fight my way out, then figure out a way to escape this place. Rick stepped forward and directly slammed Huo Zi's head into the ground. Wu Fu was also surprised by his action. Pinned to the ground, Huo Zi struggled to speak chief. The old chief looked down with contempt. You wolf, do you think I'm that stupid? Do you think I believe those words of yours? Now, only he and the old chief remained in the space. The old man stood a few steps away from him, his hands clasped behind his back. That strange demonic beast that appeared at the divine temple. You must have been the one who killed it, right? Wu Fu answered calmly. So what if I did? And what if I didn't? The old chief turned his head to look at him. The power radiating from his body was incredibly strong. It's nothing. I just wanted to exclaim that your strength isn't bad, but it's still best to show a little respect to others. Wu Fu was also astonished when he realized it. This pressure. This old fox is a supreme realm expert. The conversation between him and the old chief had ended. Only then did A. Li approach him. How'd it go? What did the chief say to you? He didn't even glance at him. Nothing. I just didn't expect your chief to be a supreme realm expert. A. Li was confused. Supreme realm expert. What are you talking about? Only now did Wu Fu bother to look at him. What you don't know, he immediately began to break it down for A. Li. It's actually the division of cultivation power realms. If we use the standard of cultivators, that old fox laughing and chatting with A. Meng is at the supreme realm. A. Li nodded as he listened. I've been in the Beastman clan for so many years, and I've never heard of using realms to classify strength. Interesting. Wu Fu continued his analysis. The power realms for cultivators are in order: Qi refining realm, mystic connection realm, form transformation realm, nascent soul realm, void returning realm, Dao fusion realm, venerable realm, spirit condensation realm, spirit transformation, Gilmn, tribulation transcendence realm, divine venerable realm, supreme realm, saintly venerable realm, and finally God King. Right now, I'm only at the venerable realm, far behind that old fox. They both turned in the same direction. A. Li spoke up. I never knew the levels of strength were divided so intricately. So what realm do you think I'm in? To A. Li's question. Wu Fu was so blunt that A. Li couldn't help but give him a judgmental look. Who knows? Your Beastman clan has a unique power of condensing and restraining Qi, so I can't tell. His eyes were still glued to what was in front of him. But that old fox is completely different. In his eyes right now was the sight of the old chief and A. Meng from behind. In another world, in a small room, Luo Si was concentrating on her cultivation. The door to the room suddenly opened and a foot stepped through. Wen Feng walked in. Why does this beautiful lady only bury her head in cultivation? It's a crime against this weather not to go out for a stroll. Luo Si was drawn by her voice. Sister Wen Feng, why did you come over? Wen Feng immediately leaned down and caressed Luo Xi's face, making her blush. I know you're doing this so you won't be a burden to your little lover in the future, but you have to understand that even cultivation requires rest. You should learn from that fatty. He was born to enjoy life. Luo Si tilted her head to avoid her touch. There's no need, Sister Wen Feng. Luo Si's face was now bright red. What if you suffer from Qi deviation by cultivating so desperately? Wen Feng revealed the reason she came to find Luo Xi. I came to find you today because I have some good news for you. Luo Xi asked subconsciously. Good news. Wen Feng mentioned an area in the alliance called a secret realm. I heard from my father that in a few months, the secret realms all across the alliance will open, and at that time, many cultivators will come for the trials, she announced excitedly. My father even told me that when the time comes, I have to bring you and that fatty along, to see if you can find any opportunities. Luo Si quickly refused. I can't do that. Wen Feng looked at Luo Si completely puzzled. What's wrong? What part of it is not right? Luo Xi said shyly. Sister Wen Feng, ever since we got here, Fatty and I have already received so much kindness from everyone. We still haven't been able to repay you, and now with such a great opportunity, I'd be too ashamed to accept. Hearing this, Wen Feng didn't seem worried at all and started pulling her outside. What you don't want to give your little sweetheart a surprise. Stop hesitating and come take a walk with your big sister. As they stepped outside, Luo Xi thought to herself. Luo Xi believed that when she met Wu Fu again, she definitely wouldn't be like she was before, only able to stand by his side in silence. The scene then shifts over to the Beastman tribe. At that very moment, the Beastman chieftain was enthusiastically announcing, and now to celebrate Ah Meng becoming our tribe's strongest warrior, everyone drink up. The tribesmen quickly grew ecstatic at his announcement. In the next moment, the Beastman chieftain gently reaffirmed to Ah Meng once more. From this day forward, Ah Meng, you are the officially recognized warrior of this tribe. From a distance, A Li had already noticed something was off. What's wrong, Wu Fu? Wu Fu slowly answered, I can't get used to all this. A Li gently comforted him. Don't say that. Ah Meng's success is also thanks to you. Come on, have a drink. Despite A Li's insistence, he refused without a second thought. I'm not drinking anymore. I'm getting a little tired, so I'm going to head back first. The moon hung high in the ink-black sky. Wu Fu's house was perched on a high branch in the middle of the vast forest. Inside, his silhouette could be seen lying on the bed, muttering to himself. Thinking about it now, this spirit condensation and aura concealment technique of the Beastman tribe is really impressive. Not only can you approach a target without making a sound, but you can also hide your own power. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to secretly learn this technique for myself. Just as Wu Fu finished that thought, the Beastman chieftain suddenly appeared and spoke. If you want to learn, I can teach you. The old man's sudden presence startled him, and he shot up to question him. When did you get here? The Beastman chieftain calmly explained, I arrived while you were lost in thought. If you want to learn the Beastman's aura concealment technique, I can teach you. Hearing this, Wu Fu was immediately suspicious. That technique again. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You must have a reason for teaching me. Wanting to earn his trust, the old man gently explained, Rest assured, I mean you no harm. Ali and Ah Meng told me everything that happened in the Forest of No Hope. I never imagined you'd agree to help them find their father. Consider me teaching you this technique a token of my gratitude. Even so, Wu Fu remained extremely guarded. I don't believe you're that kind-hearted. His attitude made the Beastman chieftain let out a loud laugh. You're so cautious. It seems you've been deceived many times before, haven't you? The old man's laughter confused Wu Fu. What's so funny, you old fox? Seeing his expression, the Beastman chieftain finally decided to tell him the truth. Don't worry, I've come to you with nothing but good intentions. If we have to talk about a motive, then let's just call it curiosity. He quickly latched onto the key word from the old man's speech, curiosity. The next second, the Beastman chieftain calmly replied, That's right. I'm very curious. How long would it take someone who possesses such a formidable soul weapon and has also mastered the spiritual energy of the 5 elements to grasp our aura concealment technique? After hearing his explanation, Wu Fu thought to himself, How does this old fox know I have a soul weapon? Could it have been from when he patted my shoulder earlier? A moment later, the Beastman chieftain spoke calmly. If you're feeling so confident, we'll begin teaching you now. First, unleash all of your spiritual energy and your soul weapon. All of it. As he focused on releasing the dense flow of his spiritual energy, the old man spoke again. Don't worry, I've already put up a barrier around this area. No one will detect you. As he observed intently, the Beastman chieftain marveled. So this is the spirit sword, huh? To live this long and finally have the privilege of seeing it with my own eyes. Before the old man could say more, Wu Fu asked the old fox, What's next? The Beastman chieftain immediately gave his instructions. Make it all one. Slowly condense your spiritual energy and your soul weapon into a single point. Leave nothing behind. He quickly did as the old man said and began to gather it all. It seemed the task was a bit overwhelming for Wu Fu. He broke out in a painful cold sweat. Seeing Wu Fu's haste, the Beastman chieftain angrily scolded him. You little brat, didn't I tell you to do it slowly? Despite the old man's shouting, he continued to endure the strain. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed inside Wu Fu's mind. It was clearly the old fox's voice. He told you to go slowly, yet you tried to condense it all in an instant. Do you think this aura concealment is like ordinary cultivation? The voice shocked him. What's happening? It turned out his inner demon had appeared. If that old fox hadn't protected your body in time, you probably would have exploded and died from condensing all that spiritual energy in an instant. Though I really would have loved to see you blown to bits. Wu Fu snorted in contempt. If that happened, you'd die too. Hearing this, the inner demon replied without hesitation. True, very true. If that happened, I would indeed die as well. He smirked and continued, which is why I'm here to help you, isn't it? If this were back in the day, you couldn't have dreamed of such a thing. Meanwhile, the Beastman chieftain standing by Wu Fu's bed lamented, to be young and reckless. I clearly told him to take it slow. Luckily, I managed to control the spiritual energy flowing into his body in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unthinkable. The old man began to speak slowly. If he doesn't wake up now and start circulating his energy again, the spiritual energy inside him will become chaotic. Sooner or later, it will kill him. Just as the Beastman chieftain finished his sentence, a pure stream of spiritual energy appeared and enveloped Wu Fu's hand. The next second, that torrent of power radiated outwards with immense force. The scene stunned the old man, who thought to himself, what's going on? Why is Wu Fu's spiritual energy bursting outwards? Could he have woken up already? While observing Wu Fu intently, the Beastman chieftain continued his train of thought. No, he's still unconscious. And it's not because of the soul weapon inside him either. So how in the world is he releasing his spiritual energy like this? It turned out that inside Wu Fu's sea of consciousness, his inner demon was calmly guiding him. All the spiritual energy in your body has been released again. Now you need to find a new place to condense it. Suddenly, the inner demon asked a curious question. You want to condense your spiritual energy inside your own sea of consciousness. Wu Fu replied, calm as ever. Is there a problem with that? This only made the demon even more curious. Aren't you afraid I'll use all this spiritual energy to replace you? He didn't answer. Instead, he simply snapped his fingers. Instantly, the space within Wu Fu's sea of consciousness began to shake violently. Then, with an incredibly confident tone, he replied, What's there to be afraid of? This is my sea of consciousness. Besides, if you really wanted to replace me, you could have just done it while I was unconscious. Why bother pulling me into this consciousness space? Seeing this attitude from Wu Fu, the inner demon snorted coldly. You've got a silver tongue, I'll give you that. But what's the point of all this? Are you just trying to show off your ability to control spiritual energy? Before he could answer, the demon continued. Now that there's spiritual energy in here, why not change things up a bit? Besides, the 5 elements of spiritual energy support one another. I just took the liberty of using the elemental spiritual energy to strengthen my power. It seems this is all there is to it. So this is spirit condensation and aura concealment. Suddenly, Wu Fu realized something. That's right, the power of my spiritual chi sword. It isn't complete. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he immediately summoned the spiritual chi sword to inspect it. Wu Fu was instantly curious. What's going on? There's something strange about my spiritual chi sword. It seems my inner demon already knew I had drawn out a portion of its power when I condensed my spiritual energy. The demon crossed his arms, answering the unspoken question. To anyone on the outside, your spiritual chi sword is now just an ordinary soul weapon. I wonder if something like what happened in the Forest of Hopelessness might occur again. Hearing this, Wu Fu fell into a contemplative silence, drawing out a fraction of the spiritual sword's power. He interrogated his inner demon. How did you do that? However, the demon just replied evasively. You'll find out on your own later. For now, all I'll say is this, unless you use the full power of the spiritual sword, you won't have to worry about anyone coveting it ever again. These words sent Wu Fu into a rage. He couldn't restrain himself and grabbed his inner demon by the collar. Wu Fu roared. I don't want to wait. Tell me right now. What is the secret of the spiritual sword? What's the purpose of that purple water? And who is the woman whose voice I keep hearing in my head? The inner demon's voice remained steady. I used the purple water to seal that guy. Otherwise, why do you think he hasn't shown up after all this time? Wu Fu's face was a mask of dissatisfaction. What about my other question? The demon put on a mysterious air. Once you find the owner of that voice, you will know everything. Now I'll be taking my leave. As the inner demon began to fade away, Wu Fu narrowed his eyes and cursed, You bastard. You just wait. If you don't give me a proper answer, the next time I see you, you're going to regret it. The demon's figure dissolved into a wisp of smoke and vanished before his eyes. Although he had left, the inner demon smirked to himself. Looks like he hasn't forgotten you after all. Mother, we will meet again soon. Seeing that Wu Fu had woken up, the Beastman clan chief spoke up. It seems you've learned aura concealment. The old man gently chided him. Young man, you were too hasty. You can't condense everything all at once. If I hadn't stepped in to help you, you would have exploded and died. I really was too impulsive this time. Ignoring the Beastman clan chief's scolding, he asked curiously, staring at the dense spiritual energy in his hand. But, is this really spirit condensation and aura concealment? Why does it feel like something is missing? Hearing this, the old man gently instructed him. Now, spread all the spiritual energy you've gathered throughout your entire body, and then let it interact with the spiritual energy of nature. Remember, do not absorb it, only interact with it. Do it with your heart. Then try to merge with the spiritual energy of nature until you become one. As the Beastman clan chief was giving instructions, Wu Fu quickly began to follow them. All things have a spirit. Here, spiritual energy is the master. It doesn't just represent the essence of the Beastman. It also contains the spirit of the trees, flowers, grass, rivers, and mountains. Under the influence of this spiritual energy, all these things support one another, creating an ideal environment for cultivation. The spiritual energy generated among them is called natural spiritual energy. The moment he felt the power within his body, he thought to himself, so this is the final stage of spirit condensation and aura concealment. If I'd had an opportunity like this in my past life, I might have become a god king a long time ago. Realizing the young man had already comprehended his words, the Beastman clan chief sighed with admiration. It seemed Wu Fu learning spirit condensation and aura concealment while unconscious was no mere coincidence. The chief was shocked that he could achieve this after only a few words of guidance. Immediately after, a stream of Wu Fu's pure spiritual energy radiated throughout the room. The Beastman clan chief asked curiously, What does it feel like, young man? He quickly replied, A comfort I've never felt before. And why is that? In a flash, the old man began to explain, All things are a part of nature. Spiritual energy has never been something that belongs to a cultivator. You have now turned something that wasn't yours into something that is completely yours. In other words, it has become an inseparable part of you. Hearing the Beastman clan chief's words, Wu Fu had to agree. It was true. Using spiritual energy now felt as natural as breathing. All I have to do is will it, and the elemental attribute of the spiritual energy changes directly. After a moment, the old man showered him with praise. It seems what you said before was no exaggeration. I can't believe you mastered spirit condensation and aura concealment in just one day. Even Ailey, our most gifted, took a whole day just to reach the stage of interacting with natural spiritual energy. Having mastered the technique, he offered his thanks. Thank you. The Beastman clan chief turned to leave, offering a word of advice as he went. This was your own achievement. Well, it's getting late. I won't disturb you any longer. The path of cultivation is long. Remember not to be too impatient. Then the old man gave Wu Fu a suggestion. Oh, right. If you want to go to the heaven beyond heavens, I'll tell you an interesting place to visit. Head to the snowy mountains in the north. You might just get lucky. As if afraid Wu Fu wouldn't believe him, the Beastman clan chief said slowly, This old man is getting on in years. As a Meng's clan grandfather, I can't help that little girl find her father. His voice echoed in the room. Not only did you help a Meng pass through the forest of hopelessness, but you were also a Lai's comrade. That is why I believe you can take a Meng to a place far from here. After the Beastman clan chief left, Wu Fu said to himself, What a straightforward old fox. Still, I never expected that thanks to him, I'd be able to break through to the spirit condensation realm, he thought to himself. It only took me a few days to break through from the venerable realm to the spirit condensation realm. That's much faster than in my previous life. Could spirit condensation and aura concealment be the key to breaking through to the spirit condensation realm? As soon as the thought appeared, he dismissed it. Impossible. If mastering spirit condensation and aura concealment was all it took to break through, then everyone in the Beastman clan would be a master of the spirit condensation realm or even higher. That would be too terrifying. Wu Fu continued to ponder the matter. No matter how you look at it, a man can't be at the spirit condensation realm, but it's possible for A Li. He then said to himself, it seems this trip wasn't a waste after all. Even though I'm still a long way from the power I had in my past life, I managed to break through to the spirit condensation realm ahead of schedule and even learned spirit condensation and aura concealment. That way, my chances of winning the title of God King and getting my revenge will be even higher. But I didn't expect to have to leave tomorrow. I have no idea where Shu Qingqing and her group are. The scene shifts to a forest where Qingqing appears. It turns out she had just defeated a monster. I thought it would be some powerful beast, but that was surprisingly easy. Just then, Jing Song's loud laughter echoed. That's not because you've gotten stronger, Miss Xu. Hearing this, Qingqing remained modest. I must thank Grandpa Jing Song for his dedicated guidance. If it weren't for Grandpa Jing Song's elixirs and teachings, how could I have ever gotten this strong? The old man suddenly let out a long sigh. What are you thanking me for? If you're going to thank someone, it should be Dr. Li. In the next instant, Dr. Li spoke up. Miss Xu, your achievements are all due to your own efforts. I can't take any credit for it. Despite this, Shu Qingqing respectfully clasped her hands in thanks, thinking, even so, I have to thank Dr. Li. If Dr. Li hadn't stepped in to save me, I would have died back then from mistakenly eating that demonic beast's spirit fruit. Jing Song's tone became one of resignation. That's right. It was my fault back then. I had no idea that fruit was meant for demonic beasts. If it weren't for Dr. Li saving her in time, I wouldn't have known how to face Wu Fu. Dr. Li continued to be modest. Not at all. It was all because Miss Xu is blessed with good fortune. I only lent a small hand. The credit mainly goes to Taoist Master Jing Song's elixirs. Without them, even I couldn't have saved Miss Xu. After her conversation with Jing Song and Dr. Li, a confident look filled Qingqing's eyes. Just you wait, Mr. Arrogant. When the time comes, I'll definitely show you what I'm made of. At that very moment on a frigid, snowy mountain up north, Ailey's voice echoed through the vast expanse. I didn't expect you to have already learned how to condense your spirit and conceal your aura. Wu Fu immediately replied, it's all thanks to that old fox. Ailey said in a deep voice, your aura has now become one with nature. It's as if spirit energy can no longer affect you. You may look like an ordinary person, but you're a fierce beast hiding in the shadows. Even I could very well end up defeated at your hands. Hearing these words, Wu Fu smirked and mused. To think I'm even stronger than the most powerful warrior of the Beastman tribe.
Lord Ailey, I feel truly honored.
Ailey quickly caught the main point. Stronger than me. Ridiculous. I only said it's a possibility, and that's if I wasn't going all out. If I were to use my full strength, I'd only need Nan Zhao to deal with you. Not to be outdone, Wu Fu shot back, Nan Zhao is enough to deal with me. Ailey, you should keep your bragging in check. As if provoked, Ailey challenged him in a menacing tone. If you don't believe me, we can try it right now. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Fu agreed in an equally aggressive tone. Game on. While the atmosphere around them was heating up with their anger, A Meng's scolding voice rang out. What are you two doing so early in the morning? Have you already forgotten why we're here today? I was finally in a good mood, and you two completely ruined it. Ailey quickly defended himself. You're mistaken, I wasn't arguing with Wu Fu. We were just having a friendly exchange, that's all. Hearing this, Wu Fu also chimed in, that's right. It was a friendly exchange, not a fight. The moment he finished speaking, the young girl suddenly noticed the collar around his neck. The next second, A Meng demanded loudly, Ailey didn't. I tell you to take off Wu Fu's collar. Why is it still on him? Ailey replied, nonchalantly, I forgot. Without hesitation, Wu Fu snorted coldly and said, I think you forgot on purpose. A moment later, Ailey changed the subject. Let's put the bickering aside for now. I heard from the clan chief that passing through this place leads to the gate Lord Li Ke spoke of. So that's what it is, just like on Earth. This blatant attempt to change the subject left Wu Fu visibly speechless. Just then Li Ke appeared out of nowhere and spoke, Are you all preparing to leave Fulai? Her sudden appearance surprised Wu Fu. Li Ke, why are you here? From just that one question, Li Ke realized, it seems you've forgotten our agreement. Wu Fu fell silent, not answering. Not letting him stay silent any longer, she tossed something down. Take this. While he was intently observing the item, A Meng spoke up curiously. Lord Li Ke, what is this? Li Ke answered as if it were obvious. What do you think? It's the item you need to get to Penglai, of course. Did you really think you could get there without it? Wu Fu immediately became curious. Didn't you say you didn't know how? In a flash, she was right in front of him. I was just testing you. I was testing you back then. In any case, you upheld your side of the agreement. Consider this my gift to you. And don't think I'm always toying with you. I take this agreement very seriously. Wu Fu replied calmly, I see. I'm surprised you actually remembered our agreement. Hearing this, Li Ke snorted coldly and said, You smart-mouthed little brat. Fine, I'll take it back. The gate is right here. If you want to ascend, you better do it now before I change my mind. From behind, Ali spoke up respectfully, Thank you, Lord Li Ke. As if to tease Wu Fu, she then added, Wu Fu, you should take a lesson from Ali and learn to respect your elders a little. The next second, a dense stream of spirit energy radiated from the spot Li Ke had indicated. A Meng was immediately captivated. Wu Fu, look. Wu Fu's tone remained calm. We're about to ascend. He then gently took the little girl's hand, an action that made A Meng's eyes widen in surprise. This scene made Ali smile gently. Seeing this, the little girl turned her head and gave him a bright smile in return. Amidst the swirling snow, A Meng slowly bid farewell to Fu Shui. Father, we're coming to find you. At that very moment in Penglai, A Meng's terrified screams suddenly echoed across the vast sky. Although Ali was also free falling from the sky, he still tried to reach out and grab the little girl. A Meng tried to hang on for a bit. In stark contrast to them, Wu Fu spoke calmly. Look at you two getting all worked up, ignoring his attitude. A Meng shouted, Wu Fu, look at that. Following the direction she pointed, Wu Fu's eyes widened in astonishment as if he couldn't believe the sight before him. He thought to himself in awe as that. Wu Fu quickly rushed straight towards it and began his summons. Spirit Sword. The moment it appeared, the Spirit Sword began to grumble. You little brat, you ruined my beautiful dream. How are you going to compensate me for this? Wu Fu immediately cut in, let's not argue. Look at that thing over there. Hearing this, the Spirit Sword also looked ahead. After observing for a moment, it began its analysis. Overall, there was nothing strange, but it was surrounded by demonic energy. Wu Fu instantly pinpointed the source of the demonic energy. While he was still flying around, A Meng's scream rang out. Wu Fu, be careful. Just as the girl finished her sentence, the two of them collided in midair. Completely unguarded, Wu Fu was thrown hard and slammed face first into the ground. While A Meng was laughing cheerfully, he asked in a low voice, Did you do that on purpose? The next second, the girl immediately replied, No, I didn't. Let me help you up. As soon as he stood up, Wu Fu realized this place was Penglai. He wondered if Xu Qingqing and Luo Shi were here. The girl's expression slowly turned more serious. That's right, this is where my father lives. Behind the two of them, Ali was curiously examining a leaf in his hand. These plants all have spiritual energy. In a flash, he continued his speculation. Everything here is covered by trees. My spiritual energy seems to have weakened too. It must be because of the influence of the plants here. But then again, Wu Fu also spoke up, analyzing the situation with this place being covered by such a massive forest. Is it possible we'll be trapped in here? We still haven't identified where in Penglai this is, but given the situation, we're probably very far from that climbing vine. Hearing the uncertainty in his tone, A Meng turned to him curiously. How should I know? Wu Fu was at a loss for words. Who do you think I am? Then the girl suddenly said sadly, I don't know where my father is. Noticing A Meng's spirits plummeting, A Li quickly comforted her. It's okay, we'll definitely find your father. Right after that, Wu Fu's heart suddenly pounded hard in his chest. This strangeness shocked him. Clutching his aching heart, Wu Fu thought to himself, what is going on? Your heart is beating so hard. Seeing Wu Fu's expression, A Meng asked with concern, What's wrong, Wu Fu? He didn't answer, but his mind started racing. This was the first time he'd had such a strange feeling, something he'd never experienced on Earth or in Fulai. Is it an illusion or something else? It seemed he was growing more certain of his suspicion. There was definitely something here. A moment later, A Meng called out, What are you still standing there for? Let's get going. Her voice immediately snapped Wu Fu to attention. As soon as he turned, he yelled out a worried warning. A Meng, A Li, danger. Without them noticing, a demonic beast had appeared right behind the two of them. In this life or death situation, A Li quickly shielded A Meng from the demonic beast's attack. Seeing this, Wu Fu's expression changed, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the beast. The next second, Wu Fu swung his hand, summoning his power. Damn it! His attack instantly pierced through the demonic beast's chest, sending it to the afterlife. Afterwards, A Meng cried out worriedly, A Li, Wu Fu, hurry and check on A Li. Despite being severely injured, A Li gently comforted her. A Meng, don't be afraid. I'm fine. A Meng replied anxiously, How can you be fine? Don't say anything else. Wu Fu will definitely save you. With just a quick observation, Wu Fu realized the demonic beast's spiritual energy had seeped into A Li's bloodstream. Hearing this, A Meng said with tears in her eyes, I know. I'll stay away from you too. A short time later in the forest where they were staying, it seemed A Li had been saved. He let out a long, powerful exhale. In an instant, A Li spoke with gratitude. I feel much better now. Thank you. Hearing this, Wu Fu thought to himself, if I hadn't already learned how to condense my spirit and restrain my energy, then while transferring spiritual energy, I would have also absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Soon after, the three of them prepared to set off again. Suddenly, Wu Fu heard a strange sound. Let's go check it out. He, Ali, and Meng all flew swiftly toward the source of the sound. In a moment, they landed on the ground where Si Lang was sitting terrified. It turned out there was a giant demonic beast in front of him. Si Lang repeatedly yelled for help. Help me, save me, I don't want to die yet. Despite this, Wu Fu was still in the mood to propose a bet to Ali. Ali, why don't we compete to see who can kill that demonic beast first? It'll also let me see if you've fully recovered. Ali immediately agreed. That's exactly what I was thinking. But if you lose, don't you dare blame me. As soon as Ali finished speaking, they both shot forward at an unbelievable speed. The demonic beast, not to be outdone, let out a thunderous roar. Then it threw a punch with such terrifying power that the ground around it cracked. Seeing this, Wu Fu secretly marveled. This demonic beast is really sharp. Even though I used spirit condensation and energy restraint, it still detected me. But that's all it is. Just as Wu Fu was thinking, the beast was already preparing its next attack. It viciously struck at him, but luckily Wu Fu managed to dodge in time. He taunted it. You want to kill me with that kind of power? In your dreams. The next second, Wu Fu quickly closed in on the demonic beast. He flew up high to gauge its true strength. Without any hesitation, Wu Fu boldly landed on the demonic beast's head. His face revealed a look of tense concentration. From behind, Ali flew in just in time to jeer. Wu Fu, you're not cutting it. His voice drew the demonic beast's attention. Just as Ali rushed in to attack, it reacted with lightning speed and blocked his strike. Ali's expression changed instantly at the beast's quick reflexes. Luckily, Wu Fu had spotted its weakness. So that's how it is. I get it now. In a flash, Wu Fu tightened his grip on the spirit sword and declared, then watch this closely. Quick as lightning, he dealt the beast a clean, decisive slash. As he landed on a nearby tree branch, Wu Fu thought to himself, this forest is too strange. The demonic beasts are abnormally violent. A beast at this realm can't even control its own desires. Hearing this, the spirit sword offered its own theory. Perhaps something is influencing them. No sooner had it spoken than strange sounds began to echo all around them. As the demonic beast's arm swung closer, Wu Fu spoke as if he had expected it. I told you it wasn't going to be that simple. Then it charged ferociously towards him. Without hesitation, Wu Fu swung his sword in a decisive slash. The demonic beast was sent flying, creating a massive crash. Despite this, he remained extremely vigilant, thinking, it's so strong, and there's something else too. Just as Wu Fu finished his thought, a noticeable disturbance occurred at the base of the tree he was on. The next second, another demonic beast appeared and knocked him flying. Wu Fu gritted his teeth and thought, that's the one. Before he could do anything, the beast burrowed straight into the ground. Seeing that Wu Fu rushed over to the hole it had just hidden in. You think you can hide in there? He placed his hand on the ground and summoned his power. Wood spiritual energy. At Wu Fu's command, the stream of spiritual energy immediately seeped into the giant hole. In the blink of an eye, the demonic beast leaped out right behind him, attempting a sneak attack. Realizing his plan to lure it out had worked, Wu Fu smirked in satisfaction. Then he decisively swung his sword, landing a clean strike on the demonic beast. Despite unleashing such a terrifying attack, Wu Fu's expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Meng worriedly spoke up. Ali, do you think something happened to Wu Fu? Ali gently reassured her. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Just as he finished speaking, a very suspicious sound suddenly echoed, after which Ali seriously stood in front of Meng. Meng, be careful. There's a noise. In the quiet atmosphere, the sound grew louder and clearer. Just as he predicted, the menacing figure of another demonic beast appeared. Faced with this situation, Ali's eyes radiated an astonishing killing intent. As it lunged at him, he was already prepared for battle. Instantly, Ali unleashed a flurry of slashes at a horrifying speed. By the time he returned to his original spot, the demonic beast had been diced into pieces. It was annihilated before it could even react. A moment later, Wu Fu slowly walked over. Looks like you finished up here as well. Hearing this, Ali replied bluntly, that's right, you're late. Wu Fu didn't bother to argue and just calmly pointed out how strange the demonic beasts were. The demonic beasts in this Penglai forest are more powerful than the ones elsewhere. Ali then agreed with him. This feeling of lurking danger. Aside from the time in the Forest of Despair, this is the first time I've felt this. Just as Ali finished speaking, Wu Fu warned, we have to be careful. Standing beside them, Meng asked curiously, are you two saying this forest is very dangerous? As if worried the young girl would be frightened, he gently reassured her, I will protect you. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. These words made Meng incredibly happy. Although it was always Ali who protected her back in Fushui, Fushui was Meng's home turf after all. For Ali to be the same way here in Penglai, it was truly reassuring. Just then a pained groan from Si Lang was heard. This noise piqued Meng's curiosity. He's awake. Maybe he knows the secret of this forest. The young girl's strange excitement made Ali suspicious. Meng seemed different from how she was back in Fushui. or was he just imagining things? After regaining consciousness, Sai Lang spoke with a voice full of gratitude. Thank you all for saving my life. It's getting dark, we shouldn't stay here long. If you don't mind, please come to my home to rest for the night. Wu Fu observed him intently and asked inquisitively, you don't seem to be a cultivator. Why did you come here alone? In a flash, Si Lang explained, I'm a resident of Penglei village down the mountain. I was careless while hunting and ended up here. As a result, I was surrounded by that wolf looking for food. I don't know where this demonic beast came from either. Thankfully, you all arrived in time to save me. Pausing for about 2 seconds, he continued, I can see you all have an extraordinary aura, so you must not be from Penglei village. May I ask what brings you here? A Li was visibly annoyed by this question. This is none of your business. But afraid he would be misunderstood, Si Lang hurriedly tried to clear things up. Benefactors, you've misunderstood. My father is the chief of Penglei village. If you need something, perhaps he can help. I see it's getting late. Safety comes first. We should leave this place now. His rushed attitude made A Meng curious. You seem to be very afraid of this forest. Hearing this, Si Lang it's not just the ones we saw. There are hundreds of thousands of them, Si Lang said in a low voice. I'm not exactly sure of the details, but it might be related to the Tian Kong tree. In short, this place is very dangerous. Hearing this, Wu Fu quickly latched onto the key point. What is the Tian Kong tree? He then immediately told him everything he knew. I've only heard my father speak of it. He said it's a path to another world, and many cultivators want to reach it. We should still head down the mountain. If it gets dark, we'll all be dead. It seemed Wu Fu already had a plan in mind. He agreed to set out. All right, let's go. As he followed Si Lang, Wu Fu thought to himself, perhaps that village chief will know something. The footsteps of the four echoed through the quiet forest. Seeing the thick fog, A Li said suspiciously, this kid isn't trying to pull a fast one, is he? This fog is making it impossible to get my bearings. Hearing this, A Meng also spoke up worriedly. Wu Fu, you have to protect me, okay? Little Si Lang, you haven't gotten us lost, have you? This question from the young girl made Si Lang laugh out loud. I forgot to tell you all. His sudden laughter startled A Meng. This guy is so creepy. Why is he laughing? As if sensing her fear, Si Lang gently explained. Don't be afraid. This is a protective formation, the pride of our village. Just follow me for a little longer and we'll reach the village. In fact, we're already safe inside this formation. It's because of this formation that our village has been able to escape the demonic beasts. See, we're almost there. A short while later, they arrived at Penglei village under his guidance. A Meng looked around curiously and remarked, compared to my village, this place is so poor. Her words made Si Lang sigh sadly. Let's not talk about it. This place used to be as bright as day, even at night. The shops along the road could stay open from dusk till dawn. But after the great elder of the Zhao family went mad, no one here has known peace, which is why it's become so desolate. Before A Meng could reply, he called out loudly, Father, I'm home. As soon as he heard Si Lang's voice, Wen Shu replied with concern, You're finally back. I was just about to send people to look for you. Immediately after, the old man looked curiously at the three of them, Wu, Fu, A Li, and A Meng. They are. He immediately and eagerly introduced them. They are the benefactors who saved my life. If it weren't for them, I probably wouldn't have made it back. Instantly, Wen Shu spoke with great respect. Please have a seat. This debt for saving his life is one I can never repay. This place is too poor. We have nothing to offer you as a reward we only have. Before the old man could finish, Wu Fu cut him off. That's not necessary. We just came to ask a few questions. Suddenly, A Meng cut in. I'm so hungry. How about we eat first? As if she were afraid Wu Fu might leave. The old man quickly extended the invitation. Of course, I'll have someone prepare food immediately. Why don't our honored guests stay and rest for now? We can discuss matters tomorrow. Finally, he agreed. All right. A moment later, inside the house, Wu Fu asked curiously, What exactly is that Tian Kong tree? Wen Shu calmly explained. The Tian Kong tree, it is said, was born at the same time as Penglei itself. It is immensely tall and wide, and it is said that immortals reside within it. All cultivators must pass the trial of a secret realm to be able to ascend from the Tian Kong tree. But as you've seen, the area surrounding the Tian Kong tree is extremely dangerous. A mere mortal like me can't get anywhere near it. After hearing this, he began to think to himself. The moment he arrived in Penglei, Wu Fu had already sensed something was off about that tree. Not only was it dangerous, but he even felt a sense of familiarity with it. In any case, the village chief was just a mortal. It was impressive he knew this much. Suddenly, Wu Fu caught onto another key point. Wait a minute, a secret realm. The old man replied with a sad expression. The secret realm is a training ground managed by the Zhao family. Cultivators who practice there can double their training speed, but unfortunately only those with connections to the Zhao family can enter. The Zhao family's wicked reputation puzzled A Meng. The Zhao family again. Are they that powerful? Immediately, Su Lang resentfully tattled. They're not just powerful, they're ruthless. 3 days from now, the Zhao family will come to collect taxes again. They've already collected them 6 times this month. Just as he finished his sentence, when Shu shouted loudly, Shut your mouth, this is our village's business. Don't speak of it and make our guests uncomfortable. This little act between him and Sai Lang intrigued Wu Fu, who thought to himself, this village chief is quite the cunning one. He clearly wanted to use them to deal with the Zhao family. No problem, he thought. I'd also like to see how many of these Zhao family bullies there are. In the next second, Wen Shu acted understandingly. We appreciate our benefactor's kind intentions, but the Zhao family is the most powerful force in Penglai. If you oppose them, you'll be in danger. Knowing full well the old man's intentions, he just gave a faint smile and replied, say no more. All I have to do is wipe out the Zhao family, and I can enter the secret realm. Hearing these words, Ji Fei viciously kicked the door open and barged in. How audacious! Let's see who's got the guts to destroy the Zhao family. His disrespectful entrance made Wu Fu and Ali frown in annoyance. Then Wen Shu broke out in a cold sweat and yelled, oh no, the devil is here. Everyone leave quickly. Let me atone for this. Even at a time like this, A Meng was still confused. He's the one who kicked down your wall, so why do you have to atone? The old man hastily explained. You don't understand. He's the local tyrant of Penglai village. Ever since he took Zhao Tianlong of the Zhao family as his adoptive father, he's become even more arrogant. No one in the village can do anything about him. At the same time, Si Lang rushed forward, scolding Wang Ji Fei, don't you push people too far. Ji Fei sneered contemptuously, shut your dog mouth. I carry the Zhao name. In an instant, his attack was closing in on him. Fortunately, Wu Fu's hand shot out in time to block it in front of Si Lang. Calm as ever, he provocatively said, where did this stray dog come from? Trying to bite people the moment we meet. It seemed his words had infuriated the man. You've got some power, kid, but you're still too green. At that moment, Wen Shu quickly warned Benefactor, be careful. This scoundrel has entered the secret realm. Confused, he asked back, so what? The old man raised his voice and recounted. Once you've entered the secret realm, the power of your techniques becomes several times stronger. Not only that, but the secret realm also holds many strange treasures and cultivation methods. This interesting information made Wu Fu even more intrigued. Interesting. In that case, I must visit that secret realm. Ji Fei grew even more enraged at his dismissive attitude. You want to go to the secret realm, you'll have to stay alive first. In Wen Shu's courtyard, a loud explosion erupted from the one-sided fight between Wu Fu and Ji Fei. The sound made the old man lose all hope. It's over. It seems I overestimated them. Whether they can even reach the secret realm is hard to say. But Wen Shu's despair didn't last long as Wu Fu's sturdy figure suddenly appeared. It turned out Ji Fei's attack had been easily blocked by him. Even so, Ji Fei put on a brave face and sneered, I never expected someone could take my fist of hell head-on. Not bad, but that's as far as you go. You're too weak to harm me. His over-the-top confidence baffled Wu Fu. A flashy guy like you sure is strange. But you've already lost. While Ji Fei was still dazed and confused about what was happening, his arm was already covered in blood. What are you talking nonsense? The next second, Ji Fei's pained screams echoed throughout Penglai village. Wu Fu criticized him without holding back. Too weak. If you don't transform into your crimson form, you have absolutely no right to draw your sword in front of me. The man gritted his teeth and threatened. If you offend the Zhao family today, prepare to die. This threat didn't faze him in the slightest. If that's the case, why don't I just kill you now? In contrast, Ji Fei's face turned pale and he trembled before Wu Fu's ruthless demeanor. Seeing this, he let out a disdainful smile and said, I'm not going to kill you. I just want you to deliver a message to the Zhao family for me, send someone stronger to fight me. Wen Shu immediately grew worried. He had originally intended to ask Wu Fu for help, but now he was in big trouble. Then A Meng spoke up to comfort him. Wen Shu, are you all right? You look so sad. Is it because your house was destroyed? Don't worry, we take responsibility for our actions. We'll definitely fix your house for you. The old man immediately replied politely, I appreciate your kind intentions, but to repair this house, I'd have to go deep into the forest to find the materials. As you know, the forest is very dangerous. You benefactors have already helped me so much, I really can't trouble you any further. Right after that, the young girl pouted and scoffed. They're just a bunch of little demonic beasts. To cultivators like us, they're nothing. As if waiting for these exact words from a Meng Wen Shu immediately presented a talisman in his hand. That's great then. This protective talisman is for you all. With it, you can move easily within the Great Formation. A while later, the three of them set off. On the way into the forest, A Meng exclaimed in admiration, this protective talisman is truly magical. That fog is nothing to me. Suddenly, A Li spoke up. Do you guys hear something? The girl quickly replied, no. Are you just too nervous? The moment A Meng finished her sentence, a strange sound suddenly echoed through the hazy mist. It seemed Wu Fu had heard it too. No, something is coming. Just as he and A Li had said, a pair of bright eyes suddenly appeared before them. Back in Penglai village, Wen Shu was stroking his beard in deep thought. I feel like I forgot to tell them something. I can't remember. I'm getting old and useless. Si Lang immediately chimed in. Father, could it be that our benefactors ran into that rhinoceros? Though startled, Wen Shu still tried to deny it. No way. Under normal circumstances, that rhinoceros wouldn't appear there. Despite that, he was still a bit worried. But there was a loud noise in the forest last night. Maybe it ran over there. While Si Lang was still pondering, the sky began to darken. That rhinoceros has been here since we set up the Great Formation. We didn't chase it away back then. Who would have thought it would become such a huge threat later on? I can only hope our benefactors are blessed with good fortune. Back in the forest with Wu Fu, Ali, and Meng were in battle. Ali powerfully summoned his strength, Metal Spirit Chi. Seeing this, Wu Fu, not to be outdone, called out Earth Spirit Chi. It turned out Si Lang's fears were correct. A rhino appeared and blocked their path. His face lit up with excitement at its presence. That foolish thing was over here. From a distance, the rhino built up momentum and charged toward Wu Fu. It lunged forward at an unbelievable speed. Seeing this, he immediately dodged and counterattacked. With just one simple move, the rhino was taken down. After the victory, Ali warned in a low voice, "I didn't expect such a great danger to be hiding in this fog. We need to be more careful from now on." A moment later, he continued, "This forest is full of dangers, but with danger comes opportunity. I wonder what's really in this forest." With an eager tone, Wu Fu replied that there might be some earth-shattering secret. From a distance, an extremely frightening sound suddenly rang out, echoing through the quiet forest. Xu Qingqing's attention was quickly drawn to it. What was that sound? She worriedly guessed. Could it be that the people of Penglei village had encountered a wild beast? Immediately, Xu Qingqing flew into the air to observe the situation. A moment later, she shouted, "Found them." The next second, Xu Qingqing roared, "How dare a weak demonic beast like you cause trouble?" Her shout made Meng look up curiously. Luckily, the little girl managed to dodge Xu Qingqing's attack in time. Even so, she didn't give up and summoned more weapons. Meng quickly stepped back to get a clear view of Xu Qingqing's movements. Both of them moved as fast as lightning. At the same time, Ali appeared just in time to protect the little girl. Recognizing his strength, Xu Qingqing thought to herself that anyone who could fight her on equal footing was probably not from this world. Ali was also speculating. To be able to block his golden spirit energy, could she be from the Zhao family? Ali's sudden appearance made Xu Qingqing angry, and she started yelling. Hey, hey, hey. You think you're so great just because you have backup. If you're going to put on a show, at least don't be so fake about it. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Who we are doesn't matter, but you attacked my Meng and you will pay the price. Ignoring Ali's words, she swung her whip forward. It seems Xu Qingqing suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in surprise. Right behind Xu Qingqing now was his dark figure. As soon as she turned around, she was startled, wondering when Ali had gotten behind her. How did she not sense anything? In this life-or-death situation, Wu Fu suddenly stepped forward and called out to Xu Qingqing. Xu Qingqing was just as surprised. Wu Fu and Ali stopped in their tracks. An acquaintance, seeing him, made her incredibly excited. Wu Fu Xu Qingqing's hug made Meng see red with jealousy. Who is she? Ali added fuel to the fire. Who knows, could be Wu Fu's old flame. She didn't have time to answer the little girl. Wu Fu stammered out, I can't breathe. Can you let me go?" After they explained the situation to each other, the sky began to brighten. Then Wu Fu gently concluded, "That's basically the situation." Xu Qingqing slowly summarized the main points. "So you're saying that during your ascension, for some special reason, you lost contact with your two companions, and she is X, and you ended up alone in a place called Fushui, where you met them." Meng, on the other hand, wasn't interested in the story. She squinted, staring at Xu Qingqing. "Is this Wu Fu's type of girl?" A moment later, Meng came to a conclusion. "A loli with a big heart?" The girl wondered to herself. "Wu Fu, since when were you into lolis?" Wu Fu slowly asked, "Isn't your master with you?" Then Xu Qingqing gently replied, "I came over here to get some medicine, so he didn't come with me." After a pause of about 2 seconds, she continued her story. "At first, I thought I'd never see you again. When I first arrived, I nearly died. I had no idea what was happening at the time. There were just trees all around. Luckily, I ran into a doctor who was in the forest gathering herbs, otherwise my master and I would have been dead long ago." As soon as Xu Qingqing finished speaking, Wu Fu wondered to himself. He also didn't know where Luo Shi and Wang Mengmeng were. Hearing his words, she asked in surprise, "You don't know where Luo Shi and Wang Mengmeng are either?" Then Wu Fu sighed sadly. "We were flying together at first, but in the end, only I arrived in Fushui. I have no idea where those two went." Ali, standing beside them, asked curiously, "Is this person named Luo Shi also one of Wu Fu's companions?" He quickly answered his question. "Just like Xu Qingqing, she's also from Earth." The next second, Meng giggled and exclaimed, "Wow, you sure have a lot of companions." Wu Fu replied matter-of-factly, not forgetting to make a sarcastic remark. "Of course. It's 10,000 times better than some people anyway." Ali was immediately enraged by his comment. "Wu Fu, who are you talking about?" As if she could predict what would happen next, the little girl quickly stepped in to stop them. All right, that's enough, you two." A moment later, Wu Fu began to probe for information from Xu Qingqing. "By the way, Xu Qingqing, from the looks of it, you probably haven't been here very long, have you? Can you tell me about this place? You didn't hide anything and told them." "You mean Penglei? Actually, even though my master and I live here, we only know a few things. We don't know much about Penglai. This made him even more curious. What about that tree then? After a moment of recollection, Shu Qingqing calmly offered her speculation. I've certainly heard the villagers talk about that a lot. It seems to have a very long history. I think it might be a part of Penglai, but the demonic beasts near it have become so strong. It's probably for this reason. As soon as she finished speaking, Lai realized. So that's how it is. It seems it's not what we thought. Shu Qingqing also replied, although it looks so big, it gives me an uneasy feeling. But it seems only cultivators can sense it. From the villagers' reactions, it's like its existence is just a matter of course. After understanding more about the forest, Wu Fu asked another question. What about the Zhao family that the village chief mentioned? It seems she didn't know much either. The Zhao family. I don't know, but to the villagers, the Zhao family are wealthy nobles of Penglai. They occupy a very large area and seem to have some connection to Penglai village. It seems they've been coming in and out of the village a lot recently. At this point, Shu Qingqing criticized them without hesitation. Although my master and I live here, we've only seen people from the Zhao family once or twice. I think they probably just came to collect money. In short, they're not good people. A man couldn't agree more with these words. That's right. When we were there, a guy from the Zhao family came looking for trouble, but Wu Fu beat him so badly he ran off with his tail between his legs. It's a good thing he destroyed the village chief's house, otherwise we wouldn't have come into the forest to look for wood like this. But it seems Wu Fu has absorbed all the wood here. When the time comes, we can just use spirit energy to repair it. After that, Wu Fu continued to wonder where her master was. Walking slowly, she replied that she didn't know what was up with him either. It seems he's holed up with the rich folks in Penglai village, spending all day refining elixirs. Looks like he's found some like-minded people. To his surprise, Qingqing chimed in loudly. But then again, you really hit the jackpot, didn't you, Wu Fu? The next second, she stared eagerly at the nightmare demon. Qingqing's overly friendly gesture made the little girl shout in annoyance. Hey, don't be so rude. Stop touching my ears. She just smiled back and said, what's the big deal? Just let your big sis touch them a little. Hitting a nerve, the nightmare demon grew even angrier. Who's your little sister? Their noisy bickering left Lai speechless. All right, stop messing around. There's fog up ahead. The scene then shifts to Penglai village, where aggressive footsteps echoed through the village. So Ji-Fei has returned. Is this all you brought? Are you looking down on the Zhao family? Wen Shu knelt in fear and begged, my lord, let's talk this out calmly. Please calm down. But the lord wouldn't listen to reason and gave an order. You ungrateful thing. Men drag this old geezer out of here. It seemed Ji-Fei was using this as a chance for revenge. You dare injure me. Today I'll show you the price for defying the Zhao family. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Fu's scornful voice rang out. Are you talking about me? Fortunately, he had returned just in time. What's wrong? Did your wounds heal and you've already forgotten the pain? Though he was stammering in fear, Ji-Fei tried to act tough. You rotten little brat. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Today I'll teach you a lesson and show you that the Zhao family and I are people you can't afford to mess with. Besides, I figured out why I lost last time. As if he grasped the key to the problem, he said confidently, it's because you have that divine weapon, isn't it? Without that divine weapon, you couldn't possibly break through my defense. Ji-Fei's strange stupidity made Wu Fu much more interested. All right, I won't use it. Let's see how tough you really are. A greedy look spread across his face. If Ji-Fei could get his hands on that sword, then neither the Zhao family nor these two rotten brats would be a match for him. Without hesitation, Ji-Fei charged forward with determination. I'm going to kill you. Wu Fu remained completely unfazed and criticized him. You're too weak. The next second, he swung his arm forward forcefully. It seemed Ji-Fei still hadn't realized who he was up against. I suggest you take a good look at yourself. This is the Zhao family's territory. You'd be wise to obediently hand over that sword to me. Wu Fu gently advised, you shouldn't covet things that don't belong to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he once again closed the distance with lightning speed. Then Wu Fu quickly backed away as if he already had a plan in mind. He provoked Ji-Fei. I'll give you one more chance. Get lost. Hearing this, he suddenly smirked with contempt. This strange expression immediately caught Wu Fu's attention. It turned out Ji-Fei had prepared a vial with a strength-enhancing elixir. Right after drinking it, veins bulged on his face. Wu Fu watched Ji-Fei's power surge from a distance curious. After observing for a moment, Wu Fu realized it was an elixir that could boost spirit energy for a short time. Although this elixir could cause an immediate breakthrough in power, the side effects were severe. In the blink of an eye, the power swirling around him turned into a terrifying vortex. Before he knew it, Ji-Fei was right in front of him, making him widen his eyes in surprise. Immediately after, he launched an attack straight at Wu Fu. Despite this, he calmly remarked, well, that's a surprise. You actually managed to push me back. Ji-Fei fiercely launched another finishing blow. Where do you think you're going? His powerful arm punched towards Wu Fu. Suddenly, Ji-Fei froze as if his blow was blocked by some force. He broke into a cold sweat and stammered, since when were you? Having anticipated this, Wu Fu calmly replied, that's why I said, you're too weak. It turned out Ji-Fei's entire body had been bound by streams of his power. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Damn it." Wu Fu continued to taunt him. "Serves you right. You couldn't even see through such a simple trap." Xing Qing's surprised voice rang out. "Master, why are you here?" Jing Song replied gently. "You were gone for so long, I came to look for you." "I didn't expect this." Then he calmly greeted Wu Fu, "Little brother, we finally meet again." The moment he saw Jing Song, he silently called out in his heart, "Master." Wu Fu's nonchalant attitude drove Jifei insane. "Don't get cocky." He unleashed his energy, shattering the spirit threads wrapped around him. "You piece of trash, die." Jifei's loud shouting made him glance over in annoyance. Wu Fu was radiating extreme irritation at his persistence. Then he smirked and said, "I was originally going to spare your life, but it seems you don't want it." In an instant, Wu Fu struck Jifei without the slightest hesitation. Even after taking the hit, he suddenly became even more frenzied. Jifei's body abruptly grew to a massive size, and with a single punch, he sent Wu Fu flying. Seeing this, Jing Song offered his help. "Wu Fu, I'll help you." However, he calmly refused the old man's kind offer. "No need. This is a one-on-one fight." Immediately after, Jifei charged forward again. With lightning speed, he relentlessly attacked Wu Fu. Fortunately, he managed to summon his power in time. Wu Fu decisively slashed at Jifei's body multiple times. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just seen something astounding. It turned out that not only had he not fallen to Wu Fu's attacks, but on the contrary, Jifei had been enhanced, growing even larger. While his entire body radiated a dark aura, Jifei stubbornly continued his loud taunts.
You piece of trash. Didn't see that coming. Did you? Today you die here.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Fu realized, an enhancing regeneration. In that case, I'll just make it so you can't regenerate anymore. He immediately delivered a finishing blow to Jifei with his spirit sword. As if not believing his own eyes, he stammered and cursed. "Why you? You have no honor," Wu Fu replied matter-of-factly. "So what if you use an elixir? Am I not allowed to use a weapon?" Even though he had been torn in two, Jifei still tried to threaten him. "Let me tell you, the Zhao family won't let you get away with this. The Zhao family will avenge me." Just as he wished, Wu Fu turned to the two Zhao family subordinates and ordered go back and inform the Zhao family. The man who killed him is named Wu Fu. If you want revenge, come find me, Wu Fu. Don't involve anyone else. They scrambled to run away, but not without shouting a threat. "Why, you just wait. Our family head and young master will come settle the score with you." Wu Fu's calm voice rang out, "Model. It's getting late. Let me fix the house for you all." He immediately placed his hand on the ground to check its condition. A moment later, Wu Fu began to summon his spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, dense streams of his energy appeared. They quickly enveloped the house and began to repair it. The sight before him secretly astonished Eli. How does this kid know Planet Fu Rui's creation art without anyone teaching him? Standing beside them, Su Qing King was also lost in her own thoughts. "You arrogant bastard. Are you just getting stronger and stronger?" As this thought crossed her mind, her expression suddenly turned serious. She had wanted to become strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wu Fu, but it seemed the gap between them was still far too great. Immediately after, Su Qing consoled herself. Then again, he is Wu Fu, the Wu Fu that no one on Earth could ever hope to defeat. A long while later, the house was completely repaired. Wu Fu let out a sigh of relief. Done. As if he'd been waiting for this very moment, Ali rushed over to question him. "Wu Fu, how are you able to do that?" "That's the SSS rank creation art of Fu Rui." Without a shred of hesitation, he gave a teasing reply. "Oh, is it? I happened to see it once before, in the Forest of Despair. It seemed useful, so I just memorized it." As expected, Ali was inwardly fuming. This kid. He makes it sound so simple. "It took me 2 whole years to learn that in Penglai town night had fallen and the moon was hanging high in the sky." At the same time, Wu Fu was sitting by a fire lost in thought. A stream of thoughts flowed through his mind. In this life, Wu Fu could no longer feel joy, anger, love, or hate. Is it because of what happened tens of thousands of years ago? That might be it. He tried to search through what was left of his memories. Aside from his desire for revenge, he discovered that all his sorrowful memories had been completely overshadowed by his thirst for vengeance. The next second, Su Qing suddenly walked over and tapped Wu Fu on the shoulder. "Hey, don't just sit there by yourself. Get up and dance." Hearing this, he immediately refused. "No thanks. You guys go have fun." Ignoring Wu Fu's answer, she eagerly pulled him to his feet. "Come on, everyone's waiting for you." The scene then shifts to the Zhao family residence, where Tianlong was roaring furiously, constantly emitting a dark aura. "Die. Just die for me." Just then, a subordinate of the Zhao family spoke up to report to the master. As soon as he heard the voice, Tianlong turned around in a rage. But afraid the man would see him in his out-of-control state, he launched an attack that sent the subordinate flying. After that, Tianlong slowly walked out. "What is it?" It's about the young master Zhao, sir." "What about him?" The subordinate grew even more terrified as he reported. "We just received news. When Zhao Jifei went to Penglai village to collect a debt, he was killed." This shocking news made the old man scream in disbelief. Killed? Who killed him? The subordinate was sweating bullets. It seems it was a man named Wu Fu. According to the reports from those who returned, Wu Fu was accompanied by two beastmen with animal ears. They all showed up in Panglai a few days ago. After regaining his composure, Tian Long repeated beastmen with ears. A calculating glint appeared in the old man's eyes. Interesting. In an instant, Tian Long gave an order. Go and deliver a message to them. I want to meet this Wu Fu. The subordinate hastily complied. Why? Yes, sir. He turned pale, thinking to himself. What's gotten into the master? Ever since the madam passed away, his personality has completely changed. It's like he's a different person. From the Wolf Clan's den, Lang's shout rang out. This is bad. This is really bad. Hearing this, Wen Shu scolded him. What is it now? You're in a panic every single day. Can't you try to be a little calmer? Ignoring the old man, he urgently called out Brother Wu. Seeing the box in Lang's hands, Wen Shu also began to stammer in fear. That's. His face had already gone pale. Our benefactors, we are in great trouble. Wu Fu still didn't have a clue what was going on. What is this? Isn't it just a box? What's there to be afraid of? A moment later, Wen Shu explained sorrowfully. Benefactor, you don't understand. Here in Panglai village, anyone who receives this token gets invited to the Zhao estate, and it's a one-way trip. Once before we had a benefactor, just like you, a good man with long ears who went to the Zhao estate by himself, but he never returned. Ailey immediately latched onto the key point in the old man's words. You said he had ears like ours. A sudden suspicion flashed through his mind. Could this Zhao family be connected to A Meng's father? Immediately after, three hidden weapons shot out from inside the box, aiming straight for Wu Fu. Just as he was about to counterattack, something else suddenly caught his attention. Another blinding flash of light erupted from within the box. Fortunately, Ailey spotted it just in time. Careful. He blocked the sneak attack from the Zhao family that came through the box. It turned out to be a silver needle, small but incredibly sharp. Wu Fu then walked over, picked up the letter, and spoke. It seems the Zhao family has a huge misunderstanding with us. Hearing this, Ching added, You can say that again. The contents of the letter appeared. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. Meet at the Zhao residence. I have something you want. After reading it, she asked curiously, Are you going to go? Wu Fu replied without a second thought. They sent both a letter and a silver needle. If I don't go, I doubt they'll just let this slide. The moment Wu Fu finished speaking, Elise spoke up. I'm going with you. A Meng quickly added, I'm going too. As if worried the little girl would get hurt, he warned her with a serious face. A Meng, you stay here in the village. But it seemed A Meng was determined. I don't want to. Didn't the village chief just say it? That man with the long ears was also invited to the Zhao estate. The little girl tried to persuade a lie. I'm also a beastman who passed the trial. If it's a place you can go, why can't I? A moment later, Wu Fu said to Wen Shu village chief, Do you know the way to the Zhao estate? Please lead the way. The old man immediately replied, Yes, of course. The scene shifts to the magnificent and opulent Zhao family mansion where a graceful figure can be seen in a hot spring. It was Luo Shi soaking comfortably. Suddenly, a mischievous hand reached for her. Luo Shi cried out in surprise, Sis, what are you doing? It turned out to be Wen Feng. She replied matter-of-factly, What do you think I'm doing? Obviously, I'm just checking to see if our dear Luo Zi has been eating all her meals lately. Wen Feng's hand continued to wander inappropriately. Unable to stand the inappropriate touching, Luo Zi forcefully pushed her away. Startled, she ended up knocking Wen Feng straight into the water. Seeing this, Luo Zi watched anxiously. After a long moment with no sign of movement, she quickly called out, Sister Wen Feng, are you all right? As if waiting for this exact moment, Wen Feng lunged at her and teased. I can't breathe. I need artificial respiration. Luo Zi became even more flustered. Sister Wen Feng, if you keep acting like this, I'm just going to ignore you. Despite this, Wen Feng continued to enjoy playing the part of a domineering rogue. Oh my great beauty, I wonder if I might have the pleasure of inviting you for a stroll through the streets tomorrow. We can go check out the mighty heroes of our Zhao family. Inside the city, crowds of people gathered in a bustling, lively scene. Luo Xi, in a brand new outfit, looked absolutely gorgeous like a temptress. Wen Feng didn't hold back her praise. So beautiful. That rotten kid must have the luck of 3 lifetimes. No, I have to make you mine before he does. Her teasing attitude made Luo Xi both embarrassed and annoyed. Sister Wen Feng, there you go again. Seriously, if you keep this up, I'm just going to ignore you. Then she switched back to a normal tone. Sister Wen Feng, the money for the lipstick earlier. This sentence immediately made Wen Feng tear up as she asked sadly, What do you mean by that? Don't you want anything to do with me either? Seeing this, Luo Xi quickly explained, No, that's not it at all, while secretly thinking that she, a rich girl, was overthinking things. Luo Xi was just too concerned about Wen Feng and didn't want her to be taken advantage of. The next second, Wen Feng confessed sincerely, Because of my status, no one dares to get close to me. After my father's rule became more and more tyrannical, even fewer people dared to approach me. My older brother does nothing but train from morning till night, so I have no one by my side. But then you came along. Heaven must have taken pity on me to let you come into my life. But all you ever think about is cultivating. It was so hard to get you to come out and have fun today. I'm going to give you all the best things in this city. Luo Xi felt even more guilty. Sister Wenfeng, I'm sorry. Before she could finish, Wenfeng cut her off. Let me take you to the most famous tavern in the city. The chef's skills there are one of a kind. That's why everyone wants to go there for a taste. It seemed Luo Xi had noticed something. Sister Wenfeng, is something on your mind? The sky at that moment looked incredibly peaceful. At some point, Luo Xi and Wenfeng had gone up to the top floor of an old building. At the same time, Qingqing's voice rang out. That place is probably the Zhao family estate that Xiao Siling mentioned. Wu Fu also walked slowly and replied, probably. She then criticized bluntly, what is this? I thought it'd be something fierce and intimidating. Turns out it's just an old building. Was Xiao Siling really that scared of it? He was so terrified he refused to enter the city with us. Just as Qingqing finished her sentence, a Meng let out a painful cry. It turned out the little girl had bumped into an old woman. The woman gently asked about her condition. Miss, are you all right? The next second, the old woman suddenly grew curious and grabbed a Meng's ear. What's this? It's so cute. The little girl angrily pushed her away. Hey, don't just touch whatever you want. But it seemed A Meng couldn't control her strength and caused a massive shockwave. The townspeople saw this and began to discuss fearfully. How can that little girl be so strong? Is she a demon beast? A demon beast. After that, they scrambled to run for their lives. A demon beast is here. Run. A murderous demon beast has come. The commotion attracted Luo Xi's attention. What's happening? Just as the two of them looked down, a Meng's figure came into view. Wenfeng immediately swooped down to attack. How dare you? Just a little demon beast dares to cause trouble on the Zhao family's turf. Not expecting this, a Meng's eyes widened in surprise. Luckily, Aali appeared just in time to block the blow for her. Realizing the situation was getting bad, Luo Xi prepared to provide support. Sister Wenfeng, let me help you. As soon as she finished speaking, both Wu Fu and Qingqing called out to Luo Xi in unison. Luo Xi was completely astonished by the familiar voices. It seemed their presence surprised her so much that she lost her footing and slipped. In a flash, Wu Fu caught Luo Xi, making her unable to believe her eyes. Wu Fu, is it really you? Luo Xi emotionally hugged Wu Fu tightly. Wu Fu, do you have any idea how worried I was when you didn't come to Penglei with me? I was so scared something had happened to you, but I kept telling myself that you'd definitely be okay. Where did you go? He replied in a soft, apologetic voice. I'm sorry, a few things came up back then. Hearing this, she grew even more concerned. You can't leave my side again, okay? This scene made A Meng secretly jealous. Wu Fu has so many people who adore him. It must be nice to have him around. She only had Ali. Suddenly, Qingqing's embarrassed shout rang out. Hey, that's enough hugging, Luo Xi still said gently. Qingqing, you're here too. That's great. Although a bit embarrassed, Qingqing still replied, yeah, that's right. A moment later, Wenfeng walked over with a serious expression. Luo Xi, who are they? As soon as Luo Xi finished explaining, she shot Wu Fu an unfriendly look. So you're the one who made Luo Xi so worried sick. Without any courtesy, Wenfeng immediately took out her pair of whips and challenged him. Let's see what kind of man you are to make her. I await your instruction. The next second, a terrifyingly powerful explosion erupted right where Wu Fu was standing. Luckily, he had managed to create a barrier in time to block the attack. Wenfeng's voice was low and provocative. You rotten kid, take out your weapon. Doing this is an insult to me. That last move had at least 30 to 40% of my power, yet Wu Fu could shatter it head-on. It seems his power is incredibly profound. I'll have to be more careful next. As if playing with a child, Wu Fu chuckled and retorted, I'm just afraid I'll end up breaking that beautiful pair of whips of yours. His calm demeanor made Wenfeng's blood boil. She said sweetly, but with an edge, is your only skill that mouth of yours? Before her whips could even get close, Wenfeng's eyes widened in utter shock. At some point, Wu Fu's spirit sword was already resting against her neck. I've lost. He quickly withdrew his sword and spoke up. It's getting late. We need to get to the Zhao Manor. This familiar name made Wenfeng curious. You want to go to the Zhao Manor? Immediately, Wu Fu glanced over. Yes. Do you know where the Zhao Manor is? Luo Xi immediately made the introduction. Wu Fu, her name is Wenfeng. She's the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Suddenly, Wenfeng remembered something. Could you be the guests my father invited to this evening's banquet? With a confident tone, he replied, that's right. Do you know the way? Like a master craftsman flipping a rice pancake, she instantly changed her expression. Yes, in that case, please forgive my rudeness. Honored guests, please follow me. Meng secretly whispered to Ailey, if this eldest daughter knew we were here to settle a score, would she regret leading the way for us? His face also showed a hint of anticipation. Who knows? A short while later, when Feng had led them to the vast Zhao family estate, she calmly ordered the gatekeeper, go, inform my father. The honored guests have arrived. As if he had been instructed beforehand, he quickly replied, the master is busy. Please come inside and wait in the hall for a moment. The moment they stepped inside, the familiar bark of arrow rang out. The next second, Meng Meng emotionally called out Brother Fu. His presence stunned Wu Fu. Meng Meng and even Qing Qing blurted out in complete surprise. Little Cap. After a moment of reflection, Wang Meng Meng sighed in frustration. We were supposed to ascend together, so where did you run off to? Luckily, the young lady of the Zhao family kept me and Luo Si here. Holding air cap, Wu Fu thought to himself. Luo Si and Little Cap's cultivation levels seem to have improved a lot. This Zhao manor seems interesting. Wen Feng's voice interrupted his thoughts. All right, don't just stand there. You must be tired from the journey. Let me show you to your rooms to rest. As he followed her directions, Wang Mengmeng cheekily asked Brother Fu, how did you know we were at the Zhao manor? Or did you come here looking for Luo Si? Before Wu Fu could even answer, he started his own dramatic act. Chicks before friends. My heart is broken. Luo Si couldn't stand his words and had to shout. Wang Mengmeng stopped talking nonsense, Wu Fu, and I just ran into each other by chance. Meanwhile, Wen Feng had led A Meng to her room. A Meng, you can stay in this room. A Li will be in the room next door. A Lai immediately agreed. Okay. Suddenly, the little girl made a request. I want to stay in the same room as a Lai. Seeing this, Ali turned to Wen Feng and asked curiously. Is that all right? She replied thoughtfully. The little sister just arrived here, so it's normal for her to be unfamiliar with the place. You are very important to her, and she wants to rely on you. Without a moment's hesitation, he affirmed seriously, she is very important to me. Ali's decisiveness made Wen Feng's heart ache for a moment. You are very important. The solitary figure of Fei Long stood tall before an old wall. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind. The next second, a tiny leaf fell right in front of Fei Long. As if sensing this gentle movement, he snapped his eyes open, and in the next instant, the leaf was decisively sliced in two. Carried by the breeze, it fell to the ground as Fei Long watched. Even so, he still muttered in frustration. As I thought, it's still not enough. How much longer must I wait? Just then, Wen Feng's respectful voice called out, Esteemed brother, it's time for dinner. Fei Long quickly replied, Is that you, Wen Feng? He then asked Wen Feng, has father made any new moves recently? She answered slowly, it's still the same as before. This answer was exactly what Fei Long had expected. Is that so? A look of determination flashed in his eyes. Mother Fei Long will definitely avenge you. After sitting down, Fei Long started a conversation. That young lady from the outside world. Her name is Luo Si, isn't it? Wen Feng grumbled in annoyance. Oh brother, honestly, don't mention other girls in front of me. Her childishness made him laugh. You're something else. Aren't you two good friends? Wen Feng shot him an irritated glare. Even so, don't tease me. The scene shifts to a luxurious room. Luo Si approached curiously. What are you thinking about so deeply? In a flash, Wen Feng spoke up. It's nothing. About that banquet. It's all right if you girls don't go right. Luo Si's tone was full of confidence. If it's Wu Fu, then he can definitely handle it. Wen Feng grew even more curious. It seems you trust him a lot, don't you? Hearing this, Wang Mengmeng eagerly chimed in, Sister Wen Feng, Luo Si isn't wrong. Back on Earth, Wu Fu was so strong he had no rivals. With our level of strength being by his side would only be a burden. Meanwhile, at the banquet, A Meng was curiously looking around. What are those maids carrying? It looks so delicious. Tianlong was also lost in thought. So that brat is Wu Fu, the one who killed Zhao Jifei. Why can't I see through his power? Qing Qing was also making her own guess internally. This old Master Zhao doesn't look like a good person. Amidst the quiet atmosphere, a maid brought in a dish and introduced it. This is a specialty of the Zhao manor. Please enjoy. Qing Qing wasn't captivated at all. Instead, she grew more vigilant. It's beautiful, yes, but it seems to be emitting a very strange aura. Right after she politely praised him. I have long heard of the reputation of the Zhao clan's master. Meeting you today, I see it is well deserved. The food is extraordinary, and even the maids serving it are extraordinary. Wu Fu, how much longer are you going to stare at her chest? Tianlong gave a gentle smile and replied, Miss Xu, you flatter me. If you enjoy the food of the Zhao manor, then Zhao will always welcome you. The old man's words made Wu Fu smirk, thinking to himself, his guard is pretty high. A question suddenly popped into Tianlong's mind. Why aren't my young friends eating, or is the food not to your liking? He eagerly invited them. Miss Xu, hurry and try some. It's delicious. Tianlong's enthusiasm left Qing Qing speechless. I was just making a random compliment. Besides, I wasn't talking about how good the food was. While Qing Qing was still suspicious, the sight of A Meng eating with such gusto made her unable to resist. Is it that good? Then Qing Qing will eat too. Noticing his plan was halfway successful, Tianlong smiled with satisfaction. Those two girls have eaten, but these two men seem to be tough nuts to crack. But I have a way. The next second, he clapped his hands boldly as if signaling someone. It turned out Tianlong had summoned two more maids to serve them. One maid said gently to Wu Fu, honored guest, may this servant feed you. Suddenly, Xu Qingqing called out loudly to Wu Fu. Wu Fu stared suspiciously at the maid beside him. This aura. It's exactly the same as the aura on Zhao Jifei. This Zhao manor is truly not simple. Behind Ali, another beautiful maid was also attending to him attentively, her smile looking like it could tear his face apart. He questioned decisively. Is this how the Zhao Manor always treats its esteemed guests? Tianlong didn't bother hiding it anymore. You're just a measly little immortal, yet you dare to touch someone from my Zhao Manor. Let's see how I deal with you all today. The old man quickly touched the small table in front of him. The next second, Ching Ching went into a frenzy as if she were being controlled. A Meng was no exception. The little girl's strange behavior made A Li worry endlessly. A Meng, he questioned through gritted teeth. What did you do to A Meng? Unable to remain calm, A Li immediately rushed forward to attack Tianlong. Anyone who touches A Meng must die. At that moment, the maid from before quickly blocked his path. Her sudden appearance made him widen his eyes in surprise. In just a flash, he was sent flying by her punch. Both maids were in the same state as Ching Ching and A Meng. The two of them were suddenly filled with power as if they had taken a strength-enhancing potion. As one maid lunged at him, A Li shouted a warning, Wu Fu, be careful. These people are not normal. He frowned and prepared to summon his power. The next second, A Li was enveloped in a dense aura of spirit energy. Metal spirit energy, not to be outdone, Wu Fu also launched his attack. Water spirit energy torrent. A Li's power promptly surrounded one of the maids. The other maid was also tightly bound by Wu Fu's water spirit energy. You immediately launched another attack with Earth's spiritual ki. The overwhelming power of the two of them was unbelievable to Tianlong. While the old man was still stunned, Ali had already appeared right behind him. Now it's our turn to settle the score. It seemed Tianlong had not anticipated this situation at all. Since when were you? It wasn't just A Li. Wu Fu had also closed in on him at some point. As if in disbelief, Tianlong's eyes widened. In just a flash, both of them were right on top of him. Despite this, Tianlong still tried to summon his power to resist. Who in the world are you people? As he was enveloped by a stream of spiritual qi, Tianlong said in a deep voice, Young friends, 2 against 1 like this isn't very fair. Today, this old man will see what you're made of. His power was so resounding that it blew up the entire room. This pressure pushed both Wu Fu and A Li far back. Still, you asked with great confidence, don't tell me you think you can win in a one-on-one fight. Tianlong replied as if it were obvious, we'll know once we try. Although he was still thinking to himself, Wu Fu boldly provoked him. The opponent's cultivation was likely at the tribulation realm while he was only at the spirit condensation realm. Even though he was 2 realms lower with the help of the spirit sword, he could still defeat the old man. Then let me play with you, Ali shouted in annoyance. Wu Fu, this is the Zhao family's territory, don't show off. Hearing this, Wu Fu calmly replied, it's fine, just a little sparring. The next second, Tianlong began to emit a dense spiritual qi. Not to be outdone, you quickly summoned water spiritual qi to deal with him. Immediately after a fire dragon was summoned by Tianlong, Wu Fu instantly used a water dragon to counter. The collision of their attacks created a terrifyingly massive explosion. After exchanging blows, Tianlong laughed heartily, seeming very pleased. Young friend, you are truly talented for your age. He realized that testing them this much was enough. He eagerly asked, I see you 2 young friends have extraordinary power. Are you here for the Zhao family's secret realm? Ali's tone was no softer. So what if we are? Tianlong laughed and explained his intentions. Young friend, you misunderstand. This old man just wants to make a deal with you. He repeated the word as if not understanding the old man's meaning. A deal. The next second, Tianlong began to explain. That's right. Countless people have been eyeing the Zhao family's secret realm day and night, but not many have ever been able to leave it. A Li grew even more confused. What's that supposed to mean? Finally, the old man spoke plainly. To put it simply, a member of the Zhao family will take you into the secret realm, and you will help me retrieve an item. Just hearing this, Wu Fu immediately grasped the key point. This item isn't simple, is it? Tianlong didn't hesitate to praise him. Young friend, you are truly clever and witty. Your eyes showed your annoyance at the old man's scheme. Bullshit. If it's so simple, why can't someone at the tribulation realm like you get it yourself? And what's in it for us? This question left Tianlong so surprised he was speechless. Wu Fu continued to press him. Or do you expect us to help you for free? The old man then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Young friend, you're quite humorous. You may not know this, but the reason so many cultivators want to enter the Zhao family's secret realm is that once inside, their cultivation speed becomes much faster than in the outside world. Someone with a high aptitude for enlightenment could achieve a breakthrough in less than 2 days. At this point, Tianlong tempted him in a low voice. Furthermore, you can gain cultivation just by stepping into the secret realm. What do you think? A Li, who had been silent until now, suddenly cut in. Are you saying there are many cultivators inside the secret realm? Immediately, the old man affirmed with certainty. That's right. Before Wu Fu could even react, he had already agreed. Fine, I'll go. A thought suddenly flashed through A Li's mind. Ever since arriving in Penglei, that surge of power felt closer and closer. Perhaps Ah Meng's father was also in the secret realm. His haste made Wu Fu glare at him. You brat, do you even know what negotiation is? He needs us right now. We have to make sure we can get out alive before we agree to anything. You calmly raise more important issues. I can agree to your terms, but you have to tell me what's actually inside the secret realm. Also, how do we get out of there? A moment later, when Feng calmly announced, I will take you to the secret realm. In a worried tone, Luo Si suggested an idea. Sister Wen Feng, this is very dangerous. How about we let a servant take them instead? Seeing her obvious concern, Wen Feng replied gently, you can go this far for the one you love. I'm just entering the secret realm to increase my cultivation. What I'm doing is nothing compared to you. We're still getting nowhere at this point. I'm not talking to you anymore. On the way to the secret realm, a curious Meng Meng asked Sister Wen Feng, your father's martial arts are so powerful. Why doesn't he go into the secret realm to get the item himself? She immediately answered, didn't my father tell you? A person can only enter the secret realm once in their lifetime. It seemed this statement answered the question in Wu Fu's mind. So that's how it is. He can't go back in. Recalling the images from within the secret realm, Wen Feng gave a serious warning. Don't believe everything my father told you. The secret realm is absolutely not as simple as he described. She began to list the things they needed to be aware of. First, anything in the secret realm can be eaten. Eating a little can raise your cultivation level, but if you eat too much, you'll be consumed by the realm's power and be trapped inside it forever. Second, the so-called inner core is in the deepest part of the secret realm. Furthermore, the paths within the secret realm are incredibly complex and treacherous. If you're not careful, it's very easy to lose your way. Even someone with a high cultivation level like my father might not be able to find the inner core and bring it out. At this point, Wen Feng calmly concluded, in the end, the secret realm is not as peaceful as you think. It is unpredictable and very dangerous. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Meng roared angrily, it feels like your father is tricking us. Wen Feng's eyes flashed. He's not tricking you, he's using you. You came to the secret realm for a purpose, didn't you? You will achieve your goal, but it comes with the price of constant lurking danger. Wu Fu stepped closer, his voice ringing out. I understand. If you feel uneasy, you can stay here in the Zhao residence with Erha and wait for us. Erha and another dog were busy enjoying their love. The voices from the room echoed out into the deserted hallway. A candle flickered in the wind as Tian Long walked down a staircase leading to the basement. The sound of footsteps echoed then stopped at a room. Tian Long sat closer to Yu Yun. Please don't. I'll go. It was just a slip of the tongue. Yu Yun sat leaning against the bed, her eyes fixed on the person opposite her. Yinger, my time is running out. Is Fei Long doing okay? He's much more diligent than before. Yu Yun said softly, is that so? Then I can rest assured. Tian Long replied, it seems my decision was the right one after all. He recalled the past. Was tricking Fei Long that day really the right choice? Fei Long desperately hugged a person's body, shouting, Mother, what's wrong? Mother, don't go to sleep. He was furious, grinding his teeth in rage. No matter who you are, I will kill you. An image of a young Tian Long appeared. The weak can never protect the ones around them. Tian Long's eyes held a hint of regret. This is a tradition passed down through generations. It's something we must complete. While I'm still lucid before I'm completely consumed by the secret realm's spiritual energy. Wasn't that the plan from the beginning? Yu Yun placed her hand on his. If Fei Long knew about the tradition, he would never agree to inherit the clan. Tian Long lowered his voice gently. I'm sorry for making you lie along with me. Her voice was calm.
You don't need to apologize. This was all my decision. Becoming like this was my choice too. Fei Long, only by harboring hatred for you can he move forward.
Wen Feng and Fei Long sat talking under the moonlight. Big brother, tomorrow I'm going to the secret realm with them. Is there anything you want to say to me? Fei Long said softly. My little Wen Feng is all grown up now. She looked sad about their impending separation. While I'm gone, you have to take care of yourself. Fei Long gave her a reassuring smile. I know. I can't fall until I've avenged our mother. This is the protective talisman Mother gave me. You take it. Come back safely. Elsewhere, a scream echoed from a room. Don't go, Father, seeing. A Meng looking distressed. A Li called out to her. A Meng. A deeply thoughtful look crossed his face. Another nightmare. Could his father really be in the secret realm? The scene shifts to the entrance of the Zhao family's secret realm. A group of people started to raise doubts. The entrance is here. We just need to use the key in a moment, so everyone calm down. Suddenly, a cloud of golden energy exploded with light. A pitch-black gate surrounded by a brilliant golden glow opened up, radiating a divine aura. The gate slammed shut, and someone's shout rang out. What is this stuff? It's disgusting. A flame flared up in someone's hand. These were the discussions echoing inside the mountain cave. Stay away from that patch of ground. It's a mud bog. A mud bog. What's that? Wen Feng's voice was sharp. To put it simply, the Zhao family's secret realm is actually inside the belly of a giant demonic beast. Because of this, Wu Fu wondered, could this be its digestive fluids? There were strange-looking objects on the ground, and they all caught Wu Fu's attention. Before he could get a closer look, they pulled out an eye from somewhere on their bodies. Wu Fu's face turned pale. Everyone be careful, there's something in the ground. Ali used his metal spiritual energy. A loud explosion erupted, sending up clouds of white smoke. The strange objects began to spread out rapidly. Ching Ching couldn't hide her terror when she saw them. What are these things? They're so disgusting just looking at them. Wu Fu's eyes widened. These eyes seem to be a part of the secret realm itself. Even if they're shattered, they quickly merge with the remaining parts to form a new eye. Suddenly, they began to swell up endlessly, and once they reached a certain limit, they exploded and vanished. Almost all of these creatures exploded at once, melting into a watery sludge. Wu Fu watched them warily. This stuff is too dangerous. Something this strange is definitely a bad sign. Everyone stay on your guard. Then he looked around more closely. The space in here seems to be changing. After those eyes burst, this space began to shake and become unstable. Could it be that those eyes were used to stabilize this space? People started screaming as everything began to crumble. Watch out! In the chaos, someone hurriedly called out his name. Wu Fu shouted to the group. Let's get out of here first. We'll meet up later. Luo Shi seemed to have spotted something. Wu Fu, look over there. The tremor just now split the path in two. Those round creatures were spreading towards Wu Fu's group. The urgency was clear in their voices. They went down that path. Then what about Wang Mengmeng and Shu Qingqing? Let's go. Follow them. The scene shifts to another area where A Li is using a special technique to channel his power, Earth spiritual energy. He was sinking deeper and couldn't do anything about it. Damn it, it's not working. Wu Fu can use all the elemental spiritual energies with ease, but I can't even use a little Earth spiritual energy to solidify this bog. A Meng, standing up high, shouted A Li. When he saw the girl, he immediately asked after her. A Meng, are you okay? A Meng was worried. Just wait a minute, I'll figure out a way to save you. A Li warned her. This collapsing cave seems to be targeting us. You have to be careful not to fall down here. His thoughts surfaced. I can't believe the day has come where I have to rely on A Meng. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and A Li seemed to notice it. A Meng's voice called out, A Li, I'm coming to save you. Suddenly, A Meng's foot got caught on a rock. The little girl lost her balance and tumbled down with a thud. The object in her hand fell hurtling straight towards where A Li was standing. His eyes lit up. It turned out to be a large boulder. Thanks to it, he was knocked free. A Meng scratched her head in embarrassment. This guy is so heavy. She hesitantly asked, A Li, are you okay? He nodded in reply. How could I be okay? Once A Li was free, he immediately wanted to find Wu Fu. This secret realm is full of dangers. We should go meet up with Wu Fu. The sound of footsteps echoed in the cave as they moved through it. The three of them stopped in their tracks at the same time. Luo Shi spoke up. It looks like the path on the right has some light. Wen Feng added, the left path looks dangerous just at a glance. It's dark and damp. Wu Fu ran his fingers along the stone wall of the cave. Luo Shi didn't understand what he was doing. What are you doing? Wu Fu answered her question. The soil on the right path seems different from the soil in the bog we saw in the main hall. Luo Zi also found it familiar, as if she'd seen it somewhere before, but she couldn't quite remember where. Just then Wu Fu noticed something. Seeing how familiar he seemed with this place, Wen Feng asked in confusion, have you been here before? It seems to know you, but he confirmed, this is my first time. They realized the mysterious eyes meant no harm and seemed to be guiding them. It seems those eyes don't have any malicious intent. It looks like they want us to follow them. Then when the three of them reached a fork in the road, Wen Feng asked the other two, do you want to take the left path? Luo Xi replied, I'll follow Wu Fu's lead. In the end, Wu Fu decided to go left. Doubt crept into his mind. He couldn't sense any spiritual energy from either path, but the ground on the right path looked different from the left. If he were alone, he definitely would have chosen the right path. Who knows, maybe we'll stumble upon a fated opportunity in all this danger. But since I brought Luo Xi and Wen Feng with me, I have to guarantee their safety under these conditions. Wu Fu cautiously asked Luo Xi and Wen Feng. Do you guys hear that? Suspicion arose in his mind. Is that the sound of running water? Could there really be a river in this secret realm? Since it was too dark, he used a small flame for light. The three of them walked to another area, and their astonishment was plain to see. To think a place like this existed inside the secret realm. In the mystical cave, the brilliant light from a swarm of sparkling eyes illuminated the scene, making it as magical as a mythological world. That's right, it's probably only this beautiful because it's hidden in a secret realm. If it were out in the open, it would have been destroyed long ago. Wu Fu scanned his surroundings. Why did those eyes lead us here? Elsewhere, Ali's voice echoed in the cave. We've been walking for so long and we still haven't found Wu Fu. Tell me, do you think we're lost? Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. He frowned slightly. That Wu Fu. He ditched us as soon as we entered the secret realm and didn't leave any clues along the way. He's completely untrustworthy. I was hoping you could help A Meng find her father. A question escaped A Meng's lips. Is my father really here? A Li thought to himself. The moment I stepped into this secret realm, my connection with father vanished. He patted A Meng's head and said, even if father isn't here, we still have to work hard to become stronger. The tribe has already recognized you as the strongest beastman. The little girl nodded sadly. Suddenly, a strange noise came from a distance. A Li drew his dagger and shielded A Meng. The little girl spoke up puzzled. It sounds like that noise is coming from in there. Ali slashed wildly at the crevice in front of them. The crevice gradually opened into a passage. His eyes widened in shock. The little girl tilted her head. Are we outside now? Suddenly, a cry rang out. Help me, Ameng asked aloud. Could it be that father is beyond this wasteland? Meanwhile, in a cherry blossom forest, Ching Ching looked around in a daze and exclaimed, Where is this Meng Meng, who was being sat on by her, spoke up. I think it's some kind of passage within the secret realm. Ching Ching suddenly realized and said in a fluster, sorry. He dusted himself off while teasing her. It is my honor to be your cushion. Have you put on some weight recently? Cutting back to Wu Fu. Wen Feng and Luo Xi were gliding across the river in the cave. Luo Zi said, Sister Wen Feng, I can't believe you know this kind of magic. She laughed in reply, Oh, it's nothing. These are just a few tricks to impress people. Back in the day, my ancestors traveled far and wide, often encountering large lakes or seas. So to save time, they learned this paper boat transportation magic from a shaman. Suddenly, Wu Fu sensed something unusual beneath the river. He frowned and shouted, Everyone be careful. I think there's something in the water. Bubbles rose to the surface and a skeletal hand shot up, grabbing Luo Xi's leg. Wen Feng immediately noticed a bone spirit emerge, trying to pounce on Luo Xi. Fortunately, Wen Feng swung her whip, shattering the bone spirit into tiny pieces. She asked with concern, Luo Xi, little sis, are you okay? She shook her head gently and replied, I'm fine. Watch your back. Other bone spirits were trying to climb onto the boat. Two of them leaped aggressively toward Wu Fu. He immediately unleashed a blast of water, spiritual energy that swept away the bone spirits. Wu Fu clasped his hands together and chanted an incantation, turning the formless into form, turning nothing into everything. The turbulent river surface suddenly became calm, but just a second later, the water began to churn and then started to tremble violently. A transparent hand rose from the river and enveloped the boat. Wen Feng put a hand on her chin and teased, Your man went to great lengths to protect you. Hearing this, Luo Xi became embarrassed and playfully hit her a few times. Sister Wen Feng, how can you still be in the mood to joke at a time like this? Many rocks jutted out from the river, and as the boat flowed downstream, it unfortunately crashed into one. Due to the impact, Luo Xi lost her footing and fell. She cried out in terror. Help! Wu Fu saw she was in danger and didn't hesitate to jump right into the river. He reached out his hand and said, Luo Xi, take my hand. She also reached out towards Wu Fu but couldn't reach him. Suddenly, he yelled, Luo Xi, watch out for the rock behind you. Despite the warning, she couldn't avoid it in time and hit her head hard against the rock. Luo Xi fell unconscious and sank into the river. Wu Fu reached out and grabbed her hand. He turned and pulled her into his arms, shouting as he swam. Luo Xi, wake up. Wu Fu thought to himself, it seems that collision damaged her meridians. He didn't hesitate for a second before leaning down to give Luo Xi mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. On the shore, Wen Feng threw her whip and said Wu Fu grab the rope. He immediately reached out and grabbed it. She strained to pull the two of them up. Wu Fu suddenly felt a chill run through his body. He glanced down and saw pairs of crimson eyes watching him and Luo Xi from beneath the river. Wu Fu shouted, get Luo Xi up first. Wen Feng used all her strength to pull Luo Xi onto the shore. Wu Fu was surrounded by a swarm of monstrous fish. He said, I don't have time to play with you guys. Wu Fu growled. Get lost, Wen Feng yelled, Wu Fu Luo Xi. I don't think Luo Xi is breathing anymore. Hearing this, he immediately leaped up from the river and said, quick, take off Luo Xi's clothes. After Luo Xi's clothes were removed, Wu Fu said to Wen Feng, leave the rest to me. He instructed her, I'm counting on you to handle whatever's in the lake. She frowned, her voice a low threat. If anything happens to Luo Xi, I will never forgive you. With that, she turned and left. Wu Fu placed his hands on Luo Xi's body and immediately a stream of colorful energy flowed into her. A moment later, Luo Xi coughed up water and jolted awake. Seeing this, Wu Fu stopped. She struggled to speak. Wu Fu. He asked gently, you're awake. Luo Xi tried to push herself into a sitting position, frowning and rubbing her head. What happened to me? Wu Fu quickly supported her and said, don't move. He continued, you hit a rock earlier. The impact caused the true energy in your body to scatter. Your back is also injured. I'll help you heal now. Wu Fu released energy from both his hands. The moment he placed his hands on Luo Xi's waist, she flinched. Luo Xi's face instantly turned bright red. Seeing this from a distance, Wen Feng shouted, Wu Fu, are you done yet? Hearing her voice, Luo Xi was startled and asked, Sister Wen Feng. Meanwhile, Wen Feng was fighting the swarm of monstrous fish. She called out worriedly, Sister Wen Feng, I'm coming to help you. But Wu Fu grabbed her hand, stopping her. The sudden stop made her acutely aware of the jiggle in her chest. It was only then that Luo Xi realized she was wearing only a thin undergarment. Blushing, she crouched down and covered her chest with her hands. Luo Xi glanced over and asked, Wu Fu, did you see all of that? But he had already vanished from her side. On the other side, Wen Feng was fighting fiercely against the school of monster fish. Suddenly, a sword slash rushed toward her. She stared at Wu Fu in surprise. He stepped forward confidently and said, now it's time to settle the score between us. In the peach blossom meadow, Meng Meng spoke up. Hey, you think we've flown to another planet again? He rubbed his chin and continued. You see, the exit of the secret realm was all damp, dangerous, and bizarre. Inside, it was full of those creepy-looking eyes, but now, look at all these flowers and this grass. It's obviously two completely different states. Qing King pouted and snapped at him. Shut up. How did I get so unlucky to be stuck with you? The two of them walked briskly through the cherry blossom forest. Meng Meng laughed and said, We're already here, so what's the point of complaining? Since you've got so much free time, you might well, figure out what we're having for dinner tonight. Hearing this, she retorted angrily. Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you ever think about? You followed Wu Fu for so long, how have you not learned a single thing from him? He suddenly fell silent and Qing Qing shouted, Hey, have you got no manners? I'm talking to you. Suddenly, a vine shot out from nowhere. Meng Meng pushed Qing Qing aside while yelling, Be careful. His eyes were filled with panic. It wasn't just one vine, but four of them that shot out, binding Meng Meng's arms, legs, and neck. The vines tightened, pulling him in four directions at once. Meng Meng screamed in agony. It hurts. It hurts. So much pain. Qing Qing charged forward with her mace, yelling, Let me help you. She swung her mace hard, but its head slammed right into Meng Meng's stomach. He let out a terrified scream. She was aiming for the vines, but another one shot out, wrapping itself around the mace. It yanked the weapon from Qing Qing's grasp, coiled around the handle, and swung it hard right at her. Qing Qing immediately leaped into the air to dodge the attack, but she didn't see another vine coming at her from behind. Luckily, Meng Meng stretched out his hand and caught it. He stood protectively in front of Qing Qing, one hand holding the vine he'd just snapped, the other gripping the one that had been attacking her. Her face flushed as she asked, Why did you? He just smiled and replied, After arriving in Penglei, even though I haven't had a breakthrough, I've learned a lot of spells following Sister Wenfeng, so I've gotten a bit of power. The scene shifts to a sword dripping with blood. Luo Shi asked, What are you looking at? Wu Fu gave her a stern look, his voice cold. Nothing. Let's go. Luo Shi glanced back fearfully. Down in the river, the entire school of monster fish had been wiped out by Wu Fu. Wu Fu and Wenfeng then walked out of the cave together. When Wenfeng saw the view in front of them, a radiant smile spread across her face. Outside the cave was a vast open sky, and across from them, a section of the mountain jutted out. She said, I never expected my Zhao family's secret realm to be so magnificent, but the mountain peaks are so far apart. How are we supposed to get to the other side? Wu Fu stepped forward and said, Let's try using Earth Spirit energy. He placed his hand on the ground, creating several orbs of earth energy, then tossed them toward the other side. The orbs just floated there in midair. Luo Si asked in surprise, Could there be an invisible bridge here? Wenfeng added, If so, we'll have to test it to know for sure. She tossed her hairpin over the cliff and it immediately plummeted downwards, pulled by gravity. Seeing this, Luo Shi exclaimed in shock, What's happening? Wu Fu said, Let me give it a try. He stepped off the cliff and his foot immediately landed firmly in midair as if there were an invisible platform there. Wu Fu thought to himself, just as I expected. He walked out into the middle and said, This bridge seems to have its own consciousness. It shouldn't be dangerous. This must be a spatial bridge. Wenfeng questioned, A spatial bridge with consciousness? What do you mean by that? He explained. Everything possesses its own space. If it can take this form to allow us to cross, then it must also have other forms to carry other things. Luo Si blinked and asked, Are you saying that what we see isn't real? That it's just a manifestation of some kind of space? A short while later, Wenfeng looked a bit overwhelmed. The three of them were walking across the invisible bridge to the other side of the mountain. Luo Si asked in a worried tone, Sister Wenfeng, are you okay? She replied, I'm fine. I'm just a little afraid of heights. Once they reached the other side, she let out a sigh of relief, saying, We finally made it. Suddenly, Wenfeng spotted her hairpin from earlier. She picked it up and exclaimed in astonishment, My hairpin? Luo Zi said thoughtfully, Wu Fu, is this the spatial bridge you were talking about? I understand now. So that means my hairpin didn't actually fall into the chasm, but instead used a form we couldn't see to get across, is that right? He replied to her, You could interpret it that way. But this discovery probably isn't a good thing for us. Suddenly, a noise came from above, and a flock of flying bird beasts appeared. They swooped down to attack the three of them. Wu Fu shouted a warning, Be careful, it's the flying beasts. All three of them immediately took defensive stances and quickly took care of them all. Wenfeng was suspicious. That's strange. These flying beasts don't seem all that powerful. Luo Shi spoke up, Could it be? We're actually heading toward the border of the secret realm. Wu Fu asked her, What do you mean? Wenfeng continued, My older brother said that the closer you get to the center of the secret realm, the more powerful the monsters that appear. But these flying beasts aren't nearly as powerful as the monsters we met in the lake. Hearing that, he asked again, What else did your brother tell you? She thought for a moment and then answered. He said that even though the secret realm has only one entrance, there are many exits. You just have to find the grooves that look like the ones at the exit and you can get out. Luo Si raised a question. So you mean we can get out anytime we want? Wenfeng replied, You could put it that way. Suddenly, something fell from the sky and then a whole barrage of them came down. They landed all around Luo Si, Wenfeng, and Wu Fu. When Feng asked, "Are these the flying beasts we just killed?" He also responded with doubt, "Is that really them?" Suddenly an image flashed in Wu Fu's mind, a man with long hair dressed in white robes standing imposingly in this exact spot. He frowned, suspicious. Was that me? Could this be a memory from my past life? He looked down and saw a dark, dense forest below the cliff. Wu Fu pointed and called out, "You too look. There's a forest down below the cliff." Luo Xi asked him, "A forest? What are you talking about?" "There's no forest. You're seeing things." Wu Fu thought to himself, is it possible they can't see it? All of a sudden, a shadowy figure pushed him from behind. Wu Fu stumbled and fell forward. Wen Feng and Luo Si saw him fall into the chasm and screamed, "Wu Fu." He could feel that shadowy figure smiling as he plummeted toward the bottom of the abyss. Down here, he saw bubbles floating all around him. Inside each bubble were images of a person. He wondered to himself, what is this? Wu Fu reached out his hand to touch one of the bubbles. He suddenly saw two people looking at him, laughing and joking. Wu Fu shook his head hard, trying to clear his mind. Inside the bubble was something strange. He clutched his head thinking, it's that feeling again. A monster appeared in a flash, opening its massive maw as if to swallow Wu Fu whole. A sharp sword strike was unleashed. Wu Fu slashed straight at the monster's head. He stabbed repeatedly at its eyes. Then came a flurry of more sword strikes. He sliced the monsters, blocking his path into tiny pieces. Ahead of him was a web-spinning spider. Wu Fu swung his sword with a single slash. Immediately, a horde of spiders fell from above. Thinking fast, he chanted an incantation for an earth spirit barrier. The surrounding earth and rock immediately formed a cocoon encasing Wu Fu. He created a flame in his palm and said, "Fire, spirit, energy, it's your turn." Instantly, the flame erupted, incinerating all the spiders outside the earthen cocoon. However, a pair of eyes appeared in the darkness. A single spider that had been missed had crawled into the cocoon at some point. It leaped forward and bit him on the shoulder. Wu Fu felt a sharp pain. The scene changes to the outside where thunder and lightning raged. Meng Meng spoke up, "I have a bad feeling. Wu Fu must be gathering spirit energy." Xu Qingxing added, "Let's go over and see." Suddenly, a voice called out, trying to leave, "You'll have to ask for my permission first." Elsewhere, Wu Fu floated in midair, holding his sword high, surrounded by lightning. He shouted, "Spirit, sword, art." Wu Fu continued with myriad slashes from afar. A bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, striking down with immense power, its force threatening to incinerate everything. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "To be defeated by your hand was my destiny. Since it is so, I will bestow upon you a portion of my cultivation. The path you must walk is still long. Take care." Wu Fu was momentarily surprised as a colossal stream of spirit energy enveloped him. Wu Fu thought to himself, this spirit energy is so powerful. I must absorb and refine it quickly. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. Wu Fu's spirit energy was being drained away. He thought, it's absorbing my spirit energy. Wu Fu told himself, render the formless, tangible, refined matter with the 5 elements, open the gates of qi at the Renzong point. He closed his eyes and focused. After a while, Wu Fu slowly opened his eyes. He unleashed his spirit energy throughout his entire body and said, "Let me see your power." Wu Fu looked at the flickering spirit energy in his palm, then clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground. Instantly, his punch caused the earth to crack and form a large crater. Wu Fu looked at his hand and remarked, "Not bad. The 5 elements spirit energy seems to have merged into one." In another scene, when Feng said, "Luo Xi, this abyss is truly dangerous. You must be careful." Luo Xi immediately replied, "I know, Sister Wen Feng. There must be another passage at the bottom of this abyss. How else can you explain it? I jumped all the way down and couldn't find a trace of Wu Fu. You wait here for me, sister. I'll go find Wu Fu and meet you back here." She replied affectionately, "Luo Xi, I understand you're worried about Wu Fu, but he's so powerful. Even if you could find him, we would just be a burden to him." But Luo Xi clutched the rope in her hand and said, "Sister Wen Feng, don't say any more. I appreciate your good intentions. I would rather die in this abyss than stand by and do nothing after seeing Wu Fu fall." With that, she grabbed the rope and rappelled down the cliff face. Wen Feng watched her with a smile and said, "Such a lovesick fool. I wonder what my brother is doing now." The scene changes. Fei Long and Tian Long are facing off. Fei Long thought to himself, I have to stop him before Wen Feng arrives. I absolutely can't let her see this. Meanwhile, Tian Long was also scheming. At that very moment at the cliff, Wu Fu was leaping upwards step by step. He moved relentlessly with extreme composure. Wu Fu assessed himself. Although my cultivation has increased quite a bit and the boost from the 5 elements spirit energy is unrestricted, it seems my energy consumption has become much faster. I have to get back to the top of the cliff before my spirit energy runs out. Suddenly, a scream echoed out. Luo Xi was falling from above. Wu Fu recognized her immediately. He leaped through the air and caught her in his arms. Seeing him, Luo Xi called out his name. Holding her, he asked Luo Xi, "Why are you here?" He leaped higher and continued, "Thank heavens, you're all right. Let's get to the top first and talk later." Wu Fu gracefully jumped from the cliff face and landed on the summit. Seeing them both safe, Wen Feng exclaimed, "That's great, thank goodness you're both okay." Luo Xi started to ask Wu Fu a question. "That's right, why did you fall down there?" Wen Feng added. "Yes, how did you fall?" He replied, "I don't know. It felt like I was pushed." Luo Xi grew suspicious. "Could it be that we're not the only ones who entered the Zhao family's secret realm?" Wen Feng immediately replied, "We're definitely not the only ones. The Zhao family's secret realm is a place where many people come to cultivate. Some even stay inside and never leave just for the sake of their training." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "You're saying there are people who stay inside the Zhao family's secret realm and never come out?" Wu Fu placed a hand on his chin, puzzled. "That doesn't seem right. If they're here to cultivate, why was I the only one pushed down?" Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. "Tough one, aren't you, to think you're still alive?" Wen Feng shouted, "Who's there?" Wu Fu was startled. A blade suddenly flew towards him, aiming to pierce him through. Luo Xi quickly screamed, "Wu Fu," but he had already drawn his spirit sword and blocked the attack. As Wu Fu wondered who it was, Mad Blade emerged carrying a large blade and said brazenly, "Granddaddy's been waiting a long time for you." Luo Xi was stunned. Mad Blade continued, "Back on Earth, my cultivation was suppressed, giving you an opening to destroy my physical body. This time, with no restrictions, let's see how you escape from my grasp." Hearing this, he replied with a serious expression, "Pushing your opponent off a cliff only to hide in the shadows yourself. It seems you're no smarter than a sewer rat, are you?" Mad Blade charged forward, swinging his blade as Wu Fu said, "You're merely in the Dao fusion realm. You're not worthy of spouting such arrogant words. I'm in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Today I will teach you how to be a man all over again." He raised his sword to block the attack. In his mind, Wu Fu thought, freed from the suppression of Earth. This guy's strength is not to be underestimated. Mad Blade brought his weapon down with force, but Wu Fu used his sword to deflect the blow. He smirked and thought with amusement, "Interesting. I just happened to get a boost in my cultivation. You'll be the perfect test subject." Seeing Wu Fu's expression, Mad Blade thought to himself, "Something's not right with this kid. How can he be smiling in a situation like this?" Wu Fu swung his spirit sword, unleashing a series of sharp, successive slashes. As he parried the blows, he said, "But..." Just then, Wu Fu unleashed a brilliant slash that radiated with spirit energy. Mad Blade was shocked, thinking, "What?" That guy had actually learned how to absorb surrounding spiritual energy to nourish his sword chi. Back on Earth, he only knew how to damage his own physical body just to activate his spirit sword. He roared in anger. "How much longer are you going to stand there and watch?" From above, Yao stepped out, sneering casually. "You can't even beat a mere human brat at the Dao fusion realm. Kuang Dao, you're weaker than I thought." Wen Feng looked up and gasped as Yao laughed and said, "Seeing you struggle like this, I suppose I should lend you a hand." He hurled his weapon at Wu Fu. Wu Fu's expression hardened as he watched the dart tear through the air, then coldly reached out and caught it. He taunted. "Is that all you've got?" Yao laughed. "Arrogant. I like that. In that case, I'll play with you for a while." He gripped his weapon and leaped forward to attack him. As a flurry of stabs rained down, Wu Fu dodged them all. Suddenly, Kuang Dao slashed at him from behind. Luckily, Luo Xi rushed forward and parried his blow with her sword. She screamed, "Watch out!" Luo Xi instantly realized she was no match for him. Kuang Dao yelled, "You're just a nuisance." Just then, Wu Fu used his spiritual energy to pull Luo Xi behind him. The moment she was pulled away, Kuang Dao's blade crashed down. Wen Feng rushed to support her and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Luo Xi replied, "I'm fine." She then said with disappointment, "Is this Kuang Dao's true power? Last time I just held Wu Fu back. Is it going to be the same this time?" Suddenly, Yao threw a dart and ordered, "You weakling, get the hell off my battlefield." Wen Feng angrily retorted, "A daughter of the Zhao family is more than just a pretty face." She lashed out with her whip, deflecting Yao's dart. Meanwhile, Luo Xi closed her eyes, focused her spiritual energy, and muttered, "2-2 sword, art 7th, form unceasing life." She lowered her gaze, thinking, then opened her eyes with newfound resolve. "I am the woman who stands by Wu Fu's side." The dart spun furiously, shooting forward like an arrow tearing through the air. The dart clashed again and again, then suddenly accelerated, heading straight for Luo Xi with immense pressure. But this time, Luo Xi aimed perfectly and knocked it aside. The dart plunged straight into the ground. Wen Feng cheered happily. "You did it, Luo Xi." She nodded happily in response, but neither of them realized that Yao had appeared behind them. As he reached out a hand, he growled, "Bothersome women." Terrified, the two of them whipped their heads around. Wu Fu whirled around in alarm, looking toward Wen Feng and Luo Xi. Kuang Dao seized the opportunity of his distraction to charge forward. "Didn't anyone ever teach you that you have to be more focused when fighting a strong opponent?" He slashed straight down, taunting, "If you want to save your women, you'll have to get through me first." Wu Fu glared at him coldly. On the other side, Luo Xi used her sword to block the attack, but Yao casually stopped the tip of her blade with his fingers. She was startled as a wave of anxiety washed over her. He unleashed an immense wave of spiritual power, suppressing her. As Luo Xi struggled to hold on, she thought, "His physical body is too tough. If this drags on, I'm going to be the one who suffers." Yao raised his hand into a fist, gathering spiritual energy. Suddenly, Wen Feng's whip shot out and wrapped around his hand. She yelled anxiously, Luo Shi. At that moment, Luo Shi thought, I have to come up with a plan. She condensed spiritual energy, forming a fire dragon around her fist, and cried out. Secret Art Yao was completely stunned as she threw her fist towards him, calling out the technique Blazing Sun Fist. On the other side, Kuang Dao's slash slammed into the ground, creating a small explosion. But when the dust settled, Wu Fu was nowhere to be seen. He looked around, bewildered. Where did he go? Suddenly, Wu Fu appeared behind him, his voice sharp. If I could put your physical body to rest back on Earth, then I can just as easily annihilate your primordial spirit right here. He reached out, grabbing Kuang Dao by the head and gave a cold smirk. Wu Fu unleashed a massive burst of spiritual energy and Kuang Dao's head disintegrated. At the same time, Luo Shi collapsed, coughing up blood. Next to her and Wen Feng lay Yao, who had been incinerated by her earlier punch. Wen Feng struggled to speak Luo Shi. Luo Shi reassured her, I'm all right. It looks like Wu Fu is finished over there too. She said worriedly, this is all my fault. If I hadn't encouraged you to fight them, you wouldn't have had to use that move. Luo Shi shook her head and replied, I believe that if it were you, Sister Wen Feng, you would have done the same thing. After all, if I can't become strong enough while staying by Wu Fu's side, I'll just be a burden to him. Wen Feng looked at her and thought to herself, I can't believe Luo Shi was willing to suffer the backlash just to use his secret art for Wu Fu's sake. She continued her internal monologue, and she even managed to kill a revered god. Luo Shi pushed herself up, letting out a tired sigh. Let's go. As they walked, Wu Fu reminded them, this place is surrounded by mountains and the ground is flat. You should refine your cultivation here. I'll stand guard for you. Wen Feng obediently replied, okay. As they walked, the eyes on the ground suddenly began to follow Wu Fu's group. Seeing them following, Wu Fu whipped his head around in surprise. Wen Feng thought to herself, these eyes have been following us ever since we entered this secret realm. It's like they're leading us, trying to take us somewhere. Wu Fu's thoughts were similar to what she had predicted. These eyes seem to want to lead me somewhere, and this is the only way in. It'll take some time for Luo Zi to refine her cultivation. I'll go scout ahead to see what's going on. I've imbued my spirit sword with a trace of my divine sense. Whenever the sword is drawn from its sheath, I'll be able to feel it. If you run into any danger, the spirit sword will protect you. He then continued, I've hidden your auras. As long as you don't leave this barrier, no one will be able to sense you. I'll be back soon. I'll have to trouble you to look after Luo Zi. Wen Feng heard this, but she still looked at the divine weapon in her hand with apprehension. He knows the path ahead is dangerous, yet he still gave his divine weapon and cultivation to Luo Zi. His heart belongs to her. Am I asking for too much? Is this what love is? So cautious and reserved. The scene changes to another location. A voice rang out, Li, this fortress looks really strange. He heard her and replied, it is a bit unusual. But if we want to move forward, we have to pass through this city. Li then said, then let's go. She asked timidly, aren't you scared? Last night I dreamed of my father again. His voice was getting weaker and weaker. I'm worried. Li considered this internally. Can Ameng remember her own dreams now? Could this be why I haven't been able to sense father's aura lately? While he was lost in thought, a shout made both of them jump and stop in their tracks. A voice spoke up, they're just low-class peasants. Let them go. After being allowed to pass, Ameng said to him, Ali, I don't think those two were wearing any pants. He grunted, Then the two of them stepped inside. In this nightmare realm, he saw women in revealing clothes, some not even wearing any at all. Over to the side were men in black cloaks, sitting sloppily on the ground. The dreamer wondered, Li, don't you think the people here are really strange? They're all naked. The moment he finished speaking, a hand shot out, but Lu quickly blocked him. He asked, what do you think you're doing? The man replied, how dare a low-class peasant push me a king? Among, hiding behind Luke, said, hey, from the very beginning, you've been calling us low-class peasants. What exactly do you mean by that? Also, can't you people wear some decent clothes? Xiao San laughed loudly and answered, low-class trash is low-class trash. We are upper-class citizens, so we don't need to wear clothes. Only you low-class laborers need those rags to cover your ugly bodies. Hearing this, Among whispered to Luke, are they sick in the head or something? Luke whispered back, something's not right. We should get out of here quickly. The little girl just mumbled in agreement. The man named Xiao Bao flashed a devious smile, leaving so soon. It won't be that easy. At the same time, other loincloth-wearing people surrounded Luke and Among. Li frowned and glared at them, after which a series of brawls broke out that children shouldn't see. A moment later, these residents had been beaten to a pulp by Li and were lying all over the place. He realized that the residents of this ancient fortress seemed to be controlled by some kind of magic. We should pass through quickly to avoid any trouble. Just then, as the figures of Luke and Among slowly entered the ancient fortress, a fierce voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? How dare you barge into the ancient fortress? This sudden voice surprised Luke. He glanced over and saw it was Luo Qi speaking eagerly. It seemed he was a cultivator from the Penglai mystic realm. Immediately after, Lu Wang added, "Looks like we're in for a big meal." Seeing this, Amon called out in a low voice, "Ao Luke." The scene then shifted to Wu Fu, who was slowly submerging himself in the water. The water's so cold. As he felt the temperature of the lake, he began to wonder, could there be something in this water? In this water, the rate at which his body heat was being drained away seemed faster than normal. The current around Wu Fu suddenly became strange. It seemed this change had caught his attention. In the next second, a figure suddenly appeared before Wu Fu, suspended in the middle of the vast lake. The image of Zhang Nu became clearer and clearer before his eyes. Wu Fu immediately turned and asked curiously, "So this is the place you wanted to lead me to?" Without waiting for the eyes to answer, he quickly exclaimed, "I didn't expect this secret realm to have so many secrets. This is getting more and more interesting." Then Wu Fu threw the eyes forward forcefully. They collided violently with the thick barrier in front of him. It seemed Wu Fu hadn't expected a barrier to be here. His eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, the barrier began to shift violently. Then a gentle voice sounded from right behind him. "What is your relationship to Wu Ling? You have Wu Ling's aura on you." That name made Wu Fu think in astonishment. Wu Ling. Could that be my mother? As he turned around, he questioned her. "You don't need to worry about that. I'm actually very curious. What is the relationship between these eyes and you? Ever since I entered this secret realm, they've been trying to lead me here." Wu Fu's words made the matriarch ask back in surprise. "They were the ones who brought you here." Still, on high alert, he said, "Weren't they? Tell me, after going to all this trouble to bring me here, what is your ultimate goal?" She didn't answer Wu Fu's question, instead asking gently, "Are they all right?" A cold look appeared on his face. "Shouldn't you be a little more concerned about your own situation? I doubt you created those chains and that grand array willingly, right?" Zhang Nu continued. "Are the eyes okay? Were any of them devoured?" Her continuous questions made Wu Fu answer reluctantly. "They're fine. Now can you answer my question? What was your purpose in working so hard to bring me here?" Finally, Zhang Nu spoke up to answer his questions. "Hundreds of years ago, we were the guardians of this secret realm. We lived a peaceful and happy life until one day the sky tree started acting strangely and disaster fell upon this realm. After that, we were slaughtered by the people of the God King Palace. My children were refined into city guardians to nourish this secret realm over the long years. They relied on the spiritual energy of cultivators and their own lingering while gradually transforming into their current form, while I was imprisoned forever in this dead water." After listening to her story, Wu Fu quickly grasped the main point. "You're saying, those eyes are your children?" Zhang Nu slowly replied, "That's right." Hearing this, a guilty sweat broke out on him as he thought to himself, "Then what about the eyes I killed right after entering the secret realm?" He was too embarrassed to face her. "They brought me here to save you." In a calm tone, Zhang Nu explained the reason. "Because you carry the aura of Wu Ling, my children mistook you for her. So they intentionally led you here." Just as she finished her sentence, the Heart Devil suddenly appeared, surprising both Zhang Nu and Wu Fu. "You know Wu Ling." The appearance of the Heart Devil left Zhang Nu completely baffled. Wu Fu calmly explained, "He's a part of my consciousness." Hearing that, the Heart Devil snorted coldly. "Don't get cocky. One day this body will be mine." Ignoring him, Wu Fu slowly questioned her. "What is your relationship with Wu Ling?" Immediately after the barrier Zhang Nu created began to weaken. Seeing this, she spoke with immediate worry. "This is bad. I've been imprisoned for many years, and my cultivation has degraded significantly. This spiritual space won't last much longer. I'll make it brief." Zhang Nu began to introduce herself. "My name is Zhang Nu. Wu Ling is the one who saved my life. My children thought you were Wu Ling, so they deliberately brought you here, hoping you could save me. But this formation isn't easy to break. If you don't have a perfect strategy, I hope you will prioritize your own safety." Wu Fu quickly got to the point. "How can I save you?" His response greatly surprised her. "You're willing to save me?" he asked in a low, serious voice. "What do I need to do?" In a grave tone, she described the terrifying consequences Wu Fu could face. "I have been imprisoned by the soul-hooking Grand Array. The nature of this formation is to restrain the soul. If you want to break this formation, you must have a strong heart and a refined soul and use your soul itself to break the array. But this method is extremely dangerous. If you fail, your body and soul will be destroyed." After about a 2-second pause, Zhang Nu asked again, "Do you still want to save me now?" Even after hearing that he affirmed without hesitation, "I will save you." The Heart Devil suddenly cut in. "Hey, don't tell me you're really going to save this, Zhang Nu. If you want to die, fine, but don't drag me down with you." "Do you really think the soul-hooking array is something you can break?" Ignoring his warning, Wu Fu stubbornly began. "The first form of the 9 Swallows Qi refining art. Guide the Qi to its origin for a grand purpose. To strengthen the body and purify one's life, one must master its use. The second form, act in harmony with the body with all things in heaven and earth. All things change in unison, moving in parallel form in accordance with the heavenly Tao. The third principle is that all techniques return to the source. The fourth is the unity of heaven and man, where Qi is the root of the entire body. If the root is not strong, then no matter how powerful the body is, its Qi will be deficient. Absorb the essence of the heavens, earth, sun, and moon deep into your Dantian. increasing the pure qi and reducing the impure qi. Only by cultivating both inside and out can you achieve great success. As soon as he completed the technique, Wu Fu quickly opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Luo Shi, why are you here?" Dense streams of golden spiritual energy began to appear everywhere. They gently seeped into Wu Fu's eyes. Then a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. So it was the evil woman playing tricks. She immediately swung her hand to launch an attack. Just as the evil woman retracted her hand, Luo Shi's voice called out, "Wu Fu!" In a flash, Wu Fu exclaimed in shock, "Luo Shi, why are you here?" He instantly sobered up and realized, no, that's not right. You're not Luo Shi. Without wasting another second, Wu Fu summoned a sharp sword. He boldly delivered a clean slash to the evil woman, who was disguised as Luo Shi. "As if I'm not used to these childish tricks." Wu Fu snorted in contempt. "You think this kind of low-level illusion technique can bewitch me?" As soon as Wu Fu struck, the illusion of Luo Shi vanished into thin air. Immediately after, the evil woman reappeared disguised as Wen Feng and spoke in a gloomy voice. "Wu Fu, how could you be so cruel?" As if wanting him to fall into self-blame, she repeated herself. "Wu Fu, you are heartless. Wu Fu, you actually had the heart to kill Luo Shi. Wu Fu." The evil woman's annoying voice made Wu Fu clutch his head in pain. "Wu Fu, you actually had the heart to kill Luo Shi, to kill Luo Shi, kill Luo Shi, kill Luo Shi." Despite the pain, he tried to tell himself, "Luo Shi is recovering outside the cave. None of this is real. But this kind of mental attack is really annoying." Then Wu Fu began to summon his power to calm his mind. To master one's great desires, one must first strengthen their body. To purify one's life, one must first correct their actions. A moment later, his eyes were clear and focused. Wu Fu looked at the evil woman with utter disdain. "How dare you show off with such petty tricks?" In the next second, he fiercely attacked her. The evil woman in front of him had at some point transformed into Wu Ling Fuer. This familiar figure made the heart demon rush forward to block the blow. He asked angrily, "What are you doing?" The heart demon's foolishness infuriated Wu Fu, who yelled, "Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too." Hearing this, the heart demon gritted his teeth and said, "Do you have any idea what you're doing? Wu Ling is your mother." As if he had already seen through the evil woman's trick, he retorted coldly, "Move. She is not my mother." The evil woman, still playing the part of Wu Ling, said, "It's all right, Fuer. If your mother is a stumbling block on your path, then just go ahead and kill me." In an instant, Wu Fu charged forward and chanted, "Yield and bend the body to walk in harmony with the heavenly Tao." Not to be outdone, the heart demon also lunged forward to attack. He hastily threw a punch at Wu Fu, but luckily Wu Fu managed to dodge it in time. Taking advantage of the heart demon's opening, he quickly struck him directly. It seemed the heart demon hadn't anticipated this at all. His eyes widened in surprise. Immediately after, the evil woman flew over as if wanting to use this opportunity to eliminate Wu Fu. But contrary to her wishes, he viciously grabbed her by the neck. Even so, the evil woman continued to weakly call out, "Fuer. Fuer." Wu Fu questioned the heart demon in a low voice. "Look closely and see if she is really our mother." In just a moment, she reverted to her original form. The heart demon's expression changed instantly at this sight. That was an illusion technique. Immediately after, he realized something else important. In such a short time, Wu Fu had actually learned the elder young Mrs. Nine Swallows' key refining art. Wu Fu calmly summoned a green stone into his hand, then slowly asked, "Hey, what else do you know?" The heart demon replied without hesitation, "I cannot answer." Wu Fu immediately questioned him. "What is this attitude of yours? I am your host." The heart demon shot back, "Just a vessel." Hearing this, Wu Fu shouted in anger, "You!" After calming down, Wu Fu proposed a deal. "If you're willing to tell me about my mother, I'll share this Nine Swallows Chi refining art with you. How about it?" The heart demon appeared uninterested. "You should probably focus on how you're going to survive. You brat." His face showed clear excitement as he said, "This great array of lonely souls has 9 heavens, and each one is more dangerous than the last. You've only broken through 7 of them and you're already exhausted. If you had your spiritual sword, you might have a sliver of a chance, but you left it with that woman. Without your sword, what's the difference between you and a piece of trash?" These words from the heart demon enraged Wu Fu, who rushed forward to threaten him. "You're a soul that survives by leeching off someone else's flesh. What's there to be so proud of? Just you wait. One day, I will refine you into myself." While the two were arguing, a blazing flame suddenly appeared in the distance. Both Wu Fu and the heart demon's attention was drawn to it. In the next second, they both flew off at top speed. It turned out to be the ancient divine beast, Ju Ying, which had come to attack. Wu Fu quickly recognized it. The ancient divine beast, Ju Ying. Why is it here? Before he had much time to think, it opened its mouth wide and launched a ferocious attack. While blocking Ju Ying's attack, Wu Fu began to strategize. Ju Ying has 9 heads and 9 lives. If you cut one off, it grows back very quickly. Fortunately, he remembered how to win. To defeat Ju Ying, I must kill all 9 heads at the same time. Wu Fu hastily summoned a sharp sword. In a flash, he unleashed a fatal slash. The oppressive aura emanating from Wu Fu's attack made Zhu Ying roar in agony. It ferociously opened its mouth and spewed fire at him. The power from Zhu Ying's attack was incredible. Even so, Wu Fu wasn't discouraged and continued to observe it carefully. At the speed of light, he immediately moved all around as if to disorient it. Immediately after, Wu Fu unleashed an astonishing blow. This technique caused all 9 of Zhu Ying's heads to fall off. He said with great confidence, "Child's play." But as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Fu's eyes widened in utter surprise. It turned out that at some unknown point, a mysterious power had gotten very close to him. This aura of energy quickly merged into Wu Fu's body. As he felt it, he thought to himself, "Could it be that I can absorb Zhu Ying's power? But this power is too immense, my body can't withstand it." At the same time, the heart demon standing beside him snorted coldly and spoke, "You really are a brat who specializes in causing trouble for others." Seeing Wu Fu trembling, he continued, "If it weren't for our mother, I would have possessed your body by now." The heart demon quickly placed 2 fingers on Wu Fu's head as if to guide him on how to absorb Zhu Ying's power into his body. With just one simple movement, he instantly achieved enlightenment and returned to his normal state. Suddenly, the evil woman's voice sounded from right behind Wu Fu. Just the body of a low-level planetary creature, yet it confused with such immense power. It's truly impressive. The moment she finished speaking, he was shocked to find what was happening. His body suddenly couldn't move. Amidst Wu Fu's confusion, the evil woman approached, marveling, "This pure bloodline. It's so exciting." Then she spoke crudely, "I really want to devour you whole right now." The evil woman's tone grew more eager than ever. "But before I devour you, let me have my fun playing with you first." Wu Fu was still deep in thought. All his chi gates seemed to be suppressed. He had to find a way to escape. In the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. A power surged within him, a power so terrifying that it caused her suppression to gradually crack. The next second, Wu Fu's lightning-fast figure had escaped the evil woman's grasp. He panted heavily, exhausted. Seeing this, the evil woman asked with curiosity, "You actually broke my suppression. Then let me see. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Without waiting for Wu Fu's reply, she immediately attacked as if to probe his cultivation level. Fortunately, Wu Fu managed to regain his composure in time. He quickly waved his hand, summoning spiritual energy to counter her attack. It seemed the evil woman had seen through Wu Fu's plan. "It's not good for a young man to be too ambitious. You haven't even finished integrating the power of Zhu Ying, and now you want to devour my treasure." The next second, he replied with a provoking smirk, "Don't you worry, I'm very hard to kill." This defiant attitude made her even more curious. "Not very old, but you talk big. Then let me see just how big you really are." In a flash, the evil woman summoned 3 minions. "Crush him for me." Following her command, they rushed forward to attack Wu Fu. Seeing this, he became even more unrestrained. "Is this all you've got?" Just as Wu Fu finished his sentence, the minions were already upon him. With a single slash, Wu Fu swiftly eliminated all 3 of them at once. His overwhelming power made the evil woman suddenly anxious. For hundreds of years, no one has broken through this 9th heaven. Could it be that today, this streak will be broken by this nameless nobody? Her eyes widened and she gritted her teeth, cursing, "Damn it, it seems I underestimated you." The next second, the evil woman let out a deafening roar and reverted to her true form. It seemed Wu Fu was all too familiar with this move. He criticized her without hesitation. "Seriously, do people have any other creative ideas besides stirring up wind and summoning lightning?" After finishing her transformation, she declared fiercely, "Next, I'm going to crush you to death." At that moment, the evil woman's tentacles continuously shot out to attack Wu Fu. He swung a powerful slash at them, but strangely, the tentacles were completely unharmed by the attack. She spoke with excitement, "It's useless. In this world, there is no weapon that can break through my armor." As soon as she finished speaking, the evil woman attacked ferociously as if to finish Wu Fu off. Although he dodged her, tentacles continued to pursue him relentlessly. The next second, Wu Fu immediately confronted it head-on as if he had a plan. He quickly launched a palm strike forward. Ancient Buddha palm technique. As the move was completed, Wu Fu's entire body was enveloped in a golden spiritual energy. This dazzling light confused the evil woman, who thought to herself, "What?" Taking advantage of her opening, he quickly flew high into the air to continue his plan. In an instant, Wu Fu loudly chanted 9 Nether Chi refining art. The pressure from this attack forced the evil woman to grit her teeth and defend. Seeing her struggle, he smirked and asked, "How does it feel to be pinned beneath me?" Despite struggling to block the attack, the evil woman's words were still full of bravado. "Little cultivator, an attack of this level can't even hurt me." Wu Fu replied sarcastically, "Is that so?" The moment he spoke, he sent down an even heavier blow. This relentless assault made the evil woman's jaw drop as if she couldn't believe her eyes. What she screamed in terror. "What is this?" It turned out Wu Fu was preparing to deliver the finishing blow. "In the 100,000 worlds of the void above and below where the formless is ever present, I summon the descent of 100,000 demon lords." From high in the sky, a majestic beam of light appeared, illuminating the entire sky. Seeing this, the evil woman still struggled, screaming in pain. Before she could make any more noise, Wu Fu's technique had completely surrounded her. At the same time, Wu Fu's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He angrily questioned his inner demon. What are you trying to do? From behind him it snapped, shut your mouth, if you don't want to die. The next second, Wu Fu realized the inner demon's intention possession. In a flash, it had taken over his body. Without any courtesy, the inner demon mocked Wu Fu terribly. A summoning art, so you just call for your mommy when you can't win a fight, is that it? It decisively launched a single strike at the evil woman. This piercing blow from the inner demon terrified her. Impossible. Before the evil woman could say another word, she had dissipated into thin air. Seeing this, the inner demon scoffed with even more confidence. Trash is trash. No matter how much it cultivates, it can't change its fundamental nature. Luckily, it seemed Wu Fu had returned to his own body. At that moment, Zhang Nu's surprised voice rang out. Cultivator Wu. Zhang Nu respectfully introduced herself. I am Zhang Nu, paying my respects to my benefactor. Wu Fu immediately replied, there's no need to be so formal. I just happen to have a few things to ask you. My friend is waiting outside the cave. How about we talk as we walk? Hearing this, she asked curiously. Outside the cave, where does my benefactor come from? Before he could answer, a pair of eyes signaled to Zhang Nu. I see, I understand. After grasping the situation, she quickly pointed the way for Wu Fu. If that's the case, benefactor, please follow me. This secret realm is treacherous and unpredictable. If you go back the way you came, you will surely get lost in another space. He grew even more curious at Zhang Nu's words. Another space. Noticing Wu Fu's confusion, she slowly explained, this secret realm has many gates. It's a gateway to all realms. If a cultivator wanders in at best, they can never return. At worst, their soul will be annihilated. Hearing this, he suddenly recalled the earlier scene and thought to himself, why was my mind so agitated just now? That inner demon suddenly possessed Wu Fu's body. And why does this realm feel so familiar? Along the way, Zhang Nu shyly inquired, is your mother doing well? He asked back, confused, my mother. In a calm tone, Wu Fu slowly said, mother. I have never met my mother since I was born. What kind of person was she? It seemed Zhang Nu had not expected this answer at all. She bowed her head remorsefully, I'm sorry. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Zhang Nu gently recalled, she was an incredibly warm and kind woman. She also loved you very much. After all, what mother doesn't love her child? The scene shifts to the secret realm where Meng Meng and Qing Qing are. Right then, Meng Meng struck fiercely, destroying all the obstacles in his path. A moment later, an exhausted Qing Qing complained, why is this secret realm filled with all these ugly things? After she finished venting, Meng Meng slowly advised her, you're injured. You should rest here. Suddenly, a strange energy appeared and wrapped around Qing Qing's arm. In the blink of an eye, it tightened around her body. Qing Qing's scream quickly caught Meng Meng's attention. She screamed repeatedly for help, help save me, I'm in here. Seeing this, he shouted Shu Qing Qing. Meng Meng urgently grabbed hold of a crack on the tree that was trapping Qing Qing inside. But in just a moment, the crack sealed itself shut, making him curse in anger. Damn it! After trying for a bit, Meng Meng started to think things over. I'm too exhausted. With my current strength, it's too hard to open it. Right after, he made a firm decision. There's no other way. It seems this is the only option. Holding the strange fruit, Meng Meng quickly popped it into his mouth. In an instant, his eyes widened in surprise. It turns out that after eating this fruit, Meng Meng's strength was restored, making him even stronger than before. The next second, he focused all his power into his fist. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Meng threw an extremely terrifying punch at the tree, trapping Qing Qing inside. He toppled the tree with ease. Then Meng Meng reached out his hand to Qing Qing and said, come on out. His incredible strength made her curious. Wang Meng Meng you before Qing Qing could finish. Meng Meng, his face pale, urged her, it's good that you're okay. You probably can't walk well anymore. You need to get out of here. I found an exit over there just now. You should go quickly. Hearing this, she asked worriedly, wait, what about you? As if afraid Qing Qing wouldn't listen, he tried to explain, I ate that fruit. I'm afraid I'll go crazy soon. Both concerned and frustrated, she shouted, didn't I tell you not to eat that thing? As dark patterns spread across his face, Meng Meng replied sorrowfully, it's too late. Meng Meng urgently pulled Qing Qing forward, causing her to cry out in worry. Wang Meng Meng, what's gotten into you? Without hesitating, he immediately replied, while I'm still sane, I'll get you out of here first. It turned out Meng Meng had found the exit, which was marked by a strange barrier. Returning to Zhang Nu and Wu Fu, who were still on their way out, he calmly asked a question. You said the people from the God King's palace sealed you here, she slowly confirmed. That's right. Wu Fu grew even more curious. Why did they seal you away? Zhang Nu calmly offered her speculation. I don't know either, but it seems I was meant to wait here for someone. Hearing that, Wu Fu quickly caught the main point. Waiting for someone. She didn't answer him, but just sighed softly. But it's only been 100 years. I never thought this realm would have changed so drastically. Inside Wu Fu's spiritual consciousness, the heart demon was aggressively threatening the spirit's sword. You'd better behave yourself for me. There will come a day when he learns the truth, it shot back, not giving an inch. We're both thousand-year-old foxes, so why are you pretending to be an innocent little rabbit with me? It thought to itself, Wu Fu, you better not disappoint this heart demon. The scene shifts to a quiet forest where the unconscious figure of Ching Ching gradually comes into view. From a high branch, a mysterious girl was watching her intently. It was Pai Ying contemplating Ching Ching's injuries. She immediately jumped down and said aloud, a cultivator who just came out of the secret realm. If I just leave her here, she'll definitely become food for demonic beasts. Oh well, meeting me is your good fortune. In an instant, Pai Ying had assessed the injuries on Ching Ching's body. Aside from the wound on her leg, there don't seem to be any fatal injuries. She muttered to herself she probably hit her head when she fell unconscious. I've saved your life. Whether you wake up or not is up to fate. Meanwhile, on Meng Meng's side, he was panting heavily, thinking to himself, Shu Ching Ching. She probably got away safely. Am I going to die here? I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, but I'd rather bring you shame than be a coward who hides in his shell. A moment later, Meng Meng slowly closed his eyes as if gradually giving up. Suddenly, a familiar scene from home appeared before his eyes. Not believing his eyes, Meng Meng thought in astonishment, wasn't I in the secret realm? How did I get home? Right after Meng Meng opened the door and walked in. Dad, Mom, I'm home. At the same time, the chiding voice of his mother rang out. Meng Meng, that boy, has been out for so long without contacting us. Hearing this, Meng Meng called out urgently, Mom, I'm home. She continued to complain. They say you can't keep a grown child at home. Meng Meng is all grown up now. He doesn't love his family anymore. This strange scene completely bewildered him. What is going on? Meanwhile, a flash of insight shot through Wu Fu's mind. Confused, he clutched his head as if he couldn't understand what was happening. Seeing this, Zhang Nu asked with concerned benefactor, what's wrong? Wu Fu didn't answer her question, but instead inquired about something else. What happened in this secret realm before? After a pause of about 2 seconds, Zhang Nu gently asked in return benefactor, when do you mean by before? A few thousand years ago, or even tens of thousands of years ago. After a moment, she began her story. If you mean 1,000 years ago, then yes, something did happen here. But those were the grievances of our predecessors. Why do you bring it up? Benefactor Wu Fu replied with a serious expression. It's just that I feel a heavy killing intent in this place. I was just curious. Zhang Nu slowly recounted what she had heard. This is only what I've heard. There was once a first-generation god king who massacred the entire cultivation world, but he was later eliminated by the Wuxia clan who joined forces with other powers. Wu Fu quickly fell into deep thought over this information. Is that so? He began to speculate internally. Could what I saw be the memories of that first-generation god king? But why would I have his memories? Or perhaps the gate of this secret realm intentionally wanted me to see this. Then Wu Fu curiously asked, you mentioned the Wuxia clan. Before he could finish, he answered decisively. That's right. It is your mother's clan. This confirmation made Wu Fu exclaim in shock. What the next second, he hesitantly spoke up. That great war. Can you tell me about it? Zhang Nu replied sadly. I'm sorry, I only heard about it secondhand. Realizing she couldn't give him any more useful information, Wu Fu said urgently, let's go. My friend is still waiting. As they walked, he vowed to himself, one day I, Wu Fu, will personally solve all the riddles that surround me, whether it was the spirit sword, the inner demon, or the strange memories that surfaced, not to mention the stirring in their hearts. After a moment, the two of them finally made it out of the cave. Wu Fu asked gently, how do you feel? Right after Luo Si replied softly, much better. I feel like my cultivation base has even increased quite a bit. Wu Fu, thank you. Relieved that she was all right, he told her with a serious expression, as long as you're okay. Don't do anything so reckless ever again. Luo Si looked down, filled with regret. I'm so sore. Before she could finish, Wu Fu cut her off. This butterfly can create mystical domains and enhance your sword skills. You should take it. As he said, Luo Si held the butterfly in her hand and began to channel its power. She instantly fused with it, and a pair of beautiful butterfly wings sprouted from her back. Wu Fu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With these wings, even if I'm not by your side in the future, you'll be safe. As Luo Si got used to her new power, Wu Fu asked again, how does it feel? She praised it excitedly. It's amazing, where did you even get this? But then a worried look crossed Luo Si's face. You gave this to me. What about you? Fearing she would overthink it, he waved his hand dismissively. Things like this aren't very useful to me. In fact, they only hold me back. After the two of them finished talking, Zhang Nu spoke up calmly, I should lead you all out of here first. If you try to find the heart of the secret realm from these passages, you'll only get more and more lost. Wu Fu replied politely, then we'll be in your care. A few minutes later, Zhang Nu had led Wu Fu, Luo Si, and Wen Feng to a high cliff. Wen Feng's voice was filled with confusion. Isn't this the same cliff we passed by before? Hearing this, the old woman slowly replied, that's right. Wen Feng immediately guessed, are you saying the real passage is under this cliff? After a 2-second pause, Zhang Nu posed a question. Then what is this? Before Wen Feng could answer, she quickly explained, it is something that can shatter space and boundaries. Wen Feng was even more confused, but Wu Fu and Luo Si understood immediately. Wu Fu grasped the key point. So you're giving us a mark of something that can break through space and boundaries. Does that mean we won't be affected anymore? Just as Zhang Nu gave the signal, the four of them leaped off the cliff together. Let's go. As they were falling, Wenfeng suddenly sensed a strange aura. At the same time, the mark on her forehead glowed brighter than ever. The next second, Wenfeng landed gently on the ground. Realizing she was completely alone, she shouted, Luo Si, where are you guys? Elsewhere, Wu Fu, Luo Si, and Zhang Nu had also landed. In an instant, Luo Si cried out in a panic, Sister Wenfeng. Sister Wenfeng is gone. After a careful observation, Zhang Nu stated with certainty she must have fallen into a pocket dimension. Her words only made Luo Si more frantic. What do we do? How are we supposed to save Sister Wenfeng as if this was a common occurrence? Zhang Nu calmly explained, pocket dimensions are unpredictable. Even if you went back now, there's no guarantee you'd end up in the same space where Wenfeng disappeared. Meanwhile, after finding herself alone in another dimension, Wenfeng finally composed herself. She looked at the wall in front of her and wondered what it was. She reached out and touched it gently, and immediately a door appeared and began to slowly swing open. The door led Wenfeng out onto a high cliff deep within a forest.
She was completely stunned. Isn't this the forest behind the Zhao family estate? Did I get out? Was it really that simple? Wenfeng then continued deeper into the forest.
As she walked, she suddenly heard a strange noise. Something had landed quickly on the ground nearby. Curious, she stopped and looked carefully. The back of a man came into view. She quickly recognized him. Dr. Li, what's he doing here? Wenfeng wondered to herself. Where is he going? That's not the way to Penglai Manor, and it's not the way back to the Zhao family. Driven by curiosity, Wenfeng decided to follow Dr. Li to a small house. Who would he travel this far to treat? She waited until he had left before daring to sneak inside. Wenfeng carefully pushed the door open. As soon as it creaked open, a woman's voice called out, Dr. Li, you're back already. Did you forget something? The sight before her left Wenfeng stunned and she called out. Upon seeing it was her daughter, Wenfeng Yuyun was shocked and cried out, Fenger. She couldn't hold back and rushed into her mother's arms. Wenfeng said joyfully, Mother, this is wonderful. You're still alive. Yuyun flustered quickly, asked Fenger, why are you here? Did something happen to your father? Wenfeng quickly explained, father and brother are both fine. I just happened to see Dr. Li and followed him here. Mother. I clearly saw father kill you. Why? Her mother immediately cut her off and urged Fenger, this is a secret between your father and me. Promise me, you won't tell anyone, okay? Then Yuyun reluctantly explained that for Longer to become the clan-acknowledged leader, he had to kill his own father. But Longer is naturally soft-hearted and kind, and your father and I, we don't have much time left. With tears in her eyes, Wenfeng understood. So, you and father staged that whole play just so brother would hate father, kill him, and become the heir. Father, what's wrong with him? Seeing she could no longer hide it, Yuyun told her the truth. Your father ignored all advice and recklessly used the forbidden fruit from the secret realm. His body is suffering from a cultivation deviation and he doesn't have long to live. Wenfeng lost her composure. She bolted out of the house. I have to go stop them. Just as she arrived back at the scene, Wenfeng suddenly paused, then rushed forward to stop the fight. She screamed, Father, brother. Hearing his sister's voice, Fei Long was distracted and quickly turned to ask Wenfeng, why are you back? Taking advantage of that momentary lapse in concentration, Tian Long struck Fei Long with a blow he couldn't block. Seeing this, Wenfeng screamed, brother. She stood in front of him, shouting and questioning Tian Long. Father, what are you doing? Fei Long tried to warn her. Wenfeng, get out of the way. He's not our father anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man lunged forward, slashing Wenfeng's shoulder. Her brother witnessed the entire thing. Her blood splattered everywhere, causing Fei Long to lose control and scream. Fei Long quickly rushed to catch Wenfeng, then he controlled a sword with his mind, pinning Tian Long and blasting him far away. The sword quickly plunged deep into Fei Long's body. The fatal blow caused the old man to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, and it also helped Tian Long regain his own consciousness. He clutched his wound with his hand as Fei Long's calls echoed ceaselessly. Wenfeng Tian Long looked at his trembling palms and wondered, did I kill Wenfeng? Fei Long's anger had reached its peak. He roared, declaring, Zhao Tian Long, the bond between us as father and son is severed from this day forward. You are no longer my father, and I am no longer your son. I'll make you be buried alongside my mother and sister. Fei Long gathered all his strength and personally ended his own father's life. Before dying, the old man had some last words to say, but he couldn't utter them. Tian Long could only look at the two siblings with a heartbroken gaze. Fenger, father has wronged you. Fei Long hurriedly picked up Wenfeng and they left together. Wenfeng, I'm taking you to see Physician Li right now. He's the best doctor in our Penglai, he can definitely save you. By now, Wenfeng had already lost a lot of blood. She knew she wouldn't survive, so she could only give her final instructions through her last words. Brother, I'm fine. To be held in your arms like this. Wenfeng is already content. You must take care of yourself. Become an heir that I can be proud of, that the entire Zhao family can be proud of. He hugged Wenfeng tightly, tears streaming down his face. Fei Long replied, I don't want to be any heir. I just want my mother and you to be by my side. But Wenfeng scolded him, silly brother. In the future, you will marry and have children. How could Wenfeng stay by your side forever? At that moment, Fei Long's heart was filled with nothing but regret. He realized his mistake and pleaded with her. Don't say any more, Fenger. It's all my fault. If I hadn't spent every day thinking about avenging mother being so cold to you all this time, I shouldn't have been so lost in the past that I neglected the person right in front of me. Wenfeng lay weakly in Fei Long's arms. Every moment by your side, brother, has been my happiest, most joyful, and most fulfilling. He tried his best to comfort her. Fenger, hold on a little longer. We're almost at Physician Li's house. Wenfeng gave him one last instruction, then took her final breath. Promise me, you won't cry anymore in the future, okay? You must live on always happy and joyful. Fei Long finally made it to Physician Li's place. He cried out anxiously, Physician Li, quick save Wenfeng, she's injured. The two of them quickly laid Wenfeng on the bed. Fei Long kept asking frantically, how is she, Physician Li? When Physician Li saw her condition, he exclaimed, how did Miss Zhao end up like this? He clenched his fists, answering angrily, it was Zhao Tianlong. He's the one who hurt Fenger. Physician Li wondered, how did things turn out this way? He analyzed the situation in his mind, covered in so much blood. Zhao Fei Long must have successfully become the heir right. The Zhao family has paid too high a price for Penglai Manor. Then Physician Li pretended to say that Miss Zhao had lost too much blood and he was afraid there was no way to save her. Fei Long immediately lunged forward, grabbed him by the collar and threatened him. You better heal Fenger right now or I'll kill you too. Physician Li had no choice but to tell the truth. Miss Zhao is already dead. You must pull yourself together. The Zhao family has sacrificed so many for Penglai Manor. You must strive to fulfill the last wishes of Miss Zhao and old Master Zhao to become a true heir. You are not just Miss Wenfeng's brother, but also the clan leader of this entire Penglai Manor. He gritted his teeth in anger. Fei Long had asked himself many questions. Why does everyone tell me to become a true heir? My mother, my sister, and even Physician Li think so. Why has no one ever considered what I want? Does being born into the Zhao family mean I have to accept this arranged destiny? Due to the pain of losing his loved ones, he was no longer clear-headed enough to make a rational decision. If that's the case, then I don't need this position of heir. He had decided to join his sister. Fenger, I'm coming to the underworld with you. With me there, no one will dare to bully you. Physician Li couldn't stop Fei Long. He ran outside shouting, foolish, this is utterly foolish. If Zhao Fei Long dies, the entire Penglai Manor will surely fall into chaos. I must quickly find the secretary to discuss a plan. Meanwhile, switching scenes, Wu Fu took the spirit sword and decisively slashed the space in front of him in half. The three of them, Wu Fu, Zhang Nu, and Luo Shi, were surrounded by a swarm of shadow soldiers. He exclaimed in surprise, what are these things? They seem to be immune to any attack. Zhang Nu immediately answered, they are the shadow soldiers that guard the mortal realm. The shadow soldiers gathered, looming over the three of them and blocking their path. Zhang Nu was very knowledgeable about them and explained that these shadow soldiers cannot be dispersed by fighting, nor can they be killed by slashing. If we keep this up, I'm afraid they'll wear us out long before we can destroy them all. Luo Shi spoke up asking, is there any way to counter them? Wu Fu could only shake his head. Sorry, I don't know either. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the spirit sword. It brazenly said, isn't destroying these shadow soldiers simple? Hearing this, he became very curious and asked, what's your method? The spirit sword didn't reveal its plan right away, but instead made a request. You have to break my seal first, it explained carefully. My power is sealed in the purple water. You break it first, and I'll immediately help you annihilate these shadow soldiers. Wu Fu replied doubtfully, what do you want me to do? It began to state its request, just a drop of your blood will do. Suddenly, in another dimension, another Wu Fu appeared bound in chains. He shouted to stop the Wu Fu outside who was about to make the deal. Wu Fu don't trust that old geezer. At this point, he was still skeptical of the spirit sword's words. Is breaking your seal really all it takes? It asserted confidently, yes, that's right. Break the seal, and I'll help you wipe out all those shadow soldiers. Just then, another Wu Fu yelled out, stopping his other self. Wu Fu, don't stop. Fortunately, just as he was about to drip his blood onto the sword, that voice reached his ears. Fu don't. Wu Fu quickly jerked his arm away, causing his blood to drip onto the ground instead of the sword. The spirit sword in Wu Fu's hand flashed as it thought resentfully, damn it, I was so close. Wu Fu was bewildered, looking around for the source of the voice that had stopped him. What was that sound just now? Could it be? At that moment, a horde of undead soldiers charged at Wu Fu, intending to attack him. Luckily, Luosi appeared just in time to deal with them. She warned him, Wu Fu, be careful. Wu Fu frowned, slashing at the undead soldiers with his sword. Die. They just parted their lips to reveal sinister smiles. The undead soldiers quickly regenerated their severed bodies. Luosi watched as more and more of them swarmed, and realizing they couldn't be dealt with, she yelled, it's no use, our attacks aren't working. Wu Fu replied impatiently, damn it. Continuing like this is not an option. We have to escape, and quickly. Seeing the situation looked grim, Zhang Nu thought to herself, it seems I have no choice but to use that move. She immediately called out, you too buy me some time. Then Zhang Nu closed her eyes and began to cast a spell alone. Moonlight in the water, a reflection of the void, the mist of fleeting prosperity, all is but an illusion. An incredibly powerful light appeared, engulfing the entire space. Zhang Nu shouted the incantation, Spirit of water between heaven and earth, grant me your power. As soon as she screamed the words, the beam of light shot straight towards the undead soldiers, annihilating every last one of them. Vanish, Wu Fu exclaimed in shock. What is this? Beside him, Luo Oci murmured in admiration. What terrifying power! From using too much power, Zhang Nu immediately coughed up blood. Luo Oci rushed over worriedly and asked Miss Zhang, are you alright? She replied calmly, I'm fine. This is a finishing move that costs my own life force to damage 80% of the enemy. I just coughed up some blood, I'll be fine after a rest.